Chapter 1. He has transcended. Among the continuous, verdant mountains, several towering peaks stood amidst the landscape. Mist clung to the valleys, presenting a scene that resembled a heavenly paradise. But even this idyllic haven was overshadowed by an ominous cloud of intense blackness, lending an air of solemnity and tension to the atmosphere. Ember, I give you one last chance. Will you surrender, or not? In the midst of the dark, ink-like clouds, a powerful figure in black robes stood on the wind, looking down with folded arms at the azure cloud sect below, which was still holding on. The protective array guarding the azure cloud sect flickered unpredictably as pitch-black lightning bolts surged against it, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Within the azure cloud sect, an exquisite woman in a pale yellow robe was channeling all her cultivation into the array's core, struggling to maintain its integrity. Surrender? Martin, I will tell you this, today, even if you massacre every last member of the azure cloud sect, no one will surrender to your bloodblade sect. Humph, foolish and deluded talk. Even when your sect leader, senior brother Cohen, presided over the azure cloud sect, he never dared to speak to me like this. Now he has been in close seclusion for a century. Do you really think he can save the azure cloud sect? As Martin spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that the azure cloud sect had resisted for so long, his patience was wearing thin. With a thought, he summoned a bolt of pitch-black 9, heaven's een thunder into his palm and forcefully directed it toward the protective array below. Boom. Even before the thunder arrived, the sound of it echoed through the heavens. The entire azure cloud sect was thrown into turmoil and despair. All disciples of the azure cloud sect closed their eyes in hopelessness. Right at that moment, a voice of indignation rang out in everyone's ears. Suddenly, a brilliant white sword beam pierced through the dark clouds from the central dragonhead peak, defying the black lightning and forcing Martin onto the defensive. Cohen? Martin was taken aback and angered simultaneously. Caught off guard, he was struck by the attack, staggering a few steps and almost falling from the clouds. You're not dead after all? You were bluffing me? Go! Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, his expression flickering between rage and shock, he waved his hand and fled as a stream of light. Only now did all the disciples of the azure cloud sect erupt in jubilation, celebrating their narrow escape. Except for Ember, who gazed with astonishment at the dragonhead peak, where the sword beam originated, the very place where her senior brother, the azure cloud sect's leader, Cohen, had been in seclusion. At Dragonhead Peak, on Silent Reflection Cliff, a handsome man in white collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, devoid of color. What the heck is going on? Where am I? He glanced around, confirming that this was not his 40-square-meter apartment, as a flood of memories began to merge into his mind. Rock, he had transcended. And not just transcended. He had arrived in a fantasy world of cultivation, occupying the body of Cohen, the leader of the azure cloud sect. Just moments ago, Cohen, having closed himself away to break through the celestial realm, since the azure cloud sect was facing a life-or-death situation. Using his last ounce of strength, he unleashed a celestial-level strike, frightening off the demon lord. That single strike cost him his life entirely. Rock touched his empty body, noticing his dantian was void of energy, leaving him no different from an ordinary human. To sum it up, he was alive, but his cultivation was gone. Isn't this utterly hopeless? A wave of sorrow washed over Rock's heart. Before he could lament aloud, a fragrant breeze wafted past, and suddenly, soft warmth enveloped him in a tight embrace. What a catch this woman is. Wait, who is she? Senior brother? You didn't die. You really didn't die. Ember hugged Rock tightly, afraid he would vanish from her sight at any second. How many years had passed? Exactly how many years? It had been 136 years since Rock decided to enter seclusion to break through the celestial realm. During these 136 years, Ember had managed all the affairs of the azure cloud sect, repeatedly telling herself that her senior brother might already be dead. Yet, she held on to a sliver of hope. Today, her hope became reality. Ember felt all her loneliness, persistence, and weiqi during these 100 years flooding out all at once. Wei. Ember felt all her loneliness, perseverance, and the grievances she had endured over the past 100 years surge out all at once. She burst into tears. Rock looked bewildered at the beautiful woman clinging to him, sobbing uncontrollably. If anyone saw this, they'd think he was some ultimate scoundrel who deceived women and abandoned his family. Finally absorbing Cohen's memories, Rock understood who Ember was and why she was reacting this way. Cohen had been a cultivator devoted solely to immortality, without concern for romantic love. As his fellow disciple, Ember had always harbored deep feelings for Cohen but never confessed. Until Cohen decided to close himself away, Ember never voiced her feelings. Sigh, such a devoted woman. Thinking this, Rock sighed and gently embraced Ember back. Startled, Ember forgot to continue crying. Say, senior brother? Ember looked up at Rock's ageless handsome face, filled with disbelief. Yinyu, these 100 years have been hard on you. I know, I've always known. Rock, once a confirmed bachelor, knew more about comforting people than Cohen ever did. Sure enough, hearing Rock say this, Ember's emotions softened, and she hugged him even tighter. At this moment, a voice only Rock could hear sounded in his ear. Ding, system detected host activation and binding successful. This system is designed for the benefit of having more descendants. For each offspring, the host gains cultivation points. If the descendant possesses spiritual roots or exceptional talent, extra rewards are available. Please marry and have children as soon as possible to complete system tasks. Is this my golden finger as a transmigrator? Rock paused, then broke into a delighted smile. The golden finger has arrived. Conquering this fantasy world is just a matter of time. Wait, what's this system called? More descendant system? The more children, the better reward? Are you serious? Is this asking me to become a prolific breeder? For Rock, whose soul was still modern, this was a bit too stimulating. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the peerlessly beautiful Ember in his arms, blushing and with reddened ears. Rock cleared his throat, trying to set the right mood. Yinyu, let's get married. Chapter 2. Choosing an auspicious day for the wedding. The news of the patriarch of Qingyuan sect emerging from seclusion and choosing a day for his wedding soon spread. It caused a huge sensation in no time. Back then, Clinton, the patriarch of Qingyuan sect 100 years ago, was a dedicated cultivator who devoted himself to the way. No one expected him to have developed romantic inclinations after this period of seclusion. However, no one dared voice any objections, especially after witnessing Clinton's symbolic feat of forcing back the patriarch of Blood Knife sect, Samson, with a single sword strike, demonstrating his heavenly human realm prowess. Numerous sects within a 10,000-mile radius sent representatives to express their congratulations to King and Ember. Soon, the ceremony was completed, and the newlyweds entered the bridal chamber. These days, Ember felt like she was dreaming, but seeing her senior brother standing beside her so vividly, she truly hoped that if this were a dream, it would never end. King lifted the red veil covering Ember's face, revealing her shy yet beautiful countenance. Observing her graceful figure, King softly said, "Junior sister, no wife?" Ember lowered her head even further, blushing intensely as she responded in a barely audible whisper, "Husband, please, turn off the light." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a planting task. With the system for increasing offspring, the success rate of planting is 100%. Congratulations to the host. Time until offspring birth, 310 days. Ember was indeed a novice when it came to these matters, but she was a cultivator and moreover, a golden core ancestor. In this fantasy world, all cultivators' realms were divided into 12 levels. Foundation establishment, enlightenment, integration, heart movement, golden core, heavenly human, soul separation, divided spirit, joined body, cave void, greater vehicle, and tribulation crossing. Clinton had secluded himself at the golden core realm, aiming to break through the long-standing bottleneck to reach the heavenly human realm, but ultimately perished without achieving it. The current king possessed the physique of a heavenly human realm cultivator, but lacked any cultivation at all. Fortunately, having the cultivation of the heavenly human realm allowed him to withstand the night's activities without collapsing the next morning. 10 months is just a blink of an eye for a cultivator. Soon, King and Ember welcomed their first child. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a descendant. After testing, the offspring has a sword affinity innate talent, eternal sword heart. Overall score, 95. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. 1. 100 years of cultivation. 2. The 4 mystic swords and the Penelopan formation map. Almost instantaneously with the system's notification, King's cultivation began to soar rapidly, progressing from being an ordinary person, breaking through foundation establishment, enlightenment, integration, heart movement, all the way up to the peak of 9th stage heart movement before stopping. 100 years of cultivation, breaking through 4 realms in succession. Although he had not fully recovered to the strength of the heavenly human realm, he was no longer an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Moreover, he obtained the legendary primordial spiritual treasures known as the 4 mystic swords. These 4 swords, Penelopan sword, Lu Xian sword, Xian Xian sword, and Ju Xian sword, originally belonged to the revered Taoist era Hongjun and later circulated among cultivators. Using the Penelopan formation map, they could form the Penelopan sword formation. The Penelopan sword formation was the most powerful killing formation in ancient times, unmatched in its sharpness and might. Even under the control of King, a heart movement cultivator, not only golden core cultivators but also heavenly human and soul separation cultivators would be no match. This timely arrival was crucial. Honor of Blood Knife sect had returned in disgrace almost a year ago. Given his relentless nature, he might challenge Qingyun again once healed. Without heavenly human realm cultivation, King would be no match for him. This was King's concern, but with the Penelopan sword formation, this worry dissipated instantly. Cultivators' recovery speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. With King's generous provision of celestial herbs, Ember's body recovered quickly. Having not had deep conversations for several months, King and Ember now enjoyed a honeymoon reunion that lasted 3 days and nights. To Ember's frustration, she found herself pregnant again. How easily I conceive, she thought. But seeing the uncontainable joy on King's handsome face, her worries vanished. If husband likes it, it's fine. However, with consecutive pregnancies, King might get lonely. That wouldn't be good. Ember wasn't selfish. Furthermore, along the path of cultivation, it was common for cultivators to have multiple Dao partners. Therefore, she approached King about recruiting more Dao partners. King agreed readily. He had been pondering how to bring it up to Ember. After all, the system for increasing offspring granted more rewards with more descendants. Relying solely on Ember, achieving invincibility in the fantasy world would take much longer. Having others share the burden would be beneficial. Thus, the news of the Qingyun sect patriarch seeking more Dao partners spread quickly, attracting many young and beautiful immortals. After all, Qingyun sect was a prominent sect with a profound background. Clinton was a renowned, heavenly human ancestor, formidable and incredibly handsome. Indeed, King's appearance was stunning enough to captivate Ember, who had been devoted to him for 100 years. Naturally, King didn't accept everyone. From the immortals who rushed to meet him, he selected dozens who met his standards and formed Dao partnerships with them. Being chosen by King made these immortals very happy. Another month passed, and all of them became pregnant with King's children. Just as he anticipated the talents of his new descendants, a disciple hurried over to inform him of something urgent. Honor of Blood Knife sect had returned. Moreover, he did not come alone this time. Honor rallied 3 allies, Dale, the patriarch of Puppet sect, Qin Xie, the head of Blood Killing sect, and Xiang Xinghe, the patriarch of Thousand Buddha sect, a subordinate sect of Myriad Immortal sect. All 3 were immortal longevity realm cultivators. Invited by Honor, They came together to Qingyun's sect to utterly annihilate King and divide Qingyun's sect among themselves. Upon hearing this, King remained calm, casting a faint glance at the small, glowing formation map in his palm, radiating a solemn aura. The 4 mystic swords were already positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. They awaited the arrival of the enemies to wreak havoc. Translation notes. Ensured the names are consistent with pinyin. Maintained the original tone and style, including narrative flow and dramatic elements. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Provided a natural and fluent translation in English, ensuring grammatical correctness. Kept the storyline coherent with previous content. ##### Chapter 3, Deception. 100 miles from the Green Cloud Sect's territory. Led by Honor, 4 figures were flying through the air on their magical artifacts. This time, to utterly destroy the Green Cloud Sect and avenge the sword strike he suffered a year ago, Honor had spared no expense in inviting 3 other immortals to bolster his force. Sect Berkeley, is everything you've said true? One of them questioned. Do you mean Clinton truly isn't at the immortal realm? But I've heard he drove you off with a single strike. Are you trying to lure us to our deaths? Gentlemen, I swear upon the heart demon Calamity that every word I have spoken is true. Honor vowed emphatically. Since being gravely wounded by Clinton's astounding sword strike, Honor had been recuperating within the Blood Knife sect, all the while fearing an attack. Given his century-long feud with Clinton where they were evenly matched, it seemed certain Clinton would take advantage of his weakened state to strike at the Blood Knife sect. But that didn't happen, leading him to speculate further. Clinton couldn't possibly be at the celestial human realm. After a century-long seclusion to break through, there was no easy feat like that. Reversing this conjecture explained everything. During the Green Cloud Sect's crisis, Clinton risked breaking his cultivation and struck hard enough to chase Honor away, but he must have been pushed to his limits. Clinton is a stubborn ascetic who immediately married his junior sister after coming out of seclusion, not seeking revenge or advancing his cultivation. Doesn't that prove he's nearly exhausted? Perhaps old age has clouded his judgment. As Honor spoke with conviction, Phelan, the era of the Thousand Buddha sect, interjected sarcastically, maybe he's just spring fever? Ha 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 ha. The surrounding elders laughed heartily. Indeed, we've also heard he's taken several new consorts. Once we breach the Green Cloud Sect stronghold, we'll capture them for some fun, one elder suggested lewdly. It's said his junior sister Ember is extraordinarily beautiful. Now newly wed, imagine what delights she could offer. None shall contest me, I must be first. The conversation continued as they neared the sect. Soon, the entrance to the Green Cloud Sect came into view. Which of you will lead the charge? Honor asked respectfully, unwilling to risk himself given the high cost of their presence. The others glanced at each other until Dale, the puppet sect Berkeley, stepped forward. With a sweep of his dark green sleeve, 3 puppets identical to him appeared before him. These 300 refined puppets are forged from meteoric iron over a century and infused with my life essence, making each as powerful as 1/3 of me. I'll start the assault with these puppets. Excellent. Whether Clinton is at the immortal realm or not, these puppets should be more than enough. Dale attacked alongside his puppets. The sky was filled with punches that battered the protective array, causing ripples and explosions to resound throughout the Green Cloud Sect. Within moments, the defensive barrier crumbled, leaving the sect exposed. Ha ha ha, looks like your suspicion was correct, one exclaimed. Clinton cowered away without even showing his face. He's definitely not at the immortal realm. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, Dale replied, ready to command his puppets again. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed overhead. All clouds vanished, revealing a massive sword tip near the blazing sun. Before Dale could react, a powerful wind pressure immobilized him. The descending giant sword condensed the air below into thick walls, trapping him. The tip turned fiery hot, glowing with intense energy. As the giant sword finally revealed itself, a behemoth-sized weapon covered in intricate ancient patterns loomed between Honor and the sect, creating an insurmountable barrier. With a thunderous crash, the sword pinned down Dale and his puppets, engulfed in a plume of smoke. The sword now stood menacingly between the attackers and the sect. Dale was instantly slain. The others stared at each other in shock. Let's finish him together, Enid snarled. He's exhausted after such a grand display. Right. Phelan agreed. We 3 can handle this. Good, hearing that, I'm ready. Honor clenched his fists, full of resolve. But in the next second, they all fled in different directions without hesitation. What nonsense. One strike killed a celestial human. Tell me, how is this not a celestial human? Maybe he's some out-of-the-body ancestor. Enid cursed mid-flight. Cheated by the Blood Knife sect into opposing Clinton. Clinton, we had no quarrel until Honor meddled. Phelan shouted as he conjured golden beads to fuel his desperate escape. Honor almost choked. How could they betray him so easily? Worse yet, his golden core realm left him far slower than the others. He could only hope Clinton was otherwise occupied. #### Chapter 4. Come and go as they please? You only have 1 sword, and we are 3 people. There's only a 1/3 chance I'll be chosen. The odds of escaping are still quite high. Rock watched the scene through the miniature Zhujian formation map and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do you think my Qingyun sect is some public restroom? Do you come and go as you please? Since you've come, leave your lives here. As Rock finished speaking, he waved his hand gently. The 3 remaining mini-swords on the miniature Zhujian formation map instantly transformed into 3 rays of different colored light, abruptly disappearing into the formation map. In the next moment, an overwhelming and solemn sword intent enveloped the entire 1,000-mile range of Qingyun's sect. The Zhujian sword formation was complete. At the Piaomiao sect, thousands of miles away. As a well-known large sect in the southern continent, the leader of Piao sect is an unparalleled out-of-cavity realm powerhouse. At this very moment, the mirror flower water moon 10,000 reflections mirror, responsible for monitoring fluctuations of true essence around the sect, began to tremble violently. The Rena was immediately alarmed. She placed her delicate hand on the mirror flower water moon 10,000 reflections mirror. After a while, when she opened her eyes again, a trace of disbelief and surprise was evident in her gaze. Thousands of miles away, there's a severe fluctuation of true essence. Such intensity, could it be two out-of-cavity realm powerhouses engaged in a death battle? Or could it be something else? Bring the sacred maiden to see me, take the 10,000 reflections mirror, and investigate. Yes. The Xuanhuan sect, located at the other end of the 1,000-mile span, reacted similarly. The leader of Xuanhuan sect is also an out-of-cavity realm powerhouse. In reality, she is a demon sect empress who fled from the upper world to the southern continent, cultivating the legendary lost skill called the 3 Bartolomeo times body to break through to the separation of spirits realm. This is now her third lifetime. She had safely passed her first 2 lifetimes while hiding in the southern continent. Now, this third lifetime is the most crucial one. Once her 3 Bartolomeo times body completes its third cycle, the cultivation from all 3 lifetimes will converge and fuse back into her original body, allowing her to effortlessly break through to the fusion of bodies realm and become a formidable cultivator. Unlike the Rena, she almost immediately identified the source of the disturbance. Innate spirit treasure? How could it be an innate spirit treasure? In the lower continent, how can such a treasure appear? The demon sect empress's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Innate spirit treasures cannot exist in the lower world, but the aura of an innate spirit treasure is unmistakable. Thus, only one possibility remained. Someone from the upper world has come. Regardless of whether it's those self-proclaimed righteous ones, or the old monsters from the demon Tao trying to take advantage, the innate spirit treasure made the demon sect empress feel a hint of danger. I can't just sit here and wait for disaster. I must find out what kind of innate spirit treasure it is, and who dared to breach the connection between the upper and lower worlds and descend here. Rock was unaware that his casual display had roused many hidden grand figures. All he knew was that the 4 old demons who came to provoke Qingyun sect had been dispatched with a single sword, effortlessly sent to the afterlife. From the perspective of the other Qingyun sect cultivators, Rock handling the invaders painted a different picture. Ember admired Rock wholeheartedly. Seeing her senior brother's strength, she turned into an adoring fangirl, practically bursting with stars in her eyes. The newly married brides and immortal maidens who were initially captivated by Rock's appearance became more serious after witnessing his profound cultivation and prowess. Their hearts, once restless, settled down, deciding to focus on bearing children. Second, third, and even more to earn a place in Rock's heart. As for the ordinary Qingyun sect disciples, their reaction was simpler and more direct. They cheered and shouted Rock's name loudly. At this moment, his prestige reached its peak. To Rock, dealing with these 4 old demons was an ordinary task, like cultivation or pregnancy, both fleeting moments. 10 months passed swiftly. It was time for Rock to gain offspring. This time, including Ember, 16 of his consorts gave birth, meaning Rock could receive 16 rewards at once. Rock was eagerly anticipating the outcome. Sure enough, as soon as the baby's cry sounded, the system notification and reward arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host has gained an offspring. After testing, this offspring lacks spiritual roots and innate talent. Overall score, 65 points. Celebrations. Host receives the following rewards, 9 turn golden pills x 10. Well, the first offspring had no special qualities and a low score. But it wasn't surprising. Although these immortal maidens were attractive with good figures and big hips suitable for childbirth, they weren't as impressive as Ember in terms of cultivation, talent, or looks. If Ember scored 95 points, these consorts would barely reach 80 points, rarely exceeding 90 points. Lower consort quality naturally resulted in mediocre children. But even so, the system rewarded me with 10 9-turn golden pills? That's incredible. When Rock heard about the reward, his originally lukewarm enthusiasm surged. 9-turn golden pills aren't just any common medicinal pills. The golden pill is every heart-moving realm cultivator's dream, helping them break through to the golden core realm. These pills are hard to obtain, and 9-turn golden pills are the best among them. Formulating 9 transformations, using such a golden pill for breakthrough makes the golden core realm foundation more solid, deeper, and offers greater potential for future achievements. In the southern continent, where most cultivators remain trapped in the 9th level of the heart-moving realm unable to form a golden core, one 9-turn golden pill can cause fierce competition. Qingyun sect only had one golden core realm cultivator, Ember. Just this fact shows how difficult it is to break through, but with 9-turn golden pills, the odds greatly increase. Before Rock could fully bask in his joy, another system notification sounded in his ears. Hashtag Chapter 5, Super Peerless Fairy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one descendant. Upon testing, this descendant has no spiritual root and no innate talent. Overall rating, 80 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving the following rewards. 2 Heavenly Spirit Bone Cleansing Pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one descendant. Upon testing, this descendant has no spiritual root and no innate talent. Overall rating, 55 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving the following rewards. 10 years of cultivation. 16 descendants were born one after another within this month. The worst reward was 10 years of cultivation, awarded to 10 of them, totaling 100 years. For the 9 transmutation golden pills, 40 were rewarded, meaning 4 mediocre descendants. There were only 2 Heavenly Spirit Bone Cleansing Pills, a type of heavenly miracle pill that King had never heard of before. Just by its name, one could tell it was incredibly powerful, and from the number awarded, it was clear its grade surpassed the 9 transmutation golden pill. Finally, King's specially beloved Ember did not disappoint him this time either. Ember gave birth to a girl with a water spiritual root who possessed the innate talent, rising moon over the sea, causing a celestial anomaly at birth. Her overall rating was an astonishing 96 points, higher than her first child. The system's reward was generous indeed. Besides 100 years of cultivation, it also bestowed upon King an ultimate innate talent, Hong Ming Dao Ti. Thanks to these rewards adding up to 200 years of cultivation, King broke through to the 9th level of Heart Movement Realm, then the 9th level of Golden Core Realm. He even bypassed the Celestial Being Realm which he had been stuck on for hundreds of years. King's cultivation rose all the way to the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm before finally stabilizing. Moreover, his mortal body, purified by the Hong Ming Dao Ti talent, could be described as reborn with a new vitality. Hong Ming Dao Ti, the first life form born in the universe at the dawn of creation, carried an incomparably fearsome reputation. It was an unimaginable innate talent for any mortal. Its countless benefits included the world Heavenly Dao no longer rejecting him, making Hong Ming Dao Ti the favored child of heaven and earth, with cultivation and opportunities far surpassing others. Additionally, it greatly enhanced King's physical strength, vigor, and endurance. With such a reinforced body, King was even more vigorous during the next month, impregnating all the fairies again. Ember was so angry she wanted to hit him but couldn't. After 3 pregnancies, she felt like a sow. What difference was there? Fortunately, King still had some conscience. He distributed 15 9-transmutation golden pills to his Dao companions, instantly dissolving any lingering resentment into overwhelming affection and happiness. As for Ember, who bore him 2 high-rated descendants, King could not be more generous. He gave her 1 heavenly spirit bone-cleansing pill. This divine pill cleansed her of internal impurities and healed hidden injuries sustained from bearing 2 children, leaving her skin whiter, smoother, and more radiant. If before she was a beauty rated 95, now she was a perfect, super peerless fairy. Additionally, with the help of the heavenly spirit bone-cleansing pill, Ember advanced further in cultivation, breaking past the limitations of her previous innate talent and reaching the celestial being realm directly. But 16 Dao companions were still too few for King now. So, he took out all remaining 9-transmutation golden pills and offered them as incentives to recruit more Dao companions. He promised that every successful candidate who conceived would receive 1 9-transmutation golden pill after childbirth. The appeal of the 9-transmutation golden pill was immense. Within days, news of Qingyun's sect leader recruiting Dao companions spread throughout the entire southern continent. Many fairies heard this and scornfully spat, thinking King's audacity outrageous. Some declared they'd rather starve and remain stuck in the Heart Movement Realm forever, never advancing to the Golden Core Realm, than apply to be his Dao companion. Some even rallied their close Dao friends to resist Qingyun's sect and King. Yet, despite the strong opposition, a vast number of female immortals gathered from all over the southern continent, driven by the desire for a 9-transmutation golden pill that could break past the Golden Core Realm. Indeed, great rewards attract brave souls, or beautiful women in this case. Among those who came, King identified 2 exceptionally high-ranking beauties with innate talents and ratings exceeding 98 points each. At the moment he locked onto them, their character information appeared before him. Yes, character information. This was a new feature unlocked by the multi-descendant system after King obtained 10 descendants, designed to help him screen suitable Dao companions. King looked at the 2 sets of character information, already marveling inwardly. Character information. Isabel. Cultivation. 9th level of Celestial Being Realm. Identity. Current Holy Maiden of Miao Miao Sect. Direct disciple of Miao Miao Sect's Jagger. Innate talent. Dream Reflection Body. Character information. Jayla. Cultivation. 9th level of Soul Separation Realm. Identity. Jagger of Xuanhuan Sect. Reincarnation of the Upper Realms Demon Empress of Luo Clan. Innate talent. 3 Bartolomeo's Body. Supreme Devil Body. Seductive Demon Constitution. These 2 were spies? Miao Miao Sect and Xuanhuan Sect, both major sects in the southern continent, larger than Qingyun Sect. A sect leader and a holy maiden both lured here? King was sure they didn't come just for the 9-transmutation golden pills. So why did they come? Was it because using the Immortal Slayer array map to kill those 4 old demons had drawn attention from these major sects? Interesting. King unconsciously stroked his chin. Unfortunately for them, things wouldn't go as they planned. Once they joined Qingyun's sect, after he successfully impregnated them, their loyalty might shift away from their original sects. Moreover, he was seeking high-quality Dao companions. Wasn't this perfect timing? Chapter 6. The Demon Charm Physique. Rock naturally wanted to keep the 2 exceptional ones, but he couldn't afford to let the others slip through either. He carefully picked over a dozen promising disciples who, due to limitations in cultivation techniques or lack of enlightenment, couldn't advance to the Golden Core Realm. These selected disciples would have potential for future cultivation, and their offspring would inherit stronger talents. After announcing the list, he had his disciples lead them to the main hall. Ladies, I am deeply grateful for your kind favor, Rock began. After choosing an auspicious day, we shall proceed with our weddings so that we can share the destiny of immortality. In the future, those who bear children will not be lacking in 9 revolution golden pills. The peak 9th stage Heart Motion Realm ladies were delighted by this, except for 2 who seemed less enthusiastic. Headmaster Qingyun, Isabel indeed came here to apply as a Dao companion. But I am the current saintess of Piao Miao Sect. If you wish to formally wed me, please prepare a dowry, which will be decided upon by the Piao Miao Sect headmistress. This was an excuse Isabel had thought up long ago. She had come on a mission to find an out-of-the-corpse realm expert. Seeing Rock's cultivation level clearly at the Celestial Being Realm indicated that the Qingyun sect might have hidden experts who needed further investigation. Rock knew she wasn't sincere, but he wasn't worried. If the 9 revolution golden pill didn't move her, he had other methods. He smiled and said, "Lady, your point is well taken. I'll immediately prepare a generous dowry to send to the Piamiao sect. During this time, please rest at Qingyun sect. Just as they finished speaking, Jayla, the headmistress of Xuanhuan sect, spoke up. Headmaster Qingyun, both our sects are major powers in this region. Joining as Dao companions is indeed a great honor. However, in one household, there should be a clear hierarchy. Her tone implied conflict was imminent. While Rock remained calm, Ember did not. This lady, since you will be marrying into Qingyun sect, you must follow the headmaster's command. Why don't we merge the disciples from Xuanhuan sect into ours? That way, there won't be two headmasters, eliminating the need to establish hierarchy. Despite having many Dao companions, Ember, as Rock's childhood sweetheart and first companion, was naturally the chief wife. Today, when selecting Dao companions, Rock also asked her to observe. Unexpectedly, things turned out this way. Seeing Jayla about to lose her temper, Rock hurriedly intervened. Haha, we will be family soon. No need to harm harmony. Princess Yun does make a valid point. Let's have a friendly sparring match then. Jayla hadn't expected Rock, a celestial being realm cultivator, to volunteer for sparring. The dark clouds on her face instantly dissipated, and she softly laughed. Headmaster Qingyun truly is a bold man. Very well. Turning around, Jayla headed towards the courtyard. Watching her retreating back, Rock chuckled. Just moments ago, she exuded the aura of a sect headmistress, now transformed into someone full of seductive charm, truly deserving of her demon charm physique. He mused internally. It would certainly be interesting to see what transpires between the sheets. Rock retrieved his personal treasure, the heavenly mystic sword, and followed Jayla to the square. He knew Jayla was at the peak 9th stage out of the corpse realm, one entire major realm above him. Without revealing the slaughter immortal sword, he stood no chance of victory. Yet he didn't want to injure her, risking any potential pregnancy, so he opted for the heavenly mystic sword instead. In this passage, Shin is better translated as mystic for consistency and readability in English. The rationale here is to provide a more fluid and consistent translation. Additionally, I have made slight adjustments to ensure natural flow in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. Facing each other on the square, Ember, Isabel, and the other ladies watched from the entrance of the grand hall. Jayla, without wielding any magical weapon, said, Headmaster Qingyun, take your best shot. Rock nodded. Very well, lady. Teach me. He then channeled true essence and performed the green cloud sword technique. A streak of green sword light dashed towards Jayla. Although this strike was of peak 9th stage celestial being realm caliber, Jayla didn't consider it much of a threat. With a casual wave, she produced a cloud of peach red mist to engulf the sword light, intending to dissipate it. However, as soon as they made contact, something felt wrong. Despite being merely at the peak 9th stage celestial being realm, Rock's true essence purity surpassed even her own. Ordinarily, such a sword light would be effortlessly deflected by her, but Rock's remained unaffected, continuing its trajectory. Ah! Jayla gasped and quickly sidestepped. Rock's sword light sliced past her, severing a piece of her sleeve, revealing her porcelain white arm. Hee, Headmaster Qingyun is quite eager, attempting to undress me. Do you plan to strip me bare right here? Jayla giggled despite her internal shock. Rock smiled and bowed. My apologies, my actions were out of line. Oh, then how do you plan to make amends? Suddenly, Jayla struck. A peach red mist arrow flew toward Rock's face. She attacked without warning. Her strike was already in front of Rock before her words ended. Watch out! Ember cried out from the grand hall entrance. Rock remained calm, his primal chaos Dao body making him highly sensitive to changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. The moment Jayla began to Ningjir Fa Li, gather her power, he sensed it. As the attack approached, Rock smiled and drew the heavenly Shen sword in front of him. A semicircular sword light flashed, deflecting the smoke. Note, Ningjir Fa Li is a term used in the original text which means gather her power. I have added it for completeness while ensuring the translation remains fluent. For better fluency and natural reading in English. Rock remained calm, his primal chaos Dao body making him highly sensitive to changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. The moment Jayla began to gather her power, he sensed it. As the attack approached, Rock smiled and drew the heavenly mystic sword in front of him. A semicircular sword light flashed, deflecting the smoke. Impossible. Jayla was stunned again. Her attack was meant to deceive, where the mist should bypass the sword light and enter Rock's nostrils. Rock's true essence was peculiarly potent. In her astonishment, Rock countered. Take this. Etiquette dictates reciprocation, so Rock retaliated. His sword flash reached Jayla almost simultaneously with his words. Her expression tightened as she ascended midair, evading the strike. Rock leaped into the air too, his sword flashing, enveloping Jayla in a web of light. Observers would think Rock had the upper hand. Though an expert in the out-of-the-corpse realm, Jayla did not fear Rock's offense. Instead, she kept defending and dodging, sensing Rock's true essence. Over 100 exchanges later, Jayla suddenly disengaged, landing in the square. Haha, Headmaster Qingyun, your prowess is commendable. Jayla is impressed. Rock landed gracefully and bowed. Your praise flatters me, lady. Hashtag chapter 7. Begin tonight. If one were to compare cultivation levels, Jayla was undoubtedly the higher. However, after their recent sparring session, Jayla discovered that King had a unique constitution, with pure true essence, ideal for dual cultivation as a Dao companion. She originally intended to find an excuse, suggesting they could be pure Dao companions without bearing children while she gradually sought out information on innate spiritual treasures. But it now seemed that King was fully qualified to be her Dao companion. So, twisting her waist and approaching him, Jayla reached out and touched his face. From now on, you're my Dao companion. We don't need to rush the wedding. Let's start our dual cultivation tonight. King smiled and nodded. Agreed. That suits me perfectly. He understood what Jayla was thinking, but wasn't worried about her taking control. After all, he knew it would be easy for him to boost his cultivation and quickly surpass her. Onlookers like Ember, Isabel, and others were taken aback. They hadn't expected Jayla, with her cultivation level and status, to agree so readily. Nevertheless, they could only congratulate them under the circumstances. That night, King commenced dual cultivation with Jayla. Using the xuanhuan sect's dual cultivation technique, Jayla absorbed King's spirit energy, marveling at its profundity, which could almost rival that of celestial beings from the upper realms. In return, Jayla didn't just reap benefits. She also imparted her dual cultivation techniques to King. They shared a blissful experience. Although King lost some spirit energy, it was no concern for him, as his Hongming Dao body could automatically repair itself. Learning new knowledge from this, King then practiced with Ember. Initially, Ember had harbored doubts about the number of Dao companions King had, but now those concerns were replaced with satisfaction. After a few days, King officially welcomed the rest of his Dao companions into his life, further expanding his lineage. Meanwhile, Isabel pretended to wait for news from Piao sect while secretly searching the mountains with the 10,000 flowers mirror. By now, she had thoroughly explored Qingyun sect, knowing the place better than its own disciples. Yet, the Xuxian sword remained concealed in King's storage ring, rendering her efforts fruitless. One day, while exploring the mountains, Isabel suddenly noticed someone practicing magic nearby, emitting a mysterious aura. Thinking it might lead to an innate spiritual treasure, she approached only to find Ember practicing Qingyun sect's techniques. Upon seeing Isabel, Ember sheathed her sword and greeted her warmly. "Isn't this Sister Xinming? Have you been comfortable living at Qingyun sect these past few days?" Isabel replied with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Lady Su. The environment at Qingyun sect is quite excellent." They exchanged pleasantries briefly before Isabel couldn't help but ask, "Lady Su, we've sparred before, but your magical power has become even more refined." Ember awaited this question. "I owe it all to the heavenly spirit bone purifying pill given by my husband. It not only purified my constitution, but also made my skin smoother." Isabel exclaimed in surprise, "Heavenly spirit bone purifying pill? Berkeley Bartolomean truly dotes on you." The heavenly spirit bone purifying pill was a priceless elixir, 10 times more valuable than the 9 transformations golden pill. While the latter only benefited heart-moving realm cultivators, the former was universally beneficial. Once it appeared in the cultivation world, it would be instantly claimed. Yet here was King generously giving it to his Dao companions. Recalling that Ember was King's childhood friend and first Dao companion, Isabel understood. Still pondering, Ember added, "It's just one pill. My husband still has many. When Jayla bears a child, she will definitely receive another reward." Isabel was shocked. A heavenly spirit bone purifying pill for just bearing a child? Not the 9 transformations golden pill. Ember laughed. "Each child's talent varies. Mine is water essence root, and Jayla's won't be far behind. Looking at Sister Ximing's constitution, there's a high chance of birthing a child with essence roots." Isabel was intrigued. As a saintess and the master's personal disciple of Piao sect, despite her esteemed position, obtaining something like the heavenly spirit bone purifying pill was unimaginable. Only the sect master had ever taken it, a result of intense effort by the previous master. Now, simply bearing a child for King meant a chance to acquire it. This seemed too good to be true. Thus, Isabel still harbored doubts, intending to wait until King rewarded Jayla first. Ember, sensing this, left without pressing further. She knew she had secured Isabel as another Dao companion for her husband. 10 months later, a batch of King's descendants were born. First was Ember's child, a boy with fire essence root and an innate talent for fiery sun-weaving flame. At his birth, a piece of the sun seemed missing, as if reincarnated within Ember. His overall score reached an astounding 99 points. The system bestowed 2 significant rewards, a Crimson Sun Sword and the Scarlet Sun Divine Technique. The Crimson Sun Sword, another innate spiritual treasure, excelled in elemental purity, enhancing fire-based techniques. The accompanying Scarlet Sun Divine Technique was a pure fire cultivation method. Reading through it, King realized this technique surpassed Qingyun sect's methods, greatly accelerating his future progress. Coupled with the Xuxian sword formation for group combat and the Crimson Sun Sword for individual duels, he felt even more empowered. Besides Ember, the other newly married Dao companions also gave birth. These peak heart-moving 9th layer cultivators produced children with better aptitudes, scoring over 80 points each, though none had essence roots. The system rewarded 59 transformations golden pills, 2 heavenly spirit bone purifying pills, and 200 years of cultivation. King's initial Dao companions, who had also borne children, received 150 years of cultivation. Together, the 350 years of cultivation directly propelled King to the peak of the soul out-of-body 9th layer, catching up to Jayla. Normally, advancing to this stage would have been difficult, but his rapid ascent was credited to his Hongming Dao body and the Scarlet Sun Divine Technique, boosting his confidence in future cultivation. With more Dao companions joining annually, system rewards increased exponentially, propelling him rapidly. King felt delighted, rewarding all Dao companions who bore children with a 9 transformations golden pill. He also passed the Scarlet Sun Divine Technique to Ember. However, one concern lingered. Jayla was 11 months pregnant but showed no signs of labor. Making time, King visited Jayla's residence. Chapter 8. The Saintess would be envious. "Angelica, how have you been feeling these past few days? Has the baby kicked you yet?" King sat beside the bed and asked Jayla. They looked like an old married couple. Jayla shot him a scornful glance and scolded. "Are you planning to cultivate with me again after I give birth? These past few days, didn't Paisley keep you company? Why are you thinking of me now?" King smiled apologetically. "Of course you're different from other Dao couples. How could I forget?" He wasn't wrong. Although his Dao mates all had exquisite features, only one had a succubus constitution. Jayla blushed with shyness. "You have some conscience." She touched her belly and said, "I feel my belly is unusually big. It's likely twins. Let's wait a few more days." These days, Jayla had been very happy. Practicing with King and absorbing his spiritual chi greatly aided her cultivation. She even showed signs of breaking through to the soul out-of-shell realm. However, after her belly grew, they ceased practicing together, and she eagerly awaited giving birth. Thinking about this made Jayla frustrated. To avoid disrupting their practice, she had used secret methods for contraception. She hadn't expected to get pregnant, indicating that she still hadn't fully understood King's special constitution. After spending some time with Jayla, King left. A month later, Jayla gave birth. Indeed, it was twins, 2 little girls. Moreover, both girls had exceptional aptitude, with spirit roots, spirit demon constitutions, and scored 95 points each. The system rewarded a set of 12 time formation techniques and 12 magic treasures, resembling the Emilionese zodiac animals. Additionally, there were 2 heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pills. Holding the twin girls, one in each hand, King beamed so widely his mouth nearly reached his ears. Wonderful. Great job, Angelica. With spirit roots, spirit demon constitution, they're great prospects. Jayla was quite surprised. You can tell just by looking? With King's level of cultivation, recognizing what spirit roots wasn't hard, but only demon cultivators would understand the spirit demon constitution. King seemed like a Taoist cultivator. This King couldn't explain, as he couldn't say it was displayed by the system. Oh, I just guessed. By the way, what does the spirit demon constitution mean? Jayla was speechless. He could guess without knowing its meaning? Everyone has secrets, and Jayla did not press further. After all, she hadn't revealed her own background to King either. The spirit demon refers to a demon cultivator with a spirit body. When achieved, they can freely transform into a spirit body, pass through mountains and trees as if they weren't there, and even penetrate human bodies. King was startled. So powerful? He sensed that these 2 daughters might be useful in the future. While planning for his children's future, King also bestowed rewards upon his Dao mates. He rewarded Jayla with a heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill and 2 9 revolutions golden pills. King then chose 12 Dao mates who bore children scoring over 90 points, granting them the 12 time formation techniques and 12 magic treasures, urging them to practice diligently. If battles occurred in the future, he wouldn't be alone. These 12 Dao mates, having consumed the 9 revolutions golden pills and advanced to the golden core realm, formed formidable formations against enemies. Even if those 4 demons revived and attacked Xuanhuan's sect, these 12 Dao mates could protect the mountain gate. On King's side, everyone was delighted, but Isabel felt anxious. She'd spent a year at Xuanhuan's sect investigating innate spiritual treasures, but found nothing. Miao Miao sect had not responded, implying the sect master wanted her to continue. She couldn't return to Miao Miao sect. Without Miao Miao sect's resources, her cultivation would be delayed. Meanwhile, Jayla had already received astounding rewards, including the heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill. Isabel considered offering herself to become King's Dao mate, but she had agreed previously that it needed approval from Miao Miao sect's master. With no news after a year of Xuanhuan's sect's gifts, how could she tell King? As she fretted, Ember came by. Shiming sister, try this rose honeydew I collected on Peony Peak. Isabel smiled. Thank you, sister. They sat down to enjoy the rose honeydew, but Isabel's spirits were low. Ember smiled gently, setting down the honeydew. Shiming sister, you've been here a year. What do you think of your husband? Isabel quickly replied, Xuanhuan's sect Berkeley's cultivation is swift, and he treats his Dao mates well. An exemplary husband. Ember smiled broader. That's wonderful. My husband has always had feelings for you, and talks about you daily. Isabel felt awkward. Thank you for the kindness of Xuanhuan's sect Berkeley. Seeing the moment was right, Ember added. Angelica gave birth to twins recently, and my husband is thrilled. He rewarded Angelica with a heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill and 2 9 revolutions golden pills. I heard Angelica feels she's about to break through to the soul out-of-shell realm. Soon, we'll have a high-ranking cultivator in our Xuanhuan sect. Isabel, envious, finally spoke up. To be honest, I want to be Xuanhuan sect Berkeley's Dao mate too, but Miao Miao sect hasn't responded. Isabel hesitated, glancing away. Ember laughed. Haha, Shiming sister, which sect do you prefer, Xuanhuan or Miao Miao? Isabel paused, then answered seriously, Xuanhuan sect Berkeley and Jayla are both soul out-of-shell experts, each matching Miao Miao sect Berkeley. Xuanhuan sect can rival 2 Miao Miao sects. If Jayla ascends to the divine soul realm, Miao Miao sect won't compare. Ember laughed again. Exactly. Wouldn't being Xuanhuan sect Berkeley's Dao mate surpass being a saintess in Miao Miao sect? Isabel was shocked, then enlightened. Why should I stay as a saintess? Would she ever get the heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill, even as sect master? No. How long would it take to reach the soul out-of-shell realm using sect resources? Forget reaching the divine soul realm. But marrying King, bearing a child with spirit roots, meant easily obtaining the pill and ascending to the soul out-of-shell realm. With Jayla's success before her, why hesitate? Isabel turned red with excitement and bowed gratefully. Thank you for guiding me. Ember helped her up smiling. Don't be formal. We'll be family soon. Chapter 9. The Wrath of Miao Miao Sect. A few days later, Isabel also became King's Dao companion. Thanks to King's exceptional capability in sowing seeds, she soon became pregnant. 10 months later, Isabel gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The elder was the brother, with wind spiritual roots and an innate talent called flowing wind and returning snow, rated at 92. The younger was the sister, with earth spiritual roots and an innate talent called immovable as a mountain, rated at 90. The system rewarded them with an auspicious beast, Zouwu, and a set of foodie array diagrams, accompanied by the 5 elements mountain seal. This was the first time King had received a living creature as a reward, so he hurriedly summoned it to take a look. Roar. With a deep roar, the auspicious beast Zouwu appeared in the courtyard. It looked like a white tiger but was only the size of a leopard. King read the system explanation again, and learned that this was a juvenile Zouwu that needed nurturing to grow strong. It didn't seem very impressive right now. He then examined the foodie array diagrams. They were innate treasures capable of deploying an array to protect several miles around. The 5 Elements mountain seal could be used independently as a magical treasure or placed within the array diagram to enhance its power. After some thought, King decided to give the Zou to Isabel and keep the foodie array diagrams for himself. Qingyun sect was delighted with these developments, but over at Piaomiao sect, chaos erupted. At Piaomiao sect's dreamy splendor hall, the Jagger Celia had a grim expression. You mean to say that our Piaomiao sect's holy maiden married the Qingyun sect leader and gave birth to a pair of twins? Celia asked, her tone sharp. The female disciple delivering the news dared not breathe loudly, trembling as she answered, Yes, Jagger. Humph. Celia let out a cold snort, pounding the jade bed beneath her fiercely as she stood up. Bang! The 1,000-year-old cold jade bed shattered into pieces, scattering jade fragments everywhere. Disciples nearby immediately knelt down. Left Guardian. Celia called out sharply, and the Left Guardian stepped forward. Jagger. Celia asked in a solemn voice, How strong is Qingyun sect? The Left Guardian replied, Qingyun sect's leader, King, once drove back Bloodblade sect's leader honor with a single sword strike, indicating he should have heavenly realm cultivation. He has a Dao companion named Ember, who is his junior sect sister and possesses golden core realm cultivation. Pausing here, the Left Guardian hesitated before continuing. Aside from Isabel, none of the others are worth worrying about. Hearing Isabel's name made Celia scoff even more. Humph. This time, I will crush Qingyun sect and bring that traitor back. Then, I will definitely cripple her cultivation. The surrounding disciples realized the Jagger was truly enraged, signaling an impending battle. However, it was also an opportunity. Anyone who could distinguish themselves might receive rewards. Celia scanned the crowd, satisfied with their reactions. She then mobilized most of the elite members, preparing to set out for Qingyun sect. Led by Celia and the Left and Right Guardians, over 100 disciples followed on various magical beasts to conserve their mana. Traveling 10,000 miles took just 2 hours. Upon arrival, the magical beasts were exhausted, but the cultivator's mana was still plentiful. That was one of the values of having magical beasts. Celia arranged for an assault on Qingyun sect's mountain protection array, and King quickly received the news. What? Piaomiao sect attacked us? King pondered for a moment. Don't panic. Pass my order to send out the 12 zodiac messengers to engage them. The messenger disciple took the order while Ember said, I'll gather the sisters to protect the sect. King nodded. Good. I'll call Xinmeng. Disciples rushed around inside Qingyun sect while the protective mountain array began to falter. Just as the array was about to be breached, Qingyun sect shut it down and sent out 12 Feifarans in formation. Seeing this, Celia waved her hand, halting the attack, and shouted coldly, Where is King? Come out and accept your punishment. One of the 12 Feifarans, holding a rat-shaped magical treasure, responded, Want to see our husband? You must pass through us first. Speaking, they activated their treasures, emitting colorful light with 12 auspicious beast projections swirling around in the air. Celia frowned. Since King sent his Dao companions, she felt it was inconvenient to engage personally. Who wishes to break this formation for me? I volunteer. I'm ready. Over 20 cultivators rushed forward to attack the formation. They were all 9th level Heart Motion Realm Feifarans. Though unable to advance to the Golden Core Realm due to talent and enlightenment limitations, they had spent more time researching spells and were the backbone of Piaomiao sect. To them, attacking a formation of equal level cultivators with double the numbers seemed easy. However, they were quickly proven wrong. Despite their efforts, the attackers couldn't even touch the 12 defenders. The 12 auspicious beast projections defended perfectly and even counterattacked, injuring several Piaomiao sect disciples. These disciples retreated hastily to take healing pills. That rabbit user in the formation, wasn't she the Black Phoenix from Peach Blossom Mountain? How did she become so powerful? Yes, that monkey user was once my subordinate, but now surpasses me in power. It's bizarre. Watching from afar, Celia sensed something amiss. By logic, King's Dao companions should all be at the Heart Motion Realm. Could it be that the rumors were true, and King had given them 9-fold golden elixirs? Impossible. Such precious elixirs being awarded for merely bearing children. It was absurd. Shaking her head, Celia ordered, all Heart Motion Realm cultivators, attack together. Following the Jagger's command, cultivators swarmed the defenders, putting pressure on King's 12 Dao companions. The one holding the rat-shaped treasure shouted, Sisters! Combined treasure attack. The 11 cultivators complied, activating spells and retracting the beast projections. Before the attackers could react, a massive monster emerged from the 12 Hours formation. With a deafening roar, the monster caused Piaomiao sect disciples to wince in pain, nearly falling over. As the monster prepared to wreak havoc, Celia exclaimed, Innate treasure. She couldn't believe the innate treasure that Piaomiao sect's holy maiden had searched for 2 years had appeared this way. Excitedly, Celia shouted, Left and Right Guardians, seize that innate treasure. Under her orders, the 2 guardians attacked the beast. Both at 8th level Heavenly Realm, they found it manageable against 12 Golden Core Realm opponents. So, Celia remained hands-off. Indeed, as expected, though the 12 held innate treasures, their cultivation and enlightenment were insufficient to unleash their full power. Under the Guardians' combined assault, the monster wavered. Chapter 10. Celia's killing move. At that moment, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept across the ground, followed by a tiger's roar as a white figure arrived like the wind. The newcomer was none other than Isabel, riding the auspicious beast Zou. Arriving on the battlefield, she summoned the Myriad Reflections Mirror and chanted the spell, releasing 10,000 feet of light that enveloped the left and right protectors of the Piaomiao sect. To the left and right protectors, the landscape before them instantly turned into a fiery hell. Mirror of Myriad Reflections. Isabel. They were too familiar with this spell and immediately attacked to dispel it. A red and blue light shattered the illusion. It wasn't that Isabel lacked the strength to suppress them. She only thought of their past camaraderie as sect mates and held back, rescuing the 12 Zodiac envoys. With one blow, Isabel forced back the left and right protectors, shouting behind her, "You retreat. I will deal with them." The 12 envoys, now exhausted, withdrew at once upon seeing reinforcement from an out-of-body realm cultivator arriving. Opposite, Celia's eyes blazed at the sight of Isabel. "Isabel, you ungrateful dog. How dare you still show your face to me? Bring her down."
Yes.
The left and right protectors lunged at her, each using their most potent skills. Isabel remained calm, urging the auspicious Sowu to move swiftly. In her hand, the myriad reflections mirror radiated light, deflecting the attacks of the left and right protectors, causing the Piao sect disciples to scatter in shock. Not only did the auspicious Sowu dart around the field, but it also occasionally roared, disrupting the concentration of the left and right protectors. Even the spirit beasts of the Piao sect far away bowed in submission, as if worshipping the king of all beasts. Celia watched in astonishment. Does the Green Cloud sect possess such an auspicious beast? It's 10 times stronger than my Bartolomean long horse. How could Isabel's cultivation have improved so much? Why can't the left and right protectors take her down? Celia couldn't help shouting. What are you waiting for? Quickly bring down that traitor. Hearing this, the left and right protectors gritted their teeth and used their ultimate moves. Jade Green Cloud Smoke. Snow in June. Isabel frowned. Why do you insist? Dreamy Flower Spell. Isabel stopped Sowu instead of dodging, then cast 2 spells with both hands. The dazzling lights penetrated through the attacks of the left and right protectors and struck them right in the face. In an instant, they collapsed as if drunk, lying on the ground asleep, snoring loudly. Out-of-body realm. You actually advanced to the out-of-body realm? Celia exclaimed in shock. She knew exactly the capabilities of her former disciple. Unless she gave Isabel her training sanctuary Jade Green Cloud Sea, it would be impossible for her to reach the out-of-body realm within 50 years. Could Daoxian Bartolomean have helped her? Thinking this, Celia coldly smiled. Isabel, it seems Daoxian Bartolomean has given you many benefits. No wonder you betrayed the Piao sect. Isabel politely bowed. Berkeley, when my husband presented betrothal gifts to the Piao sect, it was a formal marriage. Where is the betrayal? You? Celia stammered. This was clearly the excuse agreed upon beforehand, yet Isabel used it against her. But sending the Holy Maiden to the Green Cloud sect to investigate the innate spirit treasures was not a proud matter. Celia shouted, "Enough of this. Tell me what Daoxian Bartolomean has given you." Isabel smiled sweetly, her face full of happiness. "My husband not only gave me this auspicious Sowu, but also a heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly to the out-of-body realm." After promising to bestow a 9-turn golden elixir after having children, he rewarded those sisters who did, and I gained even more. The Piao sect disciples were stunned. What? This is the legendary auspicious Sowu? Too strong. Stronger than the master's spirit beast. Daoxian Bartolomean really gave those people 9-turn golden elixirs? It must be true, otherwise how did the 12 advance to the golden core realm? And those 12 treasures are innate spirit treasures. Their combined power is astonishing. Why didn't I get any? Realizing this, a Feyfarin suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, I am at the peak 9th layer of heart-moving realm. If I marry Daoxian Bartolomean and bear him children, won't I also receive a 9-turn golden elixir? Considering the strength of the Green Cloud sect, one more elixir wouldn't make a difference. Others around her realized this too, and began to think actively. Just then, Daoxian Bartolomean arrived, flying in on his Scarlet Sun Sword. Why does the Piao sect mobilize such force against our Green Cloud sect? If the Piao sect Berkeley doesn't give an explanation, I will not let this go easily. Before Celia could respond, a Piao sect female disciple shouted, "Lord Bartolomean, are you still recruiting Dao companions?" Bartolomean chuckled. "Of course, more is always better. More children mean more blessings." Another female disciple asked, "Is it true you reward a 9-turn golden elixir for each child born?" Bartolomean nodded with a smile. "Indeed, twins get 2 elixirs." Ah! A wave of screams erupted from the Piao sect ranks as over 10 people rushed toward Bartolomean. "Lord Bartolomean, can you consider me? I'm also at the peak 9th layer of heart-moving realm. My children will surely have excellent potential. Husband, accept me. I'll do anything." Seeing this, Bartolomean hurriedly nodded. Good. All accepted. He realized these were elites from the Piao sect, with the lowest being 6th or 7th layer of heart-moving realm. Taking them now would effectively strike a blow to the Piao sect's morale. Why not? As Bartolomean agreed, several more decided to join him. Watching this unfold, Celia was livid. "Daoxian Bartolomean, how dare you openly convert my Piao sect disciples?" Bartolomean laughed. "Everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot force matters. Who says cultivators cannot change allegiances?" Grinding her teeth, Celia glanced at the fallen left and right protectors and charged at Bartolomean. "I'll kill you." Bartolomean shook his head with a smile. If you want to apply as a Dao companion, I can consider it. Want to kill me? Impossible." As he spoke, the Scarlet Sun Sword beneath Bartolomean shot out towards Celia. Flying Fire Meteor. Celia narrowed her eyes. Perfect timing. 10,000 arrow blossoms. Celia unleashed the Piao sect's killing move. This move transformed her mana into myriad petals, each real and illusory. One slip up from Bartolomean, and he'd be hit. Moreover, Celia could freely convert the mana within the petals, making each one a full-strength strike. Chapter 11. Explosion in Midair. Rock, possessing the primal chaos Dao body, was extremely sensitive to the essence energy of heaven and earth. He immediately sensed the connection among the falling petals. At once, Rock changed his hand seals, causing the Crimson Sun Sword to halt midair before drawing another circle. Blazing heaven. With Rock's commanding shout, a torrent of flames burst from the Crimson Circle, surging towards the petals. Feeling the surging power, Celia was taken aback once more. "You've also advanced to the out-of-body stage?" This was strange. Wasn't it said that Rock had advanced to the celestial being stage after closing himself in the life and death retreat? How could he have become an out-of-body realm cultivator in just 2 short years? Moreover, the sword in his hands was clearly an innate spirit treasure. It seemed the commotion back then was indeed caused by Rock. But how did he come into possession of an innate spirit treasure? Celia thought for a moment. Rock must have just ascended to the out-of-body stage, making his cultivation unstable. She had long reached the 9th level of the out-of-body stage. Even with an innate spirit treasure, Rock might not be her match. Upon killing Rock and seizing the innate spirit treasure, Piao sect would rise even higher. Determined, Celia launched another attack. Dream-drunken flower. Jade green cloud mist. Snow in June. From Celia's hands came a barrage of spells from Piao sect, relentlessly crashing down on Rock. Unfazed, Rock deflected each spell with the Crimson Sun Sword. For every spell she cast, he shattered it, and the residual power from the Crimson Sun Sword still managed to retaliate against her. After a dozen rounds, it was Celia who was struggling to keep up. Watching from a distance, Isabel couldn't help but admire him. Was this really the husband she had chosen? He was incredibly strong. He could even overpower the leader of Piao sect. Celia was an absolute expert in her memory. Looking at Rock's Crimson Sun Sword, Isabel pondered. Was this the innate spirit treasure she had been tracking for 2 years? She should have known. Apart from Rock, who else in this region deserved to possess an innate spirit treasure? Isabel felt that marrying Rock was truly the best decision of her life. Meanwhile, Jayla, recuperating in the mountains awaiting childbirth, watched this scene intently. Innate spirit treasure. So it is you. Do you also have connections with the upper realm beings? Who could it be? Under everyone's gaze, Rock pressured Celia further, who found herself increasingly in peril. Celia silently lamented. How had she never heard of such exceptional talent like Rock before? If only she had known, she wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Marrying into such a powerful force would absolutely benefit Piao sect. Her mind wavering, her movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Rock unleashed his final strike. Whirlwind Fire Dragon. The Crimson Sun Sword emitted a dragon's roar, transforming into a swirling pillar of fire that struck directly at Celia's chest. Caught off guard, Celia could only use a protective spell instinctively. Boom. After the explosion, flames and smoke dispersed, revealing Celia once again. She looked utterly disheveled. Her cloud dream robe lay in tatters, revealing inappropriate parts and robbing her of her authority as the head of Piao sect. Ah! Celia screamed, turning to flee. Rock smiled faintly, beckoning the Crimson Sun Sword to block her path. Do you think you can leave just like that? Celia clutched her chest, glaring fiercely at Rock. What more do you want? Though fierce in appearance, her trembling voice betrayed her true feelings. Shaking his head, Rock thought, I didn't want this either. It's all because you pushed me into it. But what should he do with her? Just then, Isabel spoke up. Husband, may Shiming say a word? Smiling, Rock replied, of course. How do you think we should deal with her? Isabel glanced at Celia. The era of Piao sect shouldn't have led this attack. But since Qingyun sect's mountain protection formation was damaged and 12 sisters exhausted their true essence, there should be some explanation. In my view, Piao sect's leader should prepare ample gifts and visit to apologize. Rock considered for a moment. Alright, let's do as Shiming suggests. Celia, do you have any objections? To Celia's surprise, Isabel actually spoke up for her, and Rock agreed. In the cultivation world, defeated sects were often annihilated or absorbed during intersect battles. Forcing Celia to bring gifts and apologize seemed hardly a punishment. Celia blushed, saying, very well, Celia will personally apologize. Saying this, she hurriedly left for Piao sect. Several Piao sect disciples exchanged looks, with a dozen heading towards Qingyun sect to apply as Dao partners. The remaining half carried the injured guardians in a panic, chasing after their sect leader. Qingyun sect emerged victorious without any casualties, repelling the large sect Piao. Additionally, they captured several Feifarans. Rock inspected them and accepted them all as Dao partners. A few days later, they held weddings and then began planting seeds, awaiting harvest in 10 months. A few days later, the Rena and her guardians arrived with heavy gifts to apologize. Rock briefly glanced at the gift list before having the items brought inside. Celia offered some polite words, which Rock nodded to, accepting casually. Soon, the apology ceremony concluded, as if nothing had happened. Just as Celia felt everything went smoothly, Isabel called her aside. Walking through Qingyun Mountain, they gradually distanced themselves from the crowd. In a secluded area, Celia asked, Isabel, say what you want. Now, Celia felt extremely awkward. The woman before her was originally her disciple and holy maiden, but now, she was Rock's Dao partner, who easily defeated her. Isabel appeared quite relaxed. She smiled, Erichu. What do you think of Qingyun sect compared to Piao sect? Initially, Celia didn't take Qingyun sect seriously but now admitted, naturally, Qingyun sect is far stronger than Piao sect. Isabel added, a few days ago, those dozens of sisters became official Dao partners of my husband. Have you ever thought about finding your own reliance? Celia was startled. What? You expect me, the grand leader of Piao sect, to marry him? Are you mad? Isabel shook her head. Erichu still doesn't see the bigger picture. For today's Qingyun sect, Piao sect means nothing. Hashtag chapter 12, the southern continent's demon cultivators. Let alone the tranquil peak sect, even Jayla, the leader of the bliss sect, married into the green cloud sect, didn't she? Celia was taken aback again. What? Jayla also married King? Isabel smiled. Not only that, but Jayla has also given birth to twins for her husband, and now she's pregnant with a second child. The first time, her husband rewarded her with a heaven-nourishing marrow-cleansing pill and 2 9 circles golden pills. We don't know what the reward will be this time. Celia's mouth hung open in shock. Heaven-nourishing marrow-cleansing pill? Giving a pill like that just for having a child? Are you kidding me? Isabel continued. Of course it's true. Who knows, in a few years, Jayla might advance to the soul separation realm, and then you'll have no choice but to believe it. The soul separation realm was something Celia had long dreamed of reaching. Unfortunately, after cultivating for decades in the Tranquil Peak sect's holy land, Biao Cloud Sea, she still saw no hope. She had already begun to doubt whether it would ever happen in her lifetime, never expecting that at the Green Cloud sect, one only needed to bear King a child to achieve it. Celia was greatly shocked. However, Isabel wasn't done yet. The Bliss sect has a cultivation technique for dual cultivation, which can absorb a man's spiritual energy to aid in cultivation. After Berkeley learned it, he also taught this technique to Paisley and me, and now we are progressing very quickly, Isabel said. Celia was so stunned she felt numb. Won't King be drain dry? How can his progress be so astonishing as well? Isabel shook her head. Berkeley says his constitution is special. He can automatically absorb the Earth's spiritual energy to repair himself, suffering no damage. Celia nodded slowly. No wonder his magic power is so thick and pure. Seeing that she had made her point, Isabel took Celia's hand. Celia, your aptitude is better than mine. You'll definitely give birth to an outstanding child. At that time, not only will Berkeley reward you with a heaven-nourishing marrow-cleansing pill, but there will be other rewards too. You might even get an auspicious beast like my Zouwu. Celia subconsciously nodded, recalling the Zouwu she had seen that day. Its speed and roaring were awe-inspiring, and it was still in its juvenile stage with infinite growth potential, a perfect companion for a cultivator. Now, giving King a child could earn her such a beast. Celia was completely convinced. Alright, but what about the Tranquil Peak sect? Isabel smiled. It will become a subordinate sect of the Green Cloud sect, just like the Bliss sect. With the protection of the Green Cloud sect, who would dare bully the Tranquil Peak sect? Celia nodded. Fine, I'll go find King. Isabel was delighted. She had known since that day when she suggested Celia come apologize that this moment would come. She mimicked Ember's approach in persuading Celia. Now, successfully recruiting Celia for King, her position in his heart would undoubtedly rise. Isabel realized that even among King's consorts, there were rankings. She didn't dare dream of being first like Ember, but she wanted to be one of the most unique presences beside him. Celia, a senior of her own sect, no longer hesitated once she made up her mind and directly sought out King to explain her intentions. King, of course, agreed. With Celia's talent, she would definitely bear a good baby. He chose an auspicious day and accepted Celia, along with the Tranquil Peak sect's left and right guardians, and more than 20 Feyfarans who later joined them. 10 months later, Celia gave birth to a chubby baby boy. This child indeed showed extraordinary aptitude, with spirit root and an innate ability called Spring after Withered Wood, scoring an impressive 98. The system awarded the Essence Manual and a wooden spirit sword. The Essence Manual was suitable for those with wood spirit roots but could also be cultivated by others. It focused on nurturing the physical body and included many healing spells. King passed it on to Celia so she could heal during future battles. The wooden spirit sword was also an innate spirit treasure. King knew that Celia's original magical weapon was the Myriad Reflections Mirror, which Isabel had brought over to the Green Cloud sect along with her. So he bestowed the wooden spirit sword upon Celia and planned to give it to the child when he grew up, then finding a more suitable weapon for her. As the Green Cloud sect continued to grow, it eventually caused dissatisfaction among some people, or rather, a group of demon cultivators. At the southernmost tip of the southern continent, in the extremely Een region, there was a demon cultivator sect called the Engi sect. The leader of the Engi sect called himself the Victor and had always been the leading figure among southern continent's demon cultivators. One day, the Victor summoned all the demon cultivator sects from the southern continent to discuss a plan against the Green Cloud sect. Gentlemen, these past few years, the Green Cloud sect has become far too rampant. King destroyed the 4 Blood River demons, then annexed the Bliss sect and the Tranquil Peak sect. If this continues, he'll set his sights on us next. The other demon cultivator sects agreed. Yes, we should strike first. Let's wipe them out together. Divide their cultivators among our sects. Turn the men into puppets, the women into puppets too. We will follow the Engi sect's lead. Victor looked around, grinning. He knew these demon brats would not take any losses. None wanted to be the cannon fodder, but he had already thought of a plan. Ha ha ha, excellent. Since everyone agrees, this matter is settled. I am in contact with the Tian sect of the upper world and can summon a boundless demon treasure for assistance, though it requires a little help from all of you. Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators immediately perked up. A boundless demon treasure was equivalent to an innate spirit treasure and even better suited for demon cultivators, with more bizarre and hard-to-defend spells. Victor is truly formidable. But what kind of boundless demon treasure is it? What do you need from us? Victor smirked. I need 10,000 young men aged 18, all virgins, 40,000 young women aged 18, all untouched. Deliver them to me before the 7th day of the 7th month. When the time comes, you will see the true face of the boundless demon treasure. The demon cultivators began whispering amongst themselves. Finally, everyone stood up. No problem. Certainly. Victor laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Excellent. The day the boundless demon treasure descends will be the day demon cultivators unify the southern continent. From that day on, mass disappearances occurred across the southern continent. But no one could have imagined how terrifying the mastermind behind these acts truly was. They aimed to conquer the entire southern continent. Chapter 13. Blood Pagoda. On the 7th day of the 7th month, all cultivators of demonic arts from the southern continent, except those from the Joy sect, gathered at the Engi sect. The southernmost part of the southern continent was already an extremely in place, and today it was even more so with eerie winds blowing and dark clouds covering the sky. In the 10,000 pit grave within the Engi sect, 50,000 wooden stakes stood erected. Exactly 50,000 18-year-old men and women were tied to these stakes. Awaiting them was the most tragic fate one could imagine. At this moment, the Israel stood on an altar, waving a soul-guiding banner as he performed rituals. The demon cultivators from various sects all stared intently at the sky above the altar. In the sky, a black hole was gradually expanding, with flashes of lightning and rolling thunder coming from within. As the black hole expanded to match the size of the 10,000-pit grave, it suddenly generated a powerful suction force, causing sand and rocks to fly around within the pit. The Israel wildly waved the soul-guiding banner, shouting towards the sky, "Great demon god, please accept my most sincere offering." As the Israel performed his ritual, it seemed as if countless threads appeared between the sky and earth, connecting the 50,000 innocent lives to the black hole. The bodies of these 50,000 people collapsed at an alarming rate, their screams piercing yet gradually weakening. Within just 15 minutes, they had all turned into bones. At this point, the black hole in the sky had transformed into a sea of blood, endlessly churning. Soon, a massive human face emerged from the blood sea, looking down upon the demons below. "Lord Engi, you have done well." Upon hearing this, the Israel quickly bowed. "Greetings, great demon Lord Isaiah." Despite being called a heavenly demon, the Israel was only truly powerful in the lower realms. This giant face belonged to the supreme Berkeley of the Isaiah sect from the upper realm, the great demon Lord Isaiah. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the divided spirit stage, far surpassing the Israel. Most of the demon cultivators present were only at the celestial stage. Thus they dared not show any disrespect and all knelt in reverence. The great demon Lord Isaiah continued, "This 10,000 blood sacrifice must be repeated every 20 years. This blood pagoda is an ultimate demonic treasure. With its aid, we shall surely conquer the southern continent." Speaking, the bloody face spat out an object which fell from the sky and swelled with the wind into an 18-story blood-red tower. The Israel was overjoyed and immediately flew to receive the blood-red tower. As soon as his hand touched the tower, he received a divine message revealing the characteristics and control method of the blood pagoda. Using the method, the Israel retracted the blood pagoda, holding it in his hands. Looking up, the blood-red face had vanished from the sky. Holding the treasure tower, the Israel shouted loudly, "Fellow demon cultivators, follow me to crush the southern continent and achieve greatness in our demonic path." The demon cultivators cheered in unison, "Crush the southern continent. Achieve greatness in our demonic path." Laughing heartily, the Israel soared northward with his followers close behind. The other sects on the southern continent had no idea about the plot of the Israel. He led the demons to destroy 2 cultivation sects along with all wandering cultivators they encountered, turning them all into blood water that became sustenance for the blood pagoda. That day, King was sipping tea in the mountains when he suddenly felt a strong wave of power from the south, sending shivers down his spine. Is this an innate spiritual treasure? But something feels off. King flew into the sky to sense it better, but found the southern sky dyed blood red. South? Could it be demon cultivators? Just then, Carmen flew toward him, looking distressed. "Husband, Israel of the Engi sect has come with many others. The Joy sect is in danger." King's face darkened. "Engi sect? To dare touch what belongs to my Tao companion. I will make sure they don't return alive." Sensing the commotion, Ember, Isabel, and Celia also arrived in the air. "Husband, what's happening?" King replied, "Yinyu, you stay and defend the sect. Shiming, Yuni, follow me to fight against the Engi sect." Given the situation, ordinary disciples would be of little help and might even hinder. Even the 12 zodiac envoys wouldn't add much value. Thus, King chose only those at the soul separation stage to join him. Ember nodded understandingly. "Don't worry, husband. I'll ensure the sect remains safe." With a nod, King set off with Carmen, Isabel, and Celia toward the Joy sect. The Joy sect was surrounded by the Israel and his demons. Hundreds of low-level demons were attacking the mountain protective array. Israel and other leaders watched from outside. This Joy sect is a disgrace among demon cultivators, having allied with Qingyun sect. Israel summoned them to Engi sect. They dared refuse. "Let's destroy Joy sect today." Without Carmen, Joy sect has no resistance. Israel stroked the blood pagoda in his hand. With this ultimate treasure, even Carmen would be useless. His minions laughed, praising him. Joy sect was indeed in peril. Only one elder remained, desperately pumping energy into the protective array, but she couldn't hold out long against the overwhelming numbers. Fortunately, she had already sent a distress signal to Carmen using a communication talisman. The elder encouraged her fellow disciples. "Sisters, hold on. If the array breaks, we'll all be reduced to blood water by the blood pagoda, never achieving liberation." Thinking of the notorious blood pagoda made the disciples shiver, but they strengthened their efforts. Seeing this, Israel sneered. "Humph, desperate struggle." He threw the blood pagoda into the air, where it grew into a giant tower, enveloping the Joy sect's protective array. Chanting, he released countless beams of bloody light from the base of the blood pagoda, directly piercing through the protective array. Unprepared, the Joy sect disciples were hit by the blood light, instantly filled with overwhelming fear, fleeing in panic. The protective array broke immediately. The Joy sect elder was horrified. Is this blood pagoda so dominant? No wonder it destroyed 2 major sects so quickly. The Joy sect is finished. Just as she despaired, a loud shout echoed from the sky. "Evil heretic! How dare you slaughter innocents?" Relieved, she looked up to find not King but 2 Taoists standing sternly. They were none other than Wulong Taoist from the Clear Purity Temple of Wulong Mountain, who styled himself as the leader of righteous sects, and Ken Jessup. Though both were at the soul separation stage, they were probably no match for Israel. Seeing them, Israel sneered. "So it's you 2 old fools. Since you're here, join the Joy sect in death." Chapter 14. Rock, Run. Dovey pointed at the Nine demon and shouted, "Demon, do not be overconfident. Today, with my junior brother and I together, we will surely exterminate you." Jessup also yelled, "Nine demon, you are merely a defeated foe under my hand. Now, with these minor characters backing you, you dare to act so arrogantly?" His words made sense. Although the demonic cultivators had a strong presence, apart from the 9 demon who was at the soul exit stage, the rest were only at the celestial realm at most. As for the ultimate demon treasure in the 9 demon's possession, he did not view it as a threat, because their demon-slaying sword and devil-suppressing sword were both of the postnatal spirit treasures level. Furthermore, after being refined by successive generations of experts from Pure Clarity Monastery, their power should be close to that of pre-celestial spirit treasures. However, the 9 demon still did not take them seriously. The reason he went through great lengths to obtain the Blood Pagoda was entirely to counter Rock's pre-celestial spirit treasure. Humph, let you taste the power of the Blood Pagoda. Speaking of this, the 9 demon changed his magic seals, and the Blood Pagoda flew towards the two Taoists. Dovey and Jessup drew their swords and attacked the Blood Pagoda. Break! The demon-slaying sword and devil-suppressing sword pierced the shadow of the Blood Pagoda, then radiated with intense light, trying to pierce through the Blood Pagoda. The 9 demon pointed with one finger, transform. Suddenly, a red glow flashed from the Blood Pagoda, causing the demon-slaying sword and devil-suppressing sword to lose their luster and fall to the ground. Dovey and Jessup immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Ah, my sword. This. They were horrified to discover that their magical weapons had lost their spirit and turned into ordinary objects. The 9 demon laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, completely powerless. Seeing this, the surrounding demonic cultivators were delighted. If even Dovey, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, could be reduced like this, who in the southern continent could stop them? However, just as they were cheering, a surge of spiritual energy came from the horizon. Looking closely, it was 4 cultivators and a divine beast. The leader of the Joyful Union sect rejoiced. The sect master and the Blue Cloud sect master have arrived. We're saved. Dovey anxiously shouted, Rock, run quickly. Gather the righteous people and regroup. Of course, Rock didn't run. Instead, he landed right beside the two Taoists. Thank you both for your help. Please come to the Joyful Union sect for a short rest. After I slay these demons, I will toast to you both. Jessup hurriedly said, Oh no, you still want to slay demons? Look at my devil-suppressing sword. That Blood Pagoda is incredibly powerful. Rock saw that the famous sword, renowned in the cultivation world, was now in a miserable state. Hee, it's fine. I have a pre-celestial spirit treasure, so I am not afraid of that Blood Pagoda. Jayla giggled beside him. Both Taoists, please go to the back and rest. Watch my husband display his powers. Joyful Union sect disciples, seeing their arrival, came forward to welcome them. Jayla asked them to take the two Taoists away. On the opposite side, the 9 demon had already retracted the Blood Pagoda and looked at Rock, saying, I didn't expect you to dare come here. Well, it saves me the trouble of going to the Blue Cloud sect to find you. Rock glanced at the opposing formation and smiled. Looks like you've gathered all the demonic cultivators from the southern continent here. Perfect. I can wipe them all out at once. Hearing this, the demon camp burst into laughter, mocking Rock for overestimating himself. The 9 demon also laughed. Ha 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 ha. You righteous people really know how to talk big. Go. The 9 demon waved his hand, and the Blood Pagoda flew out, transforming into a giant pagoda that shot thousands of rays of blood light towards Rock and company. Rock's smile remained unchanged. He used his spells to summon the earth-suppressing array diagram. The 5 elements mountain seal landed in the 5 elemental positions, forming a gigantic shadow that protected Rock and others as if they were in an impregnable fortress. The blood light from the Blood Pagoda shone on the 5 elements mountain but was deflected aside. The 9 demon was startled. This is also a pre-celestial spirit treasure? According to his information, Rock's pre-celestial spirit treasure should be a sword. Seeing that the earth-suppressing array diagram was effective, Rock relaxed. He summoned the Crimson Sun Sword and launched a counterattack against the 9 demon. Crimson Sun Arrow. Rock struck hard immediately, the Crimson Sun Sword flying out of the earth-suppressing array diagram straight towards the 9 demon's head. Seeing this, the 9 demon manipulated the Blood Pagoda to intercept it. Transform. Once again, the Blood Pagoda emitted blood light towards the Crimson Sun Sword. However, the Crimson Sun Sword was a pre-celestial spirit treasure on par with the Blood Pagoda, rendering this move ineffective. The Crimson Sun Sword passed through the blood light and continued towards the 9 demon. Trouble. The 9 demon exclaimed in surprise, quickly drawing out the soul summoning banner, shaking it to transform into a massive banner blocking in front of him. When the Crimson Sun Sword collided with the soul summoning banner, a ball of fire exploded, sending the 9 demon flying hundreds of feet away. The 9 demon yelled, Quick! Attack together! The other demonic cultivators hesitated for a moment before attacking Rock, because if the 9 demon failed, they wouldn't fare any better. Rock would not let them off. In an instant, thousands of attacks surged towards Rock. Rock, seeing this, retrieved the Crimson Sun Sword and focused on defense. Jayla, Amanita, and Celia cast their treasures to help Rock defend. Seeing the demonic cultivators gain the upper hand again, the 9 demon laughed. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Then just wait for death inside that turtle shell. Go! The Blood Pagoda rose into the air again, emitting 10,000 rays of blood light, striking the earth-suppressing array diagram. Rock realized the key to this battle was the Blood Pagoda. Once it was broken, the remaining demonic cultivators would be nothing. Uni, are you willing to fight outside the formation with me? Celia nodded vigorously. I vow to follow my husband to death. Good. Rock held the Crimson Sun Sword in one hand and pulled Celia with the other, flying out of the array diagram straight towards the Blood Pagoda. The 9 demon laughed loudly. Ha ha, wanna die quickly? I'll grant you that. Seeing Rock and Celia fly towards the Blood Pagoda, the 9 demon intensified his control, and the Blood Pagoda emitted bright red light. Rock raised the Crimson Sun Sword without fear. Sky-breaking slash. The Crimson Sun Sword glowed brightly, transforming into a colossal sword that stabbed directly at the base of the Blood Pagoda. This was the ultimate technique from the Crimson Sun skill, immensely powerful, but leaving Rock unprotected during the attack. Therefore, Rock took Celia with him. Celia practiced the Essence Heart technique, which included healing spells. At this moment, she waved her hands, casting protective lights continuously on both of them. Spring returns to the earth. Revival of all things. Rock didn't need to worry about his safety, fully concentrating on driving the Crimson Sun sword, while cracks appeared on the surface of the Blood Pagoda. With this slash, with Rock's shout, the giant sword shattered, and the Blood Pagoda collapsed explosively. Chapter 15. Another innate spiritual treasure. Thorn let out a tangel and fell from the air. Correction. Thorn let out a scream of agony and fell from the air. Rock pointed his finger. Kill? The moment he finished speaking, Jayla flew out and cast a spell with a wave of her hand. Soul Annihilation. This hit Thorn dead on. He screamed once more as his body crumpled like a ragbag and landed on the ground. Then, a wisp of his soul escaped from his body. Lord Demon, save me. Waste of space. A voice echoed from the sky, followed by swirling dark clouds that revealed a gigantic blood-red face. Rock looked up. What is this thing? Jayla said beside him. It's a demon cultivator from the upper realm, at least in the separate soul realm. Isabel was visibly nervous. Separate soul realm? What do we do? They had just been through a fierce battle, and both Rock and Celia were significantly drained. How could they face such a formidable enemy? Rock smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'm here. The women present felt reassured by Rock's calm demeanor, but were curious about how he intended to deal with an expert in the separate soul realm. As the blood-red face in the sky twisted and transformed into a human form, descending from the clouds, Thorn hurriedly approached. Lord Demon, Rock's innate spiritual treasure is too powerful. I've done my best. Please, Lord Demon, kill him and help me reconstruct my body. I will serve you loyally. Titan Demon Sovereign sneered coldly. You incompetent fool, unable to kill even a cultivation sphere cultivator and destroying my Bartolomeumitless demon treasure. Why should I spend heavenly materials to rebuild your body for such poor performance? Thorn froze. Lord Demon, you? Before he could finish, his essence soul was sucked away and swallowed whole by Titan Demon Sovereign. Titan Demon Sovereign smacked his lips. Making me descend from the upper realm. This should be some compensation. He then turned to look at Rock. Use those few innate spiritual treasures in your hands to compensate for my blood pagoda. Rock laughed. Why did you leave the upper realm? It wasn't good enough there? Titan Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. You little brat, truly unaware of your limits. Let me show you what a separate soul cultivator can do. With that, Titan Demon Sovereign flickered, and two rays of light emerged from his sides, transforming into two identical bodies. Jayla muttered, two body outside transformations, at least at the 6th level of the separate soul realm. Titan Demon Sovereign was surprised. You know quite a bit. Rock glanced at Jayla, then back at Titan Demon Sovereign. Pity, 3 body outside transformations would have been better. Titan Demon Sovereign sneered. Soon, after dominating the southern continent and enjoying a century of blood sacrifices, I'll achieve the 3rd body outside transformation. The surrounding demon leaders cheered loudly, hoping to succeed Thorn and lead the southern continent's demon cultivators. Titan Demon Sovereign is mighty. Perish, you insignificant ones. Rock nodded. Indeed, I've recovered well enough. With that, Rock summoned the Jusian formation map and the 4 immortal slang swords. They flew out, slashing towards Titan Demon Sovereign's 3 bodies. Feeling the annihilating power, Titan Demon Sovereign was shocked. More innate spiritual treasures. Too close to dodge, he could only use protective spells. In an instant, the 2 body outside transformations were destroyed, and his true body was impaled with a gaping hole, nearly collapsing. Titan Demon Sovereign screamed and fled upward. Rock nodded approvingly. Very good. The last sword, Jushin Sword, flashed with lethal force, instantly ending Titan Demon Sovereign without a sound. The previously cheering demons fell silent, then hastily fled southward in panic. Rock didn't chase them. Stowing away his treasures, he waved. Let's go. We must thank the 2 Taoists who bought us time. Jayla giggled. Of course, the elixirs in my mountain won't be kept private. They'll all be offered to our guests. Laughing and chatting, they returned to Hagen's sect. Dovey and Jessup were astounded. How had Rock become so powerful? Eliminating Thorn was one thing, but defeating an upper realm demon sovereign, a separate soul realm powerhouse? And with such ease, they quickly bowed as Rock approached. Thank you, Supreme Lord of Qingyun sect, for eradicating the demons. Otherwise, the southern continent would have been in peril. Rock smiled. No problem, it's nothing much. I appreciate the effort of the 2 Taoists. This Hagen sect belongs to my spouse, and is under the jurisdiction of Qingyun sect. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to Hagen sect's cave residence where a banquet was set up to celebrate the victory. But things weren't over yet. Rock proposed mobilizing righteous cultivators to launch a counterattack against the remaining demons. Despite the severe defeat, only Thorn had died. They might regroup and strike again. Preemptive action was crucial. So, they took advantage of this opportunity to eliminate these demons completely. Dovey and Jessup agreed with Rock. They went back and rallied small and large sections. Eventually, everyone unanimously chose Rock as their leader to attack the south. Led by Rock, the demons were no match. The major and minor demonic sects were eradicated, with only a few demons escaping to the sea. Through this battle, the southern continent cultivators witnessed Rock's prowess and acknowledged him as their worthy leader. From then on, Qingyun sect became the recognized premier sect of the southern continent. Winter turned to spring, and the harvest season arrived again. Ember and others gave birth once more. This time, Ember bore a girl with a golden root, an innate talent named 100 refinements into gold, scoring 93 points. The system rewarded an innate spiritual treasure, the Qinhuan Creation Furnace, and a refining manual Rushu by Bing Pu. Rushu's 100 Weaponry Manual. Rushu, a legendary ancient golden deity, made this refining manual extraordinary. However, with his current level, Rock could only refine ordinary postnatal spiritual treasures. Still, this was sufficient. Many of his partner's treasures needed improvement. Refining new ones for them would also accumulate experience in crafting. Xuanhuan Creation Furnace was a top-level refining furnace, matching the level of Rushu by Bingpu. At present, Rock couldn't fully utilize its capabilities. Chapter 16. The Ice Beauty. Jayla, Isabel, Celia, and others also gave birth to children with excellent aptitudes, and the system rewards were very generous. Among these rewards were 2 types of pills that Rock had never received before. The first was the Rejuvenation Pill, a healing pill effective for both internal and external injuries. Its effects were equivalent to 1 month of meditative healing. In future battles, in addition to relying on Celia's healing spells, they now had another option. The second was the Spirit Restoring Pill, used to replenish mana. If Rock had had this pill during his confrontation with Dusty, he wouldn't have needed to stall for time. He could have immediately restored his mana and activated the Zuxian formation map. Rock kept these 2 types of pills with him as a precaution. Other rewards such as the 9 turns golden pill, heavenly spirit washing bone pill, cultivation techniques, and magical weapons were bestowed upon his Dao companions. After this abundant harvest, Rock allowed Ember and the others some rest, deciding not to have more children temporarily. He found that even though the heavenly spirit washing bone pill nourished their bodies, it couldn't completely repair the damage caused by childbirth. Consequently, the evaluations of this new batch of children had slightly declined. Thus, Rock wanted them to focus on cultivation for a while, which would enhance their abilities and heal their bodies. Time was on their side after all. However, Rock didn't need to work hard on cultivation since taking wives and having children was his path of practice. Therefore, he resumed recruiting Dao companions across the entire southern continent. Western continent, Blood Demon Sect. The upper realm sent word that something has changed in the southern continent. The En Extreme sect in the utmost En region was utterly wiped out. The Era Amrit spoke calmly, a smile on his face. Kin Blood Madness eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, so the utmost En region in the southern continent is now unclaimed territory. Amrit nodded. Yes, our superiors suggest we take control of that area. Beside him, Kin Bloodslaughter asked, who wiped out the En Extreme sect? What is their strength? And, weren't there members of the En Extreme sect in the upper realms? What are their opinions? Amrit smiled. Kin Bloodslaughter was indeed clever, considering everything comprehensively. Our superiors mentioned that the person who destroyed the En Extreme sect is named Rock. He only has the cultivation of the first layer of out-of-the-body realm. He wields a netherworld treasure, which killed the En Extreme sect's members in the upper realm. Blood Madness exclaimed in shock. What? He killed everyone from above? Bloodslaughter followed up. Was Rock injured? Amrit shook his head. No, he instantly killed the Dusty. Bloodslaughter drew a sharp breath. Such a powerful netherworld treasure? Amrit laughed. No need to worry. I've said before that it's only that netherworld treasure that's formidable. We can start by targeting this treasure. Bloodslaughter and Blood Madness asked in unison, how? Amrit replied, I heard that Rock is promiscuous and lustful, already having over 100 Dao companions but still recruiting more. Let's send someone undercover to steal his netherworld treasure. This person should be unknown, preferably one who has been in seclusion, absolutely loyal and with sufficient strength. Bloodslaughter smiled. Oh, our Blood Demon sect happens to have such a person? Amrit nodded. Yes, the Ice Beauty. She has been practicing alone for years. It's time to put her to use. Far away in the southern continent, Rock was unaware that someone had planted a spy among his Dao companions. But he didn't worry because he could use the system to check information about those applying. In the main hall of the Azure Cloud sect, Rock sat at the top, examining the candidates chosen by Ember and others, Faefarans with superior cultivation, looks, and figures. He reviewed their information and made final selections. Suddenly, Rock noticed an unusual woman. Everyone else looked at him with anticipation, but she remained coldly indifferent, like a statue. Unfamiliar observers might think she had been standing there for years. Rock checked her information. Name, Ashley. Cultivation level, 9th layer of out-of-the-body realm. Identity, disciple of the Blood Demon sect. Natural talent, pure En body. Rock was astonished. The Blood Demon sect was no small sect. An ordinary disciple reached the 9th layer of out-of-the-body realm? Moreover, possessing a pure En body, she was clearly extraordinary, yet just an ordinary disciple? After some thought, Rock decided to accept her temporarily and investigate the Blood Demon sect later. He announced that everyone passed the selection. The Faefarans were delighted, but Ashley showed no reaction, following the Azure Cloud sect disciples with a blank expression. Rock shook his head and left to gather information. A few days later, Rock received news. This Blood Demon sect is actually from the Western continent. No wonder. Jayla nodded. I was also puzzled. Apart from the Harmony sect, all other demonic sects in the southern continent have been eradicated. Where did this Blood Demon sect come from? Ember asked, Husband, how do you plan to handle Ashley? Do you need us to assist? Rock smiled. This time, you don't need to help. I can deal with her myself. But the ceremony will be delayed for a few days. Ember and Jayla exchanged glances, realizing Rock intended to accept this woman but couldn't figure out his plan. Nevertheless, Rock didn't explain, instead rubbing his beard, clearly strategizing. Ember and Jayla had no choice but to leave and not disturb him. Several days later, Rock held the ceremony with Ashley and others, officially becoming Dao companions. However, Rock intentionally avoided living with Ashley initially and focused on others. Ashley had no reaction and continued practicing alone. The next day, Rock summoned over 100 Dao companions, including the new ones like Ashley, to the main hall. 2 long tables stood in the hall, with everyone lining up on either side. Someone keen-eyed immediately asked Rock, Husband, have the magical weapons been completed? Rock smiled. Bartolomeotl Bartolomeunger is indeed smart. Walking to her, he took out a fan-shaped magical weapon from his storage ring. This is for you. Do you like it? Upon seeing the fan, Bartolomeonger's eyes lit up. She snatched the fan, inspecting it from all angles. I love it. Absolutely love it. ##### Chapter 17. The Grandeur of Tyler. The fan-shaped magical treasure was crafted by Tyler using the Heaven-Earth Creation Furnace. Although the diagram he used was just the lowest level from the Rushio by Bing Pu, Rushio's 100-weapon scroll, it was still a fine piece of postnatal spirit treasure, far superior to what Xiao Bartolomeonger had been using previously. The sisters standing nearby watched enviously as they gathered around for a closer look. Tyler smiled and said, "No need to worry. Everyone will have one." As he spoke, he took out various magical treasures from his storage ring and placed them sequentially on the desks in front of each woman. Each item was of similar quality and suited to their individual cultivation techniques, satisfying all the Dao companions present. Of course, Ashley also received one, a small dagger. Though it required minimal material, it contained high-quality heavenly elements, making it an excellent postnatal spirit treasure. Ashley immediately fell in love with it, drawing the dagger and testing it a few times. She found it extremely comfortable to use. The blade was made of 1,000-year-old cold iron, ideal for channeling icy cold magical power. Its sheath was crafted from mermaid scales, providing a shape-shifting function that made it inconspicuous when carried. While large-scale treasures could be stored in a spatial ring and retrieved during combat, wearing a weapon directly on the body could mean a split-second advantage, which could be crucial in battles between experts. This dagger even rivaled her lifelong companion, the Cold Beauty Blade. In the Western continent, such powerful treasures were typically only owned by elders and protectors, but here they were distributed like wholesale items. Even the newly initiated Dao companions received these treasures. Tyler was indeed very generous. After receiving their treasures, the Dao companions left the hall one by one to find places to study their new magical artifacts. Ashley also silently walked out of the hall, finding a secluded area to practice. To her surprise, the more she used it, the more adept she became with the dagger. She couldn't help but think that this treasure was perfectly suited for an assassin. Was this Tyler's subtle hint? Did he suspect something? However, she wasn't too worried because she never intended to assassinate Tyler. Her mission was solely to steal the primordial spirit treasure. That night, Ashley approached Tyler herself, initiating her plan. "Husband, I find this dagger a bit difficult to handle. Would you spar with me?" Tyler was surprised, not by her request for sparring or the fact that she was speaking, but by how beautiful her voice sounded, cold yet gentle, like a cool night breeze under the moonlight. He thought it would be a waste if she didn't speak more often. Smiling inwardly, he replied, "Sure, since I refined this treasure, I can give you some pointers." With that, Tyler took out the Scarlet Yang sword and stepped into the courtyard. It was indeed a primordial spirit treasure. Ashley nodded, drew her dagger, and lunged at Tyler. Her cultivation technique specialized in concealment and control of her aura, with attacks designed to be unpredictable and hard to defend against. When she attacked, Tyler felt as if the Ashley before him vanished, replaced by dozens of icy gusts surging toward him. But Tyler knew this was an illusion, so he closed his eyes and relied on his divine senses. Clang! The Scarlet Yang sword met the dagger midair. The sword emitted a scorching red glow while the dagger radiated a chilling blue light. Startled, Ashley had expected Tyler to use a wide-area defensive spell or focus on protecting himself. Instead, he mirrored her strategy by striking directly with a magical weapon. Despite being impressed by Tyler's strength, Ashley did not lose heart and continued circling him, using illusions to interfere with his perception while attacking from various angles. Yet, Tyler always managed to locate her true form and counter her moves. After several rounds, Ashley couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. She paused. "You are very strong," she admitted, her voice still icy but now filled with admiration. Tyler nodded. "Your cultivation is solid, and your techniques are quite pure, but there are some issues. First, you're not proficient with this magic weapon. Infusing magic power too early exposes your position. Also, your hiding technique isn't sophisticated enough. True concealment should blend rather than isolate. Bartolomeo, a drop of hot oil on calm water, or a block of ice in chaotic wind. Your aura, though well hidden, stands out against the background. Additionally, your cultivation technique damages you over time. If you can't achieve a killing blow, prolonged combat will destabilize your magic power." Tyler calmly pointed out Ashley's weaknesses, deepening her admiration for him. She hadn't realized that just a brief duel could reveal so much about her. Her technique did indeed have flaws, which she was aware of, but it suited her physique better than other stable methods, giving her superior strength in exchange for daily rigorous training in extreme cold environments. She accepted this mission because the Blood Demon sect promised to allow her to cultivate in the southern continent's utmost region if she succeeded. This would greatly enhance her cultivation, possibly advancing her to the spirit separation stage. There was even a chance she might catch the attention of higher realms immortals, becoming their disciple. Unbeknownst to Ashley, before distributing the magical weapons, Tyler had also generously handed out cultivation techniques. Although these were rewards for those without spiritual roots from the system, they were still top-notch methods in the lower realm. Having studied numerous advanced techniques recently, Tyler's discernment was unparalleled. Hence, he immediately identified Ashley's shortcomings. Among the techniques, one perfectly suited her. "I have the Wind Spirit Great Law, closely aligned with the Tao of nature. It includes various concealment spells that suit you perfectly." Speaking, Tyler recited the entire Wind Spirit Great Law. Ashley was astonished. This technique was more profound than hers and equally suitable for her constitution. As Tyler claimed, the concealment spells were superior to what she had learned. Initially, she had obtained her current technique after swearing an oath to the Heart Demon, vowing to self-destruct if she betrayed the sect. But from Tyler, it was as simple as attending a wedding ceremony to receive such a valuable technique. A long-lost emotion called moved stirred within Ashley. Tyler added, It happens to be a full moon tonight. Let's start your cultivation now. Chapter 18. Your fate depends on me, not heaven. Rock's reasoning made sense. Being of a pure in constitution, Ashley could benefit greatly from absorbing the lunar essence tonight. Ashley thought it best to cultivate first, and find another excuse later to view that innate spiritual treasure. After all, the Omrit had not set a time limit. All right. With that agreement, she leaped onto the roof and began practicing the Wind Spirit Great technique under Rock's guidance. The lunar power entered her body, transforming into a new force via the Wind Spirit Great technique, flowing gently like a breeze within her. Ashley felt her usually cold body become light and airy. Indeed, this was a superior cultivation method. She instantly perceived its subtleties. If she continued practicing, it would surely help her advance to the divided soul realm. She suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to be at Xuanhuan sect and to have met Rock. How wonderful it would be if such days could last forever. A smile graced the corners of Ashley's lips. Suddenly, a mysterious force erupted within her. She cried out in pain, almost falling off the roof. Rock quickly caught her. Qingqiu, what's wrong? Ashley's face, already very pale, now lacked all color. Heart demon vow. I'm sorry. I deceived you. Ah. Ashley's body stiffened, trembling violently as vast amounts of mana flowed out of her. Rock clenched his teeth in anger. Blood demon sect, I will destroy you. Ashley gasped. You know? In truth, Rock knew not only about the blood demon sect but also about the heart demon vow. It was a method used by demonic cultivators to control their subordinates. They would make them swear by heart demons and then implant a demon seed. Once the person broke their vow or even harbored such thoughts, the consequences would unfold. Moreover, the swearer had no control over it. Due to the mysterious and domineering nature of the heart demon vow, the Omrit believed Ashley to be absolutely loyal. However, Rock viewed such methods as despicable. Qingqiu, what did you swear to? Ashley struggled to reply. If I betray the sect, I will ruin my own cultivation. Rock frowned, thinking of a solution. At this point, Ashley had accepted her fate, ceasing resistance against the demon seed's influence. Although her mana drained faster, she felt oddly more comfortable. This blood demon sect's cultivation, I can do without. If I lose my cultivation, I can rebuild it. This Wind Spirit Great technique trains much faster. In the future, I will sincerely be your Tao companion. Hearing this, Rock's heart felt as if it were being sliced by 1,000 knives. No. You are my Tao companion, and your fate depends on me, not heaven. A heart demon vow means nothing. Watch me destroy it. Determined, Rock intruded his consciousness into Ashley's body. This was extremely dangerous because the demon seed was erupting, likely polluting his consciousness upon entry. But Ashley had no strength left to resist, only praying silently. Heavenly deities, please protect my husband. I, Ashley, would rather face endless calamities. On Mount Xuanhuan, beneath the full moon, a man with a solemn expression held a woman who shed tears on his chest. Inside Ashley's body, a fierce battle raged. Rock's consciousness found her mana uncontrollably surging outward, pushing against him. He defended while searching for the demon seed. Even an expert at the fusion stage would be helpless against a heart demon vow. But Rock, with his primordial Tao body, could sense this force. He cautiously directed his consciousness toward the demon seed. As he approached, the curse grew stronger. Ashley's mana gushed out, resisting his consciousness. Their realms were comparable, but Rock's consciousness was purer, enabling him to reach the demon seed despite the overwhelming pressure. Through his consciousness, he saw the demon seed, a continuously shifting black sphere forcing her mana out while destroying her meridians. If this continued, Ashley would lose all her mana and have severed meridians, rendering her unable to cultivate even with the Wind Spirit Great technique. Infuriated by the dark seed, Rock shouted, "Malignant thing, get out!" His consciousness enveloped the demon seed, extracting it from Ashley's body. Instantly, his consciousness returned, bringing the seed with it. Ashley suddenly felt lighter, only to notice Rock's complexion fluctuating between black and white. Ah, husband. Why did you do something so foolish? Unfortunately, Rock couldn't respond. He focused entirely on suppressing the demon seed within himself. Inside him, the seed became active again, destroying his meridians. Rock activated the Crimson Sun Divine technique, mustering all his mana to crush the seed. However, its force was too bizarre, always defying his attacks. Rock expended much mana, which the seed pushed back outside his body. In this critical moment, Rock remained calm. There must be a way, some method to destroy it. After all, this was just a spell cast by a phantasmal body stage demon cultivator. As Rock's mind calmed, celestial energy poured into him, transforming into peculiar mana that flooded over the demon seed. Unable to resist, the seed shrunk and vanished. Rock sighed deeply, opening his eyes. Such was the profundity of the primordial Tao body. Fortunately, he obtained this constitution first. Otherwise, he would have been ruined. Husband, you scared me. Seeing Rock was fine, Ashley burst into tears, throwing herself at him. The former Ice Queen now sobbed uncontrollably. Rock comforted her for a long while before soothing her emotions. When Ashley recovered, she felt immensely embarrassed, lowering her head shyly. Rock glanced at the moon, then spoke. Your pure in constitution suits in cultivation techniques, but balancing yin and yang can repair injuries. Ashley looked up. Balancing yin and yang? Rock nodded. Yes, through dual cultivation. Ashley blushed, hiding her head in Rock's chest. Thinking about that now? Rock laughed. Dual cultivation can indeed repair your injuries now. Ashley, alright. Translation complete. The story continues naturally and maintains the original structure and style. Chapter 19. The Diverging Spirit Realm. Rock, seeing that Ashley had agreed, took out 2 revitalizing spring pills and 2 spirit restoring pills. Both of their meridians had suffered damage, and their mana reserves were significantly depleted. so each of them consumed 2 pills. Then they returned to the room and used the dual cultivation method to harmonize the effects of the medicine and repair their injuries. Ashley followed Rock's guidance and absorbed his spiritual energy, immediately feeling the wonderful benefits of dual cultivation. Rock's spiritual energy was incredibly pure. A sudden thought flashed in Ashley's mind. Rock is simply a holy land for cultivation. After this incident, not only did Ashley preserve her 9th level astral projection realm, but her progress also accelerated greatly after practicing the Great Wind Spirit technique. Advancing to the Diverging Spirit realm seemed imminent. However, Rock advanced to the Diverging Spirit realm first. 10 months later, Ashley gave birth to a daughter with wind spirit roots and an innate talent called Flowing Wind Without Shadow, scoring 91 points. The system rewarded her with a century's worth of cultivation experience and a century cultivation pill. The century's worth of cultivation allowed Rock to ascend to the Diverging Spirit realm and directly reach the second layer. But Rock did not consume the century cultivation pill himself. Instead, he gave it to Ember. At present, Rock's 4 partners who had attained the astral projection realm were Erilyn, 9th level astral projection, Clarice, 1st level astral projection, Celia, 9th level astral projection, Ashley, 9th level astral projection. However, Ember, who had been with Rock the longest, was only at the 1st level celestial human realm. Now that such a valuable pill was available, it naturally should go to Ember first. While top-tier cultivators within a sect were important, Rock estimated that a century's worth of cultivation would likely only advance him 1 or 2 layers. If it were a millennium's worth of cultivation, he might have considered taking it himself. As for his 3 9th level astral projection partners, they might break through within this year or next and wouldn't need the pill as much. Ember was almost unable to believe it when she received the pill, as it was entirely beyond her understanding. But since it came from Rock, she didn't hesitate and immediately consumed it. The effect was immediate. Ember immediately ascended to the peak of the 9th level celestial human realm. With her natural aptitude and cultivation technique, advancing to the astral projection realm seemed just around the corner. The Qingyun sect was very pleased with this turn of events, while the Blood Demon sect on the western continent felt extremely frustrated. Let's rewind 10 months. The Blood Demon sect's leader, Amrit, was extremely angry. Ashley betrayed the Blood Demon sect. Bloodmad and Bloodslayer shot up instantly. What? How could that be? They couldn't understand. Ashley was bound by the Heart Demon Oath, and once the Blood Demon sect succeeded, she could cultivate in the South Continent's extremely Een area. What reason could Ashley possibly have to become a cripple and betray the sect? Amrit sneered. I don't know why she betrayed the sect, but the demon seed I planted has disappeared. It can't possibly be broken, right? Bloodmad and Bloodslayer shook their heads vigorously. In the lower realms, no one could break the Heart Demon Oath. Even in the upper realms, only those at the Cavernous Void realm could achieve such a feat, and neither Ashley nor the Qingyun sect could possibly have connections to such mighty figures. Bloodmad asked, Leader, what do we do now? Rock has that innate spiritual treasure. How are we supposed to attack? Amrit thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. That Shantanling ball, however powerful, can only be used in one location. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it's better to use location instead of place. Rock, no matter how strong, is still only one person. If we unite forces and attack from 2 directions, what will happen? The Qingyun sect has 2 subordinate sects, the Joyful Union sect and the Ethereal sect, which are separated by 20,000 miles. He can't cover both. Bloodmad slapped his thigh. Right. We divide our forces, and whoever sees Rock retreats temporarily. Amrit shook his head repeatedly. In that case, how do we attack the Qingyun sect? Bloodmad was stunned. This? Bloodmad wasn't quick-witted, but Bloodslayer already understood. We're going to unite with another sect, right? Amrit nodded. Yes, we'll see where Rock goes first, then send our allies there. Once Rock moves, we'll attack from the other side and capture the Qingyun sect. Bloodslayer laughed heartily. What a brilliant plan, leader. Bloodmad still didn't quite get it. Leader, who do we ally with? Who has the power and willingness to help us? Amrit said, among the Western Continent's demonic cultivation sects, besides our Blood Demon sect, there's only the Hellfire Valley. The Hellfire Valley has a deep grudge against the xuanhuan sect, but their protective array is too powerful for the Hellfire Valley to break alone. But if we combine forces, we can definitely succeed. With this as a condition, it's enough to get the Hellfire Valley to join us. Bloodmad and Bloodslayer nodded, thinking this plan viable. After agreeing, the Blood Demon sect began to liaise with the Hellfire Valley, gathering forces to prepare an attack on the xuanhuan sect. Far away in the South Continent, Rock was unaware of these events, focusing instead on sowing seeds and enjoying life. One day, Rock lay in a rocking chair, surrounded by his partners serving divine fruits and nectar. He sighed inwardly about how great it was to have this multi-child blessing system. Others trained bitterly hard, but he grew stronger by marrying and having children, and far more efficiently too. While Rock was enjoying himself, a disciple reported that someone claiming to be the leader of the Western Continent's xuanhuan sect had come to seek an audience. Rock was taken aback. Why would the leader of the Western Continent come to him? The disciple added, it's led here by Wulong Daoren of the Serenity sect on Sleeping Dragon Mountain. Rock nodded. Fine, let them wait in the main hall. He tidied up and went to the hall. Wulong Daoren quickly greeted him. This humble monk Wulong greets our alliance leader. Seeing this, Rock understood. It was official business. Yes, please sit. And who is this? Before Wulong Daoren could respond, the woman knelt down sorrowfully, saying, I am Deborah, daughter of the xuanhuan sect's leader from the Western Continent. I have come to ask the Lord of Qingyun sect to uphold justice for us. Rock asked in confusion, where is your sect leader? Deborah burst into tears. My father and over 100 fellow disciples were killed by the Blood Demon sect and Hellfire Valley. Rock sighed. Now he understood why she had called herself the xuanhuan sect's leader earlier. Speaking of the Blood Demon sect, Rock wasn't unfamiliar with them. He had planned to destroy the Blood Demon sect and hadn't expected them to commit such atrocities again within a year. I can help you take revenge on the Blood Demon sect and Hellfire Valley, but there's one condition. Chapter 20. One person is enough. Deborah firmly said, as long as the great vengeance can be avenged, I am ready to face any peril. Rock waved his hand. I won't let you do anything dangerous. I only need you to agree to become my Dao companion. He had just checked Deborah's information and found her to be an excellent choice for a Dao companion. Character info. Deborah. Cultivation level. 6th stage of astral travel. Title. Jagger of Shilio Continent's Xuanhuan sect. Deborah firmly said, as long as my great vengeance is fulfilled, I'm willing to die 10,000 deaths. Rock waved his hand. I won't ask you to do anything dangerous. All I need is for you to agree to be my Dao companion. He had just checked Deborah's information and found her to be an excellent candidate for a Dao companion. Character info. Deborah. Cultivation level. 6th stage of separation phase. Position. Jagger of the Xuanhuan sect from the Western Continent. Innate talent. Black tortoise bloodline. Without hesitation, Deborah nodded in agreement. Okay. She had long heard that Bartholomew Daoxuan, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, was obsessed with women, so she was already mentally prepared. Moreover, with the Xuanhuan sect now in ruins and most of her family dead, there wasn't much left for her to repay. Dovey, seeing Bartholomew Daoxuan's agreement, hurriedly said, Alliance leader, I will immediately return and gather the elites of our sect to follow you to the Western Continent. Bartholomew Daoxuan shook his head. It's unnecessary. I will go alone. You should protect your own sect. The Blood Demon sect has shown interest in the Southern Continent. This move could very well be a diversionary tactic. Dovey's expression turned serious. If that's the case, then I wish the Alliance leader success. Bartholomew Daoxuan responded, then you should return first. Deborah, come with me. Bartholomew Daoxuan and Deborah left the hall and met the 8 remaining disciples of Deborah. They were all elites at the heavenly human realm. During the incident, they had formed a Xuanhuan formation with Deborah and managed to escape. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the Xuanhuan sect and his disciples who stayed behind to cover their retreat were surrounded by the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley, leaving no hope of survival. Seeing this, Bartholomew Daoxuan felt that the Xuanhuan sect still had some manpower, which made things easier. Very good. You are all loyal and righteous individuals. This time, to retaliate against the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley and reclaim the Xuanhuan sect, we depend on all of you. Deborah and the 8 disciples bowed. Our duty compels us. Bartholomew Daoxuan nodded. Good. I'll brief my Dao companions, and then we can set off. Seeing how easily Bartholomew Daoxuan agreed, Deborah and the others were deeply moved, praising Bartholomew Daoxuan for his righteousness. Bartholomew Daoxuan explained the situation to Ember and the others, asking them to stay behind and guard the sect. Ember shook her head repeatedly. How can this be? My cultivation level isn't high enough, but Yin Luo, Yun Yi, and Ella are all experts at the 9th stage of the separation phase. They can lend you a helping hand. Especially Ella. She knows the Blood Demon sect best and can definitely help. Bartholomew Daoxuan also shook his head. But Qingyun sect also needs experts to stay behind for protection. On the other side, the Blood Demon sect has 3 experts at the 9th stage of the separation phase. What if they attack us? As for Ella, the Blood Demon sect knows her well too, making her vulnerable. I am already a great expert at the division of Soul Realm, and I have several innate spirit treasures. I'm sufficient to deal with those demonic cultivators. Even if I fail, fewer people would make it easier to escape. After some consideration, Ember reluctantly agreed. Alright, make sure to bring the rejuvenating pill and spirit recovery pill. Bartholomew Daoxuan replied, yes, I understand. Everything is prepared. Bidding farewell to Ember, Bartholomew Daoxuan briefed each of his Dao companions before returning to Deborah. Let's set off. Lead the way. Let's head to the Blood Demon sect first. Deborah nodded. Fine, but first, take us to meet our allies. Bartholomew Daoxuan waved his hand. There are no others. Just one person like me is enough. This time, I will definitely flatten the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley. Deborah and the 8 disciples were shocked. Lord Jagger of Qingyun sect, are you joking? Bartholomew Daoxuan frowned. Can something this important be a joke? If you don't trust me, go ask others for help. After all, I don't need another Dao companion. Upon hearing this, the 8 disciples of the Xuanhuan sect either glared or hung their heads, but none spoke up. Deborah gritted her teeth. Fine. The fate of Deborah and the Xuanhuan sect is entrusted to Lord Jagger of Qingyun sect. Bartholomew Daoxuan nodded satisfactorily. That's the spirit. Let's get going. Deborah took a deep breath. Formed the formation. With no choice, the 8 disciples followed orders. 9 of them formed the Xuanhuan formation and flew into the sky. Bartholomew Daoxuan followed closely behind, riding his sword through the air. The group paused here and there until they reached the territory of the Blood Demon sect in the Western Continent. Bartholomew Daoxuan observed the Blood Demon sect's mountain protecting formation and drew out the red sun sword. I'll knock on the door first. Wildfire spreads. Bartholomew Daoxuan raised his sword, and a burning meteor fell from the sky, striking the Blood Demon sect's mountain protecting formation. The formation instinctively reacted, forming a semicircular protective barrier. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and fiery rays shattered, spreading along the barrier. Suddenly, the barrier looked like fireworks, crackling loudly. After this move, the barrier noticeably dimmed. Deborah and the 8 disciples were left with their mouths agape in disbelief. Even during the peak of the Xuanhuan sect, a full-scale attack wouldn't have such an effect. Deborah knew Bartholomew Daoxuan's strike far surpassed her father's strength. Her father was at the peak 9th stage of the separation phase, implying Bartholomew Daoxuan was a great expert at the division of Soul Realm. She couldn't believe someone could cultivate to the division of Soul Realm in the lower realm and was standing right before her. However, Bartholomew Daoxuan wasn't satisfied with this strike. This move still isn't fluent enough. While talking, he continued his attack. Another wildfire spreads. This time, the meteor was even bigger than the last. The impact made the mountain protecting formation shudder. Following the fiery rays further penetrated the protective barrier. Much better. Deborah and the rest were speechless. One person had such power. No wonder Bartolome and Xuanhuan said one person was enough. They started to believe him. Chaos ensued within the Blood Demon sect. They had never faced such a powerful attack and dared not come out to fight. Instead, they frantically injected their spiritual power into the formation core while sending messengers to inform the sect leader. When Amrit learned of the attack, he rushed over. Who is it? Could it be Qinglong or Zhu Ke? Blood Demon sect disciples shook their heads. Not them. There are 9 in Xuanwu sect clothing, but only one person is attacking us. Amrit was startled. Only one person? Could it be Bartolome and Xuanhuan? He quickly flew to the formation core and looked out. Oh, it's really Bartolome and Xuanhuan. He actually attacked. Amrit injected spiritual power into the core while contemplating countermeasures. Soon, Bloodkiller and Bloodmad also arrived. Bloodkiller exclaimed, why is it Bartolome and Xuanhuan? Bloodmad shouted, Bartolome and Xuanhuan has come. Let's kill him. Amrit kicked him. Are you crazy? Natural talent, Black Tortoise bloodline. Without hesitation, Deborah nodded and agreed, fine. She had long heard that Rock, the era of Qingyun sect, was obsessed with women, and she had prepared herself mentally. Moreover, now that the Xuanwu sect had been destroyed, there was not much left to repay him with. Dovey saw Rock agreeing and hurriedly said, Leader, I'll go back and mobilize the elites of our sect to accompany you to the Shilio continent. Rock shook his head. No need. I will go alone. You should protect your own sect. The Blood Demon sect has intentions on the Nan continent. This might be a diversionary tactic. Dovey's expression turned solemn. In that case, may the leader succeed in your mission. Rock replied, then returned first. Deborah, follow me. Rock and Deborah left the hall and met with the 8 remaining fellow disciples of Deborah. They were all Celestial Realm elites who, at the time of the incident, formed the Xuanwu array with Deborah and managed to break out. The Xuanwu sect leader led the disciples to hold off the enemies but was completely surrounded by the Blood Demon sect and the Hell Valley, leaving no survivors. Upon seeing this, Rock thought it would be easier since the Xuanwu sect still had some manpower. Very well, all of you are loyal warriors. This time, when we attack the Blood Demon sect and the Hell Valley to reclaim the Xuanwu sect, it will depend on all of you. Deborah and the 8 disciples saluted together. Our duty cannot be shirked. Rock nodded. Good. Let me brief my Dao companions before we depart. Seeing Rock's promptness, they were deeply moved and praised him for his righteousness. Rock explained the situation to Ember and the others, asking them to stay behind to watch over the place. Ember shook her head repeatedly. How can that be? My cultivation level isn't high enough, but Yen Luo, Yun Yi, and Qingxiu are all 9th stage astral travel experts and can help you. Especially Qingxiu, who knows the Blood Demon sect well and can certainly be of assistance. Rock also shook his head, but Qingyun sect also needs top-tier experts to stay behind. There are 3 9th stage astral travel experts at the Blood Demon sect. What if they attack us? As for Qingxiu, while she knows the Blood Demon sect, they also know her, making it easy for her to be targeted. I am already a great expert of the Divine Soul stage, with several innate spirit treasures at my disposal, which should be sufficient to handle a few demonic cultivators. Even if I fail, fewer people will make it easier to escape. After considering, Ember reluctantly agreed. All right. Ensure you take the restorative pill and spirit recovery pill. Rock nodded. Understood. Everything is prepared. After bidding farewell to Ember, Rock explained the situation to his other Dao companions, and then returned to Deborah. Let's go. Lead the way. Straight to the Blood Demon sect. Deborah nodded. All right. Let the era of Qingyun sect lead us to rendezvous with our fellow cultivators. Rock waved his hand. There's no one else. I'm going alone this time. I will definitely crush the Blood Demon sect and the Hell Valley. Deborah and the 8 disciples were stunned. Era Bartolomean, are you joking with us? Rock frowned. Is this something to joke about? If you don't trust me, go ask for help from others. I don't mind losing this Dao companion. Hearing this, the 8 disciples of the Xuanwu sect glared, or hung their heads dejectedly but remained silent. Deborah clenched her teeth. Fine. The fate of Deborah and the Xuanwu sect is in your hands, Era Bartolomean. Rock nodded satisfactorily. That's more like it. Let's go. Deborah took a deep breath. Form the array. The 8 disciples had no choice but to obey. The 9 of them formed the Xuanwu array and soared into the sky. Rock flew on his sword behind them. The group stopped occasionally until they reached the territory of the Blood Demon sect on the Shilio continent. Rock observed the protective mountain formation of the Blood Demon sect and drew out the Crimson Sun sword. Let me knock on the door. Starfire rages on. Rock wielded his longsword, summoning a burning meteor from the sky, which struck the Blood Demon sect's protective mountain formation. The defensive barrier responded automatically, forming a semicircular magical shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, and fiery light radiated outward, spreading along the magical shield like fireworks. Within moments, the magical shield appeared visibly weakened. Deborah and the 8 disciples gaped in disbelief. Even during the Xuanwu sect's prime, they couldn't achieve such an effect collectively attacking the protective formation. Deborah knew Rock's strike far surpassed her father's power. Her father was at the peak of the 9th stage of astral travel, meaning Rock must be a great expert of the Divine Soul stage. She never imagined anyone in the lower realms could reach the Divine Soul stage and stand before her. However, Rock wasn't entirely satisfied with his strike. This move still isn't proficient enough. As he spoke, he continued his assault. Another Starfire rages on, with this time the meteor larger than the last, causing the protective formation to tremble upon impact. The subsequent fiery beams transformed the magical shield into a sieve. Much better. Deborah and the others were dumbfounded. One person could possess such immense power. No wonder Rock said one person was enough. They started to believe him. Inside the Blood Demon sect, chaos reigned. They had never experienced such a strong attack and dared not come out to fight. They could only frantically pour mana into the formation's core, while sending messengers to report to the Patriarch. Amrit rushed over upon hearing that someone was attacking the protective formation. Who exactly is it? Could it be Qinglong or Zhuke? Blood Demon sect disciples shook their heads vigorously. Not them. There are 9 people dressed in the clothes of the Xuanhuan sect, and 1 person attacking us. Amrit was shocked. 1 person. Oh, could it be Rock? Amrit hurried to the formation's core to observe. Oh no, it really is Rock. He actually came here. While pouring mana into the formation's core, he pondered countermeasures. Soon, Blood Carnage and Blood Frenzy arrived. Blood Carnage? What? How is it Rock? Blood Frenzy. Rock delivered himself? Kill him. Amrit kicked him. Are you insane? Hashtag chapter 21. Annihilating 2 sects single-handedly. The Amrit roared in anger. Even the supreme demon of the Taiyin realm was killed by him. Do you really want to use your head to intercept his innate divine treasures? Only now did Cleveland react. Oh right. We should let the Hell Valley go first. But now that Rock has arrived, what should we do? The Amrit's eye darted around a few times before he said, we run. Even Roberto was stunned. Run? The Amrit nodded. Yes, you go and inform the Hell Valley that the plan has changed. Have them gather at the Blood Demon sect first before heading to the southern continent. Roberto's eyes lit up. Oh, I'll just tell them there's fine wine and food waiting for them. The Amrit grinned mischievously. Right, let them have a taste of a grand dish first. He instructed a group of disciples to hold the mountain protection formation, while he led the elites through a secret passage to escape. Once the Amrit left, the mountain protection formation quickly fell apart. Deborah and the 8 disciples were extremely agitated, shouting for vengeance as they charged inside. Rock feared Deborah might be harmed and followed closely behind. Inside, they wreaked havoc but saw no signs of the 3 out of the corporeal experts. Rock said, something's not right. The Amrit, Roberto, and Cleveland aren't here. Are you sure this is the Blood Demon sect stronghold? Deborah nodded. The location is correct. They must have fled. Rock was slightly frustrated. I wish I hadn't been so aggressive earlier. In truth, even if Rock hadn't pressed so hard, the Amrit would still have fled, unwilling to risk facing an innate divine treasure. Deborah was even more dejected. She couldn't believe the Blood Demon sect had been so shameless as to abandon their sect and flee. What if they hid away? Where would they find them later? Rock couldn't stay here forever. What would happen after he left? While contemplating his next move, Rock suddenly heard commotion outside. They stepped out and saw that the entrance to the Blood Demon sect's cave had been surrounded by layer upon layer of people. Seeing the crowd, Deborah's eyes flamed with revenge. They're demon cultivators from the Hell Valley. Rock nodded. Fine. They've come quickly. Let's start with them. Facing a large number of opponents, Rock no longer held back, directly pulling out the Executioner array map. Go! The 4 Executioner swords flew out, immediately causing a massacre. Several higher-level cultivators, realizing the danger, turned to flee. Damn it! That one-eyed brat tricked us. It's Rock. Run. Earlier, the Executioner swords had swept indiscriminately. Now, Rock locked onto specific targets. He changed his hand seals, and the Executioner swords went after several high-ranking figures, slaying them instantly. The remaining demon cultivators fled madly, using all sorts of blood-draining or life-shortening techniques to escape. Rock put away the Executioner swords and asked Deborah, are all the members of the Hell Valley here? Deborah nodded. 1 Valley Lord and 4 elders were killed by you. Rock smirked. Pathetic. Let's clean up the Blood Demon sect first, and then discuss our next move. The group began ransacking the Blood Demon sect's cave, searching for the treasury. Though many items used by demon cultivators were bizarre and unusable, the natural resources and treasures could be taken. Meanwhile, the Amrit and his companions observed from afar atop a mountain. Roberto remarked, the Hell Valley was driven off, but Rock didn't come out. The Amrit laughed. Ha ha ha, since he hasn't left, he must be taking our stuff. Let's block his retreat. Cleveland also laughed. Exactly. Those 4 celestial swords were formidable. They must be the same innate divine treasures that killed the Taiyin supreme demon. Now the Hell Valley took the brunt of the attack for us. We can reap the benefits without effort. The Amrit nodded and laughed again, though he suddenly felt something wasn't right. Cleveland usually wasn't very smart. Why did he agree with him this time? Reassessing, the Amrit concluded everything was fine and led his men back toward the cave. Inside the treasury, Rock and the others were caught off guard yet again. The Amrit, seeing Rock, quickly pointed and shouted, whoever kills Rock can pick his spoils first. Upon hearing this, Cleveland was the first to charge forward. Ha ha ha, the innate divine treasure is mine. Rock was taken aback. Oh, here you go. As he spoke, the a-million-oing sword shot out and pierced Cleveland through the chest. Cleveland screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing someone take the brunt, the surrounding demon cultivators became even more courageous. Charge. His sword can only kill 1 person at a time. Rock laughed, and the a-million-oing sword spun through the cave, instantly killing over a dozen demon cultivators. By now, Cleveland had used a secret technique to heal his wound and rushed forward as the a-million-oing sword moved to another side. Seeing this, Rock realized using just the a-million-oing sword was too slow. He pulled out the Executioner array map once more. Kill. The Executioner's sword struck first, slaying Cleveland with a single blow. At this moment, Rock noticed the Amrit and Roberto had escaped again. Ha, these two know when to cut their losses. Rock, of course, wouldn't let them get away. Holding the Executioner array map, he chased after them. Deborah and the 8 disciples formed a black tortoise formation, huddling in a corner, too late to intervene. Berkeley, what do we do? Deborah thought for a moment. Chase. If they stayed, what if another demon cultivator attacked? Where was the safest place now? Right beside Rock. Outside, Rock pursued the Amrit and Roberto, controlling the Lucier sword to chase Roberto while chasing the Amrit himself. Seeing the Lucier sword closing in, Roberto wailed. Such a powerful innate divine treasure, able to be used continuously. Is there any justice left? His words were cut short as the Lucier sword pierced his chest, followed by a flash of executioner power, ending his life. If it had been the a-million-oing sword, Roberto might have had a chance to heal, but the 4 executioner swords were ruthless and always delivered a fatal blow. The executioner array map indeed consumed a lot of power, but with Rock's current reserves, even launching all 4 swords together 2 or 3 times wouldn't be a problem. Earlier, sensing something amiss, the Omrit let his underlings attack first upon meeting Rock, giving him a chance to escape. Unfortunately, he couldn't outrun Rock. Rock's cultivation and power were far superior, allowing him to catch up quickly. Seeing Rock in pursuit, the Omrit was terrified. Rock, by chasing me, won't you exhaust your power, unable to return to the southern continent? Chapter 22. Rebuilding the Xuanhu sect. The Omrit shouted while running, do you really trust the people of the Xuanhu sect that much? If I were part of the Xuanhu sect, I'd wait for your magic power to be exhausted before killing you and seizing your treasures. King smiled, thank you for the reminder. The Omrit thought King was truly afraid and immediately showed a smile. We can make a deal? Before he could finish, King's Juetian sword arrived. The Omrit turned pale with shock, thinking how this king was as treacherous as a demon cultivator. He hastily gathered his magic power and summoned a blood-colored vortex in front of him, but it had no effect. The Juetian sword shattered both the vortex and him in one strike. To his death, the Omrit never understood why King killed him. King watched the Omrit die, then took out a return spirit pill and swallowed it. He then recalled the Lucian sword from afar, and his magic power was already fully restored. This was the system-rewarded return spirit pill, which did not exist in the lower realm and needed careful use in the upper realm. But King didn't care about those details. Since the system rewarded many, he used them whenever needed. In the Western continent, currently only the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley had acted against him, but there might be a third party. As for the Xuanhu sect, he wasn't worried. Unless Deborah's head got kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't attack him. Returning to join Deborah and the others, they searched through Hell Valley once more before arriving at the Xuanhu sect. At this point, the Xuanhu sect was in ruins, and the bodies of their former comrades had vanished. Deborah could only erect empty tombs for her father and sect members. After the ceremony, King said, these things, let's use them to rebuild the Xuanhu sect. With that, King threw everything they plundered today onto the ground. Deborah and the others were stunned. This was the accumulation of 2 sects over countless years. King, relying on his powerful divine sense and magic power, had taken half without complaint, but they hadn't expected him to leave it all behind. Actually, King hadn't thought much of it. He just wanted to finish looting quickly. Deborah, blushing, said, all this is due to the Green Cloud sect Berkeley's efforts. We merely guided the way. We are undeserving of these gifts. King smiled, since these things were stolen from you, returning them now is only fair. I don't need these things. What King needed, Deborah knew very well. She initially joined to repay a debt or negotiate terms, but watching him along the way, she realized he was someone worth entrusting her life to, a man who stood tall and proud. Deborah accepted the offer, calling people to store the items. After this turmoil, night fell. Deborah brought out fine wine and entertained King. Then everyone went back to rest, while King was called over by Deborah. Suddenly, a disciple shouted, Sect Berkeley? Deborah turned, Hewitt, what is it? Hewitt stammered, with the protective array broken, should we assign guards for the night? Deborah nodded, arrange it among yourselves and get some rest. Hewitt bowed, understood. Watching Deborah and King walk away, someone said to Hewitt, brother, I understand your feelings. Who doesn't want to marry the Sect Berkeley's daughter? It's just that we're not up to the task. If I were 9th stage soul separation, I'd have proposed long ago. Hewitt waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I'm worried about the Qinglong sect. Aya. There was a chorus of exclamations. If not for Hewitt's reminder, they would have forgotten about this. What do we do? Hewitt shook his head. What else can we do? Leah, no. Sect Berkeley has already decided. They sighed, putting the matter aside to arrange the night watch. King followed Deborah to her residence and said, it's just us now. Speak your mind. Deborah had been thinking about how to bring it up, but being asked directly still startled her. I was going to say. King asked skeptically, did you change your mind? Do you not want to be my Dao companion anymore? Deborah hurriedly waved her hands. No. Her face flushed red as soon as she spoke. Don't misunderstand me. I only agreed out of necessity. I don't like you. King took a deep breath. Classic Tsundere. Deborah was confused. What strange things are you saying? Anyway, that's it. I need to rest. King stepped forward. Since you've agreed to be my Dao companion, let's rest together. Deborah gasped. I'm not ready. King, experienced in such matters, knew when to press or retreat. If he backed off, Deborah would never be ready. He embraced her, kicked open the door, and went inside. Deborah hit him. What are you doing? King laughed. You'll see soon enough. The next morning, the sky was clear. When King woke up, Deborah was still lying with her back to him. He quietly left to find a place rich in spirit energy to practice. Deborah listened until King was far away before opening her eyes. This lustful devil. So shameless. What cultivation method did he teach me? Deborah, raised as a pampered girl in the sect, had never encountered a man like King. However, after a few days, she finally accepted this reality and agreed to formally hold a ceremony to become Dao companions. King decided to have a ceremony here first, and once Deborah rebuilt the Xuanhu sect, they would have another ceremony at the Green Cloud sect. They picked a day and started preparing for the first ceremony. Although the Xuanhu sect was small, it had many allied sects in the Western continent, so the ceremony shouldn't be lonely. But on the big day, guests were noticeably absent. King looked at the guest list and asked, puzzled, what's going on? The Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley have been destroyed. Are they still afraid of retaliation? Deborah frowned. I don't think so. I believe they fear the Qinglong sect. King, Qinglong sect? From the name, they seem related to you. Deborah sighed. AI, there's something I haven't told you yet. Before she finished, Hewitt suddenly burst into the hall. Sect Berkeley. Bad news. The Qinglong sect is coming with people. Deborah stood up abruptly. How many? Chapter 23. Someone is trying to chain the bride. Hewitt replied, the leader, young leader, and the 4 great protectors have all come, along with quite a few from the Golden Colonel stage. Deborah immediately flared up. This does not bode well. Humph, I'd like to see what they have to say. Since the other party was about to enter, Rock didn't urgently press Deborah. After all, he wasn't afraid of the Azure Dragon sect. Very soon, a group from the Azure Dragon sect arrived at the hall. A young man shouted upon entering, Deborah, our sects have long decided on this marriage. How can you now want to become Dao companions with someone else? Deborah retorted, that was arranged by my father. I never agreed. When the Black Tortoise sect was nearly wiped out by the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley, Rock helped me take revenge. Where were you when the Black Tortoise sect was in trouble? Hearing this, the young man felt somewhat ashamed but quickly added, we from the Azure Dragon sect weren't a match for those two either. But this person helped us take revenge, so giving him some magic treasures would suffice. Why marry him? I understand. It's because he's blackmailing you, right? Inger, you don't need to be afraid anymore. We from the Azure Dragon sect are here. Rock saw through their intentions. The Azure Dragon sect had only shown up now, after the enemy was defeated and the Black Tortoise sect was most vulnerable, clearly taking advantage of the situation. They were after the Black Tortoise sect's territory and resources. Young man, do you think you can get both wealth and beauty? Deborah shook her head continuously as she listened. Yosef, you're always envious when others do well and refuse to admit your mistakes. How could I possibly marry someone like you? Yosef tried to continue. Inger, Deborah interrupted. You don't need to say anything more. Rock did not threaten me. I chose to marry him willingly, and I already belong to him. Rock nodded approvingly from the side. Deborah acted very high and mighty in front of him, but showed great leadership under pressure. Upon hearing this, Yosef glared angrily at Rock. I want to duel you. Rock chuckled lightly, stood up, and said, fine. The Azure Dragon sect leader, Qing Bartolomean, stopped his son. Yosef, don't act recklessly. Why should we engage in a one-on-one duel when there are so many of us? Yosef brushed off his father's hand. Don't stop me. Rock, if you win, I will never interfere again. If I win, you leave Deborah alone. Rock sneered. You will definitely lose and then get lost. Yosef shouted excitedly. Dare you bet? Rock calmly responded. I won't wager Deborah as a stake. Whom she marries should be her choice. Either you lose and leave, or you leave now. Watching Rock, Deborah smiled happily. That's what a true man is like. Yosef seethed with anger. Rock, you're too cocky. Wait and see if you can still be so arrogant later. Rock frowned and drew his Crimson Sun sword, slowly pointing it at Yosef. Are you ready? Defend yourself. Just as Yosef unsheathed his sword, Rock struck. A streak of fire shot from the tip of the Crimson Sun sword, heading straight for Yosef. Caught off guard, Yosef could only use his sword to block. The fire exploded in front of Yosef, sending him flying backward. He let out a scream, adjusted his posture mid-air, and flew back to attack Rock but was stopped by Qing Bartolomean. Qing Bartolomean used magic to pull Yosef to the ground. I will kill him. He attacked first. Yosef still ranted while Qing Bartolomean gave him a fierce glare. You're no match for him. The weapon in his hand is an innate treasure. Yosef was only at the 8th level of Soul Ouch Realm, relying on a replica of the Azure Dragon sword for his arrogance. However, Qing Bartolomean indeed had skills, being at the peak 9th level of Soul Ouch Realm, wielding the ancestral Azure Dragon sword, a magical weapon. Although not as powerful as an innate treasure, when held by someone with Azure Dragon lineage, its power rivaled that of an innate treasure. Therefore, after gauging Rock's strength, Qing Bartolomean still didn't give up. Rock, I don't know what means you used to defeat the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley, but your injuries from just a few days ago can't have healed completely, right? Rock laughed. So this old man thought he was injured and attacked first to scare them off. If he were an ordinary cultivator, even without injuries, these few days wouldn't be enough to fully restore his powers. But with the Primal Chaos Dao Body and Rejuvenation Pill, his powers were fully restored after the battle. Rock twirled his sword. What? Do you want a single combat, or a gang fight? Qing Bartolomean smiled. Formation. In no time, Azure Dragon sect disciples began forming the Azure Dragon formation. Seeing this, Deborah also called out, Formation. She and 8 disciples prepared to form the Black Tortoise formation. However, before either formation was complete, Rock had already acted. Wildfire sweep. Rock swept his sword, unleashing countless flames toward the Azure Dragon sect people. They hastily defended, all getting blasted away, several spitting blood. Now, the Azure Dragon sect was genuinely shocked. Even though Rock took advantage of their formation setup to ambush them, the power of that one sword strike far exceeded the capabilities of someone at the peak 9th level of Soul Ouch Realm. Qing Bartolomean wondered, what's going on? Could Rock be a higher realm cultivator? Rock put away the Crimson Sun sword and said, Today is my joyous day. I don't wish to kill. Get lost. Qing Bartolomean hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your mercy, immortal sir. Go. The Azure Dragon sect left, and Deborah ordered people to clean the hall, then quietly told Rock, My relationship with Yosef is nothing. My father made the engagement for the sake of the sect. Rock waved his hand. I know. Now the engagement doesn't matter. You belong to me. Perhaps his father had sought help from the Azure Dragon sect after learning about the alliance between the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley? Rock didn't want to ask more. Hearing Rock's words, Deborah blushed again and looked down. Hewitt cleaned up while stealing glances, thinking, Is this what happiness looks like? The Black Tortoise sect found a good son-in-law. Seeing the Azure Dragon sect retreat, Western Continent sects soon came bearing gifts. Rock and Deborah welcomed each one. Among them, 2 names caught Rock's attention, White Tiger sect and Vermilion Bird sect. From the names, it was clear they shared origins with the Azure Dragon sect and the Black Tortoise sect. However, from their conversation, their relations were not great. What's the reason? Rock planned to ask Deborah afterward. Fei Yin replied, the sect Berkeley, young sect Berkeley, and the 4 great protectors have all arrived, along with quite a few golden core cultivators. Deborah suddenly became furious. They're definitely up to no good. Humph, I'd like to see what they have to say. Since the visitors were about to enter, Rock didn't press Deborah further. After all, he wasn't afraid of the Qinglong sect. Soon, the group from the Qinglong sect arrived at the main hall. A young man immediately shouted upon entering, Deborah, our sects had already agreed on the marriage pact long ago. Why are you now going to form a Dao partnership with someone else? Deborah countered, that was arranged by my father. I never agreed to it. When the Xuanhuan sect was almost wiped out by the Blood Demon sect in the Netherworld Valley, Rock helped me take revenge. Where were you when the Xuanhuan sect was in trouble? Upon hearing this, the man felt somewhat ashamed but quickly retorted, our Qinglong sect wasn't a match for those two either. But since this person has helped us avenge our grudge, giving him some magical artifact should be enough. Why must you marry him? I understand now. He's forcing you into this, isn't he? Inger, you don't need to fear anymore. We, the Qinglong sect, are here. Rock could tell that the Qinglong sect hadn't come earlier, but rather chosen this moment, after the enemy was defeated and the Xuanhuan sect was at its weakest, to seize an advantage. Clearly, they were after the Xuanhuan sect's territory and assets. So, this kid thinks he can gain both wealth and beauty? Deborah kept shaking her head. Sawyer, you're always jealous of others and refuse to admit your mistakes. How could I possibly marry someone like you? Sawyer tried to say more. Inger, Deborah interrupted. You don't need to say anything more. Rock did not force me. I chose to marry him willingly, and I am already his. Rock nodded secretly beside her. Though Deborah had been haughty before him, she displayed a genuine demeanor of a sect master in such moments. Upon hearing this, Sawyer angrily glared at Rock. I want to challenge you. Rock chuckled softly and stood up. All right. Qinglong sect Berkeley, Qing Bartolomean, stopped his son. Sawyer, don't be reckless. With so many of us here, why should you fight him alone? Sawyer brushed off his father's hand. Don't hold me back. Rock, if you win, I won't interfere any longer. If I win, you leave Deborah. Rock sneered, you will lose and then scram. Sawyer shouted agitatedly, do you dare bet on it? Rock calmly replied, I won't gamble with Deborah as the stakes. She should decide whom she marries. Either you lose and run away, or you leave now. Watching Rock, Deborah smiled happily. This was truly what a man should be like. Enraged, Sawyer's fingers trembled. Rock, you are bold. Let's see how arrogant you remain later. Rock frowned, drawing the Emilionoing sword and pointing it slowly at Sawyer. Are you ready? Take this. Before Sawyer could fully draw his sword, Rock attacked. A burst of fiery light erupted from the tip of the Emilionoing sword, heading straight for Sawyer. Caught off guard, Sawyer could only block with his sword. The fire exploded before Sawyer, sending him flying backward. He let out a scream, readjusted his stance, and flew back to charge at Rock, only to be held back by Qing Bartolomean using magic. Sawyer fell to the ground directly. I want to kill him. He ambushed me. Sawyer yelled again, but Qing Bartolomean stared at him sharply. You're no match for him. The weapon he wields is a primordial spirit treasure. Sawyer was merely at the 8th level of the etheric stage, relying on a replica of the Qinglong sword to act arrogantly. However, Qing Bartolomean himself was skilled, having reached the peak of the 9th level of the etheric stage, wielding the ancestral Qinglong sword. Though it didn't compare to a primordial spirit treasure when wielded by someone with Qinglong bloodline, its power approached that of a primordial spirit treasure. After gauging Rock's strength, Qing Bartolomean still didn't give up. Rock, I don't know what means you used to defeat the Blood Demon sect and the Netherworld Valley, but in just a few days, it's impossible for your injuries to have healed, right? Rock laughed. The old man thought he was injured, which explained his hurried attack and the Qinglong sect's hasty retreat. If he were an ordinary cultivator, even without injuries, these few days wouldn't suffice to fully restore his powers. But with the Hongmeng Dao body and the assistance of spirit return pills, his powers were fully restored after the battle. Rock performed a sword flourish. What? Do you want a single combat, or a group fight? Qing Bartolomean smiled. Formation. As he spoke, the Qinglong sect disciples began forming the Azure Dragon formation. Seeing this, Deborah also shouted, Formation. She and 8 other disciples started forming the Black Tortoise formation. However, before their formations were complete, Rock had already acted. Wildfire sweep. With a sweep of his long sword, numerous flames shot towards the Qinglong sect members. Caught off guard, they hastily defended, being thrown back, with several spitting blood. Now the Qinglong sect was genuinely alarmed. Even though Rock had ambushed them during their formation, the power of that single strike far exceeded the capabilities of the 9th level peak etheric stage. Qing Bartolomean thought, what's happening? Could Rock be from a higher realm? Rock put away the Emilionoing sword and said, today is my big day, and I don't wish to kill anyone. Now, get lost. Qing Bartolomean hurriedly bowed. Thank you, immortal, for sparing our lives. Go. The Qinglong sect left, while Deborah called for people to clean the hall and quietly told Rock, Sawyer and I mean nothing to each other. My father arranged the marriage for the sake of the sect. Rock waved his hand. I know. There's no need for any marriage contract now, anyway, since you're mine. Perhaps his father sought help from the Qinglong sect after hearing about the Blood Demon sects and Netherworld Valley's alliance? Rock decided not to pry further. Hearing Rock's words, Deborah blushed and lowered her head. Fei Yin cleaned up while sneakily observing, thinking, this must be happiness. The Xuanhuan sect found an excellent son-in-law. Maybe seeing the Qinglong sect flee in disarray, soon sects from the western continent came to congratulate them. Rock and Deborah received them one by one. 2 names caught Rock's attention, Baihu sect and Zhuke sect. Judging from their names, they were clearly related to the Qinglong sect, and had common origins with the Xuanhuan sect. However, based on the conversations, their relationship seemed strained. Why was this so? Rock planned to ask Deborah afterward. Chapter 24. This is your daughter? After the ceremony, Rock attended to matters with Deborah. The next day, Rock finally inquired about the affairs of the Four Gates. Mentioning this, Deborah's mood became somber again. Deborah explained that according to their sex records, during ancient times, there was a Ailbe who had extraordinary talent and insight, discovering the Tao of the Four Symbols. He then chose 4 suitable areas with strong ley lines and established the 4 major sects, widely accepting disciples. They were once the leading sects in the Western continent. Afterward, Ailbe ascended to the upper realm and founded the Two Instruments sect. The Two Instruments sect maintained ties with the 4 major sects. They received tributes from the 4 major sects and helped them resolve some issues. Although later the 10,000 Phenomena sect rose in power while the 4 major sects declined, they remained interconnected. However, for unknown reasons, starting over 200 years ago, the Two Instruments sect ceased communication. Without information from the upper realm, the 4 major sects operated independently for the past 200 years. Due to accumulated conflicts, they eventually split apart. Otherwise, even if Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley united, they would not dare to provoke the Xuanhuan sect. Rock nodded after listening. Do you want to reunite the 4 major sects? He mainly wanted to enhance his influence in the Western continent to recruit excellent fellow practitioners. Making Deborah happy would be a bonus. Deborah's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? How can we do that? Rock, I have an idea, but I need to make the other 2 sects acknowledge me first. Deborah, oh, are you going to fight all of them? Rock laughed. Last time it was Qinglong sect who started it. But Baihu sect and Zhuge sect came to congratulate normally. How could I do that? First, tell me about the situations of the 2 sections. I'll see how to proceed. Deborah nodded and began introducing the situations of the 2 sects. After hearing it once, Rock had an idea. Haha, let's set Baihu sect aside. But I think Zhuge sect has potential. Deborah asked curiously, why is Zhuge sect easier? Rock took out an item. Because of this. Deborah opened her mouth in shock. Husband, you even have such treasures? Rock smiled slightly. Send an invitation to Zhuge sect. Let's formally visit. Deborah nodded. All right. 10 days later, Rock and Deborah arrived at Zhuge sect together. Zhuge sect's leader Brandon, along with his disciples, received them in the main hall. After a brief chat, Rock brought up the main topic. Zhu leader, I heard you're mining fire crystal stones in Nanshan? Brandon nodded. Yes, we're short on manpower there. Is Lord Bartolomean planning to help? Rock smiled enigmatically without a direct answer. I also heard that your fire crystal stones are not used as spirit stones, but refined into essence. Moreover, not only do you mine them yourselves, but you also trade and purchase fire-type crystals from other sects, right? Brandon was puzzled. This wasn't a secret. Most sects in the Western continent knew this and did business with them. Does Lord Bartolomean have fire-type crystals to sell? Rock smiled mysteriously. Not many crystals, but I have this. Leader Zhu, please take a look. Saying this, Rock took out an item and placed it in his palm. Brandon was stunned when he saw it. What? Lord Bartolomean. May I take a closer look? Rock generously extended his hand. Leader Zhu, please. Brandon carefully picked it up, feeling it in his palm. Wow, yes, this is exactly what Zhuge sect needs, the essence of fire vein. Essence of fire vein is said to be obtained by refining all fire-type spirit stones from a single vein. The only existing essence of fire vein was embedded in the Zhuge scepter, the emblem of Zhuge sect's leadership. This was crafted personally by Ailbe in the lower realm. However, a century ago, the previous leader of Zhuge sect died in battle, and the Zhuge scepter was damaged. The essence of fire vein was shattered into powder, making it impossible to restore. Since then, Zhuge sect has been extensively mining fire-type crystals, but failed to refine another essence of fire vein. They couldn't communicate with the upper realm either, so they could only explore methods slowly. For 100 years, this issue had always weighed heavily on Zhuge sect. Unexpectedly, Rock presented one today. How could Brandon not be excited? Lord Bartolomean, what kind of treasure would you exchange for this essence of fire vein? Without the essence of fire vein, the Zhuge scepter was useless. The other 3 sects had powerful artifacts like the Xuanhuan shield, Qinglong sword, and Baihu claw, close to being innate divine treasures, while Zhuge sect had nothing. They couldn't afford not to worry. Emptying Zhuge sect's treasury would be worth it. Strength equates to everything. Seeing Brandon's anxious expression, Rock smiled faintly. Since it just happens to be what the Zhuge scepter lacks, it's destined for Zhuge sect. Consider it a gift. This essence of fire vein was a reward from the system for Rock's spouse giving birth. Rock never found a use for it until now, making it perfect for Zhuge sect. Brandon smiled but didn't take Rock seriously. This essence of fire vein, Zhuge sect indeed needs it. However, Lord Bartolomean helping us so much. If you ever need anything, I will do my best. Rock earnestly replied, I lack nothing but Tao partners. I've heard your daughter is virtuous and talented. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to court her. Although Deborah was right there, major sect leaders usually had multiple Tao partners. Brandon didn't think too much of it. That can be discussed, but it depends on whether my daughter agrees. Otherwise, I can introduce other female disciples to you. Rock didn't mind either way. Forming an alliance with Brandon was ideal, but having more Tao partners was also good. Sure, let's meet her first. Good, ask Penelope to come over. Brandon ordered a disciple, and soon the disciple led a girl over. Dad, why did you call me? I was meditating. As soon as the girl spoke, Rock was astonished. She was barely over 1 meter tall, speaking in a baby voice. Was this Brandon's daughter? Was she just born? Did the disciple call the wrong person? Brandon smiled and waved Penelope over. Come, greet Lord Bartolomean. Penelope responded, approaching Rock and bowed. Penelope greets Lord Bartolomean. Rock nodded. Yeah, greetings. Then he asked Brandon, "Is this your daughter? Has she reached adulthood?" Chapter 25. The Legal Lolita. Brandon smiled and said, "Of course she is an adult. My daughter has already reached the 3rd level of the out-of-body realm." Rock was speechless, but her size. He was deeply concerned. Could this body bear children? Brandon explained, "This is a characteristic of our vermilion bird sex cultivation techniques. At each realm, there is a cycle of reincarnation where the body reverts to a childlike appearance. When she reaches the 5th level of the out-of-body realm, she will return to normal size." Rock did some quick calculations. At the 3rd level, she looks like a Lolita. At the 5th level, an adult. What about the 7th and 9th levels? But looking at others, Brandon was supposedly at the 9th level of the out-of-body realm, but looked only like a middle-aged man. She probably won't turn into an old woman. Penelope, unhappy, said, "Hey, what impolite thoughts are you having? After the 5th level, our appearance doesn't change. My father looks this way because he's been overworked." Rock smiled, "Oh, so this technique is quite powerful. So when can one normally reproduce?" Penelope's expression darkened even more. "Hey, why keep asking me? How about your body?" Rock countered, "How would you check that?" Penelope looked at Rock disdainfully. "You lecher. Don't think those unhealthy thoughts. Our vermilion bird sect has a treasure that can test the concentration of vermilion bird bloodline. If your bloodline matches the vermilion birds, it should be detectable." Rock nodded. "All right, let's do the test." Brandon had someone bring the treasure over and approached Rock. "Please, Era Bartolomean, squeeze out a drop of blood." Rock drew his Scarlet Sun sword and made a cut on his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall. Once the blood entered the treasure, the members of the vermilion bird sect stared intently at it. This treasure could measure the concentration of vermilion bird bloodline. A thin bloodline would show a pinkish glow. The stronger the bloodline, the closer it would be to a bright red. The main lineage's bloodline was at least red, while the side branches were pink. When Rock's blood entered the treasure, it immediately emitted a pinkish glow which quickly turned bright red, becoming increasingly vivid. Suddenly, Brandon had a bad feeling and instinctively threw the treasure out the door. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. The treasure exploded midair as soon as it left the room. Everyone in the hall quickly used protective spells. Brandon said awkwardly, "Era Bartolomean's bloodline is peculiar. This treasure can't detect it." Rock knew he had the primordial Dao body, so his bloodline was naturally extremely strong, which wasn't surprising. "Is that to say my bloodline is very strong?" Brandon nodded, "Certainly, much stronger than ours. In the future, Era Bartolomean will be at least the caliber of a mortal Xuanhuan, capable of founding a sect in the upper realms." Rock, satisfied, nodded and then looked at Penelope. Penelope still stood there, her mouth wide open in shock. Seeing this, Rock laughed. "Well, Leah, are you satisfied with my bloodline?" Penelope resumed her disdainful look. "Humph, but what about cultivation?" Rock replied, "First level of the divided soul realm." Penelope rolled her eyes. Big talk. Looking at the other members of the vermilion bird sect, they all seemed incredulous as well. Only Deborah, who had personally witnessed Rock's strength, believed him. This was understandable. Logically speaking, how could someone in the lower realms reach the divided soul realm? If such a genius existed, they would have long been recruited by the upper realms. Actually, Rock was special, not like ordinary geniuses, so his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. But before, the people from the upper realms didn't pay attention to him and didn't know about the golden core cultivator in the Azure Cloud sect, thus unaware of his rapid advancement. Additionally, those from the upper realms faced restrictions when coming down. In this world, the upper realms were abundant with spiritual energy, while the lower realms were sparse. After descending, their magic power would naturally dissipate. Even with meditation, the recovery speed wouldn't match the rate of loss. The higher the cultivator's realm, the faster their power would dissipate. So those sent from the upper realms were typically at the divided soul level and stayed for short periods. In the lower realms, where spiritual energy was scarce, it took much longer to cultivate, hence most preferred being summoned to the upper realms. Thus, reaching the out-of-body realm in the lower realms was considered top-tier cultivation. After advancing to the divided soul realm, Rock hadn't felt any magic power loss, guessing it might be due to his primordial Dao body. Since the vermilion bird sect didn't know, they found it hard to believe. Brandon said, "Era Bartolomean, I am at the 9th level of the out-of-body realm. May I spar with you?" Rock nodded. "Sure, let's go." With that, Rock took out his Scarlet Sun sword and flew into the sky. Brandon also retrieved a replica of the vermilion bird staff and flew opposite Rock. Rock said, "Since this is a friendly match, we'll take turns attacking to avoid accidents." Brandon nodded. "Agreed. Era Bartolomean, please." Rock nodded again. Flying fire meteor. The Scarlet Sun sword flew out of his hand straight toward Brandon. Brandon drew a circle with his vermilion bird staff, fake, creating a fiery ring in front of him. As soon as the Scarlet Sun sword entered the fiery ring's range, its speed sharply decreased. Rock shouted, "Be careful." Reciting the incantation, the Scarlet Sun sword emitted a clear cry and a burst of red light, shattering the fiery ring instantly. Brandon was taken aback. Despite receiving Rock's warning and doubling his magic power, he was still defeated in one strike. Good. Now, Era Bartolomean, receive my move. Rock recalled the Scarlet Sun sword. "Please." Brandon swung his staff. Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. A phoenix made of fire emerged from the tip of the staff, flapping its wings towards Rock. This phoenix was quite skilled. It moved incredibly fast, and its flight path varied, making it hard to intercept with spells. Seeing this, Rock didn't counter directly but used the Scarlet Sun sword to block the phoenix, then absorbed it into the sword, turning it bright red. In the next moment, a column of fire burst from the tip of the sword, shooting upwards. The sword's color slowly returned to normal. Brandon was greatly surprised. "What move is this?" Rock smiled. "My Scarlet Sun sword is a pre-heaven spirit treasure with high fire element magic power absorption. Just now, I absorbed your magic power and redirected it." Rock spoke casually, but it was the first time Brandon had seen such a thing. Marvelous. Era Bartolomean's cultivation is indeed above mine. Though Brandon hadn't fought anyone at the Divided Soul realm, Rock's attack power and spell intricacy were clearly superior, indicating he was undoubtedly at the Divided Soul level. On the ground, Penelope pouted. Just a little better than my father. Rock didn't argue with her, landing and asked, well, with my abilities, am I qualified to be your husband? Chapter 26. A druid emerges midway. Penelope turned around and walked toward the back of the hall, saying, it's all right, not much to see here. I'll head back. Brandon smiled and said, Era Bartolomean. It seems my daughter agrees. Let's discuss a date for the wedding. Rock replied, no rush, Eraju. Notify me when you've settled things. His intention was to wait until the Juke sect repaired the Juke staff, and everyone felt more at ease before officially marrying Penelope as his Dao companion. This way, everyone would be happy. They sat down again and chatted for a while, eating a bit more. Then Rock and Deborah took their leave. Brandon saw them off to the foot of the mountain before returning, leaving only Rock and Deborah walking through the forest. Looking at the surroundings and the ambient spiritual energy, Rock sighed. This place has beautiful scenery. They'll be sure knew how to choose locations. Deborah nodded. Indeed, in ancient times, there were fewer cultivators. The four major sects picked the best places. As they walked and talked, Rock suddenly felt a gaze from the roadside. Is this a bear demon? It was a furry creature lying by the side of the path, concealing its presence quite well. If not for Rock's powerful divine sense, he wouldn't have detected it. Deborah thought it was just a common wild beast and asked Rock, husband, what is it? Just as Rock was about to speak, the bear demon lunged at him. Its hands bearing blades formed from magical power. Once the bear attacked, Rock immediately sensed something amiss. From the fluctuation of magical power, this was clearly a person. Since he didn't detect any killing intent, he decided not to kill but to capture and question the intruder. Without even using his Emiliano Yang sword, Rock drew a circle in the air with his hand, deflecting the attack. The bear missed and rolled to the side, seemingly trying to escape. But then, the trees on either side of the road moved, with countless branches entangling Rock and Deborah. Rock curved his fingers into a sword gesture and unleashed thousands of sword lights, cutting through all the branches. At this point, Deborah shouted, White Tiger Sect, who are you? Even as she spoke, the bear demon launched another attack, summoning a whirlwind that lifted the branches into the air and hurled them toward Rock. This wind also seemed to block divine senses. Then the bear emitted a roar, which also had a mental impact effect. Finally, the bear itself charged forward, attempting close combat. Though these moves seemed complex, they were actually cast almost simultaneously. Despite looking sophisticated, the attack's power was limited. For Rock, the interference with his divine sense was merely a minor annoyance. Upon realizing the attacker was from the White Tiger Sect, Rock decided to stop the fight. With a burst of his magical power, he forced the whirlwind and branches away, then reached out and grabbed the bear's two front paws. Startled, the bear instinctively kicked with its hind legs, but was pressed to the ground by Rock. Now the bear could speak. Bastard! Let go of me. Its voice revealed it was a young girl. Deborah exclaimed from the side, Mila, why is it you? Mila stopped struggling upon hearing her name. Then Rock witnessed an astonishing transformation. The brown bear body shrank into a teenage girl dressed in simple clothes. Rock released her hands and stood up. Mila's name sounded a bit neutral in Emilianese, he noted inwardly. He asked, I have no enmity with the White Tiger Sect. Your patriarch attended my wedding just a few days ago. Mila jumped up. Humph. You stole Sawyer brother's wife, so I came to assassinate you. And you? Didn't you promise to marry Sawyer brother? Deborah sighed helplessly. I never made such a promise. That was just an alliance between my father and the Qinglong sect. Why should we honor it when the Qinglong sect didn't help during the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley's attack on the xuanhuan sect? Rock understood now. The so-called marriage pact was exactly as she described. Plus, Mila herself was only at the 9th layer of Heavenly Realm, and her attacks lacked lethal intent. The assassination attempt seemed like a child's playful stunt. Rock said, got it, I understand. Go home quickly. Mila glared defiantly, you're strong, but I won't give up. Rock laughed, suit yourself. With that, Rock and Deborah continued their journey. Mila waited until they were far enough ahead, then resumed her bear form and followed, concealing her presence. Back at the xuanhuan sect, Deborah was busy again while Rock practiced cultivation in his room, contemplating how to handle the White Tiger sect. The next morning, a disciple came to find Rock, saying someone wanted to meet him. Rock was puzzled. Someone seeking me at the xuanhuan sect? What for? The disciple answered, that person didn't say. He only requested your help. If you don't want to see him, I can dismiss him. Rock thought for a moment. Let's see him first. Upon entering the main hall, the man prostrated himself. Era Bartolomean, please avenge my brother. Rock noticed the man looked recently promoted to the incipient soul realm, but his cultivation wasn't low. Why seek him? Brother, slow down. Explain the situation. And why come to me specifically? The man stood up, crying as he spoke. His name was Bartolomean Xue. He and his brother, Bartolomean Yu, encountered a spirit beast in the wild. Presumably invading its territory, the spirit beast attacked. Bartolomean Yu was killed, and Bartolomean Xue barely escaped. Later, he identified the beast as the legendary Western warbear. Now he sought Rock to kill the beast and avenge his brother. The treasures on the bear would naturally belong to Rock. Bartolomean Xue chose Rock because he heard he helped the xuanhuan sect against the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley, indicating strength and righteousness. Bartolomean Xue then presented a bag of spirit stones. These are some token gifts. Even if you can't find the beast, it shouldn't be a wasted trip. Rock thought it over. He had nothing better to do, so he agreed to investigate. Taking the crystals, Rock said, all right, considering our shared lineage, I'll accompany you. Bartolomean Xue was delighted and thanked him profusely before leading Rock toward the spirit beast's lair. Leaving the xuanhuan sect and heading west, Bartolomean Xue pointed to a nearby mountain. Era Bartolomean, The beast lives in this mountain. ##### Chapter 27. Shiyong's Bear Battle. Rock nodded. Alright, let's go to the place where you fought. Maybe it will show up on its own. Bartholomew and Shui responded, and continued leading the way. As they walked deeper into the mountains, Rock indeed found traces of a battle. While he was inspecting the surroundings, a roar echoed from not far away, followed by the ground shaking. Rock knew immediately that the Shiyong warbear had arrived. The Shiyong warbear was said to be the steed of the legendary war god of the Western continent. 1,000 years ago, the war god fell in battle, and the Shiyong warbear vanished as well. Back then, it had already reached the 7th level of the astral phase. Considering its age, it wouldn't be surprising if it had now reached the 9th level of the astral phase. Bartholomew and Shui had just advanced to the astral phase, so it was no wonder she couldn't defeat it. However, Rock wasn't too worried. He was considering whether to kill or subdue this bear. As for Bartholomew and Shui's request, Rock wasn't related to her and had no obligation to help. He had only agreed to visit the site, but hadn't promised to kill the bear. He drew the red sun sword and stood ready, while Bartholomew and Shui pulled out a saber and positioned herself behind him. Soon, the Shiyong warbear appeared. It stood upright nearby, observing the situation across from them. Rock examined the bear. It was indeed at the 9th level of the astral phase, but its size was average, similar to a regular black bear. If he were to ride it, his feet would still touch the ground. How did the war god of the Western continent ride it? Did it stand up to run? Or did it carry him on its shoulders? Beside him, Bartholomew and Shui shouted, "Era Bartholomew! This is the beast! Kill it quickly!" Rock frowned but didn't move. However, the Shiyong warbear charged towards them. He raised his sword in defense, but the bear aimed to bypass him and go after Bartholomew and Shui first. Seeing this, Rock pretended to overreact and jumped aside. The bear ignored him and chased after Bartholomew and Shui instead. Startled, Bartholomew and Shui cried out, "Ah, Era Bartholomew! Kin, save me!" It seemed the Shiyong warbear particularly disliked Bartholomew and Shui, not like someone who had just killed its kin, but more like Bartholomew and Shui had wronged the bear in some way. Could it be because of what Bartholomew and Shui shouted earlier? Rock decided to watch for a bit longer. Bartholomew and Shui fled hastily, with the Shiyong warbear in hot pursuit, while Rock followed behind. He deliberately watched for a while before attacking the Shiyong warbear. But even then, it wasn't a real fight. He used the red sun sword as a weapon, infused with mana, engaging in close combat with the bear, occasionally using spells to push it back. The Shiyong warbear was indeed fierce, and Rock spent nearly half of his mana subduing it. The bear was now covered in wounds, lying motionless on the ground. Panting, Rock said, "Bartholomew and Shui, my mana is almost depleted. You should finish it off." Bartholomew and Shui revealed a vengeful expression. "Fine, I'll avenge my brothers." With that, she raised her saber, gathering mana. The Shiyong warbear, knowing it could not escape, stopped struggling. Rock lowered his sword, watching from the side. Bartholomew and Shui's attack looked powerful, taking some time to gather the necessary mana. I'll kill you," she shouted and aimed the blade at Rock. Rock's lips curled into a smile. "I knew it." Before he could finish his thought, another sudden change occurred. Just as Bartholomew and Shui's blade approached and Rock prepared to counterattack, a brown bear suddenly emerged from the bushes. Rock was taken aback. Did the Shiyong warbear have a companion? But upon closer inspection of the brown bear's size and its mana fluctuations, no, this was Mila. In that moment of distraction, Bartholomew and Shui's blade struck the brown bear. Its protective aura shattered instantly, and the bear collapsed, shrinking in form. Mila! Rock exclaimed, anger surging within him. He immediately retrieved the executioner array. Seeing the bear blocking Bartholomew and Shui's blade, she was also shocked and wanted to attack again. But the 4 swords of execution were already in front of her. This time, Rock used all 4 swords at once. Bartholomew and Shui couldn't defend herself and was reduced to ashes. Mila had transformed back into human form, with a deep, shocking wound on her chest. Rock hadn't noticed her presence, and she had taken the blow for him. "What were you thinking?" Mila glanced at where Bartholomew and Shui had been. "You are my target. No one else can touch you." Rock laughed bitterly. "Alright, stop talking and take the medicine." He took out a spring return pill and placed it near Mila's mouth. Delicious on. She swallowed it and lay there absorbing the medicine's power. Rock sighed in relief, glancing towards Bartholomew and Shui's remains. He recognized that Bartholomew and Shui was a demonic cultivator from her final attack. But which sect did she belong to, and why did she want to kill him? Why did she set up such a trap? Soon, Mila recovered, stood up, dusted herself off, and casually mentioned, "He's the son of Blood Demon sect's leader, Amrit, named Shui Bartholomew. I saw you being lured here and followed you. I originally planned to wait until you two fought to the death and then kill you. Turns out I acted too soon, but next time, you won't be so lucky." Rock chuckled. Why did this girl always want to kill people? She was such a good kid otherwise. Or rather, a mischievous kid. Haha, really? I look forward to next time. But this Shui Bartholomew was bold, daring to plot against me despite being only at the 1st level of the astral phase. Who gave him the courage? Rock was subtly criticizing Mila for her own attempts, given her being only at the 9th level of the celestial phase yet wanting to fight him. Mila didn't seem to understand the sarcasm, continuing, "He probably had the same idea as me, waiting for you to fight the Shiyong warbear to exhaustion and then killing you." Rock wanted to banter further, but suddenly turned to another direction. "Who's there?" Just as he spoke, a sinister laugh echoed through the forest. "Ha ha ha. Rock, despite enduring 2 battles, your senses are still sharp." The voices grew closer, and 2 figures landed moments later, one holding the Azure Dragon sword, the other a replica. They were the Amerigo, the Grandmaster of the Azure Dragon sect, and his successor, Aryan. Chapter 28. The Azure Dragon falls, the White Tiger submits. King chuckled, "You arrived at just the right time. Perhaps you coordinated with Bartolomean? Yosef laughed heartily. Credit where it's due. We set this trap specifically to deal with you. Only we didn't expect Mila to follow behind. But even better, this opportunity allows us to eliminate Mila as well. Then the White Tiger sect will only have Timothy, a solitary master at the Soul Exit realm. Mila was furious. You deceived Deborah and now plan to target our White Tiger sect? Across from them, Bartolomean burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The four great sects should naturally be led by the Azure Dragon sect. With the Black Tortoise sect reduced to 9 people, the Vermilion Bird sect's leadership symbol destroyed, and the White Tiger sect left with only Timothy, a single expert at the Soul Exit realm, who could possibly stand in our way? King was amused, from your tone. It sounds like you consider Mila and me already dead? Bartolomean sneered. King, you're clever but too emotional. If you hadn't been blinded by anger over Bartolomean and used all your power to desecrate her corpse, I wouldn't dare face you now. Nearby, Battle Bear lay watching dumbfounded, not understanding what these humans were doing. If they wanted to kill each other, why make things so complicated? Whichever side won, its fate wouldn't change either way. But without any power left, it could only lie there and watch the drama unfold. Seeing their shamelessness, Mila shouted, though King is also my target, let's first take care of you two. As she spoke, she attempted to transform into a bear, but midway through her spellcasting, she realized she lacked sufficient power. She had expended all her strength earlier while deflecting an attack. Yosef roared in laughter. Ha ha ha, with just you? At the Celestial Realm, who do you think you can kill? Even with full power, I'm not afraid. Mila bit her lip, racking her brain for a solution. But King remained calm. Headmaster Ching, you're right. I did waste some power earlier. Bartolomean chuckled. Well, you'll regret that in the next life. Yosef, move. Just as they were about to attack, King produced his sword-slaying formation map. In the next life, you two should regret more. With those words, the heaven-slaying sword and the immortal-slaying sword emerged, stabbing towards Bartolomean and Yosef simultaneously. The distance was too short for them to react. Both were killed instantly without a sound. In truth, one sword per person would have been enough. Thanks for the hint. King retracted the sword-slaying formation map as he spoke. Mila gazed at King in astonishment. You are indeed powerful. It looks like my assassination plans need revision. King smiled but ignored her, addressing Battle Bear instead. You know what happened here. You were used too, so there's no point in fighting to the death. Do you wish to continue cultivating alone in the mountains, or become a cultivator's mount? Battle Bear pondered, then bowed submissively before approaching King. King patted its head but didn't bind it with a contract. Mila, thank you for your help today. This Bear is yours as a gift. Mila was surprised and instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing such a magnificent black bear made her mouth water uncontrollably. Fine, thank you. I really like this little bear. Bear, are you willing to form a contract with me? Mila had always loved bears, so she specialized in bear transformation spells. Seeing such a formidable black bear now, she couldn't resist caressing it before it even agreed. Battle Bear felt helpless. Following someone as powerful as King would be ideal, but Mila was merely at the 9th level celestial realm, far below him. However, considering Mila's close relationship with King, likely being his partner, following Mila meant being close to King as well. Thinking this, Battle Bear nudged Mila's hand, signaling agreement. Mila was elated and immediately formed a contract with Battle Bear. From then on, this black bear would be Mila's personal spirit beast. King watched contentedly. Good, now I can carry you. Let's go. As Mila stroked the bear's head, she remarked, in the future, it will be easier to ambush you together. King smiled, realizing Mila wasn't being completely upfront. Despite her childlike appearance, she was a cultivator at the 9th level celestial realm, equal to Ember. She surely understood the implications. It seemed she was trying to save face. King let it be, preferring to let events unfold naturally. One flew on a sword, the other rode a bear, heading towards the Black Tortoise sect. After storing Bartolomean and Yosef's bodies in his storage ring, King planned to seek justice at the Azure Dragon sect. The next day, King and Deborah visited the Azure Dragon sect. Upon hearing King's account, the Azure Dragon sect condemned Bartolomean and his son for conspiring with demonic cultivators and attempting to assassinate the righteous sect leaders, deserving severe punishment. Just as they were about to punish the corpses, King intervened. Generously, King stated the matter was resolved since the culprits were dead. He returned the Azure Dragon sword, allowing them to choose a new leader. They selected a collateral descendant with Azure Dragon bloodline, ensuring allegiance to King. Unexpectedly, clearing the Azure Dragon sect came before dealing with the White Tiger sect. But it was beneficial, eliminating these traitors early. Having handled this matter, King returned to the Black Tortoise sect with Deborah, who was pregnant. King didn't return to the southern continent immediately, and Mila stayed under the pretense of seeking opportunities to assassinate him. Several months later, Deborah gave birth to a son with water elemental affinity and Black Tortoise bloodline, rated 91. The system rewarded the 4 symbols array, adding a century's worth of cultivation, advancing King to the second stage Spirit Division realm. Examining the 4 symbols array description, King exclaimed it was heaven sent. This array required representatives from the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise sects to form a grand formation capable of both offense and defense, leveraging each sect's strengths while compensating for weaknesses. Under the pretext of celebrating his son's first month, King summoned the heads of the 3 major sects. As husband to the Black Tortoise sect's leader, he proposed renewing the alliance among the 4 sects, promoting mutual support. With King's central role and the practical benefits of the 4 symbols array, the 4 great sects would remain united. ####Chapter 29, Meeting Force with Resistance. Western Continent, the 10,000 Transformations sect. The sect Berkeley Herman was in a very foul mood. Why is this year's tribute from the West 30% less? How are you handling things? The steward hastily replied, report to sect Berkeley. Many people in the West have gone to mine spirit stones for the Xuanhu sect and Juke sect. Many merchants have also relocated there. Herman frowned deeply. What? How dare they? Which family received the most? We need to give them a warning. The steward responded, Sect Berkeley. Now the four great sects have reformed their alliance and are as one. Hiss. Herman drew in a cold breath. Weren't they fighting each other for many years? Why did they suddenly become allies? The territory controlled by the 10,000 Transformation sect was vast, and with the weakening influence of the four great sects, Herman had paid little attention to them. Thus, the steward narrated Nelson's assistance to the Xuanhu sect, his union with Deborah, the change in leadership of the Qinglong sect, and the formation of the new alliance among the four sects. Herman stroked his beard thoughtfully and chuckled. I think Nelson's combat skills are just average. It's merely that the people of the Qinglong sect are afraid of death. At this point, Kin Jonas asked, but if Nelson isn't strong, how did he gain everyone's respect? Herman laughed. I see Nelson as just a ninth-stage soul separation cultivator. No different from me except for owning one innate spirit treasure. Jonas questioned curiously, then how could he destroy both the Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley sect? Herman said, if he silently eliminated those two, there must be assistance from someone from the upper realm. If Nelson were truly that powerful, why didn't he kill the Qinglong sect members in the Xuanhu sect and then merge forces? Why would he choose an uninhabited place to fight? He must have been unable to handle it alone, and thus sought help from the upper realm. People from the upper realm don't stay long. They must have already left. Everyone around listened and found his reasoning quite convincing. Jonas sighed, it's unfortunate. If Nelson has support from the upper realm, we can't make a move. Herman smiled, don't worry about that. Strife in the lower realm is common as long as we keep supplying the upper realm. Who cares whether he's surnamed Bartholomean or Juan? Jonas, oh? Does Sect Berkeley mean to eliminate Nelson? Herman's smile faded. Even though Nelson doesn't live up to his reputation, we shouldn't underestimate him. It's best not to directly confront Nelson. We only need to obtain the benefits from the four sections. I was originally concerned about provoking a united front among them, so I kept my distance. But since they've allied, it's time to subdue them. Now that the Xuanhu sect and Qinglong sect are weakened, they're at their most vulnerable. The steward asked, Sect Berkeley, which sect should we target first? Herman gave a sinister smile. We'll start with Nelson's sect. First, we send some people. After Herman explained his plan, everyone understood. It was a classic diversionary tactic. The next day, Nelson and Deborah received news that the 10,000 Transformation sect was unhappy about the resource encroachment by the Xuanhu sect and Juke sect and wanted to initiate negotiations. Deborah took the 10,000 Transformation sect seriously and immediately dispatched messengers to contact the Juke sect to negotiate jointly. Rising to prominence, the four great sects naturally encroached on the interests of the 10,000 Transformation sect, something Deborah and Nelson had anticipated. What they didn't know was that the 10,000 Transformation sect had designs on the Green Cloud sect. This so-called negotiation was just a distraction. In reality, the 10,000 Transformation sect had gathered its elite forces and headed to the southern continent's Green Cloud sect. Led by Sect Berkeley Herman and Kins Jonas and Shaw, three ninth-stage soul separation experts, along with many Golden Core disciples, they were determined to attack with lethal force and absolute success. Meanwhile, the Green Cloud sect was completely unprepared, focusing only on daily cultivation. Ember, despite not being the highest-ranked cultivator, still at the ninth-stage celestial human realm, oversaw all matters within the sect. Among Nelson's other Dao consorts, only a few were highly ranked, while the rest held positions similar to regular disciples. It couldn't be helped. With over 100 Dao consorts, treating each like a revered elder would overwhelm the junior disciples. One day, Ember was arranging matters in the main hall when a disciple reported urgently, Madam Sect Berkeley, a large group of cultivators is flying from the west, all strangers. They don't seem friendly. Ember stood up abruptly. Call all array formations to assemble, prepare for battle. Yes. The disciple hurried away with orders while Ember went to gather Erilyn and others. Soon, Ember, Erilyn, Isabel, Celia, and Ashley gathered at the gate, along with the 12 zodiac messengers and practitioners of the wind array, fire array, etc., ready for combat. Dozens of Golden Core cultivators, all Dao consorts who had consumed Nelson's 9 transformation golden pill, joined together. Just then, the enemy contingent arrived outside the mountain. Ember activated the mountain protection array to conceal the situation within Green Cloud sect and waited to see what they would do. Herman observed the environment and confirmed it was indeed the Green Cloud sect. Without delay, he ordered an assault on the protective array. Dozens of Golden Core disciples cast various spells, aiming at the protective barrier surrounding Green Cloud sect. Seeing this, Ember knew there was no need to ask who these intruders were. She must act swiftly. Sisters, form the array and attack. With her command, the 12 zodiac messengers and others formed the array, soaring towards the mountain gate, followed by Ember and the other 9th stage soul separation experts. Herman grinned upon seeing the Green Cloud sect emerge. How courageous! To challenge us even with Nelson absent? Attack together! Herman, Jonas, and Shaw rushed forward, ready to wreak havoc. Ember shouted immediately, hold them off! Erilyn smiled lightly. Watch this. 10,000 miles of ice. She released a massive wave of ice mist, enveloping Herman and his companions. This wasn't Erilyn's usual technique, but a spell from the Heavenly Water secret scroll given by Nelson to enhance her weaker offensive abilities. Celia joined the fray next. Jade mist clouds. Her spell bewildered the minds of Herman and his men right after they broke through the 10,000 miles of ice. As Herman and his companions tried to dispel the confusion again, Isabel launched Drunken Dream Immortal Blossoms, enveloping them once more. Then Ember attacked from afar using the Green Cloud Sword technique against Herman and his companions. Ashley drew her dagger, Liang Yu, and plunged into the midst of the Piao Miao sect's illusions. Chapter 30. A foul stealing scheme backfires. Isabel quickly took out the myriad reflection mirror and shone it on Ashley, shielding her from the influence of the illusion spell. At this moment, Herman and his companions were suffering. They had to break the illusions while defending against flying sword lights and ice fog, ice spears coming from all directions. Additionally, an elusive enemy continuously stabbed from various directions with daggers. The illusions came one after another. Herman's trio was separated into 3 places, unable to find any sense of direction. This couldn't continue. Herman shouted several times, but received no response. It seemed this illusion not only isolated their divine senses, but also their sounds. Herman gritted his teeth and could only rush in one direction to escape the range of the illusion first. As for the other 2, he hoped they would be as smart. While defending against various spells, he finally broke free from the illusion's reach by distinguishing reality from the illusion. Luckily, he exited far from Qingyun sect's territory. Looking at the battlefield upon exit, he gasped. His fellow disciples under Wanxiang sect were already battered and beaten back. On the Qingyun sect side, they fought in formation, using top-notch techniques and magic weapons. King's companion used postnatal spiritual treasures, whereas those under Wanxiang sect used ordinary magic weapons and fought individually. More than a dozen lay on the ground, uncertain of their fate. Herman turned around to see Jonas and Shaw still trapped in the illusion, unsure of their situation. Forget it. Survival first? He never imagined that besides King, Qingyun sect had 4 more out-of-shell realm experts working so proficiently together. Even their disciples were sharp. This time, they really hit a hard wall. Seeing Herman trying to escape, Isabel asked hastily, Paisley, should we chase him with my Fastawu beast? Ember shook her head. Let him go. We'll keep these 2. All right. Isabel agreed, continuing to trap Jonas and Shaw. Herman, seeing no pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed towards the western continent at full speed. Since this place was unfamiliar, who knew what trouble might arise? Unfortunately, fear led to what feared. Just as Herman accelerated, he collided with 2 people. Who dared invade our southern continent? You dare attack our alliance leader sect? These were Wulong Daoist and Jessup, who received messages from Qingyun sect and arrived just in time to encounter Herman. Just having experienced a fierce battle, Herman dared not confront 2 peers head-on and immediately fled, attempting to bypass them. Where do you think you're going? Wulong Daoist and Jessup instantly gave chase. Herman didn't bother explaining or using any tricks because he clearly heard the 2 Daoists mentioning being allied with Qingyun sect. They must have received messages. Thus, Herman could only flee, hoping to outrun them by speed. Unluckily, after escaping a few hundred miles, he encountered another person. This person was Jinshan sect's Era, Jin Zhongguang. Seeing a stranger fleeing, he instantly identified him as an intruder. Who are you? Stop. Herman, seeing this, felt extremely unlucky and changed direction again without a word. Wulong Daoist shouted, don't let him escape. Capture and deliver him to Qingyun sect. Got it. Jin Zhongguang joined in the chase behind Herman. Herman flew another few hundred miles, but failed to widen the distance. Instead, due to weakened mana, he fell slightly behind. Realizing this wasn't working, he hastily pulled out a talisman, forcing out a mouthful of blood to sprinkle on it. Spurt. As the blood touched the talisman, the runes lit up. Herman slapped it onto his chest, immediately increasing his flight speed. This finally allowed him to shake off the 3 pursuers. Seeing they couldn't catch him, Wulong Daoist gave up. Jessup sighed. Alas, we let him get away. What move was that, making him so fast? Wulong Daoist responded. I suspect it was a talisman granted by celestial beings from the upper realms. It's normal we couldn't catch him. Jin Zhongguang asked, what should we do now? Wulong Daoist replied, go to Qingyun sect. Although King's wife has surely won, there might be others who escaped. Both nodded and flew toward Qingyun sect. Back at Qingyun sect, the battle had ended. Jonas and Shaw, beaten near death, knelt in the main hall. Many disciples were dead or wounded, and the remaining were detained for interrogation. These 2 were questioned personally by Ember. Who are you? Why did you invade Qingyun sect? Jonas gloomily answered, our sect Berkeley said it was a strategy to lure King back. Ember frowned. A ploy to lure him away? Are you targeting xuanhuan sect? Jonas shook his head. I don't know about that. Ember smirked, turning to ask Shaw, do you know? Shaw hesitated before shaking his head. Ember chuckled. Do you think your sect Berkeley will come to redeem you? Or expect to turn the tables? You didn't see how he fled faster than a rabbit. Would he come back for you after abandoning you so readily? And even if you don't talk, wouldn't your disciples? Jonas and Shaw exchanged glances, still hesitant. At this point, Isabel suggested, Paisley, our Piao Miao sect has a spell that can collapse one's mind. Should I use it? Ember shook her head. Why go through such trouble? Kill them if they refuse to speak. Hearing this, both hurriedly admitted, we'll talk. It went like this. They relayed all they knew about King and the 4 major sects, leaving nothing out. Ember listened intently. Although King kept them updated, message artifacts consumed much energy and needed recovery time, unsuitable for storytelling. King only briefly assured them. This was the first time Ember and others heard about King's endeavors in the Western continent. Indeed, my husband is unparalleled, causing quite a stir alone in the Western continent. He isn't alone. He even married 3 new companions. Apart from Deborah initially, Penelope and Mila joined later, making it 3. Chapter 31. The Wuxian Incarnation Technique. They had Jonas and Shaw taken away, and then inquired about the interrogation of the disciples. After comparing both sides' statements, there was no discrepancy. It appeared to be fundamentally credible. When Wulong Daoist and the others arrived, there wasn't much left for them to assist with, but Ember still warmly welcomed them. Upon learning that the Jagger of 10,000 Phenomena sect, Herman, had fled back, Ember immediately informed Nelson. Nelson was also very surprised, never expecting that the 10,000 Phenomena sect would resort to such a low trick. Hee, the 10,000 Phenomena sect actually ambushed our Green Cloud sect. Too bad they lost their general and their soldiers, Nelson said wryly. Deborah asked, 10,000 Phenomena sect? What happened? Nelson explained the entire situation, after which Deborah slammed the table and exclaimed, 10,000 Phenomena sect is truly unreasonable. They pretend to negotiate here while simultaneously staging an ambush over there. Husband, let's go and annihilate the 10,000 Phenomena sect. With the 10,000 Phenomena sect now heavily damaged, only Herman remained as a solitary leader, a perfect opportunity indeed. However, Nelson was not in a hurry. Even if the 10,000 Phenomena sect were at full strength, he could easily crush them. If even two major demonic sects like Blood Demon sect and Hell Valley couldn't stop him, what was 10,000 Phenomena sect? There's no rush. Mila is close to giving birth. We'll discuss this once the child is born. Recently, after Mila and Penelope moved in, Nelson had planted his seeds. Penelope needed to wait until she reached the 5th level of the astral travel realm and regained her adult form before she could bear children. But Mila was already 9 months pregnant. Deborah did not persist upon hearing Nelson's reasoning. She trusted his strength and knew that 10,000 Phenomena sect had no hope of revival. A few days later, Mila gave birth to a son with golden spirit roots and a congenital talent of white tiger lineage, scoring 88 points. This time, the system granted only one reward, but it was highly significant for Nelson because it was a cultivation technique named Wuxian Incarnation Technique. It required at least first stage divergent spirit realm cultivation to practice, allowing one to transform into multiple incarnations by consuming mana. By the peak of 9th stage divergent spirit realm, one could divide into 24 incarnations, hence the name Wuxian Incarnation Technique. The appearances and aura of these incarnations resembled the original self, and they could use the same spells. However, these incarnations constantly consumed mana and would dissipate if the magic exceeded their limits. Therefore, lower-level cultivators could not maintain them for long periods. For Nelson, however, these incarnations had another useful function, spreading offspring. Creating an external incarnation wasn't simply conjuring a human form. It involved a true separation from soul to body, which ordinary people found hard to imagine. Currently situated on the Western continent and planning to gather more Dao partners here, he would benefit greatly from the ability to create avatars. This would significantly enhance his efficiency and reduce scheduling difficulties. Now, the Dao partners within Green Cloud sect were almost ready to have more children. He could send a few incarnations back to the southern continent to impregnate them one by one, while he continued spreading progeny widely on the Western continent. Wouldn't this be wonderful? Although maintaining the incarnations required continuous mana consumption, given Nelson's profound mana reserves, this was acceptable. He didn't need to focus on cultivation anyway, as he awaited system rewards for advancement. Deciding, Nelson began practicing the Wuxian Incarnation Technique and smoothly created an avatar. Equipping the avatar with a few magical treasures, he sent it back to the southern continent. The avatar could perceive and relay everything in real time to Nelson's main self without any distance limitations. When the avatar returned to Green Cloud sect, communication remained flawless. Ember and the others thought Nelson had returned and rushed out to greet him. Madam, can you tell what's different about me? Nelson asked as he circled in front of them. The Dao partners inspected Nelson closely, but saw nothing unusual. Nothing seems different. Where's the change? After thinking for a moment, Ember asked, have you practiced a new spell? Nelson nodded. Almost there. Keep guessing. Ashley suggested, your outer incarnation? Nelson nodded. You're clever, Qingqiu. The other Dao partners gathered around him curiously, examining the avatar. After some playful moments, Nelson dismissed them and went to Ember's room. Curious, Ember asked, can the incarnation do that? Nelson grinned mischievously. Of course, it can even bear children. I'm back to plant seeds. Ember was astonished. Is that possible? You've had hundreds of children already? Nelson laughed. Thousands or tens of thousands. There's no limit. Though excited about Nelson's return, the prospect of her belly growing again made her apprehensive. Yet, who could argue with his fondness for children? While Nelson diligently spread his seed, Herman finally managed to escape back to the 10,000 Phenomena sect. Along the way, he had been cautious, first recuperating in a secluded place before disguising himself and gathering information about 10,000 Phenomena sect and Nelson. Confirming that 10,000 Phenomena sect was temporarily safe, he returned to the sect. As the only remaining high-ranking cultivator, aside from a few celestial human realm hall masters, there was little fighting power left. He ventured back to communicate with the upper echelon. In large sects of the lower realms, methods to contact the upper realms usually existed. However, these artifacts and arrays were extremely resource-intensive, relying on spirit veins and could not be moved. Whenever ancestors ascended and gained prominence in the upper realms, they established communication methods for interaction with the lower realms, aiding the sect's expansion and receiving tributes. Now, Herman sought assistance from the upper echelon. Without explaining to his disciples, he went alone to the communication artifact and activated it using spirit stones. Soon, a figure appeared in the mirror. Herman, what do you want? Upon seeing someone from the upper echelon, Herman broke down, recounting the ordeal with the 4 great sects and Nelson. Immortal, please seek justice for me and the 10,000 Phenomena sect. The immortal was nearly moved to tears. What? You lost 2 grand elders and dozens of golden core realm disciples? Are you as stupid as a pig's head? Chapter 32. The Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace. The celestial elder berated Herman harshly, finally saying, fortunately, both the Black Tortoise sect and the Green Dragon sect have been rendered useless. After I kill that king, you can slowly deal with the 4 great sects. Herman hurriedly nodded. Thank you, celestial kin. The celestial elder continued. Although the Myriad Phenomena sect has suffered heavy damage, the next tribute cannot be reduced. Find a way on your own. Sure, absolutely no problem, Herman replied promptly. As he watched the celestial elder disappear from the mirror, Herman heaved a sigh of relief. Although killing King meant that Jonas and Shaw would likely not survive, rescuing them was nearly impossible. Moreover, the celestial elders of the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace couldn't act directly in the southern continent. There was nothing to be done about it. Once King was dead, he could further stir discord among the 4 great sects, causing them to fragment as before. Then, with time, he could pick them off one by one. Thinking this, Herman's mood improved considerably. For now, he could do nothing but wait for good news from the celestial elders. In the upper realm at the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace, Godwin shut off the communication artifact and walked toward the connecting passage. The guardian of the passage called out, "Senior Brother Juan, heading to the lower realm?" Godwin nodded. "That grandson Herman is quite troublesome. I'm just going to kill someone. I'll be back soon." The guardian said, "Oh, that's fine. The Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace isn't flush with spirit stones these days, so it's best if you can finish it in one go." Godwin smiled. "Don't worry, just a small matter. I definitely won't come down a second time." Godwin was at the peak of the 9th stage of the separation of soul realm, making him a core member of the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace, brimming with confidence. Activating the connecting passage, Godwin descended to the lower realm. These passages were unidirectional, allowing descent but not ascent. To return, Godwin would have to create an opening using his own magical power, which wasn't difficult for a 9th stage expert like him. Upon arriving, Godwin immediately felt the sparse spiritual chi and the gradual dissipation of his internal magic power. This was not due to the sparsity of the lower realm's spiritual chi, but rather ordained by the heavens, though no one knew why it had always been so for millennia. Godwin's immediate task was to find and kill King. Recalling the direction of the Black Tortoise sect, he flew there at top speed. His advanced cultivation allowed him to sense the strong magic power even before reaching the Black Tortoise sect. There's a powerful enemy approaching, probably someone from the upper realm, King thought, having quickly identified the situation based on experience. Deborah was startled. From the upper realm? Not good. Could it be reinforcements for the Myriad Phenomena sect? Their ancestral sect, the Yin-Yang sect, hadn't been in contact for over 200 years, so they couldn't be related. If it's anyone visiting the Black Tortoise sect now, it must be from the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace. Deborah fretted. "Husband, what should we do?" King smiled faintly. "No worries. Let's see if I can handle it." "Have you forgotten my great treasure?" Deborah recalled and relaxed. "Ah yes, you have the array diagram of the slaughter demon." King nodded. "Rest assured. I'll return after taking care of this celestial elder." "Okay, come back soon," Deborah replied. King understood her implication. She wanted to spend intimate time before her belly grew larger. "All right, fast when necessary, slow when necessary," he teased. Deborah blushed furiously. "What are you saying? That's not what I meant." King laughed. Although Deborah had become accustomed to being his Tao companion, she still frequently showed her proud and coy side. Ceasing the banter, King took off before the enemy arrived. Just as King reached the sky, Godwin arrived too. Godwin looked at King twice. "You're King? You certainly have guts." To ensure caution, King asked, "Are you from the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace? Here to support the Myriad Phenomena sect?" Godwin nodded. "Since you know, prepare to die." Saying this, he drew a sword of innate spiritual quality, preparing to attack King. King sneered, "We'll see who dies." He pulled out the array diagram of the slaughter demon. Upon seeing it, Godwin was taken aback. "What's this?" Though unfamiliar with the diagram, he sensed its destructive power. King hesitated momentarily, surprised that the celestial elder had some discernment. Nonetheless, he unconsciously summoned the 4 swords of the slaughter demon array, forming a sword formation that would shred Godwin in an instant. But shockingly, Godwin vanished, not just from sight, but also evading King's divine senses. Was such a spell possible? While he could understand white maple transforming into a brown bear and concealing his presence, this was purely invisibility. Worried about potential ambushes, King kept the 4 swords circling his body while trying to sense Godwin. However, Godwin seemed adept at this, leaving King sensing nothing. This was awkward. King couldn't maintain the slaughter demon array indefinitely, yet he lacked the confidence to use other artifacts against this formidable foe. What to do? Circling in the sky, King cast a wide area spell, Flaming Sky Incineration. He aimed to disrupt the surroundings, hoping to hit Godwin. Despite several casts, Godwin remained unseen. King almost wondered if he had returned to the upper realm, but that was impossible. Returning would cause some disturbance. Godwin must be hiding somewhere, waiting for King to expose a weakness. King doubted Godwin would flee from mere sight of the slaughter demon array. Taking a deep breath, King devised a plan. Pretending to give up, he retracted the array and flew back toward the Black Tortoise sect. The moment he did, a beam of sword light shot towards him from afar. Quickly retrieving the concealment array diagram, King formed a defensive stance. As the sword light was deflected, another came hurtling toward him. Drawing the slaughter demon array again, King launched the 4 swords at lightning speed toward the origin of the sword light. For beams of destructive energy zipped through the air but hit nothing. Seeing the slaughter demon array, Godwin withdrew again. King's face turned red with embarrassment. Hashtag chapter 33, a gambit in a bind. Rock was now in a frustrating predicament, unable to strike Godwin when he wanted to, and unable to leave without risking an attack from Godwin. He couldn't stow away the Xuanhuan formation scroll because if he did, Godwin would hide again. Keeping the 4 Xuanhuan swords activated consumed his mana continuously, albeit only slightly. However, Rock wasn't sure he could outlast Godwin. Logically, Godwin's invisibility spell should consume more mana. But with higher cultivation and years of practice, Godwin's reserves were undoubtedly deeper. After some thought, Bartolome and Daoxuan decided on another approach. He retracted the 4 Xuanhuan swords, but kept the Xuanhuan formation scroll in hand as he flew toward the xuanhuan sect. Sure enough, Godwin struck again. From a distance of about 5 miles, a beam of sword light shot towards Rock. This strike had been building momentum for a while, and moved like lightning. But Rock was prepared, immediately retaliating. Instead of using the formation scroll, he unleashed all 4 swords at once, one aiming directly at the incoming sword light, cutting through it and continuing its trajectory. The other 3 swords spread out in a triangular formation, targeting the origin of the sword light. Unfortunately, this wasn't a full attack by Godwin. It was a feint. After striking, he quickly retreated. Rock withdrew the 4 swords, realizing the situation wasn't favorable. Godwin aimed to drain his mana. A sly old fox indeed. Holding onto the formation scroll didn't seem to be working. What should he do next? Rock fell into deep thought once more. Meanwhile, Godwin felt equally frustrated. What he assumed would be an effortless task turned into a drawn-out struggle, forcing himself into invisibility and unable to even make a sound. Yet, the power of that formation scroll was undeniable. Just the clash of those 4 swords in midair made his hair stand on end from several miles away, nearly breaking his invisibility spell. His only recourse was to leverage his greater mana reserves, waiting until Rock could no longer activate the innate spiritual treasure. Then would be his moment to strike. He couldn't believe an out-of-body 9th layer cultivator had much mana left. How many times could he use such a potent tool? The two remained in a tense standoff, 10 miles apart in the air. Suddenly, Rock realized another concern. What if Deborah came out to help? With Godwin invisible, Rock couldn't guarantee her safety. Using her as bait was out of the question. Right, he had a communication artifact to contact her. First, he cast a confusion spell around himself to mask his presence, a technique he learned from Jayla but had never used in combat. Blocking Godwin's senses wasn't critical. Rather, it presented an opportunity if Godwin attacked while Rock was distracted. Prepared, Rock held the xuanhuan formation scroll in one hand and took out the communication artifact with the other, contacting Deborah. The 5-colored shell of the Eastern Sea opened, emitting radiant light forming Deborah's image above him. Hubby, did you eliminate that person from the myriad phenomena Immortal Palace? Rock shook his head. Not yet. Deborah was startled. Why are you contacting me? What if he attacks? Should I bring others to help? Rock sighed. I hope he does attack, but he won't come out. He explained the situation, then asked, do you know how to counter his invisibility spell? Deborah shook her head. I've never heard of such a spell for myriad phenomena sect. It might be beyond our level. Rock paused, then said, I'll think of something. Stay at the Xuanhuan sect. Deborah nodded obediently, and Rock ended the communication, continuing to brainstorm. Rock stayed put, and so did Godwin. Though unable to see through illusions, Godwin deduced Rock's approximate position. However, attacking carried risks. He might reveal his own path. Better to stay cautious. Hours passed as Rock contemplated solutions. Eventually, an idea emerged. Isabel's 10,000 reflection mirror, controlled by Celia. This mirror was a treasured artifact of the ethereal sect with the potential to dispel illusions, possibly breaking Godwin's invisibility. Given Isabel's lower cultivation level, it was better for Celia, also of the ethereal sect and familiar with the mirror, to operate it. Flying southward for a bit, Rock halted. If he left, what if Godwin attacked the Xuanhuan sect? Yet, staying meant waiting for Celia and the others, potentially for too long. And what if his mana ran out or Godwin devised new tactics? Killing Deborah would benefit the myriad phenomena sect as well. Rock couldn't take the risk. Deciding against flying south, Rock dispatched his clone to find Isabel and Celia, while he consumed a rejuvenation pill, replenishing his mana. Hidden afar, Godwin was stunned. Rock could recover mana via pills. What was he taking? Jade from Kunlun. Such elixirs shouldn't exist in the lower realms. Godwin feared Rock intended to outlast him with pills. As he pondered, Rock began moving again, leading Godwin around in circles, occasionally presenting chances for ambush. The formation scroll activated twice more, still missing, while Rock consumed another rejuvenation pill. Elsewhere, Rock gathered Celia and Isabel, explaining the dire situation. If the 10,000 reflection mirror works, we can eliminate him using the xuanhuan formation scroll. If not, we'll need to locate him using numbers, but that would mean significant sacrifices, Celia remarked. The mirror can indeed break illusions, but I've never heard of this particular spell. We're uncertain if it will work. Isabel added, he's beyond the out-of-body realm, while the mirror is just a post-natal treasure. It might not reveal his spells. ####Chapter 34. The Myriad Reflections Mirror reveals its power. Rock, it's fine. Nothing is impossible if we try. The 2 Dao companions nodded and decided to take the risk with Rock. The 3 of them mounted the Zou beast and flew toward the Xuanhuan sect in the western continent. To ensure success, they also taught Rock a spell. However, this spell was extremely subtle, and Rock couldn't understand it right away. It wasn't like the skills rewarded by the system, which could be learned instantly. He had never used the Myriad Reflections mirror before, so he was unfamiliar and awkward with it. After several attempts, Rock gave up. Meanwhile, Rock's main body continued to circle around with Godwin, constantly looking for an opportunity. He also had to estimate how quickly his clone would arrive, and carefully use spirit recovery pills. He had brought only 10 spirit recovery pills on this trip to the western continent. With one already consumed, he only had one left. However, fortunately, his clone was almost there. Rock relaxed slightly and landed on the ground to rest. Godwin was delighted when he saw this. In his view, Rock must have run out of pills and had to stop luring him to rest. Once Rock's magic power was depleted, Godwin could boldly attack. Godwin cautiously approached Rock, preventing him from meditating to recover his magic power. Rock stood on the mountain with the xuanhuan array map in hand. When the time was right, he flew into the sky again and began casting spells randomly in all directions. This was to distract Godwin and cover for his clone. Seeing Rock acting crazily again, Godwin hurriedly kept his distance to avoid accidental injuries. Meanwhile, Rock's clone, along with Isabel and Celia, were about to arrive. Get ready to use the Chi concealment spell. Okay. This spell was taught to Rock by Mila and then passed on to Celia and Isabel. All 3 of them used it together to minimize detection as long as possible. As for the Zou beast, they believed Godwin wouldn't notice it. As they got closer, they soon could see Rock's main body with their naked eyes. At this moment, Godwin also noticed them. It was clear that they were here to assist Rock. Godwin sneered. What could mere lower realm cultivators accomplish by coming to help? Except for that array map, he feared nothing. Seeing Rock still casting random spells, Godwin quietly moved closer to the reinforcements, intending to deal with them first. Just then, Celia made her move. She lifted the myriad reflection reflections mirror and shone it forward. A myriad of beams shot out, revealing Godwin's form. Although it was just a hazy shadow, it was enough to be locked onto by divine sense. Rock had been waiting for this moment and immediately activated the Four Swords formation to attack Godwin. Terrified, Godwin hadn't expected such a powerful artifact capable of breaking his invisibility. Luckily, he was farther from Rock due to his attempt to approach the reinforcements. He quickly unleashed all his magic power and flew away, trying to escape the range of the myriad reflections mirror. Yao Bi Yun Yin, Bartolomeo Finchen. Isabel and Rock's clone simultaneously cast large-scale spells to hinder Godwin. Godwin then realized that another Rock was riding the spirit beast. Could it be a twin? Using divine sense, he immediately sensed something was off. The aura of this Rock matched the real Rock exactly. Body outside body? Soul separation realm? Godwin was shocked. A lower realm cultivator had secretly advanced to the soul separation realm and stayed behind. No, I need to return to the upper realm to report. Godwin hurriedly broke through the spell and forced open a temporary passage to escape directly to the upper realm. Unfortunately, he underestimated the speed of the Four Swords formation. Just as the small portal opened, the Four Swords were already there. For flashes of sword light pierced through Godwin, making him fall from the clouds. The small vortex filled with spatial rifts also dispersed. In the upper realm, at the Myriad Images Immortal Palace, the guards guarding the passage saw a temporary passage appear and thought Godwin had completed his mission and returned. They were about to welcome him, but the small vortex dissipated immediately. Huh? What's going on? It must be some temporary situation. Forget it. Let's ignore it. Rock and his companions landed beside Godwin's corpse and checked his belongings. They searched his entire body and storage ring but found only an innate spirit-level treasure sword. There were no hidden invisibility treasures. It seems to be a spell rather than requiring a specific magical tool, Rock remarked regretfully. If he had such a tool, it would make things much easier. Celia inspected the sword. This sword isn't bad. It's probably an innate spirit-level treasure. Rock smiled. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Celia's face lit up with joy, but she hesitated. Such a precious treasure. Should I really accept it? Rock replied. Of course. If not for you using the Myriad Reflections mirror to break his invisibility today, I wouldn't have known how to kill him. Isabel added, Sister, take it. You gave me the Myriad Reflections mirror and don't have any proper treasures. Now that you have this immortal sword, once you get used to it, it will enhance your combat strength. Rock said, yes, keeping it will help protect Qingyun's sect and give me peace of mind. Celia smiled happily. Alright, then I'll keep it. Everyone was happy with this battle. Since the two of them came, Rock decided to introduce them to people at the Xuanhuan sect. Meanwhile, the clone temporarily merged back into his body. Back at the Myriad Images sect, Herman had been waiting for news from Godwin. Days passed, and he received neither news nor Godwin's return. He had been waiting for Rock to die, so he could deal with the Xuanhuan sect and Qinglong sect. After a few days, he couldn't wait any longer, and sent someone to inquire at the Xuanhuan sect. He was shocked to learn that Rock was alive and well. Moreover, the four major sects were completely unharmed. What had Godwin been doing? Where did he go? Could it be that he was killed by Rock? Herman shook his head fiercely, unable to believe it. Yet there was no reasonable explanation. After much thought, he spent a large amount of spirit stones and activated the artifact to contact the upper realm. In the Myriad Images Immortal Palace, the artifact responsible for communicating with the Myriad Images sect emitted ripples of magical energy, waiting for someone to activate the spells to connect with the lower realm. But the person responsible for contacting the Myriad Images sect, Godwin, was gone. Not far away, the guard watching the connection felt the magical energy ripples. Hashtag chapter 35, Herman in desperation. The gatekeeper found this extremely odd. Godwin had already descended, hadn't he? If the 10,000 Phenomena sect had any business, they could just talk to him. Why waste spirit stones contacting the upper realm? But the communication talisman kept emitting magical fluctuations, which was annoying him, so he finally decided to check it. He approached and activated the spell formation to operate the communication talisman. Herman's figure appeared on the screen. Herman, why aren't you cooperating with Godwin properly? Why are you contacting us? Seeing that he had successfully connected, Herman hurriedly performed a kneeling salute. Great Immortal Juan. Great Immortal. I just wanted to ask if Senior Godwin has returned to the upper realm? The gatekeeper frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you heard whether Godwin has come back or not? Herman said grimly. Senior Godwin said he would kill King, but after several days, King is still alive and well. And, you know, the gatekeeper was shocked upon hearing this. What happened? Did Godwin slack off and do something else instead? It was impossible. Staying in the lower realm causes one's magic power to continuously diminish. What could he gain by slacking off? Moreover, he could have killed King first before attending to his own matters. Unless, Godwin is dead? Whoa. The gatekeeper gasped sharply. Although Godwin was a 9th rank separation of spirit cultivator who was invincible in the lower realm, such incidents had happened before. In the thousands of years, there were times when someone from the upper realm descended to handle affairs and was killed by people from the lower realm. However, the gatekeeper couldn't understand how Godwin, who used the elephant without form, could be killed even if he couldn't win. How did the people from the lower realm manage to kill him? The gatekeeper swallowed and pretended to remain calm. Maybe it wasn't the right opportunity, just wait for good news. After saying that, he disconnected the call. It looks like the 10,000 Phenomena sect is done for. Let's find a new subordinate sect. What a pity. The 10,000 Phenomena sect was founded by their ancestors and was the most suitable subordinate sect. Unfortunately, now that they've gotten involved with the wrong person, pouring more resources into saving them would be futile. It would be better to cultivate a new one that could develop quietly at first and contribute to the upper sect. Seeing the great immortal's attitude, Herman knew he was finished. Wait for good news? Any fool could see that Godwin was definitely dead. F***K. I'm doomed too. You all can die too. Herman cast spells wildly, destroying crystals and walls. After catching his breath, he looked at the communication talisman again. What use do I have for you? Boom. Herman cast a spell, turning the large mirror into countless fragments. Looking at the mess around him, Herman felt oddly calm. He sat down, thinking of a plan. After some time, Herman left the room, retrieved items from the warehouse, and exited the 10,000 Phenomena sect. He wasn't planning to escape alone. Having grown up in the 10,000 Phenomena sect, and eventually becoming its leader, giving it up was as unbearable as being killed. He wanted to make one last desperate attempt. Because he discovered a weakness of King, the xuanhuan sect was too small. Herman planned to gather a group of helpers and attack the xuanhuan sect en masse, overwhelming them with numbers to kill King. If King died, with his skills and diplomacy, he could rise again. Imagining the wonderful outcomes of success, Herman flew towards his goal even faster. He visited several sections. People were unaware of the dire state of the 10,000 Phenomena sect and still treated him as a top sect of the Western continent. Herman told them that the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Palace required him to kill King and needed help. After completing the task, the great immortals would reward them with heavenly treasures, and rewards would be distributed based on merit. They asked why Herman didn't do it himself and share the rewards. Herman replied that the 4 major sects had reallied, and he didn't want excessive casualties. Although everyone had some doubts, given the 10,000 Phenomena sect's always powerful status and support from the upper sect, they decided to join Herman. Seeing everything go smoothly, Herman was very pleased, fearing they might realize something was wrong and immediately gathered everyone to attack the xuanhuan sect. Back at the xuanhuan sect, King was spending time with Stephen and Celia. Although his avatar had been with him at Xinyan sect, it felt different here. Now, besides Deborah, Mila, and Penelope, only they were present. Deborah was busy with sect matters, and Mila and Penelope were sent away by King. Plus, since this was outside his own sect in the Western continent, it felt like a vacation stay at a hotel. King was enjoying himself thoroughly. Unfortunately, someone interrupted again. Leader Bartolomean. Someone is attacking the mountain barrier. Please come out and see. King recognized the voice as a newly recruited disciple of the xuanhuan sect, who seemed quite inexperienced. He'd need to ask Deborah to teach him. Together with Stephen and Celia, he went out to see the flustered disciple. Leader Bartolomean. There are many people outside. Berkeley and Senior Brother are already fighting. King nodded calmly. All right, let's take a look. They flew to the mountain gate. Through the protective barrier, they saw dozens of people flying in the sky. Deborah and others were reinforcing the barrier, and a xuanhuan sect disciple was communicating with the outsiders. However, the only response from the outside was a barrage of spells. King landed near the array node. What's going on? Deborah replied. These sects usually don't interact much. I don't know why they're suddenly attacking the xuanhuan sect. King mused. It's likely another scheme by the 10,000 Phenomena sect. Ximing, Uni, help Deborah. I'll go check it out. King flew out of the protective barrier, using an earth-hiding array map for protection. He asked, why are you attacking the xuanhuan sect? A sect leader responded, are you King? King nodded, yes, are you here for me? Another person retorted, duh. Offending the 10,000 Phenomena sect in the Western continent, do you expect to live? If you don't want to implicate the xuanhuan sect, surrender now. King suddenly felt like he was hearing a decent joke. Hee, acting on behalf of Herman? I've captured 2 protectors and dozens of disciples from the 10,000 Phenomena sect and killed someone from the upper realm 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Palace. Are you sure you want to side with them? Upon hearing this, many stopped. What? Really? Ask Herman. Where is Herman? ##### Chapter 36, The Western Continent's Landscape. Just moments ago, Herman was still attacking the mountain defense array with them. How could he be gone just as King appeared? The answer was becoming clear. That is, everything King said was true, and Herman had deceived them all. No wonder only he from the Wanshang sect came. He even said that the elders were in seclusion, at crucial stages, and I actually believed him. No wonder he told us only elite members were dispatched. Turns out he couldn't even send any disciples. I should have realized why he didn't ask the superior sect to send reinforcements. It looks like he was abandoned. He even wanted to harm us, truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. Everyone was indignant, loudly cursing Herman. Of course, Herman had concealed the 2 embarrassing failures. Otherwise, no fool would follow him. What he hadn't expected was how difficult it was to breach the xuanhuan sect's mountain defense array. Otherwise, if they had rushed in chaotically, King wouldn't have had the chance to explain clearly. Moreover, after King emerged, he did not immediately attack, but first reasoned with them. It was indeed very cunning. Taking advantage of their distraction, Herman escaped under the cover of smoke. After deploying his divine sense, King also noticed Herman fleeing into the distance, but he didn't chase after him. He was concerned that if he left, these people might harbor further malicious intentions. After all, Herman alone running away wasn't a significant threat. If only he could create another avatar in the future, he could pursue him then. Waiting until everyone had cursed enough, King asked again, today you attacked my xuanhuan sect for no reason. What do you think should be done? What else could be done? Grovel and admit fault. King had already killed an immortal from the Wanshang Immortal Palace. Would he care about these few people? We were all deceived by Herman. Injustice. Blame me for being blinded by greed, accepting Herman's bribes. Here, let me offer this as an apology. One by one, they returned what Herman had given them, and those who felt their gifts were too light added their own items as well. Although King didn't care much for these things, he accepted them all to avoid making them uneasy. Well, let's put this aside. You are also victims, he declared. Everyone hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Era Bartolomean. Era Bartolomean is truly magnanimous. Era Bartolomean is indeed virtuous and righteous. King waved his hand. However, since Herman has wronged all of you, why don't we pay him a visit? At this, everyone immediately cried out. Yes, attack Wanshang sect. Annihilate the bastards. King nodded. With their help, defeating the Wanshang sect would be far easier. Despite the Wanshang sect now being leaderless, it had extensive territory and many disciples. A coordinated effort from the four major sects was necessary. Immediately, King called Deborah and the others out and led them all to attack the Wanshang sect. This battle required little effort, easily sweeping away the Wanshang sect. While many heavenly treasures, magic artifacts, and elixirs were looted during the process, the final territory fell entirely under King's control. He then assigned the territories to the four major sects, giving Mila and Penelope important positions. After consolidating resources, the four major sects under King became the largest force on the western continent. Meanwhile, on the southern continent, King's consorts bore numerous children, earning many rewards. King distributed cultivation pills to Ember, Penelope, Mila, and Lu Xianming. Penelope advanced 2 levels, reaching the 5th level of Separation Realm and regaining her adult form. Though she lost some charm, she could now bear children. Lu Xianming ascended from the 1st level to the 4th level of Separation Realm. Ember finally reached the Separation Realm and directly ascended to the 3rd level. Mila likewise went from the 9th level of Heavenly Human Realm to the 3rd level of Separation Realm, becoming King's 8th consort at the Separation Realm. 8 experts at the Separation Realm were formidable even in the entire lower realm. Add to that the Crimson Bird sect Berkeley Brandon and White Tiger sect Berkeley Timothy, making 10 Separation Realm experts. Coupled with King himself, a 2nd-level divided spirit expert, there was almost nothing to fear unless someone from the upper realm intervened. However, King did not give cultivation pills to Deborah, Erilyn, Cheyenne, and Lungella, who were all at the 9th level of Separation Realm. Advancing to the divided spirit realm without ascending would lead to continuous loss of magical power, making it counterproductive. And King had no immediate plans to ascend to the upper realm. On one hand, he needed to gain more consorts in the lower realm. On the other, ascending would reduce him from a top combatant to the bottom-tier existence, unable to protect his consorts. An avatar couldn't cross realms, so he couldn't leave his consorts behind. The slight increase in spirit energy in the upper realm didn't compare to marrying and cultivating rapidly. With the primal chaos Dao body, he wouldn't lose magical power in the lower realm, so rushing to ascend was foolish. As King rapidly developed, someone became unhappy. Western Continent, Guangyun Manor. Estate Lord Huang. Ever since King arrived in the Western Continent, he subdued the 4 major sects and annihilated the Wanshang sect. With such vast territory now, how do we protect our interests? Estate Lord Huang sighed, Era Luo, I understand your concerns. But with the protection of the Wanshang Immortal Palace from the upper realm, even they were wiped out by King. What can we do? Both Guangyun Manor and Luo sect were large sects, but compared to the Wanshang sect, there was still a considerable gap, equivalent to one of the original 4 major sects. Era Luo smiled. A direct confrontation would be unwise, but we can infiltrate their ranks and gain power gradually. In this way, King's strength becomes ours, and his benefits become ours as well. Estate Lord Huang asked skeptically, infiltrate his ranks? Isn't that too difficult? Era Luo continued, Estate Lord Huang doesn't know yet? King is notoriously lustful, often seeking new consorts. He is now recruiting heavily, and our Luo sect protector Bartolomeo Luo Yao, as well as Kin Huang Danya from your estate, are both incomparable beauties. These elders are your niece and my niece, trustworthy insiders. We'll send them to become wives of King, and then seize power when the opportunity arises. Crimson Bird sect leader Zhu, Shi and White Tiger sect leader Mila currently manage substantial affairs. Our beauties have comparable cultivation, so securing minor official roles shouldn't be too hard. Estate Lord Huang, listening to Era Luo's plan, felt motivated. Fine, I will convince Kin Huang. Translation completed. Let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Chapter 37. Incognito Inspection. In the West Continent, at the Xuanhuan sect, this place had now become Rock's second major base of operations. Today was especially lively as Rock once again began a large-scale recruitment for Dao companions. The prizes weren't just the 9-turn golden pill. There were also the heaven-nurturing bone-washing pills and latter heaven spirit treasures. Thus, it attracted not only many female cultivators at the 9th level of heart movement, but even some at the golden core and celestial human realms. Among them were also heiress, kins, and guardians from smaller sections. However, cultivators at the soul exit realm already held significant positions within their sects, with various resources at their disposal, including latter heaven spirit treasures. Generally speaking, they wouldn't be attracted by such offers. Rock's current few soul exit Dao companions mostly harbored ulterior motives. Some, like Deborah, sought to repay favors. Penelope was one Rock actively pursued, while Ember and Mila later advanced to that level. But today, 2 soul exit female cultivators actually showed up. Character info, Huang Danya. Cultivation level asterisk 2nd layer of soul exit. Identity asterisk kin of Guangyun Manor, niece of Manor Lord Huang Tianzi. Natural talent asterisk none. Character info, Bartolomeo Luo Yao. Cultivation level asterisk 4th layer of soul exit. Identity asterisk guardian of Luai sect, niece of Jagger Luo Shueisheng. Natural talent asterisk none. Upon seeing these 2 sects weren't small, comparable to the White Tiger sect and Vermilion Bird sect, and given their roles as kins and guardians, they should be well supplied with resources. This made Rock question their intentions in applying to be Dao companions. However, he didn't turn them away, accepting all who met the criteria. After all, hadn't Isabel, Ashley, and others come with tasks? He still won them over eventually. If someone proved troublesome, he could always divorce her later. A few days later, Rock held the ceremony for the new Dao companions and proceeded with planting seeds. During this period, he kept sending people to monitor Huang Danya and Bartolomeo Luayao's activities. It turned out they were trying to win over other sisters, especially those from the 4 major sects, showing a keen interest in the affairs of the new territories controlled by these sects. Rock warned Deborah, Mila, and Penelope about these too, ensuring they did not participate in sect management. One day, while Rock was admiring the scenery on a mountain, he suddenly felt the need to change his method. Though his main goal was to have children, emotions were important too. affecting both the loyalty of Dao companions and their descendants. Especially for those with better potential, who might hold key positions in his future power base, he needed to know them better. Thus, Rock decided to personally go out and select suitable Dao companions. With this thought, he immediately began preparing. He informed Deborah, Mila, and Penelope, changed into plain clothing, and walked towards the foot of the mountain. He heard of a woman named Annabelle shooting, at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, with good aptitude and appearance, yet hadn't applied. Rock decided to check on her, and see if she would be a suitable addition. In the eastern part of the West continent lay the Danxia sect. While this sect wasn't very powerful, it possessed a unique specialty not found elsewhere. Danxia stones from Danxia Peak. These Danxia stones were formed naturally when fire elemental stones absorb lunar and solar essence over time, specifically along this unmined vein. This process took decades. Therefore, the founder of the Danxia sect established it here, ordering disciples to guard the stones until they matured before mining them. Given their unique role in aiding fire element cultivators and crafting fire element magical treasures, the Danxia sect profited significantly. However, as the cultivation levels of its members declined, the Danxia sect was absorbed by the Luai sect. Consequently, control over Danxia stone trade fell into the hands of the Luai sect, relegating the Danxia sect to a tenant-like status or even laborers. Today, Carmine, an overseer from the Luai sect, arrived at the Danxia sect, where they gave him an elaborate welcome. However, Carmine demanded something excessive. The sect orders you to deliver another 1,000 Danxia stones this month. Byron was stunned. Ah, but Overseer Bartolomeo, haven't we already delivered this month? Carmine scowled. Didn't I say another 1,000? Is there something wrong with your ears? Byron secretly gritted his teeth, but responded diplomatically, yes, my fault. But your demand is sudden, and we really don't have any. Carmine angrily said, there are still 10 days left in the month. Keep mining. Are we keeping you as idle workers? Byron seethed inwardly, but dared not speak up. These Danxia stones were a specialty of the Danxia sect, and over millennia, they had put immense effort into nurturing the spirit vein and determining the optimal mining times. The Luai sect did nothing but forcefully annex the Danxia sect, taking 90% of the profits. Now Carmine was saying this. Byron signaled to a servant, haven't you seen Overseer Bartolomeo's tea is cold? Hurry, serve more tea. Yes, sir. The servant agreed and went off to find elders. Carmine, impatient, retorted, who drinks your broken tea? Get me Danxia stones now. I'm not being difficult. Deliver 500 today, the rest gradually. Byron nearly spat blood. Danxia stones were produced cyclically and couldn't be mined instantly. Even adding new mining areas would barely yield hundreds, not to mention 500, which was astronomical. Byron explained under pressure, hoping an elder would arrive soon. Suddenly, a streak of light flew through the door. Byron recognized it was his sister, Annabelle shooting. Initially, he had hoped for his parents, fearing Annabelle's shooting would worsen the situation. Sure enough, upon entering, she asked Carmine, I heard you want another 1,000 Danxia stones? Carmine stood abruptly. So what? If buyers want it, I must get it from you. Annabelle shooting sneered, Danxia stones only gain efficacy when mature. Didn't you know that? We've already delivered 1,000 this month. Where do you expect us to find another 1,000? Carmine slammed the table. If you can't deliver, I'll fine you 10,000 spirit stones. Chapter 38. Unyielding Cheryl. Cheryl angrily said, 10,000 spirit stones? You might as well just rob us. Carmine pointed at Cheryl and shouted, who told you not to hand over the Danxia stones? You should be punished for this. Upon hearing this, Cheryl instantly drew her sword. Want our Danxia stones? Ask my Dawn sword first. Seeing this, Carmine also retrieved his magic tool. Do you want a rebel? Seeing the situation, Byron, who was standing nearby, was almost frightened to death. Sister, quickly put your sword away. What are you doing? Bartolomeo officer, we can negotiate. Cheryl glared at him. Why are you afraid of him? He's only in the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. If the two of us fight together, we can definitely kill him. You have a magic tool too? Show it. Byron was torn between laughter and tears. This wasn't about whether they could win or not. Even if they did manage to kill Carmine, what would happen if the Luoi sect retaliated? Just stop it. Isn't it just about Danxia stones? We'll start mining them right away. Carmine, trembling with anger, ignored Byron completely. Fine. You're really rebelling. I'll report back to the sect leader and bring people here to flatten the Danxia sect. At this moment, Cheryl raised her sword, ready to slash down at Carmine, while he raised his sword to counterattack. Suddenly, a golden light flew from outside, landing between the two of them. Hey, both of you, let's talk things through. There's no need for hostility. The newcomer was king. The Danxia sect's cultivation grounds were on top of Danxia Mountain, making it inconvenient for guests. Therefore, an estate had been built at the foot of the mountain for hosting visitors and communicating with the outside world. After arriving here, King sensed someone casting spells and a faint killing intent, so he flew directly over. Since Cheryl might become his future consort, he couldn't allow her to be hurt. First, he needed to understand what was happening. But Cheryl yelled, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Carmine also asked, who are you? How dare you interfere with Luoi sect's affairs? King, upon hearing this, thought that Carmine was indeed from the Luoi sect. In that case, he would mediate this matter fully. He turned to Cheryl and said, oh, what happened exactly? Tell me, and maybe I can help you. From the moment King appeared, Cheryl could tell his cultivation was higher than hers. Since King offered to help, she began recounting the events. While Cheryl cursed Carmine, Carmine retorted against the Danxia sect, with Byron trying to mediate from the side. Together, they described the incident, allowing King to grasp the situation. He then said to Carmine, that's not fair. It was agreed that 1,000 Danxia stones per month. How can you increase the quota suddenly? Carmine pointed at King and shouted, what are you? Who gave you the right to intervene in Luoi sect's matters? If it were Cheryl and Byron, Carmine might have shown some restraint, since they still relied on the Danxia sect for their resources. But towards King, an outsider, he felt no such constraints. Carmine swung his saber, unleashing layers of flames towards King. King calmly took out the green cloud sword from his storage ring, countering with flames of his own. The flames clashed in midair, exploding outward, and Carmine was sent flying out of the door by this blow. Carmine was taken aback. He hadn't expected King to look ordinary but possess such high cultivation. Which sect do you belong to? Do you look down on our Luoi sect? King smiled slightly. I truly don't consider the Luoi sect much. Carmine, seeing that the name of the Luoi sect didn't intimidate him, realized he might have some real skill. Alright, you're quite bold. Did you know that the Luoi sect's protector has already formed a consort bond with King? I'll report to our protector, and let King lead a force to level your sect. King was speechless. He had never imagined anyone would threaten him in such a way. Seeing King's lack of reaction, Carmine took the chance to escape. It wasn't clear if King was intimidated, but Cheryl was certainly fearless. If she really fought him, he wouldn't have the upper hand. Seeing Carmine try to run, Cheryl attempted to chase after him, but Byron stopped her. Sister, stop. If you kill him, there will be no turning back. Pushing Byron aside, Cheryl replied, I've had enough of this humiliation. I'd rather fight it out with them. At this moment, 2 beams of rosy light flew in from outside. Jose asked, Kelvingwang, why did I see Bartolome young officer rush away? Bartolome at Saixia asked, Chuxing, why do you have your sword drawn? Who is this person? She looked at King, wondering if he was here to cause trouble. Cheryl put her sword away. Mother, Carmine came here to extort us. This young hero chased him off. On the other side, Jose also asked Byron, Kelvingwang, what happened just now? Byron and Cheryl recounted the entire story. Bartolome at Saixia's frown deepened. Finally, she poked Cheryl's head with her finger. Why did I tell you to apply to join the Xuanhuan sect as a consort? If you had married King, none of this would have happened. If you had made King happy, would the Luoi sect dare to bully us? Cheryl coldly huffed, just a lustful man, sharing one consort with so many women. I wouldn't agree to that. Bartolome at Saixia poked her again. Can't you think about the future of the Danxia sect? Pushing her mother's hand away, Cheryl said, even if I starve to death or jump off this cliff, I won't marry such a person. Beside them, King felt embarrassed. It seemed his strength had been acknowledged by the sects of the Western continent, but his reputation wasn't too good. Is lust my fault? Wasn't it for cultivation purposes? Before Bartolome at Saixia could continue, Jose interrupted. Enough. Everything is past, isn't it? But what happens when Carmine returns to the Luoi sect and calls for a retaliation? Bartolome at Saixia responded. Then she turned to King. And you? What gave you the right to chase him away? Are you responsible if the Luoi sect attacks? King smiled. A mere Luoi sect. Nothing significant. Bartolome at Saixia pointed at King. Alright, you stay put, and I'll hand you over when the Luoi sect arrives. Cheryl protested. Mother, what are you saying? The young hero helped me. That's right, young hero. What's your name? I haven't thanked you yet. King answered. My name is Bartolomea Chingyun. Cheryl smiled. Young hero Bartolomea, thank you for helping our Danxia sect. Please come up the mountain for a few drinks. King nodded. Sure. Bartolomea at Saixia wanted to object but thought that keeping King around might be beneficial, so she remained silent. Chapter 39. Handing rock over. The 5 of them ascended the mountain and arrived at the Taoist temple of the Danxia sect. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the scenery was beautiful. Cheryl pointed to a building and said, This is where we eat. High-level cultivators don't need food now, but I come here every day for a drink. Rock landed with her. Very nice. There's even a kitchen here. What smells so good? He looked into the kitchen and saw someone roasting chicken, which smelled delicious. Cheryl smiled. You like this? I ate it often when I was little, along with roasted rabbits and birds. Rock laughed. Good. Today wasn't a waste after all. I should try what your chef can do. Cheryl clapped her hands. Sure. We have a wine cellar too, filled with homebrewed wines. Eating roasted chicken and savoring fine wine. Isn't that the perfect enjoyment? Bartolomea Kaihua complained. Those are for servants. As cultivators, how can we eat such impure things? And drinking all the time. There's celestial nectar on the mountain, beneficial for cultivation. Why not drink that? Actually, the servants Bartolomea Kaihua mentioned weren't ordinary people. They were lower-level cultivators at the foundation establishment or enlightenment stages. They were much stronger than ordinary people but still couldn't use spells, so they handled miscellaneous tasks within the sect. Cheryl gave her a disdainful look. I enjoy it. Why must everything revolve around cultivation? Doesn't living become exhausting? Rock found their interaction interesting. After years of being accustomed to the ways of cultivation sects, he felt a familial warmth here. With laughter and chatter, they entered the house, and Cheryl had someone bring in the roasted chicken and wine. Rock tasted the chicken. It was indeed excellent, seasoned with salt and herbs, giving it an exquisite flavor. The wine, however, wasn't quite as good. It had some impurities, a low alcohol content, yet was surprisingly pungent. Still, compared to the celestial nectar, it had its own unique taste, something Rock hadn't experienced in a long time. At the dining table, Rock and Cheryl enjoyed eating and drinking, chatting and raising their cups frequently. The other 3 held small glasses of jade dew, sitting there silently. Bartolomea Kaihua watched Rock and Cheryl, sensing something odd. Are they getting close? She coughed. Ah, Bartolomea Chingyun. You managed to drive away Carmine with one strike. Your cultivation must be very high, right? Rock replied, Oh, I'm only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Since I can't break through, I came out seeking opportunities. This was his well-prepared answer. If he revealed that he was Rock at the 2nd level of the soul separation stage, it wouldn't achieve the effect of traveling incognito. Hearing this, Bartolomea Kaihua laughed. Oh dear, just the 9th level of the Golden Core, and you dare to cause trouble? I thought you were an ancestral cultivator at the out-of-the-corpse stage. Cheryl was unhappy, Brother Bartolomea didn't make a mistake in striking Carmine. He would have been killed if he hadn't run fast enough. Bartolomea Kaihua retorted, do you know anything? The head of Luai sect, Bear, is at the 6th level of the out-of-the-corpse stage. And he has backing from the Great Protector Rock. Even my father at the 6th level of the celestial human stage, and another at the 9th level wouldn't dare provoke him. How dare you, just at the 9th level of the Golden Core, cause such trouble? Then, Bartolomea Kaihua shouted at Rock, a major realm below me, yet so bold. Eat up, it's your last meal. Rock smiled without taking offense. But Cheryl defended him again, leading to another argument with Bartolomea Kaihua. Before it escalated, a disciple rushed in. It's bad. People from the Luai sect are here. Jose asked, how many? Before the disciple could answer, a whooshing sound was heard, and the Luai sect members flew directly to the location. How many? Jose, your Danxia sect is becoming increasingly unruly. Though Danxia sect had protective barriers, the Luai sect, being a higher sect, had disciples open the gates, leaving no room for refusal. Seeing the Luai sect's intimidating arrival, the Annabelle family stood up. Jose approached, honorable immortals. This is all a misunderstanding. It's because we don't have enough Danxia stones. At that moment, Carmine saw Rock still seated, eating and drinking. Uncle, that's him. Bartolomeo Kaishan turned, oh, so it's you? How dare you strike our Luai sect member? Rock took a sip of wine and turned around. Yes, what of it? Do you want a beating too? Bartolomeo Kaishan chuckled. Young man, you sure talk big. Seems you really don't respect our Luai sect. Beside him, Bartolomeo Kaihua quickly added, Hall Berkeley Bartolomeo. It was this young man who struck Bartolomeo Enforcer, unrelated to the Danxia sect. Take him away. Punish him as you see fit. Cheryl jumped in. Mother, what are you doing? They're in the wrong. Rock smiled faintly. No worries. Hand me over. Bartolomeo Kaishan nodded. Good judgment. But your Danxia sect won't escape. You still need to hand over 1,000 Danxia stones, or pay a penalty of 10 million crystals. Before the Danxia sect could explain further, Rock stood up. You people from the Luai sect are unreasonable. I must speak my mind. Bartolomeo Kaishan sneered. What gives you the right? Before he finished, Rock drew the Qingyun sword from his storage ring and sent a streak of fire toward Bartolomeo Kaishan. Unprepared for Rock's attack, Bartolomeo Kaishan hurriedly used his saber, surrounded by colorful mana shields. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Bartolomeo Kaishan was hurled backward, landing with a thud in the courtyard. Bartolomeo Kaishan was shocked. He was a 9th-level celestial human, yet got thrown back. Was this person an out-of-the-corpse ancestor? In truth, Rock had refined the Crimson Sun Divine's skill to its peak, achieving a state of simplicity amidst complexity. That seemingly simple strike had power equal to falling fire meteor. Bartolomeo Kaishan, managing not to spit blood, considered himself fortunate. Stunned, Bartolomeo Kaishan glanced at Rock before flying away without a word. Wait, uncle, wait for me. Confused, Carmine dared not stay once his support fled. In moments, the Luai sect left faster than they arrived. Bartolomeo Kaihua watched in disbelief. Could someone of equal rank get driven away like that? Wouldn't she suffer the same fate? Cheryl was also stunned. She hadn't expected Bartolomeo Qingyun to be so powerful. Had he lied earlier? Bartolomeo Xiaoya, aren't you at the 9th level of the Golden Core? Rock then clarified. It was a slip of the tongue. I'm actually at the 9th level of the celestial human stage. ##### Chapter 40, The Legendary King. The Annabelle family didn't believe a word of it. However, since King didn't explain further, they didn't press him for answers. Bartolomeo Tsaixia threw up her hands. What are we going to do? This mess is only getting bigger. Cheryl was unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? Young Berkeley Bartolomeo is so powerful that he drove Bartolomeo Kaishan away in one strike. Bartolomeo Tsaixia replied with a worried frown. What good does that do? No matter how strong he is, can he be as formidable as King? He's someone who relies on King from the Luoi sect. Beating up Bartolomeo Kaishan doesn't count for much. King was speechless. Why did he have to fight himself? Don't worry. Even if King came, he couldn't do anything to me. Bartolomeo Tsaixia was immediately indignant. Your arrogance is astounding. What's the point of just boasting? You just left us in the lurch, and now our Danxia sect has been harmed because of you. No way, old man. Help me seize this guy, tie him up, and send him to the Luoi sect. Jose tried to calm her down. Why fear? It's not a big deal, just a couple of strikes, right? But Bartolomeo Tsaixia wouldn't listen, continuing to insist on seizing King. With Cheryl and Byron joining in, the family was in chaos. King shouted, you don't need to seize me. I'll stay here. The Luoi sect people will come, and I want to see what they say. With that, King calmly sat down and resumed eating and drinking. The Annabelle family exchanged glances and sat down too. Cheryl also picked up her cup and toasted King. Bartolomeo young Berkeley, rest assured, if the Luoi sect really comes, I'll join you and fight with all we've got. King couldn't help but smile. Cheryl certainly had loyalty, though she was a bit too brash. All right, if it comes to fighting, we'll go in together. Nearby, Bartolomeo Tsaixia, who naturally disliked this, argued again with Cheryl. Before long, King hadn't even finished his drink when members of the Luoi sect arrived. Swiftly, several figures flew directly into the courtyard. The leader shouted, who dared to attack our Luoi sect member? Come out. Seeing Bartolomeo Huofa, Bartolomeo Tsaixia panicked. It's over. How could this happen? Even Bartolomeo Huofa is here. Bartolomeo Huofa was at the 3rd stage of Out of the Cave realm, far beyond their match. King drank the last of his cup and stood up slowly. It was me. So what? Across from him, Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine were itching to attack, but they restrained themselves due to fear. That's him. Kill him. How dare he disrespect our Luoi sect? Bartolomeo Luophone was very curious. There were sects stronger than the Luoi sect in the Western continent, but everyone knew each other. Who was this reckless newcomer? However, When he saw King slowly turn around, he was utterly stunned. For a breath, he stood there dumbfounded, then turned and slapped both Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine. Bastards! Haven't you met Supreme Era Bartolomean yet? Finishing his words, he knelt down first. Bartolomeo Luofeng pays respect to Supreme Era Bartolomean. While others might not recognize King, Bartolomeo Luofeng did. He was Bartolomeo Luoya's brother and attended King's Dao Companion ceremony where he saw him. Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine were bewildered by the sudden change. Protector Bartolomeo, what are you doing? Supreme Era Bartolomean? Which Supreme Era Bartolomean? The Annabelle family was equally puzzled. Moments ago, it felt like a catastrophe was imminent, and suddenly Bartolomeo Luofeng knelt. Bartolomeo Tsaixia was the first to react. Supreme Era Bartolomean? Could you be king? With her prompt, the Annabelle family finally understood. No wonder he seemed fearless. He was the renowned king. Earlier, he said, even if King came, he couldn't do anything to me. How ironic, it was indeed the same person. But they still wondered why King wore simple clothes and visited the Danxia sect. Seeing his identity revealed, King dropped the act. Come on, get up. This isn't your fault. Blame these two. He pointed to Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine, who fell to their knees and kowtowed profusely. Supreme Era Bartolomean, we didn't know it was you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to defy you. Supreme Era Bartolomean, please spare me this time. I won't do it again. King shook his head gently. Your mistake wasn't recognizing me, but rather oppressing the Danxia sect. Even as the superior sect, you should consider the circumstances of your subordinate sections. You can't drain them dry. Bartolomeo Luofeng promptly yelled at Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine. Speak. What happened? Bartolomeo Kaishan answered, Protector Bartolomeo. It's because the Shan sect requested Danxia stones, so I asked Carmine for 1,000. Carmine added, that's right. Without the Danxia stones, I'd find them 10 million crystals to meet the xuanhuan sect's demands. Bartolomeo Luofeng nearly fumed. 1,000 Danxia stones? 10 million crystals? You really have the audacity to ask for that? Our Luo sect doesn't tolerate such fools. Starting today, you're both expelled. Turning back, he respectfully asked King, Supreme Era Bartolomean, is this handling appropriate? King said coolly, these are internal matters of your sect. Let Protector Bartolomeo decide. Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine were terrified. Expulsion was a severe punishment. Protector Bartolomeo, no? We'll offer you 30 million crystals. Let's settle this. Protector Bartolomeo, I've worked for the sect for years. Give me some credit for effort if not merit. Bartolomeo Luofeng chuckled bitterly, pointing at the disciples. Take them away and investigate their embezzlement. The disciples obeyed, leading the crying and wailing Bartolomeo Kaishan and Carmine away. Bartolomeo Luofeng bowed to King again. I apologize for my negligence, Supreme Era Bartolomean. King nodded. All right, this isn't your problem anymore. You may leave. Yes, senior. I take my leave. Bartolomeo Luofeng dared not argue and quickly departed. Now, the Annabelle family viewed King differently. Before, hearing his name, they knew he was immensely powerful and capable of great feats. He had wiped out the Blood Demon sect, Hell Valley, and the Myriad Phenomena sect, even killing immortals from the upper realms. Seeing him in person confirmed his dominant demeanor. Bartolomeo Tsaixia gave an awkward laugh. Hee, Supreme Era Bartolomean. Our wine cellar has many excellent wines. Would you like to drink more with Chuxing? The roast chicken is cold now. I'll prepare another for you. My skills are even better. King smiled. All right, thank you for the trouble. Bartolomeo Tsaixia waved her hands. Not at all, not at all. It's an honor to serve you. ##### Chapter 41. Cheryl also finds it truly pleasant. Jose and Byron also changed their attitudes, no longer being indifferent but bowing respectfully. However, Cheryl was just the opposite. Just a moment ago, she was addressing him as young hero Bartolomeo, while eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. Now, she fell silent. Because at this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Why? Because moments ago, she had cursed him right in front of Rock. She even said that rather than marrying someone like him, she would rather starve to death or jump off Mount Danxia. But now, the tyrant in her impression had turned into a young hero. Cheryl felt a bit dazed. Soon, Bartolomeo Tsaixia returned with the roasted chicken. Seeing Cheryl not speaking, she nudged her and made eye signals. But it was all for nothing. So Bartolomeo Tsaixia and the others had no choice but to keep catering to Rock, pouring wine and offering dishes. Although they were very enthusiastic, Rock did not enjoy this atmosphere. It wasn't as enjoyable as drinking freely with Cheryl before. After a brief while, Rock bid farewell. After sending Rock off, Bartolomeo Tsaixia pulled Cheryl aside. What's wrong with you? Didn't you see that Era Bartolomean has feelings for you? You were talking quite a lot just now. Why have you become so quiet? Annoyed, Cheryl replied. And what about you? Didn't you mock his low cultivation level earlier? Bartolomeo Tsaixia slapped herself. Isn't that because I was blind? But now that you know he's Era Bartolomean, you should show some respect. Cheryl couldn't help but laugh. Then she shrugged off Bartolomeo Tsaixia's hand. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Saying that, Cheryl walked toward her room. Bartolomeo Tsaixia glared angrily at Cheryl's back, thought for a moment, and then called Byron over. Kelvin Guang, you saw it. If we marry your sister to Era Bartolomean, not only will no one dare to bully us, but we'll also live a luxurious life. But now she's having second thoughts. Go and persuade her. Byron nodded. Okay. After returning to her room, Cheryl was still thinking about what happened today. She was very conflicted. Initially, she indeed had a good impression of that young hero Bartolomeo, fearless against authority, righteous, brave, and ready to help the oppressed. But this young hero Bartolomeo was fake. He was actually Rock. In terms of personal cultivation and power, he overwhelmingly surpassed the Luo sect. Wasn't this deceitful? Why did Rock do this? Sister, I've brought you some sober-up soup. Come in. Byron smiled and entered, carrying a bowl of sober-up soup. Sister, still thinking about Era Bartolomean? Cheryl shot him a glare. Nonsense. Why would I think about that person? Byron set down the soup and chuckled. All right, sister. Don't I know you? When you drank with your fellow disciples before, you weren't like this. This remark made Cheryl's face turn red, and she immediately stood up. Byron, I'll kill you. Byron quickly knelt down begging for mercy. Please spare me, Lady Knight. I won't do it again. Cheryl gave him a contemptuous look. All right, get lost. Byron didn't leave, but got back up, grinning mischievously. Sister, haven't you always dreamed of meeting such a young hero since childhood? Now you've met him, why aren't you happy? Cheryl mumbled. What young hero? He's all fake. Bullying a small sect like Luoyi, what skill is that? Byron said seriously, but when faced with true enemies, Era Bartolomean never retreated. He once flew from the southern continent alone to help the Xuanhuan sect, then single-handedly destroyed the Blood Demon sect in the Infernal Valley. Did Era Bartolomean ever think of danger? Cheryl paused, realizing there was some truth to it, but she still huffed angrily. Well, it's because he lusted after Deborah's beauty. Byron continued, but later when the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Palace attacked the Xuanhuan sect, there was a Divinity Realm expert. Yet Era Bartolomean didn't abandon the Xuanhuan sect. Cheryl was speechless. Well, how could he let go of a beauty like Deborah? He's just a lustful scoundrel. Byron laughed. Sister, which great figure isn't surrounded by many wives? Even mortal emperors have 3 palaces and 6 courtesans. Especially someone as powerful as Era Bartolomean? Cheryl was even more speechless. Well, suddenly, she stood up, feigning anger. You little brat. You're here on mother's orders. Byron fled instantly. Help. She's going to kill me. Cheryl didn't chase after him but sat back on her bed, pondering what Byron had said. After thinking for a long time without reaching any conclusion, she simply gulped down the sober-up soup and lay down to sleep. She must have dreamt of something pleasant, for soon her lips curled up in a smile. Truly delightful. Several months later, the Xuanhuan sect held another ceremony. Similar to before, Rock married a Tao partner, but this time there was only one woman, Cheryl. Many sects from the western continent came to offer congratulations and gifts, especially the Luoyi sect, which sent double the gifts. Afterward, the Danxia sect became independent from the Luoyi sect. The Luoyi sect also helped the Danxia sect extensively, mostly as compensation. Bartolomeo Luoyao and Huang Danya were taught a lesson and behaved much better. Rock quietly stabilized the situation in the western continent. A year later, Cheryl gave birth to a son. He possessed fire spirit roots, no innate talent, but scored 93 points, which was quite impressive. The system rewarded a piece of posterior spirit treasure, the yin-yang judge's brush. Although it didn't reach the level of intrinsic spirit treasure, it had numerous applications like the 10,000 reflection mirror. Its special function could determine life and death for mortals with a single stroke. When casting spells, it had unique properties such as distance casting, immobilizing, and turning ink into illusions. Rock tested it and found it useful for certain occasions, so he kept it. As for Cheryl, she received rewards including Heavenly Essence marrow cleansing pills and cultivation pills, rapidly advancing her to the peak of the Golden Core 9th stage. During this period, Rock continued to sow seeds across the southern and western continents, with his Tao partners giving birth continuously. But Rock still felt it wasn't enough and decided to seek more suitable Tao partners. His next target was a nun from the Xuanhuan sect named Alicia, known as Fairy Gracelyn. She recently advanced to the Celestial Being first stage and had excellent potential. At the moment, the Xuanhuan sect was discussing tribute matters. The Jagger, Dragon Bartolomean Taoist, frowned and said, since the Danxia sect became independent, buying Danxia stone has become increasingly difficult. Chapter 42. News of the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Palace. Taoist Alfredo agreed. Indeed. Originally, we had some connections with the Luoyi sect and could have cut in line. But after what happened last year, we can only wait our turn to buy now. Taoist Sullivan sighed. We'll just have to buy at a higher price from other sections. I hope they still have some left and used. No matter what, all the resources required by the sect this year must be delivered on time. Disciple Gracelyn, it's going to be a bit tough for you to make this trip. Alicia replied, Can Brother Xander, rest assured. Gracelyn will complete the mission. Taoist Sullivan nodded. Good. I hope nothing goes wrong. Taoist Alfredo added, we mustn't run into Rock again. He was the one who ruined things last time. Rock hovered in the sky, navigating toward Xuanhuan sect. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of magical power from the ground below. He used his divine sense and realized something wasn't right, so he descended to investigate. In a dilapidated courtyard, there were 2 cultivators and a little girl. The magical power fluctuations must have been inadvertently emitted by them. But why would they use their powers in front of a child? Rock strained his ears to listen. Brother, don't worry. She'll stop crying soon and follow us. Hagen, you're always so indecisive. She's just a mortal child. Why not just take her? Hagen hurriedly waved his hands. Brother, please don't say that. He then turned and smiled at the little girl. Bartolomeado girl, come with us to the Immortal Mountain as we agreed. The little girl looked at Hagen with tears streaming down her face and gently shook her head. Hiss. Seeing this, Eldon wanted to step forward to forcefully take the little girl. Hagen quickly stopped him and whispered, Brother, this child is supposed to become a disciple. We need her to cooperate. How can we teach her if she won't listen? Eldon retorted, but she keeps crying. Hagen patted his chest. Don't worry, let me talk to her. She's just young and inexperienced. Hagen calmed Eldon down and then went to comfort the child. He thought to himself, if the child's parents were still alive, this wouldn't be happening. At that moment, Rock landed on the ground. Seeing the collapsed house, memories of unpleasant events surfaced, making him suspect something suspicious was happening here. Seeing someone descend from the sky, Eldon shouted, Who are you? Don't interfere with the affairs of the Ingshan sect. Rock shook his head. Ingshan sect? Never heard of it. What are you doing here? Frowning, Eldon was about to argue but was stopped by Hagen. Then Hagen smiled and asked Rock, you look unfamiliar. Which sect do you belong to? Rock was displeased. I asked first. Why did you make this child cry? Eldon immediately yelled. What's it got to do with you? Rock chuckled. You're not saying? Fine. He turned around and asked the little girl, pretty little girl, what's your name? The little girl saw his kind face and answered, my name is Gianna. Rock nodded. Oh, Gianna. Nice name. Who are these people, and why are they taking you away? He had overheard their conversation earlier and had suspicions, but wanted to confirm with the girl. Otherwise, if he killed the two men, he wouldn't know how to arrange for Gianna. Gianna looked at Rock, then at Eldon and Hagen, pursed her lips and said, Uncle, you should leave. I just don't want to leave my parents. Once I bury them, I can go with them. Rock now understood the situation. Gianna likely guessed that her parents were killed by Eldon and Hagen. Despite her desire to seek help, she didn't know Rock's strength and worried about endangering him, hence speaking like that. Unfortunately, the little girl wasn't much of an actress, aiding Rock's confirmation of his suspicions. Rock sighed inwardly. Such a good child. On the other side, Eldon and Hagen of the Ingshan sect sensed trouble coming. Eldon drew his magical weapon and shouted, Where did you come from, wild boy, daring to ruin my plans? Hagen also knew a fight was inevitable. They needed to deal with this person first before thinking of coaxing the child. Rock frowned, cast a protective spell over Gianna, and flew into the air. Eldon and Hagen laughed. With Rock standing in front of Gianna, they hesitated to attack, but now with Rock in the air, they felt free to act. Unfortunately for them, as they raised their weapons to attack Rock, he had already made his move. Freeze. As he rose into the air, Rock had already taken out the Yin-Yang Judge pin. Upon casting the spell, both Eldon and Hagen froze in place. Even the half-cast spells stopped mid-motion. With another sweep of the pin. Stone. As the duo just broke free from the freeze spell, two massive stones fell on their heads. They barely managed to use basic defensive spells in time. Plank. Plank. Two loud crashes later, Eldon and Hagen were thoroughly dazed. This was the wonder of the Yin-Yang Judge pin. However, it only worked effectively when the user was far superior to the targets. If they were also at the divided spirit realm, they might avoid being frozen or the stones might miss. Wanting to experiment further, Rock cast several more spells. Ice. Fire. Bartolomeo. Around Eldon and Hagen, ice, fire, and lightning emerged successively. They had no choice but to defend passively. These spells from the pin directly attacked from around the enemies. Except for stone, which appeared a short distance from the target. If opponents were of equal level, they might dodge. However, stone had the most destructive power and could break through defenses. It was best to precede it with freeze, or ice. After a series of tests, Rock understood the practical effects of the judge pin and ceased his attacks. Eldon and Hagen were exhausted, their clothes tattered by fire and electricity. Seeing Rock stop, Hagen knelt down and begged for mercy. Immortal Berkeley, please forgive our ignorance. Please show mercy, Immortal Berkeley. Eldon stood aside in silence, lowering his head and not daring to meet Rock's eyes. Rock twirled the judge pin and said coldly, whether to spare you depends on your cooperation. Tell me, what misdeeds have you done? Daring not to hide anything, Hagen recounted everything. Their sect, Ingshan sect, was a nearby sect seeking disciples and had chosen Gianna. They had already negotiated with this young family a few days ago. ####Chapter 43, Twists and Turns. At the time, Gianna's condition was that she wanted to bring her parents with her to the Ingshan sect. Eldon and Hagen agreed to this. However, there was a rule at the Ingshan sect. If someone brought along a disciple's family members during recruitment, they would have to bear the expenses. Gianna had 2 parents, which amounted to 20 spirit stones per month, a sum that would be deducted from Eldon and Hagen's accounts. Although 20 spirit stones a month was not a huge amount for Eldon and Hagen given their cultivation levels, it still pained them deeply. This was an ongoing deduction each month. If Gianna treated her parents well and provided them with tonics, wouldn't that make them live another 100 years? That would require 48,000 spirit stones. That was an astronomical sum. Thinking of this, Eldon and Hagen were filled with heartache. They were losing nearly 24,000 spirit stones just because of these 2 mortals. Thus, Eldon proposed killing Gianna's parents under the cover of night. Despite his misgivings about possibly getting caught, Hagen did not dissuade Eldon. Coincidentally, Gianna's parents had some matters to attend to and scheduled their departure to the Ingshan sect for 3 days later, giving Eldon and Hagen ample time to act. They pretended to agree, then returned to the Xiang residence that night. They cast spells from the sky, killing Gianna's parents in their sleep. The house collapsed at that moment. While they were certain Gianna was in another room, they underestimated her intelligence. Though she could not determine who killed her parents, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. Eldon's attitude towards her added to her suspicions. This is how Rock encountered the incident. Rock's expression turned grim as he listened. Gianna, beside him, sobbed uncontrollably, glaring angrily at Eldon and Hagen. Sure enough, it was you two. You killed my parents. She suddenly turned and knelt before Rock. Immortal sir, please help me take revenge and kill these 2 traitors. I will serve you like an ox or a horse in this life to repay your kindness. Rock nodded. All right. Eldon and Hagen were shocked. Eldon, immortal sir, this isn't our fault. Blame the sect's rules. Hagen, they only lost their lives, but we lost over 20,000 spirit stones. Rock roared in anger. They were living people. Confused, Eldon said, immortal sir, they were mere mortals who cannot cultivate. Hagen also chimed in. Indeed. What can this young girl offer you? Spare us today. We'll report back to the sect. You won't lose out. Eldon quickly added, yes, immortal sir. Anything you want in terms of precious treasures, we can provide. Rock didn't respond but directly cast 2 spells. Scum, go to hell. He flicked his judgment pin, and grayish mist enveloped Eldon and Hagen. In the next instant, both were reduced to bones. Crash. All their possessions fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gianna immediately bowed thrice before Rock. Thank you for your great kindness, immortal sir. I, Gianna, belong to you from now on. Rock helped her up and gently wiped the mud off her forehead. Good girl, xuanhuan. Oh right, how old are you? Gianna replied, immortal sir, I am 13 years old. Rock nodded, thinking of how to arrange for Gianna. Suddenly, he sensed magical fluctuations above. Immediately after, a figure swooped down and landed. Rock quickly cast a protective spell around Gianna and asked coldly, who are you? His harsh tone stemmed from the sudden appearance and the clearly malevolent expression on the newcomer's face. This man appeared youthful, holding a long spear. Smirking, he responded to Rock, you're already dead. Why should you know anything else? Rock was bewildered. Where did this guy get such confidence? Was easy to bully written across his face? In fact, this person's confidence was somewhat justified. He knew Eldon and Hagen were at the 3rd level Golden Core stage, and Rock struggled against them. Therefore, Rock could only be at most at the 9th level Golden Core stage. Adding to that, Rock's naive remarks suggested he was either new to cultivation or lacked combat experience. Meanwhile, he himself was at the 1st level Heavenly Person stage and in peak condition, while Rock had just gone through a fierce battle and was surely drained. This fight was a sure win for him. If he killed Rock, he could take all 3 of their belongings, making it a huge profit. He had been observing from above, waiting for the opportune moment to strike after their conflict ended. He especially coveted the mysterious magical artifact in Rock's hand. Seeing Rock hesitate, he saw an opening and charged forward with his spear. Rock glanced at him and then at the sky before casually setting up a defensive barrier. The man also sensed someone in the sky, but decided to deal with the immediate threat first. With all his strength, he thrust the spear, unleashing fierce magic energy toward Rock. Behind him, Gianna clutched her fists tightly, anxious for Rock's safety. Without any cultivation skills, she could only pray silently. However, Rock proved formidable. His defensive spell held firm against the man's attack. Seeing he couldn't land a fatal blow, the man retreated and looked up at the sky again. At that moment, the person in the sky descended. John, what foul deed are you up to again? A clear shout followed by rustling robes led to a female Taoist descending from the sky. Rock laughed. Wasn't this the colorful robe fairy he sought? It seemed fate delivered opportunity without him even searching. John noticed Rock's glance and realized something, leering as he said, why don't we capture this girl together? I'll only take those 2 stuff, leaving her and her possessions to you. Speechless, Rock couldn't understand this person's logic. Alicia immediately barked, abominable creature, I'll kill you. As she swung her duster, myriad filaments shot out, aiming to reduce John to dust. Seeing Alicia take action, Rock drew his Yin Yang judgment pin. Ice. Facing their combined assault, John panicked and frantically waved his spear, unleashing sharp magical energies to defend himself. Chapter 44, A Young Bride. He could block Alicia's attack, but not Rock's. The Yin Yang judge's pin technique directly emerged from his side, turning into a sheet of frost. Hamza screamed and was instantly frozen into an ice block. Before he could break free, Alicia's attacks arrived, enveloping him in long silk threads like a mummy. At this moment, Hamza finally broke free from the ice block, but was immediately sliced by 10,000 strands of silk. Hamza screamed once more before falling silent. His cultivation was actually on par with Alicia's, but unfortunately, after being frozen by Rock, he was completely restrained by Alicia's attack, leaving no room for reversal. After killing Hamza, Alicia retracted her silk threads and bowed. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me kill this villain. Rock laughed. This villain also tried to kill me. I should be thanking you for saving my life. Alicia giggled. With your abilities, how could such a villain harm you? She noticed 2 skeletons and clothes on the ground and asked, are they from Engshan sect? What atrocities did they commit? Rock nodded. It seems Engshan sect doesn't have a good reputation. This is what happened. He recounted the events, and Alicia felt indignant as well. Truly beasts. You did right to kill them. Oh, I'm a disciple of xuanhuan sect, known as Fairy Gracelyn. You can call me Gracelyn. May I ask for your distinguished name? Rock thought for a second, and decided to answer truthfully. My name is Rock. Alicia was greatly surprised. You are the legendary Rock? Rock smiled. Just some small deeds, not quite legendary. Alicia sighed. Era Bartolomean is too humble. You even mentioned gratitude for saving your life earlier. I can't bear that. Rock replied, well, since you call yourself Gracelyn, why address me as Era? Call me Daoxian. Alicia's face turned slightly red, suddenly recalling rumors of Rock's lecherous nature, thinking he might be teasing her. Ah, right. What's this child's name? How old is she today? Rock noticed she was clearly changing the subject. Oh, she's called Gianna, 13 years old this year. Thinking quickly, Rock added, since this child has an affinity with Gracelyn, why don't you take her as a disciple? Alicia was taken aback. Since Era Bartolomean rescued her, shouldn't you take her in? Since Gianna was deemed worthy by Engshan sect, it indicated she had decent aptitude. How could she compete for a disciple with Rock? However, Rock had ulterior motives. If Gianna followed him back, she would naturally become his disciple. As a disciple, there was no way for her to become a Taoist companion. Such a fine child would be wasted on others. Better to foster her at xuanhuan sect as a young bride. When Gianna grew up, Rock could propose marriage. So he hurriedly explained, I am a man, not suitable for caring for a little girl. And her home is closer to xuanhuan sect, making life more convenient. What if she's not acclimated to Wuhan sect's environment? Alicia shook her head. Fellow Taoist, you jest. Once she begins cultivation, adapting to new environments isn't an issue. But you do have a point. Cultivation isn't just mountain meditation. For children like her, traveling outside the mountains is important. But this decision should be hers. Gianna, who do you want as your master? Gianna stared wide-eyed at Rock, then at Alicia. Although logically she should follow Rock out of gratitude, his tone suggested he wanted her to be this fairy's disciple. As a good child, she should obey Rock. I want Fairy Gracelyn as my master. Berkeley, please accept my bow. Gianna knelt before Alicia and started kowtowing. Alicia couldn't refuse now. Rock silently gave a thumbs up beside her. Not bad. Future Dao companion, truly wise. Alicia chuckled and quickly helped Gianna up. Very well, I'll take you as my disciple. After we return to xuanhuan sect, we will officially hold a ceremony, and I'll bestow a magical artifact upon you. Gianna said gratefully, thank you, Berkeley. Conversations concluded. Alicia and Gianna should return to xuanhuan sect, but Rock wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. By coincidence, I have matters at xuanhuan sect. Let's travel together. Alicia asked, oh, what business does Era Bartolomean have? Rock thought for a moment. Regarding cooperation among various sects of the Western continent. As for specifics, he hadn't figured it out yet. It was just an excuse. Alicia nodded. All right then. Kunyan, anything else you need to do? Anything you need to pack? Gianna said, lips pursed. I need to bury my parents. Alicia nodded. Rock and Alicia helped Gianna bury her parents, then she packed up. The three left. As for the belongings of the three corpses, neither Rock nor Alicia took or mentioned them. When Gianna glanced at them, Alicia hastily said, Kunyan, we mustn't take these dirty things. We need principles. Gianna nodded obediently. Disciple understands. Rock watched approvingly. Alicia was indeed excellent. This visit proved worthwhile. The two, along with Gianna, arrived at xuanhuan sect. The gatekeeping disciples whispered to each other when they saw them far off. Why did Fairy Gracelyn bring a man back? And with such a big kid? Am I mistaken? Didn't Fairy Gracelyn only come down the mountain this year? Could it be an illegitimate child? Who knows? They're almost here. Stop talking. Though Alicia didn't know their exact words, she could guess from their expressions. Approaching, she sternly said, guard properly. No whispering. The two disciples hurriedly bowed. Yes. Alicia introduced. This is my new disciple, Gianna. Get acquainted. The two greeted Gianna. Junior sister Yunyan. Hello, junior sister. Gianna responded politely. Junior disciple Gianna greets the senior brothers. Alicia explained, they aren't my disciples but your seniors, hence senior brother. That's the rule in our cultivator sect. Gianna nodded. Disciple understands. Alicia pointed to Rock. This is the legendary Rock, Era Bartolomean. The two xuanhuan sect disciples knelt immediately. Rock? Chapter 45. The Conspiracy of the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace. Rock. These three words were like thunder in the Western continent. Any cultivator, except those who had been in closed meditation for years, knew of him. Gracelyn Fairy has hooked up with Rock? This news spread quickly within the xuanhuan sect. Alicia couldn't care less what others thought and just led Gianna to register, collect her token, and arrange her accommodation. Rock followed them all along. Meanwhile, in a secret room, the sect master of xuanhuan sect, Archibald, and the protector, Barkley, were discussing. Barkley, why would Rock come to xuanhuan sect? What's his real intention? Archibald, he's probably here for Gracelyn Fairy. After all, everyone knows that Rock is notorious for his lust. Barkley, but last time when Rock went to the Danxia sect, it became his. And as for us? Barkley glanced at the large mirror in the middle of the room. Archibald nodded. Indeed, we should report this. They used a batch of crystals to activate the communication talisman. On the huge mirror surface, a person appeared. He was the former gatekeeper of the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace, now the lower realm overseer. After Archibald and Barkley paid their respects and reported on Rock, Cade's eyes twinkled. This is actually good news. Archibald and Barkley were puzzled. How could Rock's arrival be considered good news? Wasn't he coming to wreak havoc on xuanhuan sect? Cade explained. Isn't he getting close to that Gracelyn Fairy? You should help them get together. Then take the opportunity to propose hosting a ceremony at xuanhuan sect, giving us the chance to act against Nelson. You find a few accomplices first, then? After hearing this, Archibald and Barkley felt the plan was very feasible. Good, please rest assured. We will complete the task. Satisfied, Cade nodded. Great, let me know when you're ready to make your move. After disconnecting the communication, Archibald and Barkley fell into deep thought. How would they get them together? At that moment, waves of intense spiritual power suddenly erupted from the mountain. Startled, they hurried over to check. The source of the spiritual power was from the guest house where Nelson stayed. Afraid to probe with their divine senses, they sent a disciple to inquire. Turns out, Nelson had advanced in cultivation. Archibald and Barkley exchanged glances and smiled. Archibald, excellent. Let's fetch some treasures from the storage as congratulations. Barkley understood immediately. Yes, it's an honor for Bartolomean Xander to break through here in our xuanhuan sect. Chuckling, they entered the sect's treasury to select treasures. Seeing no one around, Archibald whispered. As the senior immortal said, Nelson, being a separation realm cultivator stranded in the lower realm, is continuously losing his power and becoming weaker. Barkley added, that's right. It's been a long time since Nelson killed the upper realm immortal. His strength seems to have dropped below the soul separation stage. Archibald laughed. Truly heaven's will. Just as the senior wants to make a move, we got lucky. Barkley also laughed. He even claimed to have advanced, but after so many advancements, I know this surge of spiritual power is not genuine. Ha 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 ha. Both men laughed heartily. They had only a superficial understanding of the upper and lower realms and knew nothing about the separation realm. They didn't realize Nelson possessed the primordial Tao body, and his advancement to the third layer of the separation realm would naturally produce different spiritual fluctuations. In fact, Nelson's advancement at xuanhuan sect was purely coincidental. Normally, cultivators approaching advancement would enter seclusion for meditation, while Nelson's advancement relied on system rewards. The system granted him cultivation levels upon the birth of a child, making his advancement unpredictable. Even excluding his more than 100 Tao partners in the southern continent, among those in the western continent, Nelson had already planted seeds before leaving. Due to the varying schedules of his Dao partners, several dozen children were born each month. This time, it happened to be at Xuanhuan sect. After advancing to the third layer of the separation realm, Nelson took a brief respite and continued enjoying Xuanhuan sect's fine wine. Since his advancement came from system rewards, there was no concern about instability, so he didn't need to meditate to stabilize his realm. While drinking, a disciple came to inform him that Sect Berkeley Archibald and Protector Barkley wished to see him. Inviting them in, the two greeted him warmly and presented gifts. After some small talk, Archibald mentioned the main topic. Xander Bartolomean, I heard from Graceland Fairy that the Engsub sect and Changshan sect have committed more misdeeds. I want to punish them, but both Huading and I are busy, so I plan to send Graceland Fairy. However, she might be overwhelmed given her cultivation level. Upon hearing Alicia's name, Nelson perked up. Oh, actually, I have nothing much to do, so I can help you out. Barkley feigned difficulty. As a guest, how can we ask you to help Xuanhuan sect? Nelson smiled. I happen to have grudges against both sects, so it's a matter of private vendettas and public justice. I should definitely go. Archibald smiled. That's wonderful. With you, I won't worry about Graceland Fairy's safety. Nelson responded seriously. Of course, I will ensure her safety. After concluding the business, Archibald and Barkley took their leave. In a quiet place, Barkley remarked, he received us right away, indicating he didn't consolidate his realm. Clearly, his supposed advancement was fake. Archibald nodded. Right, once we succeed, the upper sect will reward us greatly. We'll all have the chance to advance to the separation realm. Excitedly, Barkley added, once we ascend, we can directly join the Myriad Dao Immortal Palace. Both indulged in their dreams of a bright future, waiting for Alicia to form a Dao partnership with Nelson. They hadn't told Alicia any plans because the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace ordered Zeus and Huading to keep it secret, revealing it only to them. Knowing that if Nelson found out they were under the Myriad Phenomena Immortal Palace, he would definitely retaliate. They kept everything hidden, including its name. Alicia only knew about the upper sect, unaware of its actual name. She didn't ask further, believing it was merely an exchange of techniques and resources. Chapter 46, Leading the Charge. A few days later, Alicia and the disciples of Xuanhuan sect were all ready to attack Engsub sect and Changshan sect together. Rock also joined them. Since Engsub sect was closer, they arrived there first. Upon arrival, they discovered that Engsub sect didn't even have a protective mountain array. Rock thought to himself, this is really like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But it doesn't matter. After all, he was here to assist Alicia. Alicia took the mission very seriously. Even though she saw that Engsub sect had no protective array, she still called out, everyone form an array, beware of sudden attacks. Then she spread her divine consciousness, carefully investigating the situation at Engsub sect. She did not ask Rock, who had a higher cultivation level, for help because Rock was there to assist. To Alicia, it was important to rely on her own strength as much as possible. Disciples of Engsub sect also noticed them. A few disciples flew up into the sky, stopped at a distance and asked, honored guest from Xuanhuan sect, what brings you here? Alicia shouted back, Engsub sect has always committed many atrocities. Recently, they killed my disciples' parents. Today, I am here representing Xuanhuan, his sect to exterminate all of you. The Engsub sect disciples were shocked. Senior, could there be some misunderstanding here? Why don't we enjoy a cup of Jade-Dew in Engsub sect and discuss this further? Alicia sternly replied, no need. Then, waving her feather duster, thousands of strands flew towards the group. Realizing it wasn't good, they turned and fled. Though they managed to run away from Alicia's attack due to the distance, she pulled back the strands, trapping one who was slower. At the same time, she shouted, charge. Rock had been waiting for this command. He acted before the Xuanhuan sect disciples moved. Electricity. With a wave of his yin-yang judging pin, an electric net surged around the fleeing figures, wrapping them tightly. They immediately screamed as they plummeted to the ground. Seeing this, the Xuanhuan sect disciples rushed forward to finish them off. Indeed, Lord Bartolomean is formidable, striking down opponents from such a distance with one move. He can't move anymore. Kill him? By the time the fallen Engsub sect disciples hit the ground, they were finished by the pursuing Xuanhuan sect disciples. Meanwhile, Alicia and Rock had already reached the gates of Engsub sect. Several Engsub sect disciples came out upon hearing the commotion, only to encounter them. Alicia's feather duster lashed out again, sweeping towards the ones at the gate. Caught off guard, they could only hurriedly defend themselves. Who are you? Why is Xuanhuan sect attacking us? Before they could say more, Rock attacked with his red sun sword, sending a stream of fire that burned them to ashes. Slow down, Graceland, let me scout inside first. Rock charged in first. Alicia inwardly grumbled, if he goes in first, what's left inside will be nothing but ashes. She quickly followed suit, dashing through a side path. Be careful, Lord Bartolomean. Follow me, disciples of Xuanhuan sect. Realizing that hesitation meant missing out on all the credit, the Xuanhuan sect disciples dashed in too. The loud commotion alarmed all of Engsub sect. They emerged from their residences, mixing into a chaotic battle with the Xuanhuan sect disciples. Seeing the disarray, Alicia called out urgently, don't act alone. Form an array. But it was too late. The Xuanhuan sect disciples were already engaged with Engsub sect, unable to retreat or reform. Some were so absorbed in the fight they didn't hear Alicia's orders. Seeing this, she muttered, what a bunch of fools. Flying over to the battlefield, she aided her disciples. Noticing this, Rock also turned back, killing Engsub sect disciples one by one. Suddenly, someone shouted from the other side, stop, don't fight. We have no grievances with Xuanhuan sect. But no one listened. The person kept shouting while flying over. Recognizing a big catch, Alicia flew towards him. Rock, identifying him as the sect leader Hawk, a 5th-tier heavenly realm cultivator, rushed forward too. However, just as Rock was about to strike, Hawk started speaking with Alicia. Immortal Graceland, why is Xuanhuan sect attacking Engsub sect? Stopping not far away, Alicia replied, your sect commits many evils, do you deny it? And your disciples, Eldon and Hagen, killed my disciples' parents. Of course, I seek revenge. Hawk laughed bitterly. Xuanhuan, I genuinely didn't know. I've been in seclusion for 3 years. If not for your attack today, I wouldn't have come out. As for Eldon and Hagen's actions, I truly have no knowledge. Alicia hesitated. Even if you were unaware, as the leader, you bear responsibility. Hawk's face turned ashen. Xuanhuan, please spare me, considering I was unaware. Alicia frowned when suddenly, Hawk lunged at her, a short knife in hand emitting ice spikes. Caught off guard, Alicia was slow to react. Just as she raised her feather duster, Hawk was already halfway there. Her feather duster was effective at a distance, but weak in close combat. Thankfully, Rock had been observing closely. With swift movements, freeze, ice. A series of spells immobilized Hawk momentarily, followed by waves of cold air encasing him in ice mid-air. Coordinating instantly, Alicia pointed her feather duster, ensnaring Hawk in long silk threads as he broke free. With a final effort, countless wounds appeared on Hawk's body, and he soon fell silent. Alicia sighed in relief and turned to bow. Thank you, Lord Bartolomean. Rock smiled. Gracelyn, no need to be so formal. If this man hadn't feigned sorrow to trick you and then attacked, you could have handled it yourself. But be cautious in the future. Don't be deceived by their pitiful act. Alicia nodded. I shall remember. Chapter 47. Fortunately I came. After saying this, they turned back to support the disciples of Xuanhuan sect and soon resolved the battle. Then Alicia led people to plunder Shan sect's warehouse. If she had killed those evildoers herself, she wouldn't have bothered with such actions. But it was an order from the sect. There was no other way. Xuanhuan sect had many people who required celestial treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts, which he understood. After finishing these tasks, just as they were about to leave, Alicia suddenly noticed that many ordinary people were hiding in the houses. Alicia frowned, then loudly called out, "Come out!" The grudges between cultivators will not involve ordinary people. At first, the hidden commoners didn't dare to come out, but they also feared angering Alicia. Eventually, they slowly emerged one by one. Alicia instructed her disciples, escort them to the square properly and don't be rude. The disciples complied, leading all the commoners over. King asked, Gracelyn, what are you doing? Alicia replied, now that Shan sect is gone, how will they live? We should at least leave them a way to survive. King nodded. You always think things through carefully. Watching Alicia direct her disciples to distribute mundane wealth among these commoners, King felt deeply moved. Alicia was truly kind-hearted. If not for being in the world of cultivation, she might be a woman who couldn't even slaughter a chicken. The commoners, upon receiving the money, kneeled and thanked Alicia for her benevolence. Despite their family members, who were cultivators, having been killed by Alicia's group, this was commonplace in the world of cultivators. But a cultivator like Alicia, who considered the livelihoods of commoners, was something they had never encountered before. After the commoners dispersed, Alicia ordered her disciples to take restorative pills, and then they headed towards Shan sect. With some apology in her tone, she said to King, we must go to Shan sect quickly. If they get wind of our arrival and flee, things could become complicated. King laughed, no problem. We didn't expend much energy just now. Rather, it was you and the disciples who grew tired. Later on, I'll handle it while you clean up the battlefield. Alicia shook her head. That's not right. Lord Bartolomean came here to help us, not to substitute for us. Things are best handled by us ourselves. King scratched his head, thinking that aside from being overly courteous, Alicia was fine in every other aspect. Before long, they arrived at Shan sect's base. Bartolomeo Shan sect, it lacked a protective array. King saw that this place should also fall easily. Intelligence indicated that the Jagger of Shan sect was at the same cultivation level as Shan sect, 4th level celestial realm. This time, Alicia instructed her disciples to form an array and maintain its formation without recklessly charging. Then she once again extended her divine sense to probe the situation at Shan sect. When a guard disciple flew up to check, King directly slew him. They stormed down together, seemingly everything proceeding smoothly. Soon enough, the Jagger of Shan sect rushed out with his men and was also killed by King. Following this, it should have entered the stage of clearing out the area. However, King suddenly sensed a powerful magic fluctuation underground, causing the earth to tremble. What's happening? King extended his divine sense deeper underground. Alicia was also on high alert. Fall back. Retreat. People of Xuanhuan sect moved back together, while Shan sect disciples were utterly confused. But none of them fled because they believed it might be something left behind by their ancestors meant to protect the sect. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, stones flying everywhere, and a figure emerged from the midst. Who dares disturb my meditation? Seeing this person, King tightened inwardly. It was fortunate he came along. This was a demonic cultivator whose power equated to Dusty, likely at 9th level soul separation realm. King immediately unfurled his foodie array map and arranged Wuxing Mountain Seal, protecting Alicia and others. The demon cultivator immediately focused on King. Innate spirit treasure? Which sect do you belong to? King answered, South Continent, Qinyan sect. The demon looked at King doubtfully. South Continent? Why are you here? He gauged King's attitude and decided he wasn't here to pursue him. At this point, Shan sect disciples shouted, Great Demon God, they are from Xuanhuan sect, here to invade our Shan sect. Great Demon God, please help us protect our sect. Kill them. The demon frowned. Enough noise. He casually threw a spell down, instantly killing several Shan sect disciples. Run. What's going on? Isn't he on our side? Shan sect disciples scattered in fright. King immediately withdrew Yang Judge Pin, killing those disciples who failed to escape. Alicia, knowing the demon's strength, remained motionless. The demon watched King kill with interest but did not stop him. Your array map is impressive, and this pin is intriguing. I've rested here for hundreds of years without proper magical artifacts. How about contributing these items to me? He used to be a revered demon from the upper world with considerable influence, but due to offending a superior being, his entire clan was wiped out, and he escaped to the lower world. He chose Changshan sect back then, making the Jagger snatch human child brides for consumption while he healed underground using the spirit vein beneath the sect. After consuming enough child brides, he fell into a deep sleep, only to be awoken by King and company, unrecognized by current disciples. If the Jagger were alive, he might still show respect, but since these disciples bore no relation, he was indifferent. Recognizing King as possibly someone from the upper world, he paid it no mind. Even though his own magical artifacts were long destroyed, slaying a newly advanced soul separation realm cultivator was more than within his capability. Xuanhuan sect disciples were petrified seeing the demon would turn against them. While they heard that King killed immortals from the upper world, they had no idea how he compared to this demon. King remained calm, laughing when asked for magical artifacts. Hehe, I just came with Xuanhuan sect to eliminate Changshan sect. I didn't plan to kill you. But if you seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he drew out the Zuzhan array map. The demon, unaware of its power, laughed. Another innate spirit treasure, truly surprising. Speaking, he raised a hand to cast a spell. Before King could see the nature of the spell, the 4 swords of Zuzhan had already flown out. Chapter 48. The Chaos of Xuanhuan Sect. As soon as the 4 extermination swords were unleashed, they obliterated anything in their path, immortal or demon. The demonic cultivator's spell was instantly swallowed up and then torn apart by the 4 extermination swords, turning into fragments. Rock retracted the 4 extermination swords in the Foodie formation map. Is that all? You dared to spout such arrogance? The disciples of Xuanhuan sect fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Wow, such a powerful demonic cultivator, killed with one strike. Headmaster Bartolomean is truly formidable. The aura of that demonic cultivator surpassed even our headmaster. He must be at the peak of the 9th level of out-of-shell realm? Upon hearing this, Rock shook his head. No. That demonic cultivator was at the 9th level of separate soul realm. If it were the 9th level of out-of-shell realm, I wouldn't have needed the extermination sword. He spoke the truth. For an opponent at the 9th level of out-of-shell realm, just the Emilianoyang sword would have been sufficient. The disciples of Xuanhuan sect were stunned again. Heavens! 9th level of separate soul realm? Shouldn't he be from the upper world? How did he end up underground? If Headmaster Bartolomean says so, it must be true. After all, Headmaster Bartolomean has slain people from Wanzhong Immortal Palace. Alicia also bowed deeply. Today, we owe much to Headmaster Bartolomean. Otherwise, once that demonic cultivator appeared, my disciples and I would have perished here. Thank you, Headmaster Bartolomean, for saving us. Hearing this, the disciples chimed in unison. Thank you, Headmaster Bartolomean, for saving us. Rock waved his hand with a smile. Graceland, there's no need for formalities. Isn't this what I came for? Alicia exchanged some more pleasantries and then got down to business. After everything was done, the group returned to Xuanhuan sect. Upon learning of the dangers they faced, Zeus immediately thanked Rock profusely. Through this incident, the disciples of Xuanhuan sect gained a direct understanding of Rock's strength. Rock had no airs about him, so the disciples became more willing to interact with him. Alicia felt the same way. After months of communication, Alicia found Rock extremely reliable and agreed to become his Dao companion. Zeus immediately proposed holding the ceremony at Xuanhuan sect, which Rock readily accepted. As Rock was about to take another Dao companion, sects from the western continent sent gifts. Delegates from the 4 major sects arrived as well, though none of their existing couples attended. Those who came were Zhuke sect's leader Brandon, Baihu sect's leader Timothy, Qinglong sect's new leader Lanjia, and Xianwu sect's disciple Fei Yan. Xuanhuan sect was bustling with activity, lasting well into the night. Finally, it was Rock and Alicia entering their wedding chamber. At this point, only the 2 of them remained. They drank cross-cupped wine and prepared for the consummation of their marriage. But before they could begin, Alicia fainted. Rock immediately sensed something was wrong. Had someone drugged her? He sniffed the wine cup but found no issues. Meanwhile, in another room, someone was closely monitoring the situation. Xuanhuan sect's Patriarch Zeus, Protector Huading, and 2 other sect experts, all of them at the out-of-shell realm, and most importantly, Wanzhong Immortal Palace's Yale, stood watching. This poison, refined in the upper world, is colorless and odorless, even affecting cultivators at the separate soul realm, Yale remarked calmly. The only drawback is that it only knocks people out without causing any harm. Yale gazed at the distant window. What a fine treasure. Once it's time, we'll strike and finish Rock off. If anything goes awry, we 5 can handle him together, Yale added with a laugh. Zeus nodded in approval. Supreme Immortal's consideration is impeccable. With such a foolproof plan, Rock won't stand a chance. Suddenly, Yale said, they've drunk and gone to bed. Let's go. Seeing the shadows on the window, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Avoiding a direct confrontation with Rock, one of the top-tier experts of the Western continent, was the best outcome. Besides, with Rock dead, they would all receive rewards from Wanzhong Immortal Palace, an easy victory for all. They approached Rock's room cautiously, not flying but walking on the ground. Yale listened carefully inside. It wasn't surprising given that Rock had killed his predecessor, Godwin. Could he not be afraid? After listening for a while, he cautiously extended his divine senses, confirming both occupants were unconscious before leading everyone into the room quietly. Yale didn't act personally, signaling Zeus to kill Rock. Zeus nodded, drawing his sword and preparing to decapitate Rock. At that moment, Rock suddenly sprung up, deploying the extermination array map and unleashing the 4 extermination swords at breakneck speed. His target was Yale, suspecting the mastermind behind this plot was from Wanzhong Immortal Palace. Without his 10,000 mirror, he feared a repeat of Godwin's stealth tactics. Even if Yale tried to evade, the distance was too short. No one at the separate soul realm could react fast enough. The 4 extermination swords tore Yale to shreds. Zeus and the others were terrified, realizing Rock hadn't fallen unconscious. Had their plan been uncovered? Ignoring their fear, they turned and fled. Unbeknownst to them, Rock hadn't anticipated this ambush. The poison brought by Yale was indeed unavoidable. However, as a primordial Dao body, Rock was immune to all poisons and felt nothing. Seeing them flee, Rock immediately created a clone, leaving the foodie array map to protect Alicia, while pursuing the culprits. These 4 split in different directions, making it difficult for Rock. He retrieved the extermination array map, sending the 4 extermination swords in 4 directions to pursue them. 3 directions went smoothly, resulting in kills, but one had an unexpected turn of events. Zeus deliberately ran towards the guest rooms, shouting, "There are assassins! Help!" Guests in the guest rooms emerged upon hearing the commotion. Concerned for their safety, Rock pursued Zeus personally. "Everyone, get out of the way. I'm going to kill the old bandit Zeus." Some immediately moved aside, but a few loyal to Zeus blocked the path. Headmaster Bartolomean, what's this all about? Brother Zeus, how have you offended Headmaster Bartolomean? Apologize quickly. At this moment, representatives from the 4 major sects and Danxia sect arrived. Brandon, Timothy, Lanjia, Fei Yin, Jose, and others sided with Rock. Both sides faced off, and with distant disciples rushing over, Xuanhuan sect descended into chaos. Chapter 49. The Blood-Kindling Assassins League. Seeing that several people were still defending Daoist Zeus, King chuckled. How have I offended him? He wanted to kill me. Everyone was shocked. Brandon and Timothy immediately revealed their magical instruments. How dare you mangy cur, to attempt to assassinate Era Bartolomean? Kill him. Whoever sides with him will be killed as well. This side became agitated while the majority of those around Daoist Zeus quickly dispersed, but there were still a few who spoke up. Era Bartolomean, is this all some sort of misunderstanding? Why would Daoist Zeus want to kill you? King replied, because he colluded with the Myriad Forms Immortal Palace. A buzz of conversation filled the air. What? Myriad Forms Immortal Palace? Who doesn't know of the feud between Myriad Forms Immortal Palace and Era Bartolomean? Zeus Daoist actually colluded with him? No wonder Era Bartolomean just married Fairy Gracelyn. It wouldn't make sense for him to attack the Era of Xuanhuan sect without reason. After King explained this, almost everyone abandoned Zeus Daoist, but one person remained, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Zeus, you really shouldn't have. But Era Bartolomean, now that you're unharmed, let Zeus compensate appropriately, and we can forget about this. Zeus Daoist also said, Era Bartolomean, it was only a temporary lapse in judgment. Yale had bewitched me. I'm Fairy Gracelyn's senior brother. You can't kill me. King smiled faintly, saying nothing, then instantly used the extermination sword to slay Zeus Daoist and the other person nearby. Forget it? It can be forgotten now. This matter today concerns no others. The 5 individuals who attempted to assassinate me have been punished accordingly. Xuanhuan sect and their sects will not be affected. Upon hearing King's words, the disciples of Xuanhuan sect heaved a sigh of relief and prostrated themselves to express their gratitude. However, no one knew who these 2 individuals were yet. King presented the bodies, and they recognized them. Both were heads of separate sects, which counted as mid-level sects but did not measure up to Xuanhuan sect, hence why they were enticed by Zeus Daoist. After some thought, King stated, since both are heads of their respective sects, it's likely their disciples weren't aware. We'll overlook this matter. The disciples accompanying the 2 men bowed deeply, thanking King. With this, the matter came to an end. Xuanhuan sect had lost its leader, so King appointed Alicia as the successor. Various large and small sects sent congratulations again. Meanwhile, the Myriad Forms Immortal Palace in the upper realm received no updates, acknowledging their failure, and decided to give up on their interests in the lower realm. Their resources weren't so abundant, especially with 2 ninth-stage separation of soul realm deaths. Their losses far exceeded any gains. Actually, the upper realm had far superior heavenly materials, magic instruments, and elixirs compared to the lower realm. Only weaker sects like theirs needed to control the lower realm. Powerful sects contested for upper realm resources, finding lower realm treasures unworthy. Now the Myriad Forms Immortal Palace had ended up with less than they started, choosing to retreat for now and await a better opportunity. In the upper realm, a demon cultivator in deep meditation opened his eyes. Brother, I couldn't protect you before, but this time, I'll avenge you. Recalling the past, they were once members of the Blood-Kindling Assassins League. His brother failed during an assassination and exposed himself. It ultimately led to their sect's destruction, forcing him to escape to the lower realm. He had planned to seek protection from a benefactor after breaking through to the Union Body realm. Sadly, his brother would never see this day. Reflecting on this, he clenched his fists and made his way to the Blood-Kindling Assassins League's lower realm contact point. After activating the communication tool, he received no response. Has Blood Demon Sect also been destroyed? Never mind. He directly opened a temporary passage, entering the lower realm. As soon as he arrived, he felt his magic power drain, making his blood-red eyes slightly dim. Nearby, a cultivator flew by, and he easily caught him. The cultivator struggled. Lord Immortal, I haven't done anything. The demon cultivator coldly asked, who killed the 9th stage separation of soul realm demon cultivators? The cultivator thought for a moment, oh, the 9th stage separation of soul realm demon cultivators were killed by King and Xuanhuan sect. The demon cultivator nodded. King, Xuanhuan sect, what are their strengths? The cultivator replied, Xuanhuan sect has 2 soul outing realm experts. King is supposedly at the 3rd stage separation of soul realm, but I'm unsure if it's true. The demon cultivator pondered, very well, thank you. The cultivator was relieved, thinking the demon cultivator was reasonable. But in the next second, the demon cultivator released a burst of power, turning the golden core realm cultivator into blood water. Then, he sucked the blood water into his mouth. His blood-red eyes regained brightness. Someone who could kill my brother mustn't be underestimated. Instead of directly confronting King, he flew off in another direction, seemingly searching for something. Western Continent, Xuanhuan sect. King stayed here helping pregnant Alicia manage sect affairs. One day, Alicia finally went into labor. The baby was a boy with fire affinity roots, no innate talent but scoring 95 points, a commendable achievement. The system rewarded a postnatal spirit treasure, the green lotus lamp, a replica of the precious lotus lantern. This auxiliary magic instrument could break invisibility and illusions, along with many other lamp-like magic device features. Upon seeing it, King realized it could counteract the myriad forms Immortal Palace's invisibility, saving him from dragging Isabel from the southern continent. King kept the green lotus lamp for personal use and rewarded Alicia a heavenly cleansing marrow pill and a cultivation pill. These pills directly advanced Alicia from the first stage of celestial being to the first stage of soul outing. Once news spread, many Fae Farans traveled far to become King's consorts. He selected them all, continuing his endeavors to produce offspring. His marital and parental ambitions expanded. One day, someone suddenly requested an audience with King. Several males claiming urgent business. King met them. Gentlemen, what urgent matters do you wish to discuss? Upon seeing King, they fell to their knees. Era Bartolomean, please save our Changha sect. Era Bartolomean, Zhangjiang sect was also attacked by a demon cultivator. That demon cultivator is extremely cruel. King was confused. Don't panic, one at a time. Long River sect head, start. Hearing their accounts one by one, King understood that a formidable demon cultivator had attacked the local cultivator sects, killing several soul outing realm practitioners. Chapter 50. The Marvels of the Azure Lotus Treasure Lamp. The people killed by that demon cultivator had all turned into blood water, and he even absorbed them. King frowned deeply. This one must have come from the upper realms. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Does his attacks follow any pattern? Enzo said, I suspect he goes to recuperate or digest the blood after each attack. The intervals are irregular because the number of disciples in each sect varies. Clem responded, every time he attacks a sect, he vanishes for some period, but the duration isn't consistent. King asked further, is there any pattern to the locations of his attacks? They looked at each other before Clem replied, his attacks occur around Lungha and Enzo regions, but not necessarily in proximity order. Enzo also shook his head. There seems to be no specific pattern. He might fear we'll be prepared. But many sects in that area have begun fleeing en masse. King tapped his fingers on the table. This complicates things. Let me first investigate the scene. Seeing King agree to help, everyone was elated and immediately led the way. First, they arrived at the Longha sect. King observed the devastation, evidence of a fierce battle. He found a central location and took out the Azure Lotus treasure lamp, channeling a spell. The lamp emitted 10,000 rays of light, piercing through barriers, illuminating the entire Longha sect compound. With King changing the spell, phantom images began appearing under the light. Clem exclaimed, this is what happened that day. Enzo sect's leader marveled. There is actually such a miraculous spell? Mesmerized, King felt as though he stood on the battlefield of that day. He saw the demon's appearance and even sensed its aura. After some time, King retracted the Azure Lotus treasure lamp. Let's go to the next place. Led by Enzo sect's leader, they went to another sect. King repeated the process 5 times. I've recorded his aura. When he appears again, the Azure Lotus treasure lamp will react, King finally said. But he cannot be too far away. Enzo sect's leader immediately suggested, the largest nearby sect is Taihu sect. It might be his next target. We should wait there and invite their help. King nodded. Agreed. Let's go to Taihu sect. He didn't intend to involve his cultivation partner, preferring to handle the demon alone, but having others assist could protect more cultivators. Upon arriving at Taihu sect and explaining the situation, Alvin agreed to help. However, if the demon attacked elsewhere, only the left and right protectors would assist. One was at the 6th stage of Soul out of Shell realm, the other at the 8th stage, both formidable fighters. Adding Taihu and Enzo sect's leaders, who were also in the Soul out of Shell realm, there were 4 experts, a considerable force to hold against the demon. Satisfied, King stayed at Taihu sect, waiting for the lamp's reaction. About half a month later, the Azure Lotus treasure lamp activated. King immediately gathered everyone and headed towards where the demon had appeared. Instead of attacking Taihu sect, he assaulted Qingxi sect, not far from the last site. Arriving as fast as possible, they were too late. Blood flowed everywhere. A figure held a corpse, sucking the blood water. Upon noticing the arrivals, he tossed the bone and cackled, hee King, you're right on time. He chose this close target because his goal was near completion. Consuming less blood mattered little now. Since descending, he sustained himself by eating humans, regaining peak condition at the 9th stage of Soul Separation realm while accumulating immense burning blood power. A secret technique of the Burning Blood Assassins Guild, gaining mana by burning blood, either their own or others. Addressed directly, King asked, confused, are you here for me? The demon coldly replied, of course. Did you forget you killed a demon named Cornelius? More confused, King responded, what Cornelius? I don't know him. When he killed the underground demon at Divine Spear sect, he hadn't asked names. To the demon, this sounded like mocking. Fine. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Just ask him in hell. As he spoke, bloody red light enveloped him, charging directly at King. Seeing the demon rush over, King thought it simplified things. He summoned the executioner's array map and the 4 swords flew out, aiming to instantly slay the demon. Upon seeing the 4 swords, the demon sensed impending destruction but couldn't escape mid-charge. Relieved, King thought it was over. But suddenly, the demon exploded into hundreds of figures. King couldn't help but marvel. How can he produce so many clones? The 4 swords lock failed against the multitude. King focused on areas with more clones, slashing through them with the swords. Though 20+ clones were eliminated, the remaining ones still rushed towards him. Realizing the danger, King hastily deployed the earth-suppressing array map and the 5 elements mountain seal, creating a protective barrier. Originally hoping to safeguard other cultivators, it was too late. All Qingxi sect members were dead. Now, these few were just extra burdens. The demon controlled clones to surround the protective shield and launch an assault. King also directed the 4 swords outside, combating the clones. However, each time a few clones died, new ones emerged from the others. After multiple rounds, the number of clones remained unchanged. What kind of spell is this? So bizarre? No one could answer. They hid inside the array map, trembling. Despite another round from the 4 swords, it made no difference. Slapping his forehead, King cursed, "Why did I forget this?" To everyone, I'll retract the earth-suppressing array map. Please bear with it for a moment. ####Chapter 51. The prestige shakes the Western continent. Rock recalled that the newly acquired Blue Lotus treasure lamp could break concealments and illusions. He had initially thought that the opponent was using clones, but now he realized that it was impossible for any technique to produce so many physical clones. It must be an illusion. The leader of the Xuanhuan sect and others also knew that continuing like this would not work. Although leaving the vast earth formation was dangerous, it was their only option. All right, we will buy you time. After agreeing, Rock withdrew the vast earth formation, using the 4 great swords to eliminate the approaching clones while retrieving the Blue Lotus treasure lamp. With a flick of his finger, the lamp emitted a bright light, revealing the true forms of the surrounding clones. These clones turned out to be a mix of real and illusory. Some were genuine avatars, while others were mere manifestations of magical energy. No wonder they could keep splitting. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're running? Rock immediately focused on the true avatars, the 4 great swords slicing through them one by one. The demon cultivator was shocked. He never expected that there would be a magical treasure in the lower realms capable of piercing through his blood-burning avatars. Indeed, he should have been more cautious. This Rock was a formidable opponent. However, he didn't lose hope. The Blood-Burning Assassins League specialized in stealth assassination, not direct combat. It was just unfortunate that he encountered Rock during his feeding and happened to be in full strength, leading to this battle. Since he couldn't win, fleeing was the only option. The demon cultivator instantly retracted all clones and used the blood-burning technique to accelerate, turning into a streak of red light heading towards the sky. Could Rock let him escape? He immediately controlled the 4 great swords to give chase. Seeing the swords closing in too fast, the demon cultivator helplessly created more clones while the true body quietly flew underground. But Rock was right behind him. Upon seeing the clones filling the sky, he used the Blue Lotus treasure lamp again to target the true avatars. This made the demon cultivator genuinely panic. Rock, I'll take you with me. He commanded dozens of clones to attack Rock at once. Rock was prepared, recalling the 4 great swords to destroy the clones one by one. Only after the last clone was killed did Rock put away the swords. This battle had consumed much of his magical power. He had never used the 4 great swords so intensively before. Seeing the battle end, the leader of the Xuanhuan sect and others flew over. Thanks to Berkeley Bartolomean. Otherwise, no one could have subdued that demon cultivator. Berkeley Bartolomean is truly a blessing to the Western continent. Rock smiled. Everyone's gratitude is too much. Your efforts contributed to defeating this demon. The leader of the Xuanhuan sect quickly replied, not at all. It was entirely thanks to Berkeley Bartolomean's divine swords and this lamp. Rock laughed heartily. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the Blue Lotus treasure lamp still shimmering when he looked down. Everyone tensed up. Berkeley Bartolomean. What's wrong? Rock stroked the lamp twice and said in surprise, that demon isn't dead yet. What? Everyone was alarmed. After such a fierce battle, having slain hundreds of clones, how could he still be alive? If even Rock couldn't handle it, what could they do? If this demon recovered and returned, everyone shuddered. Rock laughed. No worries, we just need to keep killing his clones. Yuan asked, oh, does Berkeley Bartolomean have another method? Rock nodded. Just use the Blue Lotus treasure lamp. With a gesture, the lamp emitted a beam of light pointing far into the distance. Let's see what this demon is up to. At this moment, the demon's true form was reduced to a faint shadow escaping underground. This was the final resort of members of the Blood-Burning Assassins League. His brother, Charlie, had escaped using this technique and hid in the lower realms. Afterward, he only needed to consume the blood of 99 virgin boys to regain his physical form and slowly restore his cultivation by eating people. Rock, wait until I recover my strength. I will turn your entire family into bones. The demon shouted in his heart as he frantically fled forward. But suddenly, he sensed several cultivators chasing from behind. It's impossible. The xuanhuan technique can't even be detected by immortals in the upper realms. How could Rock catch me? Wrong, it must be a coincidence. He just chose a random direction. The demon forced himself not to panic and continued fleeing. But in the next instant, Rock's 4 great swords flew out from 4 directions, trapping him in the middle. The demon was utterly terrified. This can't be. Puff! The 4 great swords sliced through, shattering the last remnant of the demon into a pool of blood. Rock then cast a fire spell to purify the land. He really ran well. What a hassle, Rock said, smiling as he stood midair. Yuan and others breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling secure. Berkeley Bartolomean truly has remarkable skills. Only Berkeley Bartolomean could have done it. Anyone else would have let him escape. They praised Rock again before returning to celebrate at Taihu sect. Through this incident, Rock's towering image was firmly established. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also had a noble heart, defending the peace of the Western continent. Everyone proposed making Rock their leader. Other sects of the Western continent expressed their submission upon hearing this. Rock's prestige soared higher than ever. Seizing this opportunity, he widely accepted Dao companions, drawing an enthusiastic response. After accepting these Dao companions, the number of his consorts reached a staggering 300. Almost a year's schedule was filled. Fortunately, Rock could split into 2 avatars. Otherwise, he would have no time for anything else. After the wedding ceremony with several dozen Dao companions, a sect leader from a remote area came to see Rock. Berkeley Bartolomean. Recently I received news from friends in the northern continent regarding Harrison of the 10,000 Phenomena sect. Rock recalled that Harrison had led people to attack Green Cloud sect but retreated in defeat. Later, he attacked Black Tortoise sect but fled at the beginning of the battle. I see. What did Harrison do now? Reporting to Berkeley Bartolomean, Harrison has joined the Illusion Sword sect in the northern continent and became an elder there. Since his joining, the Illusion Sword sect has been expanding aggressively, causing great distress to neighboring sections. Some were defeated and absorbed, some surrendered directly, and others relocated elsewhere to seek new lives. Rock smiled. This Harrison is indeed a menace. ##### Chapter 52. First arrival in the northern continent. Rock immediately decided to leave a clone behind while he personally went to the northern continent to eliminate Herman. Although Rock wasn't afraid, he feared that Herman might play dirty tricks and target those close to him. Enemies should be eliminated at the outset, rather than waiting until irreversible harm has been done to his loved ones, which would then be too late for regret. Rock rewarded the informant with some celestial treasures, and informed his fellow cultivators before heading alone to the northern continent. Rock was unfamiliar with the northern continent and decided to find the informant's friend first to understand the situation better. However, halfway through his flight, he sensed some commotion on the ground. Hundreds of cultivators were engaged in battle. Could this be the people from the Illusory Sword sect? The Illusory Sword sect was located near the western continent, making it a strong possibility. Rock redirected his flight towards the battlefield. ##### North of the northern continent, Raging Wave Manor. The Manor Lord Irma was leading her disciples in a defense against the Illusory Sword sect. Ken Samuel, go to the central point, and make sure to maintain the protective array. Ken Emiliano, lead the charge from the eastern flank. Enforcer Squad, follow me. With each command from Irma, the disciples of Raging Wave Manor sprang into action, each taking up their designated roles. Irma also led a group from the western entrance, flying into the sky to intercept the enemy. Given that the protective array of Raging Wave Manor wasn't very strong, purely defensive tactics would soon fail. Therefore, she decided to launch an offensive to draw the enemy's fire, thus reducing pressure on the protective array. This strategy proved effective. Irma and Ken Emiliano, each leading a team, skirmished with the Illusory Sword sect members and retreated, drawing their pursuit away from the manor's defenses. Rock observed from a distance, nodding approvingly. This woman was exceptional. Under such dire circumstances, she displayed remarkable judgment and decision-making skills. Most people would rely on the protective array, trying to deplete the enemy's mana before making a final stand. But her tactics resembled city defense strategies. She didn't set up rigid defenses but utilized the advantage of the large territory and limited enemy numbers to maneuver flexibly. As Rock watched, he flew closer. Who are you all? And why is there such a fierce battle? His voice drew the attention of both sides. Irma thought, this person is unfamiliar. He must just be passing by. Though he seems noble-hearted, his help is insignificant here. This young hero, please stay out of this fight and avoid unnecessary harm. On the other side, the Illusory Sword sect followers shouted, you're merely a wandering cultivator. Mind your own business. Rock smiled. Oh, so it really is the Illusory Sword sect. Where is your elder, Herman? Tell him to come out and meet his doom. Upon hearing Rock's words, the disciples turned back. Could this be Herman's enemy? Herman's face turned uglier than someone who had eaten sour fruit. Retreat. Retreat to the sect. The neighboring elder, Cassius, asked, what's there to fear? He's just one person, even if he's at the 9th layer of the soul separation stage. What can he do? Counting him and Irma, we still have the upper hand. Herman was almost in tears. He is the great demon of the western continent, Rock. As he spoke, he quickly retreated. Cassius was shocked. He's Rock? Run. Illusory Sword sect disciples, well aware of Rock's reputation, fled rapidly. Raging Wave Manor disciples were stunned. The Illusory Sword sect had seemed so threatening moments ago, but now they were fleeing in terror at Rock's appearance. Everyone looked at Rock. Was he truly the great demon of the western continent, as Herman said? Rock smiled but didn't chase after them. His only goal was Herman. He had already used the Green Lotus treasure lamp to record Herman's aura. He wouldn't get far. Hello, fellow Taoists of Raging Wave Manor. Rock greets you. I came from the western continent solely to pursue Herman. Irma, realizing that Rock had helped resolve their crisis, responded with gratitude. Moreover, if Rock succeeded in eliminating Herman, it would be greatly beneficial for Raging Wave Manor. She flew over and bowed respectfully. Manor Lord Irma, thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist Bartolomean. Rock smiled politely. Thank you, Lord High. I've just arrived in the northern continent and wanted to inquire about the situation here. For instance, where is the Illusory Sword sect based, and how are the surrounding minor sects faring? Irma replied, please join us at the manor for refreshments. We will provide you with all the information you need. Very well. Rock agreed. His primary goals were to hunt down Herman and find potential Dao companions. Irma, with her high cultivation and leadership skills, was an excellent candidate. Following Irma into Raging Wave Manor, she provided him with fine beverages and medicinal pills. Rock, accepting the hospitality, began asking about the northern continent. Irma explained that the Illusory Sword sect's original base was 10,000 miles northwest, but had moved to Golden Peak after annexing the Brightness sect due to depleted spirit veins. Since arriving, Herman had devised many cunning schemes, allowing the Illusory Sword sect to conquer several minor sects. Rock nodded. It seems removing Herman is imperative. Irma smiled. If Rock eliminates Herman, the Illusory Sword sect will certainly behave better, ensuring the safety of Raging Wave Manor. Ken Samuel added, we truly owe you our thanks, Lord Bartolomean. Ken Emiliano stated, when you attack Herman, Raging Wave Manor will offer all possible assistance. Everyone understood that Rock's presence had frightened the two elders away. Joining him would be safe, and befriending such a powerful figure would be advantageous. Rock smiled. Thank you all, but you've just experienced a tough battle. Rest for a few days. Such a minor threat as Herman isn't worth worrying about. Laughter filled raging wave manner, while the illusory sword sect faced gloom. Cassius asked, Herman, do you think Rock is truly that formidable? Herman sighed. Of course. If he weren't, we could have taken him down today with everyone present. The illusory sword sect leader, Jinzong, nodded. Yes, given his strength, we should seek some allies. Chapter 53. The third attack on Nero Mountain Resort. Herman quickly said, yes. Schools like the Shishan sect and the Shihai sect will surely help us. Zephyr remarked, indeed. I have an old connection with the Shishan sect's leader. I'll talk to them. Nicholas added, right, when the time comes, we'll focus all our attacks on King. As long as he's dead, the rest won't be a problem. Herman felt deeply moved. Leader, Kinfeng, you two are truly loyal and upright. Nicholas laughed. Of course. Rest assured, you've helped expand our territory so much. We won't let you down. After finalizing their plan, everyone went off to find allied sects for support. On the third day, Era Nicholas of the Huajian sect led all their top fighters to the outskirts of Nero Mountain Resort. A few Huajian sect disciples with loud voices shouted out, Where's King? Get your ass out here. King, your grandpa is here. Inside Nero Mountain Resort, King was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Huajian sect to act so boldly and actually launch a direct attack. Let's go check it out. Who gave them the courage? Irma and others were filled with righteous indignation. Leader Bartolomean, let me lead all our disciples into battle and exterminate them all. What audacity. I'll finish him off. He must be getting cocky. The group rushed out of the protective mountain formation, heading straight towards the opposing formation. Herman felt extremely excited. They now had 6 experts at the out of the cavity realm, enough to confront King. Let's stick to the plan. We'll focus on King, ignoring the rest for now. Nicholas and others agreed. All right, let's charge together. They all rushed forward, but suddenly King sensed something wrong. Except for Herman, the others changed direction and surrounded him. Before Herman could comprehend what was happening, he suffered 5 powerful attacks in quick succession. These were all attacks from experts of the same level, close range, and without any defense, nearly killing him instantly. In fear, Herman cried out, What are you doing? Nicholas grinned. What? Handing you over to Leader Bartolomean, of course. Leader Bartolomean, I didn't know Herman was your enemy until today. Please accept this gift. As he spoke, Nicholas and Zephyr dragged Herman towards King. King chuckled. Good. To recognize the times is the mark of a wise man. You two are indeed men of integrity. Once Herman was brought near, King drew his red sun sword. Herman, you're quite the troublemaker. If you had just hidden somewhere, I might have forgotten about you. Why push your luck? At this moment, Herman wasn't afraid anymore but burst out laughing. Ha ha, heaven endowed me with talent for a reason. How can I waste it idly? King nodded. You do have ambition, unfortunately, it wasn't used for good. Without further ado, he ended Herman's life with one swift strike. Seeing the deed done, Nicholas bowed respectfully. Leader Bartolomean, Lord High, may green hills endure and flowing streams never cease. Until we meet again. Just as Nicholas turned to leave, King stopped him. Hold it, Dao friend. Nicholas's heart sank. He knew this couldn't be good. Hee, Leader Bartolomean, anything else you need? King was direct. Don't think this ends here. All the minor sects swallowed by the Huajian sect should be returned. And return Golden Peak of Bright Light, Sect 2. These actions, while committed by Herman, were under your command. Now, it's time for you to make amends. King certainly didn't want another large, uncontrolled sect around. It would be best if they split back into smaller factions. Nicholas's expression darkened. Leader Bartolomean, returning the minor sects isn't a problem, but our spirit veins have already been depleted. Going back means no resources for cultivation. King calmly responded, no worries there. You can collaborate with other sections. For instance, helping them refine pills, forge weapons, mine crystals, etc. Also, scout for new spirit veins and find a new foothold. Nicholas realized it would mean working for others, making it harder for them to regroup and maintain control once the disciples were scattered. Understanding this but daring not resist, he replied humbly. Understood. Thank you, Leader Bartolomean. We will comply immediately. King nodded. Good. Now get lost. As the Huajian sect members left, they were dejected, having thought that handing over Herman would preserve their gains. King wasn't easy to trick. This move not only defused the potential threat from the Huajian sect, but also earned him the support of the smaller sects. Nero Mountain Resort was overjoyed and expressed gratitude to King again. Especially Irma, who admired King's leadership greatly, bringing their relationship closer. King stayed at Nero Mountain Resort, preparing to strike while the iron was hot. However, news of King's feats didn't spread fast in the northern continent. Aside from the Huajian sect, no one knew his true strength. For instance, the Benlu sect was planning to attack Nero Mountain Resort. The leader Burke was enthusiastic. Our Benlu sect has grown strong recently, far surpassing our past. With the entire sect joining forces, our size has doubled. Now, except for the Huajian sect, we fear no one. Nero Mountain Resort has abundant chi, a moonlight pool, and crescent fish beneficial for junior disciples cultivation. Now with their strength, they don't deserve this treasure. Heaven intended it for us. Today, we take it. Benlu sect disciples, including newcomers, were highly motivated. Initially, they thought being dependent on others was no good. But if the Benlu sect successfully captured Nero Mountain Resort, they'd gain more resources than before. Thus, they eagerly marched towards Nero Mountain Resort. Meanwhile, King and Irma were discussing Taoist philosophy when a disciple rushed in. Lord Bartolomean, Leader High, someone is attacking the resort. Irma asked, which sect? How many people? The disciple replied, many familiar faces, but from different sections. There are about 300 to 400 in total. King smiled. Quite a few, but no worries. With me here, it's nothing serious. Let's go see. Chapter 54. Depletion of resources. Rock stepped out and saw that there were indeed many people, but not many experts. It seemed only one was at the Soul Out realm. As for Raging Wave Manor's side, Irma was at the 9th layer of Soul Out, while the two elders were both at the 9th layer of Heavenly Realm. If it really came to fighting, the other party might not have much advantage. However, with Rock present, he would certainly not let Irma risk injury. Irma shouted first, "Which school do you belong to? Why are you attacking my Raging Wave Manor?" Court replied, "We are from Flowing Stream Sect. If you are sensible, you should make your disciples surrender quickly." Irma frowned and said softly, "Flowing Stream Sect? When did they get so many people?" Rock remarked, "I think they must have absorbed a few minor sections. Didn't many sects flee from Phantom Sword Sect and migrate elsewhere not long ago?" Irma nodded, "That makes sense." Rock continued, "Since they've developed ambitions, let's quell them." Irma nodded again, "Good, but to avoid casualties, we will only take the experts into battle." Rock agreed, "All right." Irma then called, "Kin Samuel, Kin Emiliano, ready to engage." The two elders responded and followed Irma out of the protective mountain array. Seeing people come out, the opposite side immediately launched their spells. Rock unfurled the ground array map, with the 5 elements mountain seal standing in 5 directions, enveloping Irma and the others. Then his Crimson Sun sword flew out, cutting toward the enemy formation. Irma and the others also displayed their powers, attacking from afar. Flowing Stream Sect members were astonished to find that their spells had no effect on Rock's protective barrier. Yet, when the opponent's attacks hit, they instantly suffered numerous casualties. Who could withstand this? Many disciples immediately retreated. Once one started, more followed, eventually disrupting their entire formation. Court was still shouting, "Do not retreat, hold your ground." Rock recognized him as the leader of Flowing Stream Sect. With a flick of his Crimson Sun sword, a meteor streak of fire flew towards Court. Sensing lethal power, Court hurriedly cast defensive spells. His senior disciples also cast spells to block the Crimson Sun sword. Rock's attack failed, and he recast the spell, "Go." The Crimson Sun sword blazed brightly, thrusting forward rapidly. Court and his disciples' protective spells crumbled like cloth, pierced by the sword easily. "Ah!" Court screamed and fell from the sky. Rock retrieved his Crimson Sun sword and stopped attacking, as the remaining enemies dropped to the ground, kneeling in surrender. Rock looked at Irma, awaiting her decision. Irma said, "Where there is mercy, show it. Since they have surrendered, let's call it off." Rock nodded, "All right, but I have something to ask them." He flew forward, arriving before the Flowing Stream Sect members. "Why did you specifically attack Raging Wave Manor?" Logically, Flowing Stream Sect wasn't much stronger than Raging Wave Manor. Even if their leader had ambitious intentions, he could have targeted other small or medium-sized sects first. Why challenge a strong enemy first? Did they not fear casualties? Several individuals stepped forward upon hearing Rock's question. To answer the immortal Sir, Court chose Raging Wave Manor because the place is abundant with spiritual energy. There is also the Crescent Moon Pool, containing crescent fish which intrigued him. Our Flowing Stream Sect's spiritual vein has depleted, and we had no choice. This area can only accommodate us at Raging Wave Manor. We? Rock interrupted, "Wait, you mentioned depleted spiritual veins?" Someone replied, "Yes, a few months ago. Our spiritual vein collapsed, and the unmined spirit stones lost their power." Rock became even more puzzled. Not exhausted from mining, but lost power? Another person answered, "Yes, we found it strange too, but continuing like this, our Flowing Stream Sect won't have any spirit stones left." Rock moved back, asking Irma, "Last time, Phantom Sword Sect also mentioned their depleted spiritual vein. Could there be a connection?" Irma pondered, "Phantom Sword Sect is in the west, Flowing Stream Sect in the east. If their spiritual veins are depleted, why is Raging Wave Manor unaffected?" Rock said, "Call out the Phantom Sword Sect disciples and ask them." Now that Phantom Sword Sect had lost its resources, their disciples were scattered across various sects for work, including some at Raging Wave Manor. Irma instructed Kin Samuel to summon the Phantom Sword Sect disciples, then questioned about their depleted resources. The disciples gave detailed accounts, confirming identical circumstances to Flowing Stream Sect. Only, Phantom Sword Sect's depletion occurred 2 months earlier. Rock commented, "Something seems amiss. I need to investigate Flowing Stream Sect and Phantom Sword Sect." Irma nodded, "Okay, I'll go with you. Kin Samuel and Emiliano, protect the sect." Afterward, Rock and Irma accompanied the Flowing Stream Sect members to their base. Rock used the Green Lotus treasure lamp to inspect what happened. Until the point of spiritual vein depletion, nothing unusual appeared. But delving deeper into past events, he detected anomalies. On a particular night, the spiritual vein suddenly vibrated, leading to its collapse from that day onward. Rock put away the lamp, telling the Flowing Stream Sect elders, "This doesn't seem like a natural disaster, but rather a man-made incident." The elders were shocked. Man-made? Who could silently destroy a spiritual vein? Rock replied speechlessly, "Given your strength, causing destruction isn't hard. If someone from the upper realms did it openly, you wouldn't stand a chance." The elders were stunned. What? Upper realms? To them, Rock was already terrifying. Upper realm immortals were beyond reach. But why would upper realm immortals target Flowing Stream Sect? Rock didn't explain further. "I need to investigate Phantom Sword Sect to confirm. And another thing, your Flowing Stream Sect should release all annexed minor sects, like Phantom Sword Sect." Rock then addressed those from the minor sects. "You can return home now, worry-free, as Phantom Sword Sect dares not cause trouble anymore." The people from the minor sects rejoiced, never expecting that despite failing to capture Raging Wave Manor, they could safely return home. Everyone thanked Rock for upholding justice before preparing to depart. Upon investigating Phantom Sword Sect's spiritual vein, Rock and Irma found similar results. It seems indeed caused by someone from the upper realms. However, their objective isn't specifically against Phantom Sword Sect and Flowing Stream Sect. Chapter 55. Essence of the Vein. Irma. If not for the illusory sword sect and the rushing stream sect, then what else could it be for? Rock pointed at the depleted spirit vein and said, what they seek is the essence of the vein. It's a rare resource used in artifact forging, but it's something most people can't obtain. This substance was akin to the fire essence on the vermilion bird staff. Therefore, Rock deduced that the higher realm people were after resources for forging. It was Irma's first time hearing this. She had no idea that such an extract could be taken from spirit stone veins and used in forging. Oh, so the illusory sword sect and the rushing stream sect are simply suffering because they possess valuable resources, she remarked. Rock nodded. I fear the people from the higher realm will come again to take the essence of the vein. When they do, more sects will suffer. Irma asked, are you going to intervene in this matter? She felt that this was ultimately an issue between the illusory sword sect, the rushing stream sect, and those people. Even if Rock did intervene, it didn't seem like he would gain much benefit from it. Of course, Rock replied. If we allow these higher realm people to continue stealing the vein essence unchecked, don't expect them to stop anytime soon. If one sect's spirit vein dries up, they will seek to seize resources from other sections. This vicious cycle will lead to chaos in the lower realms. Irma looked at Rock with admiration. She hadn't expected that this man possessed such a grand ambition to shoulder the responsibility of the world. To protect the cultivators in the lower realms by confronting those from the higher realms, it wasn't a decision just any expert could make. Irma said, very well. If those thieves return to the lower realm, my Raging Tide Manor will offer all possible assistance. Rock looked at Irma and smiled. Thank you. Irma sent messengers to various sects, informing them that Rock had uncovered that people from the higher realm were stealing the essence of the vein. She urged them to be vigilant. Once anything unusual was detected, they were to immediately contact the Raging Tide Manor using their communication talismans. The message spread out, and within a month, there was indeed another unusual incident. A disciple guarding the spirit vein at the Western Mountain sect sensed an anomaly in the vein and immediately contacted the Raging Tide Manor. Rock rushed over with Irma, simultaneously sending word to other sects to dispatch experts to surround the intruder. A disciple of the Way sect, Andon, had used an earth-traversing technique to reach the spirit vein beneath the Western Mountain sect. He then employed a secret method to extract the vein essence. Just as he was about to ascend back to the higher realm, he suddenly sensed that someone had locked onto him with divine awareness. Andon hurriedly activated his defensive spell to ward off the incoming attack. A bolt of firelight shot from the sky, colliding with Andon's defensive force. His defenses shattered with a thunderous crash, but the attack was also exhausted and dissipated easily. Even so, he was greatly shocked. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable expert in the lower realm, one capable of breaking through his defenses with a single strike. While he was still stunned, Rock and Irma arrived. Were you the one who stole the vein essence? Rock asked, holding the array map of slaughter and the 4 swords of slaughter poised and ready. Andon snorted coldly. What's it to you? With that, he waved his long sword, sending a rainbow-colored sword beam towards Rock. Rock didn't hesitate, sending the 4 swords of slaughter flying to intercept the beam, destroying it before advancing towards Andon. But what Andon didn't anticipate was that despite his bold demeanor, he was actually quite timid. The rainbow-colored sword beam was only meant to delay Rock, while Andon used the distraction to escape. Humph, so this is a higher realm immortal? Rock sneered, pursuing Andon along with the 4 swords of slaughter. Andon was surprisingly fast, outrunning the 4 swords even as they converged from different angles. Separately, their power wasn't enough to kill him. Knowing that Andon could use earth traversal, Rock didn't dare relax for a moment, chasing relentlessly until one party caught up. It was the illusory sword sects Nicholas and Zephyr. Where do you think you're running? They shouted upon seeing Andon, immediately forming an array to try to hold him back. Andon saw that while they were only 2 experts at the out-of-body stage, achieving a killing blow wasn't feasible. Reluctantly, he changed direction and fled northward. Shortly after, a group from the Western Sea sect arrived. Andon was forced to change direction again. Soon, elite cultivators from neighboring large and small sects gathered, forming a tight circle around him. Meanwhile, Rock had closed the distance. Andon stopped fleeing altogether. Rock, you win. What do you want? Rock chuckled. Your life? Andon was startled. What? I merely extracted some vein essence. I haven't killed anyone. Rock frowned. Had it not been for you, how could there have been such battles? Those people died because of you. Andon panicked. Rock, you can't kill me. I'm the overseer of the lower realm for the Flying Rainbow sect of the higher realm. Rock laughed coldly. Do you think being from the higher realm gives you the right to act recklessly? With me, Rock, here, you shouldn't even dream about it. Before Andon could say more, Rock acted. The 4 swords of slaughter converged from all sides, aiming to slice Andon into pieces. Andon tried desperately to defend himself with his protective spells. Rock, if you kill me today, my master will surely. His sentence was cut short when his defensive spells shattered, and the 4 swords of slaughter sliced through him, leaving his remains scattered on the ground. Rock retrieved the 4 swords of slaughter and bowed to the crowd. Thank you all for your great help. You may divide the belongings of this thief among yourselves. Everyone reciprocated the bow. You're too kind, it's our duty. Berkeley Bartolomean is safeguarding the peace of the northern continent. Rock smiled. Thank you all. But by killing this thief today, his sect might send retaliation down to the lower realm. To prevent that, we must maintain our communication. Regular updates are necessary. If a sect goes silent, it means they've been attacked. Everyone understood immediately. We honor Berkeley Bartolomean as our leader. Rock clasped his hands together. Thank you all for your trust. Rest assured, should higher realm people cause trouble again, they will meet certain death. Furthermore, I will help resolve the issue of spirit vein depletion. True to his word, Rock used the Blue Lotus treasure lamp to explore and quickly found 2 new spirit veins. Though smaller than those previously exploited by the illusory sword sect and the rushing stream sect, the quality was superior. Thus, these 2 sects wouldn't face a shortage of spirit stones in the near future. Benefiting both from Rock's protection and resources, the two sects grew increasingly respectful towards him. Their little alliance became tighter, and when dealing with outsiders, they introduced themselves as cultivators of the Western Sea Alliance. This development quickly attracted resentment from certain quarters. Chapter 56, Jealousy. Chapter 56, Envy. Northern Continent, Southling Sect. This West Sea Alliance has been making quite a stir lately. Isn't this challenging our status? Yes, they claim to be cultivators of the West Sea Alliance when trading with people here. The local cultivators don't dare take advantage of them. I heard that the Illusory Sword Sect and Rushing Stream Sect have developed 2 new spirit veins, both abundant with high-quality crystal stones. Jagger and Bartolomeo said, yes, these 2 spirit veins are crucial. The largest 3 sects in their West Sea Alliance are the Raging Wave Manor, Illusory Sword Sect, and Rushing Stream Sect. Raging Wave Manor has formidable experts on standby, making it hard to deal with. However, we can start with Illusory Sword Sect and Rushing Stream Sect first, cutting off their left and right hands. Everyone looked at Jagger and Bartolomeo. But, Jagger, our strength is indeed superior to any one sect. But what if Raging Wave Manor comes to assist if we attack Rushing Stream Sect? Right, Jagger, our goal is to seize the spirit veins, not kill. If we just attack and run, it would be meaningless. We can't underestimate those smaller sects either. Now they can coordinate with each other. If they all attack together, they still form a considerable force. Facing his disciples' questions, Nan Bartolomeo smiled and replied, these aren't problems. We can act together with the Southern Wind Sect, attacking Rushing Stream Sect and Illusory Sword Sect respectively, so they can't cover for each other. After we annihilate one of them, we unite again to jointly defend one mine vein. At that time, with equal power on both sides, they definitely won't fight desperately over one spirit vein. We can negotiate while mining. Then the initiative will be in our hands. Everyone nodded, but Kinna and Sue asked again. If it's only Raging Wave Manor and another sect, their strength is indeed comparable to ours, but those small sects. Nan Bartolomeo smiled. Those small sects? They'll go with the flow. We've suppressed them for centuries alongside the Southern Wind Sect, yet we've never seen them unite. As long as we win the first battle, they'll remember the prestige of our Southling Sect and Southern Wind Sect. Everyone nodded in agreement, without further doubt. One day, Rock was flirting with Irma when a disciple came to report. Manor Lord, Jagger Bartolomean, Rushing Stream Sect has been attacked by Southling Sect and requests support. Irma's smile faded as she asked, Southling Sect? Did they launch an all-out attack? The disciple answered, Jaggernan Bartolomeo, Kinnan Sue, and several Celestial Realm elders have come. Irma nodded. This is an all-out attack. Go call Kin Samuel to gather the elites and prepare for battle. I'll handle Kin Emiliano. Yes. The disciple left. Rock was displeased. He had been getting close to Irma recently, about to tell her a joke, but was interrupted by Southling Sect. Damn, they must die. They joined Kin Samuel and flew towards Rushing Stream Sect's new location. However, halfway there, Irma's communication talisman rang again. The remaining disciples reported that the Illusory Sword Sect had been attacked by Southern Wind Sect and requested support, also launching an all-out attack. Irma's expression turned grim, so, both Southling Sect and Southern Wind Sect launched all-out attacks. It looks like they've been planning this for a long time. It seems we have to split our forces. Rock smiled slightly. Don't worry. Did you forget I'm at the Soul Separation Realm? Irma exclaimed. You're going to use the legendary astral body technique? But that will disperse your mana. Rock laughed. It doesn't matter. Although my mana will be weakened, I have the Executioner Array chart, which doesn't require much mana. As he spoke, Rock created a clone holding the Executioner Array chart, flying westward. Rock's true self watched the clone leave, saying calmly, the Illusory Sword Sect also has 2 Essence Departure Realm cultivators. My clone can help eliminate their top experts. Seeing Rock's confidence, Irma felt reassured. Alright, let's support Rushing Stream Sect. The group continued flying and soon saw the battle ahead. Irma directed the disciples to divide into 2 groups, forming pincer movements. She and Rock took the middle path to strike at the enemy's main force. Opposite, Nan Bartolomeo had been watching closely. Seeing reinforcements arrive, he immediately extended his divine sense to investigate. That person must be Rock. I heard he has a powerful array chart with 4 swords, considered primordial treasures. Nansu said, but he only wields 1 sword. Is he underestimating us? Nan Bartolomeo sneered. That's even better. Let's show them the might of our Southling Sect. Nan Bartolomeo rushed straight towards Rock and Irma, followed by Nansu and several elders. Formed the formation. With a loud cry, they instantly formed the Southling Long Pine Formation. This formation is Southling Sect's ultimate skill. Once formed, everyone acts as one. Damage taken is automatically shared among them. Unless they are all killed at once, the most one can do is force them back together. Thus, Nan Bartolomeo dared to charge despite knowing Rock was a supreme expert. Rock chuckled. Good guys, I was afraid they'd run. Didn't expect them to be so brave. Flying Fire Meteor. Rock's Scarlet Yang sword flew out, heading straight for their formation. Boom. A massive explosion forced the formation to halt, but the members seemed unharmed. Rock nodded. Interesting. Irma shouted, let me assist you. With that, Irma swung her sea sky staff, sending water arrows towards the enemy formation, aiming at one spot to create a hole. However, the damage was shared among the members, reducing the pressure. Unaffected, Nan Bartolomeo and others rushed directly to Rock and Irma. Rock became even more excited. Perfect. Heaven-piercing sword. With a loud shout, Scarlet Yang sword glowed red, transforming into a giant sword that filled the space between Rock and Nan Bartolomeo. Nan Bartolomeo was shocked. How powerful is this sword? A primordial treasure. He realized then that this sword's power rivaled the legendary 4 swords array. Unfortunately, he had no time for regret. The Southling Long Pine Formation shattered explosively, and its members were instantly reduced to ashes. Rock's mana was greatly drained, and he immediately took a spirit-restoring pill. In a few breaths, Rock's mana was fully restored. The power of this strike shook heaven and earth, attracting the attention of everyone from Raging Wave Manor, Rushing Stream Sect, and Southling Sect. What is this? The West Sea Alliance has been making quite a stir lately. Isn't this a challenge to our status? Yes, they conduct transactions with people here, and refer to themselves as cultivators of the West Sea Alliance. Local cultivators dare not take advantage of them. I heard that Illusory Sword Sect and Rushing Stream Sect have developed 2 new spiritual veins, both full of high-quality crystals. Sect Berkeley Nan Bartolomeo said, yes, these 2 veins are crucial. The 3 biggest sects in their West Sea Alliance are Wave Rager Manor, Illusory Sword Sect, and Rushing Stream Sect. Wave Rager Manor has experts sitting guard, making it tough to deal with, but we can start by targeting Illusory Sword Sect and Rushing Stream Sect, cutting off their left and right arms. Everyone looked at Sect Berkeley Nan Bartolomeo. But, Sect Berkeley, our strength indeed surpasses any single sect, but what if Wave Rager Manor comes to assist Rushing Stream Sect if we attack them? Yes, Sect Berkeley, our goal is to seize the spiritual veins, not kill. If we just attack and retreat, it would be meaningless. Those medium and small sects shouldn't be underestimated either. Now they can coordinate, and if they unite, they could be formidable. Faced with his disciples' questions, Nan Bartolomeo smiled and replied, these aren't problems. We can team up with Southwind Sect to simultaneously attack Rushing Stream Sect and Illusory Sword Sect, leaving them unable to defend both fronts. And once we eliminate one of them, we will then join forces to secure a mine. At that point, with even strength on both sides, they won't risk everything over a single vein. We can negotiate while mining. By then, we'll have the upper hand. Everyone nodded, but Kin Nanshu asked, if we only consider Wave Rager Manor and another sect, their combined strength matches ours, but those smaller sects. Nan Bartolomeo laughed. Those minor sects are merely wind chasers. Even after centuries of suppression by us and Southwind Sect, we've never seen them unite. As long as we win the first battle, they will remember the might of Southridge Sect and Southwind Sect. Everyone nodded in agreement, no longer questioning. On this day, Rock was flirting with Irma when a disciple came to report. Manor Lord, Ancestral Berkeley Bartolomean, the Rushing Stream Sect is under attack by the Southridge Sect and requests support. This revision ensures that the name of the sect is consistently translated and reads more naturally in English. The term, Southling Sect, has been corrected to Southridge Sect, for accuracy and fluency. Irma's smile faded as she asked, Southridge Sect? Are they attacking with their full strength? The disciple replied, Sect Berkeley Nan Bartolomeo, Kin Nan Shu, and several Tianren Realm elders have all come. Irma nodded. This is an all-out assault. You go and ask Kin Samuel to gather the elites and prepare for battle. I'll inform Kin Emiliano. Yes. The disciple left on his task. Rock was very unhappy. He had been growing closer to Irma recently, and he was just about to tell her a naughty joke when they were interrupted by the Southridge Sect. Damn, we must finish them off. They met up with Kin Samuel and flew toward Rushing Stream Sect's new residence. But halfway through, Irma's communication talisman activated again. Disciples back home reported that Illusory Sword Sect was under attack by Southwind Sect, also an all-out assault, and requested urgent support. Irma's expression darkened. It seems the Southridge Sect and Southwind Sect are both launching all-out attacks. This was clearly planned for a long time. The revised sentence maintains consistency in terminology by changing Southling Sect to Southridge Sect, and ensures the sentence flows naturally in English. It also accurately conveys the meaning from the original text. It looks like we need to split our forces. Rock smiled slightly. Don't worry. Did you forget I'm a distinguished God Realm cultivator? Irma exclaimed, oh. Are you using your legendary out-of-body form? But that will divide your magical power. Rock laughed. It's fine. Though my power is weakened, with the array of Executioner's Blade, I don't need much magic power. As he spoke, Rock created an out-of-body form holding the array of Executioner's Blade and flew westward. Watching his main self depart, Rock said calmly, Illusory Sword Sect has 2 Separation Realm cultivators. My out-of-body form should suffice to help eliminate their experts. Seeing Rock's confidence, Irma calmed down. Alright, let's support Rushing Stream Sect. They continued flying forward and soon saw the battle ahead. Irma commanded her disciples to split into 2 routes in a pincer movement, while she and Rock targeted the center to strike the enemy's main force. Opposite them, Nan Bartolomeo watched closely. Seeing reinforcements arrive, he immediately probed with his divine sense. That must be Rock. I've heard he has an array with 4 swords, which are primal divine treasures. Nanshu remarked, but he only wields 1 sword. Is he underestimating us? South Summit Sect's leader, Nan Bartolomeo, sneered. Even better. Let's show them the might of South Summit Sect. Note. It seems there was a mix-up in the sect name translation. Assuming South Summit Sect is the correct name for Nanling Pai, based on context. Please let me know if you have any corrections or specific preferences for sect names. With that, Nan Bartolomeo charged towards Rock and Irma, followed by Nanshu and other elders. Form the array. Nan Bartolomeo shouted, and everyone quickly formed the Southling Long Pine formation. Correction. For better fluency and consistency in terminology, it should be. Nan Bartolomeo shouted, and everyone quickly formed the Southling Long Pine array. Asterisk however, Southling seems to be a placeholder or unrecognized term. It's likely meant to be Southridge or another proper name. Without further context, here is the best revision asterisk. Nan Bartolomeo shouted, and everyone quickly formed the Southridge Long Pine array. This formation allowed the Southling sect members to share the brunt of attacks collectively. They would only be forced to retreat if not all were killed at once. For improved fluency, it could be rephrased as, this formation enabled the Southridge sect members to share the impact of attacks collectively. They would only be forced to retreat if all were not killed simultaneously. Thus, despite knowing Rock's formidable reputation, Nan Bartolomeo still dared charge him. Seeing this, Rock smiled. Good. I feared they'd run away, but they're brave. Blazing Meteor. Rock threw the Crimson Sun Sword directly at the enemy's formation. Boom. A deafening explosion halted the array mid-air, but its members seemed unharmed. Rock nodded approvingly. Interesting. Irma shouted, "Let me help you." She waved her heavenly ocean staff, sending water arrows towards the formation, aiming at a single point to create a hole. However, the shared defense reduced the impact significantly. Nan Bartolomeo and others charged towards Rock and Irma unaffected. Rock became more excited. "You came. Heaven-cleaving sword." Rock's roar made the Crimson Sun sword glow intensely, transforming into a giant blade filling the space between them. Nan Bartolomeo gasped, "How powerful is this sword?" A primal divine treasure." He realized this sword's power didn't fall short of the legendary four-sword array. Unfortunately, there was no time for regret. The Southling Long Pine array shattered instantly, its members being incinerated into ashes. Note, Southling seems to be a literal translation of Nonling, which is a name for a specific sect or place and should be translated consistently. If South Long Pine sect or another name has been established earlier in the text, it should be used instead of Southling. For this context, assuming South Long Pine sect is correct, the sentence would read, "The South Long Pine sect's Long Pine array shattered instantly, its members being incinerated into ashes." For better fluency and consistency, the South Long Pine sect's Long Pine array shattered instantly, its members incinerated into ashes. Rock's magic power greatly diminished, but he promptly took a spirit recovery pill. Within moments, his magic power was fully restored. The power of that single sword shook the sky and earth, drawing the attention of disciples from New Talsanjong, Bunliu Pai, and Nanling Pai alike. Improved for fluency and consistency. The power of that single sword shockingly reverberated through heaven and earth, catching the attention of everyone, from the disciples of Wave Crest Manor and Streaming Current sect to those of South Peak sect. Note: for better understanding and natural reading in English, I slightly adjusted the names of locations to more contextually meaningful translations. For consistency in terminology and style, the sheer power of that single sword struck with such force that it caught the attention of all present, from the disciples of Raging Wave Manor, Flowing Stream sect, and South Ridge sect alike. Given the context and ensuring accuracy, consistency, and fluency, the sheer power of that single sword shockingly reverberated through heaven and earth, catching the attention of everyone, from the disciples of Raging Wave Manor, Flowing Stream sect, and South Peak sect alike. What was that? ##### Chapter 57. Rosa. The power of that strike was like nothing the cultivators present had ever witnessed before. Especially for the Southern Ridge sect cultivators, it was a profound shock. For them, the formation formed by their sect leader and elders, the Evergreen Pine formation of Southern Ridge, was invincible. Even if they couldn't win, they could always retreat. But in front of King, it only took 2 strikes to break the Evergreen Pine formation, slaying their sect leader and elders. They were the pillars of the Southern Ridge sect. In the hearts of the Southern Ridge sect disciples, the concept of the sect crumbled. They fell to the ground one after another, kneeling in surrender. Disciples from the Rushing Stream sect and the Roaring Wave Manor came forward to accept their surrender. Irma turned to King and asked, "How did it go on the other side?" King smiled faintly. Bartolomeo at work. After his clone arrived there, the 4 great swords of execution instantly beheaded the Southern Wind sect's sect leader and elders. The aftermath was similar to what happened here. Following this battle, the Southern Ridge sect and the Southern Wind sect existed in name only. King appointed Samuel Genie and Emiliano Genie from the Roaring Wave Manor to manage the affairs, taking control of both sects' territories. Smaller and medium-sized sects that originally depended on these 2 large sects, upon hearing that all elites were annihilated, dared not make any move. They submitted willingly. King's prestige spread far and wide, attracting numerous Feyfarans from Central North Continent to join him. He gained several more Dao companions. Irma also became his Dao companion and gave birth to a son the following year. Water Elemental Root, with innate talent, Tideborn from the Blue Sea, scoring 94. The system rewarded her with the cultivation technique, Tideborn from the Blue Sea, and a secondary spiritual treasure, the 9 Abyss Conch. This 9 Abyss Conch was an auxiliary magical artifact, capable of expanding the range of divine senses, enhancing their precision and subtlety. It could also cast sound-based spells, providing many wonderful applications. King gifted both items to Irma along with a Heavenly Spirit Bone-Washing Pill. Irma's aptitude was already excellent. After consuming the Heavenly Spirit Bone-Washing Pill, her cultivation progressed much faster. Coupled with cultivating the Tideborn from the Blue Sea, she would likely reach the Divided Soul Realm in a few years. Thus, Irma would also be able to stand alone in the North Continent. In the Upper Realm, at the Netherworld Palace, Bartolomeo's sister, the tributes from the Lower Realm haven't arrived yet? Marlin asked. Rosa shook her head. I've been calling them using the communication artifact for the past day, but neither the Southern Ridge sect nor the Southern Wind sect responded. The Netherworld Palace had supported the Southern Ridge sect and the Southern Wind sect in the Lower Realm for over 1,000 years, making them gather rare treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones to offer as tributes. Because there had been no issues over 1,000 years, they rarely used communication artifacts. Only on designated days did they check for responses from the Lower Realm once the artifact lit up. However, when Rosa waited for 2 days without response, it became puzzling. Marlin frowned. Did something happen? Did they switch allegiance to another sect? Rosa shook her head. Who else could they rely on? Even if another sect wanted their territory, they would have destroyed these 2. In my view, the Southern Ridge sect and the Southern Wind sect may have been annihilated. They're all gone? Marlin said, bewildered. That's impossible. If someone from the Upper Realm seized their territories, why didn't they ask for our help? They could have contacted us even if one sect was attacked and destroyed immediately, given they had connections between them. Rosa shook her head. I can't understand it either. I plan to visit the Lower Realm and investigate. Indeed, it made little sense. Both sects sent out their elite forces at once, which were then wiped out by King's clones, leaving no one alive who knew how to use the communication artifacts or where the secret chambers were located. Marlin, hearing Rosa's intention, immediately said, "Sister, let me accompany you." Rosa smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, brother, but managing the lower realm is my duty." Marlin chuckled. "No problem, we'll follow your lead. Besides, since the two sects are in different locations, we can split up. One of us can go to each sect." Rosa sighed. "Fine. I'll go to the Southern Ridge sect, and you go to the Southern Wind sect?" Marlin nodded eagerly. Agreed. Although he couldn't accompany her, this arrangement was still better than being left behind. After completing their investigations, they could coordinate together. So, he was happy. Rosa, however, felt troubled. Marlin had been pursuing her, but she wasn't satisfied with him. First, although he cultivated for 500 years longer, he only reached the 9th layer of the divided soul realm. Second, being the daughter of the Netherworld Palace's Berkeley, she suspected Marlin's intentions, fearing he sought the position through marrying her. Furthermore, Marlin lacked advantages among his peers. There were several senior brothers already in the combined body realm, yet he constantly showed ambition, leading to suspicion. For the sake of unity within the sect, Rosa maintained a polite attitude. Upon descending to the lower realm, they split up. Rosa arrived at the Southern Ridge sect. At the entrance, Rosa flashed her token. "I'm from the Upper Realm's Netherworld Palace. Summon your sect leader." The gatekeeping disciple paused. "Netherworld Palace, oh." Ordinarily, disciples of the Southern Ridge sect communicated with the Upper Realm and delivered tributes via storage rings, so general disciples never met Rosa. But every grand ceremony started with worshipping the upper immortals of the Netherworld Palace. Only then did the gatekeeper realize an Upper Realm immortal had come. The disciple greets the immortal. "However, our sect leader is gone." Rosa furrowed her brow. "Gone?" "Yes," replied the disciple. "Not just the sect leader, the elders are gone too. Now, Ken Samuel from the Roaring Wave Manor manages us." The disciple recounted recent events. Rosa sighed. "Ah, just as I feared." She turned and flew off to meet Marlin, intending to return to the upper realm and report to her father, the palace master. But just a few hundred miles away, she encountered Marlin. Marlin stopped near her, urgently saying, "Sister, the Southern Wind sect has been destroyed." Rosa nodded. "I know, let's return to the upper realm." Marlin hastily countered. "How can we return? Let's kill that king." Rosa was puzzled. "Why? After reporting to the palace master, we might need to cooperate with him." Marlin shook his head. "Absolutely not. What will happen to our Netherworld Palace's credibility? Besides, he possesses two primary spiritual treasures." Chapter 58. The Temptation of Primordial Spiritual Treasures. Rosa was taken aback. "Two primordial spiritual treasures?" Marlin replied, "Yes. Isn't seizing his primordial spiritual treasures better than anything else?" Rosa still disagreed. "But he has two primordial spiritual treasures." Marlin urged impatiently, "We are both at the separated soul realm. Can't two of us take down one?" He was truly eager to achieve merit. Primordial spiritual treasures were extremely precious. In the entire Netherworld Hall, there were only two such treasures, one held by the Hall Berkeley and one by Rosa. If they could kill King and seize the two treasures, it would be a great feat. Perhaps one of them would even get to control one of the treasures. Marlin even fantasized that, at that point, his strength would match Rosa's. However, Rosa wasn't particularly concerned about the primordial spiritual treasures. Her Netherworld Dharma robe was itself a primordial spiritual treasure, offering excellent defense and enabling her to cast spells like Flowing Cloud Sleeves and Netherworld Devouring Heaven. But he also has many allies, including some at the astral body realm. Moreover, our magical power will continuously diminish while staying in the lower realm, she pointed out. Marlin, knowing Rosa's timid nature, suggested, "We can ambush him outside and strike when he comes out alone. As for the loss of magic power, he is losing it too. After staying here for so long, his power must have already regressed to the astral body realm level," he added. Rosa thought for a moment. "All right, let's try. If he doesn't come out or proves too strong, we'll retreat back to the upper realm." Marlin was delighted, rubbing his hands together. Good. Let's find a place outside Raging Wave Manor." After finding a spot to lie in wait, Marlin felt a little regretful. It had been difficult to come down to the lower realm with only him and his junior sister. They couldn't speak or move freely but had to remain silent. They also needed to conceal their aura to minimize the loss of magic power. He thought to himself, "Endure it. It'll be fine once we've killed King." In truth, if it were anyone else, they might not have encountered them after lying in wait for a year. But King couldn't stay idle. Because he didn't need to practice rigorously, just by continuously marrying and having children, he could enhance his cultivation and gain various resources. So, after spreading his seed widely a few days ago, King came out looking for new companions. Seeing King emerge alone, Marlin was overjoyed. "Junior sister, King is out and he's alone." Rosa nodded. "Good. Killing King and seizing two primordial spiritual treasures would indeed make her happy. After all, the Netherworld Hall was practically their home. The two waited until King flew a considerable distance away from Raging Wave Manor before following him closely while hiding their presence as much as possible. King had noticed them but hadn't realized they were at the separated soul realm because they hid their auras very well. After flying further, King sensed something was amiss. These two were clearly following him. He immediately stopped and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Marlin and Rosa were surprised. Did King's divine senses allow him to detect danger so accurately? In reality, it was the innate sensitivity of King's primordial chaos Dao body to the elemental energy around them. Despite the minimal amount of magic power they lost while following him, it was enough for him to notice. Seeing they were in an open area, Marlin and Rosa revealed themselves, flying up and facing King in a pincer formation. Rosa asked, "Did you kill the people from Southridge sect and Southwind sect?" Marlin added, "We heard you have two primordial spiritual treasures. Hand them over, and we'll spare your life." King smiled. Actually, he had three, or rather, two sets and one individual item. These included the array map of the 4 killing swords, the array map of Mount Sumeru with the 5-element seal, and the Crimson Sun sword. However, he usually wouldn't use all 3 at once, so most people didn't know this. You're right, King said, directly taking out the array map of the 4 killing swords and launching all 4 swords simultaneously. Since they were from South Ridge Sect and South Wind Sect, and had been secretly tailing him, they surely harbored ill intentions. Why waste words? Kill them directly. King had already killed so many Upper Realm immortals, and these 2 wouldn't make any difference. King thought his movements were fast enough, but unexpectedly, the duo was faster. As soon as he drew out the array map of the 4 killing swords, Marlin and Rosa fled in opposite directions. King smiled again. Oh, trying to split my focus, huh? Do you think I'm a fool? Splitting would weaken his power, giving them an advantage. So he decided to pursue the male heading towards Raging Wave Manor. Marlin noticed that King didn't split, but chased him alone. Though this didn't fulfill the first part of his plan, he wasn't worried. Rosa would eventually return to attack together. Marlin turned around, revealing his frost sword. Ice Seal. A burst of icy mist shot from the tip of the frost sword, enveloping the 4 killing swords. Unfortunately, his magical weapon was inferior and couldn't stop the 4 killing swords, which easily penetrated the mist, slicing towards Marlin. Panicked, Marlin hastily used a defensive spell. Ice Armor. Flipping his sword, streams of icy mist wrapped around his body, instantly forming an ice crystal armor. The 4 killing swords struck, slicing into the ice crystal armor. The armor crumbled without resistance. Marlin panicked and cast another protective layer, but only managed a thin film of ice. Just as Marlin was about to be sliced into pieces, King suddenly lost track of him. The sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, King saw the woman had arrived, using her sleeve to form a vast cover that trapped him. This was Rosa's spell, Netherworld Devouring Heaven. She never used weapons in battle. The Netherworld Dharma robe was enough. Trapped under the cover, King immediately summoned the 4 killing swords back, slashing at the vast cover. Seeing the 4 killing swords returning, Rosa retracted her Netherworld Devouring Heaven. Her sleeves transformed into ribbons, attacking King from bizarre angles. Recognizing the strength of the woman, King took out the array map of Mount Sumeru. With the 5-element seal deployed, Rosa's flowing cloud sleeves couldn't penetrate. Primordial Spiritual Treasure. Primordial Spiritual Treasure. Rosa finally confirmed that King indeed possessed 2 primordial spiritual treasures, marveling at his wealth. King, on the other hand, was slightly surprised to see those from the upper realm equipped with primordial spiritual treasures. Although he had seen the Blood Buddha before, the situations were different. Chapter 59. Unexpected Gain. The Blood Futu is an ultimate demonic treasure of the Demon Cultivation sect. Although its quality matches that of primordial spirit treasures, the method of forging it is entirely different. Primordial spirit treasures are generally forged using extremely rare materials found in the world, such as the bones of divine beasts and the branches and leaves of special spirit herbs. However, ultimate demonic treasures usually require the sacrifice of a large number of mortal lives, and even cultivators' lives and bodies. Thus, it's not unusual for an ultimate demonic treasure to appear in the lower realm. But when people from the upper realm come to the lower realm on business, they generally have no need to bring along primordial spirit treasures, because at the divided soul realm, they can practically do as they please in the lower realm. Of course, Rock is an exception. Among the people from the upper realm whom Rock had previously killed, only Godwin of the 10,000 Phenomena Immortal Palace had carried a primordial spirit treasure. This highlights just how rare these treasures are. Surprised as he was, Rock did not pause his actions. He used the subjugation formation map to defend against Rosa and Marlin's attacks while retaliating with the 4 vile swords. However, he soon discovered that Rosa's garment could actually block the 4 vile swords. Since Godwin and Rock never engaged in direct combat last time, Rock didn't have much of an impression of the primordial spirit treasure then. But this time, King learned that the 4 vile swords could indeed be blocked by a primordial spirit treasure. Rock's movements became hesitant, seemingly stumped by the Yama Law robe. Meanwhile, Marlin watched happily and intensified his attack with the ice sword. Rosa was busy using her flowing cloud sleeve to tangle with the 4 vile swords when she suddenly noticed one of the swords heading swiftly towards Marlin. She quickly used one sleeve to block the remaining 3 swords, while attempting to use the Yama Swallow Heaven technique again to cover Rock. But this time Rock was prepared. He expanded the range of the subjugation formation map, then flew over to Marlin with the formation. Her sleeve followed closely behind, but in this brief moment, King's extermination sword had already arrived. Marlin, who was previously engrossed in his ice sword attack, quickly shifted to defense as the sword approached. Unfortunately, his ice armor required time to form, while the extermination sword moved much faster. The thin layer of ice crystal shattered easily under the blade's assault. The extermination sword pierced through Marlin, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood before plummeting to the ground. Blazing Fireball. Rock sent a burst of fire with his bare hands, burning Marlin into charcoal. By the time Rosa's sleeve caught up, King had already freed himself, retracted the subjugation formation map, and pulled out the Crimson Sun sword. Now was the time to attack. Sky-breaking sword. Facing the defense of the primordial spirit treasure, Rock used his ultimate move. The Crimson Sun sword transformed into a towering giant sword, thrusting towards Rosa. Rosa felt the power of this attack and immediately withdrew her long sleeves, forming them into a shield in front of her body. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. The towering giant sword vanished, leaving a burst of firelight on the Yama Law robe, whose glow dimmed significantly. Rosa was greatly alarmed. She never expected King to possess a third primordial spirit treasure, and one with such tremendous power. She realized she couldn't defeat King and decided to retreat. Yama Swallow Heaven. Rosa intended to use the Yama Swallow Heaven to block King's divine senses and then escape. But the intense battle had accelerated her mana depletion, and combined with the impact of the Crimson Sun sword, her mana reserves were insufficient. She failed to use the Yama Swallow Heaven. King, watching the fading shadow of her sleeve in midair, paused momentarily before sending the crimson sun sword towards Rosa again. At this moment, however, King was stunned to see Rosa squat down in the air and start crying. Wah wah wah, I don't want to fight anymore. Wah, I want to go home. Daddy. King was utterly shocked by this move. Even the crimson sun sword halted mid-flight. He couldn't believe that he had made an immortal from the upper realm cry. And what's more, she was calling him dad. To see someone of such high cultivation sobbing like this was a first for King. Judging from her aura, she should be at the 9th layer of the divided soul realm, likely having cultivated for over 1,000 years. How could she be so childish? What do you do besides cultivating? Rosa paused and stopped crying. Eating primordial fruits, eating Bartolomeo essence plums, eating jade pool fish, eating immortal peaches. Rosa listed off dozens of foods King had never heard of, and oddly enough, she began smiling as she mentioned them. Watching her face streaked with tears, laughing as she reminisced about the food, King was speechless. After mentioning food, Rosa started listing drinks. And heavenly fragrance wine, snow lotus juice, eastern plain dew. King hastily interrupted her. Stop, stop, stop. How about explaining why you and the man ambushed me? Rosa's smile vanished instantly, replaced by fresh tears. Wah wah wah, I want to go home. King interrupted her once more. You won't be able to go home. I think you should stay in the lower realm and be my Dao companion. Then we can have 10 or 8 children to make up for it. Originally, King had planned to kill her, but seeing her character, he believed he could control her. Rosa was terrified upon hearing King's words. She couldn't believe King was so shameless, demanding her to be his Dao companion after just capturing her. 10 or 8 children. She had always been well protected by her father, never facing life or death situations, let alone such strange circumstances. Wah 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 no. King grinned mischievously. That's not up to you. He grabbed Rosa's arm and directly brought her back to Anger Wave Manor. Irma was puzzled. Didn't he say he was going out to search for a Dao companion? How did he bring one back so quickly? Oh wait, did he capture her? When asked, Irma learned the whole process had been rather complicated. Irma, quite speechless, asked, You captured an immortal maiden from the upper realm to be your Dao companion. Aren't you afraid her sect will seek revenge? King replied indifferently, I've already killed so many. Why would I care about capturing one? Besides, if she marries me, then her sect becomes family. Rosa cried beside him. Wah wah wah, I don't want to marry you. I want to go home. Let me go. King smiled and said, Don't be troublesome. I'll give you something delicious. Rosa asked curiously, What kind of delicious food? ##### Chapter 60. Content to forget her worries, completely conquered. Inside Raging Wave Manor, the disciples were incredibly busy, zipping around the estate, constantly delivering items. They weren't cultivating or handling sect matters. Instead, they were bringing food to Rosa, essentially, serving her takeout. Initially, Rock fed her crescent moon fish from the moonlight pool. Rosa was extremely pleased, eating one after another without stopping. However, these crescent moon fish were meant for low-ranking disciples as a cultivation aid, and it wasn't feasible for her to keep eating them like this. So Irma ordered various elixirs and ambrosia from the warehouse, which Rosa happily accepted, drinking as much as she could get. Later, Rock discovered that Rosa would eat anything, even the large communal meals of low-ranking disciples, enjoying them immensely. He immediately instructed Irma to send out disciples to gather all sorts of delicacies nearby. Perhaps Rosa had cultivated some special skill, like an endless stomach power, because she kept eating for half a day and showed no signs of being full. Her actions were frenzied, almost like a starving ghost's. Rock couldn't help but sigh, thinking if Annabelle Chunning were here, they would be eating together in perfect harmony. Eventually, when night fell, Rock and Irma managed to persuade Rosa to stop eating. Rosa smiled warmly, Thank you very much for today. Everything was delicious. She had been raised on celestial foods in the upper realm, so lower realm dishes were something she had never tasted. Rosa felt incredibly happy now. Rock responded with a smile, Sure. As long as you behave well, there will always be good food. Rosa nodded eagerly with wide eyes, Rock said indulgently, All right, go to sleep now, and we'll continue tomorrow. Rosa obediently went to bed. The next morning, the disciples of Raging Wave Manor resumed their activities. Not only did they need to purchase human food from nearby places, but also various elixirs and spiritual fruits from distant sects. Privately, the disciples speculated, Is Jagger Bartolomean keeping a pig demon? How can anyone eat so much? Rosa not only enjoyed eating but was also astounded by Rock's influence. This man had already unified the southern continent and western continent. Although it was the resource-scarce lower realm, it was still quite remarkable. In the upper realm, sects could only control a corner of a continent at best, mostly depending on the lower realm's own conflicts over territories. Plus, they had competition among themselves, sometimes maintaining a tacit agreement, each controlling a region. But Rock had conquered his way through. He had killed every troublemaker from the upper realm. Rosa patted her stomach in relief. Fortunately, he didn't kill me, or I wouldn't have eaten such good food. Rock saw that it was time and smiled. In a few days, we should celebrate our wedding, right? Huh. Rosa looked at Rock with a smile, but then her smile faded, fear creeping into her eyes. I don't want to marry you. Rock was both amused and exasperated. Had Rosa forgotten about this just because she was too busy eating? I told you before, didn't I? To be my Dao companion and bear me 10 or 8 children as compensation. Rosa shook her head vigorously. No, let me compensate you in other ways. My underworld robe is a predestined treasure. Here you go. Rock asked curiously, Underworld robe? That's already mine. Rosa was stunned. Huh. On the first day Rock captured her, he had taken the underworld robe, but Rosa had just realized it. Stammering, Rosa said, Well, then consider it yours. I'll compensate you. Then I'm leaving. Rock smirked. If you leave, you won't get to eat anymore. Then I won't leave. I'll keep eating. Rock replied, I'll only feed you if you become my Dao companion. Huh. Rosa nearly cried but then reconsidered. Rock's cultivation was comparable to hers, yet his magical prowess was unparalleled, even surpassing those at the fusion realm stage. Perhaps it wasn't so bad? Moreover, Rock wielded immense power in the lower realm. When they eventually ascended, he would still be formidable. Rosa said hesitantly, "Fine, but you must feed me every day." Rock nodded solemnly, "Of course, ensuring you're always well fed." Rosa added, "When I get tired of eating here, I want to visit the Western continent, Southern continent, Eastern continent, and try all sorts of delicacies." Rock agreed, "Certainly, wherever I go, I'll take you along." "Okay, I'll be your Tao companion," Rosa relented. Rock smiled, "Good." A few days later, Rock and Rosa officially became Tao companions. Various sects sent congratulatory gifts, not just heavenly materials, but also all kinds of cultivator food and even human delicacies. Raging Wave Manor was piled high with food boxes. Rosa ate nonstop for an entire day. On their wedding night, Rock didn't even enter the bridal chamber. However, everything eventually gets finished. Taking advantage of Rosa's rest between meals, Rock fed her some more, satisfying her hunger. After some time, Rock taught her dual cultivation techniques, resolving the issue of her spiritual power loss. This made Rosa entirely dependent on him. 10 months later, Rosa gave birth to a son. True to form for a 9th rank, divided soul cultivator known for her voracious appetite, her child was extraordinary. He had a fire spirit root and innate underworld flame ability, scoring 99 points. This was only the second 99-point child Rock had since Ember's third child. The system rewarded Rock with a century's worth of cultivation, elevating him to 4th rank of the divided soul stage. His power grew stronger, his divine senses expanded, and he gained more avatars. Additionally, he received a green abyss sword, a predestined treasure. Forged from the eye stone of the underworld abyss, this sword could emit abyssal inferno flame. Rock planned to give the sword to Rosa and return her underworld robe. Holding both items, he entered her room, Bartolomeangian. "Look, this is the green abyss sword, a predestined treasure." "Oh, put it there." Rosa glanced at it, then focused on her baby. "The little baby is so cute. Mommy will give you yummy food." Saying that, she picked up a huge pork knuckle from the table and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. Rock's face turned black. Even cultivators' children shouldn't be treated this way. No, babies should be breastfed. I'll teach you. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61. The Yangji Sect. After a period of dual cultivation, Rosa's magical power had recovered to the level she had when she was in the upper realm. Rock felt that it was time for her to go out. He asked Irma to look after the child, and then took Rosa with him on a journey to the northern extremity of Yang to seek a Tao companion. Rock had heard that Valerie had been practicing fire elemental spells since childhood, displaying excellent potential. Unfortunately, she refused to join a major sect, which is why she remained at the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. Therefore, Rock believed that she could be a valuable Tao companion candidate who would rapidly improve once given suitable cultivation methods. Valerie belonged to a small sect called Beiwei Sect, named after Beiwei Mountain. In the southernmost end of the southern continent, an area known as the Extreme Inland, there was a Yangji sect. Similarly, in the northernmost region of the northern continent, there was the Yangji sect located in the Extreme Yangland. Most areas in the north were subordinate to the Yangji sect. However, the Beiwei sect was not one of them. On this day, however, a group from the Yangji sect arrived at the Beiwei sect. "Valerie, have you made your decision yet? If you don't decide soon, your father will be beyond saving." Valerie shook her head. "You must stop coming here. My father has already said he will never accept help from the Yangji sect." The leader of the Yangji sect smiled. "It's true. Your Beiwei sect isn't easy. All thanks to your father Zeke holding it up. If your father dies, what do you think will happen to the Beiwei sect?" Valerie scoffed. "What do you mean by that?" The man kept smiling. "Nothing much, just a kind reminder." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Elwin, you needn't pretend to care about us. Beiwei sect doesn't welcome you. You also don't need to covet Xuanhuan. Even if I die, I won't sell my daughter." Elwin glanced over and laughed. "Oh, so this is the legendary Zeke? Weren't you paralyzed? How are you standing now?" At this moment, Zeke held his sword with one hand, using it as a cane. Valerie rushed over to support him. "Father, didn't the divine doctor say you should rest in bed? Why did you come out?" Breathing heavily, Zeke said, "I must kill this treacherous villain." He tried to draw his sword but nearly fell. Elwin burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Zeke, aren't you only one realm higher than me? When you were in good health, you could barely fight me to a standstill. Now, wounded like this, you still want to kill me?" Zeke glared angrily at Elwin. "Xuanhuan, don't stop me. Let me kill him." Valerie supported her father's arm, trying to leave quickly. "Father, let's go back home." Suddenly, Elwin changed his tone. "Valerie, this is your last chance. If you agree to marry me, I'll bring you the Huanyang pill to save your father." Valerie hesitated for a moment, looking surprised, then said, "Don't dream." With that, she tried to lead her father away again. But Zeke saw the doubt in her eyes. "Xuanhuan, you can't agree to him. Our family stands tall and proud. We cannot ally with someone like him." Valerie averted her gaze. "Of course not. I haven't agreed." In truth, when she heard about the Huanyang pill, she wavered. This pill was extremely valuable within the Yangji sect, rumored to save anyone as long as they had a breath left. Her father, though severely injured, still had his cultivation foundation intact. With the Huanyang pill, he could potentially return to the 9th layer of the separation stage. The Huanyang pill was also very precious within the Yangji sect, possessed only by elders like Elwin. So Valerie planned to get her father to safety before discussing with Elwin. But her father saw through her plan. Seeing their hesitation, Elwin knew the temptation of the Huanyang pill had swayed Valerie. "Ha, Zeke, you really love your daughter. But without the Huanyang pill, you'll never stand again." In fact, Elwin hadn't intended to give them the Huanyang pill, planning to use the Shenyang pill instead. It would almost cure Zeke, ensuring he wouldn't die, but but his cultivation would be destroyed. Elwin's true aim was to marry Valerie, incapacitate Zeke, and then control the Beiwei sect himself, not under the Yangji sect. To achieve this, he bribed experts to ambush Zeke, leaving him as crippled as he was. Bartholomew listening to this, Zeke suddenly stopped, then looked deeply at his daughter. Xuanhuan, father won't be able to protect you anymore. Tears streamed down his face. Valerie cried, shaking her head. No, father, you'll be fine. Seeing this, Elwin smiled inwardly. To him, Valerie would certainly agree to save her father. Just then, Zeke suddenly burst forth with blazing flames, thrusting his sword at Elwin. His eyes blazed with intense fury. Elwin's body instinctively reacted as he produced a talisman, which transformed into a fiery shield. Boom! The clash of Zeke's flaming sword and the shield created a massive fireball. Next, Elwin raised his sword with a menacing expression, shouting, "You wish to die." His sword flashed red as he lunged at Zeke. By then, Zeke had exhausted his last bit of power, unable to defend himself. All he felt was boundless regret. How could Elwin have a fire god talisman? So close yet so far. No. Seeing her father about to die, Valerie swiftly drew her sword, but at the 5th layer of the golden core stage, she was no match for Elwin. At this critical moment, a streak of fire descended from the sky, striking Elwin's sword. The sword deflected downwards, cutting a deep furrow in the ground. The fiery streak planted itself into the earth, revealing its form, a sword. Startled, Elwin retreated several steps, looking up. A man and a woman descended from the sky, Rock and Rosa. Elwin growled, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Rock turned to Valerie and smiled. "You're Valerie, right?" Valerie bowed hurriedly. "Yes, thank you, young master, for your timely rescue." No problem, Rock nodded and then turned to Zeke. Chapter 62. The world's finest man. This brother is in a dire situation. Here, take this healing pill quickly. Zeke struggled to kneel up and bowed. "Esteemed young swordsman, I am a dying man. There's no need to waste your elixir on me. Many thanks for saving my life earlier, but unfortunately, I will not be able to repay you in this lifetime." Rock shook his head. "Why would you do this? I've examined your condition. It's merely a slight damage to your meridians, which can be fully cured." Valerie added, "Thank you, young swordsman, but my father's injuries cannot be treated by ordinary elixirs. The divine physicians from the Medicine Immortal Valley once said that my father's fate was sealed." Rock smiled. "This is not an ordinary elixir at all. You'll see when you take it." With that, Rock directly put the pill into Zeke's mouth. The pill melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, and its power spread throughout his body immediately. Zeke suddenly felt as if he were soaking in warm water, each pore comfortable and relaxed. After a few breaths, Zeke abruptly stood up. "Huh? My injuries are healed? Miraculous elixir." Valerie was also shocked. "Father, are your injuries really healed?" Zeke nodded excitedly. "Yes, the meridians are fully repaired." Valerie shed tears of joy and knelt before Rock, bowing her head. "Your grace is boundless, esteemed young swordsman. This girl vows to serve you with her life." Zeke also immediately knelt beside her, offering endless gratitude. On the other side, Elwin stared dumbfounded. "Why you? Where did you steal the rebirth pill from?" His words lacked confidence, as even the sacred rebirth pill of the Solar Apex sect wasn't this effective. Rock smirked. "Nonsense. Does the world's immortal elixir belong to your family alone?" Elwin glanced at Rock and then at Valerie. "Fine. Just wait until I deal with you later." He turned to leave, but Rock coolly remarked, "Did I say you could go?" At this, Rosa flicked her sleeves, blocking Elwin and his followers. Elwin gasped, startled by the woman's profound magic. "What do you mean? Do you want to oppose the Solar Apex sect?" Rock laughed. "What is the Solar Apex sect?" He looked at Valerie. "I saw this person bullying you. What's going on here?" Valerie briefly explained the situation, and Rock nodded. "All right, Elwin stays. The rest can leave." Hearing this, Elwin bristled. "Insolence! How dare you!" Before he could finish, Rock pointed a finger, and the Crimson Sun sword flew out of the ground, directly piercing towards Elwin. Elwin drew a circle with his sword, unleashing defensive magic, but the Crimson Sun sword shattered through it. Puff! The Crimson Sun sword pierced into Elwin's body, red light flashed, and he turned into charcoal. Rock smiled at the Solar Apex sect members. "Go ahead, carry him away." "Yes. Many thanks for sparing our lives, esteemed immortal." The group didn't dare stay longer, and hurriedly carried Elwin's remains away. Zeke and Valerie's jaws nearly dropped. Elwin was an 8th stage soul separation realm expert. Killed in an instant? Zeke was truly shaken. "This, esteemed young swordsman, may I inquire about your name?" Rock smiled faintly. "There's no need for formality, just call me Rock." Zeke and Valerie were again greatly surprised. "You are Rock?" Back hall of the Beiwei sect. The four had already reintroduced themselves, exchanging pleasantries. Rock didn't hide Rose's identity, stunning Zeke and Valerie even more, the daughter of an upper-world sect leader. Upper-world immortals were invincible beings. Now, one had married a lower-realm cultivator. But then they thought about it. Rock was himself an invincible being, capable of killing upper-world immortals. Zeke took out the finest fruits and jade due from the sect's treasuries to entertain Rock. Rosa ate incessantly while the other three chatted happily. Finally, Rock said, "The Solar Apex sect will definitely come back to cause trouble, but don't worry, I plan to stay here for some time." Zeke smiled. "With Era Bartholomew here, those riffraff won't be able to stir up any waves. But we're afraid it might delay your important matters." Rock chuckled. "My real business is here, at Beiwei sect." Zeke and Valerie exchanged glances, instantly recalling when Rock arrived. He saved someone without acknowledging Elwin and instead asked Valerie's name first. So, Rock's true purpose was clear now. Valerie lowered her head. She knew all about Rock's reputation. Extremely lustful, powerful, righteous, protecting the great and small sects of the northern continent, and guiding their normal development. He was simply the world's finest man. Moreover, even Rosa, an upper-world immortal maiden, chose Rock, showing his immense charm. Valerie naturally wanted to comply. Zeke smiled broadly too. If Rock hadn't left it unspoken, he would have agreed on behalf of his daughter immediately. Haha, very well. Era Bartolomean can stay as long as you like. Consider this your home. Inside the Solar Apex sect, Jagger already wore a sullen face. Are you all scared, silly? Elwyn was killed by one strike? Several disciples hastily replied. We wouldn't dare deceive Jagger. It's all true. There was also an incredibly powerful woman. Jagger already impatiently waved them off, instructing them to retreat. Ancestor Yuan, what's your opinion? Yuan Emilianaxia stroked his beard. In my view, that person must be Rock. Legends say Rock has two innate treasures of immense power, one of which must be that sword. Artie nodded. Indeed, innate treasures. I need to report this to the higher sections. Instruct all disciples to stay inside until this matter is resolved. Yuan Emilianaxia responded. Understood. Rock and Rosa stayed at Baywai sect for 2 days. On the third day, the Solar Apex sect arrived, but this time, they formally came to pay respects rather than attack. Zeke was puzzled. When did the Solar Apex sect become so respectful? Valerie replied. It must be because Era Bartolomean is here. They're afraid. Rock smiled. No matter what they try, I can handle it. They walked to the main hall. Soon, people from the Solar Apex sect approached, 2 of whom were visibly stunned. Huh? Rosa? Why are you here? Chapter 63. You stole our inherent magic treasure. Rosa also recognized the 2. So, Yang Jiazong sent you down here. Do you have something to discuss? Qian said, I'd like to ask you this. Yang Jiazong has always been our territory. What does your Yama Hall mean by this? Rashad added, if you can do this, can we go to Nanling sect and Nanfeng sect as well? Rosa replied calmly, I didn't come here representing the Yama Hall. Rock confirmed, that's right. Rosa is my Dao companion. This time helping Baywai sect was also my intention, and it has nothing to do with the Yama Hall. What? Qian and Rashad were shocked. The daughter of the Yama Hall's lord actually married someone from the lower realm? Isn't that like a human marrying a monkey? Ignoring their expressions, Rock asked, do you have any business? Qian and Rashad remained silent and looked at Yang Jiazong's leader Artie. Artie nodded and coughed. A few days ago, when our Yang Jiazong disciple came to Baywai sect on business, our elder Elwyn was killed by you. Zeke immediately shouted. That beast deserved death. I only regret that my powers are too low to kill him personally. Fortunately, we had the visit of Lord Bartolomean, who dispatched the evil beast. Lord Bartolomean saved me. If you want revenge for him, come find me. Artie quickly waved his hand. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that when Lord Bartolomean killed Elwyn, he used a sword. That sword was identified by our disciples as one granted by Jingtian sect. Rock laughed. Funny. First, Elwyn accused me of stealing your Huanyang pill. Now you accuse me of stealing your Emilianoyang sword. Truly, you're all alike. Artie grinned shamelessly. I'm not saying it must be so, but some disciples think it resembles weapons in our clan's records. Could you please show us that immortal sword so we can confirm? Rock nodded. All right. My celestial sword is forged with the divine fire of the sun. It definitely isn't from your sect. As he spoke, he took out the Emilianoyang sword from his storage ring, ready to see what Yang Jiazong and Jingtian sect would try next. Upon seeing the Emilianoyang sword, Artie's eyes lit up instantly. Although he had never seen an inherent magic treasure before, the energy contained within and the quality of this sword far surpassed his own magical treasures. Great sword, truly a great sword. Qian and Rashad, who had seen such treasures before, immediately recognized it. Indeed, it is the Yangji divine sword. Indeed, it is the holy sword of Yangji. This is what Jingtian sect bestowed upon Yang Jiazong. How did it end up in your hands? Rock couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, how come you 2 brothers can't even agree on its name? Qian and Rashad exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Firstly because they got the names wrong, and secondly due to Rock's attitude. They initially thought Rock would be frightened into submission at the sight of them. They unleashed their combined force aura as they entered, albeit only reaching layers 2 and 3, but undoubtedly beyond what Rock could match. However, they hadn't anticipated Rosa being present. Clearly, Rock had some support. Since intimidation failed, they'd have to show him their strength. With this thought, Qian smiled. Ah, since we've come to the lower realms, why don't we broaden our horizons? Since Lord Bartolomean can wield this divine sword, surely his powers are not weak. Why don't we spar a bit? Rock smiled faintly, putting away the Emilianoyang sword. Is using a sledgehammer to crack nuts necessary? Bartolomeangian, you haven't mastered your new Qingming sword yet, so you should spar with them. Rosa nodded, standing up and discreetly signaling a 1 to Rock. Rock understood. It meant she intended to feast for a day. He nodded in agreement. Rosa smiled, taking out the Qingming sword. Come. With these words, Rosa flew out of the hall into the sky. Qian was surprised again, not expecting Rosa to possess another inherent magic treasure. Originally, he only knew Rosa owned a powerful defensive garment, the Yama robe. Now, it seemed even more challenging to face her. Given the circumstances, Qian followed her into the sky. Rashad looked at Rock with disdain. This Rock, afraid, let Rosa fight in his stead while hiding behind her. Had they known Rock had once made Rosa cry, they wouldn't think so highly of her. Others in the hall also gathered at the entrance, watching the battle between Qian and Rosa unfold. Qian wielded a long sword, a postnatal level fire-type magical weapon. Jingtian divine fire. Aware of Rosa's strong defense, he used a deadly move straight away. Rosa wasn't phased. Using her sleeves, she formed a shield in front of her and launched a counterattack with the Qingming sword. Qian's spells collided with the shield and cancelled each other out, but Rosa's Qingming sword already neared him. Qian activated his defensive spell, while Rosa controlled the Qingming sword to release nether fire. Jingtian sect used Yang fire, while the Qingming sword emitted Yin fire. The two clashed, unable to coexist. An explosion ensued. Bang! Kian was blasted several miles away. Rosa immediately charged forward, defending with water sleeves while continuously attacking Kian with the Qingming sword. Though Kian's power surpassed Rosa's, he couldn't break through the Yamarobe's defense quickly. Instead, he expended much energy dealing with the Qingming sword's attacks. Continuing this way, defeat was inevitable. To preserve strength, Kian admitted defeat. I lose. Rosa retracted the Qingming sword. Thanks for the sparing. Landing on the ground, Kian whispered to Rashad. Something's off. Why is Rosa's power so abundant? She should have descended a long time ago. Who knows? Since she became Dao companions with Rock, it probably hasn't been just a day or two. That Qingming sword is also an inherent magic treasure, very powerful. I excel at defense. Let me give it a try. Yes, she expended quite a lot of power earlier. I see an opportunity. Deciding, Rashad flew out again. Let's see how you fare against me. Rosa didn't respond, instead signaling a 2 to Rock. Rock chuckled, nodding. She was about to feast for 2 days. Rosa, seeing Rock's approval, happily beckoned Rashad. Come. Rashad laughed, thinking if continuous attacks still couldn't beat her, they wouldn't live either. ####Chapter 64, The Hidden Moves of Jing Tian Sect. After all, both of them were at the integration realm, where their magic power and spells merged as one. They were definitely stronger than Rosa. If not for Rosa having 2 innate treasures to back her up, wouldn't anyone who fought against her win easily? Moreover, Rosa was undoubtedly low on magic power. He was very confident about this. Watch out. Rashad attacked Rosa, but didn't use lethal techniques like his brother. Instead, he only aimed to compete in magic power with Rosa. Rosa paid no attention to how he fought. She still used the underworld robe for defense and the Qingming sword for attack. Indeed, Rashad's defense was better than his brother's. All his protective spells consumed the least amount of magic power possible. He waited for Rosa to exhaust her magic power so he could win without a fight. However, after waiting for a long time, he saw no sign of weakening from Rosa's attacks or any flaw in the underworld robe's defense. Rashad grew anxious. This couldn't go on. He had already exhausted half of his own magic power. So, he decided to increase the intensity of his attack to force Rosa to consume more magic power. Jing Tian Divine Fire. He also used Jing Tian Sect's killing move. But Rosa had anticipated this. During her battle with Kian, she had been thinking of ways to counter this move, and now she applied those thoughts. The Jing Tian Divine Fire was cast using magical instruments and required the caster to control the direction of the attack. This was its weakness. Underworld Devouring Heaven. Rosa swung her large sleeves, enveloping Rashad within, immediately cutting off his connection with the Jing Tian Divine Fire. Then Rosa dodged to the side and attacked Rashad with the Qingming sword. Rashad, being enveloped by Underworld Devouring Heaven, immediately cast spells to break free. Although the trapping period was short, the Jing Tian Divine Fire had already deviated from its target. Rashad tried to control the Jing Tian Divine Fire to hit Rosa again, but the attack from the Qingming sword came once more. Forced into defense, he watched helplessly as his powerful Jing Tian Divine Fire went to waste. I concede. Rashad acknowledged defeat and flew back to the Great Hall. Rosa flew back to King's side and smiled, showing him the number 2 with her fingers. King nodded repeatedly. Good, I understand. On the other side, seeing even Rashad lose, Kian felt utterly helpless. Artie whispered, should I give it a try? Kian shook his head. You are no match for her. Let me handle it. He thought that since Rosa must be nearly out of magic power, he stood a chance of winning. Upon hearing this, King frowned sternly. Are you ashamed of yourselves? If you do this, I will not tolerate it. Kian was taken aback and waved his hands defensively. No, I was just talking. King said sternly, words can be spoken carelessly, but not actions. Rosa added, yes. Kian smiled awkwardly. Absolutely, we won't disturb further. Let's go. Kian and Rashad walked away. Seeing this, Artie also dared not stay and left hastily. Zeke was delighted. King not only disciplined Yang Ji sect, but also scared Jing Tian sect away. Excellent. This day would have been impossible without Berkeley Bartolomean and Lady Bartolomean. King chuckled. No need for thanks. Just prepare some good food. Zeke quickly replied. Of course. Various immortal fruits and ambrosia galore. Rosa added. Immortal wine and dishes too. Any specialties here? I want to eat for 2 days straight. Zeke and Valerie were stunned. Yes, I'll instruct my disciples to get everything. Rosa had done so much today. Eating was a small reward. But they didn't expect an upper realm fairy to enjoy such earthly pleasures. In the upper realm, Jing Tian sect. Kian and Rashad knelt before Jagger Hussein. Jagger, it happened this way. We failed our mission. Please punish us accordingly. Hussein's nose flared with anger. Pointing at the two, he shouted. You two fools. Is your integration realm cultivation fake? 2 people taking turns, and yet neither of you could beat a divinity transformation realm woman? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, scolding them thoroughly. Kian and Rashad dared not say a word, kneeling silently. It was embarrassing regardless of who heard. After berating them for quite a while, Hussein finally waved his sleeves dismissively. Enough. Given Rosa's possession of 2 innate treasures, you truly weren't a match. Kian hastened to add, yes, only Jagger can take action. Rashad added, with Jagger's effort, surely we can seize those 2 innate treasures. Kian continued, including King's 2, a total of 4 innate treasures. Hussein shot them a glance, inwardly thinking how easy they made seizing innate treasures sound. Innate treasures represented formidable combat power, and besides, he wasn't willing to descend to the lower realm. The higher one's cultivation, the faster their magic power diminished upon descending. He might not gain an advantage. Still, how did Rosa solve the problem of magic power depletion? Hussein pondered for a moment. Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry. Relieved, Kian and Rashad bowed and departed. They wondered what plan Jagger had in mind. Bayou sect. Rosa feasted for 2 whole days, tasting all local dishes around. She enjoyed herself immensely. On the 3rd day, King, thinking of how to improve his relationship with Valerie, received news from Irma. Bartolomeus tending to her report, King went to Rosa's room. Bartolomeangian, I have some business to attend to in the east. Rosa's eyes lit up. East? What delicious things are there? King shook his head. Not for you. I want you to stay here while I go alone. Yangji sect might still play tricks, and we need an expert to hold the fort. Rosa also shook her head. No, I want to eat delicious things. King reasoned. There are still many delicacies here in Bayou sect. Mortal candies, cakes, and elixirs from other sections. Rosa proposed, then, finish eating here and take me east afterward. King nodded quickly. All right. Having convinced Rosa, King informed Zeke and Valerie before leaving alone. Originally, he hadn't planned to leave so soon, but according to Irma, a major event was set to begin in a few days in the eastern part of the northern continent. King thought it wouldn't take long to return, but missing it would mean waiting another 20 years, which would waste an opportunity. Thus, King flew towards the venue. ####Chapter 65, The Talent Assembly. In the eastern part of the northern continent, there was a super large sect called the Baichuan sect. This sect had an unusual characteristic. It did not have a primary cultivation technique, but instead was divided into several branches within, each fiercely competing with one another. Whichever branch became more powerful would dominate the sect. However, the other branches were never permanently suppressed. The Baichuan sect had a unique rule that allowed the weaker branches to organize a talent assembly. The top 3 participants of this assembly would be assigned by lottery to the bottom 3 branches. Remaining participants would then be chosen sequentially by the remaining branches. This system had evolved over 1,000 years due to continuous power struggles and adjustments among the various branches. Because of the talent assembly's allure, many Feyfarans from the eastern part of the northern continent were attracted to it, which in turn drew Rock's attention. He used an illusion to change his appearance and registered as an independent cultivator for the talent assembly. Rock originally planned to observe talented Feyfarans during the competition. However, he encountered an unexpected incident even before registration was complete. On a secluded path, a group of people surrounded a young man and woman. Lia, although our Xuanhuan branch ranks 10th from the bottom in Baichuan sect, we intentionally dropped our position to compete for new disciples, said one of the men. I see that you have excellent potential. If you join us, you could help make our branch elite. An elite branch means more resources within Baichuan sect, making us stronger in the future. Latoya shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already at the Tianren stage, exceeding the required level for entry. I'm just accompanying my younger brother. According to the rules of the talent assembly, only those below the Tianren stage could enter. This ensured that all disciples of Baichuan sect were nurtured internally. A Tianren cultivator who wanted to join would need to bring enough disciples to form a new branch. However, these men clearly had other intentions. Hearing Latoya, they laughed, and the leader said, all rules have loopholes. Although Tianren cultivators can't enter, becoming a spouse of a Baichuan sect disciple naturally makes you part of the branch. This enraged Charlton. What? You want my sister to marry you? Look at yourself first. The Xuanhuan branch members exchanged glances and grinned, drawing their magical artifacts. Since you refuse to join, you are our enemies. Charlton shouted. Are you going to attack? Latoya quickly pulled Charlton aside, saying calmly, friends, I have no intention of joining any branch, and my brother might not even qualify. How can we be your enemies? The Xuanhuan members jeered. Shut up. You obviously intend to find a partner, and use him to get your brother in. Yeah, otherwise why is your mediocre brother here? You're sacrificing yourself for his benefit. Infuriated, Latoya retorted. If I were like that, I would have agreed earlier. The Xuanhuan members shouted. You look down on us. You probably aim to join a higher-ranked branch using your looks. To advance through body and lust, truly shameful. Hearing this, Charlton lost control, gritting his teeth. Bastards, die. He unleashed 2 streams of fire toward the 2 nearest men. Latoya panicked. She was only at the first layer of the Tianren stage, while her brother was at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. The opponents included 2 Tianren and others at the Golden Core stage. They were outmatched, but Charlton had already attacked, leaving her no choice but to retaliate. Wanli Bingfeng, 10,000 miles of ice sealed. A series of ice spikes erupted from under her feet, avoiding Charlton and piercing toward the others. With sufficient preparation, this move could freeze the Golden Core cultivators. Unfortunately, it was too rushed. Moreover, the Xuanhuan members were proficient in ice-based spells and immediately flew up, forming an ice dome around the siblings with multiple ice walls. The 2 flames hit the ice wall, only burning small holes. The Xuanhuan members laughed. Now you know our strength, right? What do you think now? Want to join us? Seeing this, Charlton grew even angrier, attacking furiously. Damned fiends, I'll kill you. Latoya assessed their weaknesses and found a relatively weak spot. She bit her lip, preparing to open an escape route for her brother, intending to hold them back. She didn't dare consider what might happen to her, or if her brother would return to save her. Why Jiebing Xiao? Ice dissolves. She struck the ice wall with a spell, creating a large hole. Then she slapped her brother on the back, shouting, Run, don't look back. Charlton flew out several miles. Ah, sister. Latoya looked at him sternly. If you dare come back, I'll never speak to you again. Startled, Charlton hesitated. Just then, the Xuanhuan member shouted, Grab him and use him to threaten his sister. Seeing a Tianren cultivator following orders, Latoya screamed, Run? Charlton gritted his teeth. Sister, I'm coming to save you. He fired a fireball at the approaching Tianren cultivator. Latoya's face turned ashen. It was over. Suddenly, a voice rang from above. Stop. Instantly, the xuanbing members froze. Next, a man in plain clothes descended from the sky, holding a brush. Rock had been flying nearby after registering and heard the commotion below, rushing down. Though he only caught the end of the confrontation, he understood these people were not good. What's happening here? Rock asked Latoya. Before she could explain, the Tianren cultivators released the paralysis spell. Watch out. No worries. Fire. Rock cast another spell as he responded. ##### Chapter 66. My name is Bartolomean Xingyun. Undercover visit. The previous ding was merely to buy time, but this fire spell was deadly. Instantly, flames erupted around the individuals, forcing them to cast protective spells, though they were still scorched badly. The few at the Golden Core realm had their mana depleted and suffered severe burns all over their bodies. The two Heaven Realm cultivators fared slightly better, but still emerged as charred figures, coughing incessantly. All right, now you can talk, Rock said to Latoya. Charlton, standing nearby, gaped in shock. Heaven, that fire spell is incredible. Rock smiled slightly, thinking that this was just one of the spells from the Yin-Yang Judge's pin. Charlton hadn't even seen the power of the Crimson Sun Sword. Though Latoya was also shocked, she composed herself quickly. Thank you for saving us. I brought my brother here to register, but these people from the 100 Rivers sect stopped us? She swiftly recounted the events, and Rock nodded. Fine, then they deserved it. The two Heaven Realm cultivators shouted from the side. You dare kill us? We are from the 100 Rivers sect. Rock paid them no heed and directly cast another spell. Thunder. Those already blackened by the fire now endured a barrage of lightning, leaving them unrecognizable. Even if someone saw the corpses, they wouldn't know who they were. Don't speak nonsense. I heard everything. Rock put away the Yin-Yang Judge's pin and asked, Are you both unharmed? Latoya bowed respectfully. Many thanks, young hero. I'm uninjured. Galen shouted. I'm not hurt either. Hero. That move was awesome. What kind of spell was that? How did you make fire erupt around them? Latoya hurriedly shushed him. Yuru, stop prying into other people's spells. She then apologized to Rock. Sorry, young hero. I've been negligent in disciplining him. He lost his parents when he was young, and I've been busy with cultivation. Galen pouted. Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm already at the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm. Rock laughed heartily. Haha, no problem, no problem. If there's a chance, I'll teach you. Just hope you don't fail to learn it. Such spells came from the miraculous use of the Yin-Yang Judge's pin, which Rock had never replicated with any other spells, so he wasn't sure how to teach it. However, if this boy truly became his future brother-in-law, Rock wouldn't mind studying this spell further. Yes, Rock had already set his sights on Latoya. From the story she just recounted, he knew she was a righteous and compassionate woman. Moreover, her talent was commendable, having even created a profound spell called Collapse and Dissolve Ice. With some cultivation using Heavenly Spirit Bone Washing Pill, she would likely be an excellent partner. Hearing Rock's thoughts, Latoya waved her hand. Don't take this brat seriously, young hero. By the way, may I ask your honorable name? Rock, my name is Bartolomean Xingyun. Latoya, my name is Latoya. This is my younger brother Charlton. We both learned cultivation from our parents, but now that they're gone, we are considered itinerant cultivators. Rock, that's very unfortunate. May I ask how your parents passed away? Latoya shook her head. It's not anyone's fault. My parents hunted a spirit beast to create 2 magical weapons for us, but unfortunately, Rock sighed. Truly a loss. Do you have any magical weapons left? In theory, even itinerant cultivators should have some serviceable magical weapons. Latoya, we did, but we sold them to buy spirit stones for cultivation. Rock inwardly sighed. These two led such tough lives. They needed to find a good family to rely on soon. He thought for a moment and said aloud, I have 2 extra magical weapons here. Use them for now. Speaking, Rock took out 2 swords he had personally forged, intended for his new partner. Charlton didn't hesitate and grabbed the swords. Wow, what great swords. Latoya waved her hands frantically. This isn't right. Yuru, give them back to Brother Bartolomean immediately. Rock chuckled. What's the fuss about? I don't really need them. Saying this, he pushed the sword into Latoya's hand. Upon receiving the sword, Latoya instinctively used her divine senses to investigate. What? This is an acquired spiritual treasure. Rock nodded. Yes, and if I had more innate spiritual treasures, I would have given you one too. That wasn't entirely untrue since he had already gifted 2 innate spiritual treasures to his partners. Latoya was taken aback. No, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Rock smiled. Since you lack magical weapons, use them for the Genius Congress. Latoya shook her head. Give it to Yuru. I'm not participating in the Genius Congress. Rock quickly responded. All right, then it's settled. Realizing what happened, Latoya couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Brother Bartolomean, what did you do? Beside her, Charlton was delighted. Thanks, Brother Bartolomean. Rock grinned. You're welcome. Wish you success in the Genius Congress, but try not to run into me or things will get tricky. The siblings were astonished to learn Rock was also participating in the Genius Congress. Charlton, Brother Bartolomean is also participating in the Genius Congress. Latoya, Brother Bartolomean is at least at the 9th layer of the Heaven Realm. According to the rules of the 100 Rivers sect, you should establish your own sect. Rock gave a mysterious smile. So keep this a secret. Consider it a way to repay me. Though puzzled, Latoya agreed. Fine, we'll say Brother Bartolomean is at the peak of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. Charlton curiously asked, Brother Bartolomean, why join the 100 Rivers sect when you're so powerful? Latoya smacked him. Are you the smart one? Keep quiet as agreed. Charlton whined. Ow, why'd you hit me? I didn't reveal anything. Rock intervened. Enough. I have personal matters to attend to. You'll understand soon. Seeing this, Latoya apologized profusely again, while Rock assured her it was no big deal. After chatting for a while, They found a place to rest and prepare for the Genius Congress the next day. The preliminaries were held in a valley. Representatives from the various branches of the 100 Rivers sect sat on either side, while contestants battled in the center. Participants could fly or fight on the ground, but they couldn't leave the valley. Everyone could challenge anyone on the stage freely, so Rock initially stayed back. Only when a Golden Core Realm expert appeared did Rock step up to challenge him. Without using any magical weapons, he easily defeated the opponent. Then, others started challenging Rock. Chapter 67. A large-scale double standard scene. Since Rock won so decisively, no one dared to challenge him for a long while. After quite some time, a man finally flew into the valley. Good job, very good. You managed to defeat Leland of the Qinling sect so quickly. Let me test you now, he said. Rock laughed. It seems you know Leland's strength and my capabilities. Still, you dare to come down here. You must be brave. The man replied, Indeed, my name is Ivan. I hope you can remember it. Rock laughed again. All right, noted. Now, go back. With that, Rock curled his finger into a sword gesture and sent out a wave of sword chi. The sword chi moved at an incredible speed and was instantly in front of Ivan. Ivan hurriedly cast a spell to block it. You ambushed me. Rock retorted, Idiot. You face me directly and still call it an ambush? And this is an arena. Slash. Rock unleashed 2 more waves of sword chi consecutively, instantly breaking through Ivan's defenses. Fish it. Ivan spat out blood and almost fell from the sky. You lose, Rock said coolly. Helpless, Ivan retreated. Representatives from various sects on the mountain nodded approvingly. This guy is impressive. Should we keep him? To beat 2 Golden Core cultivators so easily, quite formidable. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it was just luck. While discussions went on among the people on the mountain, both contestants and spectators paid close attention. Jean was puzzled. Why would Brother Lean, such a powerful cultivator, do something like this? Would defeating these Golden Core cultivators make him happy? After all, even Heaven Realm cultivators could be easily killed by Brother Lean. Zinnia also wondered what Rock's true intentions were. He had said they would know soon, but she still hadn't figured it out. Meanwhile, participants noticed that the Baichuan sect had not included Rock yet. They felt there might still be a chance. Perhaps the Baichuan sect thought Rock had just gotten lucky. Soon, a woman flew into the valley and loudly shouted, Take this. Seeing it was a woman, Rock immediately became more interested. Well done. He took out a shield to fend off her attacks. This shield was a latter-day spiritual treasure that he had crafted himself, which was more than sufficient for this situation. The woman launched continuous attacks, which Rock deflected one by one, closely observing her moves. She should be at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Her mana control isn't bad, though her techniques are rather crude, but she shows clear effort and dedication. The combat lasted much longer compared to the previous encounters, as both men had been defeated instantly by Rock. This woman had already fought for 15 minutes. The representatives from the mountain began to feel something wasn't right. What's going on? Is he better at defense? He only wins because of surprise tactics. Not suitable for our sect. Unbothered by their opinions, Rock just wanted to find a bride. Waiting until the woman used up most of her moves and mana, Rock finally retaliated. Not with any severe force, but simply pushing her out of the valley with his shield. Finishing up, he clasped his hands in salute. Please bear with me. Lady, your skills are impressive. I only won by luck. The woman reciprocated the salute. Your magical power is indeed profound. Annabelle acknowledges defeat gracefully. Rock quickly noted this. 1. Surname Annabelle. At this moment, a Baichuan sect member flew to the woman and handed her a token. Lady, you have qualified. Please follow me. Annabelle rejoiced. She didn't expect to qualify despite losing, realizing that her performance earned recognition. Thank you, senior brother. Considering possible future connections, Annabelle started making friendly overtures. Watching from afar, Rock thought, I won't let you join the Baichuan sect, and if you do, you'll be my Dao companion. Realizing a loser could still qualify, others saw an opportunity. Moreover, Rock had become a living target, only defending and not attacking. It was the perfect moment. Several people rushed over. Pointing at someone, a Baichuan sect enforcer ordered, You go first. Overjoyed, the man exclaimed, Ha ha ha, watch this. Others stepped aside as he approached Rock. Rock looked at him. It was a man, and struck him away instantly. Silence descended on the scene. What's happening? Why has the arena champion become so fierce? Are these challengers too weak? No, their flying speed indicates Golden Core realm. Or did the arena champion use the break between matches to rest enough? Ignoring this, another Baichuan sect member pointed to the next challenger. That person nodded nervously and slowly flew into the valley. Rock glanced, recognizing another man, and punched him away. The crowd buzzed. What's going on? This champion is incredibly strong. Is he at the Heaven Realm? But his attacks don't seem very powerful. Perhaps he has a special technique that flings people away without much power. Yes, he cleverly exploits the rules. Training specifically for this talent assembly. Zinnia finally caught on. Brother Lean treated women with courtesy and showed great hostility towards men. So Brother Lean is here to find a wife. Rock's subsequent actions confirmed her guess. When the Baichuan sect asked 2 more people to step in, both declined, as they were men. At this point, several Fey Farons realized it too, and took turns stepping forward. Rock fought each one, employing defensive-only tactics, letting them attack freely. These women were decent talents, all Golden Core cultivators who eyed Rock flirtatiously, showing interest. The last one introduced herself before fighting, and even explained her techniques during the battle. Deciding to take them all later, Rock marked them as numbers 2, 3, and 4. The Baichuan sect selected these 3 women as qualifiers as well. However, after this many rounds, the Baichuan sect couldn't tolerate Rock's antics any longer. He was starting to look like a Baichuan sect examiner. Wasn't this taking the spotlight? They promptly gave Rock a token, sending him to the qualifier zone. Delighted, Rock flew over and started chatting with the 4 women. Watching from afar, Zinnia frowned. How many wives is Brother Lean planning to take? Jean smirked mischievously. Jealous, sis? Zinnia slapped him. Stop talking nonsense. Chapter 68. Can no longer be concealed. Charlton chuckled. Looks like I guessed right. Brother Bartolomean is indeed an excellent person. His magic power is strong. He has a righteous heart, and he's very generous. This sword is so good. Why don't you want it, sister? Latoya kicked him. Less of your smart mouth. It's your turn now. Only then did Charlton put on a serious face. All right. Rest assured, I'll definitely make it through. After the two people in the valley decided the winner, Charlton stepped onto the platform. With the magical treasure given by King, Charlton consecutively defeated 3 opponents, the last 2 being Golden Core Realm practitioners. The 100 Rivers sect noticed and presented Charlton with a token, announcing his entry. Charlton flew to King and thanked him with clasped hands. Big Brother Bartolomean, thank you for the immortal sword you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it through. King laughed. You're too modest. Actually, your spells are quite good, especially your combat willpower, which is stronger than that of your opponents. Charlton scratched his head. Haha, Big Brother Bartolomean flatters me. As they chatted, they continued watching other people's matches. King was very disappointed that none of the women who entered were selected. Sigh, could it be that all the good women were attracted to me and came up on stage? But 4 is not bad. No, 5 if we count Latoya. The first round ended with a total of 32 entrants, all from the Golden Core Realm. Heart-stirring realm practitioners could also qualify as long as they showed potential, even if their cultivation level was slightly lower. However, this time there weren't any outstanding heart-stirring realm cultivators among the dozens who appeared, lacking enough talent and insight. These 32 contestants were grouped for the second round based on a lottery. King advanced to the finals without any suspense. Surprisingly, his opponent turned out to be Charlton. This kid is only at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core Realm, yet many 9th layer practitioners didn't make it. Did he jump over them all? Actually, King overlooked the fact that innate magical treasures were incredibly valuable in the mortal world. He just saw too many of them himself and didn't think much of them. Innate magical treasures are usually owned only by sect masters of small sects or elders of large sects. But the problem is, they wouldn't come to this genius assembly. This resulted in Charlton standing out in combat power. King beckoned Charlton over. Come on, let's see what you've got. But Charlton shook his head. Big Brother Bartolomean, I'm not your match. No need for a trial. Saying this, he bowed to King and stepped down. King smiled. This kid is finally sensible at the end. The final results showed King as the top scholar, Charlton as the runner-up, and Annabelle Zioyo as the 3rd placer, the first woman to fight against King. Annabelle Zioyo truly had the strength, while Charlton relied on the innate magical treasure, something the 100 Rivers sect noticed. Even though they recognized that Charlton's talent and techniques were somewhat lacking, just because of the innate magical treasure, they still wanted to take him in. After all, combat power is combat power, and no one said you couldn't use magical treasures during a fight. So Charlton became an excellent combat-ready force. Moreover, if taught some high-level skills from the 100 Rivers sect, he would surely improve further. Feed him more elixirs to reach the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm, and he'd become even stronger, with combat power not inferior to that of celestial human realm experts. The representatives of the bottom 3 schools within the 100 Rivers sect came forward. Bartolomean Xingyun, Charlton, Annabelle Zioyo, congratulations. You will join the largest sect in the eastern part of the northern continent, the 100 Rivers sect, to learn profound Taoist arts. However, according to our rules, which school you join will depend on fate. King and the others clasped their hands in salute. Thank you for recognizing us, senior. We'll follow the sect's arrangements. It's a pity we can't enter the same school as Brother Bartolomean. King laughed. We're still in the same sect, after all, the 100 Rivers sect. He thought to himself, sorry 100 Rivers sect, but I'm taking these people away. Soon, the draw was finished, and their schools were determined. The one who drew, Bartolomean Xingyun, was very happy, while the other 2 weren't far behind. Latoya also flew over to congratulate her brother. Then it was time to lead them back to the sect headquarters and handle the entry procedures. Because of the lottery, they lagged behind a bit, pulling away from the main group. This wasn't unusual at first, but as they flew, King noticed something was amiss. Ahead of their path was an illusionary formation. Given the time and place, it was obvious that the 100 Rivers sect had set it up. King smiled slightly and remained silent, curious about what the 100 Rivers sect would do. Soon, everyone flew into the illusionary formation, and others gradually realized something was wrong. Why do I feel like we're going in circles? Weren't we just past that mountain? You mention it, and it seems darker. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. All they could see was the mountain peak beneath them. There's an ambush. Who's there? Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed from the darkness, followed by a group of people stepping forward. People from the 3 schools were shocked. Sunstream, Phoenix Stream. What does this mean? King whispered. Who are they? A 100 Rivers sect member explained. Sunstream and Phoenix Stream are the strongest 2 schools within our 100 Rivers sect. King nodded. Oh, so they don't have the qualifications to choose new members? The 100 Rivers sect member nodded. Yes, they cannot select new disciples from the Genius Assembly. This is a rule established by the 100 Rivers sect to balance the various schools. Someone from the Phoenix Stream shouted. What does that mean? You chose the best 3 new disciples, and you think we'd stand idly by? A member from the Thunder Stream shouted. Bond, would you break the 1,000-year-old rule of the 100 Rivers sect? The Sunstream member laughed. Nonsense. Rules are meant to be broken. In the future, the 100 Rivers sect will be ruled by us and the Phoenix Stream. Latoya grumbled. Why must we be so unlucky to encounter internal strife? Charlton reassured her. It's fine. Brother Bartolomean is here. King sighed. Don't worry. I'll protect you. It's just a pity it can no longer be concealed. Can no longer be concealed? What can't be concealed? As they wondered, King pulled out a sword with flames burning on it. Wildfire spreads far and wide. King swept the Crimson Sun sword, sending countless flames toward the people from the Sunstream and Phoenix Stream. They tried to defend using spells, but it was futile, instantly turning into charred remains. Chapter 69. Minds Meet. As soon as these people died, the surrounding illusion naturally shattered, revealing the verdant mountains and clear waters again. Everyone from the three schools stood there in shock. Opposite them, among the Sunstream and Phoenix Stream, there were 4 9th-level astral projection realm cultivators, with the rest also being of the astral projection realm. Bartolome and Qingyun had wiped them out with just one sword strike? Was he a celestial being from the upper realms? Thunderstream Hall Berkeley Bartolome Eugen cautiously asked, "Esteemed immortal, may I inquire if you were from the upper realms?" Rock smiled, "No, I'm Rock, the era of Qingyun's sect from South Continent." Rock? Everyone was astonished. This was the legendary Rock who had consecutively eradicated several sects? They had doubted the news that he killed upper realm immortals before, but now they truly believed it. Charlton jumped in excitement. Wow. So Brother Bartolomean is Rock. No wonder he's so powerful. Latoya finally understood why Brother Bartolomean had been so harsh towards men on the arena, but lenient with women. He was indeed the Rock who couldn't get enough brides. Annabelle Ziuhu looked doubtful. She'd heard that Rock was handsome and elegant, yet upon first sight, he seemed quite ordinary. As she pondered this, Rock dispelled the illusion and returned to his original appearance. Annabelle Ziuhu immediately brightened up. Wow, so handsome. Rock smiled at her. Thank you for the compliment. Blushing, Annabelle Ziuhu lowered her head. Rock then said, alright, let's hurry to Baichuan sect. Thunderstream Hall, Berkeley Bartolome Eugen felt rather awkward. He thought he had chosen a top disciple, but instead, Rock had come to seek a bride. This, era Bartolomean what? Rock smiled, Hall Berkeley Bartolomea. Although I can't become a Thunderstream disciple, I'll certainly help you with the aftermath. Bartolomea Eugen quickly nodded. Yes, thank you, era Bartolomean. Even though he lost the top disciple, gaining a relationship with Rock was far more valuable. They flew toward Baichuan sect, but as they approached, they saw many people outside the mountain gate, seemingly welcoming them. Bartolomea Eugen. Strange. Why are there so many people? Rock. Oh, are they not here to welcome us? Bartolomea Eugen shook his head. If they knew era Bartolomean was coming, they would indeed greet us, but they don't know that. They only expect us to return with new disciples. Could they be welcoming the Phoenix Stream and Sunstream? Rock responded. To welcome the Phoenix Stream and Sunstream? Sighing, Bartolomea Eugen said. It seems they have bribed other streams as well. Smiling, Rock replied. It doesn't matter. Whoever it is, we can kill anyone who doesn't listen. Right, Bartolomea Eugen agreed. With era Bartolomean around, there's nothing to worry about. As they neared the mountain gate, the crowd started to stir upon seeing their arrival. 2 people flew out, frowning. Guangfengqin, where are the Phoenix Stream and Sunstream members? Egon, why are you back already? Bartolomea Eugen was surprised. Who are you? More surprised, Rock asked. Don't you recognize him? Then, more people flew out from the crowd and joined the 2. Immortal sir, it seems they've failed. Now what do we do? Guangfengqin, a bunch of trash, calling themselves great streams. But no problem, Jitsongliang, from now on, your whirlwind stream will control Baichuan sect. Jitsongliang rejoiced. He hadn't expected the death of the Sunstream and Phoenix Stream members to bring him such an opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity, immortal sir. Understanding their intentions, Rock said, you're from the upper realms, trying to turn Baichuan sect into your subordinate? Guangfengqin nodded. You're smart. If you pledge loyalty to Tianyin sect, I can spare your lives. Rock laughed. If you leave now, I can spare yours. Egon couldn't stand it. Kim brother, why waste time talking? Just kill them. Guangfengqin shook his head. They managed to kill the Phoenix Stream and Sunstream members, showing some skill. I wanted to give them a chance, alas. Just then, someone shouted from behind, hey, isn't that Rock? Upon hearing this, everyone in Baichuan sect became disordered. What? That's Rock? No wonder Phoenix Stream and Sunstream failed. It's because Rock is here. Do you not recognize him? The person answered, can't be wrong. I met him at Natora Manor. Seeing this, Guangfengqin realized that this man had quite a reputation in the lower realms. He decided to take advantage of it to assert dominance. He has some talent indeed, he sneered. Smiling, Rock took out the Zushin array map. From the looks of it, you don't want to live. Angered, Guangfengqin snapped, boy, don't think highly of yourself because you've made a name in the lower realms. Let me show you what a true celestial can do. He pulled out a drum-shaped artifact and tapped it, unleashing visible power waves directly at Rock. The artifact's power was immense, even making the surroundings cover their ears in discomfort. Next to him, Egon watched with satisfaction, ready to cheer for his senior brother. Rock smiled inwardly, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to instill fear and awe in everyone at Baichuan sect. Pointing his finger, the 4 Zushian swords emerged and attacked from all directions toward Guangfengqin. Then he took out the buried earth array map, arranging the 5 elements mountain seal to resist the soundwave attacks. Despite the strength of Guangfengqin's power, his artifact was mediocre compared to the innate spiritual treasure, buried earth array map, which defended easily. Seeing the 4 flying immortal swords approach, Guangfengqin tapped his artifact again, sending waves to disrupt the Zushian swords. Unfortunately, Rock's primordial Dao body allowed him to remain undisturbed by any magical interference. The Zushian swords effortlessly broke through Guangfengqin's defenses and reached him. Panicking, he used his artifact directly as a shield. The drum-shaped artifact turned into a shadow attempting to block the Zushian swords, but was instantly pierced. Guangfengqin screamed and fell from the sky. Clapping, Charlton shouted, well done. What kind of celestial? Watch you boast now. Latoya, Annabelle Ziuhu, and others stared wide-eyed. So powerful. ####. Chapter 70. A visitor from the Netherworld Hall. Egon could hardly believe that his senior brother, a grandmaster at the 5th stage of corporeal union, was gone just like that. Moreover, there had been almost no room for negotiation. When the celestial sword opposite launched its attack, their defenses were broken one after another. and their own attacks were as ineffective as tickling. He immediately concluded that if he tried to fight, it would be futile. So why wait? Run. Egon took flight and retreated, intending to retreat to a safe distance and open a temporary passage back to the upper realm. He thought that being at the stage of corporeal union, he must surely be faster than the opponent. Seeing him flee, King immediately gave chase. Well, I would have forgotten about you if you hadn't moved. Grinding his teeth, Egon said, "Don't be so cocky, brat. Once I get back to the upper realm, I'll lead our sex experts to come and kill you." King chuckled, "Well, now that you mention it, I can't let you go." As he spoke, he controlled the 4 slaughter swords to form an array, encircling Egon from a distance. Egon remained silent because he was shocked to find that King's speed was not a bit slower than his, and those 4 celestial swords were even faster. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? King replied calmly, "Didn't I already say? Qingyun sect, King. Remember it for your next life." Before Egon could respond further, the 4 slaughter swords attacked. The shadows of the 4 celestial swords came from all sides, slicing Egon into pieces. After putting away the 4 slaughter swords, King turned his gaze to the people of Baichuan sect. The people hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Immortal Lord, it has nothing to do with us. We were all forced." They came down from the upper realm and insisted on cooperating with us. "Who wants to be a subordinate sect?" King smiled and asked, "Oh, really? You didn't want to?" Immediately, someone realized, "Of course we love to be a subordinate sect of Qingyun sect. Great Berkeley Bartholomean is wise and mighty, peerless under heaven. Being a subordinate sect of Qingyun sect is a great honor." King nodded in satisfaction. "Good. From now on, the Thunderstream will be in charge of the Baichuan sect," he declared to Bartolomea Eugen. Bartolomea Eugen nearly cried tears of joy. Yes, this Bartolomea is willing to swear allegiance to Great Berkeley Bartholomean. Originally ranked among the bottom 3 streams within the Baichuan sect, he was now catapulted to the top stream. Could he not be happy? Beside him, Green Mountain Stream and Clear Water Stream loudly lamented. If they had drawn the lucky lot, wouldn't they be the ones leading now? Then King added, "Green Mountain Stream and Clear Water Stream will assist Kin Bartolomea." Green Mountain Stream and Clear Water Stream were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Yes, I, Alfonso, am willing to swear allegiance to Great Berkeley Bartholomean." "Yes, I, Kelvin, am willing to swear allegiance to Great Berkeley Bartholomean." Bartolomea Eugen's heart thumped. King was warning him. If he did something unsatisfactory, these 2 could easily replace him. Moreover, the members of Green Mountain Stream and Clear Water Stream would be constantly watching him, reporting any mistakes directly to King. This King, despite his apparent indulgence and pleasures, was far from a fool. Bartolomea Eugen was alerted and resolved to seize this opportunity. If he fell from grace, it would be a disaster from which he could never recover. With matters settled, the Baichuan sect invited King inside the dojo, hosting a banquet to formally recognize Qingyun sect as the superior sect. King then announced that he would take Latoya, Charlton, Annabelle Xiao, and others with him, to which the Baichuan sect naturally had no objections. Just as King was about to order the female disciples to gather, he received a message. It was from Irma. Given her normally composed nature, contacting him at this time surely meant something serious had happened. Sure enough, it was important. King immediately left the banquet hall and activated the communication artifact. Thousands of beams of light flashed, and Irma's ethereal image appeared on the artifact. "Husband, the Netherworld Hall has sent people to Raging Wave Manor demanding people." King frowned. He knew the Netherworld Hall would come, but the timing couldn't have been worse. "How many people? What's the current situation?" Irma replied, 2 people. I told them you and Bartolomea Eugen were out on business, and they said they would wait here for your return." King nodded. "Good, gather all our experts just in case. Bartolomea Eugen and I will head back immediately." Irma responded, "Okay." King then contacted Rosa, instructing her to return directly to Raging Wave Manor from Beiwei sect. Afterward, he put away the artifact and informed Latoya, Annabelle Xiao, and the others to return with him immediately. They met up outside Raging Wave Manor and returned together. Irma welcomed them at the entrance. King asked, "What's the current situation?" Irma shook her head. "No issues. They've been staying in their rooms, probably conserving their mana to slow down depletion." As she spoke, 2 figures suddenly flew out of Raging Wave Manor and dashed straight toward them. "Sister Bartolomea Eugen." "Sister, is that you?" Rosa replied, "Senior Brother Thompson, Senior Brother Quentin, why are you here?" King couldn't help but chuckle at the names, finding them amusing, though they seemed normal in this world. Seeing King laugh, Thompson grew even angrier. "You audacious thief! How dare you laugh?" Quentin shouted, "Lower realm scum! How dare you abduct the daughter of the Netherworld Hall's lord?" King suppressed his laughter. "Lower realm scum? Do you know how many so-called immortals have died by my hands?" Rosa was also displeased. "Abducted? My husband and I love each other. Why should there be anything wrong with becoming Taoist companions?" Thompson and Quentin were stunned. "Are you mad, sister? How many fellow disciples in the Netherworld Hall are in love with you? Other sects also propose marriage constantly. How can you?" Rosa retorted indignantly, "My husband and I are both at the soul separation realm, and much stronger than you." Thompson gasped. "What? Soul separation? Impossible." Quentin added, "Even if you're at the soul separation realm, why are you stronger than me? I'm at the 3rd stage of corporeal union." King sneered, "So what if you're at corporeal union? I've killed plenty of them." Enraged, Quentin declared, "You dare to brag, boy? Let me show you the might of the corporeal union realm." With that, Quentin drew a flaming blade and lunged toward King. King did not use the 4 slaughter swords, but instead took out the Crimson Sun Sword. After all, they were still Rose's peers, so killing them wasn't an option. Blazing meteor shower. The Crimson Sun Sword shot out from his hand, aiming straight for Quentin. Seeing the move, Quentin felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, The power of the blazing meteor shower was immense, confirming that King was indeed at the soul separation realm. But he had no time to ponder why King remained in the lower realm. He had to change his tactics. Chapter 71. Graham. Quentin had initially lunged at King with all his might, his blade engulfed in flames, ready to unleash a devastating attack. However, seeing King prepare for a full power strike, he immediately changed his strategy, aiming to deplete King's magical power first. Thus, he instantly switched from offense to defense, positioning his blade horizontally to form a flame shield with his magic. This was one of the key advantages of someone at the fusion stage over those at the divided spirit stage. Their spells and mana were so integrated that attacking and defending felt as natural as eating or drinking. King's blazing meteor struck the flame shield, creating ripples that dispersed outward. Those nearby hurriedly cast protective spells around themselves. Quentin laughed aloud. Watch this. Blazing slash. He shifted from defense to offense, igniting his large blade with roaring flames, transforming it into a fiery greatsword that slashed toward King. The power behind this move was immense. At this moment, Thompson glanced at Rosa, noticing her calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about King. Could King really be that strong? King seemed relatively satisfied with Quentin's performance, thinking that he indeed had some skill. With this assurance, he relaxed slightly. Sky-splitting sword. King immediately unleashed the ultimate move of the Crimson Sun martial art. The Crimson Sun sword transformed into a colossal sword that pierced towards Quentin. Quentin was taken by surprise. King's previous blazing meteor was already powerful, but this move was even more formidable. But since his stance was already set, changing it to a defensive position wouldn't be advantageous, so he decided to go on the offensive. With this thought, he intensified the flames on his greatsword. Bang! The flaming greatsword collided with the towering giant sword, producing a deafening explosion. Those around them covered their ears while fending off the shockwaves from the clash. Oh my god, this is what immortals' battles look like. At the epicenter of the explosion, Quentin cast protective spells, panting heavily, sensing trouble. He was at the third layer of the fusion stage, and mana depletion was faster in the lower realms. Moreover, he had been there for half a day, engaging in intense combat, feeling his mana dwindling. Thompson, seeing this, hastily flew forward. Senior brother, let me help you. He brandished a long flame spear, intending to attack King. Stop. At this moment, Rosa acted. Her azure dark sword flew out, emitting dark flames, striking Thompson. What is this? So powerful. Thompson hastily turned his spear to block the azure dark sword's attack. Sister? He found it odd. This weapon and technique didn't belong to Rosa. Quentin was also surprised. Bartolomeo's sister, what are you doing? Rosa frowned. Are you two trying to gang up on my husband? Quentin's face flushed red and white. Thompson, who asked for your help? Turning, he said, let's go. Thompson hesitated. If Rosa intervened, they couldn't win. They should report back to the palace master. Their mission was to gather intelligence anyway. Go. Thompson also turned and flew away. King waved behind them. No need to see you off. Thompson and Quentin opened a temporary portal and returned to the upper realm. Rosa pouted. What an annoyance, wasting my energy. I'm hungry. King couldn't help but laugh. All right, we're home now, let's eat. They returned to the villa, and the disciples busied themselves bringing food for Rosa. King sat down to meditate and restore his mana, because he knew father-in-law would arrive soon. Sure enough, the next day, while King was meditating, he sensed mystical mana fluctuations in the sky, a temporary portal. King quickly stood up and went to call Rosa. Rosa was gnawing on fried chicken when King entered. Stop eating. Your father seems to be here. Cough, cough. Rosa choked, quickly washing it down with wine. What? My father's here? King, I sense the temporary portal. It's likely him. Don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll chase him off. Rosa rolled her eyes. What am I worried about? We can take on a 7th layer fusion stage together easily. King nodded. Okay, you're not worried? Rosa, of course not. King pointed at her shaking legs. Then why are they trembling? Rosa blushed. I drank too much. As they spoke, a thunderclap rang out. Bartolomean, where are you? Rosa jolted, then gritted her teeth. Come on, let's go out. Graham shouted in the sky. Rosa rushed out. What are you shouting for? Don't you know it disturbs others' cultivation? Seeing Rosa emerge, Graham's anxious face lit up with a forced smile. Bartolomean, come home with Daddy. Wait until I gather my forces to destroy this villa and kill King. Rosa's expression hardened. Daddy, have you lost your mind, treating your son-in-law this way? Graham was alarmed. What? Bartolomean, how can you side with him? He killed Marlin and captured you. Did things to you? Just then, King emerged, smiling. Hey, son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law. Seeing King, Graham flew into a rage. King, will you dare to fight me for 300 rounds? King smiled. Not really. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you, and Bartolomean would be heartbroken. Graham sputtered angrily. You. He shouted at Rosa. Bartolomean, come here. Let me finish him off. Rosa ignored him and instead held King's arm. Go back and stop bothering our peaceful life. Graham was almost in tears. Bartolomean, what have you been given? Rosa gave him a sidelong glance. No potion, just been enjoying all kinds of delicious food. Graham was stunned. What does the upper realm lack? You crave the food of the lower realm? Rosa turned away. I'm sick of upper realm food. Graham fell silent for a moment, then covered his face and cried. Wah, Bartolomean, Daddy begs you to come home. King was dumbfounded. Did the family have a tradition of crying? Rosa waved him off dismissively. Stop embarrassing yourself and go back. Graham sobbed. Wah, Bartolomean wasn't like this before. Our Bartolomean has always been such a good girl. It's all because of you. Graham glared at King, clenching his teeth. Chapter 72. Attempt to separate the lovebirds failed. Rock scratched his head. It might indeed be. Abner wiped away his tears. Good, very good. He took a deep breath, as if making an important decision. Rosa had an ominous premonition. Hey, what are you going to do? Abner didn't speak, but instantly split into over a dozen clones, charging towards Rock and Rosa. Rock was startled and hurriedly drew out the Crimson Sun sword, slashing at the clone in front of him. At this moment, Abner's clones merged into three, one blocking Rock's attack, another striking Rock with an open palm, and the last one reaching out to grab Rosa. This was the second advantage of the body fusion realm over the soul separation realm. Clones could be created and retracted freely. Rosa grew angry, swinging her netherworld robe sleeve to send Abner flying. I won't go with you. Though she sent Abner flying, she also retreated several steps herself. On the other side, caught off guard, Rock only managed to cast a protective spell before being forced back by Abner. In this move, Rock and Rosa were separated. Abner's two clones immediately closed in again, sandwiching Rosa between them. Bartolomeangian, come home with me quickly. Rosa was furious and directly drew out the Azure Heaven Sword. You bastard! The Azure Heaven Sword emitted streams of infernal fire, burning towards one of Abner's clones. At the same time, Rosa used the Netherworld Swallowing Heavens technique to envelop and throw out another clone. Meanwhile, Rock wasn't idle, directly drawing out the 4 extermination swords and attacking the third clone. Since Abner had cloned himself, there was no fear of collateral damage. Even if one clone was destroyed, it would only mean some loss in cultivation and power, which could be regained through further practice. Abner was in a bind, one clone needing to counter the Azure Heaven Sword's infernal fire. So this is that innate treasure? Truly formidable. Another clone had to dodge the Netherworld Swallowing Heavens. Bartolomeangian, this Netherworld robe was passed down to you by me, and the Netherworld Swallowing Heavens was taught by me. Can you really defeat me? The third clone had to defend against Rock's 4 extermination swords. Brat, you want to fight to the death? I'll indulge you. Netherworld end. Rock watched, thinking it was like a scene straight out of multiple personalities. Father-in-law, are you crazy? Talking while fighting clones, that's mental warfare. Regardless, the Netherworld end was indeed formidable. Waves of dark, profound power surged, able to withstand the 4 extermination swords. Abner shouted, who's your father-in-law? Ah. As he clashed with Rock, one clone was hit by Rosa's infernal fire and then struck directly by her Azure Heaven Sword, sending it flying again. Another clone kept dodging Rosa's Netherworld Swallowing Heavens, having no time for anything else. How odd. Don't you lose any power? Rock smiled slightly. Father-in-law, you've reached your limit. With that, Rock channeled his power into the 4 extermination swords, breaking through Abner's Netherworld end and directly destroying one of his clones. Ah. Abner let out a taunt call, the remaining 2 clones retreating. / corrected version. Abner let out a terrible cry, the remaining 2 clones swiftly retreating. Ah. Bartolomeangian, are you so heartless to your own father? Brat, how did you get such a powerful weapon? After speaking, the 2 clones merged into one, looking at Rock suspiciously. Rock replied with a smile. You think how did I kill Gong something? Rosa walked up to Rock, linking arms with him. Himph, now you know my husband's prowess, right? Abner looked at Rosa, then at Rock, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. Not bad for the man Bartolomeangian chose. Good. Rock was speechless. Oh, so, you were testing me just now? Abner nodded. Not only you, but also to see if Bartolomeangian truly agreed willingly. Ah, such a pity for my clones. Now I'll need hundreds more years of cultivation. Rosa said impatiently, isn't that your fault? Abner replied with a weichief tone. Who knew he was so powerful? For the term weichi, it might be better to use aggrieved or resentful in this context for a more natural read in English. Here, aggrieved seems to fit better. Abner replied aggrievedly. Who knew he was so powerful? Rock laughed and took out a rejuvenation pill. Father-in-law, here's a pill to restore injuries. Abner accepted it, sniffed, and then put it in his mouth. Wonderful. It's almost like celestial medicine. Where did you get such a good thing? Although the clones still required time for recovery, the physical damage was completely healed, and at such speed, it wasn't ordinary medicine. Rock smiled. That's my secret. Of course, he couldn't say it was a reward from the system after marrying and having a child. If he did, no one would believe him, and they'd think he was talking nonsense. Abner nodded. Right. Rosa interjected beside them. After all that fighting, I'm hungry. Rock responded, all right, let's go back inside. I'll personally cook for you today. Rosa jumped up and clapped her hands. Okay. Then she seemed to recall something. No, wait, it's all mine. I won't give him any. Rock and Abner both laughed. Ha 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 ha. In the upper realm, Heavenly Tao Sect. Inside the alchemy chamber, Shay stared intently at the furnace, fully focused. When the temperature reached the right level, Shay made several hand seals in quick succession, channeling power into the furnace. Soon, the lid of the furnace flew up, exploding into pieces mid-air. Shay pressed a seal, and a beam of light shot out from the furnace into his hand. He stroked it gently, and it emitted a rainbow glow before settling into the sword blade. The Rainbow Lotus Sword, finally completed. For you, Andon, I will avenge you. Shay stored the Rainbow Lotus Sword in his storage ring, recalling the incident. A Heavenly Tao Sect disciple kneeled before him, reporting that according to investigations in the lower realm, Andon was killed by the lower realm cultivator Rock while mining essence. He didn't immediately seek revenge in the lower realm, but instead sought rare materials to complete the Rainbow Lotus Sword to honor Andon's previous efforts. Additionally, he acted cautiously because Rock had killed Andon, who excelled in earth-dodging techniques, indicating Rock's considerable strength. Thus, Shay wanted to first forge this innate treasure, the Rainbow Lotus Sword. But that wasn't enough. Later, he received news that Rock had also killed Marlin of the Netherworld Hall. Though both Marlin and Andon weren't as formidable as him, Shay didn't want to take risks. Send an invitation to Jingtian sect. Tell them Heavenly Dao sect Berkeley Shay wishes to discuss urgent matters. Chapter 73. The Strongest Foe. After sending his father-in-law to the heavens, Rock stayed at Raging Wave Mountain Villa for a few more days. During this time, he advanced to the 5th stage of the Divergent Spirit Realm, further enhancing his magical power. The increasing number of Dao companions led to more system rewards, which in turn sped up his advancement, forming a positive feedback loop. After advancing, Rock distributed rewards to his Dao companions again. Then he created a clone to accompany Rosa on a trip eastward in search of gourmet food. He now had 3 clones, one each at Green Cloud sect, Xuanhuan sect, and one with Rosa. As for his true self, he had some serious business to attend to, wooing Valerie. Their last attempt was interrupted by the 100 Rivers sects gathering for talented individuals. While he did gain much from that gathering, he couldn't give up on Valerie. More Dao companions were always better. Rock flew north, stopping in a secluded area where he suddenly felt something amiss. In the wilderness, 2 powerful auras were moving about, hidden from plain sight. Had it not been for his primordial Dao body, which made him highly sensitive to celestial energy, he might not have noticed them. Stopping midair, Rock shouted loudly, "Which friend is hiding? Come out." No response came after a while, but Rock didn't leave. He waited there. The concealed figures finally realized that Rock genuinely detected them. "Haha, just a mere divergent spirit realm cultivator can sense us. Indeed, you have some skills," one of them laughed. I told you we should be more cautious." 2 figures flew up from the ground, surrounding Rock from opposite directions. Neither face was familiar to him. "Who are you? Did I kill any of your subordinates?" Shay, the head of Heavenly Dao sect, sneered, "You're pretty smart. Today, I'm here to avenge my beloved disciple Andon." Hussein, the head of Jingtian sect, added, "If you hand over the Crimson Sun Sword now, I'll persuade Zwa sect Berkeley to grant you a quick death." Hussein had already been planning ways to deal with Rock. When Shay approached him, they quickly agreed. They planned to give Hussein the Crimson Sun Sword, then divide the rest equally. Rock smiled. "Oh, you're the Supreme Kin of Yangji sect, and you're from Jingtian sect." "I'm Hussein, the head of Jingtian sect," Hussein clarified. Rock nodded, pointing at Shay. "So you're sect Berkeley's Zwa? Who's Andon? Don't I remember?" Shay gritted his teeth. "Go ask her yourself. Jing sect Berkeley, let's attack together." They had initially planned to ambush Rock when he was distracted by something else, but since he sensed them, they could only fight openly. Managing to avoid Rosa was already a success. Shay pulled out a 5-colored lotus sword and charged first. The sword flew out of his hand, emitting colorful light towards Rock. Hussein also drew Jingtian's sword, throwing it towards Rock as it emitted blinding light like the sun. Rock mused aloud, "A rainbow without any rain." He drew the 4 mystic swords, sending 2 of them to intercept the attacks. The 6 and 8 divine treasures collided, unleashing a wave of force that shook the heavens and surged outward. Rock deflected the first wave of attacks without lingering, then controlled the 4 mystic swords to circle around their artifacts and strike the 2 men. Meanwhile, he unfurled the concealing formation map and the 5 elements mountain seal to form a protective barrier around himself. Shay and Hussein reacted similarly, controlling their swords to attack while protecting themselves with magic. Shay was surrounded by vibrant multicolored light, while Hussein was enveloped in dim white light, both effective shields. Their attacks against Rock's defenses caused ripples, but couldn't break through. Startled, Shay and Hussein exclaimed, "More innate divine treasures?" Hussein laughed. "These 2 formation maps will make excellent prizes." Shay nodded. "Agreed." Rock sneered, "Are you guys celebrating too early?" While talking, the 4 mystic swords slashed at their protective spells multiple times. Both sect masters realized something was off. The 4 divine swords' power was too overwhelming. Shay hurriedly produced a shield-shaped artifact, activating its protective charm. On the other side, Hussein retrieved a pair of golden truncheons for protection. Unfortunately, these artifacts were just subsequent divine treasures, and not enough to withstand the assault. After a few rounds, the shield was shattered, and the truncheons were broken. "Oh no. This isn't good." Alarmed, Shay and Hussein called back their swords to engage the 4 mystic swords. This gave them some relief because their innate divine treasures could block the 4 mystic swords. Rock found himself in a tough spot. If he withdrew the concealing formation map, they would attack him with other spells, forcing him to split his focus to defend. With the map activated, it could operate independently, though it consumed significant magic power. Still, it was his best option. Using the Crimson Sun Sword wouldn't help much since he'd need to control it, adding to his burden. Fighting 2 powerful experts simultaneously while controlling the 4 mystic swords drained his mental energy. These 2 were the strongest opponents Rock had ever faced, even stronger than Abner, likely at the 8th or 9th stage of the fusion realm. Facing one would be manageable with full effort, but dealing with 2 experts posed a significant challenge. Killing one would deplete his magic power, leaving him vulnerable to the other. Even if his true self were killed, he could transfer to a clone, losing only his most powerful clone. However, he would lose the 4 mystic swords, the concealing formation map, the Crimson Sun Sword, and everything else. Moreover, Rock wasn't planning to give up. Realizing his current strength wasn't enough, he decided to take a bold move. He informed his clones at Green Cloud sect, Xuanhuan sect, and Rosa about the situation and recalled all 3 clones. The moment he retracted the clones, he recovered their power, and his aura changed drastically. Shay and Hussein noticed his power surge, puzzled. What happened? Did he advance? That's impossible. Unless he recalled his clones? With more and more Dao companions, the system rewards multiplied, accelerating his advancement in a positive cycle. After advancing, Rock distributed rewards to his companions again. Then, he sent a clone to accompany Rosa to search for culinary delights in the east. He now had 3 clones, one at Qingyun sect, one at Xuanhuan sect, and another with Rosa. Meanwhile, his true self was preparing for an important task, wooing Valerie. Their last encounter was interrupted by the 100 Rivers sect's talent assembly, But despite the gains from that event, Valerie couldn't be abandoned. More Dao companions meant more benefits. Rock flew north to a secluded area, sensing something amiss. In the wilderness, two powerful presences moved covertly. If not for his primal chaos Dao body, he might have missed them. Stopping midair, Rock called out, "Which friend is around? Please show yourselves." No response came, but Rock remained patient. Finally, realizing they were detected, one of the hidden figures laughed, "Ha ha ha. A mere divergent spirit realm cultivator can sense us. Indeed, you have some skill." Another voice retorted, "I told you to be cautious." Two people rose into the air, surrounding Rock. None were familiar to him. "Who are you? Did I kill any of your subordinates?" The Heavenly Dao Sect era, Shay, sneered, "You're sharp. Today, I'm here to avenge my beloved disciple Andon." The Jing Tian Sect era, Hussein, added, "If you surrender the Crimson Sun Sword now, I'll persuade Eras what to give you a swift end." Hussein had planned to confront Rock anyway, so when Shay approached, they joined forces. They agreed that Hussein would take the Crimson Sun Sword, while the rest would be split equally. Rock smiled. "So, you're from the Extreme Yang Sect, Jing Tian Sect." "Era Hussein of Jing Tian Sect." Hussein introduced himself. Rock nodded and pointed at Shay. "Erazwa, right? Who's Andon?" Shay snarled, "Go ask him in hell. Let's attack together." Initially, they planned to ambush Rock when his attention was distracted. However, since he sensed them, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Evading Rosa already counted as a success. Shay wielded the five-colored lotus sword, lunging first. The sword emitted radiant colors, piercing toward Rock. Hussein followed with the Jing Tian sword, whose light blazed like the sun. Rock mused aloud, rainbow after no storm. He summoned the four swords of Executioner's Doom, engaging the attackers from two directions. The clash of six primordial divine treasures unleashed a torrent of energy waves. Halting their initial assault, Rock redirected the four swords around their weapons, attacking them directly. Simultaneously, he unfurled the ground-subduing formation diagram and the five elements mountain seal for protection. Shay and Hussein mirrored his actions, defending themselves with similar techniques. Shay's body radiated five-colored light, while Hussein's pure white light offered sturdy protection. The five-colored lotus sword and Jing Tian sword struck the formation diagram's protective barrier, creating ripples but failing to penetrate. "Primordial divine treasures," both men exclaimed in surprise. "These formations should be divided," Hussein chuckled. "Agreed," Shay replied. Rock sneered, "Isn't it too early to celebrate?" By then, the four swords of Executioner's Doom had already struck several times, revealing their formidable strength. Shay quickly retrieved a shield-shaped artifact to deflect the two swords. On the other side, Hussein used a pair of golden truncheons. Unfortunately, these artifacts were merely posterior divine treasures, proving inadequate against the Executioner swords. Within moments, both the shield and truncheons were shattered. "Ah, so powerful." "Oh." Recalling their own treasures, the two began entangling with the four swords, gaining temporary respite. Their primordial divine treasures could hold off the Executioner swords. However, Rock found himself in a tricky situation. He couldn't dispel the ground-subduing formation without risking exposure to other spells. Maintaining it allowed for automated protection despite its heavy mana drain. Retrieving the Crimson Sun Sword wouldn't help much, requiring additional focus. Confronting two formidable opponents at the 8th or 9th stage of the Union Body Realm was daunting. Even if he managed to defeat one, exhausting his mana left him vulnerable to the other. Worse, losing his true self would cost him significant power and assets. Refusing to back down, Rock prepared for a final gambit. Communicating with his clones, he reabsorbed them, significantly altering his presence. Shay and Hussein felt his aura intensify and exchanged puzzled looks. What happened? Did he advance? Impossible. Perhaps he absorbed his clones. Chapter 74. The old fox cannot outsmart the skilled hunter. Shay and Hussein were both taken aback by this realization. Could it be that the Rock they fought earlier was not in his complete form? Beings from the upper realm generally did not create avatars because doing so would diminish their magical power. And at the combined body realm, one could easily encounter an opponent of equal or even higher strength. Thus, unless absolutely necessary during combat, they rarely created avatars. Bartolomeotl did they know that Rock's long-term practice of creating avatars was entirely for the purpose of procreation. Regardless of their thoughts, now Rock's magical power had surged, and he was about to launch a real attack. Rock controlled the four extermination swords to simultaneously attack Shay while completely ignoring Hussein. Suddenly, Shay faced four swords instead of two, immediately putting him on edge. Hussein also immediately launched an attack on Rock, but Rock only defended using the Foodie formation diagram, paying him no mind. Shay found it increasingly difficult to hold out and hastily shouted, "Era Jing, quickly unleash your strongest move." Hussein could see that this wouldn't end well for Shay. "All right. Sunlight illuminates all." Hussein pointed his finger, and the Jingtian sword rapidly spun above Rock's head, shooting rays of light towards the protective barrier of the Foodie formation diagram. The Foodie formation diagram immediately became unstable, yet Rock still paid no attention. What he wanted was an all-out battle. "Attack!" Rock roared, accelerating the speed of the four extermination swords. Shay's five-colored lotus flower sword could barely keep up. The four extermination swords broke through the defenses and struck directly at Shay's protective spells. Gritting his teeth, Shay relied on his deep reserves of magic to barely hold on. He was waiting for Hussein to wound Rock, which would turn the tide. Sadly, with just one innate treasure, the five-colored lotus flower sword, Shay couldn't fend off the four celestial swords. Rock attacked Shay while Hussein attacked Rock, forming an odd triangular pattern in the sky. However, Rock's four extermination swords were still stronger, breaking through Shay's protective spells first. Shay was slashed twice by the extermination and absolute swords, creating two large wounds on his body. He could no longer hold out and turned to flee. Such experts feared such situations. Once injured, it would take centuries to recover, making them vulnerable to attacks during this period. Thus, heiress of the upper realm rarely intervened personally, usually delegating tasks to disciples. This time, they emphasized importance to ensure absolute success. Yet, it turned out they hadn't valued him enough. Berkeley Jing, help me contain him. Shay knew running alone wouldn't work. Rock would catch up eventually, so he could only rely on Hussein now. Hussein shouted back, fine. Rock, prepare to die. As he yelled, he flew off in another direction. He didn't want to get hurt either. Rock let out a long laugh. Haha, none of you can escape. Speaking thus, Rock split into two, chasing after Shay with the extermination formation diagram, and pursuing Hussein with the red sun sword. They couldn't be allowed time to breathe. Otherwise, they might escape back to the upper realm. Seeing Rock chase him, Shay thought, since he is already injured, Rock would likely concentrate most of his power on Hussein when splitting himself. An opportunity. Shay turned around and pointed the five-colored lotus flower sword forward. Heavenly Bridge. A shout later, beams of light shot from the sword towards Rock. Rock didn't fear this. The four extermination swords twisted together, shattering the light and continuing towards Shay. Shay was shocked. This avatar's power was surprisingly strong. Did he intend to kill me first and ignore the other side? Indeed, he and Rock had deep enmity, whereas Hussein merely coveted Rock's magical tools. Thinking this, Shay stopped. He didn't want to delay Rock for Hussein's sake. Haha Hussein, if I can't live, neither will you. Heavenly Bridge. Shay unleashed his ultimate move, injecting all his power into the five-colored lotus flower sword. Its colorful light spread in all directions. Rock saw that this old man was giving everything. Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Without pretense, Rock launched all four swords directly at the Heavenly Bridge. This move combined attack and defense, destroying the technique before attacking the enemy. The four extermination swords cut through the Heavenly Bridge and pierced Shay. Spitting blood, Shay said, Rui Chin, I'm sorry, I cannot avenge you myself. Saying this, Shay fell downwards. Rock picked up the five-colored lotus flower sword and Shay's storage ring, then flew off in another direction. His other avatar continued to engage Hussein with the red sun sword, preventing his ascent to the upper realm. After some time, Hussein noticed something amiss. This avatar's power seemed weaker, and the red sun sword wasn't as formidable as the four celestial swords. Had Rock put all his power on the other side? Was this avatar only here to scare me away so Rock could kill Shay? I don't care about Shay, but I'll keep this red sun sword. Hussein stopped and counterattacked Rock's avatar. Though he already possessed the Jingtian sword, who wouldn't want more innate treasures? With each strike, he felt the avatar's weakening power. Haha, thank you Rock. You send me off nicely, but why bring anything? Rock's avatar laughed. Hussein, you really are an idiot. As he spoke, Rock suddenly withdrew the red sun sword and threw it behind him. Hussein sneered. A golden cicada shed? Will it work? He created an avatar to engage Rock's avatar, then moved to grab the red sun sword. At that moment, Rock's true form arrived. I told you you're an idiot. If you had split and fled earlier, I wouldn't have caught you. Unfortunately, your greed for an innate treasure made all the difference. As he spoke, Rock sent the four extermination swords flying in four directions, surrounding Hussein. Hussein finally realized the situation was dire. Shay died so quickly? What a waste. As he spoke, he created numerous avatars to flee in different directions. But Rock didn't split to chase them. Instead, he subtly activated the extermination formation diagram. ##### Chapter 75. Divide the spoils first, then settle accounts. The four extermination swords had dispersed earlier for just this moment. Now that the extermination sword formation was activated, countless spectral swords from all four directions slashed toward Hussein's clones. In an instant, more than a dozen of Hussein's avatars were annihilated, leaving only a few still desperately fleeing. King's spell changed once more, and the four extermination swords transformed into four sky-piercing giant swords sweeping toward Hussein. Hussein was terrified to his core. Spare my life. I was wrong. I don't dare ask for the Crimson Sun sword anymore. Hussein's remaining clones pleaded for mercy repeatedly, but King ignored them completely. The four extermination swords swept through, exterminating all of Hussein's clones. Now, your innate magical treasures are mine. Thank you. King picked up Jingtian sword and Hussein's storage ring, then withdrew his clone. Truly, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Why did you have to covet my Crimson Sun sword while staying peacefully in the upper realm? This fierce battle was perilous. If the opponent had retreated earlier, decisively escaping in clones, King might not have killed even one. Furthermore, King's mana had been greatly depleted, nearly leaving him unable to summon clones. He swallowed a spirit recovery pill to replenish his expended mana. Suddenly, King sensed a powerful aura approaching. He quickly turned around and then sighed in relief. Soon, the strong aura flew close to King. It was none other than his Dao companion, Rosa. Didn't I tell you it was fine? Why did you still come over? Rosa's eyes were red as she abruptly flew into King's arms. Are you okay? I could sense the mana fluctuations from far away. Several auras of innate magical treasures. Wah? Though King hadn't told her his location, Rosa knew he was heading to Beiwai sect. A quick deduction revealed his direction, and she came as fast as possible. King hugged Rosa tightly, consoling her softly. It's all right now. All the bad guys are dead. One is from Jingtian sect, and the other from Tiandao sect. They previously. King explained everything, and Rosa gradually stopped crying. As she pounded on King's chest, she said, I won't allow anything to happen to you. Who will take me to eat delicious food if something happens to you? King pinched her cheek. All right. Let's go east first, to Baichuan sect, and make them hand over all their delicacies. At the mention of food, Rosa instantly smiled. Yes, after eating at Baichuan sect, we'll go to Qianchuan sect, Wanchuan sect. King chuckled. All right, You can eat however you want. Just as he spoke, he sensed another wave of mana fluctuations, indicating someone approaching. Is it Irma? What? Rosa turned to look westward. Sure enough, shortly afterward, they saw Irma leading others flying from the horizon. Besides King's Dao companions, there were elites from various sections. King explained again, comforting each of them individually. Finally, he realized he should create clones. However, people from the Western continent and Southern continent probably wouldn't come since they were too far away. Even if they did, they wouldn't reach the battlefield in time. King decided to create clones again. One clone would return to Xuanhuan sect in the Southern continent with the 5-colored lotus sword and give it to Ember, who had also been advanced to the separation stage under King's tutelage. With the 5-colored lotus sword and another innate magical treasure held by Celia, Xuanhuan sect would be impregnable. This place was King's foundation and must not be lost. The second clone would take Jing Tian's sword to Xuanwu sect in the Western continent and give it to Deborah, a top expert at the 9th layer of the separation stage. With Jing Tian's sword, the Western continent would be secure. The last clone would accompany Rosa to Baichuan sect to indulge in food. Rosa heard about the food but didn't leave immediately, asking, "What about your true self? Are you still going to Beiwai sect?" King nodded. "I have to visit Beiwai sect, but not alone. Irma has already arrived. When my clone goes with you to Baichuan sect, I'll call the elites here and we'll attack Yangji sect together." King had long wanted to settle accounts with Yangji sect. Since their parent sect Jing Tian sect had provoked him, he would find them for retribution. Rosa clutched King's sleeve, saying, "Then I'll join in attacking Yangji sect." King laughed. "That's unnecessary. Their sect leader Hussein is dead. Even if Jing Tian sect sends reinforcements, I can handle it. Besides, there are so many experts here. Dealing with Yangji sect is nothing." Rosa thought for a moment. "All right, recall the clone if there's any danger." King nodded. "All right." Having settled everything, King's 3 clones flew off in different directions. Unbeknownst to him, 2 clones encountered people along the way. From the Western continent, Deborah led people from the 4 major sections. From the Southern continent, Ember brought fellow separation stage cultivators. King was moved, hugging and explaining to everyone once again. Then, he handed over the 5-colored lotus sword to Deborah and Jing Tian's sword to Ember, ending in mutual satisfaction. The next day, King led 18 separation stage experts from Nuatao Manor, Beiwai sect, Huanshan sect, Baichuan sect, and other sects, plus several dozen cultivators from the Heavenly Human Realm and Golden Core Realm. Together, they attacked Yangji sect. Yangji sect, unaware of Hussein's treachery, had no preparation. The protective array was broken in an instant. Only when the group stormed into the mountain gate did Yangji sect's leader, Yang Beikai, lead people to defend. Seeing the situation, Yang Beikai was almost in tears. "Lord Bartolomean, why do you lead heroes to attack our Yangji sect?" King coldly replied, "Hussein of Jing Tian sect colluded with others to ambush me and was killed by me. I've come to settle accounts." Yang Beikai truly cried, knowing the loss of Jing Tian sect's leader left them hopeless. "Lord Bartolomean, I know nothing about this matter. Please spare our Yangji sect." King sneered, "If you hadn't led them to steal my Crimson Sun sword initially, this wouldn't have happened. Do you feel wronged?" Yang Beikai stammered, "I merely reported honestly to Jing Tian sect. How did I know they'd send people to steal your innate magical treasure?" King waved his hand. "Enough talk. Today, I can spare Yangji sect, but not you." With that said, King took out the Crimson Sun sword. Chapter 76, turning to the Eastern continent. "Take the sword," King shouted, and the Crimson Sun sword flew out, piercing through with blazing fire toward Artie. Artie let out a bitter laugh. In the end, it all comes down to this one divine sword. Knowing there was no hope for survival, he didn't muster any magical power to resist, allowing the Crimson Sun sword to burn him into ashes. King then shouted loudly, "Today, only Artie shall be punished. The rest who surrender their weapons will not be harmed." His followers behind him echoed in unison, "Those who surrender will not be harmed." The disciples of Yangji sect had no other thoughts and knelt down one by one to surrender. King ordered his people to receive their surrenders, registering each one meticulously. Afterwards, King opened the storerooms and secret vaults of the Yangji sect, distributing their resources among those who had followed him. This move would benefit these people while weakening the strength of the Yangji sect, achieving 2 goals at once. Then, King appointed Zeke as the new head of the Yangji sect to help manage the northern region of the northern continent. Zeke swore his loyalty and accepted the heavy responsibility. Looking at the Yangji sect disciples kneeling before him, Zeke felt an immense sense of sentiment. Who would have thought that after nearly being ruined by a Yangji sect elder, he would become the head of the very sect? All this was thanks to King. Following this event, King and Valerie's relationship rapidly deepened, leading to their union as Dao companions shortly thereafter. A few months later, Latoya, Annabelle Shia, and others gave birth to children one after another. Latoya gave birth to a daughter with Ice spiritual root, no innate talent, and a system rating of 90 points. The system rewarded her with a century's worth of cultivation experience and a cultivation technique called Furious Wind and Snow. King directly awarded this cultivation technique to Latoya, instructing her to pass it on to their daughter in the future. As for the children of Annabelle Shia and others, none had spiritual roots or innate talents, but were still rated around 85 points by the system, earning them some medicinal pills as rewards. Citing this joyous occasion, King held a grand banquet, inviting influential sects from across the northern continent. At the banquet, King announced the formation of an alliance among the present sects, aiming to collaborate and assist each other with the southern continent and western continent alliances. The various sects responded unanimously, electing King as the leader of the alliance, a position he readily accepted. Seizing this opportunity, King also declared that he was open to taking more Dao companions. Numerous individuals stepped forward, and King gathered over 100 more Dao companions within the northern continent. Thus, King now had an astonishing 500 plus Dao companions. If not for his ability to create clones, it would have been overwhelming. With the southern continent, western continent, and northern continent under his control, including many excellent Dao companions, King set his sights on the eastern continent. This time, he planned to bring Rosa along, because he had promised Rosa that wherever he went, she would go too. King impregnated each of his newly acquired Dao companions and left a clone behind before heading to the eastern continent with Rosa. King and Rosa did not visit any sects first. Instead, they arrived at a mortal kingdom. Rosa found everything new and indulged in eating all along the way. Fortunately, no one was following them. Otherwise, Rosa's appetite would have surely frightened anyone. While they wandered and ate, a group of soldiers walked past, striking gongs and shouting. The National Preceptor is recruiting disciples. The Great Berkeley Zhenling is recruiting disciples. Everyone from the Fusion Realm, Heart Motion Realm, and Golden Core Realm can come. Spread the word. Feyfarens are prioritized. Upon hearing this, King laughed. Goodness, the same hobby? I need to intercept this. Bartolomeangian, we're both at the Golden Core Realm. Let's sign up. Rosa rolled her eyes at him. You only think about finding wives. This sugar figurine is so delicious. Why don't you eat it? King looked at the sugar figurine. Yes, it looks good. You eat it. Rosa hit him. You haven't even tried it yet. King replied. I sensed its taste with my divine consciousness. Rosa asked, is that the same? You need to use your mouth to eat. If you don't, I won't accompany you. King sighed. Fine, I'll eat it. Arriving outside the royal palace, King noticed many people signing up. He used his divine consciousness to scan the crowd, discovering the majority were from the Fusion Realm, numbering about several hundred. Fewer were from the Heart Motion Realm, around 100, and even fewer from the Golden Core Realm, only a handful. Apart from King and Rosa, the remaining 3 Golden Core cultivators were women. Many knew each other and were chatting in a chaotic manner. Bartolomeangian, King understood why there were so many people. It turned out that this National Preceptor, Great Berkeley Zhenling, had already spread the news nationwide, calling upon cultivators from the Fusion Realm, Heart Motion Realm, and Golden Core Realm to sign up. Other conditions were also clearly stated, including the teaching of Dao techniques, granting of magic artifacts, and even promises of official positions within the court. The soldiers' announcements today were mainly to inform everyone to sign up at the royal palace. Great Berkeley Zhenling had been famous overseas, slaying numerous demons and unruly cultivators, even killing the previous National Preceptor. He was then appointed as the National Preceptor by the king. Many low-level cultivators admired him, and naturally, many responded to Great Berkeley Zhenling's call to recruit disciples. After listening, King whispered, this Zhenling must have ulterior motives. He certainly isn't doing this purely for righteousness. Rosa asked curiously, how do you know? King chuckled. Otherwise? How convenient that the previous National Preceptor was evil and needed killing just as he arrived. In recruiting widely, especially prioritizing Feyfarens, there's definitely something fishy. Rosa nodded. Oh, sounds like something you do. King was speechless. But upon reflection, if this National Preceptor were indeed evil, he might do such things. King scratched his head. No, I'm different. If I were doing this, I'd only accept female disciples. No, only Dao companions. Rosa covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I get it. You're a big playboy who doesn't even bother hiding it. King proudly said, that's right. I'm a noble gentleman who openly recruits Dao companions. As they waited in line, they entered the palace and began formal registration. They registered under their real names, but listed themselves as 5th-layer Golden Core Realm cultivators and independent practitioners. Behind them were the 3 female Golden Core cultivators. While registering, King quietly noted their information. Next, they moved to a square where several officials tested the registrant strength using various magic tools. Hashtag Chapter 77, the Spirit Taming Sect. After the tests, it turned out that everyone passed. Then the group entered another grand hall, lining up according to their registration order. A person walked up on the stage and began preaching the doctrines of the Spirit Taming Sect. Our Spirit Taming Sect is the closest to heavenly Dao, the most perfect, the most. All the cultivation techniques you practiced before were impure. They allow various spirits and demons from the world to possess your bodies. You must use your true hearts to suppress them. Thank the Gabriel, who will grant each of you a spirit taming pill. The spirit taming pill will expel the spirits and demons within you, purifying your body. At this point, someone with a tray started distributing pills to the registrants. King smiled. It sounds like the heavenly spirit marrow cleansing pill. This Gabriel is much more generous than I am. I only reward after my Dao companion gives birth. Here, he rewards upon meeting. Rosa remarked, he's definitely scamming people. What do you plan to do? King replied, let's see what he's up to. We'll at least meet him first. They whispered back and forth as they watched the spirit taming sect members distribute the pills to all the registrants, who then consumed them. King murmured, strange. Why are they so obedient? As he pondered, he extended his divine senses to investigate the surroundings. During his search, he discovered something unusual. The grand hall was lined with many spirit stones arranged in a formation that was currently operating slowly. This is an illusionary array, assisting mind control spells. However, it doesn't work on us, which is why I didn't notice it earlier. King initially thought it was just the sect's decorative style but realized its true purpose now. Rosa commented, this National Preceptor clearly has ulterior motives. King nodded. Let's not alarm anyone. We'll pretend to take the pill. With their cultivation levels, consuming it wouldn't be an issue, but King and Rosa cast an illusion to make others believe they had taken the pill while storing the actual pill. After consuming the pills, the registrants quickly exhibited unusual behavior. Their movements became stiff, and their eyes blank. King silently thought, no wonder the highest requirement was the Golden Core Realm. He wasn't worried about low-level cultivators being unteachable, but rather feared the array and pills wouldn't work on higher levels. He and Rosa also pretended to be dazed as they followed the crowd inside. They went through a corridor into a smaller hall. This hall couldn't accommodate everyone, so the sect members organized them into lines to enter one by one. King moved slowly, using his divine senses to feel out the situation inside. In the hall was an altar-like platform where a person adorned in luxurious attire sat. It was undoubtedly the national preceptor, the Gabriel. The front of the line reached the altar, and a registrant stepped forward to sit opposite the Gabriel. The Gabriel looked at him and smiled approvingly. Excellent, let me purify your soul. He raised a staff and waved it, causing the altar to activate. A force entered the registrant's body, making him gradually turn transparent. The man even wore a look of comfort. Ah, the demon within me is leaving. His body emitted a blinding light before vanishing completely. His clothes fell onto the altar and were picked up by nearby sect members and discarded. On the other side, a beam of white light rose from the Gabriel's seat and was absorbed by him. Next, another registrant was guided to the altar by sect members. Seeing a Faefaran, the Gabriel's eyes lit up. Great, let's start with dual cultivation. The woman, hearing this, nodded and began undressing. At that moment, King burst in. Monster, so you're devouring people here. King brandished his Crimson Sun sword and attacked the Gabriel directly. The Gabriel remained unperturbed, waving his staff to unleash a white light towards the sword. Another disobedient cultivator. Before he could finish, the Crimson Sun sword shattered his spell and pierced toward him. Reacting instinctively, he used his spiritual energy to protect himself and was sent flying, slamming against the wall. Oh no! Seize him! The Gabriel assumed it was a celestial human realm cultivator secretly registering. Now, seeing this, he realized it was at least a 9th layer soul departure realm. Upon his command, all the sect members inside and outside the hall rushed towards King. At this moment, Rosa flicked her sleeve, summoning numerous water sleeves from her netherworld robe, killing all the sect members instantly. The Gabriel sucked in a cold breath and immediately knelt down. Hero, spare me. Please don't kill me. King smirked. Oh, do you have a master in the upper realms too? The Gabriel shook his head vigorously. No. All these cultivators' souls are linked to mine. If you kill me, they'll die too. King nodded. So they're connected to you? That complicates things, doesn't it? The Gabriel hastily laughed. Yes. Just don't kill me, and anything you want, I can give you. King's smile froze. To hell with you. He thrust the Crimson Sun sword forward, piercing the Gabriel through. What? How? King pointed with his hand, causing the sword's power to explode, slaying the Gabriel instantly. You think I can't see through your lies? King retracted his sword and heard the room erupt in confusion. How did I get here? Where's the Gabriel? I remember we were supposed to expel the spirits inside us. King shouted. Everyone, the Gabriel was a fraud. He's a demonic cultivator who lured you here to eat you. Panic spread throughout the hall as everyone began talking amongst themselves. King shook his head and prepared to leave. Just then, a large group of people entered, positioning themselves along the walls. King noticed they were officials from the government. Sure enough, after the soldiers positioned themselves, over a dozen cultivators entered, surrounding a commoner. My national preceptor. Where is my national preceptor? King shouted back. I've killed your national preceptor. Who knows if eating people here is illegal? The king hesitated, turning to look at the cultivators around him. One of them said, Your Majesty, the Gabriel is dead, and those disciples are dead too. The king nodded, and without hesitation knelt before King Sergio, paying respects to the High Immortal. The cultivators beside him also bowed. Greetings, High Immortal. Chapter 78. The Fire Deity Sect. Rock smiled. This bunch sure knew their trade well. It seemed they had been doing the same when the previous royal advisor was killed. Alright, all of you can get up. Upon hearing this, the king and the cultivators stood up with smiles. Rock asked again, Your country is called Black Emilianakan Kingdom. Is there a White Phoenix Kingdom nearby? The king looked puzzled. Reply to the exalted immortal, there's no White Phoenix Kingdom around here. Rock waved his hand. Just joking earlier. The king hesitated for a moment, then laughed heartily, followed by the surrounding cultivators who also laughed as if they understood. Rock said to Rosa, Let's go. Rosa nodded, and the two were about to leave when the king knelt down again. Exalted immortal, please be our kingdom's royal advisor. Rock replied, Oh, what benefits does being a royal advisor entail? The king hurriedly answered, The royal advisor enjoys the reverence and support of Black Emilianakan Kingdom, with all expenses covered. You can establish a state religion and widely accept disciples. Rock nodded. So, being a royal advisor is quite a prestigious position, but I'm not interested. Seeing Rock really meant to leave, the king was almost in tears. Exalted immortal. Other countries have royal advisors. If we don't have one, it's all over for us. Rock was taken aback. Every country had a royal advisor? The eastern continent seemed different from the other 3 continents. He hadn't heard of such practices elsewhere. He guessed these royal advisors were probably similar to Jinling Berkeley. None of them were good apples. Rock pointed at the cultivators beside the king and asked, What about them? The king replied, They are my relatives, but the highest cultivation among them is only celestial human realm, not enough to match other countries' royal advisors. Rock shook his head. No worries. If you lack a royal advisor, others will come forward eventually. If another Jinling Berkeley appears to cause chaos, I'll handle it. Although Rock currently had no foothold in the eastern continent, he wasn't considering becoming a royal advisor. After all, people generally had negative impressions of royal advisors. If time permitted, he could start his own sect. For now, he'd just enjoy meals with Rosa and observe the situation in the eastern continent. This time, as Rock and Rosa walked out, the king didn't dare say anything more and simply escorted them respectfully. Those who had registered began leaving. Many Faefarans caught up to Rock. Exalted immortal, please take us in. We have nowhere else to go. We'll do anything. Rock smiled. Just arrived in the eastern continent, and casually showcasing his cultivation prowess had earned him so many admirers. Though tempted to accept them all, it would complicate matters. He still needed to spend time with Rosa, and too many people wouldn't fit into restaurants. I'm just a wandering cultivator without a cave heaven. How about this? 3 of you at Golden Core stage follow me. The rest can stay in Black Emilianakan Kingdom. Assume official positions for now. I'll come back later. The 3 Golden Core cultivators were delighted, while the others felt somewhat disappointed but appreciated having a place to stay, plus Rock promised to return, which was reassuring. Rock added, you in the Celestial Human stage, come here. The woman at Celestial Human 9th stage approached. Exalted Immortal, I am Bartolomeo Dancio, Celestial Human 9th stage, a wandering cultivator, willing to follow you anywhere. Rock nodded. Good. I have a task for you. Here's a communication artifact. Stay here and contact me if necessary. Take care of the sisters for now. Bartolomeo Dancio had hoped to be included in the chosen group and mention her near Golden Core cultivation status, but being entrusted by Rock was still an honor. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Bartolomeo Dancio will fulfill the mission. Rock nodded. Go find the king and tell him to arrange appropriate positions for you, ensuring ample supply of spirit stones and elixirs. Bartolomeo Dancio led the group to the king, who promptly gave them treatment befitting a royal advisor. Recalling Rock's words about handling future troublemakers like Shinling Berkeley, the king assumed it was just politeness. Now, with the communication artifact left behind, it was genuine. With such a powerful protector, Black Emilianakan Kingdom wouldn't easily be bullied by neighboring countries. Rock, Rosa, and the newly joined 3 Golden Core Feyfarans continued eastward. Enjoying food along the way, they entered the next country, not the White Phoenix Kingdom but the White Sheep Kingdom. Black Emilianakan Kingdom was named after its abundant black chickens. This land was known for its sheep. The streets were lined with barbecue stands, where Rosa indulged happily. While eating, someone fell from the sky, landing on the street. Describing it as falling was apt because the woman was bleeding profusely and clearly injured. Soon after, another figure flew in from the horizon, casting spells before even reaching the ground. The woman rolled away to dodge the spell, which struck the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere, sending bystanders into panic. Rosa waved her sleeve to block the attack. My skewers are all covered in dust. Rock frowned, looking up. Fighting on the streets was unheard of in the northern continent. Cultivators usually resolved conflicts outdoors or at mountain gates, unless it was a demonic cultivator seeking prey. Clearly, this person was no good. After dodging the spell, the woman tried to fly away but stumbled. The attacker descended, laughing. Ha ha ha, nowhere to run. Come back and be my sacrifice. The woman struggled to her feet. I'd rather die here. Come and kill me. The attacker landed and approached her. I can't bear to kill you. I want to. Before he finished, a spell flew from the roadside. Flying Fire Meteor. The attacker cast protective spells but was sent flying. With everyone scattered, Rock could now act freely. The attacker screamed and returned. Who attacked me? Rock asked. Hey, who are you? Why chase this woman? The attacker shouted. I'm a guardian of the Fire Deity sect. Who dares to interfere with Fire Deity sect's affairs? Rock shook his head. Seems you're no use for intel. Flying Fire Meteor. As he spoke, Rock cast another spell, much stronger than before. The guardian's protective spells were shattered in one hit, and he lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 79. The National Sacrificial Ceremony. The woman quickly knelt down and thanked him. Thank you, Immortal. As soon as she finished speaking, her strength gave out, and she collapsed on the ground. Rock stepped forward to help her up and fed her a return-to-spring pill. Quickly take this medicine. Without thinking, the woman swallowed it. Instantly, she felt rejuvenated, as if basking in a spring breeze, and all her internal and external injuries vanished. Ah, an elixir. Such a precious thing. Rock smiled slightly. No matter how precious something is, it should be used. If you're injured, you need to take medicine. Come, sit down and talk. Rock pulled the woman and sat with her at the table. The skewers from before were ruined, and now the shopkeeper had run away. Rosa personally picked up raw meat skewers and began grilling. My own cooking is much more fragrant. These shopkeepers have poor skills. Pass me the spices. The woman was astonished. These immortals were actually eating at a roadside stall and doing it themselves. Rock asked, what grievances do you have with that man? And what did he mean by sacrifices? The woman sighed and recounted her story. Her name was Chloe, and she had been cultivating in the Fire God sect since childhood. She eventually reached the first stage of the Golden Core realm and became the Sacred Maiden. However, she then learned that she would be sacrificed. The Fire God sect was the national religion of the White Sheep Kingdom, and this sacrificial ceremony was to pray for blessings from the heavens, ensuring favorable weather and national peace. But she had no idea about this until recently. After reaching the Golden Core realm, she naturally didn't want to become a sacrifice and fled. The Protector pursued her with his men. She killed his subordinates but couldn't match the Protector's strength. However, the Protector didn't want to kill her and let her escape. Eventually, he knocked her out of the sky, and she had almost given up hope when Rock saved her from the roadside. After listening to her, Rock sneered, favorable weather and national peace? By sacrificing live humans? I suspect the Fire God sect is composed of demonic cultivators. Only they would engage in such practices. Chloe asked, demonic cultivators? What are those? Rock was speechless. Raised in a sect, Chloe wouldn't understand easily. You'll learn over time. Let's focus on how to destroy the Fire God sect. Chloe didn't fully understand the Fire God sect either. She mostly just cultivated, with resources provided by others. After recounting what she knew, Rock nodded. To cut off the roots, we must find the Patriarch first. Direct assault risks him escaping or being absent. I have a plan. We'll send you back. During the ceremony, the Patriarch will surely appear. Chloe nodded solemnly. All right. I'm willing to die if it means destroying the Fire God sect. Rock shook his head. I won't let you die. I'll protect you. The Fire God sect had a residence in the capital of the White Sheep Kingdom, where Chloe usually cultivated. Rock tied her up, carried her on his shoulder, and came to the door. I've brought back your sacred maiden. What rewards can I expect? The guards were delighted. Finally caught her. The ceremony is almost beginning. Where are the protector and his men? Rock took out the protector's body from his storage ring. The protector was killed. Before dying, he told me to bind the sacred maiden and deliver her for a reward. The guard replied, there's definitely a reward. Follow me to see the high priest. Someone carried the protector's body, and they walked into a huge building. Looking up, Bartolome and Deoxuan noted it wasn't much different from the royal palace of Wuji Kingdom. After reporting, Bartolome and Deoxuan and company entered. On the main seat sat the high priest, with over 10 priests sitting on both sides. Through his divine sense, Bartolome and Deoxuan sensed that the high priest was at the out-of-body realm, while the other priests ranged from heavenly tribulation to golden core realms. The fire god sect seemed quite powerful. The patriarch was likely at the peak 9th layer of the out-of-body realm. Seeing the sacred maiden on Bartolome and Deoxuan's shoulder, the high priest beamed. Great! The sacrifice has returned. Young man, you've done well. You can claim your reward later. What is your cultivation level? I am at the 9th layer of the heavenly tribulation realm. The high priest's eyes lit up, higher than the protector. Would you like to join our sect? I'll recommend you as the protector. To meet the patriarch, Bartolome and Deoxuan gladly accepted, willing to serve the fire god sect. The high priest laughed heartily. Fantastic. Send the sacred maiden to prepare for the ceremony. Protector, come with me. People carried Chloe away. Bartolome and Deoxuan wasn't worried because Rosa was watching secretly. Following the high priest, Bartolome and Deoxuan entered a room but didn't see the patriarch. The high priest invited him to dine, though it was merely some ambrosia. While eating, Bartolome and Deoxuan thought, this isn't as good as Rosa's grilled skewers. Soon, people carried large boxes full of treasures inside. The high priest smiled. This is your reward for capturing the sacred maiden. Serve us well, and rewards will keep coming. Bartolome and Deoxuan received them without hesitation, pretending to be pleased despite their mediocrity. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Do fire god sect protectors not require the patriarch's endorsement? When will I meet him? The high priest responded, no need. I can approve this. The patriarch is preparing for the ceremony, and you'll meet him then. Bartolome and Deoxuan didn't wait long. The next day, the White Sheep Kingdom's sacrificial ceremony began. Outside the fire god sect's residence, crowds gathered amid drumbeats. In the center of the square stood a large platform with a pile of firewood, the place of sacrifice. According to Chloe, each generation's sacred maiden was bound here, purified by holy fire, ascended to heaven to meet the fire god, and bless the kingdom. During the holy fire purification, white light would shoot upward, indicating the sacred maiden's ascent. Bartolome and Deoxuan knew it wasn't just burning alive. There was something else involved. As the protector, he attended the ceremony, but he secretly created a clone to check on the sacred maiden. Greetings, protector. How's the sacrifice? The sacrifice is inside. Good, I'll check on her. Chapter 80. Refining humans into pills. King's clone entered the room and saw Chloe again. She was now dressed in a holy maiden ceremonial attire, giving off an air of solemnity. However, the ropes around her body and the cloth stuffed in her mouth added a strange feeling to the scene. Nice, very pretty. With that, King used his magic power to create a humanoid form resembling Chloe dressed in the same attire. Alright, you hide with Bartolome Angian for now. Let's wait until the era comes out. Holding the real Chloe, King concealed their presence and flew into the sky, handing her over to Rosa. I'm leaving it to you. I'll wait for the era below. Alright. Rosa nodded, and then King retracted this clone, disappearing without a trace. Once Rosa untied the ropes and removed the cloth from Chloe's mouth, she asked, where did Lord Bartolomean go? Such amazing magic. Logically, there was no need for King to use invisibility spells in front of them. Rosa explained, he withdrew his clone. Chloe puzzled, clone? Rosa replied, yes, precisely called an external manifestation. It's a cultivation technique achievable only at the divided soul realm. Chloe was stunned. Divided soul realm? Isn't the lower realm limited to out-of-body realm? Why hasn't he ascended to the upper realm? Or is he from the upper realm? Rosa responded, it's a long story. Actually, I am the one from the upper realm. At the sacrificial ceremony, the holy maiden had already been bound to the pillar, and the sacred fire, ignited by the fire god sect's high priest, was blazing. Through his magical projection, King sensed the force of the sacred fire. Clearly, this was alchemy magic. The altar was nothing but an open-air cauldron. The fire god sect actually refined humans into pills. Unbelievably, this evil spell wasn't something other sects had. The surrounding crowd went wild as the ceremony officially began. May the sacred flame protect our White Sheep clan. Thank the holy maiden for blessing us. Bring greetings to the fire god on our behalf. King was speechless. If it were a real holy maiden up there, it was uncertain if she would greet the fire god, but definitely not these people or their families. Bless us? What a bunch of brainwashed fools. While controlling the magical holy maiden figure, King secretly placed a 9 turns golden pill on the altar. The high priest, with his level of cultivation, noticed nothing unusual. As the altar's magic power activated, a white beam soared into the sky, causing surrounding believers to kneel and pray again. The high priest rambled a lot, then instructed the believers to continue their revelry while he flew down holding the 9 turns golden pill. Protector, come with me to see the era. Great, finally, we can meet the era. King followed the high priest into a mountain beside the capital. This was a spirit vein site, but no buildings were visible. Evidently, the era was hidden here. King thought, thankfully, I didn't attack directly. Otherwise, the era might have escaped. Landing in the valley, the high priest cast a spell to activate a mechanism, revealing a huge stone door. They entered through it. The high priest explained, this is the era's sanctum. If not for presenting the immortal pill, even I wouldn't be allowed in. King nodded, guessing the era was either recuperating or advancing to the divided soul realm here. As they walked deeper, the doors behind them closed slowly. A few figures flew in just before the doors shut completely. Following the high priest deeper, the number of crystal wall lamps increased, becoming more ornate. Finally, they reached a large stone chamber lit brilliantly by the surrounding crystals. At the end of the chamber, King saw the fire god sect's era. He looked undamaged, indicating he had been meditating here. Smelling the aroma of the pill, the era opened his eyes immediately. So fragrant. Bring it here quickly. The high priest ran over and presented the pill. Era, this is the newly refined immortal pill. Grasping it, the era swallowed it whole. Excellent. The quality is superb. He felt a surge, as if he was about to reach the divided soul realm. Noticing King, the era asked, "Who is that person?" The high priest replied, "He's the new protector." Before the era could speak further, distant sounds of breaking air and strong magic power interrupted. What is that? King stood watching as the era consumed the 9 turns golden pill. He was waiting for someone. Rosa and Chloe soon appeared, standing beside him. Seeing the era, Chloe couldn't contain her rage. "You beast, trying to burn me alive to refine a pill?" Shocked, the era and the high priest stammered. "Why aren't you dead? Who are you people?" "Protector, what does this mean?" King smiled faintly. "I'm here to avenge Chloe." Enraged, the era retorted, "Chloe, I sheltered and taught you, yet you show no gratitude and collude with outsiders to assassinate me?" Chloe snapped, "Gratitude? By being refined into a pill? I'd rather be immortal." Era snarled, "Immortal? You lack ambition." King said firmly, "Enough. He's lost his mind. Kill the boss." Drawing the Crimson Sun sword, King lunged at the era. The era laughed, "Do you have the strength?" Pulling out a staff and drawing a circle, the crystals in the walls shot towards King. Ignoring them, he kept control of the Crimson Sun sword, aiming at the era. Suddenly, the high priest leaped in front of the sword, using his full power to block it. By time for the era. Before he could finish, the Crimson Sun sword pierced through him. But then, the era's attack arrived. The crystals formed an array, encircling King and company. Rosa calmly remarked, "Even a grain of sand can sparkle?" Swinging the Qingming sword, myriad hellfires flew out, shattering the crystals. The era exclaimed, all inborn treasures." Pressing a button on his seat, the platform beneath him moved to help him escape downward. But it was too late. The Crimson Sun sword was already upon him. Thud. The Crimson Sun sword pierced the era, flames bursting out and burning him to black charcoal. Retrieving the Crimson Sun sword, King watched the era's body fall into the secret escape passage. He sure put up quite a fight at his lair, King chuckled. Chapter 81. A place to settle. Rock led the group away from the cave, looking into the distance from the sky. Rosa asked, "Should we destroy that fire god sect?" Rock shook his head. "Forget it. The fire god sect no longer has any experts. It will soon be destroyed by others." In truth, Rock thought the people here had already been made ignorant by the fire god sect, and he didn't want to occupy this place. However, he did need a place to settle down now. His fellow cultivators needed to cultivate, and they also required a peaceful place for rest. By the way, do you know which country doesn't have a state religion? Chloe shook her head. She had cultivated in the fire god sect since childhood and naturally didn't know. Without needing to ask Rosa, one of the other 3 said, "The Sunrise Kingdom doesn't have a state religion or a national teacher, but that country is too small and very poor." Rock replied, "It's fine. I'm not going to exploit the people. Let's go there." Can I go with you?" Chloe timidly asked. Rock smiled slightly. "Of course you can." Chloe jumped with joy. "Great." The Sunrise Kingdom was named so due to its elevated location, allowing it to witness sunrise early and enjoy prolonged daylight. But now dark clouds hovered over the royal palace. "Ha ha ha. I told you. None of you are my match. If I didn't want you as my servants, I would have killed all of you long ago. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you kneeling and pledging allegiance to me as the leader of my netherworld cult?" Inside the palace, the faces of the cultivators were grim. They hadn't expected such a seemingly innocent-looking girl to be so powerful. King Judah, a second-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator, had been utterly defeated by her. Judging by her magic power, she was on par with the king. Her main advantage lay in that powerful magical artifact. "My lord, should we agree to her demands?" Judah gritted his teeth. "No, look at what these demonic cultivators have done to other countries." Someone beside him said, "But my lord, we can't fight her." Judah stood up, leaning on the sunrise sword. "I'll lure her away to another place." "My lord, don't. She'll come back after killing you." "Yes, my lord, keep your strength for another day." In the sky, the demonic girl shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you surrendering? My netherworld cult is the best sect in the world. It's your fortune to be chosen by me." At this moment, someone called from the horizon, "Netherworld cult? What's so great about it?" The demonic girl in the sky snapped, "Who's there? What does this have to do with you?" Rock flew closer, calmly saying, "The Sunrise Kingdom is a place I've chosen." The demoness grew even angrier. "I got here first. You." She stopped mid-sentence, then tilted her head to look at Rock. "You're quite handsome. Be my servant." "No, wait. I'll specially appoint you as my steward." Rock couldn't help but laugh. He had met many who tried to win him over, but never one who turned around and wanted to recruit him instead. "Servant? Steward? On what grounds?" The demoness frowned. "To be appointed as steward isn't enough for you?" She lifted her leg and touched it with her hand. "Fine. I'll let you lick my foot." Rock chuckled, not interested. Hearing this, the demoness eyebrows shot up. You choose punishment over kindness. See if I don't capture you." With a wave of her hand, she sent out the dark netherworld banner. Black clouds formed in the sky and shot towards Rock. Rock swung the red yang sword, slicing through the clouds one by one. "Do you want to fight?" Let's see what you can do. Flying fire meteor. The red yang sword flew out of his hand, aiming straight at the demoness. She waved the dark netherworld banner again. Black clouds enveloped the red yang sword, wrapping it up. Rock urged the red yang sword forward, but the demoness summoned more black clouds, extinguishing the flames of the red yang sword. What? Is this an ultimate demon treasure? An ultimate demon treasure, comparable in power to innate spirit treasures, generally required strange methods of creation. While ultimate demon treasures could be created by lower realm demonic cultivators, unlike innate spirit treasures, they were still rare. Rock had only heard of one, the Blood Pagoda. Where did you get this thing? Rock retrieved the red yang sword and asked. The demoness grinned. Hee, scared now? I stole it from my father. Rock frowned. There were such powerful demonic cultivators in the eastern continent. No wonder they were rampant in this area. Today, he would take this demoness prisoner and interrogate her thoroughly. Bartolomeangian, lend me the Azure Abyss sword. Rosa complied, retrieving the Azure Abyss sword and tossing it to Rock. With the Azure Abyss sword in hand, Rock took a deep breath and thrust it toward the demoness. The demoness laughed. Ha ha ha. Still coming? You're no match for me. She waved the dark netherworld banner again, using dark clouds to grab the Azure Abyss sword. But this time it failed. After the clouds surrounded the sword, it immediately broke free. The demoness was shocked. It's of the same nature. Her dark netherworld banner had a suppressive effect on the extremely young red yang sword, neutralizing attacks, but it couldn't against the Azure Abyss sword. She quickly changed tactics, retracting the clouds back into the banner. By then, the Azure Abyss sword had reached the demoness. Rock, having never used the Azure Abyss sword before, merely activated its inherent properties with his magical power rather than casting spells. The demoness reacted quickly, transforming the banner into a massive version, emitting black rays that clashed directly with the Azure Abyss sword. Due to their matching natures, neither side used sophisticated spells, resulting in a primal battle. King Judah watched from the ground, worried. Can this person defeat the demoness? Someone nearby said, My lord, this man also covets our sunrise kingdom. He did say the kingdom is his chosen place. Judah shook his head. But this person is ultimately a cultivator. See how his initial weapon was extremely young. And he's far more rational than that deranged demoness. They pondered for a moment. You're right. Let's hope this cultivator wins. In the air, Rock and the demoness had fought for dozens of rounds. Rock had expended little energy, while the demoness was struggling to hold on. Hashtag chapter 82. The Rising Sun Kingdom, the Dawn Ascension sect. You're crafty. I won't play with you anymore, the demoness yelled. She released another massive cloud of darkness and dove into it, flying toward the horizon. Rock was not about to let her escape. He returned the Qingming sword to Rosa and retrieved the 4 swords of extermination. Help me intercept her. Rosa nodded and joined Rock in pursuit. The 4 swords of extermination flew the fastest, slicing through several patches of dark clouds, causing the demoness to shriek and dodge frantically. Rosa seized the opportunity to catch up, unleashing streams of netherworld fire from the Qingming sword to block the demoness' black cloud. Rock followed suit, controlling the 4 swords of extermination to seal off her escape routes. I surrender. I surrender. The demoness descended to the ground, and Rock and Rosa landed beside her, surrounding her from both sides. The demoness retracted her dark clouds, and then put away her banner of netherworld. Why can your sword spit out netherworld fire? What do you have to do with our demon sealing sect? Rosa shook her head. I don't know what the demon sealing sect is. This sword was a gift from my husband. The demoness turned to Rock. Where did you get that sword? Rock thought to himself that it was a reward from the system, but as for where the system got it, he had no clue. My sword was also a gift from someone else. What's with your demon sealing sect? Mentioning the demon sealing sect, the demoness opened up and gave them a lesson. The demon sealing sect was a demonic cultivation sect on the eastern continent, established above the netherworld abyss. They guarded the abyss, preventing others from entering while simultaneously harnessing its energy for their cultivation. Their magic could be divided into 2 types. One directly utilized netherworld energy, like the demoness, and the other used netherworld fire. The Qingming sword resembled their sect's magical artifacts, which was why she asked. After listening, Rock nodded. If what she said was true, then the demon sealing sect likely didn't eat people. Be it mortals or cultivators, their essences were too mixed, definitely inferior to pure netherworld energy. Especially after absorbing a large amount of netherworld energy, absorbing others' powers would be difficult to refine. As for the Qingming sword, according to the system's description, it was crafted from the stones at the eye of the netherworld abyss, suggesting a connection with the demon sealing sect. Winifred, why is your sect called the demon sealing sect? Did it seal a demonic cultivator? Winifred rolled her eyes. How would I know? The sect was founded long before my time. Rock was speechless. Forget it, I won't ask. You've been defeated, and are now my captive. Hand over the banner of netherworld first. Winifred quickly clutched her storage ring. What? No way. It's mine. Rock glared at her. Isn't it your father's? Winifred retorted. But it belongs to our family. Rock's face hardened, and the 4 swords of extermination hovered around Winifred, encircling her. I'll kill you if you don't hand it over. Winifred pouted. Fine, take it, take it. You won't know how to use it anyway. She obediently took out the banner of netherworld and threw it to Rock, who passed it to Rosa. Check this out. Rosa received it, sensing it with her divine consciousness, then tossed it into the air, releasing swirling black clouds. Rosa had already mastered the Qingming sword, so using an artifact from the same source was second nature to her. Winifred widened her eyes. How is that possible? I studied for half a year. Rock smiled faintly. We're at the Spirit Division realm. How significant is this trinket? Winifred scoffed. Spirit Division realm? Don't brag. How could there be Spirit Division cultivators in the lower realms? Rock chuckled. What if I'm from the upper realms? Winifred sneered. From the upper realms? That's a coincidence only you'd have. Running into me? Besides, the demon sealing sect has connections in the upper realms. Who would dare to mess with us? Rock replied, are you that formidable? Yet, we still managed to seize your banner of Netherworld. Winifred pouted, staring longingly at the banner floating in the sky like a child deprived of a beloved toy. Rock sighed. All right, put it away. Let's go see the palace. Rosa complied and put away the banner. Winifred reluctantly followed behind, her eyes brimming with tears. Reuniting with the other three, they returned to the palace. Gainer and the others were waiting anxiously, wondering who had won. When they saw everyone return together, confusion spread among them. Approaching the ground, Rock announced, this little demoness has been subdued. You needn't worry. Gainer hastily bowed. Thank you, immortal kin. Or we would have been forced to establish our national religion. Rock said calmly, coincidentally, I plan to establish a national religion here. What? Gainer and the others were stunned. How did they escape one wolf's den only to fall into another tiger's lair? Rock waved his hand. There's no need to panic. I'm different from other imperial masters. Just give us suitable places for cultivation without requiring any other offerings. Gainer probed, no festivals or sacrifices needed? Rock shook his head. No, I just need a place to settle, and then recruit disciples. Everyone was puzzled. Others recruited disciples, yet he wanted to recruit companions? My indeed. Yet, this was undoubtedly better than having typical imperial masters. Gainer agreed. All right, I'll have someone prepare a prime location immediately. Rock nodded. Refer to us as the Dawn Ascension sect publicly. Also, rest assured, if demonic cultivators harass the Rising Sun Kingdom, I will intervene. Gainer and the others rejoiced. Compared to other imperial masters, Rock was a living deity. They promptly welcomed Rock and his group into the palace, offering generous hospitality. Rosa feasted joyfully, while Winifred sulked, resentful that these privileges should have been hers. The Dawn Ascension sect of the Rising Sun Kingdom was soon established. Rock issued a decree to widely recruit companions, promising the 9 refined golden pill upon childbirth. This attracted many Feyfarens at the 9th level heart-stirring stage. Rock selected a few, and immediately granted them the pill to help them ascend to the golden core stage. Then, Rock proceeded to plant his seeds and wait for the harvest, since children born from golden core cultivators were far superior to those from heart-stirring ones. Moreover, he wasn't worried about them leaving after consumption. After all, everyone would want a second pill, a testament to human nature. Meanwhile, Rosa engaged in daily sparring sessions with Winifred. Chapter 83. Dare you make a bet with me? At first, Winifred wasn't convinced, but Rosa could easily overpower her without using any magical artifacts, beating her into submission. Then King also came to spar with her, similarly not using any magical artifacts. King used the Crimson Sun Divine Art, while Winifred used the Netherworld Divine Art. These two opposing elemental techniques could counter each other's moves, but after King's spells extinguished Winifred's, they could still continue attacking. Winifred's spells were all extinguished by King, leaving her no room for retaliation. Gradually, Winifred was thoroughly beaten into submission. You two at the Mind Division stage are bullying me at the Soul Emanation stage. That's cheating. King laughed and said, if you have the capability, try reaching the Mind Division stage yourself. Winifred puffed out her cheeks, glaring at King in a huff. King wanted to tease her further, but suddenly sensed strong fluctuations of magic power. He turned his head towards the south. Rosa and Winifred also noticed the target one after another. Winifred jumped up happily. It's my father. He's here. He'll beat you senseless in a moment. King smiled and said, we don't know who will be running scared yet. Dare you make a bet with me? Winifred, huh? You still dare to mention betting? What kind of bet? King, let's bet on who wins between me and your father. If I win, you have to agree to one thing for me. Winifred didn't even ask what it was, immediately responding, if you lose, you have to become my steward and return my Netherworld banner. Actually, this is 2 things, but King didn't mind. Alright, deal. Yes. Winifred leaped up in delight, then stared at King with sparkling eyes, almost drooling. King felt rather bewildered. Did this little demoness not know that he was at the Mind Division stage? Where did she get the confidence that her father would definitely win? At that moment, the person flew closer, and Winifred jumped up waving both hands. Father, I'm here. The person immediately flew down. Jian. King sized up the man. Tall stature, broad shoulders, rugged face, full of profound magic power. Is this Richard? Winifred had previously mentioned Richard, who was at the 9th level of the Soul Emanation stage, and had been stuck there for many years. King thought perhaps Winifred believed her father's deep magic power gave him a chance to win. Over there. Richard hugged Winifred joyfully for a moment before putting on a serious expression and saying, didn't I tell you not to quarrel with those national masters? Winifred stuck out her tongue. I know. That's why I found the Rising Sun Kingdom, which doesn't have a national master. Richard shook his head. Even if there isn't a national master now, there will be one in the future, leading to conflicts again. Our sealing demon sect only needs to guard the Netherworld abyss. Come, go back with me. King coughed. Rising Sun Kingdom now has a state religion, my Dawn Ascendancy sect, and I am the national master. Richard looked at King. Oh, my apologies. Saying this, Richard was about to leave. At this moment, 2 people blocked him. King, you can't leave yet. Winifred, father, you can't leave. Richard was baffled. It was one thing that King wouldn't let him go, but why did Jian stop him too? Why can't I leave? Jian, what's going on? King, I just made a bet with Bartolomeo Crazy. You need to compete with me. Winifred, he still has our Netherworld banner. Richard's face immediately darkened. Brat, how dare you take our sealing demon sect's treasure? King nodded. Aren't you convinced? Then let's do this. Saying this, King flew into the sky and drew the Crimson Sun sword. Richard also flew into the sky and drew his magic weapon. Winifred hadn't told King that this Netherworld Divine Sword was also a treasured artifact of the sealing demon sect, similar to the Azure Void Sword, forged from the Ice Stone of the Netherworld Abyss. and Winifred took the opportunity to take the Netherworld banner while her father was practicing with the Netherworld divine sword. Then, Winifred vanished. Richard spent nearly a year sending people to investigate before hearing that Winifred had come to the Rising Sun Kingdom. He thought Winifred was serving as the national master here, but never expected that someone else had captured her and taken away his Netherworld banner. Netherworld Fire Dragon. Richard raised the Netherworld divine sword, summoning a black fire dragon flying towards King. King countered, Meteor of Flying Fire. A flaming meteor flew forward, colliding with the Netherworld Fire Dragon. Boom. Yin and Yang flames collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Richard, you've got some skills. King, indeed, deep magic power. Go again. The two alternately used various fiery techniques, with continuous explosions echoing through the sky, shaking the earth with their magical aftershocks. Winifred cheered for her father. Give it all you've got. Kill him. Rosa smiled. Your husband is just playing with him. If he uses the 4 slaying swords, your father would have lost long ago. Winifred, humph. So what? But she knew the 4 slaying swords were indeed more powerful than the Crimson Sun sword. After saying that, she fell silent, watching the battle intensely. In the distance, inside the palace, Gainer was very anxious. What exactly is going on? Why aren't they coming back? Just then, the messenger returned. Report to the ruler, an external demon cultivator is battling the national master. Gainer hurriedly asked, who's winning? The foreigner and the national master are evenly matched, but a mortal way has not intervened, so the national master should win. Gainer breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Go down and receive your reward. Further away, the citizens also watched the aerial battle. There's another one fighting, not sure what's going on. Hope the national master wins. We can't afford to get one like the neighboring countries. True, this national master asks for nothing, truly rare. In the center of all attention, King and Richard fought fiercely. Richard, with many years of cultivation and profound magic power, faced King, who was at a higher realm with even stronger magic power. They had already exchanged over 100 rounds, and both were significantly drained. However, Richard distinctly felt that King remained composed, while he was breathing heavily. Richard needed a way to gracefully concede defeat. On the opposite side, King also felt it was time to wrap it up. Richard was close to exhausting his magic power. Considering he had his daughter in mind, he had to give him some face. King immediately summoned 2 avatars, one holding the Yin Yang Judge's brush, the other holding the Green Lotus treasure lamp, attacking Richard from different angles. Richard gaped in shock. Mind division stage? He quickly retreated, blocking while shouting, I surrender. Chapter 84. Another powerful foe. King immediately withdrew his avatar and magical treasures, clasping his hands as he said, haha. Indeed, Jagger Fang's magical prowess is profound. I admire it very much. Richard also returned the gesture and said, I didn't expect to encounter an expert of the Soul Division realm in the lower realms. My respects. The two landed on the ground, intending to continue chatting when Milagros jumped over. Dad, how can you admit defeat? Richard waved his hand. He is at the Soul Division stage while I am at the Astral Exit stage. Losing isn't shameful. Milagros grew anxious. But I already made a bet with him. Richard asked in surprise, oh, what was the bet? Milagros replied, if he wins, I have to agree to one thing for him. Richard nodded, smiling as he turned to King. So what do you want Xian to do? King smiled gently. Simple. Be my Dao companion. Milagros exclaimed in shock. What? No way. Can we switch? Richard immediately frowned at her. What kind of talk is that? If you make a bet, you should keep your word. There's no such thing as switching terms. Milagros pouted. Why should I marry him? Richard scolded her sternly. Isn't this a great opportunity? He is an extraordinary master of the Soul Division realm and possesses innate divine treasures. It's your good fortune that he favors you. Milagros instantly had tears welling up in her eyes, muttering indistinctly but saying nothing. Richard then chuckled and said to King, I've spoiled her too much. Girls can be a bit headstrong. She'll grow out of it in a few years. King nodded. No problem. I like her simple and honest personality. Richard was very pleased with King's words. Excellent, excellent. So when will the marriage take place? King replied, as soon as possible. They settled the matter with a few more exchanges of words. A month later, on an auspicious day, King and Milagros officially became Dao companions. Many people from the Devil Sealing sect came to celebrate their wedding, which was held amidst much merrymaking. Although Milagros still occasionally acted capriciously, she gradually accepted her fate under her father's guidance. 10 months later, Milagros gave birth to a son with a fire element root and the innate talent of the Netherworld body, scoring 98 points by the system's evaluation. King was extremely pleased. Cultivating near the Nether Abyss certainly produced different results. Next time, he should look for opportunities to visit the Devil Sealing sect again and bring back a few more Dao companions. Having such an outstanding child, the system rewards were also generous. It rewarded him with a cultivation technique called 9 Nether Heart Sutra and an acquired divine treasure called the Nether Mirror. King taught the 9 Nether Heart Sutra to Milagros and also gave her the Nether Mirror. Since the Nether banner was taken back by her father, Milagros only had a replica left, which she considered rubbish. But this Nether Mirror was far superior and easier to use. Once Milagros got her hands on it, she fell in love with it. Moreover, the 9 Nether Heart Sutra was a much stronger cultivation technique compared to her previous ones. Milagros was very happy. Suddenly, she felt that even though she couldn't establish a national religion, becoming the wife of the imperial advisor wasn't bad either. Richard was also delighted, spending his days doting on his grandson. Only after the full moon celebration did he leave. He left a communication treasure with Milagros, instructing her to contact him if anything happened. However, just as Richard returned to the Devil Sealing sect, a major event occurred. One day, while Richard was inquiring about sect affairs, a disciple reported, Jagger, immortal shadow from the evil shadow sect, and people from the Ghost Valley are here to pay homage. Richard frowned. Evil Shadow Sect? What are they doing here? The Evil Shadow Sect belonged to the upper realms, which he had heard mentioned by immortals before. However, why would they come down to discuss matters if they had issues? Nevertheless, since they had come, he could not avoid meeting them. Let them in. Disciples went to inform them, and soon, people from the Evil Shadow Sect and Ghost Valley entered. The leader of Ghost Valley, Chavez, walked in with a smile. Brother Feng, it has been many years. Richard greeted warmly. Brother Zhang, please sit down quickly. Who are these gentlemen? Chavez introduced. This is Senior Immortal Giacomo from the Evil Shadow Sect. And this is my son, Hernan. Richard bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Immortal. Giacomo nodded without speaking and sat down. It was still Chavez who spoke. He chatted casually with Richard for a few moments before getting to the point. My son has advanced to the astral exit realm this year, indicating his scholarly accomplishments. I'm quite satisfied. Oh, congratulations, truly. A tiger father doesn't have a dog child. Richard congratulated. Chavez smiled and nodded, then continued. I heard your daughter has reached the first layer of the astral exit realm as well. That makes us quite a match. Richard's face changed instantly. Brother Zhang, my daughter Xian is already married with a child. Chavez and Hernan exchanged looks, both wearing displeased expressions. Chavez glanced at Giacomo, who remained expressionless. Chavez had to continue. Brother Feng, are you kidding me? Richard shook his head. Such a big matter. Would I joke about it? Chavez furrowed his brows. If she can separate from that person, our families can still become in-laws. Hernan exclaimed in shock. Father, she already? Chavez barked. Quiet. Afterward, he cast a glance at Giacomo. Hernan, reluctantly, sat down sullenly. Richard now understood completely. They wanted control over the territory of the Devil Sealing Sect. The resources of the Nether Abyss were abundant, unsuitable for other sects' cultivation, but excellent for crafting magical treasures. Upper realm beings must have targeted the Devil Sealing Sect to craft innate divine treasures. Chavez coughed and said to Richard, if Brother Feng doesn't agree, we will have to find that man directly. Senior Immortal Giacomo is an expert of the 5th level fusion realm. I believe he can get the job done. Richard smiled. Oh, indeed an expert. Best of luck to all of you. This response stunned Chavez and company. Though the Devil Sealing Sect did have an upper sect, they wouldn't be so arrogant as to think no one could challenge them. Can't we deal with that man if we can't control the Devil Sealing Sect? Chavez looked at Giacomo, who nodded. Then Zhang will take his leave. Chavez and his party left swiftly. An elder of the Devil Sealing Sect asked, Jagger, should we contact the upper sect? Richard laughed confidently. No need. My son-in-law is very capable. The elder was startled. But this is an expert of the 5th level fusion realm. Your son-in-law is merely from the lower realms. Richard waved his hand. There's no need to worry. As long as he doesn't attack the Nether Abyss, the upper sect won't interfere. The elder pondered for a moment, then asked, shouldn't we bring Liao back? Richard waved again. No need. The elder was baffled. Was the Devil Sealing Sect's son-in-law really that strong? Chapter 85. 1,000,000 crystals. Leave her daughter. In the land of sunrise, everyone knew there was a national master named King, and a national religion called the Dongxing sect. However, this national religion had never organized any activities or accepted any favors. The only major thing the Dongxing sect did was recruit a batch of Dao companions, but those Feifarans all received the 9 Revolution Golden Pill. It seemed like King's sole purpose was to distribute benefits. But the National Berkeley had also repelled attacks from foreign cultivators, protecting the peace of Sunrise. With King around, people were confident that Sunrise would not have to worry about having a corrupt National Berkeley like some neighboring countries. One day, 3 individuals arrived at the capital city of Sunrise to ask for the location of the Dongxing sect. But ordinary citizens had no clue. Finally, they asked a cultivator who informed them that the Dongxing sect was located in a cultivation sanctuary within the capital. The 3 visitors formally requested an audience at Dongxing sect, where King received them in the Grand Hall. This time, Chavez and Hernan remained silent while Zane of the Evil Shadow sect directly took out a storage ring. This is 1,000,000 crystals. Leave Winifred. Puff. King sprayed his tea out. Ha ha ha. Jian, did you hear that? You're worth 1,000,000. Winifred stood up abruptly. Who are you? Are you insane? Zane glanced at her. Evil Shadow sect, Zane. By order of my sect, I'm here to arrange a marriage between Ghost Valley and Demon Seal sect. Winifred, Evil Shadow sect? Never heard of it. Zane ignored Winifred, flicked his wrists, and drew a pair of Amei daggers, looking at King. You either leave on your own, or I will make you leave. King sneered. I'd like to see who's leaving. He then withdrew the Scarlet Yang sword and flew into the sky. He clearly saw that among the 3, only Zane was a true expert. The other 2 were negligible. As long as he could kill Zane, it would be enough. Seeing King fly up, Zane followed him, his Amei daggers flickering, and a myriad of shadows stabbed towards King. King casually waved his sword. Wildfire rampage. Flames shot out, colliding with the dagger shadows and exploding. Immediately afterward, King withdrew the formation map of prostration, arranging the 5 elements mountain seal to form a defensive formation around himself. He discerned that Zane would use feints before sudden strikes. Since this was the case, King decided to focus on defense using the formation map of prostration while preparing to counterattack. Upon seeing King defend with a magical treasure, Zane quickly changed tactics. His left Amei dagger created a shadow that blocked the Scarlet Yang sword, while he threw a magical instrument towards King's protective barrier. The formation map of prostration automatically reacted, blocking the strike. King realized this way of fighting was too slow. He withdrew the Scarlet Yang sword and pulled out the slaughter array map. Zane thought he had an opening, so both Amei daggers flew off his hands, transforming into huge shadows stabbing at King's barrier, attempting to shatter it. However, when King unveiled the 4 swords of slaughter, Zane understood the severity of the situation. Zane immediately summoned numerous clones and recalled his daggers. King had anticipated this move, sensing from Zane's power earlier that he was at the fusion realm, capable of easily creating clones. This reaction was expected, and King was waiting for this moment. Once Zane split into clones, his power would disperse, unable to deliver a powerful strike. Taking advantage of this, King charged forward, with the 4 swords of slaughter array enveloping Zane. Oh no! Zane felt the danger and retreated towards the Grand Hall. He thought King wouldn't dare attack fully there. However, Rosa was not to be underestimated. Underworld devouring heaven. Rosa waved her sleeve, forming a sky-obscuring veil that swept towards Zane. Zane's heart sank. How strong were these lower realm cultivators? He immediately created a clone which voluntarily entered the veil, self-destructing. Seizing this opportunity, Zane fled to the side. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, King chased after him, with the 4 swords of slaughter poised to strike again, continuing to pursue Zane. Determined to break through, Zane used his Ame daggers, trying to charge past the divine sword. Rosa also pursued, aiming to assist King. Suddenly, Chavez gave Hernan a glance, and the two charged towards Winifred. Their plan was clear. If they could capture Winifred, they could use her as a hostage to escape. Then, negotiate with the Demon Seal sect to achieve their goals, ensuring generous rewards. Unfortunately, they severely underestimated Winifred's strength. She watched King dominate, feeling happy until she noticed Chavez and Hernan approaching. Instantly, her anger flared. Trash! Winifred withdrew the underworld mirror, reflecting upon them, causing dark flames to engulf the two. Startled, they hurriedly cast protective spells. Winifred altered her incantations, the underworld mirror flying above her head, casting dark light towards Hernan. Soul Devourer! Hernan's senses blurred, his protective spell shattered, enveloped by dark flames. Ah! Hearing his son's cry, Chavez quickly aided him. Spring Wind Soul Calm. Hernan's senses returned, hastily recasting protective spells. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Winifred attacked again. Dark energy from her palms trapped Chavez and Hernan in darkness. Divine Underworld Fire. The underworld mirror aimed at Hernan, emitting fierce dark flames that turned him into bones instantly. Hernan, only newly advanced to out-of-corporeal realm, was no match for Winifred, who practiced the 9 Nether Heart scripture, enhancing her powers to 3rd level out-of-corporeal realm. With the aid of the innate spiritual treasure, Underworld Mirror, Hernan stood no chance. As Chavez freed himself from the dark energy, he saw his son's remains. Shao Lai. I'll kill you. Ignoring his cries, Winifred turned the mirror, preparing to attack Chavez. But Chavez pretended to fight back, turning to flee. Winifred tried to chase, but was a step too late. After all, Chavez was a 9th level out-of-corporeal realm expert. Despite being unable to counter Winifred's methods, his flight speed was unmatched. Seeing him escape, Rosa intercepted. Chavez turned away but crashed into King. Hashtag chapter 86. For the sake of artifacts. Die. Rock's Emiliano Yang sword flashed with a red light, piercing Chavez through and through. Winifred flew over. What bad luck. These 2 pieces of trash have soiled the square. Where did the one with the fork go? Rock shook his head. He got away. That Zane was extremely cunning, first flying towards the Grand Hall to prevent Rock from attacking full force, then using clones to escape. Rock thought that chasing further would only result in killing more clones, so he turned back to finish off Chavez. Rock asked Winifred, do you know about the Evil Shadow sect in the Nether Soul Valley? Winifred nodded. The Nether Soul Valley is a sect near Devil Sealing Gate, and the Evil Shadow sect is their superior sect. Rock thought for a moment. It seems they went to Devil Sealing Gate first and learned of your marriage to me, leading to this incident. Winifred huffed. I'll tell father to destroy Nether Soul Valley right now. As she spoke, she took out her communication treasure and recounted the events to Richard. Father, the master and son of Nether Soul Valley are both dead. Take people to destroy them. What trash dared to make my husband leave me? Richard remained very calm. While the master of Nether Soul Valley is dead, their superior sect still stands. If I lead an attack, the Evil Shadow sect will certainly support them. Now, you've only killed people from Nether Soul Valley, while Zane has escaped, leaving room for negotiation. Winifred was furious. What? They attacked us, and you're still hesitating? Richard shook his head. The Evil Shadow sect is very powerful, with several experts at the fusion realm. Provoking them won't benefit us. Winifred wanted to say more, but Rock stopped her. Enough. I'll handle this. Father-in-law, things are manageable on my end, but you should be careful. Richard laughed. No worries. The Evil Shadow sect won't dare directly attack Devil Sealing Gate. Otherwise, our superior sect wouldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother with the pretense of a marital alliance. Rock nodded. Still, it's best to strengthen Devil Sealing Gate's power. Otherwise, if Nether Soul Valley seeks help in the lower realms and attacks, it will be difficult to deal with. I'll pass down the 9 Depths Heart Sutra to you, have the disciples practice it, and send some magical treasures as well. Rock had previously discussed with Richard and knew a bit about Devil Sealing Gate. Devil Sealing Gate's magical treasures were made from materials in the Nether Abyss, powerful but scarce. Ordinary disciples didn't have magical treasures, relying on refined Nether energy for combat. If they could receive a batch of magical treasures, their combat strength would significantly improve. Richard was naturally very pleased. Oh, how can I accept that? Rock smiled. We're family. What's the need for formalities? I'll teach you the 9 Depths Heart Sutra. Then, Rock recited the sutra, with Winifred explaining cultivation insights beside him. Richard was greatly shocked. This technique was far more profound than anything Devil Sealing Gate had developed over millennia. This son-in-law was truly a great asset. The technique was manageable, but refining magical treasures required time and materials. With his cosmic creation furnace, Rock could easily refine a batch of postnatal spirit treasures. However, the disciples of Devil Sealing Gate could only use specific types of magical treasures effectively due to their techniques. Ordinary treasures were useless or even less effective than manipulating nether energy barehanded. Fire-type magical treasures were the most effective for them. After acquiring nether fire, the disciples could channel it into the treasures for enhanced power during use. Rock didn't have much fire-type celestial essence or spirit stones, but there was a place in East Continent where these could be easily obtained, Lethal Sun Valley, located at the far east of East Continent. Lethal Sun Valley, the closest place to the sun, contained almost entirely fire element crystals and various fire-based celestial essences. East Continent cultivators seeking fire elements thought of Lethal Sun Valley first. Lethal Sun Valley was also happy to trade resources with other sects. Rock left Rosa to watch the gate and took Winifred along, because after refining the magical treasures, he could take her home to visit. Arriving at Lethal Sun Valley, they were greeted by disciples immediately. Do the two immortals come for celestial essences? Rock nodded. Yes, I need many celestial essences and fire element spirit stones for artifact refinement. Lethal Sun Valley disciple. May I ask which materials and how many spirit stones do you need? I'll call my peers to prepare. Rock said calmly, I want to refine 200 magical treasures, needing 2 million fire spirit stones and corresponding celestial essences. Upon hearing this, the Lethal Sun Valley disciple grinned widely. Wow, Immortal is truly generous. Please, come this way. I'll report to the Patriarch. Such a large transaction required the Patriarch's approval for pricing. Rock nodded and followed to a side hall to wait. The disciple hurriedly reported to the Patriarch. 2 big deals today, truly a godsend. Ha ha ha. Flying back quickly. The 2 immortals, the Patriarch invites you. Fine, lead the way. The disciple led them to the main hall. The Patriarch is here. If not for just finishing negotiations with another wealthy client, he would have greeted you. Rock smiled. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. At that moment, Winifred shouted, Why are you here? Zane? Winifred? Rock. Rock turned to see it was indeed Zane. Hee hee, what a coincidence. In fact, it wasn't a coincidence since the evil Shadow sect was also seeking artifacts. They initially planned to use materials from the Nether Abyss, but after failing, settled for Lethal Sun Valley. Zane pointed at Rock and shouted, Don't think I'm afraid of you. Rock quietly drew the green lotus treasure lamp. Oh, ready to fight to the death? Zane drew a pair of eyebrow blades. Hemph, sacrificing my life will at least gravely injure you. When my sect mates arrive from below, you'll have no way out. Their commotion startled the Lethal Sun Valley Patriarch inside. Both immortals, please. Give me some face, don't fight here. Even though Meryl didn't recognize them, sensing their immense power, he knew they were formidable cultivators. A fight would destroy Lethal Sun Valley. Chapter 87. 4 Swords/Demons. King laughed heartily and retracted the blue lotus treasure lamp. Berkeley, there's no need to worry. How could I act rashly here? Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Dylan saw King put away his magical artifact and also retrieved his amaze spikes. Humph. Dylan shot a glare at King and strode off. King did not chase after him, not even glancing in his direction. When he had taken out the blue lotus treasure lamp earlier, King had already memorized Dylan's aura. If they met again, he wouldn't let him off easily. Bartolomeo Fong invited King and Winifred into the house for a formal conversation. In the end, King traded some of his excess materials with duplicated attributes for enough fire-type treasures and spirit stones. Then, King borrowed the place in Bartolomeo Valley and began refining artifacts. This refinement process took over a year. During this time, with the help of the cultivation rewards from the system, King advanced to the 6th level of the separation of spirit realm. Although the path of cultivation became increasingly difficult as one progressed, King's partners were growing in number. With his 3 avatars spread across 3 continents, sowing and harvesting without delay, the system rewards naturally multiplied. For an ordinary cultivator, it would be absolutely impossible to transcend realms and advance so rapidly within just a few decades. Winifred was also very pleased looking at the 200 lesser magical artifacts. These were made by her husband for her natal sect. The couple bid farewell to Bartolomeo Valley and headed towards Fermo Gate. Winifred said, Those fellow disciples are truly blessed to have so many specialized magical artifacts crafted just for them. King smiled. Aren't you also in possession of the Netherworld Mirror? Winifred replied, Though the Netherworld Mirror is excellent, its power isn't as great as that of the Netherworld Banner. I wonder when Father will pass the Netherworld Banner down to me. King said, Perhaps because your cultivation level is still low. I believe he will hand it over once you reach the 9th level of the Soul Exit Realm. Winifred swung her small fist. Humph, if he doesn't give it to me then, I'll snatch it from him. King smiled. Then you must try harder. I won't assist you. Winifred pouted. You won't help me, but you'll help that old man? Husband. Winifred noticed King suddenly went silent and looked at the blue lotus treasure lamp in his hands. Could it be Dylan? King nodded. Indeed, prepare for battle. Winifred drew out the Netherworld Mirror. Do we fear him? He's our defeated enemy. King also took out the Zuatian array map and the Foodie array map, bracing himself for the fight. Do not underestimate him. Knowing he can't match me, he has dared to ambush us, which means he must have brought reinforcements. Winifred said, Fine. We'll kill whoever comes. King nodded, then immediately unfolded the Foodie array map. The mountain seal symbols formed an array around them, encased within a protective barrier of magical power. Seeing King draw out magical artifacts and rush over, Dylan knew he had been exposed. Damn, go now. Dylan and his companions emerged from their hiding places and soared into the sky. King laughed upon seeing this. Heh, 5 in total. They really think highly of me. Dylan understood King's prowess and thus didn't dare to underestimate him. This time, he had brought 4 fellow sect members, making 2 of them at the fusion body realm and 3 at the separation of spirit realm. Mobilizing such a grand force against a lower realm person was unprecedented since the establishment of Evil Motion sect. They had decided to kill King and wasted no words, immediately launching spells at him. King was well prepared. using the Foodie array map for defense while letting the four swords of execution disperse into formation. Dylan held a newly refined flaming spear, with the spearhead and tail modified from Ame spikes and the shaft forged from materials obtained in Bartolomeo at Yang Valley. He was confident in this magical weapon, but striking the protective shield of the Foodie array map yielded no effect, only producing ripples. Other fellow disciples' attacks were similarly neutralized by the Foodie array map. Keep attacking. He's only a separation of Spirit Realm Cultivator. The disciples continued to unleash spells madly. To King, this behavior equated to courting death, because the four swords of execution array was fully formed. Slash. King pointed, and the four swords of execution transformed into multiple shadows, slashing towards one of the evil motion sect disciples. What? What is this? The disciple hastily recalled his magical artifact, forming a defensive shield above his head. However, the shadow forms of the four swords struck the shield, scattered, bypassed it, and continued their assault. So powerful. The disciple hurriedly used protective spells, while others flew over to help him fend off the four swords. But it was too late. Before anyone could arrive, the disciple was shredded into fragments by the shadow forms of the four swords. Slash. King pointed again, and the four sword shadows targeted another individual. Terrified, the target immediately fled, but couldn't outrun the four swords. Another spray of fragments fell from the clouds. Dylan shouted, "Don't run. Attack him directly." Speaking, he and another fusion body realm cultivator flew towards King. Thunder Fire Strike. 10,000 shadows devour body. Both unleashed their strongest moves, causing the protective barrier of the Foodie array map to tremble fiercely. King's magic power was rapidly drained by the Foodie array map, momentarily slowing down the four swords. Dylan rejoiced, "It's working. Keep attacking." Thunder Fire Strike. 10,000 shadows devour body. One of the separation of Spirit Realm disciples who had retreated to the edge of the Xuanhuan sword array saw this situation and charged back at King. King smiled slightly, "Kill." Suddenly, the supreme blade sword above the disciple's head transformed into a giant sword, striking down on him. After a scream, his body fell like a broken sack from the clouds. Dylan and his comrades exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. His magic power must be insufficient. Kill. The comrades nodded and attacked King again. Winifred threw the Netherworld mirror beyond the protection range of the Foodie array map. Netherworld concealment. She had studied the Netherworld mirror's properties and emulated Rose's Netherworld swallowing heaven technique. The Netherworld mirror emitted a vast amount of Netherworld chi, spreading in all directions. King immediately controlled the Foodie array map to move aside. This Netherworld chi blocked their senses, causing Dylan and his comrades' attacks to miss. But this wasn't a solution. Once they dispersed the Netherworld chi, they would eventually face him directly. Winifred suggested, "Let's retreat." King shook his head, "No need." He took a reviving spirit pill, quickly restoring his peak magic power. Slash. In the sky, the four swords of execution moved once more. ##### Chapter 88. Secrets of the Demon Sealing Sect. The moment they saw the awesome power of the four extermination swords, Dylan and his companions were nearly terrified out of their wits. How is that possible? His magic is too strong, isn't it? Without a second thought, the two fled in different directions. Rock made a quick decision, flying out of the concealment formation to chase after Dylan. The four extermination swords above swirled and split into four directions, encircling Dylan. Dylan glanced back and knew there was no escape today, but he had to buy time for his sect brothers. Thunder Fire Sky. As he retreated backwards, he unleashed his strongest attack towards Rock. Rock gave a faint smile and gestured with his hand, directing the four extermination swords to intercept Dylan's spell. The swords tore apart Dylan's spell and then slashed him into pieces. Before dying, Dylan shot a look filled with hatred at Rock, mixed with a hint of satisfaction. Rock smiled. "You think you can kill Ziyin? What a joke." He retrieved the four extermination swords and calmly flew back. On the other side, seeing Rock chase after Dylan, Christo returned. "I can't defeat Rock, but I can surely handle you, Milagros. Since you refuse the alliance, die then." With a few spells, Christo easily dispersed the Netherworld aura. But just as he was about to strike a killing blow, he was shocked to see another Rock inside the protective barrier. "You dared to create a clone?" He couldn't understand how Rock could still be so powerful while splitting his magical energy. Perhaps it was just a bluff. Without further thought, Christo attacked directly. 10,000 shadows devour. He swung his magical artifact, releasing countless shadowy figures towards Rock and Milagros. Rock smiled faintly, "Thank you for falling into my trap, saving me much trouble." One sword to pierce the heavens. Rock also used his strongest move with the Emilianoyang sword. A colossal sword pierced towards Christo. The 10,000 shadows devour was blocked by the Foodie Zhen too, but the defensive spells around Christo couldn't withstand. One sword to pierce the heavens. How can a clone be this powerful? Christo's eyes were filled with confusion, but they were soon charred black by the Emilianoyang sword. Rock smiled slightly. "What are your talents? And what are mine?" At this moment, Rock's original form returned, merging into one, and put away all his magical artifacts except for the flaming spear. Emilianokan rib, hard to discard, but not very useful. Milagros took a closer look. Much worse than the Yin Yang mirror, but similar to those 200 artifacts you forged. Poor Dylan had spent great effort crafting treasures that barely matched Rock's lesser divine treasures. "Alright, let's use this if we run short. Let's go home." Back at the Demon Sealing Sect, after hearing the two recount their experiences, Richard said solemnly, "This matter isn't over yet. The Shadow Demon Sect will come again." Rock responded, "Oh? After such heavy losses, they still dare to return. In the past, when he killed people from the upper realms, their sects never engaged in a fierce battle with him. Once descending to the lower realms, magical power weakened significantly, making everything twice as hard. The lower realms also lacked resources. If it weren't for conflicts in the upper realms, who would bother with the lower realms? Unless deeply offended, most would give up. Richard shook his head. They sent so many people this time. I suspect the Shadow Demon sect's target isn't just the Netherworld Abyss, but also our Demon Sealing sect. Milagros asked confusedly, isn't the Netherworld Abyss why they want the Demon Sealing sect? Richard still shook his head. The Netherworld Abyss isn't just about the Demon Sealing sect. Milagros urged, Father, what do you mean? Explain clearly. Richard sighed. It's originally a secret only known to each generation's Jagger. But now, we have to rely on ourselves. The upper sect has long forgotten the ancestral teachings and won't risk a fight against the Shadow Demon sect. I've seen through them. Milagros became even more puzzled. Upper sect? Would the upper sect just watch us get beaten up? Richard nodded. Because they fear death. Over the years, whenever sects like ours clashed with places like the Nether Soul Valley associated with the upper sects, Xuanhu Immortal Palace wouldn't intervene. Milagros exclaimed, so, our upper sect is called Xuanhu Immortal Palace. Rock understood indeed. Milagros didn't even know the name of her upper sect, showing how rarely they showed up. Possibly they just collected tributes and left. Richard explained everything in detail. Rock also grasped why the people from Xuanhu Immortal Palace were so afraid. According to the sect records, there once was a grand demon lord in the cavernous void realm who wanted to incorporate the entire Netherworld Abyss into his portable paradise. The head of Xuanhu Immortal Palace feared the demon lord becoming unstoppable after absorbing the Netherworld Abyss and wanted to snuff him out early. Thus, the two factions waged a celestial demon war, resulting in mutual heavy casualties. But Xuanhu Immortal Palace narrowly emerged victorious, sealing the severely wounded demon lord within the Netherworld Abyss. Then, they established the Demon Sealing sect in the lower realms to guard the Abyss. Only each generation's Jagger knew this secret. From then on, the head of Xuanhu Immortal Palace stayed secluded to recuperate. Xuanhu Immortal Palace declined and grew weak, even needing to seek resources from the lower realms. That war also impacted the Netherworld Abyss, dispersing much of its aura into spatial rifts, losing its former importance. However, because of this, it ceased being coveted and avoided by people from the upper realms until the emergence of the Shadow Demon sect. Milagros noted, the Shadow Demon sect may be descendants of the Demon Lord. That's why they are working so hard to save him. Rock nodded, people from Xuanhu Immortal Palace fear that if they fail, the Demon Lord will be released, and all their people in the lower realms will die. Richard added, do they think the Demon Lord would spare Xuanhu Immortal Palace if freed? Then, the Demon Lord leading the Shadow Demon sect would attack Xuanhu Immortal Palace. What will they do then? Would they flee and hide in the mountains? Rock sternly said, I will not let the Demon Sealing sect face such a fate. As long as I am here, we will contend with the Shadow Demon sect. Richard nodded appreciatively. Good. I haven't misjudged you. Milagros flicked her hair. Of course, whose husband am I? Richard mocked. Wasn't it me who chose? You refused marriage vehemently at first. Milagros blushed furiously, striking her father with small fists. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Hashtag chapter 89. The Evil Shadow Sect attacks. It didn't take 2 days for the Evil Shadow Sect to send people and confront them. Where is the leader of the Devil Sealing sect? The voice, imbued with true chi, instantly spread out, reverberating through the entire airspace of the Devil Sealing sect. Indeed they have come, just as we predicted. Within the Devil Sealing sect, King and others showed no signs of panic. They had anticipated all this that the Evil Shadow Sect was doing. What should we do next? Lewis looked at King. King had become their pillar of strength. He would follow whatever King decided. Go out and meet the Evil Shadow Sect. King said straightforwardly. No matter who the other side sent, as long as he, King, was present, nothing would happen to the Devil Sealing sect. After all, it was his father-in-law's territory. How could he, as a son-in-law, let his father-in-law be disadvantaged? All right, then we shall go out and meet the Evil Shadow Sect. Lewis also spoke up. Since King showed no fear, he, as an elder, couldn't afford to appear timid and embarrass his son-in-law. I'm going too. Winifred stepped forward, eager not to miss the excitement. All right, let's go together. King agreed without hesitation. In an instant, they all gathered in the air above the Devil Sealing sect, looking at the members of the Evil Shadow Sect. This time, about a dozen members from the Evil Shadow Sect arrived, led by an elderly man who appeared to be at least a few hundred years old, with white hair and beard, a few scattered teeth visible when he spoke. He looked quite absurd. Are you the Evil Shadow Sect? King stood forward and asked. Who are you? I am here for the leader of the Devil Sealing sect, not some young fool standing out to provoke death. Bear retorted, not even deigning to look at King. Their arrogance annoyed King. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, just you? You aren't even worthy to speak to our leader. Anything you have to say, just tell me. I can make decisions on everything, big or small. Young man, your words are exceedingly arrogant. Not more than you, old man. Facing the elder of the Evil Shadow Sect, King did not back down. For every word the elder spoke, he countered fiercely. Since you can decide, hand over those trash who killed our sect members. Hand over those responsible to us, and we can overlook past grievances. Otherwise, prepare for our retribution. The elder said this arrogantly, speaking with utmost disdain and looking down at everyone. Ha ha ha. What? Why are you laughing? The elder was puzzled when he saw King start laughing. Could there be anything funny in what he just said? Of course, I'm laughing at you. Your words were indeed laughable. I couldn't help myself. Do you want to die? Hearing King's reply, the elder grew furious, ready to attack but hesitated, considering they were on the Devil Sealing sect's territory. Have you considered that I might be the one who killed your disciples? King smiled at the elder, shrugging, a mocking smile on his face. What did you say? When the elder heard this, he froze in place, not expecting the young man before him to be the one he sought. Don't you think so? King continued directly. Having wiped out those several Evil Shadow Sect disciples, although he expected retaliation, he never imagined it would come from such an incompetent old man. Does the evil shadow sect have no capable individuals left that they send a senile old man like you? It seems your sect isn't as formidable as rumored. Shut up. You dare insult our evil shadow sect? The elder was taken aback by the boldness of the young man before him. Lewis, is this how you discipline your disciples? Unable to do anything to King, the elder turned to Lewis behind him. If you want war with the evil shadow sect, we will see it through. Ha ha ha. Kin, it's just a conflict between young people. How did it escalate into a war between two sects? Then hand over this boy for me to deal with, otherwise, our feud won't end until we settle this. This? Lewis looked at King for a response. Seeing King nod, he knew what to do. If that's the case, handle it yourself. As the leader, I cannot intervene. If you can take him away from our sect, I won't stop you. Good. Upon hearing Lewis's words, the elder immediately responded. With his agreement, he could finally act. What could a mere boy do to him? Boy, now that Lewis has disowned you, I give you two choices. Either come back to the evil shadow sect for judgment, or die here. The elder's voice was filled with cold menace. I don't choose either. Here's what I offer. Surrender and accept defeat, or leave your life here. Fine, fine, fine. The elder spat out 3 fines, enraged. You want to die? I'll grant you that. Chapter 90. Strike first. Do you know? Many people have told you the same thing before, but why am I still standing here? Rock smiled and spoke. That's because they all died. Humph, boy, talking big. Today, I'll let you know what it means that there are better men outside the world and better things beyond the sky. I will make you regret appearing in front of me. The elder of the demon shadow sect said as he suddenly had a wooden cane in his hand, with a gourd attached to it. Oh, are you planning something interesting? Rock calmly drew his crimson sun sword, casually twirling it twice, waiting for the elder's move. I will make you understand what regret means. As the Christian spoke, he swung his cane. Almost instantly, the gourd flew out, releasing a cloud of purple mist into the air. Rock, be careful. This old man is full of poison. Don't fall for his tricks. So, it's a poison attack. Upon hearing Richard's words, Rock smiled slightly. He thought the opponent would use some powerful technique, but didn't expect it to just be a simple poison attack. Humph, my poison isn't as simple as you think. Poison dragon formation. With the elder's cane moving, dragons formed rapidly from the purple mist. Then, these dragon-like shadows attacked Rock directly. TCH, I thought it would be something special. Is that it? When the elder spoke, Rock expected to witness something novel, but was utterly disappointed by the outcome. Such a move, he could wave his hand and destroy it easily. Sighing lightly, Rock swung his crimson sun sword, sending a strong gust that dispersed the toxic mist. What? How can this be? Seeing Rock so effortlessly dismantle his poison dragon formation, the Christian voiced disbelief. His disciples behind him were equally astonished. They knew that even using powerful wind techniques, one couldn't dispel the elder's poison dragon formation. Yet, Rock had done so effortlessly. This? The elder was now stuttering, not expecting his prized move to be broken so easily. Not only was he in danger, but he also lost face in front of his disciples. If this reached back to the sect, he would lose all dignity. Is this your prideful attack? Is this what you wanted me to see about the world beyond? Rock chuckled and in the next moment, charged at the Christian. He wasn't one to show mercy. If the elder wanted to kill him, then it was only fair for Rock to return the favor. Don't be insolent, young one. Seeing Rock rushing toward him, the elder had no choice but to defend. But the instant his cane met Rock's sword, it was severed in two. Even Rock was speechless, unable to resist commenting. Damn, old man, what kind of junk are you using? It can't even withstand one strike from me? Rock had hoped to take valuable items after killing the elder, but found the magical cane already broken. Useless. Humph boy, what do you know? This cane is merely a decoration. My true treasure is this gourd. Oh, this piqued Rock's interest. Can your gourd capture people? If I call you, will you dare to answer? Bartolomeo this? Humph, arrogance. The elder was infuriated, wanting to kill Rock right then and there. His emotions were entirely controlled by Rock. Die. The elder held the gourd in front of him. With a surge of power, a large purple snake emerged. Magic spirit beast. Seeing the purple snake, Rock's eyes lit up. He never expected such treasures on the elder. He felt guilty not taking them. Very well, your gourd belongs to me now. Without hesitation, Rock moved like lightning, piercing through the elder's chest. Pooh! Blood spewed from the elder's mouth. His eyes could not keep up with Rock's speed. How was this possible? He was an out-of-corporeal realm expert. Why could a mere child do this? Christian, remember this. There are always greater things beyond. And I am that beyond. Know your place. Rock pulled back his sword, then used true chi to snatch the gourd into his hands. The other demon shadow sect disciples were terrified, never imagining their elder losing so easily. Quick run! Someone shouted, and the disciples scattered like wild horses. Shouldn't we chase them? Richard approached Rock, asking in confusion. Of course we should. They came to us. We shouldn't be passive. We need to strike first. Bring this Christian's body with us. We're heading to Demon Shadow Sect. Rock smiled, determined not to let the elder die away from home. Chapter 91. I will take your Bartolomeo. Following Rock's orders, several disciples of the Fengma sect brought a stretcher and placed the body of the Xieying sect elder on it. They followed behind Rock as they marched in grand procession towards the Xieying sect's territory. This time, things are likely to get very serious. If the senior sect of the Xieying sect learns of this incident, they might come after us. Richard spoke up. He was still worried. After all, the senior sect of the Fengma sect had been out of contact for quite some time. If the Xieying sect received support from their senior sect, what would happen to the Fengma sect truly became unpredictable. Relax, father-in-law. With me here, what do you have to worry about? Rock replied straightforwardly. He understood clearly what his father-in-law was concerned about, having heard much from him before. Thus, Rock naturally wouldn't let such things happen. This proactive move towards the Xieying sect was precisely for this matter. Rock's thoughts were very simple: cut off the root cause of the issue. Once he controlled the Xieying sect, they would naturally be informed of any news from the upper hierarchy. Then, dealing with it promptly would be the best strategy. Ideally, he'd buy them centuries, even millennia. It didn't take long for Rock and company to reach the gates of the Xieying sect. "Hey, tell your sect master to get out here," Rock shouted without hesitation. Originally, there was no need for the Fenghua sect and the Xieying sect to escalate things to this point. But since the Xieying sect sought trouble first, both sides now faced each other with a deadly grudge. "I never thought you would dare come to my Xieying sect." "Huh, what's there to fear? The Xieying sect isn't exactly a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. I can come when I wish and leave whenever I want. So what if I do?" Rock said boldly to the sect master of the Xieying sect, his tone filled with defiance, which irked people immensely. But irritation served no purpose since there was nothing they could do about it. "You're the one who killed my Xieying sect disciples, an elder, and my son." "Yes, it's true. My name is Rock, unchanged by actions or seeding," Rock admitted directly. Good. You're indeed an arrogant youth. Since that's the case, you shall remain here." The sect master of the Xieying sect waved his hand, instantly summoning over 100 disciples who quickly formed a circle around Rock and his group. "Ah, this is how the Xieying sect treats guests? What did you say?" When the sect master heard Rock's words, he was taken aback, utterly surprised by the audacity displayed. "We are clearly sworn enemies. When did you become my guest? Bring it up." Rock instructed his followers. Soon, several disciples carried the body of the Xieying sect elder forward. "Your honored elder died suddenly outside. Out of kindness, I'm bringing his body back to you. Doesn't that make me a guest?" Rock smiled. Observing Rock's jesting attitude, the Javier grew furious. Did this guy think he was stupid? He had already heard reports from his own disciples confirming that Rock personally killed his subordinate elder. "Don't play games with me. Today, I will let you die here to pay for their lives." All right. Since you've said it, then I'll stop pretending too. Rock spread his hands and his gaze turned cold, brimming with a murderous intent. "Today, I will take your life and turn the Xieying sect into mine." "Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Wanting to make my Xieying sect your property? You'll need the capability for that. You don't believe me? No problem. It's none of your business anyway." Rock drew his Yuan sword. His mission here was simple: kill the Javier and take control of the sect. This way, regardless of future complications, he could respond promptly. "Kill them. Father-in-law, handle these minor troops. I'll deal with the Javier. Be careful. Watch out." Winifred and Rosa cautioned Rock. They were genuinely concerned for him. "Relax, I'll be fine. Honey, I'll be back soon." Rock laughed and soared into the air without hesitation, swinging his Yuan sword at the Javier. How ignorant. The Javier also retrieved his magic artifact, a bright red long knife with a black skull on its handle. Demon Blade Gipo. Rock sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the long knife. Based on his judgment, this blade was exceptionally sinister, crafted through horrific means. That long knife has spilled much blood. Rock's eyes turned cold. The demon sect treated human life with complete disregard. "You're right. This demon blade was made from infant bones and houses thousands of wronged souls. There's no way you can match me." "Is that so? Let's see." Rock sneered coldly. "This man must die." "Very well, then witness my power." The Javier swung his demon blade, darkening the sky instantly. Gusts of ghostly winds followed. Then powerful wraiths poured out of the blade, emitting ear-piercing wails. Wicked monster. Facing the onslaught of wraiths, Rock wielded the Yuan sword. This purely yang sword acted as the bane of those wraiths, but hacking away blade by blade seemed endless. One blade pierces the heavens. Rock's Yuan sword condensed a colossal burst of energy. A phantom blade erupted, turning the dim sky bright instantaneously. With the sun appearing, the eerie, icy atmosphere vanished. Under the scorching sunlight, the wraiths shrieked and evaporated into thin air. "What?" The Javier watched in disbelief. Things shouldn't unfold like this. Chapter 92. Fierce Battle. How unfortunate, it looks like you've run out of tricks. King swung the red sun sword in his hand with a flourish. Facing the era of the evil shadow sect, he took the initiative to attack. In a flurry of sword strikes and flashes of light, King's figure continuously weaved as he unleashed fierce attacks on the era. "Don't get too cocky. Do you think I became the era of the evil shadow sect by knowing only a few moves?" The era of the evil shadow sect retorted. He couldn't bear seeing King being so arrogant in front of him. He slashed his palm with the long saber in his hand. As blood dripped down, the demonic saber was tinged with a faint red hue. At the same time, the era of the evil shadow sect began to transform strangely. Seeing the peculiar actions of the era, King halted his movements, not understanding what the man was up to. When he noticed the era's eyes turn crimson, King suddenly understood. It all made sense now. Is this really wise? You will completely lose your sanity. King directly addressed him. The era was using an extremely terrifying method to gain immense power. However, such power came at a cost. The complete loss of one's rationality, turning into nothing more than a mindless beast of destruction. King couldn't fathom why one would go to such lengths. "If you surrendered, perhaps I wouldn't have killed you." Shrugging, King gripped the red sun sword tightly. Since the other party had chosen this path, there was nothing more to say. Better to end this quickly and avoid further trouble. Chaos Dance of the Heavenly Demons. Just as King prepared to strike, the era of the evil shadow sect launched an attack first, without hesitation, hurling the demonic saber from his hand. What the heck, throwing away such a treasure just like that? King was speechless. Truly a wasteful fool. If you don't want it, you could have given it to me instead of just throwing it away. Wait a moment. Since he threw it, if I pick it up, doesn't it become mine? Thinking this, King extended his hand and summoned the demonic saber into his grasp. Although its creation method was extremely cruel, there was no denying its formidable power. His current inventory of magical treasures was running low. Might as well add this to his collection. Around the era of the evil shadow sect, a shadowy figure emerged, its appearance grotesque and terrifying. Certainly no benevolent entity. His eyes were completely crimson, signifying the total loss of reason. Sigh. Why go this far? King shook his head. This era certainly treated himself harshly. Die! The era shouted, transforming into a streak of red light and charging directly at King. The speed was incredible, surprising even King. Almost caught off guard, he barely managed to block with his red sun sword, which forced him to retreat under the onslaught. So powerful. Is this the power of sacrifice? Indeed terrifying. King mused. This was his first time facing someone who used sacrifice. A horrifying technique where one burns their cultivation for immense power but loses all sanity in the process, becoming a mindless creature wielding destructive force. They would continue until their energy was depleted, leading either to death or to a life left utterly useless after burning through their cultivation. Such a technique was practically self-destruction. No sane person would use it unless pushed to the brink. Moreover, only those who had reached the out-of-body realm or higher could perform it. Insane. King evaluated. Anyone who used this move was indeed mad. With renewed effort, King's red sun sword sliced through the air, forming a grid of sword chi in front of him. As he fiercely slashed, the grid enveloped the era. The era sensed danger despite losing his reason. Acting purely on instinct, a primal capability far beyond conscious control, one can only truly unleash such reactions in a state of unconsciousness, reaching a realm of true self, which is incredibly hard to achieve. Though, like the era, complete madness could also induce such a state, albeit not recommended. The era couldn't evade the enveloping sword grid despite sensing the danger and attempting to dodge immediately. King's formation was too vast for instantaneous escape. Ea! Roar! Seeing no way out, the era let out a ferocious roar, his ghostly shadow expanding immensely. From his arms emerged two ethereal blades, emitting a terrifying aura. At this point, disciples of the evil shadow sect and sealing demon sect had already retreated to the sides, halting any combat. The confrontation between King and the era was too terrifying, completely disregarding bystanders' safety. They did not wish to die needlessly. Break! The era roared again, crossing his illusory blades to slash diagonally, the terrifying aura opposing King's red sun sword. With the breakthrough of his power, the entire sword grid shattered instantly. I expected this all along. I've been waiting for this moment. King smiled, lifting the red sun sword, encircled by pure true chi. Devil-piercing thrust. King's form transformed into a speeding arrow, charging straight toward the era just as he broke through the sword grid. Just as the era burst free, King's red sun sword pierced through his chest. Chapter 93. The Fall of Devil Shadow Sect. Despite his chest being pierced by King's crimson sun sword, the era of Devil Shadow Sect seemed to feel no pain at all. His hands formed into claw-like shapes, and he lunged directly at King. Has he completely lost his sanity, unable to even feel pain? King hastily withdrew the crimson sun sword from the opponent's body and quickly moved backward to avoid the attack. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the era of Devil Shadow Sect was entirely driven by a murderous desire within him, showing no hesitation against anyone standing in front of him. Seeing the state of the Devil Shadow Sect's era, King suddenly had a brilliant plan flash across his mind. I've got it. Since you enjoy killing so much now, I'll grant your wish. King smiled slightly, swung a sword aura toward the era of Devil Shadow Sect, then without any hesitation, swiftly flew toward the direction of Devil Shadow Sect. What does he want to do? Richard couldn't comprehend King's actions and curiously asked. Oh, I understand. Winifred immediately stepped forward, excitedly explaining. What do you understand? If you know something, tell me quickly. I think husband must be using the era of Devil Shadow Sect's current state to orchestrate a kill with a borrowed knife strategy. Kill with a borrowed knife? Hearing these words from his daughter, Richard still couldn't grasp what it meant right away. But it didn't matter. The next moment, he saw King dart into the ranks of Devil Shadow Sect, with the era closely following, having already lost all reason. Facing the numerous disciples of Devil Shadow Sect, there was no hesitation as he plunged right in. The blood-red blades materialized from his arms reaped lives mercilessly, like an unfeeling machine of death. Seizing this opportunity, King backed off and rejoined Richard. Let them fight among themselves for a while. We'll clean up the battlefield later. King said directly to Richard beside him. Brilliant. Richard gave King a thumbs up. To come up with such an idea was indeed impressive, worthy of being his son-in-law. That's natural. You should see who is speaking here. King's prowess also made Winifred very pleased. After all, it was her husband, and who wouldn't want their husband to be powerful? She clung to King's arm, proclaiming her possession. Rosa was not about to be left behind either, and reached out to hold onto King's other arm. Husband truly is the most formidable person in the world. Bartolomeo listening to the praise from those beside him, King felt extremely satisfied. At this point, Devil Shadow Sect was filled with wails. Disciples were dead or fleeing. Seeing the situation ripe, King stepped forward again, addressing the heavily injured disciples of Devil Shadow Sect. Now, if you are willing to renounce your identity as Devil Shadow Sect disciples and pledge allegiance to Sealing Demon Sect, I will save your lives. Upon hearing King's voice, the remaining disciples grasped what they thought to be their last lifeline. Without hesitation, they shouted aloud. We are willing to pledge allegiance to Sealing Demon Sect. Please save us. I also wish to join Sealing Demon Sect. Save us. I don't want to die. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Sealing Demon Sect. Please rescue me quickly. Instantly, the entire battlefield resounded with cries of surrender, each afraid of speaking too slowly and falling victim to their deranged era. Seeing his goal achieved, King smiled and reappeared in midair. Excellent. Those who surrender, gather behind me quickly. Yes. All the disciples of Devil Shadow sect felt a glimmer of hope, finally saved. Without hesitation, they rushed behind King like the wind. The era of Devil Shadow sect, though severely injured, continued his rampage. He watched everyone retreat behind King and came charging over himself. Seeing this, King held the Crimson Sun Sword and constructed a defensive formation to block the era's attack. The massive barrier instantly formed, halting the era's assault. You stay inside the defensive formation, and you will be safe. Leaving that message, King charged out alone to face the era of Devil Shadow sect. The era was now in a weakened state, and according to King's estimation, he wouldn't last much longer. Poor fellow. King muttered under his breath. Choosing this way to fight was simply too reckless. He only needed to wear him down to ensure victory, but that would have been too dull. King planned to use this opportunity to showcase his strength, especially after just gaining many disciples from Devil Shadow sect. He wanted them to witness his power, ensuring they would never harbor thoughts of rebellion. One sword splits the sky, one sword cleaves the earth, one sword severs life and death. King intoned. The Crimson Sun Sword transformed into a massive shadow sword that split the heavens and descended from above. The terrifying sword intent caused the sky to split and the earth to crack, distorting the air around them. The massive sword shadow struck the era of Devil Shadow sect. Despite his best efforts to resist, his protective armor shattered under the Crimson Sun Sword's power. There was no escape from the terrifying sword force, which pressed him into the ground and buried him under its impact. When the sword shadow disappeared, the era's form emerged, his body in ruins, arms barely connected by skin, looking pitifully pathetic. Now, can you still stand? King approached the era, sensing that he had lost all signs of life. The era of Devil Shadow sect has been vanquished. From this moment on, Devil Shadow sect merges with Sealing Demon sect. Henceforth there shall be no more Devil Shadow sect. Do you understand? King looked at the surrendered disciples and declared. Yes. The disciples responded in unison. Chapter 94, Unification Plan. The fate of the Shadow Image sect was inevitable from the moment they crossed paths with King. From that point onward, their destruction was certain. King, Richard, Winifred, and Rosa stood inside the main hall of the Shadow Image sect, surrounded by no one else. The disciples of the Demon Sealing sect were currently busy clearing up the battlefield of the Shadow Image sect, all treasures inventoried and submitted. As for the disciples of the Shadow Image sect, they were temporarily assigned as servants. If they performed well, they could eventually be accepted into the Demon Sealing sect officially. Now that the Shadow Image sect has been eliminated, I believe that if the upper echelons of the Shadow Image sect learn of this news, they will definitely not let us off easily. Father-in-law, what are you talking about? We didn't destroy the Shadow Image sect, did we? It still exists perfectly fine, doesn't it? Ah. Richard was taken aback when he heard King's reply. He scratched his head in confusion, not quite understanding what King meant. What does that mean? Upon hearing Richard's question, Winifred and Rosa burst into laughter. They had already grasped King's plan right after he spoke. Let me explain it to you, Dad. Winifred stepped forward, thinking how her father, who she always thought was smart, seemed less sharp than imagined. How had she not noticed before? Her dad was actually so cute. Tell me quickly, what exactly did Daoyuan mean? Husband's intention is that we now control the Shadow Image sect. As long as we don't announce it openly, no one will know that the Shadow Image sect has been destroyed. So, as long as we don't speak, the upper echelons of the Shadow Image sect won't know the truth either. As for any orders from the higher-ups of the Shadow Image sect, we can simply ignore them or give vague responses. Oh, so that's what you mean. After hearing his daughter's explanation, Richard finally understood King's plan. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. At this moment, Richard gave a thumbs up to King. Fortunately, he was his son-in-law. If he were an enemy, Richard might not even know how he would die. Marrying his daughter to King was truly one of the best decisions of his life. This plan can only hide the truth temporarily, but it's enough for us to act during this time. And your meaning is? Many sects of the Demon sect covet our Demon Sealing sect. The Shadow Image sect is just one among many. We're isolated now, so we must prevent these demon sects from uniting. King continued. Over the past 2 days at the Demon Sealing sect, he had already envisioned the future situation. Continuing like this wouldn't work. His only hope was to become the one to break the deadlock and change the current situation. The Shadow Image sect was just the beginning. Organizations like the Shadow Image sect and Fire God sect were widespread across the Eastern continent. So, what do you plan to do? The best way forward is simple. Unite the entire Eastern continent under one sect. King calmly voiced his plan. Hearing those words, Richard was momentarily stunned. How domineering and ambitious. King was young, but already had achieved so much. Reflecting on his own youth, Richard felt a twinge of shame. You mean to unify the entire Eastern continent? Yes. King admitted directly. This was part of his plan. It had just been accelerated unexpectedly. But that should be very difficult. Remember, the Eastern continent isn't just filled with supposed demon sects, but also famous righteous sections. They certainly won't allow you to dominate, and conflicts are inevitable. Richard voiced his concerns. The situation in the Eastern continent was complex, with alliances between various sections. Any move could have far-reaching effects. If King wanted to achieve his goal, he would need to oppose every major sect in the Eastern continent. These factors I am fully aware of, father-in-law. You can rest assured as everything is within my plan. Well, Richard had hoped for some additional information, but realized it was typical of King to be so resolute. Indeed, this was King's style. If he hesitated due to a few words, it wouldn't be King at all. Very well, since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Whenever you need help, count on me. Thank you, father-in-law. King clasped his hands in gratitude. His father-in-law showed considerable loyalty, not abandoning him despite knowing his daunting goal. Good, very good. Berkeley. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a disciple reported outside the door. Come in. What is it? Berkeley. We discovered an underground dungeon beneath the Shadow Image sect. Then what? Seeing his disciple hesitate, Richard probed further. Berkeley, it's difficult to describe. Please come see for yourself. Though Richard frowned, he didn't press further. Lead the way. Yes. I'll go too. I'm coming as well. I'm going too. Noticing King's readiness, Winifred and Rosa insisted on joining. Berkeley, perhaps it's better for the ladies to wait here. What we found may not be suitable for their eyes. Hearing this, Richard and King exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. The dungeon likely wasn't a pleasant place. Winifred, Rosa, stay here. I'll check it out with father-in-law and return soon. Recognizing King's determination, Winifred and Rosa remained in the hall, waiting obediently. Chapter 95. The Dungeon. Sigh. On the way to the evil shadow sect dungeon with the disciples. Why are you sighing, father-in-law? Rock turned to Richard beside him and asked directly. Unexplained sighs were never a good sign. It was said they could drain one's luck. I feel like I've raised my daughter in vain. She never listens to me, but now she listens obediently to you. Sigh. Richard spoke slowly, sighing again as he finished. This was a father's helplessness. Ha ha ha. Rock had thought something significant had upset his father-in-law, but it turned out to be over such a small matter. Are you jealous of me, father-in-law? Rock joked, feeling that Richard seemed just like a father watching his daughter being taken away by some unscrupulous pig. What else? Richard glanced at Rock, then said calmly. Following the disciples, they quickly arrived at the evil shadow sect dungeon. As soon as they entered, they were hit by an unbearable stench that filled the entire place, making them extremely uncomfortable. Rock hurriedly used the turtle breath technique to ease the discomfort. Entering the dungeon, the sight inside made their jaws drop. Looking around, disbelief filled their eyes. This is like hell. Rock murmured. Chained to the walls were many women, their bodies filthy, their spirits shattered. Their appearance clearly showed they had been imprisoned here for a long time and endured untold torment. Take all these Fae-Farens out, clean them up, and provide medical treatment. Richard immediately ordered. Yes. Hold on. Just as the disciples were about to act, Richard called them back. Is there anything else, Sect Berkeley? Call some female disciples to handle this, and you all should step back. Yes, Sect Berkeley. Hearing Richard's order, the disciples complied without complaint. Rock noticed a faint yet strong life force emanating from deeper within the dungeon. Though weak, it conveyed a powerful will to survive. Without hesitation, he walked towards the depths of the dungeon. Richard did not stop him but followed closely behind, ready to protect him if needed. At the end of the dungeon, Rock found a locked iron door. He tried to pull it open but found it incredibly sturdy and impossible to budge by hand. Father-in-law, step back a bit. All right. Richard stepped back as Rock took out a sharp blade and sliced through the iron door. Inside the deepest chamber, Rock saw a beautiful young girl bound by chains. Unlike the others outside, her clothes were intact despite her dirty and weakened state. Who are you? Her voice was weak, barely audible, yet her sharp gaze told Rock that she would fiercely resist any sudden move. My name is Rock. The evil shadow sect has been eradicated by me. You can consider me your savior. Now, why were you imprisoned here? Rock asked. He didn't foolishly release her before getting a satisfactory answer. My name is Dana. I am. Before she could finish her sentence, Dana fainted. AI, are you okay? Seeing this, Rock rushed forward, unchained her, fed her a healing pill, and checked her pulse. Finding that she had merely fainted from exhaustion, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the evil shadow sect has committed many heinous acts. That's true. Rock picked up Dana and said, Father-in-law, please take care of things here. I'll take her down to treat her injuries. She might have valuable information. Go ahead. Take care. Under Rock's careful care, Dana eventually opened her eyes. Where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and noticing her clean clothes, she became visibly alarmed. What did you do to me? Dana looked at Rock warily, fearing that after holding on so long, she had finally been taken advantage of. You must have misunderstood something. Although I like beautiful women, I always act decently. Rest assured, I didn't do anything to you. Your clothes and body were cleaned by my Tao partner. Rock explained slowly. Dana had exquisite features that exuded an icy elegance and beauty. He's telling the truth. We helped change and clean you. Winifred and Rosa added, speaking up to support their husband's words. Hearing this explanation, Dana breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Leah, may I ask why you were in the evil shadow sect dungeon? Yes, what happened to you? If you can tell us, we can help. Yeah, my husband has already destroyed the entire evil shadow sect. No matter what, you can tell us, as he's very powerful. Dana looked at them, realizing they might genuinely be able to help her. If so, she would have hope. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. Since you ask, I'll tell you. My name is Dana, daughter of the heavenly cold sect Berkeley. Recently, I was betrayed by a fellow disciple who sent me to the evil shadow sect dungeon. As far as I know, he not only betrayed me but also killed my father, becoming the new sect Berkeley of the heavenly cold sect. The reason I've held on is to seek revenge. Dana gritted her teeth as she spoke. Lia Feishue, if you don't mind, I can help you. Rock stepped forward, speaking gently. Chapter 96, Xuanhuan Kingdom. Really? Upon hearing Rock's words, Dana immediately became excited. She looked at Rock. He was the one who could annihilate the evil shadow sect. If he truly helped her, there was no doubt that her revenge would be effortless. Of course, I, Rock, have always detested such cowards. If you need my help, I will never hesitate. Rock confidently patted his chest and spoke. So, please assist me in my revenge. As long as you can help me achieve it, afterward, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Dana directly said. Alright, but your body is still very weak. I suggest you rest for a couple of days. Once you recover a bit, we can head to the xuanhuan sect. How does that sound? Okay, I'll follow your advice. Dana nodded and told Rock. Indeed, just as Rock had said, her body was still too weak. Judging by her condition, she had only slightly improved. Walking around was still far too challenging. These days, my companion will take care of you. So focus on getting well. Leaving these words, Rock left the room. Xuanhuan sect. Rock muttered the name of the sect. According to the information he knew, the xuanhuan sect was located in a snowy land north of the eastern continent. It snowed year-round, with an extremely harsh environment. He hadn't expected that the girl he casually saved turned out to be the daughter of the xuanhuan sect's leader, though that wasn't the case anymore. Dao Xian, how's the situation? Lewis came up beside Rock and slowly asked. It's fine now, but... Rock recounted what had just happened. Do you have any information about the xuanhuan sect? I didn't expect the girl to be the daughter of the xuanhuan sect's leader. The intel I have isn't much. Lewis rubbed his chin, deep in thought. As the head of a sect, he always kept track of other sects' movements. For crisis response, sometimes he even planted spies within other sects. This was something all sects did, not just the demon-sealing sect. After some thought, Lewis relayed recent intelligence. Just like the girl said, the xuanhuan sect recently changed leadership. According to reports, the new leader was once the grandmaster of the xuanhuan sect, around your age, but exceptionally strong. Oh. Rock's interest peaked when he heard his father-in-law say this. Given our similar age, which do you think is stronger, me or the new leader of xuanhuan sect? Ha ha ha. Is there even a question? You are undoubtedly stronger. From what I know, this new leader of the xuanhuan sect is named Enrique. His strength is remarkable, unbeatable among peers, but compared to the old leader, there's a slight gap. So, I believe something must have happened for him to become the new leader. He might have used despicable means to kill the old leader of xuanhuan sect. Lewis slowly voiced his speculation. Having been the demon-sealing sect's leader for so long, his experience was rich. Based on his judgment, this seemed accurate. Spit, sharing a surname with me, how unfortunate. Rock spat, unable to believe that such a despicable person shared his surname. What do you plan to do? Since we'll eventually deal with the xuanhuan sect, I might as well lend a hand. Rock slowly decided to help Dana exact her revenge. After 7 days of rest, Dana's body had fully recovered. Fighting was no longer a problem. We can set off now. Dana eagerly told Rock, ready to confront her enemies. Alright, let's go. I'm going with you. Me too. Winifred and Rosa both declared. Alright, let's go together. Rock agreed without hesitation. All matters related to the evil shadow sect were handed over to his father-in-law. Prepared, they headed straight for the xuanhuan sect in the north. On the journey, Dana provided more details about the north. The north is an icy, snow-covered world, where only one country exists, xuanhuan. The xuanhuan sect is its state religion. Thanks to this country's support, the xuanhuan sect survives in such a harsh environment. I see. Then let's first visit this xuanhuan kingdom. Rock made his decision. Since the xuanhuan sect was the state religion, observing from the grassroots would be the best opportunity. Besides, he had a convenient identity to converse directly with Xuanwu's royal family. They arrived at Xuanhu without delay and headed straight for the imperial palace. Husband, why are we here? Of course, to spread our teachings. Rock smiled and told the guards at the palace gate. Go tell your emperor, the era of the Dawn Rising sect from Shuri Kingdom has come to visit. Ask him to come out and welcome us. Yes. Hearing Rock's name, the guard rushed inside without hesitation. State religions were untouchable figures in every country. Soon, a man in dragon robes hurried out of the palace. Apologies for not receiving you earlier, era of the Dawn Rising sect. Please don't hold it against us. The emperor of Xuanhu lowered himself, fearing offending Rock. No need for formalities, your place is quite cold. Aren't you going to invite us in? Of course, this way please. The emperor immediately led Rock into the palace. Chapter 97. The Heavenly Cold Sect Messenger. Esteemed immortal, this way please. The Aiden showed extreme humility before Rock. It was inevitable. No matter how powerful a mortal emperor might be, he could not contend with a cultivator. Following the emperor, Rock and his companions were led into a grand hall. This palace was exceptionally luxurious. After ushering Rock and company inside, the emperor immediately ordered his attendants to prepare the finest hospitality. Before long, many serving maids brought various fruits and delicacies into the hall, setting them all before Rock. Esteemed immortal, please enjoy these delicacies, the emperor said. May I ask why you esteemed immortals have come to my Xuanhu country? The emperor trembled as he asked, needing to be cautious around such powerful cultivators to ensure his safety. Annoying them could mean losing his life and his country. You don't need to worry. I haven't come here to trouble you. I'm not that idle. Oh, well then it's good. Relief washed over the emperor upon hearing this. As long as they weren't there to cause trouble, there would be no problem. So, esteemed immortal, why have you truly come here? Despite the relief, the emperor remained uneasy. I've heard your national religion is the Heavenly Cold Sect. Is that correct? The emperor hadn't expected this question. Could it be that they weren't here for the country, but for the Heavenly Cold Sect? Suddenly, a coulter rushed to the emperor's side in a panic. Your Majesty, it's bad news. What is it? Can't you see I'm entertaining esteemed immortals? The emperor angrily retorted. What poor judgment. Provoking them would mean even I can't protect you. Just speak directly if it's urgent. Noticing the urgency in the eunuch's demeanor, Rock surmised something significant had happened. The eunuch glanced between Rock and the emperor. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear him say to speak up? Yes. With the emperor's command, the eunuch finally spoke. The Heavenly Cold Sect has sent a messenger here. What? The emperor was shocked, glancing nervously at Rock. He wasn't sure what to say now. Oh, a Heavenly Cold Sect messenger? Interesting. Bring him to me, Rock stated. It was unexpected to encounter a heavenly cold sect messenger right after arriving. Wasn't this delivering opportunity right into his hands? Why let such a chance slip away? Yes, I'll bring the heavenly cold sect messenger here now, the emperor replied. Since Rock came for the heavenly cold sect, it was best the mortal emperor stayed out of it. Moments later, the emperor returned with a young man, followed by a dozen disciples, all dressed in white, ethereal robes. Who exactly are you to demand such an audience from me? The young leader lifted his chin arrogantly, sweeping his gaze across the room until it landed on Dana. You, how did you end up here? Shouldn't I say, long time no see, Abdurrahman? Dana stood up, looking at the arrogant young man and responding coolly. It seems since Enrique became the new sect master, you've benefited quite a bit. Walking so proudly now, aren't you? Dana mocked, feeling disgust towards Abdurrahman, one of those who betrayed her back then. Humph, never thought I'd meet the former heavenly cold sect Liah here. Are you here for revenge? Abdurrahman recovered from his shock, sneering as he looked at Dana. Don't play dumb. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Dana's reply, Abdurrahman laughed heartily. With just you? Do you think you can stand against the current heavenly cold sect now? Do you really believe you can match kin brother Enrique? Abdurrahman spoke with disdain, clearly viewing everyone present as mere rabble. Who says I'm alone? Can't I have allies? Dana laughed coldly, confident with Rock's support. She believed the same person who could destroy the evil shadow sect could also help her reclaim the heavenly cold sect. Allies. Hearing this, Abdurrahman glanced at Rock and his group, breaking into another bout of laughter. Ha ha ha. Liah Dana, do you really think bringing just a few people can challenge the entire heavenly cold sect? You should know better than anyone how many disciples we have. It looks like you're here to offer sacrifices. So be it. I'll grant you this wish. Let's reunite you with your father right here. Abdurrahman suddenly produced a long sword and without hesitation, thrust it toward Dana, the intense ice energy lowering the temperature inside the hall to 0 degrees. Even the emperor, accustomed to icy conditions, shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Rock promptly drew the Emilianosan sword, its scorching flames dispelling the chill. With a single strike, he sent Abdurrahman flying backward. Chapter 98. I will wait here for him to seek revenge. I've listened to your incessant chatter for long enough. You're truly annoying. Rock stepped forward immediately. This guy had completely ignored him, which had irked him for quite some time. You seem not to have put me in your sights at all. If so, then let me thoroughly clean your eyes for you. The Emiliano Yang sword in Rock's hand emitted scorching flames, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire hall rapidly rose, dispersing all the cold true chi that Abdurrahman had created. In the next moment, he approached Abdurrahman directly and slashed sideways with his sword. The powerful sword energy made Abdurrahman realize just how formidable this person was. It was not someone he could easily deal with. He blocked with his long sword, barely holding back Rock's attack. However, his body was sent flying backward, and the terrifying force shattered both his arms directly. Abdurrahman showed a look of horror, utterly disbelieving as he stared at Rock before him. You? What exactly are you? Even if it were senior brother Enrique, Abdurrahman did not believe he would be injured so easily. Yet this youth, roughly his age, had shattered both his arms with just one strike. How was such terrifying power possible? Who I am? You don't deserve to know. All you need to know is that your end has come. Rock slowly said, then approached Dana and spoke gently. Leave this man to you for disposal. You can do whatever you want with him. Okay, thank you. Dana had really thought she was in danger. If Rock hadn't intervened, she definitely would have been hurt. She glanced shyly at Rock and then took out her own long sword, walking slowly towards Abdurrahman. What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you protecting me? Seeing Dana approach step by step, Abdurrahman felt powerless to resist. Faced with certain death, he shouted at the dozen or so disciples who had followed him. See who dares to move. Whoever listens to him will die. Rock, gripping the Emiliano Yang sword tightly, stood directly in front of those disciples. Seeing Rock's imposing stance, these disciples dared not make any rash moves. Even Abdurrahman couldn't match him. What could they possibly achieve? It would simply be a case of throwing their lives away, and they certainly didn't want to die. Foolish, do you think he will spare you after I'm dead? At that point, you'll still end up dead. If you don't resist now, you'll all be killed later. Come over here and protect me quickly. Abdurrahman roared loudly. As Dana drew closer, he could only retreat using his feet, but regretfully stopped against the wall, unable to retreat further. Seeing this, those disciples remained unmoved. You understand well. Rest assured, I am not someone who kills indiscriminately. Since you're obedient, I will spare your lives. Thank you, Senior, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Senior, for sparing our lives. Upon hearing Rock promise not to kill them, all the disciples became excited immediately. Thank goodness they wouldn't have to die. Meanwhile, Dana had already reached Abdurrahman. Wait, you can't kill me. If you kill me, senior brother Enrique won't let you off. Just don't kill me, and I can plead with senior brother Enrique on your behalf. Yes, just don't kill me, and I can ask senior brother Enrique to let you return to the Tianhan sect. What do you say? Dana frowned, listening to Abdurrahman's nonsensical ramblings and coldly replied, You're wrong. It's Enrique I won't let off. Go down ahead and apologize to my father. Before long, Enrique will join you. After saying this, without any hesitation, she swung her sword, severing Abdurrahman's head. This scene left Harold stunned. He never expected these immortals to be so brutal, killing the Tianhan sect's envoy so casually. Esteemed immortals, what about this corpse? The emperor of Xuanhuan Kingdom also knew better than to provoke Rock and his group, promptly asking, Cut it into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Dana sternly replied, Do as she says. Yes. The emperor of Xuanhuan Kingdom nodded immediately and instructed his subordinates to follow Rock and Dana's orders. How does it feel now? Is it a bit more satisfying? Rock came to Dana's side and asked softly. A little more satisfied. Dana replied softly. She wouldn't fully be satisfied until she had killed the villain, Enrique. Rock clearly understood this and then called the several Tianhan sect disciples over. You, come here. Yes, senior. Is there anything you need us to do? Climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire? We will not hesitate. Very good. Rock nodded. This was the attitude he wanted. Subsequently, Rock threw Abdurrahman's severed head to them. Take this head back to Enrique and tell him I await him here to seek revenge for this person. If he doesn't come, I'll attack the Tianhan sect. Understood? Rock said with a cold voice. He knew that these disciples, having witnessed what happened, would be terrified of him and would not dare to refuse his commands. Yes, we will do as you say and take this head back immediately. The Tianhan sect disciples immediately replied. For them, this was a form of release, as it meant they could leave Rock's presence. Good, go ahead. Yes, senior. With Rock's order, the several Tianhan sect disciples immediately headed towards Tianhan sect, not daring to linger even a moment longer. The emperor of Xuanhu kingdom, upon hearing Rock's words, was dumbfounded. What did this mean? Did he want to fight again within his Xuanhu kingdom? How unlucky was he? Who had he offended? Immortal, please rest here. I have many official duties to attend to and will take my leave. Fine, go ahead. As the emperor of Xuanhu kingdom, even though he harbored countless grievances internally, he couldn't express them aloud. After all, he was just the ruler of a kingdom, while the people opposite were immortals capable of moving mountains and filling seas effortlessly. Chapter 99. All according to plan. In the grand hall of the heavenly cold sect, several disciples knelt trembling on the ground, and before them lay Abdurrahman's severed head. What in the world is going on? Who can tell me what has happened? Enrique sat on the patriarch's throne, roaring at the few disciples kneeling before him. Sire, it happened like this. We went to Xuanhu kingdom, but we didn't expect to encounter what? Speak up. Seeing his disciples hesitate so much, Enrique was almost driven mad with impatience. We encountered Dana. One disciple finally spoke up. What? Upon hearing Dana's name, Enrique sprang up from his seat. You said you saw who in Xuanhu kingdom? Dana, sire. Are you sure? You haven't mistaken? Enrique found it hard to believe that one of his own disciples could speak such a fact. How could Dana be here when he had sent her to the Shadow Clan? There was no reason for her to be here. Could it be that the Shadow Clan let her go? Or some other transaction? Enrique thought deeply as he looked at his disciples and continued speaking. Go on. Yes, Dana had a few people with her. Berkeley Abdurrahman was killed by a man at her side. He also said he would be waiting in Xuanhu kingdom for revenge. If you don't come, he would attack our heavenly cold sect. The disciple recounted everything in detail. Neither Rock nor their sire was someone they could offend. They had to answer truthfully. Fortunately, they had conveyed every word Rock wanted them to pass on. Thus, it was likely nothing more would happen to them now. As for what the sire decided, that was out of their control. Dana, humph. Looks like she wants revenge. Who else was with her? Sire, there were 3 in total. 1 man and 2 women. Very well. You may all leave now. Yes. With Enrique's command, all disciples heaved a sigh of relief, knowing they had preserved their lives. After the disciples left, Enrique turned to the elders. Kins, how should we proceed with this matter? Enrique asked slowly. The elders were unsure what to say. Sire, the most important thing now is to prevent Dana from returning to Heavenly Cold Sect. Many disciples do not know she is still alive. If she returns, your position might be in jeopardy. That's correct, sire. The key is stopping Dana from coming back. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Yes, sire. Perhaps I should go to Xuanhu Kingdom and eliminate Dana once and for all. The elders proposed their ideas, with one elder volunteering to go to Xuanhu Kingdom to kill Dana. Fine. Without hesitation, Enrique agreed as if waiting for just this suggestion. Then we shall trouble Kin Luo for this task. It is my duty. Kin Luo bowed and left the hall. The other elders nodded approvingly, understanding that their part was done. Meanwhile, Rock sat leisurely in the Xuanhu Kingdom Palace, drinking tea. Beside him, Dana asked hesitantly, why don't we directly attack Heavenly Cold Sect? She couldn't understand why, given Rock's strength, they wouldn't take the direct route. Not yet. Heavenly Cold Sect has stood in the north for centuries. You must know its strength better than I do. If we rashly attack, Enrique might use the sect's power to turn the tables. So, we need to be cautious. I think an elder from Heavenly Cold Sect will come soon to deal with us. Rock said calmly. Dana nodded, agreeing that long-established sects indeed had their hidden strengths. Breaking through defenses wasn't easy. If Enrique stayed within Heavenly Cold Sect's fortifications and fought Rock using its resources, it would indeed be troublesome. But why are you sure it will be an elder and not Enrique himself? Dana was genuinely curious about Rock's reasoning. It's simple. Enrique, being the head of a sect, must act the part. If something can be handled by an elder, why would Enrique do it personally? So, I'm sure the next person to come will definitely be an elder from Heavenly Cold Sect. Rock explained. When people gain power, they tend to order others around, enjoying the pleasures of leadership. Sure enough, within half a day, an elder from Heavenly Cold Sect appeared above the Xuanhu Kingdom Palace. Whoever dares provoke our Heavenly Cold Sect, come out and die. Kin Luo used true chi to broadcast his voice. Everyone in the palace looked up at him standing mid-air with hands behind his back, appearing as a venerable master. Let's meet this elder of Heavenly Cold Sect. Rock told Dana. They flew up to meet Kin Luo. Kin Luo, do you recognize me? Dana's cold voice rang out, her murderous gaze locked on Kin Luo. If looks could kill, Luo would have died 1,000 times over. How could I forget, Lia? Kin Luo replied slowly, though his tone was full of provocation. Chapter 100. Worthless than a dog. So Kin Luo still recognizes me. I thought with your old age and failing eyesight, you wouldn't see clearly enough to recognize me. Since you know I am the Mary Beth, why do you speak to me in such a tone? Have you forgotten the hierarchy? Dana stared coldly at Kinluo, her voice cool yet filled with pride, declaring her authority. Ha ha ha. So you still consider yourself the same Marybeth as before? Let me tell you the truth. Ever since the old era died, today's Tianhan sect has become Enrique's domain. And as for you, I'm truly embarrassed to say, there is no longer a place for you in Tianhan sect. If you have any sense, I advise you to leave immediately, as far away as possible. Don't force my hand to kill you. Kinluo spoke slowly, his eyes devoid of respect for Dana, only filled with disdain. This is the dog you raised? King suddenly interjected. Who would have thought? A dog now actually picks its own master. No, wait, that's not right. A dog stays loyal to one master its whole life. Calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. King's words were exceptionally cruel. Upon hearing these remarks, Kinluo began to tremble with anger. You, what are you saying? Why? Can't stand the truth about what you've done? King smiled slightly, knowing all too well how much these words cut into Kinluo's ego. It was clear he had hit a nerve. You're courting death. Kinluo was furious, drawing a long sword from his sleeve without hesitation. The sword glowed with an icy aura, exuding endless cold. Well then, if you can't talk, you want to fight directly? How disgraceful. King drew his Emilionoyang sword, shielding Dana behind him. No point in talking. Wasn't it you who killed my Tianhan sect disciple? I came here to avenge him. Really? Then why isn't your sect leader here seeking revenge? Sending just an elder like you doesn't impress me. True flames enveloped King's sword, easily countering the icy chi without breaking a sweat. Just me? Not worthy of our patriarch, personally? Indeed? Then did you bring any disciples with you? Otherwise, no one will carry your head back. King's sword swirled, like a blazing sun emitting intense heat, negating all of Kinluo's attacks. The situation was very unfavorable for Kinluo, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly. Suddenly, ice chi gathered on his other hand, forming a shadow. 10,000 raids frost palm. TCH, showing off your tiny skills? King's sword slashed horizontally, sending flames into the sky, turning it a burning red. In an instant, Kinluo's palm dissipated into steam. Is that it? An elder of Tianhan sect? King couldn't help but mock him. If all of Tianhan sect is as weak as you, I suggest you dissolve immediately. Don't embarrass yourselves. You. Kinluo seethed with frustration, realizing he couldn't defeat King in a straightforward duel. If this continued, he would likely be killed. Why aren't you attacking? King asked with a smile. If you won't attack, then I shall. He sheathed his sword, hands forming tiger claws, lunging at Kinluo. Despite being a simple move, Kinluo instinctively knew that if caught, he might face destruction. But King was too fast, leaving only afterimages visible, making it impossible to find his real form. By the time Kinluo reacted, King had grabbed his shoulder, immobilizing him completely. Let go of me. Do you know I'm an elder of Tianhan sect? If you harm me, you'll die miserably. Really? Then let's see how harming you can make me die miserably. King injected chi into Kinluo's body. Instantly, Kinluo screamed, feeling a massive force tearing through his veins and meridians. After a few minutes, King released him. Unfortunately, you didn't bring any disciples, so you'll have to return your own head. Get lost. Next time, send Enrique personally? You. Fine. We'll see who dies then. Heh, afraid you won't live long enough to see it. King turned away, leading Dana into the air, ignoring Kinluo. Seeing this, Kinluo realized staying would be futile and immediately returned to Tianhan sect. He needed to report this formidable enemy to his patriarch immediately. You just let him go? Dana looked at King questioningly. Rest assured, he won't live long. By the time he returns to his sect, his time will be up. Oh, I get it. You did something to him internally. Yes, very clever of you. He'll die right in front of Enrique. Let's see if this Jagger can tolerate such provocation. King spoke slowly. If Enrique could endure such insults, King would be genuinely impressed by his cowardice. But any man with a shred of honor would rush to retaliate upon witnessing such an affront. Chapter 101. The Ungrateful Wretch. Kinluo swiftly returned to the Celestial Cold sect, his condition in dire straits. Every step he took was filled with immense weakness. Upon reaching the Grand Hall of the Celestial Cold sect, Kinluo collapsed directly onto the ground. Kinluo, what happened? Enrique asked immediately, showing no concern for the severity of Kinluo's injuries or whether they were life-threatening. I. Before Kinluo could finish speaking, he felt a terrifying true chi coursing through his body, slicing it as if by a sharp blade. Then, in full view of everyone, his head was cleanly severed from his body. What? This scene was shockingly unexpected, leaving everyone staring open-mouthed at the sight. No one had ever thought that someone could commit such an act, which was an outright challenge to the entire Celestial Cold sect. This is a provocation. We absolutely cannot let this go unpunished. We must avenge Kinluo. That's right, This matter must not be tolerated. All the elders echoed these sentiments. Rock's actions unequivocally slapped the face of the Celestial Cold sect, and everyone was seething with anger. Since its establishment, the Celestial Cold sect had never endured such humiliation. The arrogant scoundrel, I will make them pay. Enrique stood up. He could not tolerate such an affront. If he allowed himself to be trampled upon, he would become a disgrace to the entire sect. At that point, even as the era of the Celestial Cold sect, how could he retain any authority? Let me handle this boy personally this time. Going alone is too dangerous. Why don't we accompany you? One of the elders immediately spoke up upon hearing Enrique's decision. That's fair enough. Let's rely on the elders then. After a moment's consideration, Enrique agreed. Since Rock could defeat Kinluo so easily, his strength could not be underestimated. Going alone posed significant danger. However, with the elders accompanying him, there would be a guarantee of safety, at least ensuring his own security. Soon, Under Enrique's lead, they arrived at Xuanhu Kingdom. When the Emperor of Xuanhu Kingdom heard that the era of celestial cold sect was visiting, he rushed out of the palace in fear. It was truly a situation where mortals suffered due to the struggles of immortals. Lord Bartolomean, may I ask why you have come? The Emperor politely inquired, being extremely cautious in front of the celestial cold sect's patriarch. One wrong word could cost him his life. Why I'm here, don't you know? One of your disciples, an elder, was killed within our kingdom. Do you not intend to give me an explanation? Upon hearing the elder's words, the Emperor fell to his knees. Lord Bartolomean, please investigate thoroughly. This has nothing to do with me. They trespassed without permission. I couldn't stop them. Humph, bring those people out, and you can leave. Yes. The Emperor sighed in relief when he heard the heir's response. It seemed his life would be spared. Rock had already noticed the arrival of the celestial cold sect party, but stayed back since they hadn't confronted him directly. Now, the Emperor approached Rock. Exalted immortal, Lord Bartolomean from the celestial cold sect, wants to see you. The Emperor trembled while saying this, knowing well that immortals detested being ordered around. He's nothing to me. What makes him think I should meet him? Tell him, if he seeks revenge, I'm waiting here. If he dares not come, let him return whence he came. Rock responded coldly. How dare an ungrateful wretch demand his presence? But, do you need me to repeat myself? Yes, I'll do it right away. The Emperor was inwardly distressed but had no choice. He lacked the power to resist. After the Emperor conveyed Rock's message to Enrique exploded with fury, the surrounding air freezing instantly under the intense ice-cold aura. Arrogant, truly arrogant. He dares call me nothing? Who does he think he is? Enrique clenched his fists, wishing to tear Rock apart immediately. Very well. Let me see what kind of prowess he has, daring to summon me. Enrique knew he was at a disadvantage this time. Unable to wait for vengeance and to restore the celestial cold sect's honor, he could not afford to back down now. There was no retreat. Only advancement remained. Within a short while, he faced Rock, icy eyes glaring, exuding overwhelming pressure. However, Rock was unmoved. Standing up, Rock sized up Enrique and said, "So you're the era of celestial cold sect, the ungrateful wretch who betrayed his master? What did you say?" Rock's words infuriated Enrique. He despised being called an ungrateful traitor because he had indeed committed such acts, making the accusation intolerable. So eager? Are you upset that I touched a nerve? Rock smiled faintly. Enrique looked like a rat trying to pass as a tiger, certainly not a good person. He wondered why the previous patriarch had taken such a disciple. Enough talk. You killed my disciples and elders. Surrender now, and I might spare your followers. Otherwise, all of you die today. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Enrique's hand, and he uttered his chilling threat. Chapter 102. Just this? Do all of you enjoy saying such things? Rock was at a loss for words. Why did every person who came to cause him trouble speak like this? Did they think they wouldn't fight if they didn't say these harsh words? What do you mean? Enrique didn't understand what Rock meant. He just stared intently at the other side, ready to attack at any moment. A cold force had already gathered in his long sword. Enrique, I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand here. My father treated you kindly. Why did you kill him? Dana gripped her sword tightly, clearly prepared to fight Enrique to the death. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage, and her anger was palpable. It was evident that she hated Enrique to the bone. Bartolomead's sister Gu, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't see you here just now. Where have you been these past few days? I've been searching for you everywhere. Enrique feigned a look of deep emotion as he looked at Dana and spoke slowly. Enough. Enrique, don't you think you're disgusting right now? You sent me to the evil shadow sect, and now you act like nothing happened? Dana wished she could cut Enrique down immediately. She was about to move forward when Rock stopped her. Don't rush. Soon, I will let you kill him with your own hands. Kill you myself? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Enrique's eyes turned icy as he looked at Rock and spoke softly. Don't think that because you killed an elder from my sect, you're invincible. Trash like you, I can destroy with one hand. Alright, then come try. Rock found it quite amusing. He didn't feel any threat from the present Enrique. Arrogant. Enrique suddenly burst into action, leaping towards Rock with his sword swinging. An icy true chi surged toward Rock. Rock drew out his annoying sword, with its burning true chi clashing against the icy force. The clash of the two forces instantly erupted, sending a powerful wave that scattered everyone around. Fortunately, Rock had set up a defensive formation before the battle began, protecting Dana and others. The heavenly cold sect wasn't so fortunate. The terrifying power burst left their elders struggling. How formidable. I never expected this person could match our sect leader. Judging by the current situation, our sect leader isn't at a disadvantage and still has a chance. The elders discussed among themselves. They watched anxiously as Rock fought against their sect leader, fearing what would happen if the sect leader lost. What? Is that all you've got? Rock said coldly, looking at Enrique with disdain. You. Enrique was furious at being humiliated like this. Fine, then I'll show you what real power is. Enrique took a deep breath and released a terrifying ice force, almost instantly forming a spatial domain. Ice domain. Enrique stated coldly. His figure turned blue, covered in icy true chi that formed a protective layer around him. Is that all? Rock was taken aback, not expecting this to be the opponent's ace. Let's see if you can break through it first. Enrique declared, launching attacks relentlessly within the ice domain. Ice spears, swords, and lances continuously struck Rock. In this ice domain, Enrique seemed to gain inexhaustible power, creating endless icy constructs. Rock swung his annoying sword, effortlessly deflecting all the attacks. But the constant assault wore on him. Good. Our sect leader is taking the upper hand. If this continues, he will definitely win. There's no doubt about it. As long as this continues. Before the elder could finish, they saw Rock burst into action. His annoying sword glowed red, releasing a terrifying, scorching energy that shattered the entire ice domain in an instant. Cracking sounds echoed as the ice domain broke into pieces. What? How is this possible? It can't be. Our sect leader's domain is broken so easily? The elders were astonished. They hadn't expected their sect leader's domain to be broken so effortlessly. How? How is this possible? My domain. Enrique couldn't believe it. Rock had shattered his domain so easily. Who was this man? What are you? Enrique asked, gazing at Rock. You're clearly around my age, yet you're so powerful. Why? I should be the one asking you what you are. Oh right. You're the kind who betrays his master and destroys the foundation, Rock mocked. You're asking for death. This is the most laughable thing I've heard. If you're really capable, stop barking uselessly. Rock raised his annoying sword, and a blade of air instantly rushed towards Enrique, overwhelming him with sheer force. Ice Hell Abyss. Enrique leaped into the air, condensing icy true chi into a crystal ball. He sent this crystal ball soaring into the sky, and as it enveloped the entire palace, icicles rained down, initiating indiscriminate attacks. Tisk. Rock was also speechless at Enrique's actions. As a cultivator, he couldn't stand by and watch ordinary people suffer. Rock slashed horizontally with his annoying sword, a force soared into the sky, shattering Enrique's crystal ball. To prevent further incidents, Rock attacked Enrique directly. Burning energy formed a shadow, crashing into Enrique with terrifying force. Enrique quickly retreated to avoid harm, moving towards several elders for protection. What is the sect leader doing? Stop talking nonsense and start building defenses to help protect the sect leader from this attack. The other elders immediately complied, setting up defensive formations as soon as Enrique entered them. They activated the defense to shield Enrique from Rock's attack. ##### Chapter 103. Don't you dare run. The terrifying aura was jointly countered by Enrique and the elders. Heh, truly amusing. I thought you'd challenge me one-on-one, but now it seems you want to gang up on me. Rock chuckled, not the least bit bothered by their combined efforts. He pointed the annoying sword at Enrique and the others. If you all wish to come together, that's fine by me. Come on. Arrogant. The elders immediately criticized, yet they couldn't deny his strength. Even their patriarch wasn't a match for him. At this point, would a joint attack tarnish their reputation? Even if they won, it might be met with scorn behind their backs. Fine, since you asked for it, let's go ahead, everyone together. Enrique addressed the elders. Berkeley, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Move now. Enrique ordered all the elders present. Despite their reservations, they had no choice but to follow the patriarch's command. Don't matter, come at me all at once. I have more important matters to attend to later. Rock coldly remarked. Together. There was no more hesitation. They drew their weapons and prepared to fight. How despicable, using numbers against one. Dana, witnessing this, wished to rush out and help Rock but was stopped in time by Rosa. Don't act rashly, trust our husband. But, Dana wanted to protest but saw the resolute look in Rosa's eyes and remained silent. She stood quietly within the defensive formation, observing the scene outside. Enrique led the elders in encircling Rock, each bursting forth with their power. The icy force connected and merged. It seems you didn't know that our Tianhan sect's techniques confuse together, and the combined effect is far greater than the sum of its parts. You will pay for your arrogance. Enrique coldly said, offering a faint smile. As long as he and the elders worked together, victory was assured. Do you think so? Then I'll just have to see it. Rock smirked. Attack. Show him the might of the Tianhan sect. Enrique raised his sword, and the ice power intensified, instantly enveloping Rock. The combined energy exerted immense pressure on him, causing him to summon scorching flames from the annoying sword around himself. A crimson sword shadow coalesced, creating a powerful wave of heat that swept across the sky. The red heat wave dyed the entire sky a reddish hue, colliding with the ice, forming a scene of fire and ice. Citizens of Xuanhuan country gazed up, terrified by the apocalyptic ambience. Humph, where did that arrogance vanish? Now, why are you hiding like a turtle, unwilling to leave your defenses? Enrique gloated. Patience, hasty actions yield no results. Soon enough, you'll witness true terror. Rock remained calm, continuously gathering his strength within. Not bad. Rock sensed his condition and, wielding the annoying sword, unleashed intense heat waves onto the blade. With Rock's movements, a searing blast coalesced into a sun shape, releasing an explosive amount of energy, dispersing Enrique and the elders' combined frosty chi instantly. What? Enrique couldn't believe it. Rock's burst of energy shattered their united attack. Surprised? Are you satisfied now? Rock smiled, flashing between spots to reach the elders in front of him. The energy from his annoying sword exploded, turning those caught in the blast into mist in an instant. Feel the terror. Rock continued to swing the annoying sword, each stroke unleashing devastating energy that killed all the elders in rapid succession, leaving only Enrique. What exactly are you? Enrique showed a horrified expression, unable to fathom such terrifying power from someone around his age. Why was this happening? Enrique felt fear. If this were Tianhan sect, he might still stand a chance. Here, he was helpless and could die here if this continued. Scared? Rock slightly smiled, eyeing Enrique closely, guessing he might try to escape. Fear? Humph, I don't know the meaning of fear. Enrique refused to admit his fear despite his inner panic. Don't even think of running. Rock flew towards Enrique, the annoying sword forming a destructive sword beam, splitting the space around. Enrique felt a death threat and tried to retreat, only to find his surroundings locked in place, making retreat impossible. Damn, I must risk everything. Secret technique. Ice crystal armor. Enrique summoned frost chi around him, forming an ice crystal armor over his body. Rock's sword beam struck Enrique's armor, but surprisingly failed to pierce through. Oh, so resilient? Rock was taken aback. His annoying sword usually cut through anything yet failed here. Oh, I see, that's how it is. Rock understood. This ice crystal armor was achieved through a secret technique that burned Enrique's life force to create a protective layer. While it shielded him from harm, it was a self-destructive method, harming him by burning his own life essence. ##### Chapter 104, Revenge. Such actions are undoubtedly suicide. I can't believe you'd be willing to trade your lifespan for battle, Rock said slowly. Indeed, such behavior was akin to suicide. If he won, it would be fine, but if he lost, there was only one outcome. No matter what, I won't let you kill me. Even if it means consuming my lifespan, I am prepared to do so, Enrique replied. If he hadn't used his lifespan to construct that ice crystal armor just now, he might already have been severely injured. At this cost, protecting himself from harm was a bargain. Rock understood the logic, so he did not say anything more. Since his opponent wanted to fight using his lifespan, he would oblige. Without hesitation, Rock's Crimson Sun sword materialized into a powerful phantom. Frightening energy gathered above him, forming a fiery cloud. A vortex opened in the center of the cloud, revealing a colossal phantom of the Crimson Sun sword. If this attack hit, Enrique knew he'd be seriously wounded or worse. He had only one choice: retreat back to the xuanhuan sect and use its strength to have a fighting chance. But escaping wasn't easy. Rock had already locked down the surrounding space, making it impossible to flee. In this area, no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid Rock's attacks. Alright, prepare to die. The giant sword phantom descended upon Enrique, its terrifying pressure creating cracks in the air. Feeling this horrifying energy, Enrique realized he might really be done for. But he didn't want to give up. He had worked hard to achieve his current position. If he quit now, everything he had done would be meaningless. Damn it, absolutely not. I cannot fall here. Enrique roared, releasing a torrent of energy from his body. Powerful icy breath began to solidify into a huge piece of mystic ice, encasing his entire form. He aimed to protect himself with this method. It's useless. With your current power, you can't withstand my attack. Rock saw through Enrique's intentions, but his attack had already gathered all his strength, tearing the sky apart with apocalyptic energy. Powerful winds swept through the frozen lands of Xuanhuan Nation, causing them to melt and turn hot. Perpetually covered snow and ice melted into water, spreading across Xuanhuan Nation. Fall! Rock shouted, and the terrible sword shadow instantly descended, shaking the ground. Had Rock not protected the land, the entire Xuanhuan Nation could have been leveled by this strike. Rock wasn't a ruthless killer and wouldn't ignore the common folk, so he simultaneously erected a defensive array to protect them. Damn it, I won't accept this. The giant Crimson Sun sword shattered Enrique's mystic ice shield and crushed him into the ground. When the shadow dissipated, Enrique lay motionless, his bones completely shattered, healing almost impossible. However, Enrique still clung to life, a breath deliberately left by Rock, as he intended for Dana to deliver the final blow. I've helped you thoroughly subdue Enrique. Now, you can seek revenge. Thank you. Dana looked at Rock, her eyes filled with gratitude. He was truly her benefactor. Without meeting Rock, revenge would have been unattainable. Don't mention it. After your vengeance, we still have much to do. We need to help you reclaim the xuanhuan sect, Rock continued. After killing Enrique, he planned for Dana to become the new sect leader, which was reasonable given her father was the previous leader. Alright. Dana nodded, approaching Enrique with her sword drawn. Wait, don't kill me, senior sister Feishua, please spare me. I was bewitched into doing these things. Just let me go, and I'll do whatever you want. I can tell you a secret. This wasn't voluntary. Someone else manipulated me into this. Believe me. Senior sister Feishua, just spare me, and I'll tell you who made me do it. Enrique, unable to move, begged as Dana approached. You can save these words for my father. I'm only here to send you down to him. Dana responded coolly. No matter what Enrique said, she had only one goal, his death. You can't do this. If you kill me, they won't spare you. Enrique tried one last desperate plea, but it was futile. Dana stood before him, thrusting her sword into his throat without hesitation. Blood gushed out as he struggled vainly, eventually losing consciousness. Dad, did you see? Daughter has avenged you. Dana finally achieved her revenge, kneeling to the sky and speaking aloud. Rock, let's go. To reclaim what belongs to my father. Alright. Rock nodded. Dana proved stronger than he imagined. He had expected to offer some words of comfort, but she quickly regained her composure on her own. #### Chapter 105, Raksha Sect. After killing Enrique, King and Dana immediately rushed towards the xuanhuan sect's territory. Stop right there. Ahead lies the domain of our xuanhuan sect. Outsiders cannot enter without permission. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the xuanhuan sect was located, several disciples responsible for guarding the gate intercepted King and the others, preventing them from entering. Do I not have permission to enter? At that moment, Dana stepped forward, looking at the guards before her and slowly asked, Senior Sister Gu. Upon recognizing Dana, the guards were left speechless in astonishment. You weren't dead? What did you say? Hearing the guards speak these words, Dana nearly exploded with rage. What did they mean? Were they cursing her death? Sister, please don't be angry. We heard this from Era Bartolomean. He said you met danger while training outside and had already perished. Your return is wonderful news. We will report to Era Bartolomean immediately. No need. Enrique is already dead. What? The guards froze in shock. Good heavens, what on earth was going on here? Just a short while ago, Brother Enrique took over as patriarch, announcing that Senior Sister Gu was dead. Now Senior Sister Gu had returned, proclaiming that Brother Enrique was dead. Sister, what's happening here? And who are these people? Enrique betrayed the Tianhan sect, murdering the previous patriarch and framing me to fall into the hands of demonic cultists. He has been executed by me. From now on, I, Dana, will take over as the head of the Tianhan sect. Is that understood? Yes, understood. The guards, still incredulous, let them pass. King and Dana smoothly entered the Tianhan sect. Without delay, Dana used a secret transmission method to inform all the disciples within the sect. Enrique conspired with the elders to murder the previous patriarch. He has been punished by me. From now on, I, Dana, will assume the role of the Tianhan sect's leader. If anyone opposes, step forward now. Instantly, all the disciples in the sect heard Dana's voice, and intense discussions began to brew among them. As expected, when Enrique ascended to the position of patriarch, I found it very strange. Turns out, he was a traitor. Lady has returned. That's excellent. With her back, our Tianhan sect won't fall into the hands of demonic cultists. I've always wondered why our resources started flowing out incessantly since Enrique became patriarch. It turns out, he was a traitor. Days passed quickly, and no one stood up to oppose Dana. She smoothly assumed the role of the new patriarch. However, most of the former elders had already defected and were killed by King. All responsibilities now rested on her shoulders, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. How are things going? King asked softly. I've gathered all recent intelligence regarding the Tianhan sect and discovered that Enrique was acting under orders from the Raksha sect. They required Enrique to transport all cultivation resources of the Tianhan sect to aid their patriarch in advancing his cultivation. Based on the clues I obtained, the Raksha sect doesn't seem to target just us. Other righteous sects also appear to have fallen victim to similar schemes. It seems every righteous sect has become a puppet of the Raksha sect. Dana spoke calmly about the intelligence she collected over the past few days. The enormity of the situation left her in disbelief. Unbelievable. King agreed with equal astonishment. According to Enrique's confessions, King suspected there must have been someone else pulling the strings behind Enrique. But never could he have imagined that this person wielded such immense power, turning all righteous sects into puppets. So, other sect leaders have been replaced as well? Yes. An event of such magnitude should have caused a massive uproar across the eastern continent. Why did we receive no prior information? King posed a valid question. Replacing a sect leader is a significant event. The replacement of all righteous sect leaders would only create even greater upheaval. Yet, they received no warning before handling Enrique. This information only surfaced after resolving the issue. I suspect all righteous sects have been infiltrated by their people. They likely joined forces to prevent any leaks. Dana shared her insight. But for now, everything was speculation. They needed to focus on how to respond. Enrique's death undoubtedly drew the attention of the Raksha sect. What measures would they take next? If this is true, the Raksha sect wouldn't sit idly by. They won't abandon the resource-rich Tianhan sect. They will likely use other means to approach the Tianhan sect, then replace you. King explained. This meant Dana was in considerable danger. One misstep could cost her life. I'll be careful. Don't worry. I'll stay in the Tianhan sect to protect you. The Raksha sect is also my target. King reassured her. To unify all eastern sects, he couldn't ignore the Raksha sect. Since they were coming, King decided to resolve the matter directly. Taking control of the Raksha sect would effectively place him in command of all righteous sects. Meanwhile, deep within the Raksha sect, they received news about the Tianhan sect. According to reports, Enrique of the Tianhan sect is dead, and the current leader is Dana. Very well. Send someone to inform Dana to submit to our Raksha sect. If she refuses, kill her and replace her. Yes, Era. With orders given, the subordinate immediately left, heading towards the Tianhan sect. Chapter 106, Messenger of the Raksha sect. The people from the Raksha sect arrived even faster than King had imagined. After Dana took over the Tianhan sect, it didn't take many days before the Raksha sect showed up at their doorstep. Berkeley, the messenger from the Raksha sect, has come to pay respects. The disciple guarding the gate respectfully reported to Dana. Let them in. Yes. Upon receiving Dana's order, the gate-guarding disciple immediately went down. Once he left, King and Dana began discussing a strategy. Who would have thought that the Raksha sect would arrive so quickly? We don't know what their intentions are this time. King stroked his chin, slowly responding. What else could they want but for us to submit? To the Raksha sect, it doesn't matter who is the master of our sect. All they require is obedience to their commands. But aren't they being too naive? They think sending just a few messengers will make us bow down? As King spoke, his gaze shifted towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Under the guidance of the gate-guarding disciple, the Raksha sect's messengers were already standing before them. Vincent of the Raksha sect pays respect to the Berkeley of the Tianhan sect. Vincent clasped his hands in a salute, showing deference to Dana, an unmistakable show of respect. May I ask, what brings the messenger here? The Tianhan sect and your Raksha sect have no known ties. Dana responded directly, not showing any weakness due to the messenger's courteous demeanor. She knew they were trying to gain the upper hand with courtesy first, only to follow with harsher terms. She couldn't afford to show weakness. That's not true, Berkeley. Under the leadership of the previous Tianhan sect Berkeley, Enrique, an alliance was formed between our two sects, a very close one indeed. Enrique? He's a traitor to the Tianhan sect and cannot represent us. All decisions made during his tenure are hereby nullified. Dana said coldly. These people are truly arrogant, daring to mention Enrique's name before her. Did they not fear she might kill them right here? Please tell your master we have nothing more to discuss. Dana issued a final ultimatum without hesitation. Berkeley Gu, is this wise? I call you Berkeley Gu out of respect. Don't overstep. In front of the Raksha sect, you are nothing. I advise you to be smart and submit to us, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Vincent slowly spoke, his words filled with threats. Are you threatening me? Dana wasn't the type to back down from danger. She stood up from her seat without retreating. Do you know where you stand now? Threaten me? Do you think you can leave the Tianhan sect alive? Dana drew her long sword, unleashing a surge of ice energy. King smiled slightly, blocking the entrance without saying much. No one was getting out now. Berkeley Goo, what do you mean? Vincent started panicking. If Dana was serious about killing him, he wouldn't leave alive. But he didn't believe she dared. Surely, she would hesitate considering his status as a Raksha sect envoy. Me? Haven't you understood yet? Dana lunged forward, her sword gathering icy chi, instantly freezing the entire hall. Rage filled her heart. The death of her father was partly due to the Raksha sect. Surrender? Not in a million years. You dare to strike. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Humph, if I feared, would I act? With that, Dana swung her sword, sending waves of icy sword energy toward Vincent. Realizing fighting inside the hall would lead to his demise, Vincent rushed toward the exit. He needed to report back to the master, who could then destroy the Tianhan sect. However, he underestimated the situation. King stood guard at the entrance. Who was King? A man of power far beyond Vincent's level. Seeing Vincent rushing toward him, King kicked him back into the hall. Trying to escape? Did you ask my permission? King's smile hid his icy tone. You're sealing your own fate. If anything happens to me here, our master will never forgive you. If you're wise, let me go. Haha, that's the funniest thing I've heard. Leaving will make our master spare us? Also, remember this, it's not just the Raksha sect coming after us. It's the Tianhan sect that won't let the Raksha sect off. King said coldly. You. Hearing this, Vincent felt utter despair. He hadn't anticipated such fierce resistance from the Tianhan sect against the Raksha sect. If he'd known, he'd never have taken on this mission. Too late for regrets now. Dana's sword pierced through Vincent, turning him into an ice statue which shattered into crystals, vanishing into the air. Now, with this, we've officially torn apart relations with the Raksha sect. What are your plans? Dana asked King quietly. Chapter 107. Robbery? Other sects might be in the same situation as the Heavenly Cold sect. If we want to deal with the Raksha sect, we can't rely solely on ourselves. So, I plan to visit other sects to assess the situation. If I can find allies, it would be even better. King slowly said. His decision had its rationale. Whether he found allies or not wasn't critical, but if he could lend a hand when their sects were under threat from the Raksha sect, it would make unifying the Eastern sects much easier for him later. So he intended to help other sects at their most dire moments and have them owe him a favor. Then, when the time came, he could easily stand up and unite the Eastern sects into an alliance, making himself the leader without much trouble. That makes sense. What you say is indeed correct. Dana spoke slowly, her eyes shyly glancing at King before softly asking. I once said that if you helped me take revenge, I would do anything you asked. Now, you've already helped me kill my enemy and regain control of the Heavenly Cold sect. So, is there something you desire? Dana spoke gently, looking at King, with a hidden hope in her heart. She didn't fully understand this hope herself, but if King said he wanted nothing, she might be truly hurt. Do you want to become Tao companions with me? What do you think? King didn't hesitate and asked directly. He was always straightforward, believing that hiding feelings wasn't what a real man did. Ah. What? You don't agree? No, I agree. Dana immediately responded. Though she had imagined such a scene before, deep down she thought the probability was extremely slim, almost impossible. After all, King already had Winifred and Rosa as excellent Tao companions. So, logically, it wouldn't be her turn. But when King uttered those words, her heart still skipped a beat. Her dream had come true. I do want to become Tao companions with you, but now the Heavenly Cold sect has many issues to address, and the Raksha sect may attack us anytime soon, so? I think we should wait until after we resolve the Raksha sect issue to become Tao companions. Does that sound good? Of course, the current situation is indeed very severe. King nodded. It was indeed not the time to rush, respecting Dana's feelings and also recognizing the urgency of dealing with the Raksha sect. What's next? Next, I'll go visit other sects to see how they're doing. If the Heavenly Cold sect encounters any problems, contact me immediately, and I'll return as quickly as possible to help you. All right. With King's promise, Dana finally felt at ease. She gazed quietly at King, resisting the urge to kiss him. King reciprocated, but both kept it contained, knowing there were still many troubles ahead and this wasn't the right time. In the afternoon, King bade farewell to the Heavenly Cold sect. He planned to visit the nearest sect, the Xuanhuan sect, to gauge the situation. Unlike the Heavenly Cold sect, which practiced icy cultivation methods, the Xuanhuan sect specialized in fiery cultivation methods. Thus, the two sects had been at odds for a long time. The Xuanhuan sect was located to the south of the Heavenly Cold sect within the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Stop. Just entering the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, King, Winifred, and Rosa were intercepted by several bandits. This mountain I cleared, these trees I planted, this road I manage. If you wish to pass, leave your money behind. A few bandit-like figures emerged, their machetes pointed at King's group as they spoke slowly. We actually encountered robbers? Rosa excitedly exclaimed. She had never experienced such a situation before and felt oddly thrilled. Boss, what should we do? They don't seem afraid of us at all. The bandits whispered among themselves, noticing that King and his companions showed no signs of fear. Perhaps these people are experts and aren't scared of us. Don't scare yourselves. We outnumber them, and only 3 of them, including 2 women. Can't we handle them? The bandit leader spoke calmly. Seeing this, King found it quite amusing that ordinary mortals dared to rob cultivators. They sure have courage, he thought. Kneel. King softly spoke 2 words. For mortals without any cultivation, his command was like an unresistible heavenly decree. Instantly, the bandits knelt on the ground, unable to rise. What's happening? Why are we all kneeling, boss? My body won't listen to me. What should we do, boss? Everyone, shut up. The bandit leader, more experienced than his subordinates, knew something unusual was happening and needed to act quickly. Immortal, please spare us. I didn't mean to rob you. I had no choice. The bandit leader immediately pleaded, showing no hesitation. Delaying even a second could cost him his life. No choice? How so? King asked slowly. He had no intention of killing them. Cultivators didn't torment mortals, especially since he found these bandits amusingly innocent. Well, speak up. If you're facing difficulties, I can help. Really? Upon hearing King's words, the bandit leader's face lit up with surprise, seeing King as his savior. Without delay, he bowed deeply. Immortal, save us. Our lives have become unbearable. Recently, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom started imposing heavy taxes on us commoners, squeezing our livelihoods. We had no choice but to turn to banditry. The bandit leader, with tears in his voice, pleaded desperately. Chapter 108, Maddie. Upon hearing the bandit leader's words, Rock immediately sensed a problem. When did this situation start? Rock asked. Probably a few months ago. A few months ago? Rock began to recall. According to his calculations, Dana's Tianhuan sect also underwent changes around the same time. Enrique killed his master and became the new era of Tianhuan sect, although he served under the command of Luoshasi sect. Moreover, based on the information Dana now had, it was confirmed that all orthodox sects were being infiltrated by Luoshasi sect and turned into its puppets, tasked with gathering various resources for it. If this transformation started in Juke Kingdom a few months ago, it was undoubtedly instigated by Luoshasi sect behind the scenes. My lord, could this be? Yes, it must be Luoshasi sect ordering Huayan sect to collect resources which are then handed over to Luoshasi sect, and Huayan sect orders Juke Kingdom to do the same for them. A mortal nation has no means to resist an immortal sect, so they can only comply. Rock said softly. What should we do now? We must go to the palace of Juke Kingdom and have the emperor revoke this taxation. Rock replied. This was the extent of what he could do. You can rest assured. It won't take long before you can return to your previous lives. Really? Thank you, immortal lord. Thank you, immortal lord. Thank you. The bandits thanked Rock repeatedly upon hearing his statement. Luoshasi sect's infiltration was even more terrifying than Rock had imagined. Even the lives of ordinary people were at stake. It appeared that Luoshasi sect must be eradicated as soon as possible. Within half a day, Rock arrived at the capital of Juke Kingdom. Hold it. What is it? When Rock tried to enter the capital, he was stopped by the guards at the gate. Our emperor has ordered that no external cultivators are allowed to enter the city, or else they will be executed without mercy. Is that so? Upon hearing the guard's response, Rock couldn't help but laugh. You, a mere mortal, threaten me with execution? Do you wish to die? Rock's eyes instantly turned cold, and the aura radiating from his body was far beyond the guard's capacity to withstand. Oh no! Please, immortal lord, spare us. We're just following orders, don't blame us. The guard immediately pleaded for mercy. Of course, we cannot match immortal lords, but Huayan sect cultivators are stationed at this gate to prevent any unauthorized entry. I advise you to leave. Rock understood after listening to the guard's explanation. The ban on other cultivators entering the capital was not an order from the emperor of Juke Kingdom, but from Huayan sect. Fascinating. They don't want us to enter the capital. I wonder why. Rock knew there was something fishy going on. Since he was here to solve problems, he didn't hesitate to act. He decided to force his way in. Hold it. As Rock took a step forward, someone immediately shouted. Who are you? Huayan sect, Maddie. The red-haired girl introduced herself. Her crimson eyes stared coldly at Rock. The capital is off-limits to external cultivators. Please turn back. If you insist on entering, I won't hold back. Maddie stated firmly. The surrounding civilians and soldiers quickly retreated, fearing a confrontation between two immortals. Mortals like them could not withstand the aftershocks of such a battle. Very well. Let's see how you plan to not hold back. Ignoring Maddie's warning, Rock took another step forward. Instantly, a powerful clash of auras formed at the city gates, neither side giving way. Maddie pulled out a scarlet spear from her sleeve, while Rock unsheathed his a-million-wing sword. Both were prepared to attack each other. Do you really not intend to leave? Maddie asked. Rock looked at Maddie and noticed a hint of hesitation in her eyes. She seemed conflicted, suggesting that her current actions weren't entirely of her own volition. Could it be? Rock paused, considering a possibility. Maddie, how about we fight elsewhere? There are too many mortals here. If we battle, innocents might get hurt. What do you think? Rock suggested, lowering his aura slightly. Feeling Rock's diminished pressure, Maddie didn't foolishly assume she had the upper hand. She also lowered her own pressure. Fine. Surprised by Rock's concern for ordinary people, Maddie nodded, viewing him more favorably. Rock hadn't expected that his unintentional action would earn him some goodwill from Maddie. Once in an open space, Rock didn't rush into combat but instead asked, Maddie, what do you think of the current state of Juke Kingdom? What do you mean? Maddie was puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight? Why ask such a question now? After entering Juke Kingdom, I encountered many robbers who can no longer make ends meet. Who do you think is responsible for this situation? Maddie remained silent. She knew the root cause all too well, but what could she do? She was merely a disciple of Huayan sect, bound to follow orders. Despite finding the situation problematic, she could not defy her sect leader, her master. I have a secret. Would you like to know it? Rock smiled. He hadn't intended to fight Maddie. Instead, he wanted to find a quiet place to share the information he knew. Forcing his way in was one approach, but having an ally would certainly make things easier. And Maddie was incredibly beautiful. Rock's eyes lit up. Such a talented woman. If they could become companions, their offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. The rewards. Rock could barely contain his excitement. Chapter 109. Cooperation. What secret? Haley asked, feeling very curious about why King had summoned her to this secluded place to share a secret. She didn't know what schemes he might have in mind, but if he intended any harm, she wouldn't be lenient. Actually, your sect has already been secretly controlled by the Raksha sect. Based on the information I've gathered, the Raksha sect now controls all righteous sects in secret, and they command these righteous sects to gather resources and send everything to the Raksha sect. King revealed what he knew. After hearing King's words, Haley looked at him as if he were a fool, slowly responding. You can't seriously expect me to believe such nonsense? Our Huayan sect would never be controlled by the Raksha sect. Sending resources to them? What nonsense are you spouting? Haley was irritated. Did she look so gullible that someone could deceive her with such lies? King hadn't expected his words to be met with disbelief. On second thought, it made sense. Without evidence, accusing an entire sect of being secretly controlled by a demonic sect like the Raksha sect would naturally be hard to believe for anyone, unless he could provide compelling proof. You have to trust me. What I'm saying is true. We just dealt with the Tianhan sect situation. You're from the Tianhan sect? When she heard the name Tianhan sect from King, Haley's eyes turned cold immediately. No wonder he dared say such things. This guy must be from the Tianhan sect and probably has ulterior motives for entering the capital. Speak up, what's your purpose? Are you trying to harm our Huayan sect? Haley pointed her long sword directly at King, interrogating him. King was speechless. How could he have forgotten that Huayan sect and Tianhan sect were always at odds? No, I'm not from the Tianhan sect. I only help them resolve their troubles. So you're not from the Tianhan sect? Why did you help them resolve their problems then? Haley pressed, leaving King in a difficult position. How should he answer this? He couldn't say the Tianhan sect's patriarch was his Dao companion. If he did, it would only make things worse. Alright, then let me ask you. Why does your Huayan sect treat the citizens of Zhuge Kingdom like this? Aren't you the national religion of Zhuge Kingdom? How can you ignore the lives of the common people? Can you still claim there's nothing wrong with Huayan sect now? King countered directly. Upon hearing this, Haley was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew deep down that her sect's actions were indeed unjustified. Unfortunately, without knowing the sect's intentions, she couldn't easily conclude. But if things were as King said, it started to make sense. But how could that be possible? Huayan sect was one of the most prestigious righteous sections. How could it be secretly controlled by the Raksha sect? And according to King, it wasn't just Huayan sect but all righteous sects. What proof do you have? Haley looked at King and asked. I might not have any proof right now, but if you want, we can try and see. What do you mean? I think you haven't seen your sect's patriarch for a long time, right? King's words left Haley stunned. She realized she indeed hadn't seen her master for a while. Recent orders came through the kin, which led her to suspect. A terrifying thought crept into Haley's mind. She looked back at King. What do you plan to do? I can cooperate with you, but if you lie or deceive me, I won't forgive you. Agreed. King nodded, sensing that Haley had begun to waver. Even if she still doubted his words, at least she didn't outright dismiss them, a positive sign. Now, pretend I'm a captive from the Tianhan sect. Tell them I'm here to infiltrate Huayan sect and seek your master's decision. So you want to use this method to confirm whether my master still truly controls Huayan sect? Yes. Fine, I'll cooperate. Haley nodded, unconcerned about King's plans. Once inside Huayan sect, no matter how powerful he was, escape would be impossible. After agreeing to cooperate, King instructed Weiling Yin and Feng Zi to wait outside the capital, unwilling to involve his Dao companions in danger. He posed as Haley's captive and returned to Huayan sect with her. Upon arriving at the sect, they were stopped by several gate guards. Sister, who is the person behind you? The guards inquired cautiously. They couldn't let strangers enter the sect, or they'd face severe punishment. He's from the Tianhan sect, trying to sneak into Zhuge Kingdom. I caught him and brought him back for Berkeley's judgment. Oh, thank you for your efforts, sister. It's no trouble, but I need you to escort us, ensuring nothing happens to him en route. Of course, sister. To maintain authenticity, Haley ensured no suspicion arose among the guards. If she had brought King directly, the guards would likely suspect something despite her status. With the guards' assistance, Haley quickly brought King to Huayan sect's grand hall. Disciple Haley paying respects, she said, bowing respectfully. Chapter 110. How can an infiltrator be considered a traitor? As Maddie spoke, numerous elders surged from all directions in just a moment. Maddie, what is it? Speak directly. It was Gerard, the Burl of Huayan sect, who spoke. He was an elderly man with white hair but a robust build, and his voice was strong and steady, unlike that of a typical old man. Burl, this matter is serious. I wish to ask my Berkeley to decide. Could you tell me where he is? Maddie did not speak directly, but chose her words carefully. Upon hearing her, Gerard furrowed his brows, his gaze cold as he looked at Maddie before breaking into a gentle smile. The Jagger is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed by anyone. If there's anything, you can tell me now. Before entering seclusion, the Jagger entrusted the sect entirely to me. So rest assured, I will handle any matter appropriately, Gerard said firmly. Maddie wasn't foolish. She was quite perceptive. After hearing the Burl's words, suspicion began to grow in her heart. She started to believe what King had suggested. Could it be that Huayan sect had truly been secretly controlled by Luoshacha sect, and her master had met some unforeseen event? Perhaps Burl Gerard was only managing Huayan sect under Berkeley's name. Burl, you cannot make such a decision. Please bring out my Berkeley. Maddie did not back down but insisted firmly once more. Gerard looked at Maddie coldly. This girl was acting unusually today, insisting on seeing her master when she usually wouldn't. Had she grown suspicious? Who is the person behind you? Gerard ignored Maddie's request and focused his gaze on King. Reporting to the Burl, this person is a spy from Tianhan sect, attempting to infiltrate Zhuge Kingdom for unknown reasons. Senior sister caught him and requests the Jagger's judgment. One of the gatekeeping disciples immediately stepped forward to report, seizing the chance to impress the elders. Upon hearing this, Gerard understood the situation. This was not as significant as he initially thought. Maddie, if it's just this, it isn't worth troubling the Jagger. As an elder, I have the authority to decide on this matter. Take him away and execute him. Gerard ordered the gatekeepers. Maddie, now you should believe what I told you before, shouldn't you? King had remained silent, observing the exchange between Maddie and Burl Gerard. Now, seeing their intention to kill him, he decided not to continue acting and spoke up. Maddie stayed silent, still hesitant to fully believe it. You traitors, having aligned with Luashacha sect, using Huayin sect as a tool to gather resources. What did you do to the Jagger of Huayin sect? King broke free from the bindings Maddie had placed on him. They were part of the act, so they weren't tight enough to hold him for long. What? Gerard's eyes filled with murderous intent upon hearing King's words. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he struck, killing the gatekeeping disciples. Burl, you? Maddie was completely taken aback. She now believed everything King had said. The Burl wouldn't go to such lengths unless he felt guilty about something. Killing Huayin sect's own disciples was clearly an attempt to silence potential witnesses. Who are you? What else do you know? Gerard paid no attention to Maddie. Knowing that she had uncovered the truth, he couldn't let her live. But first, he needed to understand King. Who was he and why did he know about Luashacha sect? Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is you, as elders of Huayin sect, selling out your own sect. Why did you do it? King asked, sensing that the situation was more complex than it seemed. These elders held positions second only to the Jagger, yet they chose to serve Luashacha sect, even offering Huayin sect's resources. It made no sense. Don't you think as the Jagger of Huayin sect, you deserve more loyalty than as a lackey for Luashacha sect? This was a point that puzzled King, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. You traitors of Huayin sect. Maddie was enraged. Her worst fears were realized. Who would have thought reality matched King's suspicions? What did you do to my Berkeley? Traitors? No, we aren't. We've always been members of Luashacha sect and never considered ourselves part of Huayin sect. How can we be traitors? As for your Berkeley, the old fool is already dead. His body remains in the secluded chamber. Ha ha ha. You can't imagine how shocked he was before dying. Just thinking about it makes me laugh uncontrollably. He could never fathom that all his elders were spies for Luashacha sect. Ha 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 ha. Gerard spoke slowly, then burst into laughter. To him, King and Maddie were trapped like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. So revealing the truth posed no risk. After listening to Gerard, King finally understood the mystery that had plagued him. No wonder these men submitted to Luashacha sect. They had been sleeper agents planted by Luashacha sect since the beginning. If that was the case, the same must be true for other sects as well. Hashtag chapter 111. Trying to run again? Gerard's words greatly startled Maddie. She never imagined that these people in front of her were actually moles for the Raksha sect from the very beginning, lying in wait within the Huayin sect just for this day. Her master died with unresolved grievances. I will avenge my master, Maddie shouted, drawing her long sword from her waist without hesitation and charging straight at Gerard. The sword was enveloped in flames, and her slash carried an overwhelming wave of heat that instantly swept toward Gerard. How can a little girl like you be my match? Revenge? Dream on. Today, neither of you will leave this place alive. At Gerard's signal, several elders immediately understood and formed a tight circle around Rock and Maddie. Facing Maddie's attack, Gerard sneered disdainfully. With just a simple flick of his wrist, he dispelled the incoming wave of heat. You are 100 years away from matching my strength. Practice another 100 years before you talk about revenge. But alas, you won't have the chance, because you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. As Gerard spoke, a large broadsword materialized in his hand, and he slashed it toward Maddie. Rock appeared instantly behind Maddie, wrapped his arms around her waist, and in one swift move returned to the ground, evading Gerard's attack. Don't speak too soon. It's not yet clear who won't see tomorrow's sun, Rock said ominously. Is that so? So you think you can defeat us? Gerard laughed. This was truly the funniest joke he had ever heard. Setting aside the number of people on their side, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. How do you know if you don't try? Rock drew his Crimson Sun sword, his gaze sweeping over the elders, his voice like that of a messenger from hell. Do you spies of the Raksha sect know what has happened to the Tianhuan sect? Rock asked. Tianhuan sect? What about the Tianhuan sect? It's nothing. Your reaction tells me you're unaware of what happened there, which is for the best. Rock nodded. He wanted to confirm if they had received any news from the Raksha sect regarding the Tianhuan sect's actions. If they knew, then other sects might have been informed as well. Since they didn't, it meant the other sects were likely also unaware. However, with the Raksha sect's envoy killed and not receiving any messages for a while, they would eventually figure out something was wrong, so time was running out. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? After hearing Rock's words, Gerard inexplicably felt an ominous unease. What was this feeling of dread? Could it be related to this boy in front of him? No hurry. I'll tell you everything when we're alone. Rock's figure suddenly multiplied into dozens, each clone attacking the elders simultaneously. In a moment, the tables were turned. Instead of surrounding Rock, the elders found themselves surrounded by him. Without further ado, Rock attacked fiercely, and under relentless assaults from his numerous clones, the elders were swiftly defeated, leaving only Gerard standing. Who exactly are you? Now, Gerard was certain that his unease was due to Rock. It was incredible. Though Rock stood alone, how could he overpower them all? Alright, let's continue where we left off. I promised to tell you what happened once you were alone. Before coming here, I successfully helped the Tianhuan sect break free from Raksha sect's control, eliminating all their moles. Afterward, the Raksha sect sent envoys to make the Tianhuan sect submit again and continue extracting resources for them. But unfortunately for them, those envoys met their end by my hand. So it's no fault of yours that you haven't received the news. Rock explained with a peculiar smile, causing Gerard's heart to race. Facing Rock felt like facing a merciless killer. I'm no match for him, Gerard concluded inwardly. Who are you? Gerard asked fearfully. How could they not have known such a terrifying existence existed on the eastern continent? My name is Rock. Remember that, Rock declared, raising his Crimson Sun sword and lunging directly at Gerard. I can't just wait to die, Gerard thought, determined to escape and report this to the Raksha sect. Flames began engulfing his body, turning him into a flaming figure. Secret art, wrathful flame body. Rock, be careful. That's our Huayan sect's secret art. Once used, speed, reflexes, and strength all drastically increase. Got it, I'll be cautious. Rock nodded. Inferno God, Gerard roared, forming enormous fireballs in his hands, hurling them continuously at Rock. These terrifying high-temperature fireballs exploded upon contact with anything. Rock could only dodge, while Gerard used this gap to throw more fireballs and start retreating. Trying to run? Not so easy. Rock smiled coldly, and his Crimson Sun sword transformed into thousands. 10,000 swords descend. Rock launched the swords, sending thousands of them flying towards Gerard at blinding speed, piercing through his body. Hashtag chapter 112. The more, the better. No, I refuse to accept this. Gerard's body was pierced by the Crimson Sun sword and fell down. King and Maddie immediately rushed forward. At this point, Gerard had sustained severe injuries and was unable to move. What is the goal of the Rakshasa sect? King asked. According to what Gerard had said earlier, they had been secretly infiltrating Huayan sect for a long time, and it was likely similar in other sects as well. If that was the case, it could only mean that the Rakshasa sect had planned this operation long ago. King wouldn't believe they had no objective. How would I know? I just followed the orders of my sect. Well, if that's the case, then you seem to have no use left. King looked at Maddie, then spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Leave him to you. You wanted to avenge your master, didn't you? Yes, thank you. Maddie was profoundly grateful to King. Without his help, she would still be in the dark, and even if she discovered the truth on her own, she wouldn't have the power to avenge her master. So, she truly appreciated King. Approaching Gerard, Maddie raised her sword without hesitation and swung it down, severing Gerard's head. Carrying Gerard's head, she returned to her master's meditation chamber. Berkeley, I have avenged you. I will place Gerard's head alongside your grave. After paying respects to her master, Maddie returned to the main hall of Huayan sect with King. Now that the internal troubles within Huayan sect have been eradicated, what do you plan to do next? King looked at Maddie and asked slowly. All the elders of Huayan sect were dead, including the previous leader, leaving nobody capable of handling affairs within the now massive yet leaderless Huayan sect. I think I should inform all the disciples of the truth, then? Wait, why not? Maddie glanced at King, unsure why he suddenly stopped her. I don't think now is the right time to reveal the truth to the disciples. Why not? Hearing King's words, Maddie appeared puzzled. Why couldn't she tell her disciples the truth? The Rakshasa sect has meticulously planned for a long time and currently controls all righteous sects from behind the scenes. If you disclose the truth to your disciples, it could draw the attention of the Rakshasa sect. It might also cause chaos among the righteous sects, making things difficult for us. Therefore, before this issue is thoroughly resolved, I suggest we keep this truth hidden from the disciples. King voiced his concerns. Other righteous sects controlled by the Rakshasa sect did not yet know about Tianhan sect or Huayan sect. Revealing this information now would complicate his future actions. After hearing King's explanation, Maddie thought for a moment and understood. All right, I'll follow your advice. But what should we do next? Maddie asked King. If she couldn't reveal the truth to her disciples, what should her next move be? Since Gerard could issue orders under the pretense of being the leader, you can do the same. This will lay the groundwork for you to control Huayan sect. When the truth is finally revealed, you can take over Huayan sect smoothly, ensuring your master's legacy isn't destroyed. King offered his suggestion. After some quick thinking, Maddie agreed. King's plan indeed seemed like the best solution. Though it meant more work for herself, for the sake of Huayan sect, she would endure anything. After dealing with everything, Maddie issued orders in the name of the leader to withdraw from controlling the Phoenix Nation and return all previously collected resources. Are you going to visit other sects next? Of course. King nodded. Their mission was far from over. I don't know how to thank you. What do you want? If you really want to thank me, why not become my Dao partner? When King made this proposal, Maddie was utterly surprised. Her beautiful face turned beet red, incredibly adorable, making one almost want to pinch her cheek. Do you not wish to? King countered. He wouldn't force her if she disagreed but felt a bit disappointed. Yes, I wish to. Maddie immediately responded. King had helped her so much, and becoming his Dao partner seemed beneficial for her as well. Good, let's agree on this. Once I've dealt with the Rakshasa sect, we'll become Dao partners. Agreed. I'll wait for you. Maddie nodded. To her, King had become a great hero saving the world. After making their agreement, King left Huayan sect, met Rosa and Winifred outside the capital of the Phoenix Nation, and set off for their next destination. Maddie stayed back to handle the internal matters of the sect. Were things resolved smoothly? Rosa asked. Yes, very smoothly. And? Did you choose another Dao partner? Winifred stepped up and inquired. You even noticed this? Tisk, do you think we don't know what kind of person you are? Even a child could guess that someone like Maddie wouldn't escape your attention. Naturally, the more Dao partners, the better. King replied candidly, pulling Rosa and Winifred into his arms. In a place more than 100 miles east of Huayan sect, there stood a small sect. Despite its size, it held an exalted position in the eastern continent. Whether demon or righteous sects, all treated this sect with respect. The reason was simple, it was the sword sect. Over half of the renowned swords and weapons in the eastern continent came from this sect. Chapter 113. It's comfortable to communicate with polite people. The sword sect, just the name sounds very impressive. Rosa clung to King and spoke slowly. Indeed, if we could obtain a few famous swords from the sword sect this time, it would be wonderful. King also said that having more magical artifacts was always beneficial. That way, when he used his avatars, there wouldn't be a shortage of artifacts. As they discussed, several disciples in white robes intercepted King and his group. Stop. Ahead is the territory of the Sword Sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Several Sword Sect disciples stopped them and stated directly. Well, this scene seems familiar. Rosa was speechless. Every time they arrived at a new place, someone always blocked their path, preventing them from proceeding. Yeah, King also felt helpless. Although he knew these people had no ill intentions, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. What are you talking about? The Sword Sect is not open to outsiders, so please turn back immediately. Oh, well, we came here specifically to visit the sect Berkeley of the Sword Sect. Could you please inform him? Just tell him, the head of the Dawn religion from the Rising Sun Kingdom, King, seeks an audience. King bowed respectfully. Dealing politely with these people was clearly the better choice. After all, as guests here, it was best to be courteous. If the host reasoned well, King would cooperate amicably. But if the host was unreasonable, King wouldn't be one to back down either. The Sword Sect disciples, seeing King's politeness, couldn't immediately act rudely or drive them away. They replied courteously, I'm sorry, our sect Berkeley has been in seclusion recently and cannot receive visitors at this time. Please return. If you wish to meet our sect Berkeley, you can come again after he emerges from seclusion. We will welcome you then. Their attitude made King feel quite comfortable, unlike certain individuals who, relying on their backing sects, treated everyone indifferently. Despite being mere gatekeepers, they acted condescendingly. King had encountered many such people before. Since that's the case, can I meet your Burl instead? King asked again. The response reminded him of Huayan sect. Their sect Berkeley was supposedly in seclusion while actually harmed, allowing the Burl to control the entire sect under the sect Berkeley's name and bow to the Rakshasa sect. Given this scenario, the Sword Sect might be similar. Since he couldn't meet the sect Berkeley, meeting the Burl would be equally useful. Well, we can't decide on this. Let me ask the Burl. If he doesn't wish to see you, there's nothing we can do. Thank you. King bowed gratefully. Indeed, communicating with polite people made everything much smoother and less frustrating. They waited outside the Sword Sect gates as a disciple rushed back to report the situation to the Burl in the main hall. In the grand hall of the Sword Sect, the Burl sat where the sect Berkeley usually did, declaring, our sect Berkeley is currently in seclusion, and I am acting in his stead. Using this justification, he held the sect Berkeley's position uncontested by anyone. Burl, isn't the pace of alchemy too fast lately? Yes, Burl, forcing disciples to work day and night like this will exhaust them. I think they need some rest. Don't you agree, Burl? The other elders expressed their concerns. Ever since the sect Berkeley went into seclusion, the Burl had driven the disciples relentlessly. Many disciples were collapsing due to the intense workload. Yet, the Burl showed no signs of stopping. If this continued, the disciples would be completely drained, possibly leading to the downfall of the Sword Sect. Fearing this, several elders had gathered today to discuss the situation with the Burl, hoping he would reconsider his actions. Do you think I am acting irresponsibly? The Burl suddenly asked, his voice deep and imposing, creating pressure on the surrounding elders, making them feel suffocated. Well, the elders hesitated. They couldn't simply say, yes, you are being irresponsible, unless they wanted to lose their positions, or even their lives. The Burl was known for his ruthlessness and formidable power, so no one dared to challenge him. I didn't intend to disclose this, but it seems you've misunderstood. Allow me to explain. But remember, this must be kept strictly confidential. The sect Berkeley entered seclusion because he received news that the demon sect plans to launch a major offensive against us soon. Therefore, he secluded himself to strengthen himself and instructed me to accelerate the production of magical artifacts by our disciples. Once the demon sect attacks, we can distribute these artifacts to other sects to help defend against them, thus earning their gratitude towards the Sword Sect. Now, do you understand? After listening to the Burl's explanation, all the elders fell silent. So that's why. If that's true, we indeed misunderstood the Burl. One elder stood up and spoke slowly. You understand now. Remember, keep this matter secret. Such opportunities to gain favors from other sects are rare. Yes, Burl. The elders immediately acknowledged. Burl, a disciple wishes to report something. At this moment, a disciple's voice came from outside the door. Come in. What is it? The Burl asked. Burl, a visitor named King, head of the Dawn religion from the Rising Sun Kingdom, initially wished to meet the sect Berkeley but now requests an audience with you upon learning of the sect Berkeley's seclusion. The disciple reported. Hashtag chapter 114. The thief cries, catch the thief. Land of Rising Sun? Dawn sect? Upon hearing these names, the Colin of Sword Sect fell into deep thought. He had heard of this recently. How interesting. Since he wishes to meet me, let him in. Yes. Receiving the Colin's command, the disciple left the grand hall and headed outside the sect. Our Colin invites you. The disciple said to Rock. Thank you for your effort. Rock nodded and followed the disciple towards the grand hall of Sword Sect. At that moment, inside the grand hall, the elders were asking questions, not understanding why the Colin wanted to see the national religion from the land of Rising Sun. Colin, why do we need to meet such an insignificant national religion when our current priority is crafting magical artifacts? One elder questioned. They already believed what the Colin had previously said about the importance of their current task, thus they did not think it was appropriate to allow visitors at this time. No harm in this. I've heard of this national religion before. Apparently, it has some connection with demon sect sealed demon gate. Since they've come knocking on our door, we should not be too polite. Does Colin mean to? The elders immediately grasped his meaning after hearing his words. This was indeed a classic, inviting the enemy into the trap. A national religion connected with demon sect wouldn't stand a chance once inside their sword sect. How ingenious, truly ingenious. The elders immediately praised him, expressing their eagerness to learn more from the Colin and work harder. Satisfied by the praises, the Colin nodded approvingly. These foolish people were easily deceived, even considering it a favor that he used them as tools. Sigh. These righteous sects are indeed hypocritical and extremely foolish. Not long after, Rock arrived at the Grand Hall. His gaze immediately fell on the main seat occupied by the Colin. He directly asked, "You said your sect leader was in seclusion, yet he is sitting right there, isn't he?" Hearing this, the disciples panicked and hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood. That isn't our sword sect leader, but our Colin." Understanding dawned on Rock's face as he sarcastically replied, "Oh, so it's the Colin. Sitting on the sect leader's seat. Anyone would assume he is the true sect leader. What's strange is, did your sect leader die? Allowing the Colin to sit in his place. This must be the custom of sword sect." Rock's voice carried a heavy and oppressive tone, imbued with chi power, making everyone feel like they were under trial. For a moment, none of the seated elders knew how to respond. What was going on? Why did it seem like Rock was the true master here despite this being their own territory? Outrageous. Most agitated was the Colin, who slammed his hand on the armrest of the sect leader's seat, staring intensely at Rock with murderous intent. With the sect leader in seclusion, the sect cannot be without leadership. As the Colin, am I not within my rights to manage the sect on behalf of the leader? These are internal matters of sword sect. When did it become your turn to interfere? The Colin's voice was dark and filled with hidden malice. Rock could clearly sense this and narrowed his eyes, observing the Colin. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The sword sect leader was likely in grave danger. I have visited several sects recently and found that their leaders have all met untimely ends. They claim their leaders are in seclusion while the Colins use their authority to take control. So, I was wondering if the same situation might apply here. Rock spoke candidly, gauging the truth from their reactions. Sure enough, after hearing this, the elders' expressions turned suspicious, and they began discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, the Colin sitting on the sect leader's seat now showed signs of fear, along with boundless anger and murderous intent. He stood up and coldly asked, "What do you mean? Are you accusing me of wrongdoing against the sect leader?" "Ha ha, I didn't say that. You misunderstood. I only shared my observations without any intention of causing trouble." Rock smiled. From the Colin's reaction, he realized Sword Sect might have fallen into the same fate as Huayan Sect. However, unlike Huayan Sect where the entire Elder Council was composed of Rakshasa Sect members, it seemed only the Colin of Sword Sect was the spy. "Rock, I know you, with ties to the sealed demon gate of Demon Sect. Now that you're here at Sword Sect, don't expect to leave alive. Today, Sword Sect will execute heavenly justice and slay this demon from the demonic path. Kins, attack now." The Colin drew his sword and pointed it at Rock. He realized that Rock knew many secrets that shouldn't be known. Allowing him to live would only endanger their plans. Better to eliminate him here to prevent future problems. Unfortunately, he originally planned to recruit Rock, but now it was clear they were enemies, better off dead than living. Ha ha ha. Hearing the Colin, Rock burst into laughter. The elders looked at him in confusion, unsure of his sudden behavior. "I've never seen such blatant hypocrisy. Is the Colin feeling guilty? Because I hit upon your crimes, you now want to kill me to prevent further mishaps. Your actions precisely reveal your guilt." Rock faced the surrounding elders, who had drawn their swords and surrounded him. "How utterly foolish you all are, serving as pawns for the demon sect without realizing it. Go check on your secluded sect leader. He's probably already dead." With arms crossed, Rock maintained a confident stance, raising suspicions among the elders. Could it be true as he says? ####Chapter 115, The Demon Sword. Kins, do not listen to his nonsense. He is trying to sow discord among us. How can we believe the words of a disciple of the devil sect? Kinwan was now in a panic, but tried to appear calm as he continued to speak, hoping to quickly eliminate King. The situation was extremely dangerous. If King continued speaking, his identity and true intentions would be fully exposed. "Move aside, Kins. Let me kill this traitor." The sword sect's Kinwan rushed out impatiently, sword in hand, aiming directly at King's chest. However, King had anticipated this move and was already prepared. The Emilianoyang sword suddenly appeared in his hand, blocking the attack. A clear metallic clang rang out as the Kin's sword clashed with the Emilianoyang sword. "You are so eager to silence me. This must mean what I said earlier was true." King smirked cunningly and turned to the other elders. "Why are you all still standing there like fools? Hasn't it become obvious by now? Your Emilianov kin is a spy for the Rakshasa sect. Your sect leader has already fallen victim to their treachery, dead in the seclusion chamber. If you don't believe me, send someone to check." King was truly amazed at these elders' intelligence. How did they manage to secure their positions? "Third kin, go check on the sect leader and ensure his safety." "Yes." Finally, under King's prodding, the other elders reacted. Waylon immediately issued an order. "Waylon, what do you mean? Do you not trust me? Instead, you believe an outsider?" Kinwan was in a state of sheer panic. If they really sent someone to check, he wouldn't survive. Now he had to prevent this somehow, but it seemed futile. "Of course, Kinwan, I want to trust you, but as kins of the sword sect, we cannot ignore any danger that might threaten the sect leader. Even if such a threat might be false, better safe than sorry. We should confirm. If Kinwan is falsely accused, I will take full responsibility." "Third kin, why are you still standing there? Go." "Yes." After hearing Waylon's command, Third kin hesitated no longer and flew towards the sect leader's seclusion chamber. Damn it. Seeing this, Kinwan abandoned all pretense. His sword shot out swiftly, piercing Third kin's back. "I told you, didn't I? The sect leader is in seclusion. No one should disturb him. Did you not understand?" Kinwan's eyes turned crimson, filled with murderous intent. The other elders trembled in fear. Waylon clenched his fists tightly. "Kinwan, how could you? Attacking your own sect member? It seems King was right. You are indeed a spy for the Rakshasa sect, and you've already harmed our sect leader." Waylon pointed his sword at Kinwan and addressed the other elders. "Why are you still standing around? Capture this traitor who killed his own." "Yes." The other elders responded immediately. They weren't fools. They just sometimes chose to play dumb. With Kinwan revealing his true colors, it was evident King's accusations were true. It was unbelievable that Kinwan was a spy for the devil sect. Ha ha ha. Since you know, there's nothing left for me but to kill you all. Xuanhuan brandished another sword. A completely red blade emanating black fog, looking particularly ominous. Himph, with that sword alone, you think you can succeed? King stepped forward, eyeing Xuanhuan's sword. It was indeed an excellent magical weapon. King, you ruined my plans. Today, you will pay the price for meddling. Xuanhuan's sword swept across, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword chi. The terrifying force scattered all the elders except King. What? Such immense power. Why does he have such strength? It's that sword in his hand. That's a demon sword. Waylon narrowed his eyes and gave the correct answer. Demon sword? What's that? King asked, intrigued by Waylon's statement. A demon sword. It's made using a forbidden method in our sword sect. Its creation process is extremely cruel, and once forged, it can influence the wielder's mind, turning them into a killing machine. That's why it's called a demon sword. It also has an extremely powerful attribute, the ability to merge with nature, which is not easily controllable. Infuriating. This man actually created a demon sword within our sect. It's outrageous. Waylon was furious. Creating a demon sword was strictly forbidden in the sword sect, and anyone violating this rule faced immediate execution, not mere expulsion. All elders, regardless of whether Xuanhuan is a spy for the devil sect, since he violated our sect's taboo, he must die. Execute him. Execute him. All the elders chimed in agreement. King, this is internal sect business. Step back and do not interfere. King was speechless. If not for him exposing Xuanhuan, they'd still be in the dark. Now they were pushing him away. How shameless. Fine, if you don't want my help, I'll step back. He took a few steps backward, ready to watch the show. Kill. At Waylon's command, the other elders lunged with their swords, targeting Xuanhuan. Hashtag chapter 116. Please, come and help. Hemph, foolish. The burl of the sword sect waved the demonic sword in his hand, and a torrential wave of scorching heat swept through the hall, forcing all the elders who approached to retreat as flames filled the space. Die. The burl's sinister smile widened. If he could kill them all, no one would ever know his secret, and he could still control the sword sect. Waylon, there's nothing we can do. The demonic sword in his hands is too powerful. Yes, Waylon, we have no means to counter it. The elders voiced their concerns, helpless against the burl's demonic sword unless they had a way to subdue it. Only the sect leader knew the secret method to neutralize the demonic sword. A closely guarded secret within the sword sect that was only revealed to the new leader by the retiring one. How despicable. Was this guy just hiding here to forge a demonic sword? Waylon gripped his sword tightly, glaring at the burl with resentment. Ha ha ha. You stand no chance against me. Submit to your fate. The burl swung his sword, and an overwhelming force flooded the hall, creating a spectral figure made of unparalleled energy. The blade's intent intertwined with malevolent aura, forming a vortex of strange power. Heavenly demon rampage, devastating humanity. The burl shouted, and black sword chi transformed into ghosts swirling out of the vortex, ready to tear through the hall and wreak havoc on the entire sword sect. Seeing this, the Waylon quickly planted his sword into the ground. Boundless sword array, activate. Following his incantation, numerous swords formed a formidable array surrounding the entire hall. Fellow Taoist king, please lend us a hand. Without hesitation, the Waylon implored. What? Didn't you say this was an internal matter for your sect, requiring no outside interference? King stretched lazily. The battle was interesting, but now they were asking for help? He wasn't too pleased. Moreover, he had initially wanted to help but was told it wasn't necessary. Now, realizing they couldn't win, they asked him again. He wasn't one to be summoned at will. Fellow Taoist king, I admit my mistake. Please help us. Anything you need afterward, we'll do our best to fulfill. The Waylon admitted. They realized now that none of the elders could defeat the burl wielding the demonic sword. Interesting. Since you've put it like that, very well. But note that my price isn't low. As long as it's within our capability, we're willing to pay. Very well. King wasn't easy to persuade, but since they offered compensation, he wouldn't refuse. One reason he came to the sword sect was for their magical artifacts. Thank you, fellow Taoist king. Relieved, the Waylon felt assured that King wasn't an ordinary person and might be able to defeat the burl. Even if he failed, there was no real loss on their part. King, very well. Today, I will turn you into pieces. Because of you, my infiltration plan has failed. You will pay. The burl sneered, waving his demonic sword and commanding the ghostly creatures to attack King. Himph, trifling tricks. King said coldly, as his crimson sun sword burst forth with pure white flames. Distinct from the previous scorching heat, these flames had no temperature. Yet, when the ghosts touched them, they instantly dissolved into mist. The burl wasn't shocked. Instead, he focused on King's sword. You seem to possess a fine blade. There's no need to state the obvious. Pity, but even so, you won't be a match for me. The burl raised his demonic sword, gathering the black vortex into it. Instantly, a terrifying howl echoed throughout the universe, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Kins felt a chilling fear, breaking out in cold sweats. How unsettling. They agreed collectively. Yes, I keep getting this prickling sensation, as if something is watching me. Strange. Something feels off ever since that vortex entered the sword. King remained vigilant. Since the burl absorbed the vortex into his sword, something seemed amiss in the hall, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Hum. The burl chuckled sinisterly, gesturing to King. If you're so capable, then come closer. Challenging me, huh? Bold. King leaped towards the burl, brandishing his crimson sun sword. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him and swiftly dodged. In that brief moment, he saw a red slash appear seemingly out of nowhere, but couldn't confirm its source. What is that? King frowned, sensing an unseen force lurking in the air, always watching and ready to strike. What's wrong? Scared? The burl taunted, pointing his sword at King. King felt himself locked onto, and suddenly several slashes appeared around him. Reacting instantly, he dodged again. Studying the attacks, King smiled faintly. Now he understood the effect of the burl's demonic sword. It generated invisible spirits that could ambush the enemy unexpectedly. Watching King's knowing smile, the burl grimaced, eager to kill him immediately. Chapter 117. Merging with the demon sword. The bluffing must end now. What did you say? The burl of the sword sect looked at King in front of him, not understanding why he suddenly said this. Could it be that he had already seen through his trick? Impossible. How could he possibly have uncovered the secret of the demon sword in such a short time? It was definitely just a scare tactic. Fine, let's see how you break my trick. The burl wasn't convinced, pointing the demon sword directly at King. In an instant, a deathly aura appeared behind King. However, King didn't panic. He immediately raised the scarlet sun sword to defend himself. A crisp sound echoed throughout the grand hall as King stood firm, unharmed. Didn't I tell you already? Your tricks are exposed. No matter what you do now, you can't harm me. King smiled slightly. Once he understood the principles of the attack, defending against it became very simple. The burl's attack involved invisible ghostly figures lurking in the hall, waiting for an opportunity. Though he couldn't perceive their presence, King could feel their murderous intent. As soon as they attacked, he would know, making it easy to defend. The burl stared incredulously at this scene, unable to believe his moves were actually seen through by King. If so, did this mean he had no chance of killing King? Without giving the burl time to hesitate, King moved rapidly and flashed several times until he was behind the burl. His constant movement made it impossible for the burl to lock onto him, leaving the lurking ghosts confused. At the same time, King's attacks became unpredictable, forcing the burl into a desperate state. This won't do. If this continues, I will surely die here. This cannot happen. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the burl made a bold decision and thrust the demon sword into his own chest. This action halted King's attack. He was unsure of the burl's intentions. Was he trying to commit suicide? Quickly stop him. He is about to merge with the demon sword. Once man and sword become one, no one in the entire sword sect can resist that immense power, shouted the Wailen. Unfortunately, it was too late. King tried to intervene but found it was already too late. The burl had completely merged with the demon sword, transforming into a monstrous form that no longer resembled a human. Horns grew from his head, and spines sprouted from his back, each spine sharp like a blade. Is this what merging with the demon sword looks like? Truly revolting. King muttered in disgust. The burl, now devoid of rationality, mumbled incomprehensible words, fixing his gaze on King before launching a frenzied assault with razor-sharp claws. Reacting quickly, King used the scarlet sun sword to block. The force was tremendous, causing him to take several steps back before regaining his footing. You will all die. The burl roared, unleashing a terrifying power that scattered numerous shadows of demonic swords toward King and the elders. The atmosphere turned bleak and despairing. There's no way. Now that he has merged with the demon sword, we can't stand against him. The Wailen voiced out, feeling utterly hopeless. The situation had escalated beyond his control, and he saw no way to stop it. King felt frustrated hearing these words. They hadn't even fought yet, and they were already saying there was no hope. Giving up so easily was unacceptable. Be quiet, King barked. Until the last moment, nobody is allowed to speak such defeatist talk. As long as we're alive, there's always a chance. Is despair coming too early for you? The Wailen froze upon hearing these words. Don't just stand there. Think of a plan. I don't believe merging with the demon sword is unbeatable. I'll keep him occupied. You elders, think of something useful. Did you hear me? Leaving those words, King charged forward without fear. Confidence surged within him. If the burl couldn't defeat him before, he still wouldn't be able to now. Wailen, what should we do now? Why don't we flee while King engages the burl? We can't handle him after merging with the demon sword. Nonsense. The Wailen was furious. He couldn't believe the other elders were suggesting cowardice. They were men of honor in the sword sect and wouldn't abandon their benefactor in danger. King stood up for our sword sect. We cannot abandon him, the Wailen declared firmly. If he lost this belief, his path of cultivation would be forever compromised. Yes. The other elders, seeing the resolve in the Wailen, ceased arguing and started devising plans. This translation maintains the structure and style of the original Emilianese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Character names and key terms have been transliterated accurately using pinyin, and any cultural nuances or idiomatic expressions have been appropriately conveyed. Chapter 118. The Divine Weapon to Break the Deadlock. Kill, kill, kill. Rock looked at the column of the sword sect in front of him. The other party had completely lost his sanity. Now, in his eyes, there was only one option. Slaughter. Does one have to lose their mind to gain immense power? Rock asked himself inwardly. He had fought many people, and naturally, among them were characters like the Colin of the sword sect who, due to using a certain power, ended up losing their reason but gained tremendous strength. This led him to wonder about this phenomenon. Actually, the principle was simple. Rock merely pondered for a moment and found the answer. These people lost their sanity after using such power because they themselves were not strong enough to control this massive force, thus being controlled by it instead. But ultimately, power was just power. Without human control, it would only lead to endless destruction. Just like the Colin now, whose attacks were full of destructive power, he could not control himself. After Rock dodged his attack, he did not stop immediately but allowed his strikes to smash into the walls of the Grand Hall. I wonder if we can deplete all of his strength at this rate? Rock thought, defending against the elders' assaults while devising a strategy. Meanwhile, the bewildered elders seemed to have come up with a solution. Kintu, I remember the sect's records mentioned an incident in the past. There was once a disciple of the sword sect who privately refined a demonic sword and merged with it, causing chaos. To deal with this disciple fused with the demonic sword, the then sect leader of the sword sect forged a divine weapon, which is now sealed underground within our sect, said one of the elders. It's said that this divine weapon is exceptionally powerful and cannot be wielded by ordinary people. If it's that divine weapon, perhaps it can break the current deadlock. Upon hearing this, Rock urged them hastily, don't talk nonsense. Since you know about this divine weapon, why haven't you retrieved it quickly? I apologize, I read about it in some scriptures, but I don't know if it's true. Besides, even if it's true, it happened long ago, and we don't know where the divine weapon is sealed, the elder explained to Rock. Well, what you're saying is useless, isn't it? Rock was speechless. What was the point of mentioning it if he knew nothing concrete? Giving false hope only to dash it later was worse than not mentioning it at all. I've heard rumors that only the sect leader of the sword sect can wield that divine weapon. Kintu stood up and spoke. But, now is a critical moment. No matter what, we must find a solution. Let's try uniting our powers and attempt to summon that divine weapon. If the divine weapon really exists within the sect and knows of our dire straits, it will surely come to our aid. Alright, I agree. I also agree. After hearing Kintu's proposal, all the elders nodded in agreement immediately. Taoist friend Rock, we need to try summoning the divine weapon. Can you please keep distracting the Colin so he doesn't interrupt us? Don't worry, hurry up with your preparations. Rock replied directly. Now, he could only delay matters as his attacks had no effect on the Colin of the sword sect, since merging with the demonic sword had made the elder's skin impervious to blades and bullets, transforming him into a living blade. Even the invincible Red Sun sword could do no more than tickle him. This was the first time Rock felt helpless with the Red Sun sword, finding it incredible himself. Indeed, there existed things, or being stronger than himself. He wanted to see what kind of divine weapon could defeat the current Colin. The few elders of the sword sect formed a circle and sat down together, with Kintu in the middle. They began channeling the secret techniques of the sword sect, feeling out all the magical artifacts within the sect. The sword sect was famous for refining magical artifacts. All disciples of the sect learned a unique technique that enabled them to communicate with artifacts, believing everything had a spirit, including artifacts, especially those they created themselves, akin to their own children. It was this mindset that allowed the sword sect to refine the powerful artifacts that amazed the Eastern continent, leading to its exalted status. However, despite the combined efforts of all the elders, the task was not as easy as expected. Their consciousness covered the entire sect, but they still could not detect the divine weapon. As they continued probing deeper into the sect's foundation, the energy expenditure multiplied, and they gradually struggled to maintain it. Hold on, we must find the divine weapon that can break the deadlock. We absolutely cannot let the sword sect perish. Yes. Encouraged by Kintu, none of the sect elders gave up easily. They persevered amidst their difficulties. Gradually, their consciousness became increasingly strained in probing deeper, almost reaching their limit when Kintu suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness detected something pure in the deepest recesses beneath the sword sect. The moment his consciousness touched this energy, his body and mind were healed, and his depleted energy instantly restored. Could this be the divine weapon that can counter the demonic sword? Kintu slowly spoke, not wasting time, continuing to probe deeper. He earnestly requested, divine weapon, the demonic sword has emerged, putting the sword sect in peril. Please, divine weapon, appear and save the sword sect. Kintu silently pleaded, conveying the message through his consciousness into the depths below. ####Chapter 119. Begging for a sword? The Wayland's consciousness felt no disturbance, but it was true that he no longer felt fatigued. He wondered if the divine weapon was proud and refused to acknowledge him. His consciousness continued sending out signals as it ventured deeper into the unknown. The Wayland now felt as though he were lying on clouds, his entire body wrapped in soft cotton. It was so comfortable that he didn't want to leave this place and wished to stay forever. No, I still have a mission to complete. Shaking his head to maintain clarity, he realized this space was attempting to seduce him. If he succumbed to the temptation, his consciousness might be trapped here forever, possibly even causing his death without knowing how it happened. Divine weapon, can you hear me? The sword sect is in grave danger. If you do not appear soon, the sword sect may vanish from this world. Divine weapon, please reveal yourself and save the sword sect. As the Wayland pleaded, he finally stood before a pure white long sword. If his guess was correct, this must be the legendary divine weapon recorded in the ancient texts, capable of defeating the demonic sword. Divine weapon, please save our sword sect. I refuse. Just as the Wayland spoke, a little girl's voice rang in his ears, crisp and melodious, but firmly rejecting his plea. When your sect's leader sealed me here years ago, he deprived me of my freedom. Now you want me to save your sect. How could such a thing happen in this world? The Wayland never imagined the divine weapon could communicate with his consciousness. Although it was rumored that sword sect's techniques allowed communication with magical weapons, it was thought to be merely an exaggeration, only aiding one's understanding of the weapon structure. But this divine weapon truly possessed its own consciousness. Shaking his head, the Wayland couldn't believe it. Confirming he wasn't hallucinating or trapped in an illusion, he finally accepted that the divine weapon had indeed spoken. Aren't you done yet? Seeing the sword sect elders remain silent, King asked them directly. Our Wayland found the divine weapon, but it refuses to help us against the Burl. What? King froze when he heard their report. A divine weapon, essentially just a sword, could actually refuse to be used? This was truly bizarre. He'd never seen anything like it. Addressing the elders, he said, hold them off for a moment while I handle this. The elders were stunned but couldn't refuse as King had already drawn the Burl's attention and cast them aside to stall for time. King placed his hand on the Wayland's forehead, following his consciousness into the pure white space. Upon entering, he saw the Wayland pleading with a sword. An unusual sight, perhaps something he would never see again. Plea for mercy. Will you save us, divine weapon? Don't. A melodious voice responded. Unbelievable as it seemed, the voice indeed came from the pure white longsword. Stop dilly-dallying. Your sword sect won't last much longer if you keep delaying. King confronted the Wayland, then without hesitation, gripped the hilt of the pure white longsword. What are you doing? The sword resisted angrily, but failed due to King's immense strength. Enough chatter. In this critical moment, I can't indulge your whims. Become my weapon now. King's tone was commanding. Sometimes one had to be forceful, even if the other party didn't agree. Could they resist? No. Unable to resist, it had to submit. With increasing pressure, King finally pulled out the pure white longsword. Returning to his body, he looked at the sword in his hand, now in his possession. What? Ah! All the elders were shocked. This divine weapon was the pride of their sect, yet it was now held by an outsider. Legends say only the leader of our sect can control this divine weapon. From today onward, King shall be our new leader. Bow to our Berkeley. Without waiting for King's refusal, the Wayland knelt and bowed. The other elders followed suit, bowing in unison. Bow to our Berkeley. Huh? What nonsense? King was speechless. These elders were wasting time. They hadn't even dealt with the burl merged with the demonic sword yet. Back off. Don't interfere with my fight. Holding the white longsword, King faced the burl. The pure white longsword left a trail in the air, striking the burl's chest with immense force. Blood flew, and the burl was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Cough cough. The burl coughed up blood, instantly weakening. Frowning, King observed the sword in his hand, pondering for a moment before relaxing. Kill kill kill. Despite severe injuries, the burl, fused with the demonic sword, struggled to stand, staring at King. Die. With a fierce gaze, King swung the pure white longsword, severing the burl's head in a single stroke. Hashtag chapter 120. From now on, I am your sword. The moment Rock beheaded the Colin, the elders of the sword sect immediately burst into cheers. That's wonderful. Truly, heaven favors our sword sect. Yay. Our sword sect will finally not be destroyed. While all the elders were still reveling in their joy, Rock gazed at the pure white longsword in his hand. Ever since he had used this sword, he felt a connection with it and remarked inwardly. So that's why a divine weapon like you is sealed underground in the sword sect. You're a demon sword as well. Mind your own business? The clear, melodious voice sounded much like a sulking little girl. Rock smiled gently and continued. I now understand why Wayland kept imploring you, but you didn't help the sword sect just now. It's only because of this reason, isn't it? Luckily you met me. So, are you interested in becoming my sword? That way, you won't have to stay underground in the sword sect forever. I can take you to travel the entire world, tread every inch of its rivers and mountains. What do you think? At this moment, Rock suddenly felt like a deceitful man luring a young girl. Are you serious? Of course. I've helped the sword sect solve their troubles, so they will naturally listen to my request. Upon hearing Rock's words, the pure white longsword wavered. To say she wasn't intrigued would be a lie. Trapped underground for countless years, she had grown weary of it all. Now, traveling freely, even if she still needed to be attached to someone, was infinitely better than her previous life. Alright, as long as you can get me out of the sword sect, I'll accept your offer. Yes, I can become your sword. Great, let's make it a deal. Rock smiled faintly. It was simple enough. Wayland. Rock approached Wayland intending to discuss the matter. He didn't need anything else besides this pure white longsword as his reward. But, when Wayland heard Rock calling him, he immediately rushed over and respectfully said, Era, what do you require? I was thinking, wait, what did you just call me? Rock originally wanted to talk about the divine weapon in his hand, but Wayland's word, Era, puzzled him. What was going on? Didn't we just pay respects to you? Now that our Era has been assassinated, you rescued the sword sect from peril and can use our sect's divine weapon. The position of Era rightfully belongs to you. Please ascend to the position of Era and bless the sword sect. Wayland spoke and then knelt down directly. Seeing this, the other elders also followed suit, kneeling and chanting together. Please, Era, ascend to the position of Era and bless the sword sect. Their voices echoed loudly throughout the grand hall. Rock stood dumbfounded. What was happening? He just came here to help. How did he end up as the Era of the sword sect? He got an extra sect leader out of nowhere. Who could he appeal to for this absurdity? I was actually hoping to discuss this sword with Wayland. If you ascend to the position of Era, this sword will naturally belong to you. You can use it however you wish. Rock was speechless. What should he do? He couldn't deny he was somewhat tempted. Since you all are being so sincere, I shall fulfill your request. However, there is one condition. I can serve as the Era of the sword sect, but I cannot always stay in the sect. So, day-to-day management will still fall on the shoulders of the kins. Yes, please rest assured, Era. Good. Then I'll brief you on the current situation. Having agreed to be the Era of the sword sect, Rock would not go back on his word. A decisive person, he took action without hesitation. The instant he agreed to become the Era, he confidently sat in the patriarchal seat and explained the full details of the Azura sect's plan to each elder present. Is it really so? After listening to Rock's account, the elders were all shocked. This was too terrifying. The Azura sect had already begun planning so long ago. No wonder they hadn't detected that the Colin was a mole from the Azura sect. Era, what should we do next? Wayland asked. First, keep this information under wraps. I will visit other sects to assess the situation. Certainly, more sects must be facing similar predicaments. In the meantime, ensure the Azura sect doesn't discover our plans. Yes. If any unexpected incidents occur, contact me immediately, and I will return as soon as possible. Yes, Era. After giving instructions on various matters, Rock left behind a jade talisman for communication before departing from the sword sect. To avoid tipping off the Azura sect, the sword sect did not publicly announce Rock as the new Era. Instead, They maintained the story that the era was in seclusion and all duties were temporarily managed by the Colin. Leaving the sword sect, Rock summoned the pure white longsword to fly out. See? Did I not keep my word? Yeah, I'm not a liar either. From now on, I am your sword. Great. So, what's your name? Name? Yes. For instance, I'm Rock. What's your name? We can't just keep calling you sword, 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 right? Rock slowly explained, aware of the uniqueness of this sword, which possessed its own consciousness. Thus, he thought it fitting to give it a name for future convenience. I don't have a name. Since I am your sword now, how would you like to call me? Rock pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the pure white long sword. How about Vivian? I don't quite understand the meaning of this name, but if you want me to be called Vivian, then Vivian it is. Although Vivian claimed ignorance, having her own name made her voice sound genuinely delighted. Rock smiled without saying much more, aware that many tasks lay ahead. Rosa and Winifred continued to follow him. Seeing Vivian, they both looked at her as if she were a treasured gem, eager to play with the sword. They acted like two mothers taking care of a child. Chapter 121. The Runaway Bride. Head of the sect, things are not looking good. What? Within the Raksha sect, an elder approached the head of the sect and spoke directly, his voice trembling with evident anxiety. Following the Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, and Sword sect have all lost contact with us. We don't know what's happening. The elder of the Raksha sect reported. What? Upon hearing this report from the elder, the head of the Raksha sect was visibly startled and immediately stood up from his seat. It seems someone is sabotaging our plans. What about the envoy sent to the Tianhan sect? Has he not returned yet? No, we've lost contact with him too. The head of the Raksha sect fell silent, contemplating for a moment before speaking. From this, it looks like he has likely been killed by the Tianhan sect. It appears the Huayan sect and Sword sect are in similar situations. Although we don't know who is targeting us, notify the other sects to be extremely cautious and careful. No mistakes can occur now. As for the Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, and Sword sect, ignore them for now. This is a critical moment. We must not be careless. If our plan succeeds, it won't just be the eastern continent. The entire lower realm will be ours. Yes. Upon hearing the head's instructions, the elder immediately responded and went to alert the other controlled sects to act cautiously. Meanwhile, King and his companions were unaware that their actions had already been noticed by the Raksha sect. They were now advancing towards their fourth target. Rage Tide sect, a vast sect located by the sea, held maritime control and rarely interfered with land-based disputes. Most of their resources came from seafaring activities. This unique sect caught King's interest early on, and now he was approaching it under these circumstances. To reach Rage Tide sect, one must first pass through a mortal kingdom, Evergreen Kingdom. Since entering Evergreen Kingdom, haven't you noticed the air has a faint, salty smell? Rosa asked. That's natural. Evergreen Kingdom borders the sea, so it's normal for the air to carry the saltiness from the sea breeze. That's the taste of the ocean. Winifred replied. This was her first visit to Evergreen Kingdom, and she found everything very new and interesting. Upon entering the kingdom, Rosa and Winifred were instantly drawn to the street food, none of which they had seen before. They transformed into curious kids and rushed toward the stalls. Grilled octopus, grilled squid, takoyaki, salmon sashimi, all sorts of seafood left Rosa and Winifred dazed and confused, unable to decide what to eat. Unable to choose, they decided to try everything. Watching them, King felt a deep sense of happiness. It had been a long time since he'd experienced such carefree moments. Perhaps they should take a day off here in Evergreen Kingdom? He thought to himself that there was no point in rushing to stop the Raksha sect when there was no immediate danger. Why not slow down a bit? Help! 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 Just as King was about to join Rosa and Winifred for some food, he heard a woman's cry for help. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw several cultivators in blue robes chasing a delicately beautiful young woman. Everyone around quickly scattered, no one willing to intervene. After all, these were ordinary mortals who needed to stay out of trouble to survive. Hold it right there. King stepped forward without hesitation. How could he stand by and watch evil men torment a woman in broad daylight? In broad daylight, what do you think you're doing? Bullying innocent women? King rebuked. With behavior like yours, do you even deserve to call yourselves cultivators? Huh. The moment King stepped forward, the blue-robed cultivators halted. The leader scrutinized King, determining he posed no threat, then spoke. Where did you come from, punk? You dare meddle in Rage Tide sex affairs? The leading disciple scolded without fear because behind him stood the powerful Rage Tide sect. King frowned and confronted the leader. Rage Tide sect, is this how you conduct yourselves? I always thought your sect was reputable, but now you're openly kidnapping an innocent woman. Is there any difference between you and those demon sects? Boy, I advise you not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, and don't speak out of turn. The leading disciple pointed at King and warned slowly. Do you understand the situation? This woman is betrothed to our senior brother. Today was their wedding day, but she fled. We merely want to bring her back. Don't listen to them. As soon as the disciples finished speaking, the pursued woman shouted from behind King. I was forced into marriage without my consent. When I refused, they didn't listen. That's why I ran away. She hid behind King, finally catching her breath. Heard that? She was forced. Now scram, or shall I make you? Boy, you're asking for trouble. Still daring to tell us to leave? Let me show you the power of the Rage Tide sect today. The leading disciple pulled out a spear and attacked King. Haha. King only chuckled. He didn't move, but Vivian's sword flew out from behind him, blocking the attack and pressing against the assailant's neck. If King hadn't ordered it to stop, the disciple's head would have been severed. Wanna continue? King asked coldly, his gaze intimidating. Chapter 122. Temporary companionship. King did not deliver a fatal blow because he knew that the Nudo sect, being renowned as a prestigious and righteous sect, could not be entirely false in its reputation. He believed their current behavior was likely influenced by the Raksha sect, so he decided to spare them for now. You are determined to oppose us of the Nudo sect, aren't you? The lead disciple glared angrily at King. Although he acknowledged his inferiority in combat, it didn't mean he conceded defeat. With the Nudo sect backing him, why should he be afraid? This person before him wouldn't dare do anything to him, so he spoke without any reservations. Get lost. I'll pay a personal visit to the Nudo sect later. King sheathed his white dew sword and addressed the Nudo sect disciples before him. Fine, you've got guts. I'll be waiting for you at the Nudo sect. The leading disciple was pragmatic. Knowing he couldn't match King, prolonging the confrontation would gain him nothing. So, he chose to report the incident to his senior brother instead. A wise decision. Let's go. The Nudo sect disciples quickly left the area, knowing further lingering would only tarnish their reputation. Thank you. Watching the Nudo sect disciples depart, the woman who had been hiding behind King let out a sigh of relief. She turned to face him and expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it, it's what any cultivator should do. King responded generously, unreservedly praising himself while addressing the woman. By the way, my name is King. May I ask your name? Also, how did this situation come to be? After some polite exchanges, King asked for more information, hoping to learn more about the Nudo sect's current state and formulate a plan accordingly. My name is Janie, a first-rank independent cultivator. The reason I'm in this situation is because Nudo sect's senior brother brought me back under the pretext of rest and recuperation. But after I entered the Nudo sect, the originally amiable senior brother confined me and declared his intention to make me his Tao companion. I couldn't accept such a fate and resisted, but to no avail. Eventually, I found an opportunity to escape, but I didn't expect him to send people after me. Fortunately, I encountered you. Otherwise, I might have been ruined by that Nudo sect senior brother. It's unbelievable. Despite being a renowned and prestigious sect, how could the people within it be so despicable? This has truly opened my eyes. Janie said with evident anger. Before this incident, she never imagined that the disciples of the Nudo sect could act so outrageously. I see. Upon hearing Janie's explanation, King nodded, forming a hypothesis in his mind. It seemed suspicious about this senior brother of the Nudo sect, and there was a chance he was a spy planted by the Raksha sect. According to King's speculation, if one spy was placed in the Nudo sect, there were likely others among the elders. So, what are your plans next? King looked at Janie and asked, if you don't know what to do, why don't you travel with us temporarily? That way, I can protect you. Really? Hearing King's offer to protect her, Janie's face lit up with surprise. If she were alone, she'd be uneasy, not knowing when the Nudo sect would come after her again. To resolve things once and for all, she would need to leave this place. But she couldn't leave yet because she needed to find a rare treasure, which could only be found here. With King's help, she wouldn't have to fear the Nudo sect anymore. Of course, we'll be staying here for a while and I actually plan to visit the Nudo sect today. Visit the Nudo sect? When she heard King say this, Janie visibly recoiled, eyeing him somewhat defiantly. Why would you want to visit such a despicable sect? It's not worth it. King laughed at Janie's reaction, confirming her lingering resentment. The situation isn't as you think. There are some hidden circumstances. Hidden circumstances? Janie looked at King, curious and eager to understand what could turn a prestigious sect into this. Yes, I suspect the changes in the Nudo sect are linked to the Raksha sect, as similar incidents occurred in Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, and Jin sect. The cause lies in the unexpected death of the sect leader, resulting in control falling into the hands of a Raksha sect spy, leading to these events. King explained. Is that so? After hearing King's explanation, Janie fell into contemplation. If what King said was true, it was indeed possible. So that's why you want to personally visit the Nudo sect to investigate, right? Yes, exactly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with you. I want to see if it's as you say. Janie made her decision immediately and spoke. Alright. Facing Janie's request, King did not refuse. He nodded, agreeing with her since he had invited her to travel with him from the start. As they talked, a voice boomed overhead. Who dares insult the Nudo sect? Come out and face your punishment. That's Nudo sect's senior brother. I didn't expect him to come personally. Recognizing the voice, Janie alerted King. Nudo sect's senior brother, perfect. I was planning to find him, but he delivered himself to me. No need to be shy then. King smiled and stepped forward. Chapter 123. Are you an undercover? Boston, it's him. He's the one who obstructed us. One of the disciples came to the side of Yutang sect's Boston and pointed at King while speaking. King looked at the person and had already recognized his identity. He was that leading Yutang sect disciple from earlier. It was truly unexpected that the other party would come so quickly. He not only insulted our Yutang sect, but also said that he would personally pay us a visit to look for trouble. He even said, Boston, you are nothing, just a nobody in front of him. Bartholomew's listening to the accusations pour out effortlessly. King was dumbstruck. Goodness, when did I ever say those things? This guy pinned these lies on someone else without batting an eye, showing no sign of guilt whatsoever. Truly impressive. For this sort of person who could lie without breaking a sweat or missing a beat, as easily as drinking water, King couldn't help but admire him. Looking at the twisted expression on Yutang sect's Boston's face, one could tell how deeply insulting these words were to him. Hashtag chapter 125. Accuse the thief. Outside the gates of the Nudo sect, Rock stood with Eric at the entrance, but the disciples of Nudo sect would not let them enter. What do you mean? Even I can't go in? Eric of the Nudo sect said harshly. What kind of nonsense? These few gatekeepers dared to make things difficult for him at this time. He would deal with these minions once he returned to the sect. Eric, please don't blame us. We are just following the instructions of King Great. Yes, senior brother, please don't make it difficult for us. King Great has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the Nudo sect, not even you, let alone with an outsider. Eric, we are also helpless. It's King Great's order. So, please wait outside for a few days. You. At this moment, Eric was incredibly angry and also very surprised deep down. There was no doubt that King Great had already abandoned him. Damn it, they just gave up on me like this. If so, then don't blame me for betraying, Eric muttered to himself. Looking at the gatekeeping disciples in front of him, he directly opened his mouth and said, "You still dare to follow King Great's orders? Don't you know King Great is a mole for the Roxas sect? Step aside immediately, or don't blame me if I get rough." What? When the gatekeeping disciples heard Eric speak such words, they were all shocked, unable to believe what they were hearing from their senior brother. Stop being surprised. The sect leader may have already been harmed. We must confirm the safety of the sect leader now. With that, Eric pushed past the gatekeeping disciples and walked towards the main hall. If you don't believe me, come with me to find King Great. I will need your help. The gatekeeping disciples were stunned, completely disbelieving the words spoken by Eric. Seeing Eric step forward, after hesitating for a few seconds, they decided to follow him. This guy wants to make a scene. Rock frowned. He didn't want things to escalate yet. Though he knew the Roxas sect likely harbored suspicions, they were still operating in the shadows, holding the advantage. But once the situation blew up, their identities would be exposed to the Roxas sect. At that point, other sects might be alerted, making it difficult for them to act. You better keep a low profile and not cause a commotion. Otherwise, I'll send you to meet Lord Yama right now. Yes, I understand. Faced with Rock's threat, Eric had no choice but to nod reluctantly, thinking about what he should do next. Should he fully submit to Rock, rebel against the Roxas sect, or wait until they reached the hall and collaborate with King Great against Rock? These two choices kept running through Eric's mind. It wasn't long before they arrived at the main hall of the Nero sect, where several elders had already gathered. Earl Ronald sat in the seat of the sect leader. Gerard, how dare you bring outsiders into our Nero sect? What are your intentions? Are you planning to betray the Nero sect? As soon as Gerard entered the hall with Rock and others, Ronald immediately spoke out, playing the role of the wronged party first. Ronald, how dare you say such things? The one who betrayed the Nero sect is clearly you, the mole for the Roxas sect. What? When Gerard uttered those words in the hall, all the elders present stood up, looking incredulously at Burl. Gerard, you are accusing me unjustly? The mole for the Roxas sect is clearly you. I have evidence here proving you are a mole for the Roxas sect. Look at this before speaking again. Ronald waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of him, displaying scenes of Gerard practicing a martial technique. The content was disturbing, an image of Gerard practicing a lewd cultivation method called xuanhuan furnace top art. A woman died from being drained by him, creating a terrifying scene. Do you have anything else to say, traitor, mole for the Roxas sect? Gerard, never did I expect you to practice such an evil technique. You deserve death. Seeing this, the other elders of the Nero sect erupted in anger. They never imagined their prestigious sect would harbor such wicked elements. I originally gave you a chance to live by letting you leave the sect. But alas, you came back yourself, inviting your own doom. If you commit suicide now, I might allow you a proper burial. If you persist in opposing the Nero sect, don't blame me for being merciless. Ronald took out his weapon and looked at Gerard with murderous intent. He never thought Gerard would dare betray the Roxas sect and bring people to expose him. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. His gaze landed on Rock. This person must have been hindering their plans. He must inform the sect leader immediately. Rock was momentarily stunned. He expected it to go smoothly but hadn't anticipated being cornered by the opponent's move. Now, with solid evidence presented, whatever he said wouldn't be believed by the Nero sect elders, who would likely consider him part of the Roxas sect, there to overthrow Nero sect. He looked at Gerard, realizing he was truly useless, incapable of succeeding in any task, only causing problems. You are really worthless, Rock remarked, kicking Gerard away. Then, he addressed everyone in the hall. I am Rock, the leader of the Dongxing sect in the Sunrise Kingdom. Your Burl is indeed a mole for the Roxas sect, as confirmed by Gerard, another member of the Roxas sect. Now tell us, besides Burl, who else in this sect is a mole for the Roxas sect? If you hide any information, I'll make sure you die miserably, Rock declared. Explaining further was troublesome, and the Nero sect people probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Since it would end in bloodshed, he would kill and explain later. There are third kin and fifth kin. They are also moles for the Roxas sect. No others. Gerard, helpless and despairing, spoke up under the pressure from Rock. Chapter 126. Evidence. Audacious thief, how dare you accuse us of being Emo Sha sect spies? You're asking for death. Third kin struck out immediately, his palm aimed directly at Gerard, with a terrifying force clearly intended to end Gerard's life. I have evidence that can prove they are also Emo Sha sect spies. Seeing his impending doom, Gerard did not hesitate for a moment and spoke up. Only by speaking now could he save his life. King held the red sun sword and blocked Third Kin's lethal strike. Third Kin, what are you doing? He says he has evidence to prove you are all Emo Sha sect spies. Aren't you curious? King slowly said, giving Gerard a look as if blaming him for not revealing the evidence earlier. Why should I care about a spy's proof? Third Kin was still unconvinced and replied instantly. Are you nervous? King asked directly. As King voiced these words, everyone in the room focused their attention on Third Kin and Fifth Kin. They exchanged a glance as if resigned to their fate. Fine, since that's the case, let's see this evidence. I'm eager to see how he can prove we're Emo Sha sect spies. Third Kin conceded, seemingly accepting his fate. Come forward and show your evidence quickly. If it's not decisive, I won't be able to protect you. Yes. Gerard knew the situation. The first kin, third kin, and fifth kin would definitely want him dead. If he couldn't present decisive evidence, even King would kill him, making him an enemy on all sides. His only option was to produce decisive evidence so that King could protect him. After understanding the gravity of the situation, overthinking wouldn't help. He took out the evidence from his robe. It was a crystal ball capable of playing recorded footage. Soon, the scene unfolded. In the footage, it was a dark night, and third kin and fifth kin were conspiring about how to eliminate the era of Nero sect. I recorded this scene to blackmail third kin and fifth kin, hoping they would give me more cultivation resources. I didn't expect it to come in handy like this. Gerard explained directly. After watching the entire scene, the other Nero sect elders turned grave, glaring furiously at third kin and fifth kin. If things went as described in the footage, their era might already be in mortal danger. Moreover, during the plot, they mentioned the name of the first kin. Once we succeed, the old era will go to the Western Paradise. When the first kin controls Nero sect, it will be the best outcome for our Mosha sect. These words came from third kin in the footage. All the elders immediately looked at first kin Ronald. First kin, how do you explain this? Waylon stepped forward, eyes filled with hidden murderous intent. Never did he imagine that the respected first kin was an Mosha sect spy, and the mastermind behind the plot against their era. Now, the era was likely in great peril. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my well-concealed plan to fail. Gerard, you deserve to die. And you, king, daring to ruin our Mosha sect's plan, you'll suffer greatly. Hearing Ronald's words, the elders understood he had admitted to being a Mosha sect spy. But it's too early to determine who prevails, Ronald said, then floated into the air. Activate the Great Nero formation. What? Upon seeing Ronald's move, all the elders gasped. You can activate our sect's protective formation? Waylon sounded reluctant. The protective formation was a secret art only the era could activate to defend the sect when invaded by powerful enemies. It was rarely used. Yet here, Ronald controlled it, placing the entire sect under his control, making killing him incredibly difficult. Ha ha ha. Didn't think I'd do nothing while infiltrating Nero sect, did you? I've secretly controlled your protective formation long ago. None of you will survive. Ronald said coldly, flanked by third kin and fifth kin for protection. With the activation of the formation, sea water gathered around, enveloping Nero sect in a protective barrier. But that wasn't all. Water swords appeared in the sky, showering down towards King and the others. Protect. King quickly joined Rosa, Fengxian, and Janie, forming a defensive formation around them. As for the others, he had no duty to save them. The barrage of sword attacks left the Nero sect elders defenseless, especially Gerard, who was caught by third kin and thrown into the attack, turning into a sieve. Pity, I didn't get to kill her personally. Janie commented after seeing Gerard's miserable death. She was glad she didn't become his prey, and fortunate enough to escape swiftly. There's no choice. King slowly replied. What should we do next? We can't let these guys live. Kill them. King's eyes grew cold. The Mosha sect's plan hindered his, so they must be eliminated. As for aligning with the Mosha sect, he never had such intentions. Hashtag chapter 127. The battle begins. Killing them sounds very easy, but how exactly are we supposed to do it? Janie looked at Rock. Why was he so casual? Didn't he know how powerful the elders of the Raging Wave sect were? And then there was the protective sect array, which even 1,000 people couldn't breach. How could Rock, who was alone, deal with it? You don't need to worry about that. You just need to stay here quietly and wait for my victory. Rock said this to the 3 women present, then charged out immediately. Janie wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Aren't you going to stop him? There are 3 of them, and that sect protection array is terrifying. How can he handle all that on his own? Janie asked Rosa and Winifred directly. As Rock's stout companions, why were they so calm? She really couldn't understand. Oh, don't worry. Husband is very powerful. You don't need to be concerned. Rosa replied. That's right. We only need to wait for husband's triumphant return. Faced with these 2 women, Janie didn't know what to say. If Rock's stout companions weren't worried, why should she be? What a foolish man, actually daring to come out alone. When Rock emerged from the defensive array, Ken Ronald scoffed disdainfully. Even other Raging Wave sect elders had to huddle together to defend against the sect protection array's attacks. Yet Rock dared to come out, truly courting death. Ronald then controlled a torrent of swords to attack Rock. I entrust this to you, Brad. No problem, just watch my performance. Brad responded as it flew out from behind Rock, dancing in the air and blocking the rain of swords. What? When Ken Ronald saw this, his jaw dropped in shock. What cultivation did Rock possess? Not only was he controlling a flying sword to block the attack, but he was also advancing towards them. Does this guy have 2 brains? You too, what are you standing around for? Aren't you going to stop him? Yes. Ken's 3 and 5 were momentarily stunned until Ronald shouted, and then they reacted, rushing towards Rock to prevent him from getting close to Ken Ronald. Die! They pulled out their weapons, long spears gleaming with cold light, thrusting towards Rock's throat. A cold point appeared first, followed by the spear like a charging dragon, its terrifying aura converging into a single point, aimed directly at Rock's face. Humph! Petty skills, your every move has been observed by me. With a cold laugh, Rock unsheathed the Crimson Sun sword, unleashing immense power that slashed through the air, emitting a fiery serpent. He effortlessly countered the combined attacks of Ken's 3 and 5. Moreover, a terrifying sword chi surged, forming an invisible pulling force that locked Ken's 3 and 5 midair. With his next move, Rock took their lives. Sword slashes mountains and rivers. The horrifying sword force transformed into a blade, ruthlessly severing the heads of the 2 elders. Blood spurted out instantly as their bodies fell to the ground. How is this possible? Ronald was greatly shocked by this unexpected outcome. Who exactly are you? Ronald asked directly. It felt inconceivable. This young Rock already possessed such extraordinary strength. It defied logic. Could this be some great master reincarnated? This possibility occurred to Ronald. Only such a scenario could explain what was happening. controlling a flying sword to block the sword rain and killing kins 3 and 5 with ease. This level of strength shouldn't belong to someone like Rock. What Ronald didn't know was that Rock wasn't controlling Brad at all. Brad acted based on its own consciousness. If Rock had tried to control another flying sword while defending against the sword rain, he wouldn't have been so effortless. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you must die here today, Rock said coldly. Since Ronald had seen his face, there could be no survivors. If Ronald reported back to the Rakshasa sect, it would hinder his future actions. Arrogant talk. I won't believe you can kill me inside this sect protection array. Ronald was defiant. As the strongest person present, aided by the Raging Wave sect's protection array, it was impossible for him to die at the hands of this youth. He wielded a blue spear, lunging at Rock. Suddenly, a water dragon materialized around him, joining his offensive against Rock. This is quite interesting. Is your water dragon a technique or a magical treasure? Rock found it intriguing. He hadn't seen such a technique or treasure before, so he was curious. If it was a technique, he would ask about it before killing Ronald. If it was a treasure, he would simply kill and take it. He had already made up his mind. Just as Rock spoke, Kin 2 inside the defensive array answered. Dao friend Rock, that is our sect's ancestral treasure, the Jillian spear. During attacks, it can conjure water beasts to assist. Be careful. Ah, so that's it. Understanding the situation, Rock nodded. Since it was a magical treasure, there was no reason to spare Ronald. His Crimson Sun sword glowed red, his body becoming a meteor as he charged towards Ronald. ###Chapter 128, Miracle. Shut up. Ronald was furious at the situation. He pointed his Jillian spear toward the Wayland, and without hesitation, the water beast attacked the defensive formation surrounding the Wayland. The powerful assault caused cracks to appear in the defensive formation protecting the Wayland. If it continued, the entire defensive formation would undoubtedly shatter, leaving all the elders invulnerable. Fortunately, Rock intervened at this critical moment. His attack immediately put pressure on Ronald, forcing him to recall the water beast to defend against Rock's assault. Fighting me and still having the nerve to attack others? Rock spoke coldly. He never expected this burl to disregard him so completely. With a horizontal slash of his annoying sword, terrifying power surged forth, locking space and immobilizing Ronald. If not for timely recalling the water beast to defend, he might have been mortally wounded or killed by that attack. How formidable. After dodging Rock's attack, Ronald retreated immediately, his heart still pounding with lingering fear. He looked at Rock differently now, transforming from disdain to serious consideration. Who exactly are you? At your age, you shouldn't possess such strength? Ronald asked directly, staring intently at Rock as if trying to engrave his appearance into his mind. I already told you, didn't I? My name is Rock. You know very well I'm not asking for your name. Ronald spoke slowly, surprised by the other party's feigned ignorance. Forget it. Since you refuse to reveal your true identity, it doesn't matter. After I kill you, I can just search your soul. Haha, kill me? How delightful indeed. But do you even have the capability? Rock's words left Ronald momentarily stunned. Indeed, as Rock had shown, Ronald might not be his match. Even Neoteosek's protective array couldn't subdue him. Since that's the case, let me show you what terror truly means. Oh, then I'd love to witness it. Spiral vortex, destroy heaven and earth. As Ronald's movements changed, the water prison enveloping the entire Neoteosek vanished. Next, several gigantic whirlpools rose from the sea surface, instantly morphing into colossal water dragon beasts. Their size was sufficient to flatten the entire Neoteosek. Standing before these water dragons, Rock felt like a mere ant. Damn, are you planning to destroy our entire Neoteosek? The barrage of water swords dissipated, and the Neoteosek elders emerged from their defensive formation, sternly questioning Ronald. This move was also a part of their sect's protective array, one that could not be used until the last resort because its use would risk the annihilation of the entire Neoteosek, forcing them to perish along with their enemies. Ronald clearly intended to use this move to destroy both Rock and the Neoteosek. Hemph, since Neoteosek isn't my sect, I don't care, Ronald said, waving his Jillian spear. Following his command, the enormous water dragon beasts charged towards the Neoteosek. The overwhelming pressure made everyone feel helpless. Against one water dragon, they might have stood a chance, but here were 7 colossal water dragons charging simultaneously. One is enough to destroy the Neoteosek. How can we stop 7? We're done for. The Neoteosek elders murmured, seemingly ready to give up. It's not over yet. Rock stepped forward again, looking at the Neoteosek elders. Neoteosek isn't your home? Don't you want to protect it? Of course, we want to protect it, but what can we do? Those water dragons are far beyond our strength. The Wayland shouted angrily at Rock. He wanted to protect his sect, but there was nothing he could do. The disparity in strength was evident. Reversing this situation seemed impossible. That's not true. Watch me. What? The Wayland thought he heard wrong. Looking at Rock, he saw confidence radiating from him. An infectious smile that made the Wayland believe that the youth before him could accomplish the impossible. Rock stood in midair, took a deep breath, and then raised his hands skyward. Instantly, the air became extremely oppressive, filled with a massive pressure that made it hard to breathe. Heavy clouds parted above, revealing Rock holding his annoying sword aloft. With his sword shadow, immense annoying sword phantoms burst through the clouds, appearing behind him. This can't be possible? Unbelievable. Ronald and the Neoteosek elders were incredulous. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. The sword shadows covered half the sky, the sheer sword force causing trembling awe and a sense of impending doom. How is this possible? How can anyone achieve this? Ronald roared disbelievingly. If this isn't a miracle, it must be a divine sign. I get it now. Rock must be a deity sent to save our Neoteosek. The Wayland exclaimed emotionally, his voice trembling. The scene before him was truly astonishing. This spectacle not only shocked those present, but also the Niateo sect disciples, ordinary citizens of Qingchang country, and even distant sects like the Sword sect, Huayan sect, and Tianhan sect, who all sensed the terrifying aura emanating from here. Those closer to the Sword sect could even faintly see the sword shadows emerging on the horizon. That terrifying sword intent, it has to be the Jagger. Yes, if anyone in this world can emit such sword intent, it can only be our Jagger. Several elders of the Sword sect gazed at the distant sword shadows and discussed quietly. Chapter 129. Please be our era. Rock stood in midair, his figure towering and unreachable. The massive sword shadows behind him exerted a terrifying pressure that made everyone present feel an overwhelming sense of divine oppression. This is too terrifying. Can this really be the realm that humans can reach? The second elder of Raging Wave sect looked at this scene, speaking with disbelief, his voice filled with tremors. Just why did such a person exist in this world? Sword follows my heart, sword follows my will, sword cleaves through mountains and rivers, sword shatters the sky. Rock muttered softly. Facing the enormous water dragon beast charging towards him, he swung the Crimson Sun sword in his hand, and a horrifying sword intent instantly shot out. The massive sword shadow descended from the sky and plunged deeply into the sea, subduing all the attacking water dragon beasts. Overwhelming waves surged across the sea surface. Although the sea dragon beasts were subdued, the endless waves still left Raging Wave sect in peril. Ha! It seems even the heavens are on my side. With these monstrous waves, how do you plan to deal with them? Your attack just now must have drained all your strength, right? Ronald glanced at Rock. After the shock Rock gave him earlier, Ronald believed that Rock had lost his power and thus would have no means to resist these monstrous waves. Don't speak too soon, or you'll end up slapping yourself. Rock said quietly. What did you say? Upon hearing Rock's words, Ronald became apprehensive. Could it be that the opponent still had strength? Impossible. If one could release such an ultimate move and still possess the power to stop these monstrous waves, then the person truly was not human. Ronald couldn't believe anyone in the world could achieve such feats. Brad. Rock whispered softly. Leave it to me. The Brad sword instantly flew in front of Rock, communicating telepathically with him. It emitted boundless sword intent, no less terrifying than what Rock had displayed before. How is this possible? How can a person possess such power? Feeling the horrifying sword intent from the Brad sword, Ronald exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Humph. Rock merely sneered without saying anything more. Outsiders could never understand the relationship between him and the Brad sword. Thus, they could never know that the sword intent being emitted now was entirely the power of the Brad sword itself, with no relation to him. But in the eyes of these people, the power emitted by the Brad sword was his own. They would definitely think he was controlling it. Rock naturally wouldn't bother explaining anything. No one should undermine his position. Maintaining his mystery was the effect he wanted. The Brad sword readied itself, compressing its terrifying power, and a massive sword shadow appeared, rotating to dismantle the monstrous waves. Not possible, not possible, not possible. Ronald couldn't believe what was happening before him. Staring in horror at Rock, he asked again, Who exactly are you? I'm just a passing righteous cultivator. Rock spoke indifferently, his voice very detached, exuding a sense of isolation as if having seen through worldly affairs, appearing like a hermit standing in midair, making everyone in Raging Wave sect look up to him. How could Ronald believe what Rock said? He only stared intensely at Rock. If there was anyone in this world who could counter Rock, it would likely be the Patriarch of Raksha sect. He had to quickly inform the Patriarch about what happened here. Thinking this, Ronald unconsciously reached for his chest. Every action of Ronald was under Rock's watchful eyes. Seeing Ronald's small movement, Rock instantly appeared before him, swinging the Crimson Sun sword to chop off Ronald's arm. Do you really dare to play tricks in front of me? With a kick, Rock sent Ronald sprawling on the ground. He then reached into Ronald's chest, searching until he found a token inscribed with Raksha. Is this your Raksha sect's token? Rock slowly asked, playing with the token in his hand. Suddenly, the token emitted a dark green light. Ronald, what's happening there? I just felt a powerful sword intent emanating from your location. What's going on? A hoarse voice came from within the token. Oh, it can also be used as a communication tool. Rock was quite surprised. Clearing his throat, he slowly replied. Who might you be? Upon hearing Rock's voice, the person on the other end of the token hesitated for a moment, seemingly caught off guard but immediately asked. Who are you? Why do you have this token? Where's Ronald? How is he? Rest assured, Ronald is fine. He handed this token to me. He's resting after being injured. You can tell me anything you need. Rock answered, intentionally altering his voice to disguise himself. Humph. Unfortunately, after Rock spoke, the other person on the token only coldly snorted and canceled the transmission. How boring. Rock slowly complained, glancing at Ronald. Do you have any last words? You'll meet your doom. Daring to disrupt our Raksha sect's plans, you will regret this. Facing Ronald's final arrogance, Rock raised his sword and beheaded him with a single stroke. Taoist friend Rock, there's something I wish to request from you. Just after dealing with Ronald, Rock saw the second elder of Raging Wave sect kneeling before him, holding the Baiyuan spear respectfully. Please let Taoist friend Rock become the patriarch of our Raging Wave sect. Please let Taoist friend Rock become the patriarch of our Raging Wave sect. After the second elder spoke, the other elders of Raging Wave sect also knelt on the ground, addressing Rock. This scene left Rock speechless. It felt eerily familiar. Chapter 130. You are the treasure I was looking for. Is it a bit inappropriate, considering I'm just an outsider? King spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the white abyss spear in the Wayland's hand. He really wanted this spear. However, he didn't want to be the leader of Nudasong sect. He was already the leader of the Sword sect. If he also became the leader of Nudasong sect, wouldn't that seem unreasonable? Fellow Taoist King, Your power is well acknowledged by all. Now, only you deserve to be the leader of our Nudisong sect. Please fulfill our wish and protect us, the Wayland pleaded. After witnessing King's terrifying strength, not relying on him would be a foolish choice. Once King became their leader, the sect could definitely become the most powerful sect on this continent in the future. The Wayland was contemplating within his mind, calculating with great confidence. I'm sorry, I am already the headmaster of Dongxing religion in Shiri Kingdom. Moreover, I recently became the leader of Sword Sect. Concerning the leadership position in your Nudisong sect, I fear. It's fine. King started to explain, but was interrupted by the Wayland mid-sentence. Huh. King thought he had misheard. Did they really not mind his identity? We have seen your strength with our own eyes. Since you can succeed as the leader of the Sword Sect, why can't you succeed as the leader of our Nudisong sect? The Wayland asked rhetorically. A strong person like you should rightfully be the leader of all sects across the entire eastern continent, without any issue. So please take up the leadership of our Nudisong sect and protect it. The Wayland then prostrated himself before King, expressing his determination and loyalty. Seeing this situation, rejecting further might not be appropriate. King cleared his throat slightly and solemnly said, since you have made such a request, it seems unfitting for me to refuse further. Given that you trust me so much, I won't hold back. From now on, I will officially assume the leadership of Nudisong sect. King took the white abyss spear from the Wayland's hand. We pay respect to our new leader. The Wayland initiated the declaration, and immediately, other members followed suit. Although I have taken up the leadership of Nudisong sect, I cannot perform the duties as the leader. Roshasha sect has been secretly plotting against our righteous sects, and I must stop them. Therefore, I cannot remain here guarding the sect. I hope you can understand. King explained. With multiple identities now, he found it challenging to properly fulfill his responsibilities, which troubled him. Of course we understand. Our esteemed leader is chosen by heaven to create miracles. We believe that under your leadership, all reputable sects will sweep away the devil sect and restore justice. King felt a bit helpless. Bartolomeus listening to the words of the Wayland made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He was far less magnificent than described. But refuting this at this moment would make him seem inadequate, so King chose silence, letting them think what they wanted. Well spoken. Revitalizing our renowned sects is a duty we can never shirk. King echoed in response. Similar to the Sword Sect, Nudisong Sect did not announce King's appointment as the leader, pretending as if nothing happened. However, the situation with Nudisong Sect was too significant, drawing attention even from distant people who noticed the abnormality here. Inside Roshasha Sect. Leader, something is wrong with Nudisong Sect. I've sensed it. Such terrifying power is indeed inconceivable. It seems we have a formidable opponent. The leader of Roshasha Sect sat quietly, his eyes closed, slowly speaking. Leader, what should we do next? Ronald has lost contact, and the sound transmission command has fallen into others' hands. I estimate that he may have met with a misfortune. The current situation is disadvantageous for us. Our enemies are concealed while we are in the open. Not knowing our opponent's true identity is the most troubling issue for me. The leader of Roshasha Sect opened his eyes slightly and looked down at the Emelianov-kin. You should immediately depart for the sect closest to Nudisong Sect. If I'm not mistaken, their next target should be the Shansu Sect near Nudisong Sect. Yes, I will head to Shansu Sect and lie in wait there, ensuring we expose our opponent. Very good. I await your report. Saying this, the leader of Roshasha Sect closed his eyes again and began to practice. Meanwhile, the Emelianov-kin bowed and set off towards Shansu Sect. After arranging some matters, King left Nudisong Sect. Before leaving, he left the sound transmission command with the Wayland, instructing him to use it for any emergency situations. Leaving Nudisong Sect brought King a sense of relief. Indeed, the easiest state was when there was no burden on him. Thinking about having to deal with more troubles caused by Roshasha Sect filled him with unwillingness. Regrettably, there was no way around it, so he sighed helplessly. Where should we go next? Janie asked directly. Weren't you looking for a rare treasure here at Nudisong Sect? Why are you following me? King looked at Janie, puzzled. She mentioned searching for a precious treasure here, yet now she left with him. This was odd. I found it. What? When did you find it? King questioned. Since Janie had been with him all along, when did she search for the treasure? Could she possibly possess the ability to clone herself? Janie leaned close to King's ear and whispered softly. You are the rare treasure I was looking for. She quickly moved away, her face turning red. King was momentarily stunned but soon reacted, flashing a happy smile. This was truly good news. Chapter 131. Are you trying to court me? The Shin sect was a relatively mysterious sect. Although it was one of the prestigious Orthodox factions, it stayed out of any secular disputes. They were self-contained, focusing only on their own sect's affairs, with all its members being fervent cultivators who loved retreating into seclusion at every opportunity. King found this sect very intriguing. After all, such a unique sect was rare in the entire lower realms. Upon entering the Shin sect's territory, King immediately felt the rich natural spirit energy. It was a treasure land indeed. This Shin sect's Sect Berkeley must be quite formidable to establish a sect here. King thought to himself as he continued forward. Before long, a voice suddenly stopped them. You, stop right there. A clear and pleasant female voice rang out, making the listener feel extremely comfortable. Following the voice, they saw a graceful young girl sitting cross-legged on a tree branch. You're not from our Shin sect, right? Why are you here? What's your purpose? Davina asked from her high perch, looking down at King and his companions. Her gaze carried a hint of curiosity, as if meeting outsiders here was a rare occurrence. I am King. May I ask for your name, young lady? King politely greeted the girl, bowing respectfully. Are you trying to court me? Ah. King froze for a moment when he heard her words. What kind of logic was this? He was merely asking for her name. How did that turn into courting? My mother told me that anyone who asks for my name is trying to court me and that I should be extra cautious. King was speechless. What kind of mother taught her child like that? I just want to know your name so I can address you properly. Just call me young lady. My mother says I shouldn't easily tell strangers my name. King was truly at a loss. Was this girl naive or just simple-minded? So, who exactly are you? Why are you here? Davina continued to ask, scrutinizing King with unmasked curiosity. We've come to visit the sect Berkeley of the Shin sect. Oh, you want to visit my father? King couldn't remember how many times he had been surprised today. Davina in front of him was actually the daughter of the Shin sect Berkeley? If that was the case, things would be much easier for him. Could you please take us to see your father? We have something important to discuss. King smiled, sounding almost like he was trying to coax a child. Sorry, you can't see my father now because he entered closed seclusion several months ago. King wasn't too surprised by this news. It had happened a couple of times already. If the Shin sect Berkeley was also in seclusion, things might not look good. If your father is in seclusion, who is managing the Shin sect now? King probed further, hoping to gather more information. My uncle, of course. Uncle? King pondered for a while. This wasn't about the Rakshasa sect infiltrating via an undercover agent as he initially suspected, but about the girl's uncle. Did this mean the Shin sect wasn't under the control of the Rakshasa sect? No, that didn't make sense. Based on King's previous experiences, the Rakshasa sect had been planning their infiltration for a long time. Without such plans, their agents wouldn't have been able to secure elder positions in various prestigious factions. Therefore, the Rakshasa sect wouldn't let the Shin sect slip through. So, two possibilities remained. 1. There was a Rakshasa sect undercover agent within the Shin sect who hadn't yet gained actual control but was manipulating the sect in the shadows, perhaps undermining the authority of the girl's uncle. 2. The girl's uncle might have already joined the Rakshasa sect, becoming a puppet leader after the sect Berkeley went into seclusion. After some thought, King leaned towards the second possibility. An undercover agent wouldn't remain hidden if they needed substantial power to transfer resources to the Rakshasa sect. With this conclusion, King knew his next move. Since that's the case, could you bring us to your uncle? We really have something important to discuss with the person in charge. Why don't you just tell me? Davina looked directly at King, showing no intention of leading them into the Shin sect. Tell you? Can you make decisions for the sect? King slowly asked. Davina seemed genuinely naive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. Of course. What I say is the same as what my father would say. So, you're the Bartolomeotl sect Berkeley of Shin sect? Bartolomeotl sect Berkeley. That sounds nice. You can call me that. Davina gave King the impression of a troublesome child. He didn't know how to respond, but time was short. Now that his target was clear, he couldn't hesitate. In fact, we know there's a Rakshasa sect infiltrator in your Shin sect. We came here to discuss this matter with your sect Berkeley. King stated openly. If you don't believe me, I can show you the evidence. From his robes, King produced a secret order from the Rakshasa sect and showed it to the girl. This is a secret order I obtained from a Rakshasa sect infiltrator. With this, we can identify the Rakshasa sect agent within the Shin sect. King explained, looking earnestly at the girl. Chapter 132. The Terrifying Prodigy Girl. Davina looked at the Rakshasa sect's secret order in Rock's hand, lost in thought. Although she usually appeared a bit silly and absent-minded, she was far from stupid. In fact, she was very intelligent. Are all these things you're saying true? Of course. We've traveled from the Heavenly Cold sect, witnessing much along the way. The Blazing Flame sect, the Sword sect, the Roaring Wave sect, each has been infiltrated by spies of the Rakshasa sect. Your Divine Strategy sect is no exception. As righteous cultivators, we should thwart the evil plans of the demon sects. That's why I wanted to inform your father, the era of the Divine Strategy sect. I understand. Davina nodded and jumped down from the tree branch. It seems the Rakshasa sect spy must be my uncle. How can you be so sure? Rock was completely taken aback when he heard this from the girl. This time, he was truly stunned. He had just spent a long time deducing that her uncle had probably surrendered to the Rakshasa sect. Yet, after he mentioned it, she could immediately confirm that her uncle was the Rakshasa sect spy. She was truly remarkable. Could it be that you have suspected your uncle for a long time? Rock asked. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. Yes. Ever since my father went into seclusion and left the sect to my uncle, I noticed something was wrong. The expenditure of resources increased significantly and disappeared without a trace. At that point, I began to suspect that uncle was up to something, but I never knew why. Now that you mention it, I finally understand the reason. It appears those resources were sent to the Rakshasa sect by my uncle. Davina slowly stated her conclusion. Rock looked at her in disbelief. Despite her young age, she could analyze the situation with such precision. She was indeed formidable. Let's go. I'll take you to the Divine Strategy sect. I want to see what expression my foolish uncle will have when the truth is revealed. Suddenly, the girl smiled slyly, forming a stark contrast to the previously innocent and slightly clumsy image she portrayed. Led by the girl, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Divine Strategy sect. As they prepared to enter, Rock suddenly stopped Rosa and the others. Wait a moment. Why? Davina looked at Rock, puzzled as to why he would ask them to wait. Could he be afraid? You're not scared, are you? Don't joke around. Why would I be scared? I just want to be cautious to avoid any setbacks. Rock explained as he pulled out several human skin masks from his pocket. I believe there are more Rakshasa sect spies in the Divine Strategy sect besides your uncle. To prevent our identities from being exposed, we should change our appearances. Since the Heavenly Cold sect, Blazing Flame sect, Sword sect, and Roaring Wave sect had all lost contact, the Rakshasa sect must have some contingency plan in place. Knowing their true identities was likely the first step. Therefore, Rock speculated that the Rakshasa sect had planted a few hidden operatives within the Divine Strategy sect or other sects to identify them and devise targeted strategies to prevent further disruptions of their plans. After disguising themselves, Rock said, "All right, we can enter now." What a hassle. Davina pouted. losing her initial playful demeanor, which left Rock speechless. Could it be that the girl he initially met was an act? If so, the girl before him was indeed formidable. Rock couldn't help but admire the girl's capabilities. He wondered about her strength. In terms of wisdom alone, he might not match her. Senior sister. Who are these people? When the girl led Rock and the others towards the Divine Strategy sect, they were intercepted by several disciples who questioned them. They are guests of my uncle. I'm bringing them to meet him. Davina's voice turned sweet and gentle, melting everyone who heard it. Wow, this girl really is a top-notch actress. Rock confirmed that the girl was indeed a seasoned performer, effortlessly showcasing different personalities depending on her audience. Undoubtedly, the clumsy and innocent demeanor she initially displayed was an act designed to put him off guard. The realization made Rock feel deeply unsettled. This girl was truly someone to be reckoned with. Got it. Senior sister, please proceed. Yeah. With a simple exchange, the girl smoothly led Rock and the others into the Divine Strategy sect and directly towards the main hall. Truly the daughter of the Divine Strategy sect's era. No one dares to question her. Rock remarked quietly. They're all my juniors, of course, they don't dare question me, the girl proudly replied. Almost like a capable child boasting about her prowess to Rock. Upon reaching the hall, Rock saw a middle-aged man sitting in the heiress seat, presumably the girl's uncle, and beside him stood an elderly man with white hair. Davina slowed her pace and whispered to Rock. That old man, I've never seen him before. He's not from our Divine Strategy sect. Her words immediately alerted Rock. Ever since entering the hall, he had noticed the old man's gaze fixed entirely on him. Now hearing the girl's confirmation, he was certain that the old man must be the Rakshasa sect's envoy. His previous suspicions were indeed correct. The Rakshasa sect had already begun its operations. ###Chapter 133. Do not slander me. Kiki, what are you here to do? And why have you brought outsiders with you? In the position of patriarch at the Shin sect, Jacques slowly spoke, his gaze turning toward his young niece, revealing a gentle side. Uncle, shouldn't you not be the one questioning me? Isn't the person standing beside you also an outsider? Since you allow outsiders into our Shin sect, why can't I? Tamsin did not show any fear when facing her uncle. Instead, she was extremely assertive as she looked at the old man standing next to her uncle. Old man, are you from the Rasha sect? Tamsin did not hesitate for a moment before directly asking. What? Upon hearing her question, Jacques was visibly startled, almost jumping off his seat in shock. Ahaha, young friend, please don't make unfounded accusations. How could I possibly be from the Rasha sect? The Rasha sect is a demonic sect that everyone seeks to exterminate. I am an elder of the Tianfu sect, and I've come to discuss important matters with the Shin sect. The elderly man standing beside Jacques said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the room, finally resting on Nelson. This young friend looks familiar. Have we met somewhere before? I think you might be seeing things, Kin. We should be meeting for the first time, Nelson replied. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This elderly man was indeed from the Rasha sect. There was no doubt about it. What remained unclear was his purpose for being here. Uncle, I have already gathered evidence of your betrayal of the Shin sect and your allegiance to the Rasha sect. Can I ask you to step down from your position now? Tamsin spoke again without hesitation or disguise, laying everything on the line. Standing beside her, Nelson nearly lost his composure. Would someone usually be this straightforward? Ha ha ha, Kiki, don't joke around like this. How could I betray the Shin sect? I love it more than anything. Jacques was obviously stunned by Tamsin's words, but quickly composed himself, offering a faint smile as he gently spoke. Really? Then can you explain why many resources within our sect have vanished without a trace recently? I suspect they were stolen by lower-rank members. I never expected such a disciple to appear in the Shin sect. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Jacques turned to his niece and promised, making as if to get up and leave, seeming intent on following through on his word. Hey, can you hear me? At that moment, Nelson suddenly stepped forward, holding the Rasha sect's secret communication device and speaking into it. The moment he finished speaking, his voice rang out from Jacques' body. Hey, can you hear me? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated this turn of events. Uncle, what do you have to say now? If you didn't betray the Shin sect, why do you have the Rasha sect's secret communication device? Tamsin's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was irrefutable evidence. This? Jacques knew continuing to hide the truth would be futile. At this point, the best course of action was to find a plausible explanation. If his story was convincing enough, Tamsin would not be able to act against him without solid proof. I obtained it during an outing when I killed a Rasha sect disciple. I brought it back for research purposes. If I can gather more information on the Rasha sect through this device, it would certainly benefit the Shin sect. Jacques explained quickly, his mind working fast to craft a believable story. That's impressive. In such a short time, he managed to come up with such a clever excuse. Now he's talking his way out. We have no other evidence to prove his betrayal. Rosa, Winifred, and Janie whispered behind Nelson. Kiki, what's wrong with you today? Why are you saying these nonsensical things? Could you have been coerced by them? Don't worry, Kiki, Uncle will save you right away. With a cold snort, Jacques, without hesitation, lunged at Nelson, drawing a long sword with terrifying force. In an instant, he was in front of Nelson. Well, this saves some trouble. Seeing this, Nelson smiled slightly. Now that the other party had made the first move, evidence was no longer necessary. He would just beat him into submission. Nelson's Qiang sword flashed with red light, illuminating the entire hall, moving swiftly towards Jacques. Their swords clashed, generating immense power that forced both to take several steps back. The force of that strike. You're aiming to take my life, aren't you? After feeling the strength of Jacques' attack, Nelson remarked. That blow was intended to kill him. You abducted my niece. Shouldn't I retaliate? Ha ha ha. Jacques' words made Nelson laugh out loud. The villain cries foul first. You've betrayed the Shin sect, yet you still have the nerve to speak like that? Truly shameless. Claiming I betrayed the Shin sect. Where's your proof? Don't slander me if you can't provide it. Jacques sneered coolly. Without solid evidence of his betrayal, condemning him based on mere words was sheer folly. It's fine, you'll admit it soon enough. Nelson spoke indifferently. Once he subdued Jacques and used soul-searching magic, he would know all about the man's past actions. You might not have the chance. Saying this, Jacques attacked once more, his sword flashing, creating countless shadows that stabbed toward Nelson. ##### Chapter 134. The truth comes out. At this moment, Soraya, who had been standing still without any movement, instantly flashed to King's side. She extended one hand forward, and a terrifying force formed a protective shield around King. As Jacques' attack dissipated, the situation once again became tense. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me, your uncle? Jacques said, inwardly sensing trouble. According to the current situation, Soraya had thoroughly suspected him of betraying the Shunsu sect, needing no evidence since she had already taken a stance against him. Uncle, although I don't have direct proof that you've betrayed the Shunsu sect, numerous signs point to your treachery. For the safety of the sect, I must take over as acting sect leader. Soraya spoke directly, showing no intention of engaging her uncle in combat. Since there was no evidence, she decided it would be best to temporarily let him live, but absolutely could not allow him to continue as acting sect leader. Once she assumed the position, would it be hard to find his misconduct? This probably isn't appropriate, I was personally appointed as acting sect leader by your father. That's fine. If anything goes wrong later, I'll take full responsibility for it, so it won't implicate you, uncle. Soraya continued. She knew very well that her uncle wouldn't give up his position easily, especially if he needed it to transfer Shunsu sect resources to the Raksha sect. No place suited him better than being the sect leader. Why? Are you reluctant to give up the sect leader's position? Or have you already betrayed the Shunsu sect and can't hand it over to me? Soraya's face darkened, and her delicate fists clenched. If her uncle refused to give up the position, she would be merciless. Truly impressive. Jacques took a deep breath, looked at her, and decided to come clean. He couldn't pretend anymore. It was exhausting. Moreover, with Soraya demanding this, giving up the sect leader's position might temporarily clear suspicion, but it would derail the Raksha sect's plans. Not giving it up would undeniably make him a traitor to the Shunsu sect. Since both options were unfeasible, he'd simply admit his betrayal. What could they do to him? Could these few people possibly take him down? Besides, he had the Raksha sect's kin backing him up. He had nothing to fear. If you know what's good for you, step back now. I won't harm you, but if you insist on opposing me, don't blame your uncle for being harsh. Jacques said bluntly, offering his niece one last chance. After all, she was his brother's daughter, and he didn't want things to go too far. Furthermore, if he harmed her, his sister-in-law would never forgive him, leaving a bad impression in her mind. So, you admit to betraying our Shinsu sect? Yes, exactly. I did betray the Shinsu sect. So what? Do you think you can defeat me with just a few of you? Don't joke around, Considering you're my niece, leave the Great Hall now, and I won't hold you accountable, but these people must stay. Jacques pointed his long sword at King and others, speaking coldly. These people opposed the Raksha sect and disrupted their plans. They couldn't be allowed to leave alive. Uncle, you know very well what happens to those who betray the Shunsu sect. Do you think I'd leave now? Indeed not. You're just like your father, not tolerating even the slightest wrongdoing. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jacques said coldly. At this point, talking about feelings was a luxury. He knew it would only get him killed. Where is my father? Soraya asked Jacques. Since you've betrayed the Shunsu sect, you wouldn't let my father continue his seclusion peacefully. What have you done to him? You're too smart, child. You're right. Your father is under my confinement. Rest assured, I haven't killed him. I need your father's life to threaten your mother. What a despicable man. The world is treacherous. To achieve my goals, some despicable means are necessary. Talking further is futile. Take this. Without hesitation, Jacques swung his sword at everyone in front of him, including his niece, showing no mercy. Not bad. Decisive and ruthless. Just the kind of person the Raksha sect needs. The Raksha sect's Burl stood nearby, watching this farce unfold. He hadn't expected Jacques to be so heartless towards his family. No wonder he had betrayed the Shunsu sect and joined the Raksha sect so readily. Losing such a talent would be a pity. The Burl knew King's strength. Jacques was no match for him, especially with so many opponents. With only his strength, it would be tough to resist them all. Zhang Jagger, let me lend you a hand. The Raksha sect kin spoke and immediately engaged King. I'll handle this guy. Focus on those girls. Yes, thank you, Burl. Jacques looked gratefully at the Burl. He had planned to ask for help if the kin hadn't come. Seeing him offer assistance now made Jacques feel valued within the Raksha sect. So, you're also from the Raksha sect, aren't you? King wasn't surprised. He had sensed something unusual about the old man beside Jacques when entering the hall. Yes, I am the Burl of the Raksha sect. The old man proudly declared his identity. #### Chapter 135. Keep the fighting down. What is your true objective, sect of Raksha? How could you have planned such an extensive scheme? Rock asked. He wanted to know what the sect of Raksha was up to because their plans had started very early on. Therefore, this plan must have been well prepared. That's something you will never know. You might ask Yama. Perhaps he would know. Never mind. I knew you wouldn't talk, so I won't ask anymore. Anyway, as long as I perform a soul search on you shortly, everything will be revealed. Rock said directly. He gripped his Emilionosha sword tightly. The Colin of the sect of Raksha, standing before him, should not be weak. Let's see how he makes his move. To death with you. The Colin of the sect of Raksha shouted, and in his hand appeared a long saber. Its blade and hilt were over 3 meters in total length, making it look difficult to wield. However, that massive long saber was brandished vigorously by the Colin of the sect of Raksha, creating powerful whirlwinds around him. A series of black vortices formed around the elder. Death chain slash. Roaring, the elderly figure dashed forward instantly. Countless black blades surged toward Rock. The terrifying energy coalesced into a vortex that locked onto Rock's silhouette. So you can also use spatial type skills? Rock was slightly taken aback. He tried to dodge, but realized that he was already locked down by the opponent's attack. The surrounding space was completely restrained, making any movement extremely difficult. Brad. Calling out in his heart, Brad flew out instantly from behind Rock. Frightening sword chi swiftly formed a vortex in front of him, standing unyielding against the Colin of the sect of Raksha. You're still using the sword technique at this level. Are you really that arrogant? The Colin of the sect of Raksha felt disrespected. Facing him and yet using such a rudimentary technique was akin to courting death. Humph, it doesn't matter if a mountain is high or low. If there's a deity, it becomes mystical. Water does not need to be deep. With a dragon, it becomes wondrous. Moves don't need to be fancy. They only need to work. Rock spoke slowly, looking at the elder before him. With Brad by his side, the other party would have to dream if they thought they could harm him. As long as he had Brad, the sect of Raksha's elder faced not just him but himself and Brad as one. Alright, let's see if you've got the chops. The Colin of the sect of Raksha said sinisterly. His long saber slashed horizontally, forming a black sword aura which instantly spread, extending countless grotesque black hands that grabbed toward Rock. A petty trick, Rock sneered coldly, sweeping the Emilianosha sword horizontally. An overwhelming wave of sword chi erupted with no enemy able to withstand it, destroying everything in the blink of an eye. If that's all you've got, then your title as the Colin of the sect of Raksha seems rather watered down. Among the countless foes I've faced, you might belong to the weakest category. Rock mocked the sect of Raksha's elder. This elder definitely hadn't exerted his full power earlier. It seemed he was merely testing him. If that had truly been his best, Rock would be disappointed. I admit you have some strength. No wonder our spies were all eliminated by you before. It appears I underestimated you somewhat. The Colin tightened his grip on the saber. His body began to swell within moments, growing more than twice its original size. Muscles bulged across his entire form like a miniature giant. What was previously an exaggerated long saber now looked like an ordinary weapon in comparison. You should feel fortunate to witness this form of mine. Not many people have seen it. The Colin spoke as he charged forward directly, producing a sonic boom with his formidable power. Almost instantaneously, he was right in front of Rock. With a simple slash of the long saber, the powerful strike made Rock feel a hint of danger. Immediately, he raised the Emilianosha sword to block. The horizontal slash, though simple, contained terrifying power. Upon receiving the strike head-on, Rock was sent flying backward. Brad instantly arrived behind Rock, using its blade to catch him and cushion his fall. Thanks to Brad's assistance, Rock didn't get thrown out of the hall. How does it feel? Can you withstand my attacks? The Colin of the sect of Raksha asked slowly, eyes filled with murderous intent. Swinging the long saber a few times, several streams of sword chi shot toward Rock. You do have some skill, but you're far from impressive. Rock humphed lightly. The Emilianosha sword burst with formidable power, sword chi slicing through the air, seemingly ready to tear apart the entire hall. The crimson sword shadow enveloped the Emilianosha sword. Along with Rock's slash, terrifying energy was unleashed. Powerful forces collided, creating a massive explosion in an instant. Jacques and Jean Kai, who were fighting nearby, were blown away by the blast. Oh, you two clowns, can you try to keep the noise down when you fight? You've already affected us. If my Shinsu sect hall gets destroyed, I'll never forgive you. Jean Kai glared angrily at Rock and the Colin of the sect of Raksha. These guys were really annoying. Did they not know how to restrain themselves during a fight? Faced with Jean Kai's words, Rock had no idea how to respond. If he held back, the sect of Raksha's Colin would kill him. Not giving it his all in a fight was practically asking for a shorter lifespan. Bartolomeotle girl, shut up. One more word, and you'll lose your life. The Colin said fiercely, staring viciously at Jean Kai, eyes burning with malice. Hee, come at me if you dare. Facing such a terrifying Colin, Jean Kai showed no fear and taunted boldly. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. The Colin didn't hesitate. In an instant, his figure exploded into motion. The terrifying speed produced loud sonic booms, slicing the air with each swing of the long saber, cleaving it apart. Seeing this, Jean Kai simply stretched out her hand forward. Hashtag chapter 136, deceived. Trouble. Seeing this, Nelson exclaimed in alarm. He had received the attack head-on and knew just how terrifying it was. Soraya simply extended one hand to intercept it. Was this not outrageous? Bartolomeotle girl, you will regret this. The senior elder of the Raksha sect saw Soraya's move, and was astonished that she merely stretched out her hand so easily as if to block his attack. How laughable. As he swung his long sword toward Soraya's flawless neck, it suddenly halted mid-air just before reaching her throat. What? Gripping the sword tightly, the Raksha sect's elder tried to continue his swing but found himself immobilized. He couldn't even pull back the blade. Following the path of the sword, he saw Soraya gripping the edge of the blade barehanded. How is this possible? You can catch my attack barehanded? Impossible. The elder from the Raksha sect, witnessing this scene, called out in disbelief. He knew very well the power behind his strike. How could such a young girl deflect it so effortlessly? Is this real? Nelson, too, was utterly shocked by what he saw. He acknowledged that he might also have been able to withstand the elder's attack, but certainly not as effortlessly, and especially not barehanded. She caught the Raksha sect elder's weapon barehanded. How did she do it? Nelson pondered, his gaze locked on Soraya's delicate white hands. A flash of insight struck him, an instant realization. He now understood how Soraya managed to stop the blade barehanded. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at her formidable strength. Such a petite frame yet harboring such incredible power. standing firm against the Raksha elder's assault while remaining completely unaffected. In contrast, when he had faced the same attack, he had been flung away. Granted, his lack of full commitment played a part, but the elder's might was undeniable. This cannot be. Who exactly are you? The elder stared at the young girl before him, questioning aloud. How could someone her age possibly withstand his terrifying attack? It was absolutely impossible. This is not the time for questions, Raksha sect's elder. Entering the divine strategy sect is easy. Leaving, however, will not be as simple. Soraya spoke as she dashed forward, converging immense power into her fist. She delivered a straightforward punch directly at the elder's face. At such close range, the elder had no chance to evade and was hit head-on. His entire body flew backward, slamming heavily into the temple's wall. He struggled to stand up, coughing up blood along with a few teeth. Kakwa, Jacques, upon seeing this, was utterly petrified. His young niece possessed such terrifying strength. Had she punched him like that during their battle, he would likely have perished instantly. Too terrifying. Why did she possess such power? Even if Soraya hadn't shown her true strength previously, her age alone shouldn't justify such immense power. Who exactly are you? I'm the young mistress of the divine strategy sect, Soraya. Is there a problem? Seeing the elder ask again, Soraya responded directly, her eyes filled with disdain, treating the elder as insignificant. Nelson observed Soraya's demeanor and felt an odd sensation. Could I have been deceived from the very beginning? A frightening thought emerged in Nelson's mind, and once it surfaced, it could not be suppressed. If it were indeed true, the whole situation became terrifying. Who was orchestrating this? Not possible. You're not Soraya. My niece, though clever, can never have such power. Just who are you? Jacques stepped forward, pointing at Soraya, his voice resolute. Oh dear. Looks like we've been exposed. Since that's the case, why don't you show your face now, Yuan? Big brother? Hearing Soraya mention her brother's name, Jacques froze in place. What was happening? Many thanks, Dalfriend Luo, for pretending to be my daughter for so long. Now that my foolish younger brother's betrayal has been confirmed, I can finally come out. A booming voice resonated, and a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in the Divine Strategy Sect's hall. Old boy, keep messing with me, and I'll bash you senseless. Eva spoke, tearing off her mask to reveal her original appearance. Indeed, she deceived us. Seeing this unfold, Nelson felt no surprise. He had suspected as much earlier, only to find his fears confirmed. And it seemed the mastermind was none other than the sect leader of the Divine Strategy Sect, Yuan. Brother, why are you here? Shouldn't you still be in the water prison? Facing his brother, Jacques felt immense fear. Why was his elder brother here? He should have been imprisoned forever in the water dungeon. Foolish brother, you were far too incompetent. I had long suspected your collusion with the Raksha sect. That's why I orchestrated this plan to expose you and thoroughly purge you from the Divine Strategy Sect. No, impossible. How could you? Jacques found it hard to believe what his elder brother said. How could this happen? Alright, let's clean up the mess. Ken of the Raksha sect, and Dao friend Nelson. Nelson smiled faintly. He had truly been deceived this time. Hashtag chapter 137. The Demon's Heart. In the grand hall of the Shunsu sect, everyone present exchanged uneasy glances. When Yuan appeared, everyone already understood the gravity of the situation. Truly unexpected. We all fell into your hands. Head of the Shunsu sect, Yuan. The elder of the Raksha sect looked at Yuan, never imagining that he would fall into the latter's trap. I can't take the credit. I merely set up an insurance plan. Never thought it would lure a big fish like you. What do you Raksha sect people intend to do? Yuan stared seriously at the elder of the Raksha sect and asked, Do you think I'll tell you, Yuan? Do you think you can still escape from Shunsu sect? Speak now about your intentions, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll have to use force. Yuan glanced between the elder of the Raksha sect and his younger brother, Jacques. Foolish brother, everything you did was under my observation. From the first moment you contacted the Raksha sect, I had already made all preparations. Confronted by his older brother, Jacques was at a loss for words. He had lost utterly. So what? Just as Jacques struggled to find words, the elder of the Raksha sect stepped forward. I admit, Hedgehog is impressive, having manipulated all of us. But so what? Do you really think you can defeat me with just these few allies? Oh, that's quite an interesting statement. After listening to the elder's words, Yuan smiled, spreading out his hands. I have fellow Taoist Diva, fellow Taoist King, and myself, the head of Shansu sect. If you still think we are not your match, it seems you must have a hidden ace up your sleeve. Looking at the elder, Yuan suspected the elder held something back but couldn't imagine how his side could lose in this scenario. Since that's the case, let me open your eyes. The elder took out an unidentified object from his robe. It resembled a demon's heart, pulsing and alive. With no hesitation, he shoved the object directly into Jacques' body. Burl, what are you doing? Jacques felt a cold chill run down his spine as the elder's hand delved into him. The heart-like object instantly spread through his body, attaching itself to his nerves. Jacques screamed in agony, kneeling on the ground, clutching his head while writhing in pain. What did you do to me, Burl? Weren't you aiming to become the head of Shunsu sect? Just kill them, and the position will be yours. I only gave you the power to kill them. You should thank me. The elder slowly spoke, then retreated a few steps. Immediately, Jacques' body began to transform dramatically. His originally wheat-colored skin turned dark red, veins clearly visible. Wings like those of a bat grew from his back, and sharp horns sprouted from his head. He became a full-fledged demon. How is this possible? Yuan watched, disbelieving. Demon? Why? King was equally astonished, witnessing such a transformation for the first time. As Jacques roared, completing his transformation, he became twice as tall, covered in black armor, with crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned into a demon. Why? It's likely connected to that object the elder inserted. If I'm not mistaken, it's a demon's heart, King said slowly. Although he had never seen a real demon's heart, Jacques' transformation left no doubt. It was due to the demon's heart. Why would a demon's heart appear here? Unknown, but it looks like Raksha sect hides many secrets. Their recent actions might indeed involve demons, Yuan remarked. He felt no sorrow over his brother turning into a demon. This was punishment for betraying Shansu sect. Even without becoming a demon, he would have executed this traitor personally. Now, enjoy this well, the elder slowly said, preparing to flee the hall. Think you can escape easily? King blocked the elder's path, raising his crimson sun sword. Take care of yourself first. What? King was startled. Demon transformed Jacques lunged forward, wielding a massive sword emitting a bloodthirsty aura. King barely deflected the blow, giving the elder a chance to escape. Damn it, he got away. Luoxian was furious. After all her efforts, the elder slipped away. She was upset. Nothing can be done now. Let's deal with the demonized Jacques first. Leaving him unchecked poses a threat to Shansu sect. This calls for additional payment, Yuan. Don't worry, I, Yuan, am not ungrateful. We'll address this challenge, and the rewards won't disappoint you both. Yuan assured Eva and King. Hashtag chapter 138. Getting stronger the more you fight. Kill, kill, kill. Jacques, transformed into a demon, wielded a blood-red greatsword, and his terrifying killing intent filled the entire hall. Ah! As Jacques roared, his body began to split apart. Gradually, he divided into 3 separate entities right before Tyler's eyes. Clones? Not just ordinary clones. These are split bodies, each as formidable as the original. This is troublesome. It looks like he wants to take on all 3 of us at once. Tyler slowly spoke, observing that Jacques had become significantly stronger after transforming into a demon, seemingly gaining many mysterious powers. This made things quite interesting for him. So we'll have to each handle one of them. Form the array. Yuan formed a hand seal, and as his power emerged, a large formation instantly materialized, enveloping the entire hall. As a light curtain descended, barriers formed, isolating the space from the outside world. A barrier? Yes, our battle will likely be intense. To prevent harming others, or destroying the Shansu sect, this was necessary. Kill, kill, kill. While Tyler and Yuan discussed their strategy, Jacques had already charged at them, spreading his murderous intent. The two instantly sensed the danger and quickly evaded. It seems this isn't the time for conversation. Let's deal with the immediate threat first, Yuan said. Agreed. Tyler nodded. Now wasn't the time for talking. They could discuss later once Jacques was dealt with. Each of them engaged one of Jacques' split bodies in fierce combat. Tyler tightened his grip on the a-million-oing sword, knowing that Jacques' strength in this demonic form couldn't be underestimated and required caution. The monstrous sword carried a destructive aura and swung down towards Tyler. He held the a-million-oing sword horizontally, no longer concealing his true power. The sword erupted with a crimson glow as Tyler compressed the intense sword chi within it. Once compressed to its limit, the sword chi exploded outward. The terrifying sword chi released like a coiled spring, multiplying its force exponentially when unleashed. Instantly, the clone of Jacques rushing at Tyler was torn apart into 5 pieces, the dismembered body parts scattering across the floor. Amazing! Despite each fighting a different clone, they could still observe the progress of each other's battles. None of them expected Tyler's power to be so formidable. While they were still battling the demonified Jacques, Tyler had already dismembered one. Tyler looked at the scattered body parts. Though severed, they still moved independently. Tentacles extended from the wounds and connected, allowing the severed parts to reassemble and resurrect into a single entity again. Is this guy invincible? Seeing this, Tyler blurted out his thoughts. Eva and Yuan were equally shocked by Jacques' terrifying regenerative abilities. If this continued, killing him seemed nearly impossible. If once doesn't work, then let's try twice, Tyler declared, once more concentrating formidable sword chi in his a-million-oing sword. This time, he infused it with powerful flames, aiming to incinerate Jacques into ashes. I want to see if you can still regenerate after being turned to ashes. With that, Tyler swung the a-million-oing sword, and a wave of blazing sword chi engulfed Jacques. The intense heat burned away everything, leaving only charred remains. Just as Tyler believed this method worked, cracks appeared on the burnt surface, and a newly reborn Jacques emerged from the ashes. Reborn from fire? Tyler was surprised. Jacques had indeed grown stronger after the fire attack. He speculated that using fire had somehow granted Jacques a phoenix-like rebirth, making him even more formidable. Friends, avoid using flame spells against this foe. It seems to have an adverse effect. We've seen it. This is indeed unexpected, Eva said. She fought her own clone of Jacques, neither side gaining an upper hand. If fire lets you come back stronger, let's try the opposite element. Tyler thought as Jacques charged at him. He shot a water ball at Jacques. Water prison. The water ball encased Jacques, binding him at the center. Jacques struggled, but to no avail. Trapped in the water prison, he found himself unable to use his powers and suffocated. Everything dissolves in water. I don't believe you can regenerate from this. Tyler watched Jacques struggle in the water prison. But sometimes things don't go as planned. Just as Tyler thought victory was assured, Jacques' body expanded, and his wings burst open. A bloody glow enveloped his skin, and with a roar, he broke free of the water prison effortlessly. What kind of monster is this? Why does he keep evolving? Tyler was speechless. Why did Jacques get stronger the more they fought? Meanwhile, the clones faced by Yuan and Eva showed no changes. Why is this happening? Could it be we shouldn't fight him at all? Tyler pondered, realizing if Jacques kept getting stronger, he would eventually be at a disadvantage. Chapter 139. Resurrection once again. Rock did not launch another offensive. He watched Jacques in front of him and then fortified his defenses. Whenever Jacques attacked, he would immediately dodge while continuously thinking of a strategy. Jacques, now transformed into a demon, was noticeably different. His terrifying regenerative ability posed a huge problem. Wouldn't the opponent become invincible if he grew stronger the more they fought? However, in this world, everything has its counterbalance. How could there really be an invincible being? So Jacques must have a weakness. There must be a solution. If only they could find it, victory would be easy. Rock not only observed the Jacques fighting him, but also watched the other two Jacks battling Yuan and Eva. Wait, could it be? Is it like this? While observing the three Jacques clones, a flash of inspiration struck Rock. Zhangxander, Daoist Luo, I've thought of a possibility that might solve Jacques. Would you like to try it? Dodging Jacques' attacks, Rock shouted out the question. What is it? Just tell us directly, we will definitely cooperate, Yuan immediately replied. He knew Rock's strength was extraordinary. Since he had come up with a plan, it was worth trying. It might be the only way to resolve this crisis. I think the Jacques clones are one entity. As long as one remains alive, the others won't die. To defeat Jacques, we must kill all three clones simultaneously. Hearing Rock's hypothesis, Yuan and Eva felt a sudden clarity. If this were true, it explained why Rock had killed Jacques twice, yet he revived each time, becoming stronger. I believe we should give it a try, Yuan said. If it's true, then we need to kill all three at once. Alright, let's coordinate. What should we do? Eva also agreed. Continuing like this was futile. They might as well attempt something new. Indeed, many solutions are found through continuous trials. Good. You help me draw their attention, making them gather together. Then I'll act and eliminate all three clones at once. No problem. We'll handle it. Don't worry, Yuan and Eva responded simultaneously. Now they would see what happened next. With a clear goal, the battle became simpler. Eva clenched her fist and unleashed terrifying power. Facing the onrushing Jacques, she punched without hesitation, sending him flying. Yuan followed suit, focusing all his strength on his sword. When Jacques rushed forward, he swung, repelling him instantly. Rock did the same, kicking the clone approaching him. All three exerted their strength simultaneously, causing the three Jacques clones to collide. Great opportunity. Seeing this, Rock seized the moment. His a-million-wing sword glowed with terrifying power and overwhelming sword chi, locking down the space around the clones, restricting their movements. Sword shadows follow, cut evil. Rock wielded the a-million-wing sword, unleashing devastating strikes that crisscrossed, slicing the three clones into fragments within moments. This time, he should be dead for good. Rock approached Yuan and Eva, looking at the shattered remains of the clones. It should be over, Eva said, though they couldn't be certain, as none of them had ever faced a demon before. Look, the severed corpses are fusing. It seems not over yet, Yuan remarked, drawing Rock and Eva's attention. They saw countless tendrils emerging from the scattered pieces, truly a horrifying sight. The fused flesh formed a grotesque red lump, losing any semblance of Jacques. What is this? Rock stared at the mass, unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, the mass began twisting and reshaping, turning back into Jacques, complete with demonic wings and horns. After moving his body to check for any discomfort, he looked at Rock and the others. His hollow eyes revealed no emotions, only murderous intent and bloodlust. Die! Jacques hurled his massive sword, tearing through the air with immense force. The wind rush made Rock and the others feel an immediate threat, and they dodged instinctively. His power is even greater now. Yes, but it looks like he's lost the ability to create clones, Rock said slowly. If his guess was right, this was Jacques' final form after his demon transformation. Defeating this Jacques would end this ordeal. You step back, let me deal with him. Okay. Yuan and Eva moved aside, confident in Rock's superior strength. They wondered how such a young person could possess such terrifying power. Even their long-term cultivation didn't match his capabilities, which was disheartening. Yuan felt helpless, but knew better than to hinder Rock. They followed his instruction and stepped aside. Chapter 140. It's over. Jacques fixed his gaze on Nelson, and suddenly another massive sword appeared in his hand, materializing out of thin air. Nelson watched Jacques in front of him, uncertain what new powers he now possessed. Roar. With a roar, Jacques' wings unfurled, and his body swelled slightly, exuding an even more formidable aura of power. He rushed toward Nelson, the massive sword in his hand continuously swinging, releasing terrifying energy with each strike that distorted the surrounding space. Nelson had to dodge while paying close attention to the spatial changes around him. One misstep and he could be caught in the spatial distortions, which were not something to be trifled with. Even with his considerable strength, he was still vulnerable in the face of such spatial forces. This guy has gotten stronger, but relatively, his speed seems much slower than before. Nelson analyzed the situation. His Chongyang sword glowed a fiery red as a shadow appeared beside him, and he instantly moved behind Jacques. Die! The Chongyang sword swung, striking Jacques back with a terrifying energy blow, but regrettably, it had no effect. Nelson's attack did not even break through Jacques' skin in his demonic form. It seems his defenses are much stronger now, Nelson frowned, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't expected his attack to be completely ineffective against Jacques' defenses. Roar! Roar! Jacques had completely lost his sanity, transformed entirely into a beast, roaring loudly, venting the rage deep within him. Alright, don't worry. I'll put you out of your misery. Nelson drew the Brad sword, holding Brad in his left hand and Chongyang in his right. I need to borrow your power, Brad. Sure, no problem, the Brad sword replied. Nelson held both divine swords, with crimson and pure white sword chi swirling around them. He concentrated, mastering the combined might of the two swords. Fortunately, the Brad sword had its own consciousness and could coordinate well with Nelson, making things much easier for him. Otherwise, controlling the sword momentum of both swords simultaneously would have been too challenging for him alone. Kill, die, kill, die. Jacques screamed, channeling all his power into the massive sword. The terrifying force erupted, filling the entire barrier. Yuan and Eva set up a defensive formation together, barely resisting the immense pressure by using the corner for leverage. Nelson, however, had to face Jacques head-on. The sword momentum of Xuanhuan and Brad clashed with Jacques' attacks. I need to get serious. Nelson's figure began flashing rapidly, the two swords emitting a dual-colored glow, unleashing terrifying force against Jacques. Double explosion sword shadow slash. Nelson didn't stop there. The Xuanhuan sword and Brad's sword continuously changed in his hands, alternating slashes wreaking havoc on Jacques. If one strike couldn't break through his defenses, then he would use 2, 3, for strikes, until he finally broke through. Jacques' defenses far exceeded Nelson's expectations. Despite enduring Nelson's attacks, he still managed to retaliate. Faced with Jacques' massive sword strikes, Nelson could only dodge. Executing this intense offensive left him unable to defend himself, so he relied solely on dodging to avoid Jacques' attacks while ensuring his own hits landed. This required immense concentration. Any lapse could result in injury from Jacques' attacks. Nelson had to focus entirely, abandoning distractions and concentrating fully. Gradually, Nelson entered a peculiar state where the flow of air around him seemed to slow down. Not only that, but Jacques' lightning-fast attacks now appeared in slow motion to him. Nelson quickly realized what was happening. With a slight smile, his movements became even faster, releasing terrifying power as the Xuanhuan and Brad swords slashed in rapid succession. Crack! A crisp sound broke the silence. Cracks appeared in Jacques' toughened body armor, blood flowing out along the cracks. Good, let's focus both swords on a single point. Nelson thrust the two divine swords directly into the crack in Jacques' skin. The Xuanhuan and Brad swords transformed into a red and white dragon, piercing through Jacques' body. Energy poured out, and Jacques' body began to disintegrate. Watching this scene, Nelson's eyes widened as he saw a demon heart still beating inside Jacques' crumbling body. Could it be that if I don't destroy this demon heart, he will revive? Nelson thought. Regardless of whether it was true, he couldn't take the risk. Each time Jacques revived, he became stronger than before. Giving him another chance to revive would make defeating him far more difficult. So, Nelson acted decisively. He retrieved the Xuanhuan sword and reached out to grasp the demon heart, tearing it out of Jacques' body. After the demon heart was removed, Jacques' body turned to black ash, disappearing into the world. Holding the pulsating demon heart in his hand, Nelson knew it was still alive. Legends say demons have extremely resilient lives. This proves to be true indeed, remarked Yuan and Eva as they approached Nelson, looking at the beating demon heart. Brother Bartholomew, how do you plan to handle this demon heart? Asked Yuan. The demon heart is highly dangerous and must not fall into the wrong hands. Perhaps it should be kept by me for now, Nelson suggested slowly. Once we find a way to deal with it, we can handle it accordingly. He looked at Yuan and Eva, hoping they wouldn't misunderstand his intentions. Indeed, as Brother Bartholomew says, the demon heart is very dangerous. Entrusting it to you for now makes us feel more secure. Yuan nodded after brief contemplation, agreeing with Nelson's proposal. Chapter 141. The Real Tamsin. In the Great Hall of the Xuanhuan sect, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief after resolving the crisis with Jacques. Fortunately, there wasn't too much damage to the surroundings, which put Yuan somewhat at ease. Otherwise, repairing the hall would be an exorbitantly expensive endeavor, one that the Xuanhuan sect couldn't afford. Many thanks to Taoist Bartholomew for your assistance today. You might as well stay, and allow me to entertain you all in gratitude. Yuan approached King and spoke sincerely. He truly appreciated King's help. Without it, he and Eva alone would undoubtedly have been unable to resolve this crisis. Yes, that sounds good. We have traveled for quite some time and indeed should take a rest. If so, then we will trouble Jaggerjong. Not at all, not at all. This is my way of thanking you. After this brief exchange, Yuan went to arrange the evening banquet. King returned to Rosa and informed them about the conversation. So, tonight we will stay at the Xuanhuan sect. Once we've rested, we'll head to the next sect. Agreed, Rosa nodded. Actually, I was hoping for a proper rest. This is a perfect opportunity. You're right. We've been on the move all this time. Finally, I can take a warm bath and clear off this fatigue. Winifred also voiced her support. Resting and adjusting their state were something they all wholeheartedly agreed on. Seeing this, King didn't say more. He had also been worn out from constant travel, and if he could get some rest, it would be for the better. Thus, King found a quiet spot within the Xuanhuan sect, sat cross-legged, and faced the mountain scenery, calming his mind and contemplating their next move. You, who are you? Why are you here? You're not from our Xuanhuan sect, are you? While meditating, a clear and melodious voice rang out behind him. For some reason, King felt oddly familiar with this voice, as though he'd heard it somewhere before. Turning around, King was slightly startled. Not only was the voice familiar, but the face of its owner was equally familiar. Wasn't this Yuan's daughter, Tamsin? The previous Tamsin was actually Eva in disguise, which King knew. Therefore, this Tamsin in front of him must be the real one. With the crisis resolved, Eva no longer needed to pretend. Are you talking to me? King asked slowly. Eva's disguised Tamsin had left a profound impression on him, but he wondered how the real Tamsin compared. If she was just as terrifying, it would affirm the Xuanhuan sect's formidable reputation. Rumors stated that the cultivators in the Xuanhuan sect were incredibly intelligent, skilled in strategy, and adept at winning through cunning tactics. Just like how Yuan exposed his brother Jacques as a spy and defeated the Luoshazi sect while other sect leaders perished due to infiltration by the Luoshazi sect spies. Yuan had survived purely through his wisdom, earning widespread admiration. Are you an idiot? There are only two of us here. If I'm not talking to you, who am I talking to? The air. Tamsin looked at King with a gaze that treated him like a fool. King scratched his head. Indeed, she had a point. I'm your father's esteemed guest. If it weren't for me earlier, your father would have faced significant trouble. So, please be a bit more courteous when speaking to me. King straightened up and replied calmly. Huh. Upon hearing King's statement, Tamsin naturally didn't believe it. Who was this man? An esteemed guest of her father? Ridiculous. Her father was the smartest person in the world. How could he possibly face trouble without this man? This guy must be a liar. Tamsin quickly concluded that King was nothing but a con artist, deceiving her. If King knew what Tamsin was thinking, he would have loudly exclaimed, "Wishes! What happened to basic trust between people? If you don't believe me, ask your father," King responded slowly. Despite her apparent intelligence, she seemed rather self-assured and prone to believing herself infallible. "What's your name?" Tamsin asked. "In this lowly one's humble presence, I am King." King, such an ordinary name. "Follow me." Huh. King paused, puzzled as to why she wanted him to follow her. However, since Tamsin requested it, he was willing to comply. After all, she didn't seem like an ordinary girl, and there must have been a reason for her actions. "What do you want me to do?" "Wait, you'll see. Follow me now." Tamsin didn't reveal her intentions to King. Seeing she wasn't going to elaborate, King decided not to press further. He'd find out eventually. He was curious to see what Tamsin had in store for him. They soon arrived at a lake. Its waters were crystal clear, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. The sunlight refracted into the water without any reflection, a peculiar phenomenon that intrigued King. "Here, this is for you." "A fishing rod? Are you asking me to fish?" Holding the fishing rod, King asked, confused. Chapter 142. Fishing up a dragon? Pretty much. Chelsea stroked her chin and spoke slowly. Rock still couldn't figure out what Chelsea was up to as he held the fishing rod, gently swinging it back and forth. "Alright, now aim for the center of the lake and cast the rod with all your strength." "Okay." Following Chelsea's instructions, Rock aimed at the center of the lake and decisively cast the rod. He himself didn't quite understand why he was so obedient to Chelsea. He could have refused. The fishing line drew an elegant parabola before plunging into the center of the lake. Rock then focused on the float, sensing any movement through the rod in his hand. "So, is there anything special that needs to be fished from this lake?" Rock asked again. "Yes, there's a very delicious fish in this lake. It's our Shunsu sect's treasure. Eating one can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Because these fish are extremely valuable, my father strictly forbids anyone in the sect from fishing here without permission. Only he can fish here, and ordinary disciples must work hard to gain his favor in order to be rewarded with one of these fish," Chelsea explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Rock suddenly felt the weight of the fishing rod grow incredibly heavy. He stared dumbfounded at Chelsea and muttered hesitantly, "We're stealing fish, aren't we? What if your father finds out? Will he come after us?" Rock finally realized he had been tricked by this little girl, committing a crime in the process. He had unknowingly become her accomplice. "Don't worry, if something happens, I'll take full responsibility," Chelsea replied valiantly, patting her not-so-broad chest in assurance. Rock doubted whether the delicate shoulders of this young girl could bear such a responsibility. Just as he was lost in thought, the fishing rod in his hand began to tremble violently. The float on the water moved erratically before sinking abruptly. At that moment, Rock felt as if the rod weighed 1,000 pounds, nearly pulling him into the lake. "It's hooked. Hurry, reel it in quickly. Let's go roast some fish later," Chelsea exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down. "Easy for you to say." Rock retorted in frustration. He hadn't expected the fish to be so strong. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't budge it an inch. "You're more enthusiastic cheering on the sidelines than helping. If you really want to help, grab hold of the rod with me, and together we might pull this fish up faster," Rock continued sarcastically. "Oh, with my petite frame? Where would I get the strength?" Chelsea rolled her eyes. "If I had the strength to reel in this fish, would I even ask for your help? I could do it alone." Rock was momentarily speechless. Was Chelsea really clever? Her logic made no sense. He wanted her help, not a replacement. Forget it, let's just focus. Rock took a deep breath and began channeling his inner true chi. He never imagined he'd need to use true chi while fishing. As the true chi circulated, the task became easier, but it still required considerable effort to reel in the fish. After a long struggle, roar erupted from beneath the surface of the lake. "What's that sound? Is there something else in the lake?" Rock asked in surprise. He clearly heard the angry roar coming from underwater. As far as he knew, no fish in this world could produce such a furious cry. So he immediately suspected there were other creatures living in the lake. "I don't know." Chelsea shook her head. She'd never heard such a sound before. Her father had never mentioned anything about the lake, so she didn't know if there were other creatures in it. She only knew about the delicious fish. As the roar echoed, ripples spread across the previously calm lake, and bubbles began surfacing. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted, and a 100-meter-long, mighty dragon shot out from the water. The dragon's slender body emerged from the depths, its length stretching over 100 meters. It was unimaginable how such a colossal creature managed to live in this lake. Its scales shimmered in vibrant colors, blending perfectly with the lake's hues. Clearly, the lake's coloration was influenced by the dragon's scales. "This is a dragon?" Rock was startled. He had simply come to fish with Chelsea. Why would a dragon suddenly appear? "Chelsea, what's going on here?" "I don't know." "Isn't this your sex lake? How could you not know?" Rock felt deceived. Why was he encountering such bizarre situations? If he hadn't listened to Chelsea initially, none of this would have happened. Even though, I also don't know why there's a dragon in the lake. My father said those cultivation-enhancing fish came from here. Chelsea explained hesitantly. She too was panicked and unsure of what to do next. ##### Chapter 143. The Entangling Dragon. Roar. The colorful dragon let out an angry roar. Rock noticed that the fishing line from the rod in his hand had somehow extended into the dragon's mouth. So, it turned out he wasn't fishing for fish at all but for this dragon? No wonder he felt a tremendous force pulling against him in the lake earlier. Now everything made sense. No wonder no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reel it in. How could he possibly catch such a massive creature? Rock looked at the dragon and then slowly turned to Tamsin, asking, "Hey, what should we do now? This is your Shunsu sex thing after all." Rock had no idea how to proceed. For one thing, he didn't know what this dragon meant to the Shunsu sect. It could be their guardian beast, or a prized treasure. Without knowing more, he really couldn't make a move. If he ended up killing this dragon, he might be held responsible. A responsibility he certainly couldn't bear. How about we run? Tamsin glanced at Rock, speaking slowly. She was fully aware that she might have gotten them into trouble. While she didn't know why the dragon was there, its presence in the lake suggested her father must know about it. If her father found out that she brought Rock here and caused this situation, a beating would be unavoidable. You're right. There's no time like the present. Rock immediately dropped the fishing rod and quickly ran back towards the Xuanhuan sect compound. Tamsin followed closely behind him, but they never expected the colorful dragon to be far faster than they were. In no time, the dragon had intercepted them, blocking their escape route and launching an attack almost immediately. The dragon's target was clear. Knowing Rock wasn't easy to handle, it attacked Tamsin without hesitation. Danger! Rock shouted and instantly moved in front of Tamsin, lifting her into the air to avoid the dragon's charge. But it wasn't over yet. Seeing Tamsin saved by Rock, the dragon became enraged and charged again. This time, it opened its mouth, gathering terrifying energy inside. This guy intends to use dragon breath on us? Rock was alarmed. Dragon breath was an innate skill every dragon possessed, extremely powerful, and facing it head-on wasn't wise. Brad! Rock called out. Coming. Brad, hearing Rock's call, excitedly responded, flying out from his back and hovering in front of him. I need you to buy us some time. Don't kill the dragon. Rock said. He didn't know what the dragon meant to the Shunsu sect, making it difficult for him to take action directly. No problem, leave it to me. Brad confidently assured and immediately flew toward the dragon, emitting a fearsome sword aura that contrasted sharply with the dragon's dragon breath. Did you just talk to your sword? Tamsin looked at Rock, puzzled. This guy was truly strange, talking to his sword. She had never seen anything like it before. Isn't now not the time for questions? Rock was speechless. What kind of situation was this? She still cared about such things? Brad and the dragon were evenly matched. Brad's sword aura neutralized the dragon's breath. The tiny sword darted around the sky faster than the dragon, catching it off guard. Alright, now we can use this chance to find your father. Rock suggested. They needed to find Yuan as soon as possible and figure out what to do. Okay. Tamsin agreed. The only way to resolve this was through her father. They rushed toward the main hall of the Shinsu sect without delay. Just as they prepared to break free, the dragon seemed to realize Rock's intention and ignored Brad's attacks, intercepting Rock once again. Hey, you don't want us to leave? Rock was exasperated. Though his sword strikes hadn't hurt the dragon much, they caused it to roar in pain. It seems we can't leave so easily. Yes, I hope my father notices the commotion and comes to save us, Tamsin said. All they could do now was prolong the situation and create more noise, hoping someone would alert her father. Looks like that's our only option. Rock couldn't think of anything better, especially since he didn't want to harm the dragon. Brad, come back? But I'm having fun. There will be plenty of chances later. Come back now. Rock summoned Brad back and switched to a Millionaire sword. It was time for him to take action. Hashtag chapter 144. The auspicious beast bestowing blessings. Wasn't it just about creating a huge commotion to draw the attention of the people from the divine strategy sect? For King, this was an incredibly simple task. He raised the Scarlet Sun sword in his hand and slowly intoned, Heaven-splitting sword. The Scarlet Sun sword emitted a dazzling red glow as the sky above began forming into a massive vortex when King unleashed his technique. A colossal shadow of the Scarlet Sun sword appeared, piercing through the sky with an awe-inspiring momentum. Look over there. What is that? What powerful sword energy and intent. We can clearly sense it even from here. Is someone important fighting? That seems to be our Divine Strategy sect's forbidden area. The disciples of the Divine Strategy sect noticed the commotion caused by King. When the giant shadow of the Scarlet Sun sword pierced through the sky, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. That's my husband's move. Is he battling someone? Rosa and others also saw this scene. They immediately rushed towards the forbidden area, fearing any accidents happening to King. Yuan, the sect master of the Divine Strategy sect, also noticed the situation shortly after it happened. Could it be? In an instant, Yuan understood what was going on and wasted no time, rushing toward the forbidden area. So impressive. Standing on the ground, Tamsin watched King standing midair, his Taoist robes billowing in the wind as he pointed his sword at the sky, piercing through it. Such terrifying power and such a handsome scene stirred a bit of admiration in her heart. Seeing the sword shadow pierce the sky and point towards it, the colorful giant dragon immediately opened its mouth to gather its breath. Suddenly, two forces, one above and one below, began to accumulate, ready to erupt at any moment. Hold it right there. He is my guest. Yuan's voice rang out. Hearing him, King gradually retracted his sword intent, and the dragon likewise started to withdraw its breath. Gradually, man and beast put down their defenses and returned to calm. Relieved, Yuan arrived to find nothing had happened. Luckily nothing happened. Turning to Tamsin, his previously calm expression turned to anger. Just look at you. What have you done now? Dad, it wasn't me. He caught the giant dragon while fishing, Tamsin said, pointing at King with a look of injustice. Well played. King blurted out, annoyed that the little girl would shift the blame onto him like that. Humph, this is a restricted area. If you hadn't led him here, Taoist Bartolomean wouldn't have found it. If you hadn't incited him, Taoist Bartolomean wouldn't have fished here. Yuan wasn't foolish. He knew his daughter's character well. Yes. King nodded in agreement. This sect Berkeley Zhang truly understands the situation. If it were some shameless person from before, they would likely curse him and kick him out. Fortunately, Yuan wasn't that kind of person. I am truly sorry, Taoist Bartolomean. My daughter has caused you trouble. Don't worry about it. But tell me, what's with that giant dragon? According to your daughter, this lake only has fish. But why? King asked, genuinely curious about the reason. It's a long story. If you don't mind, we can have a long talk over dinner, which has already been prepared. No problem. King nodded. Afterward, Yuan went up to the dragon, soothing it a few times before the dragon obediently returned to the lake. Thankfully, the disciples didn't see this. Yuan sighed, knowing how chaotic it might get if the disciples witnessed it. Following Yuan back to the main hall of the Divine Strategy sect, they were served dinner. King and Yuan sat together, discussing today's events. That dragon, I once brought back during an outing. It was newly born and seriously injured. Out of kindness, I brought it back to the sect for recuperation. As it grew, it began radiating auras that could evolve the surrounding flora and fauna. You must have noticed the numerous immortal plants growing beside the lake, all due to the dragon's aura. At that time, I thought of an idea. I placed some ordinary fish into the lake to nurture. As expected, the fish grew extraordinarily because of absorbing the dragon's essence. People eating these fish can enhance their cultivation, albeit slightly, but still valuable. So that's it. After hearing Yuan's explanation, King understood the whole situation. From what he knew, indeed there were several creatures capable of such feats, all auspicious beasts bestowing blessings on all beings. Among them were the seven-colored phoenix, snow-stepping qilin, benevolent dragon, and birthing whale. Based on Yuan's description, King judged that the giant dragon was probably the legendary benevolent dragon, never expecting to encounter such a spirit beast in real life. He always believed it was just a legend. King shared his thoughts openly with Yuan. Regarding keeping the spirit beast privately, King couldn't do that. Besides, this was Yuan's fortune. Bartolomewing so long with the spirit dragon, they considered each other family. Unless taken by force, there would be no chance otherwise. Is that so? Upon hearing King's narration, Yuan was also shocked. He knew the dragon was extraordinary, but didn't expect it to be an auspicious beast bestowing blessings. This was indeed a great blessing from heaven. I must congratulate you, Sect Berkeley Zhang. With such an auspicious beast, the Divine Strategy sect will surely flourish forever. Taoist Bartolomean is too modest. I should thank you. Without you, the Divine Strategy sect might have been swallowed by the Rakshasa sect. They smiled at each other and raised their cups in a toast. Hashtag chapter 145, Becoming Family. Taoist Bartolomean, there's something I wish to discuss with you. After several rounds of drinks, Taoist Nelson and Yuan had been chatting happily over a series of toasts. Under the moonlight, the two sat cross-legged facing each other. Suddenly, Yuan spoke up. Oh, is there something on your mind? Lord Jaggerzhang, feel free to speak. As long as it's within my ability, I will do my utmost to help, Nelson replied immediately. After exchanging several toasts, Nelson had come to realize that the era of Shin's sect, Yuan, was indeed an impressive figure. His intelligence and wit were truly commendable, making it clear that befriending him would be a wise choice. This matter, I believe you can accomplish. It's just a matter of whether you're willing. Upon hearing this from Yuan, Nelson's interest peaked. What could possibly make Yuan so certain he could handle it? Surely you've met my daughter by now? Yuan said abruptly. Yes, I have. She is a very lively young girl, Nelson responded, momentarily unsure how to describe Tamsin. In the end, lively seemed the safest word. Indeed, it wasn't far-fetched. Look at how she managed to bring him into the Shin sect's restricted area to go fishing. Wasn't that enough proof of her liveliness? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Nelson's assessment of his daughter, Yuan burst out laughing. He hadn't expected such a positive evaluation from Nelson, especially after the incident involving the dragon. Normally, one would expect negative feelings after being led into a restricted area and subsequently encountering a giant dragon. Yet, Nelson's words seemed to indicate some degree of fondness for his daughter. If that was the case, then perhaps his expectations could be fulfilled. What's so funny? Nelson asked, puzzled as to why Yuan found his words amusing. You see, I know exactly what kind of person my daughter is. She likes to act recklessly, which often gives me a headache. Yuan explained slowly. I've tried many ways to discipline her, but none have worked. However, after meeting Taoist Bartolomean, I came up with an idea to discipline her. Really? What's your idea? Nelson felt intrigued. The fact that the idea stemmed from himself made him curious to hear more. Well, it's quite simple. They say people tend to settle down and become more family-oriented once they marry. My daughter is already over 18, so wouldn't it be wonderful if she were to join with Taoist Bartolomean as Tao partners? Yuan proposed. Blarg. Nelson, who had just taken a sip of wine, choked and sprayed the drink all over Yuan in front of him, coughing uncontrollably as a result. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Jaggerzhang, did you just propose that without joking? Nelson asked incredulously. Could a father really say something like that? Was Yuan so eager to marry off his daughter? Weren't fathers supposed to be protective of their daughters? Weren't you a bit too dramatic? Yuan wiped the spilled wine from his face with a handkerchief, along with some of Nelson's saliva. How could I not be? Anyone who hears you suggest something like that wouldn't remain calm, Nelson retorted, feeling speechless. Part of him wanted to accept immediately. After all, having a Tao partner would only be beneficial. Moreover, Tamsin was undeniably cute and pretty. Saying he didn't have any feelings would be a lie. But it all happened so suddenly, leaving him feeling quite unreal. So, Taoist Bartolomean, what do you think? With just a nod from you, I'll take care of everything on Kiki's side. Yuan winked and promoted his daughter enthusiastically. He was quite adept at this. No one else can protect Kiki as well as you can. You're young and powerful. If you were to be Kiki's Tao partner, I'd feel extremely reassured. Well, if you put it that way, then I should humbly agree, father-in-law. Nelson hesitated for a second before responding immediately. When the meat is right in front of you, why would you refuse? Does that mean you agree? Yuan looked at Nelson, feeling immensely pleased. The term, father-in-law, sounded exceptionally comforting coming from him. Anyone who got a powerful son-in-law like Nelson would undoubtedly be just as delighted. Of course, this is Lord Jaggerzhang's daughter, so I couldn't possibly refuse. Excellent. From now on, we are family. Let's celebrate with another toast. Together. The two men filled their cups once more and clinked them together under the beautiful moonlight, drinking until they finished the last drop. By this time, Tamsin still had no idea she had been sold off by her father to Nelson. She was still playing games with Rosa, Winifred, and Janie. It was past midnight, and most disciples had gone to rest, though many were still awake, practicing late into the night. After finishing all the wine, Nelson and Ewan slept outdoors without much fuss. At this moment, it would be hard to tell who was the era of Shin's sect and who was the formidable Nelson. They lay on the steps like ordinary people, quite lacking in decorum. It wasn't until the next morning when the sun slowly rose in the east that Nelson and Ewan opened their eyes. Their hangover from the previous night had completely dissipated. Taoist Bartholomean, or rather, good son-in-law, you haven't forgotten our agreement from last night, have you? Ewan asked Nelson slowly. Don't worry, father-in-law. I remember clearly. From now on, we are family. Ha 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 ha. The two exchanged amused looks and laughed heartily together. Chapter 146. My Tao companion cannot be weaker than me. What? In the grand hall of Shansu sect, Tamsin stared incredulously at her father who was seated in the sect leader's chair. She exclaimed in shock. What? What? Why are you shouting so loudly? Your old man's ears aren't deaf yet. Ewan looked at Tamsin in front of him. Her reaction was expected, and he wasn't worried. He knew his daughter's character better than anyone else. Controlling her would be child's play for him. Father, have you gone mad? Tamsin shouted loudly. Her eyes were full of disbelief. It was truly beyond imagination that her father would arrange such a marriage with King. The fact that she had only met him once made it hard for her to accept this arrangement. Why should I marry that guy? We only met yesterday. Do you really want me to become Tao companions with someone I don't even know? This is impossible. I can't accept this. Tamsin roared, as if this might convince her father to change his mind. In the past, whenever she used this tactic, her father would usually give in, and things would go according to her wishes. But this time, Tamsin seemed to have overestimated herself or underestimated her father's determination. No matter how loudly she protested, it was futile. Kiki, I've made up my mind about this. No matter what you say, I won't change my decision. This is the only chance for you to get better. As your father, how could I possibly let this opportunity pass? Once you become Tao companions with King, your father will be relieved. Tamsin looked at her suddenly emotional father, feeling speechless. She rolled her eyes and said, Stop. Father, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Tamsin said disdainfully. You want me to marry King not because it's good for me, but because you covet his strength. If I marry King, then no matter what happens in Shansu sect, he must come to help. With King's formidable combat power, your burden as the sect leader will be much lighter. At that point, you can retire and hand over the sect to me while you escape from Shansu sect to look for the mother who ran away from home in anger. Tamsin explained, exposing all her father's ulterior motives. Let me ask you, father, is this really right? Are you willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness just for yourself? That's so lame. Ewan felt extremely embarrassed. He hadn't expected his shrewd daughter to see through his intentions completely. Wasn't it true, after all, that she was his daughter? She was indeed smart. Anyway, it's decided. I've already agreed with King. As the sect leader, I can't go back on my word. It would damage my image as the leader of Shansu sect. So what does that have to do with me? Tamsin pouted. If you care so much about your reputation, why don't we compromise? You go marry King instead. Nonsense. Ewan slapped the table firmly and said resolutely, no matter what, this must be done. You have to marry King. I don't want to. Humph, Tamsin. Did you forget that once you told me that if anyone could defeat you, you'd acknowledge them as your husband? Tamsin was taken aback. She had indeed said that. At that time, her father was also eager to marry her off so he could focus on other matters. However, back then, he suggested she choose an outstanding disciple from the sect as her Tao companion. To avoid this, she proposed a condition, that her husband had to be stronger than her and defeat her first. How about it? If you said it, you shouldn't go back on your word. I'm not one to break my promises, but I haven't fought King. How do I know if he can defeat me? Very well, then you two can have a match. If you win, your father will cancel this marriage regardless of reputation. Ewan smiled. Everything was under his control, just as planned. But if King wins, you will obediently become his Tao companion. Got it? All right, let's decide this way. Tamsin nodded. As long as she didn't lose to King, everything would be fine. After discussing with Tamsin, Ewan went to King with a jar of good wine. Leader Zhang, what's this for? Still calling me Leader Zhang? Ewan looked at King with dissatisfaction. They were practically family now. It was too formal. Yesterday, hearing father-in-law felt so comforting. Father-in-law, ha ha ha. King hesitated for a moment before addressing him as requested. That's more like it. Come, have a drink with me. I have something to discuss with you. Ewan personally poured a cup of wine for King and joined him. Regarding your marriage to Kiki, I've spoken with her, but she hasn't agreed outright. She insists her husband must not be weaker than her. So she challenges you to a duel. If you defeat her, she will agree to become your Tao companion. How about it, good son-in-law? I'm sure there's no problem for you. Ewan spoke confidently. He couldn't imagine how someone who could defeat demons and confront dragons could lose to his daughter, unless he was deliberately losing. But if King wanted to lose, he wouldn't have agreed to the marriage in the first place. Of course, no problem. When is the duel? King asked. Once a decision was made, he wouldn't turn back. It was his principle. Why not set it for 3 days from now? This gives both of you time to prepare. No problem. With the arrangement confirmed, King and Ewan resumed drinking together. Hashtag chapter 147, Doppelganger residue. Husband, I've heard that you're going to have a competition with Leah Tamsin. If you win, you will marry her as Tao partners. If you lose, it's all over, right? Rosa approached King and said, since the agreed time, 2 days had passed, and with 1 more day left, it would be the day of the competition between King and Tamsin. It was also the day they would decide their future lives. You already know? King chuckled, glancing at Rosa and Winifred beside her. Really, husband? Always looking for love everywhere you go. Winifred also spoke up, with a hint of acidity in her voice. That's his charm. A powerful man should be like this. Janie joined them by King's side and voiced her opinion, gazing at him. After hearing Janie's words, Rosa and Winifred simultaneously looked at her, never expecting her to say such a thing. If she was speaking like this, then it meant she also wanted to marry their husband. Rosa and Winifred sighed. They knew their husband was remarkable, but this was really too much. The day quickly passed. It was now the day of the competition between King and Tamsin. Only insiders knew about this contest. Ewan, Rosa, Winifred, Janie, and Eva were present as witnesses. Did you use sweet talk to convince my father to give me to you in marriage? Tamsin immediately asked upon meeting King. Come on, I didn't say anything. This is entirely your father's decision. King protested loudly, insisting he hadn't spoken at all, and it was completely driven by her father. Even so, if it was my father who suggested it, why didn't you refuse? Tamsin asked angrily, blaming his lack of refusal for the current trouble. Why should I refuse? Liakiki, you are adorable. Any man in this world would want to be your Dao partner, right? King replied directly. Upon hearing this, Tamsin's cheeks turned slightly red, and she shyly glanced at King. Seriously, what kind of words were these? Enough talk. The moment I defeat you, it will all be over. Tamsin drew her long sword, pointing it at King. Don't underestimate me. My strength is considerable. Is that so? You should have seen my strength before. Do you think you can defeat me? King smiled faintly, confident that he could defeat Tamsin. Try and see. As Tamsin spoke, she charged forward instantly, her sword swinging, her figure flickering into 6. An illusion technique? It won't work. King smiled faintly, drawing the Emillionaire sword and unleashing a powerful sword energy slash, the terrifying sword intent spreading out and slicing towards Tamsin's 6 figures. Logically, illusions should dissipate or get injured upon attack. However, when King's sword energy touched Tamsin's illusions, nothing happened. The sword energy passed right through them. What? This sight shocked King, but he quickly reacted. Not illusions, but residues. So, even attacking has no effect. But where is her true body? King scanned the surroundings. The competition was confined within the Grand Hall, and leaving it counted as losing. Tamsin must still be inside. However, after searching around, King saw only the 6 residual images of Tamsin. King has been deceived. Sitting in the heiress seat, Ewan slowly spoke. This is a move Tamsin often uses. If someone gets confused and can't distinguish the true body, they will surely fail. Many people have lost to her because of this move. Rosa stepped forward after listening to Ewan, saying, while others might lose, our husband definitely won't. He can identify Tamsin's true form. Right, husband is so powerful. How could he lose? Rosa and Winifred had absolute confidence in King. He was their husband after all. Not only do you believe he will win, but I also believe he will. Ewan added calmly. Anyone who had witnessed King's strength felt that he far surpassed his level, possibly even surpassing many others in the lower realm. The 6 residual images of Tamsin attacked King simultaneously. Standing still, King suddenly counterattacked just as Tamsin was about to strike. With the Emillionaire sword revolving 360 degrees around him, a whirlwind of fearsome sword energy formed, yet it had no effect on Tamsin. The sword energy passed through the 6 residual images without causing any harm. How odd. I clearly sensed killing intent just now. Why are they still residuals? King scratched his chin, watching the changing residual images, deep in thought. How strange. One of the 6 residuals should be Tamsin's real body. Otherwise, could it be? King considered another possibility, but it seemed too implausible. Even he found it extremely difficult to achieve. So how could Tamsin manage it casually? If not, how could Tamsin pull this off? King knew there was only one truth in the world. Excluding impossible scenarios, whatever remained, however unbelievable, was undoubtedly the truth. Though hard to believe, this must be it. Taking a deep breath, King tightened his grip on the Emillionaire sword, gathering tremendous power. With a flash of red light, he locked onto one of the residual images. Let's try this. Muttering to himself, King rushed forward. Chapter 148, Victory. The red sun sword in his hand shimmered with a faint red glow, the sword chi spreading out to lock down the surrounding space. Slash! King shouted. With several intersecting beams of red light, the space was directly slashed apart. Tamsin's afterimage instantly distorted and shattered along with the space. When the space restored its original form, Tamsin's afterimage had vanished. What? The remaining afterimages of Tamsin halted their actions, all displaying expressions of disbelief. Her moves were so easily countered? Unwilling to accept this, Tamsin wasn't ready to concede. She had to win. With each afterimage you create, it only makes you more vulnerable. King spoke slowly, but his figure moved like lightning. The red sun sword, though making just one strike, seemed to unleash countless strikes simultaneously, shattering the afterimages instantly. As one afterimage disappeared after another, only one remained. Well, your trick should be over now. King smiled, pointing the red sun sword at the last afterimage. Now, how will you respond? If that's all I had, it would be too disappointing. Since I said I'd defeat you, I've prepared thoroughly. Tamsin's afterimage flickered and turned into solid form. She put away her long sword and switched to a new weapon, a massive scythe, taller than a person, which she carried on her shoulder. That's quite an extravagant weapon you've got there. King chuckled. While a scythe as a weapon wasn't unheard of, he felt it might be unwieldy. Perhaps it wasn't suited for him. Disperse with death. Tamsin pointed the scythe at King, then spun the scythe around her body before dashing toward him in an instant. Several afterimages alternated, each launching an attack. This forced King into defensive mode. The space was locked down by the slashing afterimages, and it nearly split open, but King quickly defended himself with the red sun sword. Otherwise, he could have been sliced into pieces. So, not only do you use afterimages to confuse the eyes, but you also coordinate them to attack alongside yourself. And these afterimages, unlike clones, don't get harmed. This is indeed a formidable ability. If I'm not mistaken, your afterimages can serve as your decoys, which is why I couldn't reach your true self. King explained his deductions, derived from their brief combat. Though they were just hypotheses, he believed they were mostly accurate. Tamsin remained silent, confirming what King had just said. You're truly remarkable. In just a few exchanges, you've already understood my abilities. But so what if you know? Even with this knowledge, you still can't beat me. I won't lose, I can't lose. As long as I understand the principle behind your move, it becomes much easier to counter. Everything has its weakness, and no strategy is unbreakable. King's voice grew serious, his gaze fixed on Tamsin. The red sun sword began glowing red, gathering sword intent. Disperse. It's over. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Tamsin lunged at King, her giant scythe spinning with afterimages, forming a massive web. King merely swung the red sun sword, creating a sword shadow that tore through the void, slicing the space. With a sharp crack, the space before him shattered. Oh no! Tamsin gasped as her afterimages dispersed with the rupture. From the torn void, an arm extended, wielding a long sword that slashed horizontally towards her. How? This scene exceeded Tamsin's understanding. She never imagined that after King tore through the void, he could launch a follow-up attack. The immense sword shadow pressed upon her relentlessly. Tamsin found herself with no way to retreat. Just as the sword shadow reached her, it paused. King stood in place, looking at her. How about it, Liakiki? Wasn't that a neat trick? Shouldn't you admit defeat now? Tamsin gazed at the enormous sword shadow beside her, realizing she had lost. There was no way out for her now. I've lost, she sighed, amazed at how despite all her efforts, she still ended up losing. Thus, she would become King's partner. Good. Upon hearing his daughter admit defeat, Yuan immediately rose from his seat as the patriarch, clapping in celebration. Tamsin glared at her father but had no choice. After all, he was her dad. Alright, since everything is settled, let's proceed with the wedding soon. That won't work. King abruptly cooled the atmosphere. Why? Yuan looked at King. Things had gone this far, so what else was there to wait for? Father-in-law, didn't you forget our primary goal is still the Rakshasa sect? Let's focus on resolving that crisis first before discussing anything between Liakiki and me. King stated calmly. He had rested for 4 to 5 days at Shensa sect, who knew what new antics Rakshasa sect had conjured during this time. Solving Rakshasa sect's issues was paramount. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. If that was the reason, he couldn't argue. He'd have to wait on personal matters. Well said. Tamsin also chimed in. She wasn't ready to marry King yet, and dealing with Rakshasa sect gave her the time she needed. Once Rakshasa sect was resolved, marriage wouldn't be too late. Hashtag chapter 149. Substitute. Rock and Tamsin quickly came to an agreement. However, everything would have to wait until the crisis with the Rakshasa sect was resolved. The most important task now was to thwart the Rakshasa sect's plans. After resting for a few days at the Divine Strategy sect, Rock prepared to set off again for the next sect. Wait a moment. Just as Rock was about to leave the Divine Strategy sect, Tamsin's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. HM? Is there something else? I want to go with you. What? When he heard Tamsin say this, Rock was taken aback. What was she doing? Did she want to go with them? After all, we are going to become Dao companions later, so I want to get to know you better. This is a good opportunity. Tamsin said directly. Her decision had already been approved by her father. Following Rock would be very safe, so Yuan was quite reassured. Rock was momentarily stunned, not sure what to say. But since Tamsin had made this decision, he wouldn't stop her. Having more people along would make the journey livelier. Alright then, let's set off together. Rock nodded, and the group of 5 headed towards the next sect. Meanwhile, within the Rakshasa sect, the Grand Elder knelt before the sect leader. Jagger, I am truly sorry. My mission has failed. The Grand Elder recounted everything that happened at the Divine Strategy sect in detail to the sect leader. I never expected that Yuan would outsmart us, leading to the failure of my mission. Jagger, I am truly sorry. The Grand Elder bowed his head. He did not shirk responsibility for the failure. It was entirely due to his own negligence. If he had been more cautious back then, the outcome might have been different. No worries. The Divine Strategy sect is known for its cunning tactics. None of their disciples are fools, and I should have anticipated this. The Rakshasa sect leader spoke slowly. Do you remember the appearances of those who disrupted our plan? Of course. Even if they turn to ashes, I will recognize them all. Very good. At least there was some good news. Knowing the faces of those who thwarted his plan could turn the tide. Now, immediately send the portraits of these individuals to all the Rakshasa sect's undercover agents. Have them closely monitor for any sign of these people and report immediately if they are found. Surround and eliminate them. Yes, Jagger. Having received the order, the Grand Elder immediately acted, sending out portraits of Rock and his companions to all the Rakshasa sect's operatives. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder did not realize that the portraits he sent out were fake. Before leaving, Rock had already altered everyone's appearance. The appearance we used previously has been exposed to the Rakshasa sect's Grand Elder. He will likely inform other undercover agents, so we need new faces. So, with new identities, we won't be recognized by the Rakshasa sect people. That's right. With their new appearances, Rock and company arrived at their next destination. The Pill Cauldron sect, dedicated to refining various medicinal pills, where every disciple was a refining genius. As the national religion of Tianhua Kingdom, the Pill Cauldron sect brought many blessings to the country. The pills refined by the sect and distributed throughout Tianhua Kingdom cured countless diseases, making the profession of doctor virtually obsolete. Any illness could be healed with a pill from the Pill Cauldron sect. Upon entering Tianhua Kingdom, Rock and his group first stayed at an inn, preparing to act at the right moment. While the kingdom generally welcomed outsiders, a new decree required all foreigners to be monitored and controlled upon entry. Rock knew this measure was to prevent him from interfering with their plans. The Pill Cauldron sect might be under Rakshasa sect control. Entering Tianhua Kingdom, Rock noticed his previous disguise posted at the city gates, confirming his suspicions. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance before entering the kingdom, or he would have been in danger. If his identity was exposed, things would get complicated. Even with new identities, they were still being monitored by a low-level cultivator. Now, what should we do? Inside the inn, Rock and his companions began discussing. With constant surveillance, they couldn't move freely. Rosa asked, if this standoff continues, we can't carry out our plans. Don't worry. I have an idea, but it will require your cooperation. What plan? The women looked at Rock, admiring his cleverness even in such difficult circumstances. It's simple. Gather around and listen. Rock whispered into the women's ears. After hearing him out, their expressions changed, but they nodded after exchanging glances. Shortly after, Rock and Rosa left the inn. The surveilling cultivator immediately followed. Once the cultivator was gone, Rock emerged from the inn again, adopting a completely new appearance. To divert the cultivator, he used a body double, allowing him to continue with his plan. Chapter 150. I Am Justice. After giving himself a new appearance, Rock instantly transformed into a local. Walking down the streets without anyone watching him, this feeling was truly pleasant. Next, Rock's gaze turned towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. Approaching the Pill Cauldron sect by simply showing up at their door would be impossible. Unlike other sects, the Pill Cauldron sect did not receive just any visitor. The only way to approach the Pill Cauldron sect was through the Emperor of the Tianhua Kingdom and the Pill Cauldron sect envoy by his side. According to rumors, the reason the Pill Cauldron sect chose to establish themselves in the Tianhua Kingdom and become its state religion was because there was a natural primordial flame beneath the kingdom that helped them refine superior elixirs. This was what outsiders said, but whether it was true or not remained unknown. However, entering the palace to meet the Emperor of the Tianhua Kingdom was no easy task. With his current disguise as a commoner, how could he possibly enter the palace? If he used unconventional means, he might alert the Pill Cauldron sect envoy, a cultivator specifically sent to protect the Tianhua Kingdom's emperor. Their strength would certainly not be weak. Rock pondered over his next move. At that moment, a cry for help reached his ears. Help! Help! Someone, save me! Someone is asking for help? Upon hearing the cries, Rock immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came. A few men in black clothes were surrounding a simply dressed young girl. I didn't expect to encounter bandits here, Rock remarked. The internal security of the Tianhua Kingdom was truly terrible. Instead of having spies monitor outsiders, they should focus on improving public safety. Look at this, broad daylight robbery and kidnapping, utterly unforgivable. As someone with a heart full of justice, Rock couldn't stand idly by. He was absolutely not doing this because the girl was pretty and wanted to take her as a cultivation partner. Absolutely not. Rock flashed into the middle of the group of men in black. Leah, are you alright? He designed a stylish entrance, standing in front of the girl and blocking all the men in black behind him, gently asking, Yes, I'm fine. Rock's appearance gave the girl some relief. She looked at Rock and without hesitation, hugged his arm. Hero, please save me. They are all bad people who want to harm me. Please save me. At the touch, Rock's body stiffened slightly. This girl was quite direct. Don't worry, miss. With me here, these villains won't succeed, Rock assured her. Boy, we don't care who you are. Get lost now. She's not for you to touch. One of the men in black stepped forward, visibly enraged when he saw the girl hugging Rock's arm. He wanted nothing more than to place his blade at Rock's neck to vent his anger. Looking at the man in black, Rock knew from his attire and tone that he was undoubtedly a villain. What are you? How dare you shout in front of me? In broad daylight, under heaven's light, you dare to do such despicable acts, kidnapping an innocent girl, punishable by all. Don't think you can do as you please just because this is a mortal kingdom and you have some cultivation. I, Levi, as a man of justice, I cannot stand by while such things happen. Rock almost blurted out his real name. He needed to remember he was using a false identity. Hero speaks well. These villains took advantage of my weakness and wanted to bully me. Hero, please save me. Don't worry, miss. I will make sure these people get what they deserve. The men in black looked at Rock, grinding their teeth in hatred. So, you're going to meddle in this matter no matter what? Yes. Fine, if you want to die, then so be it. Kill him. The leader ordered, and the surrounding men in black drew their long knives. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth hard. Soon, I'll have you chopped into pieces and fed to dogs. The leader pointed his sword at Rock, and the others rushed forward at his command. A bunch of despicable wretches, daring to show off in front of me? Rock pulled out the Crimson Sun sword. Sword energy flashed red, slicing through the air, dividing the men in black, blood raining down like rain. Rock considerately created a protective shield with his chi, ensuring the blood didn't splash onto the girl behind him. The scene made the nearby civilians scream and flee in terror. How is this possible? The leader was shocked. He hadn't expected his subordinates to fail so miserably against this one person. Who are you? Why are you here? In the Tianhua Kingdom, there was no record of such a powerful person appearing. So, he must be an outsider. But since outsiders were monitored, how did he get here and escape detection? Does it matter who I am? You should worry about your life now. Before the man could respond, Rock had already severed his head. Chapter 151. Exposed. Let's go quickly. King, seeing the mess at the scene, did not hesitate. He pulled the young girl's hand and left immediately. By the time the city guards arrived, King was already nowhere to be seen. King brought the girl to a secluded corner where no one would come. Yes, this place should be somewhat safer. I wonder how you managed to anger those people. King asked directly. Thank you, hero. If it weren't for you helping me, I don't know what tragic fate might have awaited me. Those people came out of nowhere, ready to attack me. As for how I angered them, I truly can't think of anything. King thought for a moment before speaking. Since that's the case, I don't think you need to worry too much. Perhaps those thugs saw that you're beautiful and acted on their evil intentions. May I ask for your name, miss? My name is Gabriella, hero. Gabriella, what a beautiful name. My name is Levi. Levi, what a powerful and majestic name. After complimenting each other, they finally began discussing serious matters. Xuanhuan, do you have any plans now? King asked. Although he had dealt with the black-clothed men, this did not mean Gabriella was safe. If she appeared again, she would likely be taken in by the city guards for questioning. The fact that those men could act so boldly in the city without interference suggested they had considerable influence and were connected with the city guards. So if Gabriella fell into their hands again, her fate would likely be dire. I don't know. Given the situation, I suppose I can't stay here anymore. Hero, can you help me leave this country? Well, upon hearing her request, King fell silent. It wasn't an impossible task, but he had only just entered this country. Sending Gabriella out and returning would be quite troublesome. Exiting the country would certainly cause some trouble, and now the city guards would likely be more stringent in checking those who entered or left the country. Is it not possible? Gabriella looked at him with a weak and pitiful expression. Hero, I'm just a helpless woman. If even you won't help me, how can I survive? Maybe I should just end it all. As she spoke, Gabriella actually started crying, covering her face. King scratched his head, unable to resist such a display. He always found himself powerless against girls like her. Watching Gabriella cry, King had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, since that's the case, I'll help you leave this country. Really? Thank you, hero. Gabriella immediately showed a relieved smile, a smile that made King feel like melting away. In the chorus of Hero, King gradually lost himself. To ensure Gabriella could leave the country safely, King had no choice but to alter both of their appearances. This way, they could pass inspection and leave smoothly. At the city gate entrance, as expected, inspections were now stricter. Whether entering or leaving Tianhua country, everyone, locals and outsiders alike, was subject to rigorous checks. Will we be recognized like this? No worries. My disguise is unrivaled. We won't be recognized, King replied confidently about his disguising skills. So when you first appeared before me, you weren't using your true appearance, but rather a disguise? King didn't expect Gabriella to ask this now, and he became cautious, unsure of how to respond. There are many reasons for it, but rest assured, I am not a bad person. Of course I understand. If you weren't, you wouldn't have helped me. A woman can tell the difference between good and bad. Since you don't wish to answer, I won't press further. Good. Hearing her words, King breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to understand the bigger picture, which put him more at ease. Soon, it was King and Gabriella's turn to be inspected. Name? Levi. What are you leaving for? I'm going abroad for business. I'm worried about leaving my sister alone, so I'm taking her along. King answered directly, having carefully prepared various identities. As long as Gabriella cooperated, there should be no issues. After verifying their identities, the city guards found no problems and were about to let them through. But just then, someone stepped forward. Wait, these two cannot leave. Taoist Bartolomeo. The city guards bowed respectfully to the robed cultivator who emerged. Why can't we leave? King asked the cultivator, suspecting his disguise might have been exposed. But that shouldn't be possible. His disguise was perfect, and only a powerful artifact could reveal it. You've both disguised yourselves. Remove the disguises immediately. Taoist Bartolomeo said, standing proudly, pleased to have uncovered their deception. Indeed. King inwardly sighed. What he dreaded had happened. Looking at Taoist Bartolomeo, he asked perplexedly, my disguise is unmatched. How did you see through it? King removed his disguise since it no longer served a purpose once exposed. Chapter 152. Intense Desire to Kill. Of course it's my exclusive treasure, the Mirror of Truth. It can help me see through any disguise and trap. Taoist priest Bartolomeo said smugly. He enjoyed this moment, exposing others' lies and deceptions. It gave him immense satisfaction. I see. King slowly replied. This Mirror of Truth seemed to be a way to counter him, so it must not remain in someone else's hands. Whether destroying it or obtaining it for himself, either would be a good choice. Under my Mirror of Truth, you have no chance to hide. Even if you speak a lie, it will discern it. So don't try lying. Speak up, who are you? Taoist priest Bartolomeo demanded directly. Upon hearing Taoist priest Bartolomeo's question, King felt somewhat puzzled, sensing an issue but unable to pinpoint it immediately. If your Mirror of Truth can discern lies, why would I answer your question? King retorted. Ha ha ha. Taoist priest Bartolomeo laughed aloud upon King's reply, feeling unexpectedly amused. You're quite amusing. No one has ever spoken like that to me before. But what does it matter if it's the truth? Once I catch you, there will naturally be chances for you to speak. Taoist priest Bartolomeo said, as a long sword appeared in his hand. With a wave, countless swords materialized around him. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. TCH, such a cliché move. Do you really think you can defeat me? King scoffed, unsheathing the Scarlet Sun sword with no hesitation to confront him. 10,000 swords from the heavens come. King's Scarlet Sun sword moved fluidly, summoning countless flying swords behind him. Charging towards Taoist priest Bartolomeo's 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The two powerful forces collided, creating a massive force that shattered the city tower almost instantly, leaving cracks and collapsing debris. The two immortals, could you refrain from harming innocents when fighting? A city guard stepped forward, shouting, so many of my comrades are trapped under the tower. Please save them first. Annoying. Just as the guard was about to kneel and beg King and Taoist priest Bartolomeo for help, Taoist priest Bartolomeo ended the man's life with a single point of his finger. What are you doing? King frowned, his anger rising. There was an unspoken rule among cultivators. They should never harm civilians. While not mandatory, breaking this rule diminished their social standing and garnered disdain from other cultivators. Only those of the demon sect would target civilians. Are you perhaps from the demon sect? King asked, his voice filled with killing intent. This man had crossed his line. He must die. Demon sect? Who are they to be mentioned alongside me? I am an elder of the alchemy pill sect. Are you insulting me? Taoist priest Bartolomeo said directly. An elder of the alchemy pill sect, I see. You must be a spy for the Raksha sect. King said without delay, instantly erecting a barrier trapping both him and Taoist priest Bartolomeo inside. He feared the latter might escape since he knew King's true appearance. He couldn't let him go. You. Taoist priest Bartolomeo was momentarily speechless. As far as I know, the alchemy pill sect is a noble sect dedicated to healing, treating both cultivators and civilians equally. They frequently distribute medicinal pills to the common folk. But your actions were completely opposite. Therefore, if you are indeed an elder of the alchemy pill sect, then you must be a spy for the Raksha sect. Am I wrong? King looked at Taoist priest Bartolomeo steadily, his tone certain. I see, ha ha ha. So you're the young man who always ruins our plans. It appears the portrait the Burl showed us was based on your previous disguise. Now, this is your true form. Taoist priest Bartolomeo was exhilarated. He held information even the Burl didn't know. Passing this news back to the Raksha sect would undoubtedly earn him great merit. He might even replace the Burl. Thinking of this, Taoist priest Bartolomeo began laughing uncontrollably, envisioning his bright future. I know what you're thinking, but calm down. I've sealed this space. You can't leave. Today, you'll rest here forever. King said coldly, the scarlet sun sword flashing with crimson light as it charged at Taoist priest Bartolomeo. Me? Prevent your rise to power? Don't dream. Die. Taoist priest Bartolomeo grew frantic, determined to succeed. If successful, his status in the Raksha sect would rise. His future hinged on this moment. His sword transformed into a white flame snake as a white light flashed. Attack. With a gesture, the terrifying snake lunged at King. Such a minor trick, embarrassing yourself further? King's eyes glowed red, consumed by fury. He had never felt such intense desire to kill. Sword cuts the firmament. Swinging the scarlet sun sword, a crimson blade cut through the air, as if severing the heavens. The powerful sword intent locked down Taoist priest Bartolomeo, preventing any movement. With the sword strike, everything calmed. In midair, only a crimson mist remained. Taoist priest Bartolomeo had been utterly annihilated by King. Hashtag chapter 153, preparing for action. Who exactly are you? Gabriella looked at King. This person's strength was truly terrifying. Such formidable power couldn't belong to an obscure individual. I'm just a passerby who upholds justice. King slowly spoke, revealing a gentle smile. Do you think I'd believe that? Who are you really, and why did you come to the Tianhua kingdom? Gabriella didn't let her guard down because of King's words. She kept a slight distance from him, asked cautiously, and instinctively placed her hand on her waist. Indeed, you aren't an ordinary girl. King focused his gaze on Gabriella's hand. The jade pendant around her waist was a spatial magic treasure. Non-cultivators simply couldn't use such treasures. You noticed this long ago? Then why did you still help me? I said it already. I'm a passerby who upholds justice. When one sees injustice, it's only right to lend a hand. King continued calmly. Righteous person. If so, may I ask for your assistance? I wonder if this righteous person would be willing to help. Depends on what kind of help. As long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't go against my conscience, there shouldn't be any problem. The Pill Cauldron sect has been acting abnormally lately. After the sect leader entered seclusion, the Colin took over the leadership. But ever since then, everything has gone downhill. Pill Cauldron sect used to dedicate itself to saving lives, but now it demands exorbitant medical fees for treatment. That's not all. They've sent people to control the Tianhua Kingdom's emperor, poisoning him with some unknown drug and turning him into their puppet. Gabriella explained slowly, recounting all she knew. After speaking, she looked expectantly at King, hoping he'd agree to help. He might be her last chance. After hearing Gabriella's words, King was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that her request would align perfectly with his own mission. What? Is it impossible? Seeing that King wasn't responding, Gabriella assumed he didn't want to get involved with the Pill Cauldron sect, thus hesitating to assist her. It's not impossible. In fact, it's more than possible. King suddenly spoke. What? When Gabriella heard King say this, she was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily. My purpose here is to address this issue anyway. To address this issue. In reality, this problem is even more complicated than you think. If you don't mind, let's find somewhere private to discuss this thoroughly. All right. Gabriella nodded. It seemed like he might know something she didn't, and she wanted to understand what was truly happening. They found a secluded tavern and sat in a corner. Pill Cauldron sect's current state is directly related to the Raksha sect. The Raksha sect? The demonic sect? Upon hearing King's words, Gabriella immediately understood. The Raksha sect was notorious among demonic sects, despised by everyone who saw them. Yes, it's not just Pill Cauldron sect, Shinsen sect, Tiangong sect, Huayan sect, Sword sect, and New Teo sect have all faced similar situations. Their problems have already been resolved. Really? Gabriella was more incredulous than before. You mean those sects are like Pill Cauldron sect? Yes. This is part of the Raksha sect's plan. Although I don't yet know their ultimate goal, they've planted numerous spies in reputable sects and covertly taken control. There must be some deeper purpose. I see. After listening to King, Gabriella nodded, acknowledging that this explanation made sense. So much talk, Lia Yunyun, but I haven't asked about your identity. Given your appearance, you must be quite important, right? Gabriella paused, looking at King. After thinking for a moment, she sighed. In truth, I'm the princess of the Tianhua Kingdom. I see. So you left Tianhua Kingdom after discovering your father's abnormal behavior, seeking help outside? Yes, but now that I've met you, I feel much more at ease. I believe with your presence, we can resolve this matter easily. So what should we do next, Your Highness? King looked at Gabriella and gently asked. Her puzzled expression was rare and striking. I don't know. If you don't mind, we should head to the palace and seize control of the Pill Cauldron Sect's envoy. King suggested. The situation wasn't favorable, and news of this might already have reached the palace and the Pill Cauldron Sect's envoy. If they reported this back to the Colin, dealing with the Raksha sect spies would become more challenging. In that case, we shouldn't waste time. Let's act now. Gabriella stood up immediately, clearly understanding the urgency. Then it's up to you. Up to me? Of course. You're the princess. Besides the emperor, your word holds the most authority. I understand. Although somewhat reluctant, Gabriella nodded. Before starting, she said to King, though I'm the princess, my father has been controlled by Pill Cauldron sect members. Also, there are many of their spies in the palace. Those black-robed men who surrounded me were also their spies. Therefore, if we encounter trouble, I'll need your help to clear them out. Gabriella looked at King, offering a faint smile. Chapter 154, stopped outside the Imperial Palace. The plan was set in motion, and Rock and Gabriella proceeded directly to the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Stop right there. This is a restricted area of the Imperial Palace. Civilians must leave immediately. This is no place for you. The guards stationed at the city gate addressed Rock and Gabriella. Really now, you delusional fools, stop dreaming. This is the Imperial Palace, not somewhere for scum like you to come. Get lost. Don't be insolent. Open your dog eyes and look who I am. Gabriella felt utterly humiliated. She had never encountered such rudeness before. How dare they treat her this way? The guards turned their attention to Gabriella upon hearing her outburst. Aren't you just a ragged beggar? What's there to look at? Get lost. Don't interfere with our work. Scram. The guards did not recognize that Gabriella was the princess of Tianhua Kingdom in her current disheveled state. Gabriella was furious. As a princess returning home, she had never faced such disrespect. Her current appearance left her speechless. After enduring the battle between Rock and Kin Bartolomeo from the Alchemy Cauldron sect, she looked extremely disheveled. Her once plain clothes were now tattered, barely distinguishable from a beggar's rags. It was understandable why the guards blocked her outside the gate and treated her harshly. In her current state, she didn't resemble a princess at all. Forget it. It's not your fault. Now open your eyes wide and see what this is. Gabriella took out a jade pendant from her person. It was a pure white crystal with an engraved phoenix pattern. This is? Upon seeing the jade pendant, the guards froze. Had they just insulted the princess? No, this is the princess's jade pendant. Why does it end up in your hands? One of the guards questioned immediately. Isn't it obvious? Because I am the princess. Gabriella was dumbfounded. There was no way the jade pendant symbolizing her royal status would fall into strangers' hands easily. Was this guard brain-dead? Everyone, quickly surround them. The princess disappeared early this morning. Since they have the princess's jade pendant, they are likely responsible for her disappearance. The head guard commanded. Upon hearing his words, the other guards drew their weapons and surrounded Rock and Gabriella without hesitation. You idiots! Gabriella felt exasperated. Were these guards even qualified to be soldiers? Their IQ must be lower than dogs. Give up. What? Gabriella glanced at Rock, puzzled by his words. Haven't you realized yet? They're doing this intentionally. Intentionally? Gabriella struggled to understand Rock's meaning. It's clear they know your identity as the princess, but I suspect someone has already ordered them to execute anyone claiming to be the princess. They probably received orders to deny your identity so they can attack you legally. My explanation should make sense now, right? Rock explained slowly. After hearing Rock's reasoning, Gabriella instantly understood the situation. It must be the Alchemy Cauldron sect's envoy. They found out I escaped and manipulated my father into issuing such orders. Realizing this, Gabriella acknowledged Rock's hint. Now, what do you plan to do? In that case, we have no choice but to force our way into the Imperial Palace. Gabriella declared firmly. Despite being a woman, she wasn't one to hesitate or be overly merciful when necessary. Facing enemies required swift and decisive action. Though these men were palace guards, they dared to attack her even after recognizing her as the princess. She wouldn't forgive them. Drawing weapons against the princess was a capital offense. Gabriella unsheathed her sword from her waist pendant and said to Rock, I can handle these men myself. You stay back. Fine. Rock nodded and stepped back a few paces. He knew these guards, even if there were hundreds more, weren't a match for Gabriella. Let me give you one last chance. Move aside, or I will make sure you say goodbye to this world. Gabriella pointed her sword at the guards, her voice icy. A single glare was enough to make every soldier want to kneel and surrender. But the head guard firmly stated, Princess, we have no choice. These are direct orders from the emperor. We can only follow his command to survive. He had no desire to act this way. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare defy the princess. However, this was a direct order from the emperor himself. Refusing meant certain death. The emperor has been controlled by the Alchemy Cauldron sect. I am here to rescue him. If you believe me, step aside. Gabriella explained. Knowing the truth behind the conspiracy, she refrained from killing anyone initially. Chapter 155, laughing until tears fall. When the guards heard Princess Gabriella's words, they wavered slightly. If what her highness said was true, should they step aside? Just as all the guards were indecisive, a loud laugh suddenly erupted from within the palace gates. Then, a refined gentleman-like figure slowly walked out. My goodness, isn't this Princess Gabriella? How have you become so disheveled? The gentleman-like man held a folding fan, fanning himself constantly. On his side followed more than 10 palace maids dressed in extremely daring and revealing outfits, barely covered by thin silk veils. Ash! Seeing this refined gentleman, Gabriella gritted her teeth in frustration, gripping her sword tightly, wishing to slay him instantly. What kind of person is he? He looks more like a nobleman than you do, a princess? Rock approached Gabriella, asking. This man didn't look like a good character. Otherwise, why would the palace maids be dressed so provocatively to serve him? And from what Gabriella just mentioned, his surname is Bartolomeo, not Chi. He's from the Danding sect, the son of the envoy dispatched by the Danding sect to the Heavenly Fire Kingdom. Ever since my father was controlled by that Danding envoy, he has become the crown prince of the palace, reveling and enjoying himself within the palace grounds every day. He even laid hands on my father's concubines. Recently, he even attempted to assault me. I could no longer endure such circumstances, so I fled the palace. I never expected he would send assassins after me. If it weren't for your help back then. Gabriella did not finish her sentence. Upon hearing this, Rock understood the situation. So this guy had taken over everything. Princess Xuanhuan, have you reconsidered? If you comply with me, I will give you a carefree life. With our Danding sect supporting the Heavenly Fire Kingdom, no one will dare bully you. Ash spoke openly, waving his hand as if he were the emperor of this country. Hemph, I'm here to kill you today. Oh. Ash looked at Rock upon hearing Gabriella's words. Just you and this pretty boy you brought along wish to kill me? Ash sneered contemptuously. This was undoubtedly the funniest joke he'd ever heard. It seems the incident at the city gate hasn't reached the palace yet, Rock remarked to Gabriella. If news of what happened at the city gate had spread to the palace, Rock thought, this guy wouldn't be acting so arrogantly and should be cautious instead. However, all Rock felt from Ash was arrogance. Caution? Non-existent. To Ash, it probably seemed like no one in the world could defeat him. It seems we have an opportunity here, don't we? You're right. Rock nodded. He raised 2 fingers, forming a massive magical array instantaneously, enveloping the entire palace within a breath. What have you done? Ash stared at Rock, baffled by the means this person used. I just set up a barrier. There's no need for you to worry. Rock smiled gently. This man was indeed arrogant, but surprisingly timid. Rock initially thought he despised everyone because he believed in his own strength. In reality, the moment Ash panicked, Rock understood this guy was merely a paper tiger relying on his father's might. To put it bluntly, a mere puppet leveraging others' power. In Danding sect, someone might show respect due to his father's position, but this was not the Danding sect. Barrier? Who allowed you to set up a barrier here? Remove it immediately, or else don't blame me. Or else, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll treat me. Rock directly taunted him. After exchanging a few words, Rock had already figured out Ash, utterly incapable and seemingly unaware of his own limitations, thinking he was powerful. What Ash didn't realize was that people tolerated him only because his father was powerful. Fine. You asked for it. Ash let go of the maid in his arms, loosening up his body briefly before charging forward, clenching his fists and striking Rock directly. Facing this attack, Rock smiled disdainfully. He didn't dodge, nor did he counterattack, letting the punch land squarely on his chest. Shockingly, Rock remained unmoved while Ash flew backward, crashing heavily into the ground. Wow, trying to get me to massage your back? But the force was too light. I couldn't feel anything. Wretched coward. You used internal energy to blast me away. Huh. Rock was momentarily speechless. He couldn't believe this response. After a few seconds of silence, Rock burst into laughter uncontrollably. If he continued holding back, he feared he'd develop internal injuries. Internal energy? Really? You've the nerve to say such things. I didn't use a single trace of internal energy. If I had, you would be nothing but a blood mist now. Rock wiped his eyes, having laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. What are you saying? Evidently, Ash struggled to believe it. What a waste of human potential. Without your father, you're nothing, less useful than a worm. Gabriella mocked him. How dare this pathetic excuse of a man try to lay hands on her? Had her father not been controlled by the Danding sect, she would have slapped him dead long ago. Hashtag chapter 156. If you dare, fight me. You are courting death. Ash glared at Gabriella and King. He had never experienced such humiliation. Kill them. Ash barked the order. The guards surrounding them, upon hearing Ash's command, immediately pointed their weapons at King and Gabriella. At this moment, King stepped forward, placing himself in front of Gabriella, facing the guards holding spears directed at him and the princess behind him. What are you doing? Can't you see now who your master truly is? If you lack your own thoughts, I'll send you to meet Lord Yama. If you still have a mind of your own, you should decide whose orders you should follow. King's words made all the soldiers fall silent. Yes, what were they doing? Princess Gabriella was right before them, so why were they obeying an outsider's commands? Holding their weapons against the princess was an unpardonable crime. The guards began to waver. They were just ordinary people with no cultivation. They lacked the power to control their own fate, let alone make choices. Drop your weapons, and I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, you are my enemies, and enemies must be killed. King's tone shifted from gentle to icy cold. In the next instant, he would lash out and kill everyone present. Don't listen to his nonsense. My father is the envoy of Danding sect. If you don't obey me, my father will kill you all. Ash interjected again, standing up to speak. As long as his father remained the envoy of Danding sect, there was nothing to fear. Even this man would kneel and apologize. Enough talk, King declared, instantly appearing before Ash. His hand grabbed Ash by the throat. Let go, I can't breathe. Ash's hands gripped King's arm, but it was useless. Years of indulgence had left him frail, making him powerless against King's strength. Rest assured, I'll soon set you free. King tightened his grip further. In an instant, Ash's face turned beet red, suffocating and feeling his chest constrict as if it might explode at any moment. Let go fast. Due to oxygen deprivation, Ash's words became slurred and barely understandable. Ridiculous. Just as King prepared to end Ash's life, a loud rebuke echoed from afar. A figure swiftly appeared, striking King with a palm. To defend himself, King had no choice but to release Ash. Son, are you alright? The middle-aged man who arrived quickly caught Ash, showing deep concern. Cough, cough. Still gasping for breath, Ash could not speak initially. After recovering, he glared at his father. Father, why did you take so long? They bullied me terribly. You know, that guy nearly strangled me to death. Ash complained bitterly to his father. It's my fault, the father apologized. Humph, I want him dead. Father, cripple him and hand him over to me. I want to tear out his tendons, peel off his skin, and make him beg for death in vain. Ash spat, revealing the depth of his humiliation. Very well, I'll avenge you immediately. I'll break his limbs and turn him into a puppet for you to command. Good. Upon hearing his father's promise, Ash became excited. Have you finished talking? Now it's my turn, isn't it? King looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. Are you the envoy of Danding sect and the spy for Luocha sect? King cut straight to the point without any ambiguity. When the middle-aged man heard King's question, his expression turned terrifying, filled with boundless murderous intent. How do you know about Luocha sect? Since you admit to being a spy for Luocha sect, it seems Danding sect has many of you. Knowing too much may not be good for you. What? Want to kill me to cover up? Pity. Can you even manage that? Useless. Say that again? King's words enraged the middle-aged man. No one likes being called useless. Everyone has pride, whether good or evil. This insult was insurmountable. If you dare, fight me. King was done talking. His voice had been heard by all the soldiers around him. After hearing these words, the soldiers chose Gabriella's side without hesitation. The Danding sect's envoy being a spy for Luocha sect changed everything. Luocha sect was a demonic sect, its members deserving execution. Standing on the wrong side now would mean certain death. Gabriella felt slightly relieved. These soldiers were citizens of her country, and as their princess, she found it hard to raise her sword against them. King gripped his Chongyang sword firmly, without delay. Sword flashes streaked, slashing directly at the middle-aged man. Himph, trifling skills. You think this can defeat me? The middle-aged man suddenly wielded a massive broadsword taller than a person, which spun rapidly in his hands. Thunder cyclone slash. A swirling vortex of lightning stormed toward King. Chapter 157. You scared me. Facing the attack of the envoy from the Pill Cauldron sect, Rock remained exceptionally calm. He gripped the Scarlet Yang sword in his hand and directly gathered an overwhelming sword intent. The Scarlet Yang sword flickered with a red glow, forming illusory sword shadows. Die! The envoy of the Pill Cauldron sect swung his large broadsword in continuous rotations, emitting terrifying lightning as he slashed directly at Rock. But Rock did not dodge at all. He held the Scarlet Yang sword horizontally in front of him, and the illusory sword shadows completely defended against the envoy's attack. Accompanied by continuous crackling sounds, the envoy's attack was entirely blocked by Rock. What? The envoy stared at the scene before him. His own attack had been completely stopped by the opponent. This was impossible. His move was extremely powerful. Once it was unleashed, there was no way it could be defended. But now, his move had been thwarted. How could this be possible? Oh, is that your ultimate move? Rock spoke slowly, pointing the Scarlet Yang sword at the envoy. The illusory sword shadows condensed boundless sword intent, and terrifying power could burst forth at any moment. The envoy retreated a step, feeling the intense pressure from the formidable sword intent on the blade. He couldn't get close at all. Against the advancing Rock, he could only keep retreating. Dad, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Kill that guy. I want to make him wish he never lived. Ash yelled at his father, not understanding the situation and still urging relentlessly despite his father being on the losing side. Shut up. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan roared back at his son. Dad, how dare you yell at me? Ash was stunned into silence by his father's roar, staggering and falling to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Just get out of here. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan continued to yell at his son. What deep parental love. Are you trying to let your son escape? It looks like you already know you can't defeat me. Pity, you won't get your wish. Rock smiled, using instantaneous movement to appear right in front of Ash, grabbing him by the neck. I wonder what expression you'd have if your son died before your eyes. Rock looked at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan and smiled. At that moment, he suddenly felt like a villain, as if he were the one who committed grave wrongs. Stop. Let go of my son. And what if I refuse? How could Rock listen to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan? He stood silently, steadily increasing the force on Ash's neck. Soon, Ash's face turned crimson. Dad, save me. I'm about to die. Ash struggled to speak, feeling immense pressure in his chest as if it might explode at any moment. Dad, help. Let go of my son. This has nothing to do with him. As a righteous person, you wouldn't kill innocents, would you? Bartolomeo Xuanhuan suddenly said. Rock paused, momentarily unsure how to respond. He found it somewhat amusing. Innocents? Your son used your name to commit atrocities in this palace, harming countless people. Killing him shouldn't be considered wrongdoing. Rock tightened his grip even more. Stop. Seeing his son barely holding on, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. He charged forward with his large broadsword. He only had this one son, so he acted recklessly. If anything happened to his son, his lineage would end. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Ash's head tilted to the side. Rock had snapped his neck, leaving him lifeless. Wow, look at you. Why were you shouting and charging at me with that broadsword? You scared me, you know? Because you scared me, I accidentally used a bit more strength, otherwise your son wouldn't have died. So, it's all your fault that your son is dead. Don't blame me. Rock threw Ash's body aside and said these words to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. With those words, he absolved himself of any responsibility, making it seem like Ash's death was purely due to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan scaring him. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's body trembled involuntarily. His son was dead right in front of him. Now he was left childless, and he had no face to meet his ancestors. He clenched his broadsword tightly, eyes turning bloodshot with pure murderous intent. He sought revenge for his son. He really seems to have been pushed over the edge. Brad's sword murmured from behind Rock, flying out and laughing. So what if he's enraged? If anger alone could make someone invincible, we wouldn't need to practice so hard. Rock spoke calmly. He admitted that anger could indeed give power, but it had limits. It wasn't invincible. In the face of absolute power disparity, no matter how angry you were, you couldn't change the outcome. It would just be futile rage. Ah, I'll kill you. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan screamed, wielding his broadsword with terrifying lightning, lunging directly at Rock. I'll kill you, kill you. His power noticeably increased in his rage. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. Rock's scarlet yang sword condensed terrifying sword intent, and with a simple slash, released a frightening sword chi that instantly sent Bartolomeo Xuanhuan flying. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan landed heavily on the ground. He struggled to use his broadsword to prop himself up and faced Rock. Chapter 158, transformed into a monster. With just this much strength, you still think of avenging your son? Are you dreaming? Rock continued to mock him. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed true. The Heavenly Fire Kingdom was originally an ordinary human nation. For the Pill Cauldron sect to send a messenger to control the entire mortal country, they would likely not send any experts. Otherwise, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Therefore, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's current strength being so pathetic was also within Rock's expectations. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't control his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. TSK, I advise you to surrender now. Maybe you can still save your own life. If you continue, you might lose it. Rock advised with good intentions, suggesting that the other cherish his life and surrender directly. Unfortunately, in Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's ears, this was nothing but mockery. Having killed his son and now asking for his surrender, it felt like a tremendous humiliation. If he could endure this, he would not be a man. I must kill you. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan struggled to stand up, his large knife pointing at Rock. Unfortunately, his body was extremely weak, severely injured by Rock, making it impossible for him to hold his weapon steady. Sigh, look at you. You can't even hold your weapon steadily. What kind of revenge are you talking about? Rock shook his head, wondering how this guy thought. Wasn't his life important? If not for needing this Pill Cauldron sect envoy's identity, Rock wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Would he waste time here otherwise? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan reached into his pocket, pulling out a small bottle. He then took out a pill from the small bottle. The pill was pitch black, emitting a foul purple aura. Just one glance revealed it wasn't a good pill. But Bartolomeo Xuanhuan didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill whole. Immediately, his body began to swell. Veins, black as ink, protruded on his skin, forming terrifying patterns like gruesome tattoos. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's transformation now seemed familiar to Rock. Previously, in the Divine Strategy sect, the Colin of the Raksha sect had implanted a demon heart into Jacques' body, causing his body to transform dramatically into a demon. And now, the situation of Bartolomeo Xuanhuan reminded Rock of Jacques' transformation. Understanding this, Rock made a bold guess. Could it be a pill refined from a demon heart? It wasn't strange for Rock to think this way, considering the Raksha sect's Colin previously possessed a demon heart, which Rock himself held now. However, this reasoning didn't fully make sense. Demon hearts were extremely rare, and even if the Raksha sect owned such items, there wouldn't be many. They wouldn't use them extravagantly for refining pills. Moreover, the Pill Cauldron sect was a renowned orthodox sect. Even if invaded by the Raksha sect, most of its disciples remained righteous. Discovering their elders refining such malevolent pills would provoke severe backlash. Therefore, the possibility of using a demon heart to refine the pill was ruled out. Demon hearts emitted a strong evil aura, making them hard to conceal. Leaving this aside, it was worth pondering further. Rock stroked his chin while Bartolomeo Xuanhuan completed his transformation, his body doubling in size, covered in black veins. His eyes turned crimson, consumed entirely by rage and the desire to kill. Bone spikes grew on his shoulders, and his spine transformed similarly. A thick tail emerged from his waist, covered in more bone spikes. This is truly horrifying. No semblance of a human left. Rock slowly said, this pill could transform someone into such a monster. If mass-produced and released, Rock dared not imagine the consequences. Everyone, leave this place immediately. The Pill Cauldron sect's envoy has completely transformed into a monster, losing his sanity. Quickly retreat to safety. Rock instructed everyone present. Most people were civilians. If he fought Bartolomeo Xuanhuan, it would harm the innocent. He couldn't let that happen. After hearing Rock, the guards and palace maidens quickly retreated into the palace. Their lives were the priority. I'll help you. Gabriella approached Rock. No need. I can handle Bartolomeo Xuanhuan alone. Now he's like this. I have no choice but to kill him. Go check on your father. I'll find you once I've dealt with him. Alright, I understand. Be careful. Gabriella nodded, deeply worried about her father. Once everyone left, Rock faced the thoroughly transformed Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. Do you still understand what I'm saying? Rock asked. He wondered if Bartolomeo Xuanhuan retained any consciousness. Seeing Bartolomeo Xuanhuan remain silent, Rock approached Bartolomeo Xuansong's corpse, lifting it with his sword, presenting it to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. Do you recognize your son? Bartolomeo Xuanhuan had no response. As Rock believed Bartolomeo Xuanhuan lost all consciousness, he heard an angry roar from the transformed Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. Roar. This roar echoed like thunder, painfully vibrating Rock's eardrums. I will kill you. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan roared. It seems some consciousness remains. Rock threw Bartolomeo Xuansong's corpse away, aiming his red sun sword at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. Chapter 159. Probing. If he still retains his sanity, then this pill is quite interesting. Generally speaking, a pill like the one Bartolomeo Xuanhuan just consumed would come with certain side effects, such as losing all sanity and turning into a killing machine monster. This is the most common side effect because power always comes at a price. However, since the opponent retains some level of sanity, it suggests that the pill not only transforms a person into a monster and enhances their strength, but also keeps them fully conscious. It appears to have no side effects at all, unless it's a one-time effect, meaning after consuming the pill, one can only sustain for a limited time before dying abruptly. That's another possibility, but Rock couldn't confirm until it came to that point. For now, he had to deal with the immediate trouble. The red sun sword in his hand coalesced with sword intent, forming an illusory sword shadow that slashed directly at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. A massive force carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. In response, the enraged Bartolomeo Xuanhuan chose to resist with his bare body. He roared as if that could make him even stronger, charging straight towards the sword shadow that Rock unleashed. A loud explosion erupted, and terrifying energy spread out, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Rock looked at the smoke, unable to see clearly due to the obstruction. However, before the smoke cleared, he felt murderous intent emanating from within. Without hesitation, he started retreating, and soon Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's figure emerged. He stretched out his huge claws, trying to grab Rock's head. Fortunately, Rock had already sensed the hostility and managed to evade in time. If he had reacted any slower, he might have been caught by Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's claws, likely suffering some injury. Roar! Bartolomeo Xuanhuan roared in frustration, upset that his attack had failed. "This is really dangerous," said Eric, floating beside Rock, its voice echoing softly. Yes, indeed. Earlier, this guy was practically useless in combat, but after taking that pill, though he turned into a monster, his fighting power has escalated to a terrifying level. Rock mused aloud. If the pill had no side effects, wouldn't the Raksha sect be able to create an army of monsters? Such a scenario would be a catastrophe for the entire cultivator world. He had to stop this. "Do you need help?" Eric asked beside him. It was also getting restless, eager to act. Facing such a huge monster, Eric wanted to slice it in half, surely achieving great satisfaction. "Hold off for now. Let me test the limits of his power." Rock responded. When faced with an unknown entity, continuous probing was necessary to understand it. Battling Bartolomeo Xuanhuan was the best way for Rock to gauge how the pill had changed him, not just physically but mentally, including any potential side effects. Rock sheathed his red sun sword and switched to a long, black sword. He rarely used this sword because it had unique properties. It didn't harm the body but instead attacked the soul, causing mental damage. Initially, Rock thought it was a rather useless weapon. Why attack the spirit when you could kill directly? But unexpectedly, this once considered useless long sword now proved useful. "Alright, I'll watch your performance," Eric replied, returning to Rock's side. With the black sword in hand, Rock pointed it at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan and, in a few swift moves, was right next to him. Unable to condense strong sword intent or release intense sword chi, the black sword relied on close combat. Rock utilized his speed advantage, slashing continuously at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. Black shadows formed around the sword each time it struck Bartolomeo Xuanhuan, who roared in anguish. Although there was no physical damage, the mental agony far outweighed bodily pain. Rock lost count of how many times he swung the sword, but when he stopped, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan lay motionless before him. "He can't be dead, can he?" Rock muttered, stroking his chin. He felt the weak aura emanating from Bartolomeo Xuanhuan, whose spirit was severely damaged, barely hanging on because Rock had reined himself in time. Otherwise, he would have killed him directly. "This sword is pretty strong," Rock admitted, acknowledging the weapon's effectiveness, contrary to his initial belief that it was useless. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura burst forth from Bartolomeo Xuanhuan. As the aura intensified, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's eyes opened wide, revealing crimson irises. Roar! The roar made Rock step back, alerting him. He realized that despite the severe damage to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's spirit, it had not only recovered but seemed even more powerful now. No way. Rock thought of a possibility. He recalled Jacques' demonic transformation, where no matter how many times he was killed, he never stayed dead and only grew stronger. If his suspicions were correct, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan might possess a similar ability. Following this line of thought, Rock believed the Raksha sect might have a close connection with demon clans. Pulling back the black sword, Rock retrieved his red sun sword. This time, he held nothing back. A horrifying sword intent condensed, and with a swift slash, countless sword shadows shattered the void, slicing Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's body into minced flesh. "I want to see if you can regenerate," Rock said coldly. End of chapter 159. Chapter 160. The Spirit Departing Pill. Rock stood mid-air, waiting silently for a few minutes. Was the final outcome surprising? Or not surprising at all? Under Rock's gaze, the remnants of Bartolomeo Xuanhuan began to heal at a visible speed, gradually restoring into a complete body once again. What's happening? This scene even startled Eric. It seems my suspicions were correct. The Raksha sect indeed has some connection with the demon races. How do you mean? Eric couldn't understand what Rock was implying. Facing Jacques earlier, a similar situation occurred. After killing him, he would resurrect and become even stronger. Now, after Bartolomeo Xuanhuan consumed that pill, the same thing happened. If I'm not mistaken, this characteristic belongs to a certain demon race. And since the Raksha sect has connections with that demon race, they can utilize this trait. No, more precisely, the Raksha sect might have used the remains of that demon race to refine pills, allowing people to possess the characteristics of the demon race after consuming them. Rock pondered. This was the only possibility he could think of. If true, the situation might be dire. The Raksha sect secretly controlled all the prestigious orthodox sects, transporting most resources into their hands. Their intentions might be to revive demons or use demon remains to refine more such pills, ultimately creating an army of cultivators with demonic traits to conquer the entire lower realm. These were Rock's conjectures, but he believed it was mostly correct. While contemplating various possibilities regarding the Raksha sect, an enraged roar interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan had fully regained his original form. Just as Rock guessed, his strength had increased again. Is this guy unkillable? Of course not. Every living being has a fatal weakness, the heart. The heart is the core of a creature. So by destroying the heart, one can kill the opponent. Rock explained that he had refrained from attacking Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's heart earlier to verify his hypothesis. Now confirmed, leaving him alive served no purpose. Holding the Emiliano Yangjian, Rock pointed it at Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's chest. With a crimson sword beam shooting out, terrifying power pierced straight through Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's chest. A large hole appeared in his chest, his heart shattered into pieces. Gradually, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's eyes lost their light, falling to the ground without a breath. After resolving Bartolomeo Xuanhuan, Rock immediately went to Gabriella's side. Princess, how is your father? Don't call me princess. Just call me Yunyun. My father looks terrible. Can you help check on him? Sure. Rock didn't hesitate, knowing time was crucial. He approached the Heavenly Flame Kingdom's emperor, who sat motionless in his chair, looking dazed, mouth agape, drooling uncontrollably. It's the spirit-departing pill. Upon examining the emperor's condition, Rock immediately gave his diagnosis. Spirit-departing pill? Yes, it's a pill that forces a person's soul to leave their body. 1 or 2 uses might not cause much harm, as the soul can find its way back. But long-term consumption leads to the body continuously rejecting the soul, causing it to drift away. If found and guided back, there's still hope. If not, though the body lives, it lacks consciousness, effectively dead. Rock explained the effects of the spirit-departing pill to Gabriella. How could this happen? Gabriella couldn't accept the situation. Your father was controlled for so long. His soul has probably drifted far away. So? Rock hesitated, wanting to say his soul was lost, but seeing her crying made it impossible. Even without saying it aloud, Gabriella likely understood. Is there really no other way? Tears in her eyes, Gabriella looked at Rock pleadingly. There might be a way, but I can't guarantee its effectiveness. If we can locate your father's soul and guide it back into his body, there's a chance. However, it's been too long. Finding it is nearly impossible, but we can still try. Rock pulled out a treasure, a compass, from his pocket. Drip a drop of your father's blood into this compass. It will guide you to his soul, but it only gives a general direction. Ultimately, finding it depends on luck. The Emperor's soul had been outside his body for too long, possibly captured by other cultivators, eaten by monsters, or destroyed in some array. Thus, Rock emphasized that finding it depended on luck. I have to try regardless. Gabriella took the compass from Rock and dripped her father's blood onto it. The needle spun and finally locked onto a direction. So, what's next? Rock asked. The kingdom cannot be without a ruler for long. I'll first bring back my younger brother to manage the Heavenly Flame Kingdom while I search for my father's soul. What about you? I'll disguise myself as Bartolomeo Xuanhuan and head to the Alchemy Cauldron sect. Rock slowly replied. Hashtag chapter 161. An unexpected blocker. Thank you very much, really. Gabriella looked at King and sincerely thanked him. If not for his help, she wouldn't have been able to turn the situation around. Her father wouldn't have had a chance at any treatment either. I wonder what kind of reward you would like? As long as it's within my power, I'll give it to you. King looked at Gabriella in front of him, slowly spoke, rubbed his chin, and thought for a few seconds. Then he genuinely said, if I could become Dao partners with your highness. Ah. Gabriella was visibly stunned. She never expected King to say something like this. She thought he might ask for a lot of rewards or treasures, but never did she imagine that he would want to become Dao partners with her. She wasn't unwilling. She was just caught off guard. Why? Does your highness not wish it? Not at all. Of course I agree. You are extremely powerful, and I admire strong people like you. But given Tianhua Kingdom's current state, I'm unsure how to proceed. My father is waiting for me to save him. The matter of becoming Dao partners. Gabriella spoke slowly. Though she didn't explicitly state it, King understood her meaning and nodded. I understand. I also have many matters to handle. The Rakshasa sect is far more troublesome than I imagined. So, I know your intentions. Just stop calling me your highness. Oh, sorry, Yunyun. King directly said, finishing the sentences Gabriella wanted to say. Go ahead and find your father's soul. I will deal with the Rakshasa sect. Once we've handled our respective tasks, then we can consider becoming Dao partners. King's words reassured Gabriella greatly. She had feared he would demand immediate commitment. Seeing how reasonable he was, she felt much relieved. Alright, let's do it this way. Agreed. So, where are you heading next, the Pill Cauldron sect? Exactly. Although the source of everything is the Rakshasa sect, the Pill Cauldron sect has been completely infiltrated now. I must check the situation. Also, the Pill Cauldron sect seems to be refining an extremely terrifying elixir that needs to be stopped. I see. Be careful. Don't worry, I will. Take care of yourself too. After making their agreement, they bid each other farewell and parted ways. King altered his appearance to look exactly like Duncan. Without secret magical artifacts, no one could tell the difference. From the outside, he was indistinguishable from Duncan. After disguising himself, King headed straight for the Pill Cauldron sect, confident that this disguise would allow him smooth entry. Envoy Bartolomeo, why are you back? At the entrance, several young cultivators guarding the sect greeted King. There are some matters to address. I need to meet the Colin. Where is he right now? King asked. Based on his guess, the original Pill Cauldron sect leader was probably dead, and now it might be run by the Colin, who could be a spy for the Rakshasa sect. The Colin is currently in seclusion, refining an elixir. All sect affairs are managed by the Wailing. If Envoy Bartolomeo has anything to report, You can go to the main hall immediately. Understood. King responded firmly, adopting Duncan's demeanor. He wasn't a powerful figure, but he had a role, which put him above the low-level guards. As he suspected, disguised as Duncan, he entered the Pill Cauldron sect smoothly. Inside, wherever he went, disciples greeted him, which surprised King. This guy is so well known here. Everyone seems familiar. He needed to be cautious to avoid mistakes. If someone noticed he wasn't Duncan, his disguise would be useless. Duncan. Just as King was walking towards the main hall, a voice interrupted him. What is it? He turned and saw an elderly man in white robes with a smoking pipe in his mouth, hands behind his back, approaching slowly. Could this be an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect? King pondered. The person clearly looked old enough to be an elder. Whether he was an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect or a spy for the Rakshasa sect remained unknown. He needed to be careful with his words. Weren't you sent as an envoy to Tianhua Kingdom? Why are you here? Did you shirk your duties? The old man asked in a superior tone, irritating King, but he suppressed his frustration for the task. It's like this. Everything in Tianhua Kingdom went smoothly, but recently, something unusual happened. I'm uncertain about it, so I wanted to report to the Colin. What is it? The Colin is in seclusion. Just tell me. This isn't proper. Didn't the Colin delegate authority to the Wayland? I'm preparing to report to him. King replied, inwardly questioning the old man's identity. Why are you so arrogant? Chapter 162. Interrogation. Cut the chatter. If I tell you to report directly to me, then do so. Or are you asking for a beating? Zin glared at Duncan in front of him, feeling somewhat astonished. This person usually complied with every order without question. What had happened that made him suddenly so defiant? There must be some significant information he had uncovered, giving him the courage to defy me. Whatever it is, I must know. Hiss. King inhaled sharply, hearing the tone of the conversation. It seemed Duncan's status within this sect was unexpectedly low. The man before him clearly bullied Duncan regularly. Otherwise, such words wouldn't have slipped out so easily. Is it possible that Duncan, being unable to fit in here at Danding sect, fled to Tianhua Kingdom to serve as an envoy, manipulating the emperor there and indulging in his newfound power? King pondered, increasingly convinced of this possibility. Hey, snap out of it. Why aren't you answering me? Zen saw King zoning out, ignoring him completely, so he barked orders with the strictest voice. Yes, since you insist on knowing, I'll tell you. But this matter is sensitive and can't be discussed openly. We need a private place. King responded. He couldn't let this brash fool ruin his plans. He had already decided. Once they were alone, he would subject this man to intense interrogation. If he was a spy from the Rakshasa sect, he'd be killed immediately. If not, King would detain him until his mission was complete. Very well. After a brief thought, Zen nodded. Given King's nervous demeanor, the matter must be serious, indeed unsuitable for public discussion. So, he agreed to King's suggestion and led him to a secluded area. This spot was usually deserted, located in a desolate mountain range. Alright, now it's just us two. What is it? Zen demanded. King smiled faintly, deciding to drop the act. Fine, let's be honest. I'm not Duncan. What? Zen froze, clearly bewildered by King's statement. But in the next moment, he saw King charge at him, a long sword appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. You bastard, what are you doing? Daring to attack me? Zen couldn't believe it. Usually, he was the one bullying this guy, and now this kid dared to fight back? Ha, foolish man, I told you, I'm not Duncan. King struck with no mercy, effortlessly knocking Zen unconscious. He then bound Zen with immortal binding ropes and woke him up shortly after. Hey, wake up. Huh. Zen was still dazed, slowly opening his eyes to see King in front of him. However, King hadn't removed his disguise, so Zen still saw Duncan. Duncan, have you lost your mind? You dare to attack me? Do you want to die? I could kill you right now. Zen roared angrily, finding it a humiliation to be attacked by someone he considered worthless. As he tried to rise in rage, he realized his body was restrained, unable to muster any strength against the robust ropes. Enough, stop struggling. Those are immortal binding ropes. If you could break free so easily, they wouldn't be called immortal binding ropes. King said coolly. Only then did Zen recall Duncan saying he wasn't Duncan. If you're not Duncan, Duncan can't possess this kind of power. Who are you? Intruding into our Danding sect. What are your intentions? Zen asked directly, still oblivious to his prisoner status. Please understand the situation. You're my prisoner now. Shouldn't I be the one asking the questions? King chuckled, amused by Zen's ignorance. Was he truly stupid, or simply too arrogant to recognize his disadvantage? Now, answer me. Are you an elder of the Danding sect, or a spy from the Rakshasa sect? King held the Emiliano Yang sword tightly and placed it against Zen's throat. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being unforgiving. The Emiliano Yang sword moved slightly, leaving a red mark on Zen's neck, blood trickling down slowly. Clearly, a little more pressure and Zen's head would part ways with his body. Why do you ask? Of course, I'm an elder of the Danding sect. How could I be a Rakshasa sect spy? Zen answered without hesitation. This response was unsurprising. If Zen were indeed a Rakshasa sect spy, he wouldn't confess under interrogation. So, where is the patriarch of the Danding sect? The patriarch has entered seclusion and hasn't emerged. How should I know where he is? Zen replied. How do you prove you're an elder of the Danding sect? King asked, finding it challenging to distinguish between a true elder and a Rakshasa sect infiltrator. The infiltration within the Danding sect was worse than he imagined, especially considering the elder Bartolomeo he met in Tianhua Kingdom, along with Duncan, and now the Burl and Wayland managing the sect. How many more are spies of the Rakshasa sect? Chapter 163. How am I supposed to calm down? Ha, now you're being ridiculous. I'm an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect, and you want me to prove it? Zen laughed coldly. The man in front of him was truly amusing. With a sarcastic remark, he said, have you ever seen someone ask another to prove they are who they claim to be? King paused slightly. That indeed didn't seem like a proper solution. Looking at Zen in front of him, based on their brief interaction, he preliminarily judged that the other party probably wasn't a mole from the Raksha sect. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that this was an act. If so, then, King sat cross-legged and directly extended his right hand. Hey, what do you intend to do? When Zen saw King's gesture, he immediately became terrified and shouted loudly. I warn you, best not do anything rash, or our pill cauldron sect will never let you off. Shut up, this is the quickest and most effective way. Ignoring Zen's shouts, King extended his right hand and pressed it against Zen's forehead. Soul search, King declared. Then came Zen's ear-piercing screams, resembling a pig being slaughtered. Following this, various images began to appear in King's mind. Everything this Zen had personally experienced. After the soul search ended, Zen was completely drained. Seeing this, King retrieved a pill from his pocket that replenished the spirit and soul, and placed it in Zen's mouth. What did you really want to do? Zen asked with difficulty. After experiencing the soul search, he had lost all strength and couldn't move a single muscle. I apologize, but I had to confirm your identity, King explained as he put away his immortal binding rope. Through the soul search, he could confirm without any doubt that the Zen before him was indeed an elder of the Pill Cauldron sect. What are you saying? Zen still didn't understand why King was doing all this, nor why the words he spoke were hard to comprehend. Was he just too dumb? The patriarch indeed often criticized his lack of sharpness. The explanation is rather complicated. Let me give you the gist first. King slowly began. He recounted everything that had happened on his journey and what he currently knew about the Raksha sect's machinations. What? How can that be true? Upon hearing King's account, Zen's first reaction was disbelief. How could things have turned out like King described? How could their patriarch have been harmed, and the senior elders be moles of the Raksha sect? He refused to believe it. These are the facts. Even if you don't wish to believe, it can't be changed. I disguise myself as Duncan to address this matter because the Raksha sect's actions now threaten the entire lower realms. I cannot stand idly by. King stated. Do you have any proof? Zen asked. Until he saw real evidence, he wouldn't believe a word this person said. Of course. King replied. I can share some of my memories with you. Then you'll see what I've experienced and should believe me. You know very well that sharing memories cannot deceive others. Yes, Zen nodded. Sharing memories was similar to a soul search, except that the latter was forced and caused some harm to the target's spirit and soul. In contrast, memory sharing was voluntary and fully controlled by the sharer, deciding what to reveal and what to keep hidden. Soon, King and Zen clasped palms together. King shared his memories regarding the Raksha sect and experiences in other sects, especially those in the Celestial Fire Nation. This is all true? After seeing King's memories, Zen found it unbelievable that everything the man had said was true. So, does that mean Era has? I think it's nearly certain. Most likely not good. King responded. Based on previous events, if the Raksha sect wanted to control the Pill Cauldron sect, the Patriarch would be a hindrance, better off dead for their plans. Damn it, they dared to treat our Pill Cauldron sect like this? I won't forgive them, I'll kill them. Zen roared with anger, and prepared to charge out. King saw this and threw out his immortal binding rope again, restraining Zen once more. I knew you'd act rashly, but please calm down. The current situation isn't something you can resolve through impulsive actions. You must calm down. King squatted in front of Zen and slowly spoke. Calm down? What am I supposed to calm down with? Zen roared back. If you can't calm down and won't listen to me, then I'll leave you here and deal with the Pill Cauldron sect's problems myself. You wouldn't want me to solve everything alone, would you? Don't you want to avenge your patriarch? King's voice carried a certain mesmerizing quality that made people unconsciously follow his lead. After hearing King's words, Zen gradually calmed down. Yes, he couldn't watch an outsider solve the crisis of the Pill Cauldron sect. He wanted to avenge his patriarch personally and wouldn't forgive those Raksha sect moles. They dared to manipulate the Pill Cauldron sect and betray its ancestral rules. He couldn't pardon such treachery. Alright, I'll listen to you. Can you release me now? Fine. If you act rashly again, I won't give you another chance. King released Zen from the immortal binding rope. Having an additional ally was crucial, although part of him wished to leave Zen behind and handle the problem himself. But seeing Zen's heart-wrenching state, he couldn't bear to do so. Chapter 164. A matter of great importance. After calming down, Zen looked at Nelson in front of him and asked, what should we do next? Though he had followed Nelson's advice to calm himself, his restless heart still longed to rush out immediately. I originally planned to go meet the Wayland. Based on my guess, the Wayland should be a mole for the Raksha sect just like the first kin. If so, why don't we just capture them directly? It's not as simple as you think. Nelson was speechless. Indeed, it might be better if he acted alone. He then explained the gravity of the situation to Zen. Firstly, they didn't know if there were any other Raksha sect moles within the Pill Cauldron sect besides themselves. Secondly, although Nelson's actions had been exposed, his identity had not, which was advantageous and needed to be carefully protected. Additionally, several righteous sects required his help. Exposing too much now would hinder his future actions. Bartholomew's to Nelson's explanation, Zen gradually calmed down. He understood that while saving the Pill Cauldron sect was urgent, if this caused Nelson to fail in saving other sects, he would become the guilty party. The Pill Cauldron sect's mission was to heal the world, and this moment called for remembering their ancestors' teachings. I trust you. I may not be smart, but I'll do as you say. Can we agree on this? Very well. Nelson nodded, knowing how difficult it was for Zen to make such a decision. In response, he promised. Rest assured, I will ensure justice is done for the Pill Cauldron sect and your patriarch. All right. Zen nodded, feeling reassured by Nelson's promise. After reaching an agreement, they returned to the sect. On the way, Nelson instructed Zen to maintain his usual demeanor and not let anyone discover the truth. Zen nodded repeatedly, ensuring he wouldn't make any mistakes. Back at the sect, Nelson told Zin to return to his duties, while he proceeded with the original plan to visit the Pill Cauldron sect's Grand Hall to meet the Weyland. Weyland, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan seeks an audience. Nelson called out at the hall entrance. Come in. The Weyland replied. Entering the hall, Nelson saw the Weyland seated proudly in the heiress position. Ah, this heiress seat feels so comfortable. No wonder so many desire to be the head of a sect. Isn't that right, Bartolomeo Xuanhuan? You are absolutely correct, Weyland. Facing such people, agreeing was the safest option to avoid any unexpected trouble. As expected, after hearing Nelson's agreement, the Weyland felt validated and sat up straighter. Now, tell me, why did you leave the Tianhua Kingdom and return to the sect? Well, Weyland, some unexpected events occurred in Tianhua Kingdom. Nelson recounted the encounter with Taoist Bartolomeo at the city gate. I believe this matter is significant. That thief could be the one constantly hindering our Raksha sect's plans, so I've come to report this to you. Nelson respectfully spoke, observing the Weyland's reaction carefully. Such an incident? Indeed, just as Nelson expected, the Weyland was visibly shocked, stroking his chin uncertainly. Where is that thief now? Weyland, I have already assigned someone to monitor him. By monitor, Nelson meant his clone. Good, very good. If we can resolve this issue, the era will surely reward us greatly. Bartolomeo Xuanhuan, you deserve credit. I dare not take the credit. This is merely my duty. What does the Weyland plan to do? This is a matter of great importance and cannot be decided by me alone. I will consult the first kin. Wait here. Yes, sir. Nelson nodded and watched the Weyland leave the hall. Once the Weyland departed, Nelson extended 2 fingers, sending out a talisman that turned into a small figure, following behind the Weyland. Attaching his consciousness to the figure, he received everything it saw and heard. Soon, the small figure followed the Weyland to a cave sealed with a large stone. After chanting a spell, the Weyland moved the stone and opened an entrance. Nelson quickly guided the figure inside, just before the stone sealed the entrance again. Tracing down the cave, they soon reached a secret chamber containing a cauldron surrounded by roaring flames. Before the cauldron sat a person. Didn't I say I'm meditating and refining pills? Nobody should disturb me. Why are you here? First kin, this matter is crucial. According to Bartolomeo Xuanhuan's report, the individual who has been obstructing our Raksha sect's plans was discovered in the Tianhua Kingdom and has already killed one of our moles. Before the first kin, the Weyland no longer displayed his previous arrogance and spoke obediently. Chapter 165, the drug ingredient. Is there really such a thing? Upon hearing the Weyland's report, the Colin was slightly shocked and looked at the Weyland behind him with disbelief. He then asked for confirmation. Is this true? Colin, this matter is undoubtedly true. Duncan personally came to report it to me. I don't believe he has the guts to lie to us, said the Weyland. Duncan. The Colin repeated the name to himself. He had some memory of Duncan. They were both informants of the Azura sect, but Duncan was truly disappointing, having spent so much time in the Alchemy Cauldron sect without ever becoming an elder. Moreover, anyone in the Alchemy Cauldron sect could bully him, so the Colin had arranged for Duncan a relatively easy job, controlling the Emperor of the Heavenly Fire Nation, a task that required no action or thought. Thus, since Duncan had reported this, it was unlikely he would dare to lie. Fine, I've heard you. Later, I'll ask him about the details myself. Right now, my medicinal pill is almost done. Come and help me fetch a drug ingredient from the secret chamber. Yes. The Weyland, upon receiving orders from the Colin, dared not delay and immediately headed toward the secret chamber. All of these words spoken by the 2 elders were heard by King. A drug ingredient? Could the Colin be refining the same kind of pills that Duncan consumed before, which turned people into demons? King pondered in his heart. If so, he wanted to see what sort of ingredient was required for such a wicked and vile drug. Controlling his miniature self, King stealthily followed the Weyland without revealing his presence. Following the Weyland into a secret chamber, King observed the numerous jars inside, quietly investigating their contents. What he saw made him nearly retch. Inside the jars were human hearts, still beating, apparently preserved fresh using some secret technique by the Colin after removal from the bodies. How vicious and cruel. King felt anger rising within him. Such atrocities were indeed something only the Azura sect could commit. After the Weyland left with the ingredient, King also withdrew, firmly believing that these 2 elders must die. Watching the Colin complete the entire process of refining the pill through his miniature self, King saw the elder produce a purple pill coated with blackish aura, just like the one Duncan had taken before. Sure enough, they're not just after resources from the Alchemy Cauldron sect, but also its pill refining techniques to serve the Azura sect. This pill looks great. It should be the best batch refined recently, the Weyland complimented, trying to flatter. However, the Colin did not show excitement. Instead, he threw the pill at the Weyland. Garbage. This pill is still far from good enough. Here, take it as a reward. Colin. The Weyland received the pill, confused. Such a high-quality pill would earn praise even from the sect master. Why was the Colin unsatisfied? The hell with you. Let's go see Duncan. I want to see who has dared to ruin our plans multiple times. The Colin walked out directly from the cave. To avoid being discovered, King destroyed the miniature self-talisman, leaving no trace. In the main hall of the Alchemy Cauldron sect, King waited in the center for the Colin. In no time, the Colin arrived with the Weyland, seating himself in the sect master's position as if it rightfully belonged to him. Duncan, recount everything you've seen. If you hide anything, I'll make sure you meet a terrible end. Yes, Colin. King answered, inwardly criticizing the elder's temper. Repeating what he had told the Weyland earlier to the Colin without any concealment. All were true events regarding the battle with Taoist Bartolomeo. Well, this is interesting. Some outsider dares to challenge the Azura sect while our spies and other sects have all failed against a single person, HMPF. The Colin sneered, mocking those spies. Colin, what should we do now? How about you accompany Duncan to handle this mess, Weyland? The Colin spoke calmly. Chapter 166. Only the dead can keep secrets. Ah, what? Upon hearing the era's decision, the Wayland clearly hesitated for a moment. He looked at the era before him with some trepidation and nervously said, "Era, isn't this not quite right? I fear I'm not a match for that guy." The Wayland spoke plainly without beating around the bush. Information spread quickly within the Raksha sect. After learning that all the spies in other sects had failed one after another and met their end, the Wayland conducted many investigations, gathering all the data about incidents undermining the Raksha sect. Though they were still unclear about the real identity of their opponent, one thing was certain. Their strength was extremely terrifying. According to the intelligence gathered, their opponent could single-handedly resolve crises within a sect. If he encountered such a person, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. To ask him to solve this problem was no different from sending him to his death. "No worries. Didn't I just give you a pill? As long as you take it, you'll definitely win," the era said directly. Well, upon hearing the era's words, the Wayland was momentarily at a loss for words to refute him. He knew well enough what that pill could do. If taken, it would indeed grant tremendous power. However, once consumed, he might no longer be human. Such a pill should never be taken unless absolutely necessary. Having the era ask him to consume it was no different from killing him. But facing the era's sternness, he could not find the words to protest. If the era reported back to the Raksha sect that he wasn't cooperating properly, he would face even harsher punishments. Eventually, he might be labeled as a traitor and subjected to various experiments, ultimately meeting an inhumane end. "What? Do you have any questions?" Seeing that the Wayland did not speak up, the era asked with eyes full of authority. If the Wayland refused at this point, he would immediately brand him as a traitor. "Yes, era. I have no questions." "Good. I await your triumphant return." "Yes." Reluctantly, the Wayland accepted the era's suggestion. After receiving the assigned task, the Wayland left the Danding sect alongside King. Before leaving, King left Zen a message, instructing him not to act rashly and to monitor the era's actions. They would strike only after he obtained all the information from the Wayland. Soon, King followed the Wayland to a deserted area with no people around. "Wayland, we are still far from the Tianhua kingdom. Why did we stop here?" King asked when the Wayland suddenly halted. Simultaneously, King began to speculate if the Wayland intended to escape. "Duncan, as a spy for the Raksha sect, you must know the consequences of betraying the Raksha sect, right?" The Wayland did not answer directly but asked instead. King nodded. Knowing how severe the outcome must be, seeing the Wayland frightened confirmed this thought. "The era is forcing me into a dead end, fighting against someone obstructing the Raksha sect where I will likely die, taking the era's pill which turns me into a non-human creature, or refusing to act and being branded a traitor. No matter my action, it's unfavorable. My only choice now is to flee, to get out of the era's sight and far away from the Raksha sect." The Wayland turned slowly and looked at King. King took a slight step back, already knowing the Wayland's intentions. Yet, he continued his disguise. He pretended to be afraid and asked, "Wayland, what are you trying to do?" "I'm running. You will report this to the era, so I hope you can keep this secret for me." "Of course, I'll keep your secret safe." Although King agreed verbally, internally he confirmed his suspicion. This Wayland was indeed a coward who always fantasized about rising to power yet lacked the courage. People like him overestimated themselves, disliked risks, and thus made predictable decisions like this one. In that case, show me some sincerity. The best way to ensure my secret remains hidden is if you die. Because only the dead can keep secrets forever. The Wayland grinned insidiously, and without hesitation struck King with a powerful palm. "Die." As the Wayland's palm shot towards him with formidable force slicing through the air, King sighed. "Originally, I planned to make a move further away, but unexpectedly, you initiated first." King countered with a palm of his own. Upon contact, immense energy erupted, causing the Wayland to fly backward from the shockwave. "What?" Stunned by this, the Wayland struggled to believe what he saw. He was most familiar with Duncan's capabilities. His strike should have ended Duncan's life instantly. But unexpectedly, the man returned a blow that was even more powerful, forcing the Wayland several steps back. You're not Duncan. Duncan doesn't have such power. Who are you?" Startled, the Wayland reacted quickly, staring at King, demanding an answer. ####Chapter 167. I will cooperate with you. You are not Duncan. Who are you really? Kin 2's expression was grave as he looked at King in front of him and asked the question. He never would have thought that both he and Kin 1 had been deceived by this man right before them. Could it be that this man was the mastermind behind all the disruptions to the plans of the Rakshasa sect? He couldn't believe how audacious this person was, disguising himself as Duncan and infiltrating the Pill Cauldron sect. Was his aim to lure them out one by one and then defeat them? Kin 2 quickly figured out King's purpose. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such behavior. Who I am is unimportant. What's important is that you were the first to attack me, Kin 2. Don't try to twist my words. You must be the one who has been obstructing the Rakshasa sect's plans. Kin 2 was shocked. Had he fallen into the enemy's trap? Ha ha ha. Yes, Kin 2 is indeed a smart person. I am the one who has been disrupting your Rakshasa sect's plans. But Kin 2, please don't rush. I think the points you just made are very reasonable. Don't you think we could cooperate? At this point, King was no longer in a hurry to kill Kin 2. The other's actions gave him a new idea. If he had a spy within the Rakshasa sect, wouldn't that give him better control over their moves? What do you mean? Kin 2 glanced at King, asking slowly. All of his words had been heard by this man. It meant, Kin 2 didn't finish his thoughts because King would tell him. Just as Kin 2 mentioned earlier, even if you fight me, you're not my match. Even with the elixir given by Kin 1, you will turn into a demon and still not be my match. I believe Kin 2 can judge this for yourself. The reason I can mimic Duncan is that I killed him. Before dying, he also consumed the same elixir you now possess, turning into a demon. So, even if you take that elixir and enhance your strength, you will still not be my match. As for the consequences of betraying the Rakshasa sect, you should understand them better than I do. King spoke calmly, enumerating these facts to leave Qin 2 with no way out. He wanted Qin 2 to realize that cooperation was the only path for survival. Himph, so much talk, and you just want me to cooperate with you? Since that's the case, get straight to the point. What do you want me to do? Qin 2 was also quite intelligent. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold his position. Moreover, he valued his life. That's why he considered fleeing as an option. It's simple. You only need to tell me all the Rakshasa sect spies hidden in the Pill Cauldron sect. The rest I'll handle, including Xuanhuan, whom you dislike. Then, you can return to the Rakshasa sect and report that the Pill Cauldron sect has been annihilated by me. Afterward, you will stay in the Rakshasa sect as my pawn. That's quite presumptuous of you. Qin 2 laughed out loud after hearing King's proposal. He said, do I look like a fool to be manipulated by you? This is using me as a pawn, not cooperation. Besides, if the Pill Cauldron sect is saved, returning to the Rakshasa sect means certain death for me. Your idea of me spying for you might be good but unrealistic. The Rakshasa sect is wary of its long-term external operatives. Failing a mission means only death awaits us. Well. King nodded slightly after hearing Qin 2's explanation. Indeed, things wouldn't go as smoothly as he imagined. In that case, let's deal with the Pill Cauldron sect first. Give me the list of all Rakshasa sect spies within it. Will you let me go if I tell you? I won't kill you. Himph, so you won't easily let me off, huh? Qin 2 knew from King's answer that this man wouldn't let him go easily. You've committed so many atrocities. Do you expect forgiveness? For cooperating with me, I'll spare your life. Do you choose death or survival? King asked, knowing it didn't matter which choice Qin 2 made. If the latter agreed to cooperate, he wouldn't mind giving him a chance to redeem himself, on the condition of stripping him of his powers to prevent further harm. My time is precious. You don't have much time to consider. Fine, I accept your terms. After much contemplation, Qin 2 chose to cooperate with King. He didn't want to die or become a monster, leaving only one path forward. Excellent. Tell me, how many of your Rakshasa sect members are in the Pill Cauldron sect? There are. When King heard the answer from Qin 2, he froze, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this true? If you don't believe me, we can share memories. All right, I'll see with my own eyes. Unable to accept the answer, King readily agreed to Qin 2's proposal, knowing memory sharing couldn't be faked. After reviewing Qin 2's memories, King felt an indescribable sense of horror. The Rakshasa sect is truly something else. Confirming Qin 2's statements were true, King felt cold sweat run down his back. Hashtag chapter 168, Cuckoo in the Nest. The answer, I have already told you. Now you can let me go, right? Yes, but first, I need to strip you of your cultivation. I knew it. This step could not be avoided after all. The Wayland spoke slowly. Losing his cultivation and becoming an ordinary person wasn't so bad. At least he wouldn't die. He could find another opportunity to cultivate later. With this resolution set in his heart, the Wayland felt much more at ease. King did not hesitate for a moment and struck out immediately, breaking the Wayland's golden core and rendering all his cultivation useless. After confirming that everything was in order, he released the Wayland. It was time for him to think about his next move. The answers obtained from the Wayland genuinely shocked King. He couldn't believe that it was true. Currently, 2/3 of the disciples in the Pill Cauldron sect were actually moles planted by the Rakshasa sect. What kind of Pill Cauldron sect is this? Might as well just change its name to Rakshasa sect's branch. King felt extremely uncomfortable. What should he do in this situation? Attempting to deal with these disciples all at once would be far beyond his capabilities unless King had already thought of a strategy, but it required more than just himself. He needed to return to the Pill Cauldron sect and discuss matters with Qin Zhen. After the Wayland left, King prepared to return to the Pill Cauldron sect. However, before doing so, he had some preparations to make. King took a deep breath and channeled his power, striking his own chest forcefully. Although he protected himself while delivering the blow, he still spat out a mouthful of blood, which was exactly what he intended. Only by doing this could he avoid being detected by the first kin. Besides, such an injury was trivial for King. A single pill would heal him completely, so there was no need to worry. Once ready, King staggered back to the entrance of the Pill Cauldron sect. Duncan, what happened to you? Upon reaching the entrance, King pretended to be severely injured, falling to the ground. The gatekeeping disciples immediately rushed over, helping him up and inquiring about the situation. Hurry, take me to the first kin. Duncan, what on earth happened to you? Who injured you? The gatekeeping disciple asked with concern. It was the Wayland. King spoke with difficulty, deliberately spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-sentence for added realism. The Wayland betrayed us, severely injuring me before fleeing. Quickly, take me to the first kin. Oh, okay. After hearing King's account, the gatekeepers were shocked. After all, the Wayland and Duncan had only left the sect a short while ago. No one expected something like this to happen within hours. Without hesitation, they supported King towards the Great Hall. What's going on? When Zen saw King being carried by several disciples and looking gravely injured, he rushed over, asking with concern. Ken Wu, this matter. The gatekeepers were unsure how to report it to Zen. At this moment, King interjected. Ken Wu, the Wayland has betrayed our Pill Cauldron sect and fled. Please take me to see the first kin. Zen froze momentarily upon hearing King's words. Wasn't the Wayland already a mole for the Rakshasa sect? How could he mention this now? King nearly choked with frustration. This guy was a complete idiot. Didn't he understand that King wanted to be taken to the Great Hall to see the first kin? Why are you standing there? Take me now. King barked, pulling Zen back to reality. Okay. Startled by King's outburst, Zen instantly reacted, carrying King on his back towards the Great Hall. The gatekeepers exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding Duncan's intentions, but deciding it wasn't their problem. What's happening? On the way to the Great Hall, Zen slowly asked. With his limited intelligence, he couldn't grasp the complexity of the situation. The situation is worse than I imagined. The Wayland betrayed the Rakshasa sect, and I learned from him about the moles within our pill cauldron sect. After hearing this, please don't be surprised, King continued, then relayed all the information from the Wayland to Zen. What? Zen came to an abrupt stop upon hearing King's words, almost causing King to fly off his back. For goodness sake, steady yourself. King snapped. Zen was always this rash and unpredictable. 2/3 of the pill cauldron sect's disciples are moles from the Rakshasa sect? Zen spoke stiffly, clearly struggling to believe what King was saying. There's no doubt about it. The Wayland shared his memories with me, and that cannot be falsified. It's the truth. Even King found it hard to accept, but it was the reality. There was nothing he could do about it. So what should we do? Zen stared blankly at King. Were they still in the pill cauldron sect, or had it turned into the Rakshasa sect? Zen couldn't tell anymore. To handle so many Rakshasa sect moles at once, we need to take control of the first kin first, secure the pill cauldron sect, and then use the protective array to eliminate all the moles. King laid out his plan. He had anticipated that the Rakshasa sect might plant numerous moles in the pill cauldron sect to obtain resources and technology, but he never imagined it would go this far. They were effectively overtaking the entire sect, treating it like a subsidiary of the Rakshasa sect. Chapter 168. A Cuckoo in the Nest. Answer: I've already told you. Now you can let me go, right? Yes, but I must first nullify your cultivation. I knew it. This step can't be avoided after all. The Wayland spoke slowly. Losing his cultivation and becoming an ordinary person was better than dying. He could still look for opportunities to practice cultivation later. With this decision made, the Wayland became much more at ease. Rock wasted no time, directly striking out and destroying the Wayland's golden core, rendering all his cultivation useless. After confirming there were no issues, he finally released the Wayland. Now he needed to think about his next move. The answer from the Wayland truly shocked Rock. He couldn't believe it was real. Currently, 2/3 of the disciples within Pill Crucible sect were actually moles from the Rakshasa sect. This isn't even called Pill Crucible sect anymore. We should just rename it to Rakshasa sect's branch. Bartolomean Daishian felt extremely uncomfortable. What should he do in this situation? Wanting to deal with these disciples in one fell swoop was impossible with just his strength alone. Unless, Bartolomean Daishian had a plan in mind, but he couldn't execute it alone. He needed to return to Pill Crucible sect and discuss with Kin Zen. It was quite some time after the Wayland left that Bartolomean Daishian prepared to return to Pill Crucible sect. But before doing so, he needed to prepare something. Bartolomean Daishian took a deep breath, then used his own power to strike his chest fiercely. Although he had set up defenses while delivering the blow, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. This was exactly what Bartolomean Daishian wanted. The effect was convincing enough not to raise suspicions from the burl. Moreover, such injuries would heal completely for Bartolomean Daishian with just a single pill, so there was no need to worry. After preparation, Bartolomean Daishian staggered back to the entrance of Pill Crucible sect. Duncan, what happened to you? When Bartolomean Daishian reached the gate, he pretended to be seriously injured, collapsing on the ground. The guard disciples immediately came over, concerned, helping him up and asking about the situation. Hurry, take me to see the burl. What happened, Duncan? How did you get hurt like this? Who attacked you? The guard disciples asked anxiously. It's the Wayland. Bartolomean Daishian spoke laboriously, intentionally spitting out blood mid-sentence to enhance the drama. The Wayland betrayed us, seriously injured me, and fled. Hurry, take me to see the burl. Oh, alright. Hearing Bartolomean Daishuan's account, the guard disciples were visibly shocked. After all, the Wayland and Duncan had only left the sect a short time ago. No one expected such an incident within hours. Without hesitation, the guard disciples helped Bartolomean Daishian walk towards the main hall. What happened? Seeing Bartolomean Daishian being supported by a group of disciples, looking severely injured, Zen ran over, concerned. Ken Wu, this matter. The guard disciples didn't know how to report. Bartolomean Daishian quickly intervened. Ken Wu, the Wayland has betrayed Pill Crucible sect and fled. Take me to the burl quickly. Huh. Zen was momentarily stunned upon hearing Bartolomean Daishuan's words. Isn't the Wayland already a mole from the Rakshasa sect? He was always a traitor. Why mention this now? Bartolomean Daishian almost choked with frustration. This guy was really stupid. Can't he tell I'm trying to get him to bring me to the burl in the hall? Don't just stand there. Quickly take me there. Bartolomean Daishian roared, snapping Zen out of his thoughts. Oh, okay. Zen immediately reacted, carrying Bartolomean Daishian on his back and rushing towards the hall. The guard disciples looked at each other, puzzled by Duncan's actions. But it didn't matter. They'd leave it to the burl. Back to their posts. What's going on? On the way to the Pill Crucible sect hall, Zen asked slowly, unable to grasp Bartolomean Daishuan's intentions. The situation is worse than I thought. The Wayland betrayed the Rakshasa sect, and I learned about the Rakshasa sect moles within Pill Crucible sect from him. Don't be surprised when you hear this, Bartolomean Daishian warned, then relayed everything he learned from the Wayland to Zen. What? Zen stopped abruptly upon hearing Bartolomean Daishuan's words, nearly throwing him off his back. Goddamn it, steady up. Bartolomean Daishian blurted out. This guy was too clumsy. 2/3 of the disciples in Pill Crucible sect are moles from the Rakshasa sect? Zen spoke stiffly, clearly disbelieving. There's no mistake. The Wayland shared his memories with me, and this cannot be deceived. Bartolomean Daishian found it unbelievable too, but that was the reality. What should we do? Zen stared blankly at Bartolomean Daishian. Were they in Pill Crucible sect, or in Rakshasa sect now? Zen was thoroughly confused. We can't eliminate so many Rakshasa sect moles at once with our strength alone. First, we must deal with the burl and seize control of Pill Crucible sect. Then we use the sect's protective array to eradicate all Rakshasa sect moles. Bartolomean Daishian outlined his plan. He had anticipated the Rakshasa sect placing mini-moles within Pill Crucible sect to gain resources and technology, which was understandable. But he never imagined the extent. The Rakshasa sect had completely taken over Pill Crucible sect as if it were their branch. Note, Duncan, has been consistently used to align with the provided narrative context. Hashtag chapter 169. The Wayland betrayed. After listening to Rock's analysis, Zen finally calmed down. Although it was hard to believe such a thing could happen, if this was the reality, he had no choice but to accept it. Now, what he should do was to purge all remnants of the Rakshasa sect from the Danding sect. To achieve this, the first step was to deal with the Burl who held power. Alright, we can't afford to waste any more time. You will immediately take me to the Grand Hall and follow my signals accordingly. Understood? Yes. And one more thing, keep your wits about you. Don't ignore my hints without knowing what to do. Sorry. When Rock said this, Zen felt ashamed and lowered his head. He really didn't know what to do. His mind wasn't sharp enough, which was not the first time it had happened. Back when the Jagger was still in power, he often scolded Zen for not being smart enough and told him that he needed to work 10 times harder than others. Now that the Jagger was gone, there was no one to guide him, and he had to rely on himself. Zen clenched his fists. This time, no matter what, he would not be a burden to Rock. This was for avenging the Danding sect and the deceased Jagger who had once given him life. With this resolve, Zen felt invigorated. Under Zen's guidance, it took only a short while for Rock to return to the main hall of the Danding sect. To deceive the Burl, Rock put on an intense performance. Burl, something terrible has happened. Wayland betrayed us and even injured me. Please stand up for me. Rock shouted, his voice trembling as if in tears. The Burl immediately frowned. Things had escalated beyond his expectations. That cowardly Wayland dared to betray the Rakshasa sect and run away? It seemed he truly didn't want to live anymore. The Burl glanced at Zen beside Rock and slowly spoke, Kinwoo, please step aside. I'll handle this. No one who betrays the Danding sect will go unpunished. Speaking righteously, the Burl sounded like someone dedicated to the Danding sect, if not for Zen already knowing he was a Rakshasa sect spy. Zen looked at Rock, who gave him a subtle signal. After a brief hesitation, Zen understood. Rock wanted him to leave first. I understand. I'll leave this matter to you, Burl. I hate traitors the most. If you need help, don't hesitate to tell me. Or let me capture Wayland alive for you. How does that sound? When Zen made this statement, Rock was momentarily stunned. Oh, this dimwit was adding some drama of his own, but surprisingly, it worked well. His act fit Zen's character, ensuring the Burl wouldn't suspect anything. Haha, good. I won't hesitate to ask for your help if needed, Kinwoo. For now, there's another important task for you. Burl, command me. As long as I can do it, I'm willing to face any danger. Since Wayland has betrayed us, I must interrogate him. So, during this time, please ensure the sect's safety. Rest assured, Burl. As long as I live, no harm will come to the Danding sect, Zen promised, patting his chest confidently. Excellent. We need more people like you, Kinwoo. After hearing Zen's response, the Burl laughed heartily again, thinking how easily he was using this naive man. Most of the people Zen was supposed to protect were actually members of the Rakshasa sect. Imagining this, the Burl almost burst into laughter, but managed to suppress it, avoiding arousing suspicion. Once Zen left, the Burl turned serious, looking directly at Rock. What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail. Don't miss any part. Yes, Burl. Initially, Wayland and I planned to travel to the Tianhua Kingdom. Rock began recounting the events surrounding the Wayland's actions. He didn't embellish or hide anything, telling the truth, except for the part about the cooperation talks between the two later. Thus, Rock wasn't lying outright. He simply hadn't revealed everything. Fearful of death and becoming useless, afraid of the sect's punishment, so he chose to flee. The Burl clenched his fist, the bones cracking. He never imagined the Wayland would dare do such a thing. Did he think fleeing would absolve him of consequences? The Rakshasa sect had a specific tracking spell to prevent betrayal. If anyone defected and tried to escape, this method could quickly locate them. For betraying the Rakshasa sect, there's only one outcome, death. Lead me to the place where Wayland injured you and fled. Yes. Rock answered without hesitation. Inside, he was elated. It had worked. Earlier, he was worried that the Burl wouldn't leave the sect, forcing him to persuade. But now, the Burl volunteered to chase after Wayland. By luring him away from the Danding sect, Rock was confident he could defeat the Burl. Then, he could reclaim control of the Danding sect and completely cleanse it of the Rakshasa sect remnants. Chapter 170. Up to this point, Rock swallowed a pill given by the Burl to heal his injuries. After thoroughly examining it, he confirmed that the pill was harmless and ingested it. The pill's effectiveness was surprisingly good. Soon after consuming it, Rock's wounds were completely healed. Alright, now quickly lead me there. Yes, Burl. Rock put on a very obedient demeanor, showing utter compliance in front of the Burl. He would listen to whatever the Burl said. Soon, Rock led the Burl to the place where he had previously fought with the Wayland. Upon arrival, the Burl closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings before confidently declaring, no doubt about it, there are clear signs of a battle here. It seems the Wayland injured you here and then fled. The Burl spoke, hands clasped together, immediately starting to make seals. Rock wasn't worried about his identity being exposed because once outside the Pill Cauldron sect, the Wayland was already his prey. As the Burl continued making seals, a blue line soon appeared in the air, stretching into the distance. Wayland, you won't escape from the grasp of the Rakshasa sect. I want to see how far you can run. The Burl coldly remarked. Let's go. We're chasing him. Yes. Rock responded immediately. He didn't act immediately but chose to observe, mainly because this tracking technique used by the Burl was something he had never seen before. He was curious if such a method could really find the Wayland. Besides, the Burl was now firmly in his control, having no way to escape. With his cultivation revoked, the Wayland, Heian, was now just a regular human, albeit somewhat stronger than an average person. However, compared to cultivators, a regular human's pace was like that of a snail. It took only minutes for the Burl and Rock to catch up with the Whalen and intercept him directly. Ian, you dare betray the Raksha sect? It seems you think your life is too long. Burl? Upon seeing the Burl appear in front of him, Ian trembled and retreated several steps before steadying himself. He then looked at Rock standing behind the Burl. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Rock must have told the Burl about his betrayal. That was why the Burl came after him. Damn it, didn't you strip my cultivation already? Why bring the Burl to hunt me down? Why can't you leave me a way out? Ian angrily rebuked. If he still had his cultivation, he could at least try to struggle. But now, with his cultivation stripped and the Burl coming after him, there was no chance of escape. What did you say? After hearing Ian's words, the Burl frowned and examined Ian's cultivation. Indeed, as Ian had said, all his cultivation was gone, but he hadn't revoked it. So who was Ian talking to? Could it be? The Burl instantly realized the truth and turned to look at Rock, who no longer had the deferential expression but instead wore a smile of complete control. Whalen, rest assured, since I promised to spare you, I won't go back on my word. You may leave now. As for the Burl, let me deal with him. After all, you were merely the bait to lure the Burl. Your job is done. If you don't want to die, scram. Ian was furious but powerless. Now, as an ordinary human without cultivation, he had to endure whatever the other party said. Humph. In the end, unable to hold back his anger, Ian could only huff and quickly left the scene. What is going on? Duncan? No, you're not Duncan. Who exactly are you? The Burl was quite perceptive. Upon seeing Rock's unusual behavior, he understood that this person was not Duncan but someone impersonating him. Burl is truly astute. Unfortunately, you've realized it too late. Now, you're my caged bird, incapable of flying away. Rock said slowly, then raised his hand to set up a barrier. The barrier enveloped both him and the Burl like a massive birdcage. Barrier, humph, you don't think this can confine me, do you? The Burl looked at Rock but didn't rush to attack. Instead, he wanted to know who had been secretly opposing the Raksha sect all along. Since you think I'm caught in a trap, wouldn't you show me your true face? Sure. Let you die knowing the truth. Rock smiled slightly and removed his disguise. He calmly announced, I am Rock. Haha, truly unexpected. The one who has been disrupting our Raksha sect plans is so young. Bartolomew boy, do you know who you're messing with? The Burl was slightly startled by Rock's youthfulness. A young man like this had continuously thwarted their Raksha sect's plans. On what basis? The Burl pondered but couldn't come up with a definitive answer. However, this didn't matter anymore. In my eyes, today is when this affair ends. Now that I've revealed myself, I won't allow you to continue disrupting the Raksha sect's plans. Today, you will go no further. Is that so? We'll see about that. Rock looked at the Burl, fully prepared for the confrontation. Hashtag chapter 171. Surrender equals death. Brat, let me see what you can do. Don't be scared out of your wits. The Burl spoke directly, and a chain appeared in his hand. As the chain swirled, it created a powerful whirlwind laced with sharp sword auras. Anyone who touched it would undoubtedly be sliced apart effortlessly. Humph, old man, don't think that just because you've lived longer, you're stronger than me. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better out there. King didn't spare any politeness. If you want to make me look bad, then so be it. I'll make you look bad too. Let's see who is truly stronger. King drew his xuanhuan sword, pointing the blade at his target. The terrifying sword in tint erupted as soon as King held the xuanhuan sword, its shadow pressing menacingly toward the Burl. Facing King's aggressive attack, the Burl didn't hesitate. In an instant, he took the most secure defensive stance to avoid harm. Oh, just now you said you wanted me to see your might, and not to be scared out of my wits. What's going on now? Why are you taking a beating passively? King sneered coldly. Facing such an arrogant opponent, his strategy was simple. Be even more audacious. As long as he was wild enough, the other person's arrogance would become worthless and even laughable. Sure enough, upon hearing King's words, the Burl's face turned red with anger. It was clear that such taunting comments were unbearable for him. The more self-respecting one was, the easier they could be provoked by simple words. King, seeing the angry Burl, smiled inwardly and continued. Old man, don't you have those evil pills you've concocted? They can turn people into monstrous beings and boost their combat power. If you're really stuck, how about giving you a chance to take some? How does that sound? Stop jabbering. Next, I'll show you what true power is. The Burl spoke, and a layer of blue flames began to envelop the chain in his hand. Netherworld fire. As he spoke, blue fireballs followed his swinging chain and shot towards King continuously. This blue flame was different from ordinary flames. You couldn't feel its temperature. Instead, it was said to come from hell, constantly burning one's soul until it completely dissipated. The Burl didn't forget to explain this to King, clearly pleased to see his enemy looking so miserable. This guy dared to mock the Burl. There would be no mercy, only the cruelest punishments awaited. The chain in the Burl's hand behaved like a whip, always striking precisely. So, where's your big mouth now? You were all talk before, but now you're scurrying around like a rat. The Burl felt incredibly satisfied watching King struggle. After all, being deceived by a child had thoroughly ruined his reputation, though he never had much of one to begin with. Don't get ahead of yourself. I was just bored and decided to play along. Who knew you'd take it seriously? As King spoke, the xuanhuan sword formed a red sword shadow rapidly, sweeping away the Burl's attack in an instant. King's assault did not weaken. He continued to gather power, creating an ethereal sword shadow. The sword shadow slashed through the air, causing the surrounding space to warp grotesquely. If any part of the body were caught in this distortion, it would be crushed when the space returned to normal. The confined space within the boundary made it nearly impossible for the Burl to evade King's attacks. Damn, am I going to end up here like this? The Burl was shocked. The situation gave him an ominous feeling. While dodging King's attacks, he wasn't careful enough, and his arm was torn off by the spatial distortion, spurting blood instantly. Aya! The burl screamed in agony. He never imagined that one day he would suffer such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a junior. Now, can you still bark orders? King stood in midair, looking down at the burl with the demeanor of a victor. With one arm torn off by spatial distortion, continuing the fight was simply impossible. The burl should understand that. What do you say, burl? If you want to surrender, do it quickly. Time is running out for you. Surrender? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, the burl inexplicably burst into laughter. King looked puzzled. Did he say something amusing? King, you probably don't know yet. In the Rakshasa sect, surrender means death. By telling me to surrender, you're sentencing me to die. The burl roared in anger. At this point, he had to admit that King was exceptionally skilled, with formidable strength comparable to his own. Is it that serious? King had never heard of this rule before. The Rakshasa sect truly lived up to its name as an evil sect. Their rules were brutal. Surrender equaled death, meaning they fought to the bitter end. I admit you're strong, but you won't defeat me, because I still have my trump card, the burl said and reached into his robe, pulling out a small porcelain bottle. He then poured the contents of the bottle directly into his mouth. Chapter 172. Ultimate Counterattack. Indeed. In the end, you still choose to consume that evil elixir. Rock watched as the burl swallowed a pill from a small porcelain bottle and then spoke with a sigh. I admit, you are strong. But what of it? Even before my refined elixirs, you are no match for me. Don't speak so arrogantly, burl. The pills Duncan had were also made by you, right? Yet after consuming them, he was still killed by me. Rock's words pierced into the burl's heart like a sharp blade. The pain was overwhelming. All I gave him were defective products at best. But the pill I consumed is a masterpiece, a culmination of my work. Now, let me show you the power of this elixir. As the burl said this, his body began to change after swallowing the pill. First, his previously severed arm due to spatial distortion miraculously regenerated. Simultaneously, his body started demonizing, terrifying power enveloping the entire area in an instant. His physique expanded by about one circle, while a pair of bat-like wings grew on his back. Otherwise, he looked much like a normal human. Seeing the burl's transformation, Rock fell into deep thought. When Duncan took the pill earlier, his appearance changed drastically, becoming completely inhuman. By comparison, the burl's transformation seemed minor. His body expanded only slightly, his appearance even appearing younger, nearly unchanged from before. Apart from that, the noticeable addition was the hard wings on his back. Alright, now let's see how you taste my power. With that, the burl shot up into the air, his body instantly filled with terrifying power. His simple movement created speed too fast for the eye to follow. What? Rock was startled. Sensing a gust of wind coming towards him, he immediately blocked with the Crimson Sun sword without hesitation. The immense force transmitted through the sword left his arms numb. He flew backwards several steps before stabilizing himself. How powerful! My arms feel slightly numb. Rock was astounded. The power before him was far greater than what the burl had possessed earlier. These pills truly held miraculous power. If not for the fact that they induced demonic transformations, turning people into non-human monsters, Rock might have been tempted to try one himself to see how much stronger he could become. How do you feel? The burl noticed Rock's trembling arms, confirming that his strength had caught Rock off guard. Not bad at all, it doesn't hurt, and I can still move freely. Rock responded directly. He wouldn't give his opponent the satisfaction of seeing him struggle. Demonstrating his flexibility, he moved his arms to prove he was unharmed. Just pretending to be calm. Let's see how long you can hold out. The burl dived again, concentrating terrifying power into his fist. Instantly, a chilling aura surrounded Rock, freezing the space around him. Moving even a fraction became extremely difficult. Rock had no choice but to block once more with the Crimson Sun sword. This time, however, the White Dew sword flew out from behind him to join the defense. Terrifying sword intent radiated from both swords, combining to shield Rock. A loud explosion sent Rock flying backward. Despite the protection from the two swords, he still struggled with the burl's immense power. His already slightly numbed arms now felt entirely powerless. Damn it, his strength has increased way too much. Rock hurriedly retrieved some healing pills to restore his energy. If the other side could enhance themselves with pills, why couldn't he? Unfortunately, he lacked such pills that could instantly unleash terrifying power. Though I don't have those pills, I have other ways. Rock smiled. There are always more solutions than problems. Grasping the White Dew sword in one hand and the Crimson Sun sword in the other, he prepared his ultimate technique. Two swords combined, unmatched in the world. He began channeling and compressing the power of both swords to their utmost limit. The compressed sword momentum generated intense pressure, making the surrounding air heavy and breathing incredibly difficult. Fortunately, Rock had anticipated this and adopted the turtle breathing technique. However, the burl wasn't as lucky. The sudden increase in air pressure left him struggling, unsure of Rock's method. Never mind, strike first. The burl attacked once more. Striking first to avoid disaster might be the wise choice, but it wasn't necessarily correct in combat. Sometimes a well-timed counterattack could surprise the opponent. Rock focused on accumulating power, while the actual trigger would be the opponent's attack. Once they struck, his counterattack would unleash in an instant. As the burl attacked, the immense sword momentum Rock had accumulated exploded outward. The sheer force of the compressed power flattened the ground into a massive pit, creating cracks in the barrier that separated them. Had Rock not promptly repaired the cracks, the burl might have found a chance to escape. Chapter 173. This is impossible. The kin did not hesitate any further because continued hesitation would certainly lead to more complications. He felt the numbness in his hands and looked at the disheveled scene, unable to believe that his attack had been deflected by the other party. How is this possible? My strength has increased so much. Why are you still able to block my attacks? Facing King, the kin was extremely surprised. Looking at the figure before him, he felt a hint of fear. Logically speaking, He had transformed into a demon and possessed demonic power. How could an ordinary cultivator possibly withstand his attacks? Why are you so shocked? Didn't I already tell you before? Even if you take that pill and transform into a demon, it won't make any difference. Impossible. You must be at your last gasp now. In response to King's words, the Kin firmly said that while the opponent managed to block his first attack, there was no way they could block his second one. Impossible? If you don't want to believe it, then let's try once more. King slowly said. His Emiliano Yang sword began to gather momentum again, releasing terrifying power. Fine. If that's the case, I'll attack you one more time, and see if you can withstand my second attack. The Kin snorted coldly. There was no way he would admit that his strength was insufficient. It was even more impossible for him to admit that King, as a human, was more powerful than him after he transformed into a demon. Ultimate counterattack was a move he rarely used as it was too passive. However, when facing strong enemies and being unable to attack, using this defensive move was quite effective. The Kin gathered his strength in his palms, instantly condensing powerful energy into a mysterious pressure. Die! The Kin roared and immediately launched an attack on King. The terrifying force radiated instantly, quickly approaching King, with powerful energy surrounding and crushing towards him. Humph! When using ultimate counterattack, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more delighted King felt. The counter damage would be greater as the opponent's attack grew stronger. The two terrifying forces clashed again, exploding instantly. Fortunately, King had strengthened the barrier. Otherwise, such an explosive attack would have shattered it. If the Kin escaped at that moment, it would have been a huge loss for him. How is this possible? The Kin, feeling the pain in his palm, stared at King in shock. What exactly are you? An ordinary cultivator absolutely cannot possess such terrifying strength. The Kin asked, disbelief evident in his voice. He refused to believe that King was just an ordinary cultivator. How could such a horrifying thing exist? I'm just a passing righteous person. Seeing the actions of your Raksha sect, I couldn't help but intervene. King replied directly. Foul creature, you dare mock me? The Kin was furious, emitting a roar of anger that reverberated through the air, creating gusts that made King's eardrums ache slightly. I advise you not to waste your efforts. You are definitely no match for me. Surrender now, and I won't waste time killing you, King stated. To the Kin, this statement was undoubtedly psychologically devastating. Not finished yet. If you think I only have this much strength, you are sorely mistaken. As the Kin spoke, he unfurled the wings on his back, gathering terrifying power within them. As the power accumulated, the wings gradually retracted into his body. With the power condensed into his body, the Kin's form shrank, contrasting sharply with his previous state. Faced with the Kin's transformation, King felt a bit strange. Could that pill cause a second transformation in the body? Surprised, aren't you? You didn't expect me to have such a change, did you? The Kin snorted a few times, looking at King. However, he saw no sign of surprise in King's eyes, only indifference. It's just a minor transformation. What's so surprising about it? King scoffed. He had initially thought the Kin was about to unleash a major attack, making him cautious. But it turned out to be nothing significant. Just boasting. Next, I'll show you what true terror is. The Kin stretched his body, assuming a punching stance, his gaze fixed on King. In the next second, he struck, creating terrifying shadows with his fists. By the time King sensed danger, the Kin's fist was already right before him, unleashing immense force towards him. With no time to defend, the punch aimed straight for his chest. Oh no, there's no time to defend. King felt extremely uneasy. At this speed, he had no chance to react. Just then, White Dew's sword transformed into a streak of light, intercepting the Kin's punch in front of King's chest, deflecting the blow. With the eruption of terrifying power, King staggered back several steps before finally stabilizing himself. As the dust settled, the Kin, staring at the White Dew sword blocking his path, felt a wave of astonishment. To think he could block my attack with just a flying sword, the Kin felt as if he were in a dream. Having taken the pill to transform into a demon, why was he unable to do anything to King? His attacks were all effortlessly countered. Chapter 174. Need help? You really should thank me properly. Eric's voice echoed in Rock's mind, boasting proudly. If not for its timely protection, Rock could have truly been injured. Sure. This time I owe it all to you. It was my mistake to underestimate the opponent. Rock replied. He genuinely owed much to Eric this time. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. Looking at the startled Kin Grandmaster, Rock had not expected that after merely undergoing a second transformation, his strength had increased so significantly. The effect of that pill was terrifying indeed. Kin Grandmaster, I'm getting bored. Let's end this early. Rock took a deep breath. Having underestimated him once, he vowed not to repeat that mistake. He tightened his grip on the Emiliano Yang, and intense killing intent flickered in his eyes. Slash through the sky. The Emiliano Yang in Rock's hand conjured up a phantom blade, and a fearsome sword intent instantly spread out. The blade shimmered as it slashed towards the Kin Grandmaster. This time, Rock did not hold back. He had reserved his full power previously to avoid drawing too much attention. However, now that they were alone and with the significant boost in the Kin Grandmaster's strength, he couldn't afford to be reckless any longer. The phantom blade generated an overpowering force. Facing the incoming attack, the Kin Grandmaster blocked with both hands, fighting with all his might. He refused to believe that Rock was stronger than himself, transformed into a demon. This is absolutely impossible. The Kin Grandmaster shouted, summoning immense power around his body to withstand Rock's assault head-on. Foolish decision. Seeing the Kin Grandmaster choose to receive the attack head-on, Rock sneered. Does he think he's really that powerful? To face such an attack without dodging was audacious. Fine, let me show him what overconfidence means, and what regret feels like. The sword intent intensified, pouring out a terrifying amount of energy like a colossal tidal wave crashing down on the Kin Grandmaster. Rock's strike cleaved solidly into the Kin Grandmaster's body. The powerful impact crushed the Kin Grandmaster into the ground, forming a huge fissure on the surface. Not bad, resilient, Rock remarked. His blow had not been insignificant, yet it was surprisingly deflected by the Kin Grandmaster. Strong, very strong. Though I no longer underestimate you, your power still exceeds my expectations. Just taking one pill gave such a tremendous boost. Honestly, if that pill didn't turn people into demons, I'd be tempted to try one myself. Rock mused aloud, feeling somewhat envious. If consuming a single pill could provide such strength, what was the point of cultivation? This was something Rock couldn't help pondering. Humph. No need for your sarcastic remarks, the Kin Grandmaster retorted coldly, leaping up from the ground. I must admit, initially, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your power to be so formidable. Without that pill, I definitely wouldn't be your match. From now on, I will hold nothing back. You are an opponent worth giving everything against. Rock watched the Kin Grandmaster and realized from the start that he hadn't revealed his full strength. Well, shall I say it's an honor? Rock sneered. I'll see how long your confidence lasts. Without the pill, I would never have been your match. But things are different now. The pill has enhanced more than just my strength and speed. With these words, the Kin Grandmaster began his offensive, making hand seals. Phantom demons of the netherworld. As he spoke, darkness enveloped the area, blue flames erupting around him before forming numerous ghostly figures. A horrifying aura filled the entire barrier almost instantaneously. Prepare to be devoured by these ghosts. The Kin Grandmaster laughed wickedly, commanding the ghosts to attack Rock. Sword shadows follow. Rock swung the Emiliano Yangjian, releasing hundreds of sword shadows that crisscrossed into a vast web covering the whole barrier, piercing through every ghost shadow. However, being mere illusions, they suffered no damage. Rock was surprised but quickly calmed down, devising a response. The Kin Grandmaster's attack was spiritual, targeting his soul rather than his body. Being consumed by the ghosts would inflict excruciating pain on his spirit. Since it was a mental attack, Rock needed his black sword to counter it. Without hesitation, he drew the black sword. However, the Kin Grandmaster launched a direct attack simultaneously. How do you deal with this situation? Damn it! Rock retreated, holding the black sword in one hand and the Emiliano Yangjian in the other, struggling to fend off both the Kin Grandmaster and the ghostly attacks. For the first time, I see you so flustered. Need help? Eric's voice resounded in Rock's mind. Yes. Quickly, help block the Kin Grandmaster. Engaging both the Kin Grandmaster and the ghostly attacks was proving overwhelming. Handling one meant risking an ambush from the other. Alright then, here I come. Hearing Rock's plea, Eric flew out enthusiastically, positioning itself between Rock and the Kin Grandmaster. Hashtag Chapter 175, White Dew Sword Array. The Kin will be temporarily in your hands. Once I deal with these ghostly shadows, I'll come over to assist you immediately. Rest assured, I'll show this fellow just how formidable I am. King and White Dew Sword communicated telepathically. Their communication was through mental transmission, so they did not speak aloud, and outsiders naturally couldn't hear their conversation. The Colin looked at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock. Your mental power is incredibly strong. Even under the dual pressure of both my attacks and the ghostly shadows, you can still allocate part of your mind to control a flying sword. The Colin was astonished. Was the person before him really human? You're too kind. Next, let this flying sword be your opponent. What did you say? Upon hearing King's words, the Colin felt disrespected. How ridiculous. Do you think controlling a flying sword can stop me? Speak after you've broken through the flying sword's blockade. It's not too late, King said with a smile. He had witnessed the might of the White Dew Sword and knew it had existed for countless ages, accumulating power that could face any formidable enemy. With White Dew Sword handling the Colin, King could easily handle the ghostly shadows within the boundary. He gripped the black sword tightly, showing no hesitation as he immediately charged at the ghostly shadows in front of him. Just as King had anticipated, the moment the black sword made contact with the shadows, they vanished without a trace. King's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the boundary, eradicating the ghostly shadows one by one. On the other side, the Colin was completely contained by White Dew Sword, unable to break through its defense. How is this possible? It's just a flying sword. How can it possess such terrifying power? Is this person's mental power truly that formidable? The Colin was shocked. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't shake White Dew Sword even slightly. Its strength was untouchable, like a mythical pillar holding the sea in place. Despite the Colin's intelligence, he couldn't imagine that the power of White Dew Sword wasn't tied to King's mental strength, but possessed its own consciousness. But it wasn't his fault. In the entire lower realm, all flying swords were controlled manually. A flying sword's strength depended not only on its grade, but also on the controller's mental power. If someone told him in the lower realm that a flying sword could have its own consciousness and move freely, most would think he was joking. Sword Array, activate. The White Dew Sword stood upright, and in an instant, thousands of sword shadows separated from its body, forming an array that surrounded the Colin. How is this possible? The Colin stared in disbelief, amazed that while King was dealing with the ghostly shadows, he could still control the flying sword to form such a powerful array. Is he even human? This is beyond what any human should be capable of doing. The Colin gritted his teeth. What kind of opponent was he facing? No, this must be bluffing. The sword array looks intimidating, but likely has no real power. It's probably just a paper tiger that can be easily breached. The Colin took a deep breath, trying to comfort himself with this thought. He clenched his fists and charged straight at the sword array, the powerful impact colliding with it fiercely. There was a loud boom, and the entire array shook, but it only trembled for a moment, sustaining no damage from the attack. It remained unyieldingly strong. How can this be? Impossible. The Colin struggled to speak, seemingly struck by fear. He took another deep breath, raised his fists once more, and unleashed a torrent of strikes with terrifying force and speed against the sword array. Is that all you've got? White Dew Sword suddenly spoke up. What? Hearing White Dew Sword's voice left the Colin stunned. He seemed to be hallucinating. It's me talking to you, idiot. Since emerging, I've only chatted with King, never anyone else. You're the first. White Dew Sword spoke calmly, often communicating with King and his disciples. Communicating with the Colin now excited it. Since the Colin would ultimately die here, White Dew Sword wasn't worried about revealing its secret. You, a sword, can talk? The Colin's face was incredulous. How could a sword have human-like consciousness? This was impossible. Look at you, so surprised. You really haven't seen much. Are you fit to be a Colin if this shocks you? Your Azura sect seems short on talent, White Dew Sword mocked, having learned King's skill in taunting. You. Everyone has their dignity. Having it trampled upon enraged him. The Colin no longer cared about the talking sword and focused on one thing. Breaking the flying sword into scrap metal. Roar. He unleashed a beast-like roar and furiously pounded the sword array again, each strike echoing like thunder, causing pain in the ears. You've been attacking me continuously. It's unfair to me. Now, I'll also take my turn. Try to stay alive. If you die too easily, it'll be boring, White Dew Sword said with a chuckle, its voice carrying a laugh despite being a sword. ####Chapter 176, truly a demon sword. The sword formation surrounding the Colin was divided into 2 layers, each consisting of over 100 flying swords. These swords simultaneously pointed at the Colin and then launched an attack like a torrent of raindrops, directly assaulting him. The lightning-fast sword shadows attacked from all directions, leaving the Colin no room to evade. The power of the White Dew Sword formation was terrifying. After transforming into a demon, the Colin's defense became almost impenetrable. Even King's strikes could not easily breach it. However, under the White Dew Sword formation, his defenses were easily shattered. His skin began to show bloody slashes, with blood dripping down his body slowly. This can't be. How is this possible? The Colin was shocked. He crossed his arms in front of his body to protect himself, curling up mid-air to avoid further harm from the White Dew Sword formation. Meanwhile, the White Dew Sword seemed to deliberately avoid striking vital parts of the Colin, as if playing a game. King quickly eliminated all the ghostly figures within the barrier. Looking at the scene before him, he didn't know what to say. The once overpowering Colin now appeared like a helpless turtle, passively enduring blows. Truly formidable. King couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the White Dew Sword was an ancient demon sword, possessing such terrifying power that calling it a divine weapon was not an exaggeration. No wonder it was treasured by the sword sect and kept sealed. Such a powerful demon sword wasn't something just anyone could control. Hey, what's the point of cowering like that? Come and attack me. Otherwise, this is too boring. The White Dew Sword arrogantly exclaimed. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a demon sword. This isn't about control. This thing has a bloodthirsty nature. If it can't be restrained, it will surely become a fearsome entity, King thought silently. The terror of the White Dew Sword far exceeded his imagination. Facing it, the Colin, who had transformed into a demon, seemed powerless, like a child unable to resist. How hateful, how hateful, how hateful. When have I ever been so humiliated? The Colin curled up to protect his vital spots, filled with anger and hatred. As the Colin of the Alchemy Pill sect and a mole for the Rakshasa sect, he was always revered. Yet now he was being beaten like a turtle. How could he accept this? Damn it! The Colin roared angrily, unfolding his body and re-emerging his wings. A powerful force formed a protective shield around him, repelling all sword shadows. Yes, that's more like it. Come and attack me. The White Dew Sword goaded him, treating the Colin like a toy, enjoying his struggle. What a vile character, King commented. However, this might be perfect for dealing with someone like the Colin. Evil must sometimes be fought with evil. Seeing this, King stood calmly in midair, observing the scene with interest. Break! The Colin roared, brandishing a large crimson sword that seemed forged from his own blood. The massive sword unleashed terrifying power, slamming into the White Dew Sword formation. With a tremendous boom, cracks began to appear in the otherwise formidable formation, and the Colin's eyes turned a deep crimson. He intensified his strength, stabbing the large sword into the cracks like a sharp spike. Cracks spread rapidly through the formation, and with a crisp sound, the entire sword formation shattered. I want to see just how much you've got left. Show me everything. The Colin's eyes were bloodshot, seemingly devoid of reason. In an instant, he teleported right before King, swinging the crimson sword at his face. Humph! King coldly snorted. Without the interference of those ghostly figures, he wasn't afraid. Channeling all his power, a strong energy surge focused on the Red Sun Sword, meeting the Colin's blade head-on. The clash between the Red Sun Sword and the large sword distorted the space around them. Sword energy raged uncontrollably, shaking the surrounding barrier, which was on the verge of collapse. Die! The Colin raged, completely losing rationality. His sword continuously struck King's Red Sun Sword with terrifying force. Truly tedious. White Dew! King called out, having lost patience. Hearing the call, the White Dew Sword stabbed directly at the Colin from behind. At that moment, the Colin's focus was entirely on King, unaware of the White Dew Sword piercing his back. Ugh! The White Dew Sword penetrated the Colin's heart, causing him to spew blood. His offensive halted, and the redness in his eyes gradually faded. Not possible, impossible. Why so easily? The Colin couldn't believe it, wondering why he had failed so easily. Why was this person so powerful? Was he sent by heaven to counter the Rakshasa sect? Blood gushed from his mouth, but he remained conscious. The White Dew Sword's attack hadn't killed him outright. King slowly approached, placing a hand on his forehead. What do you want to do? He asked fearfully. Do? Naturally, to search your soul. King replied. To stop the Rakshasa sect, more intelligence was needed. Therefore, soul searching was essential. He wanted to know exactly how much information the colon possessed. Chapter 177. Death is not too much to pay. Extracting the soul, something that anyone would find impossible to accept. Because once your soul is extracted, you will no longer have any secrets. In others' eyes, you'll be completely exposed. I advise you to give up. Opposing our Rakshasa sect will not end well for you. The Burl struggled, attempting to use the might of the Rakshasa sect to intimidate King into retreating. Unfortunately for him, if King could be easily intimidated, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths against the Rakshasa sect. King gazed at the Burl and spoke slowly. Do you think I fear your Rakshasa sect? If I did, I wouldn't be standing before you. Faced with this, the Burl had no rebuttal. It was true. If King truly feared the Rakshasa sect, how could he possibly carry out so many actions against them? I'd rather die than let you extract my soul. The Burl, struggling, closed his lips tightly without hesitation, his energy receding back to his dantian like an ebbing tide. Wishing to end it all? Sadly, even suicide is a luxury beyond your reach before me. King calmly reached out and tapped the Burl's dantian, sending a surge of true chi into the elder's body to protect it. No matter how much the Burl's strength surged, it wouldn't endanger his life. Realizing this, the Burl crumbled. He had no other recourse now. Damn it. He couldn't believe he'd meet his downfall here, and such a devastating one. Enough, let's see what knowledge you possess. King said as he pressed his hand on the Burl's forehead. A terrifying force surged into the elder's mind, forcefully stripping away his soul consciousness from his body. Soul extraction was extremely cruel. Unless done willingly, it was akin to slow slicing torture, but affecting the spirit instead of the flesh. Just kill me quickly. The Burl roared helplessly, writhing in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. As the Burl's soul was stripped away, King began delving into his consciousness, probing its contents. He witnessed the entire life of the Burl, from birth to joining the Rakshasa sect, being sent to infiltrate the Danding sect due to his outstanding performance. The acts shocked even King. The Burl was an arch-villain. There were no justifications or extenuating circumstances, just sheer malice. Great evil deserving death, King judged after reviewing the Burl's memories. Since assuming the role of Burl in the Danding sect, he had used his position to admit Rakshasa sect disciples under the guise of recruitment. This led to over 2/3 of the Danding sect being Rakshasa sect spies. Thinking of this sent chills down King's spine. It was terrifying. Having reviewed all the memories, King returned the soul to the Burl's body. However, due to the severe damage from the soul extraction, the Burl remained unresponsive even with his consciousness back. What do we do with him? He's too dangerous to leave alive. Might as well send him to the heavens. King glanced at the Burl lying on the ground and slowly spoke. Without hesitation, he thrust the red sun sword into the elder's heart again, crushing his heart pulse and ending his life. After disposing of the Burl, King searched his body and found a rectangular token. One side bore a lotus flower with the character Dan, while the other side depicted a furnace cauldron. Seems this is the Danding sect's token. With this, I should be able to activate the sect's formation. King pondered, transformed into the Burl using disguise techniques, then incinerated the corpse, leaving only ash. Who would recognize the deception? With everything set, King headed back to the Danding sect. Burl. Back at the sect, his disguise was perfect. Everyone greeted him respectfully as the Burl. Greetings, Burl, Zen said upon seeing King in disguise, startled and incredulous. Did King fail? Was he killed by the Burl? Zen clenched his fists tighter, itching to attack the imposter before him. Wu Qin, please follow me to the main hall. Yes, sir. Zen gritted his teeth, but replied respectfully. Following King to the Danding sect's main hall. Why do you look so enraged, Wu Qin? King asked, amused by Zen's angry expression, adopting the tone of the Burl. #### Chapter 178. The best choice. I am furious because the betrayal of Wayland to our Danding sect is simply too outrageous. Zen slowly replied. Despite not truly feeling this way, he had no other choice at this moment. He was alone and stood no chance against Burl. If he acted rashly now, there would be no future opportunities for him. Is that so? King felt amused and continued. I thought Kinwu was upset because you knew I was a mole from the Rakshasa sect. What? Upon hearing those words from Burl's mouth, Zen froze. How did Burl know about this? Could it be? A horrifying thought crossed Zen's mind. Since Burl had returned, King must have been dealt with by Burl, who then found out about his involvement. Damn it, if that were the case, he couldn't continue hiding. What should he do? Fight Burl now? Or flee and seek help from another sect? Zen was lost in thought. The situation was dire. He didn't know how to react. Ha ha ha. King laughed heartily, reverting to his original voice. Zen, don't worry. I was only joking. Why are you so tense? Hearing King's voice, Zen momentarily lost focus. Did he just mishear? He stared blankly at Burl, unsure, and asked, You are King? Yes, it's me. King nodded. His disguise was impressive. Even Zen couldn't tell the difference. That's great. I thought you were killed by Burl. Zen said, a hint of tears in his voice. Just kidding. My strength won't let Burl defeat me. But Burl. He's already dead. Before killing him, I used soul search on him, learning all the details. About the Danding sect Berkeley, I can only say it's very unfortunate. He has. King stopped short, but Zen understood without further words. Though usually not very bright, he was surprisingly clear-minded this time. Follow me. King led Zen to the secluded chamber where the Danding sect Berkeley had been meditating. Dust covered the entire room. In the middle, an emaciated old man sat cross-legged, barely more than skin and bones, a pitiful sight. Berkeley. Seeing the old man, Zen burst into tears and knelt before the body. Berkeley, Zen, swear to avenge you. I will destroy the Rakshasa sect. Kneeling before the Danding sect Berkeley's body, Zen pointed to the sky and swore, "Thank you, king. If you hadn't shown up in time, we might still be pawns of the Rakasa sect." Zen expressed his gratitude. Thanks to King, Danding sect had turned things around. Now isn't the time for thanks. We need to cleanse all Rakasa sect remnants within the sect, said King. You're right. I'll use their souls to honor Berkeley's spirit. Zen spoke solemnly, devoid of his usual brashness. King smiled approvingly. People grow after experiencing certain events. If King Zen hadn't grown after such turmoil, King would be deeply disappointed. Now, Zen could assume the mantle as the new leader of Danding sect. As for taking over Danding sect himself, King had no interest in such a complex matter. Zen, here is your sect token. I retrieved it from Burl. Take it. The revival of Danding sect rests on you from now on. King handed over the token to Zen. This? Zen hesitated and didn't immediately take the token. What's wrong? Seeing Zen's hesitation, King asked curiously, do I really have the ability to lead Danding sect? I lack your formidable strength and the Berkeley's vast knowledge. Can someone like me truly manage? Zen doubted himself. The current state of Danding sect was precarious. Cleansing the sect of Rakasa sect remnants would hasten its decline. Reviving it would be immensely difficult. Why don't you become the new Danding sect Berkeley instead? Huh. King was taken aback. He looked uncertainly at Zen, asking, are you serious? We're acquaintances, yet you trust me enough to hand over your cherished sect? I precisely value Danding sect, which is why I make this request. I know my limitations. Compared to you, I'm far inferior. Leading and protecting Danding sect is impossible for me. So King, please help us. Zen spoke sincerely. Knowing his capabilities, he believed this was the best and most correct choice for Danding sect. ###Chapter 179, Cleansing the Danding sect. Rock fell silent as Zen spoke these words. Zen, it's not that I am unwilling to comply with your request. It's just that I have some complications. Rock sighed, unsure how to explain. After all, he still held the titles of leader of Jianzong and New Tao Zong. If he were to take on another title, this time as the leader of Danding Zong, it would certainly complicate matters greatly. Friend Bartolomean, whatever difficulties you may face, please speak directly. I will accept them, Zen said. The situation is this. I am still the leader of Jianzong and New Tao Zong. After a moment's thought, Rock decided to tell the truth. Both Jianzong and New Tao Zong had experiences similar to Danding Zong, so when they asked him to be their leader, he agreed. I see. Since you could agree to lead Jianzong and New Tao Zong, why can't you do the same for us? Zen countered. Caught off guard by this question, Rock found himself at a loss for words. Friend Bartolomean, you must help me. All right, I understand. Rock had no choice. He looked at Zen and asked, would you mind if I merge Danding Zong with Jianzong into one sect? Why? Upon hearing this, Zen appeared puzzled and slowly inquired. After I clean out the remnants of Luo Sha Zong within Danding Zong, its overall strength will drop significantly, and its number of disciples will drastically decrease. It won't be able to support a single sect. So, I think merging the two sects into a new one is the best solution. I see. Zen nodded after listening to Rock's explanation. As Rock had stated, the remaining disciples of Danding Zong could not support the sect's operations. To ensure Danding Zong's survival, a merger was necessary. I understand. To preserve the current state of Danding Zong, I believe the former patriarch would also choose this path. After brief deliberation, Zen made his decision. Very well. Zen, your assistance will be needed moving forward. Yes. The matter was settled quickly. Immediately after making this decision, Rock used a secret message to contact the elders of Jianzong and inform them of his plan. The elders of Jianzong did not oppose Rock's decision. You are the patriarch. We will proceed according to your decision. All the elders of Jianzong unanimously voiced their agreement, showing no dissatisfaction with the merger between Jianzong and Danding Zong. With all decisions made, Rock, using his authority as the Grand Elder, summoned all the disciples of Danding Zong. Greetings, Burl. All the disciples of Danding Zong gathered in the square before the main hall. How do we distinguish which disciples are Luo Sha Zong spies? Zen whispered to Rock. 2/3 of the disciples here were indeed spies from Luo Sha Zong, but externally, they looked no different from ordinary Danding Zong disciples, making it difficult to identify them. It's simple. Just reveal my true identity. Rock smiled, then activated the protective array using the sex token, addressing all the disciples on the square. Fellow members, our great mission is complete. The patriarch of Danding Zong is dead. From now on, Danding Zong will belong entirely to Luo Sha Zong. Cheer, disciples of Luo Sha Zong. Spreading his arms wide, Rock scanned the crowd. A few seconds later, cheers erupted. Great. Long live Burl. Long live Luo Sha Zong. Long live Luo Sha Zong. Long live Burl. In that moment, all of Danding Zong plunged into a celebration as the Luo Sha Zong spies fully believed Rock's words and relaxed their guard. Meanwhile, the genuine Danding Zong disciples looked shocked and bewildered. What was happening? Why were they cheering for Luo Sha Zong, an evil sect? Rock's spirit covered the entire square, watching every disciple's move. Excellent. All hidden spies are exposed now. Rock smiled, raised his hand, and triggered the protective array. Swords followed his command, striking down those who cheered for Luo Sha Zong. Instantly, the square turned into a battlefield. Those who moments ago were celebrating were swiftly eliminated by the array. Blood splattered across the square. The remaining disciples of Danding Zong were utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. Blood painted the entire square red. Fellow disciples of Danding Zong, there's no need to panic. Those who died were not from our sect. Revealing his true self, Rock faced the bewildered disciples. They were spies planted by Luo Sha Zong. Their deaths mean nothing. Luo Sha Zong infiltrated our sect, murdered our patriarch. Rock did not hide any truths. He believed the disciples deserved to know. Moreover, executing 2/3 of the disciples, though justified as spies, was too large an action to keep hidden. Only after Rock explained did the disciples slowly understand. So that's what happened. From this moment on, I will serve as the patriarch of Danding Zone. I swear to avenge the previous patriarch and eradicate Luo Sha Zone completely. Rock's voice resonated with authority. Facing the remaining disciples, none dared to object. They feared becoming like those who had been killed. What if they ended up the same way as the Luo Sha Zone spies? No one dared take that risk. Chapter 180. The merger of two sects. Being the sect leader is truly a very troublesome matter. Rock, seated in the position of sect leader, looked at various reports before him and couldn't help but sigh. Had he known it would be like this, he should have outright refused Zen's offer. Why should he take on the role of leader of the Pill Cauldron sect? It's really maddening. The documents were mostly submitted by disciples under him, detailing personnel shortages after rooting out the Raksha sect spies. Now, all key positions within the Pill Cauldron sect were unmanned, making operations difficult. However, Rock had anticipated such outcomes, and thus proposed merging with the Sword sect. After about a day, an elder from the Sword sect arrived at the Pill Cauldron sect. Jagger, are you really going to move the entire Sword sect to the Pill Cauldron sect? The elder slowly asked, as the Sword sect was established long ago, its location carefully chosen by previous leaders. Moving everyone to the Pill Cauldron sect was psychologically challenging for them. Why not? The Pill Cauldron sect is the state religion of Tianhua Kingdom. There exists a unique mystic fire here which could improve the quality of magical artifacts when used in their creation. Moreover, I'm not asking you to abandon your original base. Some elders and disciples will remain to guard it, Rock explained. I see. I understand. Upon hearing Rock's explanation, the elder nodded. This was acceptable. Under Rock's lead, the merger began between the two sections. Though it seemed smooth, conflicts inevitably erupted among the disciples. Rock knew he needed a way to unite the disciples of both sections. Both groups were somewhat dissatisfied with Rock leading two sections. Why should a stranger lead their sect? What if he was a spy? That would mean surrendering their sect. This concern was prevalent among many disciples. Jagger, the merger went well, but there are still conflicts among disciples and dissatisfaction towards you. How should we handle this? Yes, Jagger, if we can't resolve this, even though we've merged, the sect won't last. Jagger, do you have any solutions? Rock listened to the elder's concerns, feeling equally helpless. He also wanted a good solution but had yet to find one. Aha, I've got it. After some thought, Rock found a solution. Jagger, what is your idea? All the elders immediately inquired upon Rock's words. If this worked, the merger would face no issues. How about organizing a grand event? We'll pair Pill Cauldron sect and Sword sect disciples through a draw. Each pair will compete in tasks, and winners will receive rewards from the sect. What do you think? Rock slowly proposed his plan. Hearing this, the elders considered its feasibility. One feasible method is having disciples from both sects cooperate during the event. This will foster mutual understanding and friendship, removing barriers among them, a Sword sect elder said approvingly. Indeed, cooperation for rewarding prizes would highlight strengths and promote unity. If it goes smoothly, the merger will naturally succeed. The elders agreed, praising Rock's ingenuity. Truly worthy of being Jagger. Yes, such brilliance. Alright, stop complimenting and get it done. Yes. Following Rock's order, the elders immediately acted. Soon, the disciples received notice. To celebrate the merger of Pill Cauldron sect and Sword sect, a grand league competition will commence. All disciples can participate. Disciples from both sects will pair up through a draw, completing tasks to earn points. The highest scoring team wins and receives sect rewards. Top 10 scoring teams also get generous rewards. Despite initial complaints, once they saw the rewards, the disciples quickly participated in the drawing. The rewards were too tempting to resist. ##### Chapter 181. Until we meet again. The situation was progressing very smoothly. Under King's arrangements, despite the initial resistance from some disciples due to the tempting rewards, both Jin sect and Danding sect's disciples eventually chose to participate in this competition. Berkeley, your method is truly ingenious. That's right. This plan is absolutely perfect. Initially, the disciples had some reservations, but as they got to know each other better, they became quite understanding and cooperative. Following this trend, I believe it won't be long before the disciples of both sects eliminate their mutual estrangement. Yes, indeed. Berkeley is really amazing, the elders praised one after another. Such a strategy was beyond their imagination, no matter how hard they tried. But with just a bit of brainstorming, the sect master came up with such an impressive method. They couldn't help but admire him, while also feeling fortunate about their choice, appointing King as their new sect master. This decision ensured they had such a capable and intelligent leader. They believed that under King's leadership, the merged sects would gradually regain strength and reach their former peak. Since things are going smoothly, my task here is done. From now on, it's up to you elders to handle the situation. The matters concerning Raksha sect haven't been resolved yet. Many sects remain under Raksha sect's control, and I can't wait for the conference to end. I hope you elders understand. King slowly said. The situation wasn't over yet. Raksha sect's plan was still ongoing. Though he had disrupted part of their plans, he knew it wasn't enough to shake Raksha sect. According to King's speculation, Raksha sect had been preparing this scheme for a long time. To completely destroy it, he needed to root out Raksha sect entirely. Otherwise, even if he cleared all the Raksha spies planted within the righteous sects, it wouldn't affect Raksha sect at all. That goes without saying. Berkeley has bigger things to deal with. We understand this more than anyone else. That's right. We understand Berkeley's decision. The righteous sects are waiting for Berkeley to save them. Berkeley, rest assured, we will guard the rear for you. Upon hearing King's words, the elders immediately responded. They were well aware of what was most important. Berkeley, focus on your mission. If you need our help, don't hesitate to ask. No matter the obstacles, we will do whatever it takes to assist you. No matter what, the elders chorused. They had received King's help, and if he needed their strength in the future, they would certainly do their utmost to support him. Alright, I'll remember that. If I need your help later, I won't hold back, King replied directly. After briefing them on some matters, King left Danding sect and headed for Tianhua Kingdom. The current state of Tianhua Kingdom had returned to normal, and there were no longer any inspections for outsiders. King returned to his inn, where Rosa and others immediately asked upon seeing him, "Is everything settled?" "Yes, it's all over," King replied calmly, looking at Rosa and Winifred. Solving this issue hadn't taken too long, but for King, it felt like an eternity. "So, what's next?" Winifred asked. Since Heavenly Cold Sect, they had started moving southward, reaching the Central Plains, which had many sections. If they wanted to resolve all these issues, it would take a considerable amount of time. King pondered. He understood the problem. Helping each sect individually seemed inefficient. But what was the alternative? Directly attacking Raksha sect wasn't feasible. The consequences were unknown. He could confirm that Raksha sect had some connection with demons, though he wasn't clear on the specifics. He had performed a soul search on the Burl but didn't get any significant information. The spies were simply following orders, not knowing the true purpose. The nearest sect to Danding sect was Fenghu sect, a mid-sized sect among many similar ones across eastern continent. One step at a time. Let's head to Fenghu sect first. Raksha sect must be planning something by now. They can't just watch us disrupt their plans. Fortunately, his identity remained undiscovered, allowing him to act in secret, ready to counter Raksha sect's moves. Agreed. No one objected to King's decision. Just as King was preparing to depart, a call stopped him in his tracks. Gabriella? King looked towards the source of the voice, surprised to encounter Gabriella again. Wasn't she searching for her father's soul? Weren't you? I was just leaving. I've placed my brother on the throne, so now I can seek my father's soul with peace of mind. I see. Where are you heading next? We plan to go to Fenghu sect. The issues at Danding sect have been resolved, so you can rest assured. Then, until we meet again? Yes, until we meet again. Gabriella's path was different from theirs. They were heading in opposite directions. After bidding farewell, King led Rosa and others toward Fenghu sect, while Gabriella embarked on her journey to find her father's soul. Chapter 182. Isaiah. Berkeley. Things are not looking good. All of our undercover operatives in the Pill Cauldron sect have been completely eliminated. Inside the Raksha sect, the Colin approached the Berkeley and reported. What happened? We lost contact with all our undercover operatives in the Pill Cauldron sect. Furthermore, we detected that the Pill Cauldron sect activated their protective sect array, and they've merged with the Sword sect. Therefore, all our operatives in the Pill Cauldron sect have been wiped out. The Colin explained to the Berkeley. The current situation was beyond his imagination. Originally, their plan should have remained undisclosed, but an unknown figure had emerged, seemingly intent on thwarting the Raksha sect. After the Heavenly Cold sect, the undercover operatives he placed in other sects were also successively cleared out. Most were now out of the Raksha sect's control, which would undoubtedly affect their plans significantly. The Berkeley of the Raksha sect remained silent, saying nothing in response to the Colin's report. But his silence only made the Colin more anxious. He knew a storm was brewing. Why has it come to this? The Berkeley coldly questioned, a hint of killing intent in his voice. His entire plan was in disarray. If this continued, it would delay his success, something he could not allow. Berkeley, I don't know either. Don't know? The Berkeley of the Raksha sect raised his hand and unleashed a hurricane, sending the Colin flying. A mere, I don't know can solve all problems? Think of ways to address this predicament. Yes. Facing the enraged Berkeley, the Colin dared not speak further and merely nodded repeatedly. Yet, how could he find a solution when even his earlier support efforts had failed, nearly leaving him behind in the Divine Strategy sect and losing a demon heart? That time, the Berkeley hadn't blamed him, but the anger must have festered, erupting now. Have you thought of a solution? The Berkeley slowly asked. Well, not yet. The Colin stammered, knowing the Berkeley was still angry, and answered timidly, fearing another blow. Useless fool. Go and gather all the kins here immediately. Ah. What? Didn't you understand what I just said? No, I'll gather all the kins right away. The Colin didn't dare protest against the Berkeley, responding hastily before rushing out of the Grand Hall to summon the other kins. It wasn't long before the Colin gathered all the kins within the Raksha sect in the Grand Hall. Berkeley, did you call us for some task? Berkeley, do you have any assignments for me? I guarantee I will complete them with all my effort. As soon as the kins arrived, they began vying for attention. The Colin inwardly scoffed at their antics, thinking they were merely trying to gain favor with the Berkeley. Kins, are you all clear about the current predicaments facing the Raksha sect? The Berkeley slowly asked, without directly stating his purpose, wanting to see if these kins truly cared for the Raksha sect. Of course, recently all our undercover operatives in other sects have been gradually eliminated, severely impacting our plans. While others were still stunned, a young kin stepped forward. He looked quite young, perhaps only in his mid-20s. Oh, what is your name? The Berkeley looked at the young man, recognizing only the Colin among all the kins, who left little impression otherwise. My name is Isaiah, Berkeley. I am a newly promoted kin. Isaiah spoke respectfully, though pride still gleamed beneath his respectful demeanor. Very well. Do you have a solution? The Berkeley nodded approvingly at the young kin, impressed by his inherent arrogance. Such people wouldn't remain subservient for long. I do have a strategy for consideration, Berkeley. Oh, speak up. When the Berkeley heard Isaiah's words, he was somewhat surprised. He had only asked casually, but didn't expect the youth to actually have a plan. Bartolomeus Tinning couldn't hurt. Perhaps he'd hear something useful. Based on my observations, those opposing us started from the Heavenly Cold sect and moved southward. Although we haven't identified them, after the Pill Cauldron sect, their next target will likely be the Fenghu sect, the closest one. We can send part of our combat force to the Fenghu sect to assist our operatives there. Ideally, we should eliminate the obstacle. If we can't, we can use this opportunity to plunder all resources south of the Fenghu sect and retreat to the Raksha sect. This way, we won't lose out. If things continue as they are, all our operatives face imminent destruction. Our years of planning will be for naught. Isaiah slowly outlined his thoughts. Upon hearing Isaiah's suggestion, the Berkeley's eyes lit up. Truly, he hadn't expected such wisdom from his subordinate. Chapter 183. Fanghu, a million-old like ancestor. The era of the Raksha sect pondered the feasibility of this plan. Indeed, as Isaiah said, regardless of whether they successfully eliminate the person hindering them, their Raksha sect would still obtain half of the resources from the righteous sects. Ha 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 ha. The era burst into laughter. Good. This is truly an excellent plan. Let's proceed according to what you suggested. Your Excellency, isn't this a bit too hasty? At that moment, the Burl suddenly stepped forward and spoke up. He glanced at Isaiah. This young man whom he had recently promoted dared to outshine him with such a brilliant idea. Why hadn't he told him sooner? Deep inside, the Burl was furious, knowing he had been played by this young upstart. What do you mean it's not good? What's wrong with it? The Burl hesitated, unsure of what to say. He simply resented Isaiah for not informing him first and allowing him to present this idea to the era, which led to his resentment and urge to block Isaiah. He wanted to tell the era that this person was just a reckless youth whose idea was useless and potentially harmful to the Raksha sect. However, he couldn't find any solid grounds for opposition. Given the current situation within the Raksha sect, Isaiah's suggestion was indeed the best choice. Your Excellency, if we follow Isaiah's advice, our spy plans within other sects will be completely jeopardized. While we may gain substantial resources in the short term, what about the future? In the future, we won't be able to extract resources from those righteous sects anymore, the Burl argued. Initially, they planted spies in righteous sects to covertly control them, aiming to steadily transfer cultivation resources back to the Raksha sect over time. Isaiah's method was undeniably effective but akin to cutting down grass by its roots, preventing it from regrowing. A short-term gain but long-term loss. Seizing on this point, the Burl began refuting the plan, hoping the era would understand the importance of long-term development. Burl, I won't dispute your point, but you must also consider our current predicament, Isaiah slowly interjected. He had anticipated that the Burl would oppose his plan. If no one disrupted our plans, then indeed your approach would have no flaws. But now, someone is obstructing our Raksha sect's operations. After Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, Sword sect, Ongtao sect, Shensu sect, and Danding sect, we've already lost so many spies. Do you think we should continue focusing on long-term plans? If all remaining sects purge our spies, we won't be able to obtain any resources. Is that what you want to see, Burl? In his heart, the Burl knew better than anyone that they couldn't afford to prolong this any longer. Delaying further would only result in the scenario Isaiah described. Change was inevitable. Burl, Kin Isaiah is right. Given the circumstances, we shouldn't focus on long-term development. Let's proceed with Kin Isaiah's plan, the era agreed. Having the intellect to orchestrate such an elaborate scheme, the era originally intended to swiftly deplete the righteous sect's resources. At that point, these sects would lose all value, and the obstacles to his plans would be too late. Yes, the Burl had no choice. With the era's approval, there was nothing left to argue. Excellent, Burl. Lead a group of elders to stop those hindering our plans at the Fanghu sect. Kin Isaiah, lead the remaining elders to the other righteous sects and seize all their resources. Yes. Neither the Burl nor Isaiah resisted the era's orders, responding immediately. Meanwhile, King remained unaware that the Raksha sect had altered their strategy targeting him. He had just arrived at the territory of the Fanghu sect. Hold it. Who are you? Why are you here? Do you know where you are? As King prepared to proceed, a youthful voice interrupted him. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a teenage girl blocking their path, sword in hand, pointing at them. Bartolomeo's sister, who are you? King asked gently. What? You called me what? Upon hearing King's address, the girl leapt to her feet, angrily pointing at him. Bartolomeo's sister? Is there a problem with that? King, puzzled, looked at the girl. She appeared to be around 10 years old, so calling her little sister should be fine. Why was she reacting so strongly? Unless... King scrutinized the girl closely. Could she be the legendary a million-old like ancestor from Tian Shan, with a childlike appearance but hundreds of years old? Could this really happen to him? Bartolomeo's sister? You're the one who's a little sister. Your whole family is full of little sisters. I could be your grandmother. King was speechless. It seemed his guess was correct. Then, venerable predecessor, may I ask your name? King quickly corrected himself, addressing her as predecessor. Much better. You're sensible. I'll overlook your earlier disrespect. Cough, listen carefully. I am the a million-old like ancestor of Fanghu. Davina lifted her head proudly, though her small stature made the gesture less intimidating. Chapter 184. Are you really in kin of Fanghu sect? Ida. Rock looked at the girl before him, her adorable appearance hiding an age that could be terrifying. So, could it be that you are a senior of the Fanghu sect? Rock asked aloud. Given that her title included the characters Fanghu, it was easy to associate her with the Fanghu sect, especially since they were on Fanghu sect territory. If she claimed not to be from Fanghu sect, Rock would find it hard to believe. Yes, indeed I am one of the elders of the Fanghu sect, Ida said proudly, as if becoming an elder was a remarkable achievement. And indeed it was, a testament to her formidable strength. Senior kin of Fanghu sect, my apologies for not recognizing you. Rock responded politely. He still couldn't determine whether this Ida was a mole from the Raksha sect, so he had to be careful not to reveal any vulnerabilities. Boy, stop chattering and get to the point. Who are you people, and why are you here on Fanghu sect territory? Ida put away her sword, acknowledging Rock's politeness without further harassment. I have come to pay respects to the era of the Fanghu sect, Rock replied. After saying this, he closely observed Ida's reaction, trying to gauge whether she might be a mole from the Raksha sect. Pay respects to the era? You've come at a bad time. Our patriarch has been in seclusion for a long while now, that damned old man. He even kicked me out before closing up shop, ordering me to guard the outer perimeter of the sect and forbid anyone from entering Fanghu sect. Isn't that strange? Mentioning the era of the Fanghu sect set Ida off, her long-buried resentment suddenly erupting as she began to vent her grievances about how unfairly the era treated her, pouring out her frustrations about life in the sect. Rock listened awkwardly as she rambled on, detailing the injustices she endured. She even went as far as threatening to leave the Fanghu sect. Despite her complaints, however, Rock could tell that she genuinely cared for the era and the Fanghu sect itself. She was merely letting off steam. From her reactions, Rock concluded that she couldn't possibly be a mole from the Raksha sect. Senior Kin Ida. What? Ida glanced at Rock, finding him increasingly likable. It was refreshing to have someone listen to her rant for so long without growing bored. She hadn't had such a heartfelt conversation in ages, which relieved her considerably. I have something to say, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate. What do you mean by appropriate or not? Just say it. I'm listening. Then I'll speak directly. Rock looked at Ida and explained his purpose for being there. Upon hearing his story, she was utterly shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief as she asked, "What you just said, is it true?" "Yes, every word," Rock nodded. "If you don't believe me, you can verify with the sects I mentioned. But I fear it will be too late once you confirm." "Do you mean to say our era, already harmed by a mole from the Raksha sect?" "I can't be certain, but based on previous incidents, it seems likely." Ida fell silent, still processing Rock's revelations. Though she often complained about the old man, she didn't truly wish him harm. Now, a complex mix of anger and suspicion clouded her thoughts. "Wait here. I'll return to the sect to confirm." "Please wait, Senior Kin. Would you allow me to accompany you? If anything dangerous happens, we can look after each other." Fine." After a brief moment of thought, Ida agreed, unafraid that Rock might deceive her. If he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't escape the Fanghu sect alive. "As for the rest of you," she turned to Rosa and the others behind Rock. "Stay at my place for a few days. Continue straight ahead, and you'll find a small wooden house where I usually reside." "Yes, Senior Kin." Rosa and the others made no special requests, understanding their husband's intentions and not wanting to hold him back. After arranging for Rosa and the others, Ida led Rock toward the entrance of the Fanghu sect. "Ida, why did you return? Didn't the era order you to guard the borders?" The gatekeeper disciple immediately inquired upon seeing her. Although Ida was an elder, she had no airs about her, behaving like a child and getting along well with all disciples. Because of this, the disciples of Fanghu sect felt no fear towards her and often joked around, which she took in stride. "I've returned to see the era. He has guests." Ida led Rock directly into the sect, the gatekeeper making no effort to stop them. "You're really an elder of the Fanghu sect? Why do you have no authority?" Rock asked slowly. This person, an elder of the Fanghu sect? Even the gatekeepers talk to her so casually? Chapter 185. I want to see the Jagger. These are strange words indeed. "Don't look at me like this, but I am a genuine kin of Fanghu sect." Cora glanced at Rock and slowly spoke. "I did not intend to deny you, but for an kin, you sure do not act the part, allowing a gatekeeper disciple to speak to you so casually." Rock responded calmly. He was not particularly repulsed by Cora's behavior. People who acted thus were usually down-to-earth and approachable. Under Cora's lead, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the Fanghu sect. "Cora, why have you returned? Did the Jagger not order you to guard the borders?" As soon as Cora appeared in the hall, the Colin sitting in the Jagger's position asked, "There is something urgent. I need to find the Jagger." Cora replied with no affection toward this Colin, who had taken the place of the Jagger. This man often gossiped about her behind her back before the Jagger, leading to the Jagger's prejudice against her. An extremely detestable fellow. "The Jagger is meditating now and cannot see you. You should return immediately, lest the Jagger sees you back and becomes furious again." The Colin responded, disregarding Cora entirely. "What if I insist on seeing him today?" Cora looked at the Colin with a trace of killing intent in her eyes. If what Rock had said was true, this man must die, a hidden Raza sect spy within Fanghu sect, meeting a just punishment. "Cora, I advise you not to be unruly. If you continue, don't blame me for my actions." The Colin sat in the Jagger's seat, looking down at Cora and warned her. This troublesome girl could disrupt his plans if left in the sect. It was crucial to get her out of the way. "Sorry, Colin. Today I must see the Jagger. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for my response." Cora drew her weapon, pointing it at the Colin. "Cora, do not be too presumptuous. If you continue, I will punish you according to the sect rules." The Colin was shocked, never expecting her to confront him like this. Could it be that? He looked at Cora, then at Rock beside her. Perhaps. The Colin thought of a possibility but needed more confirmation. If she really knew his true identity, wanting to see the Jagger would naturally clarify things. Seeing the Jagger would mean he was innocent. Otherwise, it would expose him. If so, Rock must be the one obstructing their plans all along. He needs to contact the sect urgently. The Colin contemplated, reaching instinctively into his robes but reined in his impulse. Earlier, he had received a warning from the sect to stabilize Fanghu sect. Reinforcements from the Raza sect would arrive shortly, and he must remain calm when facing obstacles, not acting rashly. Failure meant death. The Colin took a few deep breaths to steady himself, smiling calmly. "See what you're doing, Cora. We're all part of the same sect. Since you want to see the Jagger, let me fetch him for you." Surprisingly cooperative, both Rock and Cora hadn't expected such calmness, as if he wasn't a Raza sect spy at all. But Rock was certain this Colin was a Raza sect spy. Such spies aimed for critical positions to maximize influence. Otherwise, they'd be useless. Exchanging glances, as the Colin prepared to leave, Cora suddenly said, "Wait, HM? Anything else?" The Colin was losing patience. Why did she make everything so complicated? "Just fetch the Jagger, can't you?" He sneered at her. "I advise you not to create trouble, or I'll have to enforce sect rules on you." Cora, unimpressed, retorted, "If you're fetching the Jagger, I'll come along. After all, I am the one who wants to see him." Can't have you bring him here on your own terms. She glanced at Rock, who marveled at how well she read his intentions. A capable ally indeed. You. The Colin seethed at them, unsure how to proceed. He wanted to leave and contact the Raza sect elders. Fine, follow me, he conceded, deciding to take things step by step, aiming only to complete his task and gain power within the Raza sect. Accepting the compromise, Rock and Korra followed the Colin to where the Jagger was meditating, reaching a cave guarded by a protective array, a formidable barrier to breach. Chapter 186. Stabilize them. Please wait outside. I will ask the sect Berkeley to come out temporarily, the kin spoke. This was his last effort to prevent a full exposure. If King and Korra insisted on following him inside, things would certainly unravel. If I refuse? Korra asked again, her eyes fixed intensely on the kin, trying to detect any abnormality from his expression. Unfortunately, the kin's face remained unchanged, offering no clue. Korra, I have been very tolerant of your actions today. If you continue this behavior, I won't be so courteous. The sect Berkeley has instructed that nobody other than me is allowed to disturb him while in seclusion. Therefore, only I can ask him to come out. If you violate the rules, it will be difficult for me to explain, and it will not go well for you either. Do you agree? The kin looked at Korra sternly, redirecting the question to her. Korra fell silent. Although she suspected the kin might be a mole from Luocha sect, there was no evidence to prove it. Pushing too hard could result in her being restrained by the sect's rules under the kin's authority. That would truly complicate matters, as she might even be framed as a traitor of Fenghu's sect, a result she wanted to avoid. Since the kin has said so, if I insist further, it would make me appear ungrateful. Fine, I will wait here. Please bring the sect Berkeley out so I can see him. Korra finally relented. There was nothing more she could do now but stabilize the situation. Anyway, if the kin couldn't bring out the sect Berkeley, then he must be hiding something, and acting then would be justifiable. Very well. Relieved that Korra wasn't continuing her demands, the kin relaxed slightly. Now he still had a chance. He undid the cave entrance's array and walked inside. Deep within the cave, he retrieved his communication token, which could contact the Luocha sect kins. The situation is bad. I've been suspected, and my identity might be exposed at any moment. If I can't get the sect lord of Fenghu's sect to appear, my cover will be completely blown. The Colin of Fenghu's sect relayed this information to the Colin of Luocha sect, hoping for further instructions. Explain the current situation in detail. Yes, the situation is as follows. The Colin of Fenghu's sect then explained everything that had happened. I see, just as we expected, someone who opposes our plans has arrived at Fenghu's sect. Hold them off no matter what. We will immediately move to surround them and ensure they do not escape. But, there are no buts. If they want to see the sect lord of Fenghu's sect, let them see him. Surely you still know how to use disguise techniques. Yes, Colin, I understand what needs to be done. Upon hearing these words from the Colin of Luocha sect, the Colin of Fenghu's sect immediately knew how to proceed. Without hesitation, he began preparing, for time was not on his side. Before long, the Colin of Fenghu's sect had transformed into the appearance of the sect lord of Fenghu's sect. Is what you're saying true? Outside the cave entrance, Korra looked at Rock and asked in a hushed voice. Trust me, it should be fine, Rock responded confidently, based on their previous experiences. Alright, I'll trust you. Korra. Just as Korra finished speaking, the voice of the sect lord of Fenghu's sect echoed from inside the cave. Korra stiffened at the sound of the sect lord's voice. Although she usually called him old man, deep down, she had always been wary of the sect lord, who had been her mentor since childhood. Sect lord? Korra called out cautiously, instinctively taking a step back and glancing at Rock, realizing she had been misled by him. How did this happen? This shouldn't be right. Rock watched Korra's reaction and realized something was amiss. According to logic, the sect lord of Fenghu's sect should have already been harmed and shouldn't be able to appear before them now. Yet here he was. By observing Korra's reaction, it seemed like this sect lord was genuine. However, Rock knew better than to make assumptions. He had a treasure capable of detecting disguises, one that had even seen through his own perfect disguise earlier. Rock discreetly used this treasure to observe the so-called sect lord of Fenghu's sect. Despite the sect lord's harsh tone towards Korra, Rock, through the treasure's lens, discovered that this sect lord was indeed the Colin of Fenghu's sect in disguise. He had cleverly disguised himself to deceive both Rock and Korra, but Rock was not fooled. Bravo, Colin, did you really think you could deceive me by disguising yourself as the sect lord? Rock stepped forward, exposing the Colin's actions, clearly indicating his allegiance to the Luocha sect. What are you talking about? Korra turned to Rock, confused by his sudden revelation about the Colin. Kin, it's not good. I'm already under suspicion, and my identity could be exposed at any moment. If I cannot bring the Fenghu sect Berkeley out, my cover will be blown. The Fenghu sect kin relayed this message to the Luocha sect kin, seeking instructions. Explain the current situation in detail. Yes, here's what happened. The kin recounted everything he had encountered. As expected, someone who hinders our plan has reached Fenghu sect. Hold them off, whatever it takes, we will immediately surround them and immobilize everyone. But, there are no buts. Since they want to see the sect Berkeley, let them. Your disguise skills should still be effective. Yes, kin, I understand what to do. The Fenghu sect kin, upon hearing the Luocha sect kin's words, knew immediately what to do. Without hesitation, he began to transform into the likeness of the Fenghu sect Berkeley. Are you sure what you said won't be a problem? Outside the cave, Korra glanced at King and whispered, Trust me, it will go as planned. King responded confidently. Based on previous events, nothing should go wrong. Then I trust you. Korra. As soon as Korra finished speaking, the voice of the Fenghu sect Berkeley came from within the cave. At the sound of the sect Berkeley's voice, Korra stiffened. Though she usually called him old man, she was deeply afraid of him, having trained under him since childhood. The sect Berkeley was a strict mentor, often reprimanding her for minor mistakes, instilling an innate fear in her. Sect Berkeley? Cora hesitantly addressed him, instinctively stepping back and glancing at King, realizing she had been tricked by him. What a hateful fool. She shouldn't have trusted him so easily. This isn't right, not right at all. King observed Cora's reaction and understood what had happened. By logic, the Fanghu sect Berkeley should have already been killed and should not appear before anyone. However, here he was, and judging by Cora's reaction, it appeared genuine. Yet King knew better. Nothing was absolute. Luckily, he had a tool that could identify disguises, capable of unveiling even the most perfect deceptions. Stealthily, King retrieved the tool and examined the apparent Fanghu sect Berkeley. The sect Berkeley was scolding Cora harshly, sounding very convincing. If King hadn't been suspicious, he might have believed it was indeed the sect Berkeley. Through the tool, King saw that the figure before them was actually the Fanghu sect kin in disguise. He had cleverly deceived both King and Cora, but alas, such a scheme would fail against him. Bravo, Kin. Did you really think you could deceive me by merely imitating the sect Berkeley? King stepped forward, knowing this act confirmed the kin as a Luocha sect mole. What are you talking about? Cora turned to King, puzzled by his words. Hashtag chapter 187. I will kill him with my own hands. What's going on here? The current situation had left Cora thoroughly baffled. The person in front of her was clearly the era of their Fanghu sect. But why did King claim that he was the Burl? This point puzzled Cora, and she turned to King again, demanding an explanation. What is happening? Tell me quickly. In fact, it's quite simple. The person before us isn't your Fanghu sect era but rather your Burl, who is also a spy for the Rakshasa sect, King said directly without any reservation. He handed over the magical treasure to Cora and continued. If you don't believe what I say, you can see for yourself. This treasure can reveal someone's disguise. Disguise? When Cora heard King mention this, she immediately understood the situation. She gazed at the Fanghu sect era before her and took the treasure from King's hand, using it to look closer. Sure enough, under the influence of the treasure, the Fanghu sect era revealed his true identity. He was indeed the Burl. Upon discovering the truth, Cora was furious. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she asked slowly, Burl, can you tell me what's going on? Cora spoke while drawing out her own magical treasure, glaring at the Burl with hatred, wishing to tear him apart right there and then. The Burl never expected them to have a treasure that could identify disguises. His disguise had been flawless, and Cora wouldn't have been able to see through it. This disguise allowed him to stabilize the situation temporarily until the Rakshasa sect came to his aid. But now, it was too late. His disguise had been seen through, making it impossible to control the situation any longer. King, hold off the Burl while I go check on the era. Agreed. King didn't hesitate. He nodded and drew out his Chongyang sword, positioning himself in front of the Burl. The Burl tried to stop King and Cora but was helpless. Cora wasted no time and rushed into the cave. The Burl attempted to intervene but was blocked by King, which infuriated him. If not for this man, everything would have gone smoothly. The Burl spat out. And just who are you? He tore off his mask since the deception was pointless now. He asked because the person in front of him must be the same one hindering their Rakshasa sect plans. But who exactly was he and why? Does it matter who I am? Of course. Why do you persist in opposing our Rakshasa sect and sabotaging our plans? Ha ha ha. King laughed openly. The man's brazen tone made King find it highly amusing, so he replied frankly, given all the dirty deeds of the Rakshasa sect, it's no wonder anyone who knows would want to stop you. At first, King intervened because the Rakshasa sect's plans interfered with his own. Now, those initial motives were long forgotten. The actions of the Rakshasa sect threatened the safety of the lower realms, necessitating his intervention. He believed that if the righteous sects knew of the Rakshasa sect's plans, they would act immediately to stop them. Unfortunately, even within the righteous sects, spies for the Rakshasa sect held significant positions, turning many righteous sects into puppets. Humph, it seems I cannot let you live. The Burl drew his weapon. Knowing about the liberated sects, he realized he wasn't likely to match the person before him. So, he needed to stall for time, just long enough for Rakshasa reinforcements to arrive. Do you really think you can match me? King smiled, tightening his grip on the Chongyang sword, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Cora reached the innermost part of the cave, a hidden chamber where the era often secluded himself. There, she saw an old man sitting cross-legged in the center of the chamber, already decaying, impaled by a long sword, his chest bloodied, devoid of life. Era, Cora trembled as she called out. She wanted to reach out and touch him but was afraid he would turn to dust at her touch. After a long pause, she finally accepted the grim reality. Rakshasa sect, I will never forgive you. I swear to crush your entire sect to dust. She knelt before the era's body, pointing skyward, vowing her revenge. After respectfully dealing with the era's remains, she left the cave and saw King about to engage the Burl. Wait. What's wrong? King paused, surprised to be stopped by Cora. Let me handle it. I want to kill him with my own hands to avenge the era. All right. Upon hearing Cora's words, King put away his sword, nodding in agreement. She wished to avenge her era, and King wouldn't interfere. It was best to leave it to her. Chapter 188. There are more than just me as a mole. Haha, Cora, you think you can kill me? The Burl laughed out loud. If he had to face King, he might feel he stood no chance, given that King had already ruined many of their Ruasha sect's plans and killed many of their moles. However, when it came to Cora, he felt confident in his abilities. They had lived in the same sect for a long time, so he knew exactly what she was capable of. Even if it was difficult to defeat her, stalling for time would be quite easy compared to dealing with King. Want to avenge our sect Berkeley? Come on over then. I'd like to see how you plan to do that. Don't forget, I am the Burl, the most powerful person in this sect after the sect Berkeley. Can you really do it? The Burl sneered. Being in such a position indicated that he was indeed very powerful. All right, then come and feel it yourself? Korra responded. At this moment, she was completely different from before. Previously, King saw her as an energetic troublemaker, but now, she appeared calm, composed, and ruthless, almost like a killer. With these words, she drew her sword and attacked at lightning speed. The terrifying velocity caught the Burl off guard. In an instant, the cold blade was right next to his throat. Had he not stepped back at the last second, his throat would have been cut. How is this possible? The Burl was extremely shocked. How could this person be so powerful? This didn't seem right. What? Surprised? Wondering why I'm so strong? That's not what you thought at all, right? Korra spoke coldly, accurately stating what the Burl was thinking. You. The Burl hesitated, wanting to ask how she knew his thoughts, but realized it would make him appear weak before the fight even started. So he changed his approach, avoiding a verbal disadvantage. Did you usually hide your strength? The Burl slowly asked. This was the only explanation for why Korra's strength seemed hidden in everyday situations, leading to misjudgment of her capabilities. You're right, I did hide my strength. The sect Berkeley once told me to be a concealed weapon for the sect, a safeguard to act only in emergencies. So that old man planned for this from the beginning? The Burl was startled. Did the former sect Berkeley foresee this situation? But wait, if he truly foresaw this, why did he still make him the Burl? It was probably just to add another layer of security for Fanghu sect. He was overthinking it. Knowing now that Korra had hidden her true strength, the Burl wasn't certain he could stall for time until the reinforcements from the Ruasha sect arrived. By his calculations, it would take more than half a day for them to get here after he contacted the Ruasha sect. Stalling for that long was extremely challenging. If I can't do it alone, then I'll need other moles to help. The Burl pondered. Not just him, there were many Ruasha sect moles within the entire Fanghu sect. To ensure smooth execution of plans, the Ruasha sect placed numerous spies in key positions across various sects. From his robe, the Burl pulled out an arrow and shot it into the sky. With its explosion, several people, more than 10, appeared within moments, including several other elders from Fanghu sect. Hee. Didn't expect that, did you, Korra? There are more than just me who are Ruasha sect moles in this sect. The Burl proudly spread his arms. Everyone else remained silent, eyes fixed on Korra and King. Their expressions told the story. Despite her reluctance to believe it, the scene confirmed it all. Kin 3, Kin 6, Kin 7, senior brothers, junior brothers. I never thought you were all Ruasha sect moles too. Korra said with a hint of despair. If the sect Berkeley were alive, he would be heartbroken to learn that those he trusted as family were enemies. You can't handle them alone. Let me help you. King appeared beside Korra, offering assistance. Can you stop them? Huh? What do you mean? King was taken aback by her sudden question. Leave those guys to you. I'll deal with the Burl first. King was stunned. There were nearly a dozen Ruasha sect moles surrounding them. Alright, I'll handle it. Ultimately, King agreed, knowing Korra needed to vent her overwhelming anger, or something worse might happen. Now listen up, everyone. I don't need you to kill anyone. Just buy us some time. Reinforcements from the Ruasha sect will be here soon, understood? The Burl whispered, ensuring that neither King nor Korra knew about the impending reinforcements. Keeping that secret was crucial to the success of their plan. Chapter 189, Buying Time. Rock had a critical mission to fulfill. He needed to help Korra intercept all the others. Do your worst, come at me all together. Rock taunted the dozens of people in front of him, waving his finger provocatively. This guy is actually daring to provoke us like this. We absolutely can't let him go. Kill him. Among the Rakshasa sect undercover operatives, several were instantly infuriated by Rock's actions and words, eager to tear him apart immediately. Right? We have more people, let's kill him. Calm down. Have you forgotten what the Burl just said? As some were about to charge forward, one of the undercover elders yelled, reminding everyone sternly. His words instantly subdued everyone on the scene. They ceased their impulsiveness and kept their distance from Rock. I provoked them so much, but they didn't even try to attack. Something's not right here. Upon seeing the reactions of those opposite him, Rock immediately sensed something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Since you won't take the first move, then fine, let me break this stalemate. Holding the a-million-oing sword tightly in his hand, Rock attacked the group in front of him without hesitation. What followed was even more astonishing to Rock. No matter how he attacked, those opposite him showed no intention of engaging him, continuously evading instead as if trying to buy time. Buying time. The thought flashed through Rock's mind, and instantly, he had an idea. If their true purpose was to buy time, for what reason? Support from the Rakshasa sect. Rock pondered, quickly realizing this possibility. If this was indeed the case, he must resolve these problems quickly. Delaying any further could be very disadvantageous if reinforcements from the Rakshasa sect arrived. Korra. In a few swift movements, Rock reached Korra. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Are you having trouble handling all of them alone? Korra slowly asked. Not that. I've noticed something. What is it? Korra looked at Rock. Any issue he discovered warranted serious attention. These people seem to be stalling for time. If my guess is correct, they are waiting for support from the Rakshasa sect and want to keep us here. If they succeed in stalling us, things will turn bad for us. Rock explained his suspicion to Korra. There's such a thing? After listening to Rock, Korra stood still, gazing at the Burl. Indeed, since the beginning, they had deliberately avoided direct confrontation with her, evading every move she made, clearly buying time. I see. I understand. I'll finish this as soon as possible. Don't worry. Upon learning this, Korra focused on the Burl. I originally intended to torture you until death, but it seems I must finish you off quickly. Don't worry. I'll leave you gasping for life, but unable to die. Korra gripped her long sword tighter. She would not spare these Rakshasa sect operatives. Is that so? The Burl laughed coldly, surprised that his plan was so easily guessed. Now, the opposition definitely wouldn't give them the chance to stall. What should they do next? As the Burl pondered, he suddenly felt an intense wave of killing intent lock onto him. What? Before he could react, a long sword appeared before him, its terrifying sharpness piercing through his chest. Blah, what? The burl spat out a mouthful of blood, never expecting to meet this fate despite his best efforts. Damn, why did this happen? Surprised? Shocked by my strength? Cora smirked, driving her sword deeper into the burl's chest, causing immense pain. The burl now struggled to breathe. Cora's strike had genuinely damaged his meridians, making it extremely difficult to channel his inner energy. He wanted to escape this situation but found no success. Cora's true power far surpassed anything he imagined. Rest assured, I promise to leave you breathing and I will. Cora spoke calmly, delivering a powerful blow directly to the burl's dantian. In an instant, years of his cultivation crumbled into nothing. Ah! The burl let out a fierce cry, groaning in pain. He painfully opened his eyes, staring at Cora. He never expected to fall to her. Why? How can your strength be this great? How are you so powerful? The burl was astonished. This contradicted everything he knew. Humph, stay put here. Once I deal with the rest, I'll settle with you. Cora threw the burl to the ground and shifted her focus to the remaining operatives. Burl. The Rakshasa sect undercover operatives panicked upon seeing their leader fall. Without the burl, they lost their core. Keep stalling for time. Once our Rakshasa sect reinforcements arrive, we will triumph. Another operative addressed everyone. That's right. Stalling for time will ensure our final victory. All the Rakshasa sect operatives immediately regained direction. Hashtag chapter 190. Annihilation. Dragging out time sounds very nice, but unfortunately, do you think you have the capability for that? For better fluency and accuracy, it would be more appropriate to translate it as, dragging out time sounds very nice, but unfortunately, do you really think you have the ability to do so? Rock spoke slowly. He gripped the Scarlet Sun sword in his hand tightly and then moved as swiftly as lightning, reaching the spies almost instantaneously. The terrifying aura of death locked down the entire space, paralyzing the spies' ability to act. Cora made the same move. Her lock was even more fearsome than Rock's. By the time the spies realized they were targeted by her killing intent, her longsword had already pierced through their bodies. Within a few breaths, these Rakshasa sect spies were decimated by the combined forces of these two people. They were left utterly defenseless. With such weak abilities, you want to delay us? How did you even dare? Rock chuckled. At this moment, he appeared like a demon to the surviving spies. A smiling demon, a remorseless demon. The chilling aura forced them to keep their distance. You, who exactly are you? One of the spies asked. Why are you against our Rakshasa sect? Why disrupt our plans repeatedly? Come now, don't act so righteous. Rock nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. These spies were truly audacious. You're the ones who infiltrated other sects first. You're the ones who did the wrongdoings. Yet, you complain as if you're victims? You dare complain about having your plans disrupted? This is farcical, isn't it? Don't act so aggrieved. If your Rakshasa sect didn't endanger other prestigious sects, do you think I would bother getting involved? Rock replied in exasperation. Did they think he had too much free time on his hands? If he had more energy to deal with Rakshasa sect matters, he'd rather seek out several suitable Dao consorts instead. No matter what, you will not survive. Rakshasa sect reinforcements are arriving soon. You can't escape. Escape? Cora interjected at this point. Her eyes stared coldly at everyone present, filled with an unyielding resolve. She clutched her sword firmly. Why should we run? Let me tell you, not only will we not run, but we'll obliterate all of your reinforcements. I swear to avenge our sect Berkeley and make sure your Rakshasa sect ceases to exist from this world. Cora declared. Don't be too overconfident. Our Rakshasa sect isn't as easy to handle as you think. Is that so? Then let's see. However, it looks like you won't live to see that day. Cora swiftly eliminated the remaining spies. Only the burl remained barely alive. As for you, I told you I wouldn't let you die easily. I'll make you suffer tenfold. Cora retrieved all the emblems of power from the burl, allowing her control over the protective array of Fenghu sect. With this, they could still fight off the incoming reinforcements. As for the barely alive burl, she fed him some pills that inflicted excruciating pain without causing death. Afterward, she threw him into a cave. Go and join our sect Berkeley in eternal slumber. She then sealed the cave entrance with a barrier array, ensuring the burl couldn't escape. Now, what are you planning next? Rock looked at Cora. He hadn't expected that this young-looking girl could act so decisively, which shocked him. Of course, preparing for battle. The Rakshasa sect reinforcements will likely arrive soon, and I intend to capture them all. Interesting. How do you plan to achieve that? Rock understood Cora's intentions. However, with just the two of them, dealing with Rakshasa sect reinforcements would be impossible. Given the previous losses, Rakshasa sect would take measures this time to ensure their success. And one of those measures undoubtedly included eliminating him. If only we relied on the two of us, it wouldn't work. But I also have the Fenghu sect's protective array and, additionally, the deception array around Fenghu sect. Deception array? When Rock heard this term from Cora, he became curious. While he knew what a deception array was, he hadn't sensed its presence when entering Fenghu sect. The forests surrounding Fenghu sect are part of the deception array. Once activated, anyone caught inside will be trapped, allowing us to eliminate them one by one, or have them fall into traps and perish. I see. Oh, before that, you should retrieve your Dao consorts and have them stay here for safety. That makes sense. Even if Cora hadn't suggested it, Rock would have considered moving Rosa and the others. It was too dangerous for them to remain near what might become a battlefield. On another note, how do you plan to explain what happened here to the disciples? They'll surely suspect something when they suddenly lose their sect Berkeley, elders, and fellow disciples. Cora hesitated upon hearing Rock's question. She hadn't thought about how to explain things to the disciples. After some consideration, she finally responded. Tell them the truth. Our sect Berkeley treated each of us like family. I believe the disciples will want to avenge our sect Berkeley after learning what happened. Korra concluded. Chapter 191. Ensuring they have no way to return. So that's how it is. After listening to Korra's words, Nelson immediately understood her intentions. You intend to borrow the strength of the entire sect and then avenge our Jagger, right? Exactly. Korra did not hesitate at all, speaking directly. If we confront them head-on, we might not be their match. But if we use the confusing array and rely on everyone in the sect, it will be easier to deal with the Raksha sect reinforcements. Understood. Since this is your decision, I won't interfere. I will fully support you. Yes, good. Korra nodded. Initially, she had some reservations, but there was no better solution. These matters can be concealed temporarily, but not forever. It would be better to explain clearly now to the disciples rather than face questions from the whole sect later. Moreover, as Korra had said, the relationship between the sect and its leader was more like family, and the old Jagger was like a father figure to everyone. If the disciples learned that the Jagger was murdered, they would definitely seek vengeance for him. In that case, I'll leave the sect affairs to you. I will bring my fellow Taoists to the sect. Agreed. Both immediately took action. Time was now their most precious asset. They had no idea when the Raksha sect reinforcements would arrive, so they needed to prepare thoroughly without delay. Nelson left the sect and successfully brought Rosa and others to Fanghu sect. Meanwhile, inside the Fanghu sect, Korra gathered all the disciples and recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing Korra's account, the disciples were instantly enraged. These Raksha sect spies are simply too audacious, framing our Jagger. How despicable. Not only infiltrating us with spies, they dare send reinforcements to bully us. Do they think Fanghu sect is defenseless? Korra, we must avenge our Jagger and kill every last one who dares to invade Fanghu sect. That's right. Let's avenge our Jagger and destroy the Raksha sect. Destroy the Raksha sect. In an instant, the entire plaza echoed with unified cries. All present shouted in unison. Destroy the Raksha sect. Destroy the Raksha sect. Destroy the Raksha sect. Excellent. Seeing the resolve of these disciples, Korra was pleased. Indeed, as she thought, their bond within Fanghu sect was familial, and the Raksha sect spies dared to violate this sanctity, making them enemies of the entire Fanghu sect. From now on, I will temporarily assume the position of Jagger. Everyone listen carefully. Raksha sect will send reinforcements, and we must annihilate them all. Annihilate them all. Annihilate them all. Annihilate them all. Next, I will activate the confusing array. I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I? Yes. Korra watched the disciples fondly. If she could avoid putting them at risk, she wouldn't want to endanger these precious ones. Meanwhile, Raksha sect's reinforcements arrived outside Fanghu sect. What's the situation? Raksha sect's Burl slowly inquired. Burl, since earlier, we've been unable to contact our spies inside Fanghu sect. One disciple reported hesitantly. What do you mean? The Burl was taken aback. Unable to contact the spies? What could this mean? Have the spies already been eliminated? It's possible. If so, we're in trouble. The Burl pondered, unsure how to proceed. Without being able to communicate with the spies, a reckless attack would put them at a disadvantage. I'll consult with the Jagger first. Stay here. Yes. The Burl found a secluded spot, retrieved the sound-transmitting talisman, and contacted the Jagger. Jagger, we've lost contact with our spies in Fanghu sect. What should we do? The person thwarting our plans is likely still within Fanghu sect, isn't he? Correct. In that case, do I need to teach you how to handle this? The voice of the Raksha Jagger resonated with endless coldness. Yes, I understand how to proceed. The Burl replied promptly, sensing the Jagger's growing impatience. If this continued, the Jagger might lose faith in him, possibly revoking his Burl status. Damn Isaiah. It's all because of him I'm in this predicament. The Burl raged inwardly, but it changed nothing as no one cared about his feelings. Returning to the reinforcement troops, a disciple asked, Burl, what should we do? Has the Jagger given further instructions? Stick to the original plan. We continue attacking Fanghu sect. Annihilate everyone there, and tear apart the one disrupting our plans. The Burl believed this was his only chance to redeem himself in the Jagger's eyes. By killing the disruptor, he could regain the Jagger's favor. With this in mind, he ordered his subordinates to launch an attack on Fanghu sect. Korra, Raksha sect reinforcements have arrived. Many have already entered the confusing array. Inside Fanghu sect, a disciple reported. The sky was darkening, providing perfect conditions for the array. Perfect. I'll ensure they have no way to return. Korra stood up, swiftly leaving Fanghu sect and heading towards the great array. Chapter 192. Stability. Korra immediately rushed out, and Rock, seeing this, did not hesitate to follow. The confusion array operates according to a pattern, but only the members of our Fanghu sect know this pattern. Those who don't know the pattern will lose their way as soon as they enter the confusion array. Every step might be wrong. So to prevent you from getting lost after entering the confusion array, I'll tell you the operational pattern now, explained Korra to Rock, revealing the secrets of the array to ensure he wouldn't get trapped inside. Got it, Rock nodded, having fully understood the information Korra conveyed. With the pattern of the confusion array in his grasp, Rock felt no hesitation and charged straight into the array, beginning his massacre of the Rakshasa sect members. The moment they entered the confusion array, the once orderly ranks of the Rakshasa sect were instantly scattered. People lost contact with each other almost instantly. Kin, it seems we've fallen into an ambush. The troops behind us have all vanished. It looks like we've entered their confusion array, said the Burl of the Rakshasa sect, his brows knitted tightly in worry. His eagerness to advance had led to this mistake. He was well experienced and realized instantly that they had fallen into the enemy's trap when their formation crumbled. Regretting now would be futile. Instead, he needed to think about how to solve this predicament. As the Burl pondered, cries of anguish from Rakshasa sect disciples came from a distance. Ah, The shrill screams indicated that these Rakshasa sect disciples were being attacked by the Fanghu sect. Casualties among the Rakshasa sect continued to mount. Kin, what should we do? Our disciples are being attacked continuously. Hearing the cries of their fellow disciples filled the remaining Rakshasa sect members with fear. Enemies could come from any direction. Every step required extreme caution, and moving might lead to separation from their companions. Therefore, many Rakshasa sect disciples chose to stay put, ensuring they wouldn't be separated. By sticking together, they retained some fighting power and avoided being easily picked off. Kin, what should we do? Shut up. The already bewildered Burl was incensed by his subordinates' incessant chatter. If he knew what to do, would he still be standing there idle? This can't continue. We need a plan to break this deadlock. Remaining static will only prolong the stalemate. Prolong the stalemate. The idea popped into the Burl's mind. He recalled the plan discussed by Isaiah and the sect Berkeley in the Rakshasa sect's main hall. Their primary goal in coming to Fanghu sect wasn't just to kill the one who obstructed their plans. They aimed to stall the Fanghu sect so they couldn't focus on the next sect. This would give the Rakshasa sect time to loot resources from other righteous sects. If they could eliminate the obstacle along the way, it would be an added bonus. But if not, stalling was crucial. Yes, just holding them off and maintaining the stalemate was enough. All disciples, listen, protect yourselves and prolong the engagement. If you can't hold on, take the pills issued to you at the start. Understand? Using secret communication, the Burl relayed his instructions to all Rakshasa sect disciples. Yes, responded all the Rakshasa sect disciples upon receiving the orders. They immediately huddled together, defending their positions against potential attacks from all directions. Korra, the Rakshasa sect spies haven't advanced further. They're now trapped in the array but dare not move. They're huddling together and staying still, seemingly intending to hold out indefinitely, a disciple reported to Korra. So this is their strategy? How foolish. Even if they don't move, there's still no match for our Fanghu sect. With their forces scattered, let's gather and strike each group one by one, Korra instructed without delay. They'll huddle together? No problem. We can do that too, forming larger groups and surrounding them, striking each small team one by one. Yes, replied the Fanghu sect disciples, who promptly began to form groups and execute the plan. Meanwhile, Rock searched for the Rakshasa sect's leader. With so many disciples present, it was unlikely that no elder was leading them. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure. Long time no see, Burl of the Rakshasa sect. Rock emerged from the forest, facing the Rakshasa sect Burl. You are? Having changed his disguise, the Burl didn't recognize him. Burl truly has a good memory. Have you forgotten me? We clashed at Shansu sect, Rock said, removing his disguise. What? It's you? Upon hearing Rock mention Shansu sect and their clash, the Burl recognized him instantly. This was the person who had been hindering their plans all along, just in a different guise this time. Did he change his appearance? The Burl thought, realizing this was the only plausible explanation. Chapter 193. The outcome has yet to be determined. So, has the Colin finally figured out who I am? Nelson smiled faintly. This person in front of him was truly someone he knew well. Back at the Shansu sect, if this fellow hadn't fled quickly, Nelson would have defeated him long ago. He never imagined that he'd meet his opponent again here. Could this be what they called fate? Nelson drew his Emilionosha sword and spoke slowly to the Luocha sect's Colin. Last time, you barely escaped from me. This time, you won't be so lucky. How do you think you can escape here? Hmph, don't speak so arrogantly. If I could escape from you once, I can do it again. The Colin retorted cautiously. Nelson's strength was unfathomable, and the kin still harbored some concerns. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words from the Colin, Nelson burst into laughter. He really didn't expect the kin to say something like this at such a moment. Normally, wouldn't he be making threats now to avenge last time? You saying such things implies that you're already preparing to run away, isn't it? Nelson said slowly, his Emilionosha sword pointing at the Colin. How did someone like you end up as the Colin of the Luocha sect? Do you mean to say your Luocha sect lacks better candidates? Nelson continued to mock him. As long as this Colin retained some sense of dignity, he wouldn't stand being ridiculed like this. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the Colin flew into a rage, glaring fiercely at Nelson and spat out. I advise you not to talk too much. So what if I do? Do you think you can defeat me? Unfortunately for you, you're no match for me, so you can only resort to such feeble rage. Nelson took a step forward, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly brought him face to face with the Colin. A powerful slash followed, with Nelson compressing his energy to its limit. The tremendous shock wave was released almost immediately, the fearsome sword intent sweeping toward the Colin. Without hesitation, the Colin defended himself. However, he was still a step too slow. The overwhelming energy surged forth, sending him and others flying. Some disciples with weaker cultivation were directly shredded by Nelson's move, blood mist scattering in all directions. This is your end today. Nelson looked at the Colin and the others, saying calmly, Hmph, who will win or lose and laugh last remains to be seen. The Colin regained some confidence and retorted. Then, the Colin circulated his true chi and loudly commanded all the Luocha sect disciples present. Don't hesitate anymore. Now is the time to serve our sect. Take the pill I've prepared for you. What? Nelson was stunned upon hearing this. Because of his long-standing enmity with the Luocha sect, he already knew about their methods. When the Colin mentioned pills, Nelson instinctively recalled the pill Bartolomeo xuanhuan had taken at the Pill Crucible sect, a pill that transformed ordinary cultivators into demons. Sure enough, following the Colin's order, the Luocha sect disciples retrieved small porcelain bottles from their pockets. They poured out purple pills from the bottles and swallowed them whole. Amidst cries of agony, the bodies of those who had taken the pills underwent drastic changes. Their energies exploded outward as their bodies swelled, gradually turning into mindless demons. Damn, still one step too late. Nelson cursed inwardly, unable to believe that the Luocha sect reinforcements had kept this ace up their sleeve. If he had thoroughly dealt with him from the start, none of this would have happened. He just hadn't considered this possibility. Back at the Pill Crucible sect, he knew such pills existed, but they were still incomplete according to the spy within the Pill Crucible sect. Thus, Nelson subconsciously believed these pills weren't mass-produced and remained experimental. However, the current scene proved his assumption wrong. These pills were already widespread and available even within the Luocha sect, one for each disciple. This wasn't surprising for the lawless Luocha sect. Even if the pills were unfinished, they wouldn't care as long as these half-finished pills brought benefits to the sect. Clearly, these pills delivered the goods. In battles like this, when Luocha sect disciples turned into demons with enhanced power, they could easily overpower any other sect. Other sects had no practical experience battling demon-like entities, making this an extremely difficult situation. See that? See that? What do you think? Do you still think you can defeat us, Luocha sect? The Colin spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, and said to Nelson. His voice trembled slightly. He was overexcited and eager to tear this man apart. All of you attack. Tear this enemy apart. Tear through this formation. The Colin commanded every demonized disciple around him. Hashtag chapter 194. A desperate gamble. Berkeley Fenghu. The disciples of the Raksha sect underwent a tremendous change after consuming a certain pill. Now, our disciples are no longer a match for them. After the Raksha sect's disciples took the pill, the tide of battle immediately turned in their favor. Originally, with the help of the confounding array, the Fenghu sect's disciples were able to effectively contain the Raksha sect's disciples and use the advantages of the array to launch surprise attacks from all directions. Note: I replaced Mi Hua Dajun with confounding array to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining consistency in terminology, but now, none of that mattered. Once those Raksha sect disciples transformed into demons, their strength greatly increased. Whenever the Fenghu sect disciples appeared before them, they reacted like beasts spotting prey. In an instant, they would rush forward and tear their enemies apart. What is happening? Berkeley Fenghu was very confused. She had never encountered such a situation. She was shocked by the transformation of the Raksha sect's disciples, a sight far beyond her understanding. Berkeley Fenghu loved hearing strange tales, but even with all her knowledge of the bizarre, she had never heard of something like this. How could these perfectly fine cultivators transform into monsters? I want our disciples to retreat and continue to engage the enemy within the confounding array, but cautiously. I will find Nelson. He has dealt with the Raksha sect for a long time and should know what's happening. Yes. Berkeley Fenghu ordered her disciples. Upon receiving the order, they quickly retreated, engaging the Raksha sect disciples trapped in the array from the perimeter. Meanwhile, Berkeley Fenghu sought out Nelson. At that moment, Nelson was battling the demons before him. His Chongyang sword emitted a faint red glow, its terrifying sword aura sweeping through and slicing the demons into bloody mist. The Chongyang sword shall cleave all evil. Nelson slowly spoke, pointing his Chongyang sword at the Colin of the Raksha sect. You're next. How is this possible? The Colin watched in shock as the demonic disciples around him, who couldn't withstand a single move from Nelson, were shredded to pieces. With their hearts destroyed, they had no chance of revival. Damn it, how powerful is this man? Did he hide his true strength during our last encounter? The Colin thought silently. If so, this man was truly terrifying. No wonder he posed a threat to the Raksha sect. Such a person must be eliminated quickly. Only then would the sect leader pay attention to him again. Otherwise, that boy Isaiah would steal his limelight, and perhaps even his position as Colin. He couldn't let that happen. As the Colin of the Raksha sect, he knew very well that the elder positions were subject to removal at any time, reserved for those with sufficient ability. If he lost that capability, the sect leader would replace him without hesitation. What? Out of tricks? Nelson looked at the Colin and asked slowly. If this is your ultimate card, then you should die now. Haha, ultimate card? How could that be all I have? The Colin laughed grimly, knowing he had to risk everything. If he could defeat this man, maybe there was hope. If not, even if he returned to the Raksha sect alive, his fate would still be death. Having already failed once, failing again would surely disappoint the sect leader, whose disappointment meant death. Not wanting to die, he needed to succeed in this battle, no matter what. Even stalling Nelson here counted as success, giving him room to maneuver. No choice, I'll have to use that move. The Colin took a deep breath and pulled out a still-beating heart from his robes. That's a demon's heart? Nelson was startled, recognizing the object, the same type of heart he possessed, obtained from the Colin. Surprised? I didn't think I'd have a demon's heart, did you? Today, I'll see how you can beat me. The Colin smiled sinisterly, inserting the demon's heart into his body without hesitation. His form began to undergo dramatic changes, radiating a terrifying aura that left Berkeley Fenghu in shock. The transformation of the Raksha sect's Colin was even more fearsome than that of the disciples. What is going on? Berkeley Fenghu came beside Nelson, asking. She was thoroughly bewildered by the events unfolding. He implanted a demon's heart into himself, using its power to transform into a demon, Nelson explained. So, the Raksha sect disciples are in the same situation? No, the disciples are different. They consumed pills likely refined using demons as intermediaries, causing their transformations. I encountered spies refining such pills while at the Pill Cauldron sect. Nelson spoke calmly, feeling the situation was getting complicated. He thought demon hearts were rare and wouldn't be encountered again, but here they were once more. Chapter 195. Engagement. So that's how it is. Then do you have any good strategies? Cora asked Rock, seeking advice. Currently, only Rock had battled these monsters, so naturally, he was the best source of information. Well, actually, it's quite simple if you can overpower them. The critical step is to destroy their heart, Rock replied. Once their hearts are destroyed, they cannot revive. I see. Cora nodded, understanding how to deal with these abhorrent creatures. She immediately went to inform her disciples. As for this one in front of her, she wisely left it to Rock. She knew her own capabilities well. Judging from the aura she felt earlier, the demon transformed from the Roxasa sect's Colin was terrifyingly powerful, and she stood no chance against him. Staying would only hinder Rock. Therefore, she smartly chose to leave and handle the lesser minions instead. I will kill you and leave you mutilated, the Colin roared. He had completely transformed, his body becoming more massive, his skin turning black, and an outer layer of dark red armor covered him. Wings sprouted from his back, and demonic horns adorned his head. Himph, just you? If you truly had the power, you wouldn't be boasting now, Rock said calmly. Having fought demons before, he already had experience. Gripping the Scarlet Sun sword tightly, he charged without hesitation. The terrifying sword energy tore through the space around him, powerful energy converging into a point, piercing straight through the Colin's body. But in the blink of an eye, the Colin's corpse had fully recovered, astounding Rock with its formidable regenerative abilities. How remarkable, such incredible regeneration. It's always admirable no matter how many times I see it, Rock mused. If he had such regeneration, he wouldn't fear injury in battle and could simply rush forward recklessly. However, thinking about the origin of this ability, the demon race, immediately made him discard the thought. He had a deep aversion to becoming something he wasn't. Being human, he would never let himself turn into a demon. It was a part of his spiritual purity. Your attacks are useless against me, the Colin laughed coldly. His wings vibrated violently, causing a strong hurricane that uprooted nearby trees, forming a path. Now, I won't hurry to kill you. I'll obliterate the entire xuanhuan sect, and then you can regret it. I'm telling you, all these people died because of you. If you hadn't opposed us Roxasa sect, they wouldn't need to die. Without giving Rock time to react, the Colin flew toward the xuanhuan sect disciples. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Rock spoke coldly, clearly angered by the Colin's actions. Terrifying sword chi instantly formed a giant spider web, blocking the Colin's path. What? The Colin stopped, turning to face Rock. Remarkable indeed. Even at this moment, you still have the strength to block me. I must admire you. Speak your final words while you can. You won't get another chance. The Scarlet Sun sword in Rock's hand gleamed red as terrifying energy coalesced, gathering immense killing intent. The weather changed drastically. The bright sun was now obscured by dark clouds, red light piercing through to open a heavenly gate. One sword shatters heaven gate. Rock raised his sword. With his swing, a ghostly red sword shadow formed in midair and fiercely struck down upon the Colin. The force slammed into the Colin, pinning him to the ground. The impact shook the mountains, and even the illusionary formation began to crack. Doesn't this guy know how to be gentle? He's practically tearing apart our xuanhuan sect. Cora complained from afar, though she didn't dwell on it too long. She understood that Rock was fighting for their sect. After Rock's attack ended, the Colin spat out a mouthful of blood, his armor shattered into pieces. Struggling to stand, he looked at Rock. Such incredible strength. If not for my demonic heart and superhuman regeneration, I might already be dead. The Colin's eyes filled with caution as he pondered. Such power could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, as long as he existed, the Roxasa sect's plans would never succeed. He resolved to kill Rock no matter what. His armor began to heal, merging with his body. Are you done attacking? Now it's my turn. Have any objections? The Colin laughed coldly, launching his assault. Flames erupted from his wings, enhancing his power. He surged forward without hesitation, hurling fiery orbs at Rock, who evaded due to the intense heat. Predicting this move, the Colin accelerated and intercepted Rock's path. ##### Chapter 196, Dragon's Shadow. Damn! Rock did not expect that the opponent would merely faint, with the true intention being something else entirely. Although this outcome slightly threw him off, his instinctive reaction was still enough to build up his own defenses. Facing the attack from the Burl's fist, Rock positioned the Scarlet Sun sword directly in front of him. A powerful surge of energy instantly formed a barrier. With a thunderous boom, terrifying force erupted forth. Receiving this blow head-on, Rock was also taken aback by the sheer power. He had never expected the opponent's strength to be so fearsome. His body flew backward due to the Burl's strike, and the intense recoil left him in considerable discomfort. But such damage was still within his acceptable range. Damn, I was too careless. Rock shook his numb arm and spoke slowly, keeping his eyes on the Burl. Both possessed the Devil's Heart, but when implanted into Jacques, it did not produce such effects. Therefore, Rock deduced that the power bestowed by the Devil's Heart depended on the individual's own capabilities, meaning, the stronger one's innate abilities, the greater their demonic transformation would be. To receive my full frontal attack must feel pretty terrible, right? Okay, I guess. Your attack is much weaker than I imagined. Rock replied casually, feigning nonchalance. You're only tough-talking now, but let's see if your life will be as resilient as your mouth after a while. That's not your concern. Honestly, my life is incredibly resilient. Even if you die here today, I won't. Rock smirked. The Burl, upon hearing these words, felt something amiss but couldn't pinpoint it. All he could understand was that despite being killed, Rock implied he would still survive. Ridiculous. For the sake of killing this Rock, he had already implanted the Devil's Heart into himself. He had become a complete monster for this sole purpose. If he failed to kill Rock, what was the point of forsaking his humanity and transforming into this monstrosity? The Burl could not accept this outcome and roared furiously. Prepare to die. Today, I'll tear you apart piece by piece and make you taste death. The Burl unleashed a torrent of energy, and an ominous aura spread outwards from him. The energy swirled like mist, obstructing visibility. Do you think you can defeat me with such tricks? Aren't you underestimating me? Rock said calmly, swinging the Scarlet Sun sword, generating a whirlwind that shattered the Burl's move, dispersing the fog. Not over yet. What? Rock looked at the Burl, who now held a scarlet flaming spear. Styx fire. The Burl's flame spear swept forward, unleashing a wave of intense heat that transformed into a river of fire, directly attacking Rock. TCH, you want to play such tricks before me? Let me show you what real terror looks like. Rock tightened his grip on the Scarlet Sun sword. A formidable sword in tint coalesced around it, with flames engulfing its surface. A massive wave of heat surged forward, assaulting the burl. Break! The overwhelming heat wave engulfed the burl's attack and then swept towards him. How could this happen? How? The burl dodged hastily but was shocked that his attack was so easily neutralized. An unexpected development. Hee. Surprised? Did it exceed your expectations? Rock said coolly, pointing his sword at the burl. There's more where that came from. If you're already surprised now, this will be too boring. Rock pointed his sword skyward, and a resonant dragon roar echoed through the heavens. What? In the burl's astonished gaze, a vortex opened in the sky, and a scarlet dragon descended, circling around Rock. Though not a real dragon but an energy illusion, it was enough to stun anyone witnessing this. Dragon roar, shattered mountains and rivers. Rock pointed the Scarlet Sun sword at the burl. The scarlet dragon, seemingly alive, roared and charged towards the burl. The terrifying dragon aura instilled fear in the burl, with space seemingly sealed around him. The powerful energy converged, and the scarlet dragon swallowed the burl whole before slamming into a distant mountain. Witnessing this, Magnolia no longer wanted to speak. If Rock truly intended to destroy her Fanghu sect, so be it. She could always rebuild afterward. Such force obliterated an entire mountain into dust, and the burl suffered immense trauma. His body was riddled with injuries, his internal meridian shattered, leaving him unable to retaliate until fully recovered. Rock approached the burl and spoke calmly. I've fought many like you, so I know how to deal with you. Surprised? Rock smiled and pointed the Scarlet Sun sword directly at the burl. Hashtag chapter 197. Indra. Damn it. The burl of the Raksha sect looked at Rock in front of him, feeling utterly helpless. He had no means to resist and was unsure what to do next. Do you have any last words? If not, I will have to take action against you. Rock smiled slightly as she placed her hand on the burl's forehead, intending to use soul searching. Want to perform soul searching on me? Not a chance. The burl struggled to speak, his body's meridians still not fully recovered. He managed to lift his arm with great difficulty and pushed Rock's hand away. You're still trying to resist even in this state. Rock was somewhat surprised. If it were anyone else, they would have lost all ability to resist by now. She hadn't expected this burl to be so formidable, capable of resisting her even in such a weakened state. I won't let you gloat over me. The burl gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would eliminate this man before him at all costs. So, do you still have any means to resist? Rock watched the burl calmly, having destroyed his meridians entirely. For him to stand again was simply impossible. At this moment, no matter how angry he was, it wouldn't help. His fate was to be subjected to soul searching. Sacrifice the demon heart to gain unparalleled power. As the burl spoke, countless dark tentacles emerged from his body, enveloping him completely. What? Rock was shocked upon witnessing this scene. She hadn't anticipated this capability from him. Is this guy hiding such a trump card? Puzzled, Rock took a few steps back to distance herself from the burl. With the appearance of the black tentacles, the burl's entire body transformed. His hands became enormous pincers, his eyes turned blood red, and he had lost all rationality. Meanwhile, numerous black tentacles sprouted from his back, each ending with a crimson eye and a horrifying mouth. Disgusting. Rock inwardly commented on the burl's transformation. Now fully transformed into a beast, the burl's terrifying aura forced all nearby creatures to retreat. Kill. Hey, what on earth is that? Magnolia approached Rock, staring at the scene in disbelief. She had only stepped away for a short while, yet things had escalated so drastically. I've only read about similar cases in certain books. It seems demons can sacrifice their hearts to gain immense power. This condition is apparently called Indra? Rock slowly replied, though she couldn't remember exactly where she read it. The situation seemed to fit. So there really are such things. I've never come across it in my readings. Magnolia observed the monster-like burl of the Raksha sect, amazed at how much remained unknown to her. How do we deal with this guy? Magnolia asked, having never fought a demon, let alone an Indra formed through heart sacrifice. To be honest, I don't know either. I've never encountered this before. Rock admitted, taken aback by the burl's hidden strength. So, what should we do now? One step at a time. I'll handle him. You clear out the remaining enemies. Rock tightened her grip on the a-million-annoying sword, contemplating her strategy as she faced the now monstrous burl. Kill, die, kill. The burl, now completely devoid of reason, locked his blood-red gaze on Rock, gathering his terrifying energy. In a flash, he appeared in front of her, launching a swift attack with his tentacles. Had it not been for Vivian's timely defense, Rock might have been struck down. I saved your life again. Yes, thank goodness you were here. Rock thanked Vivian, acknowledging its crucial assistance in averting danger. Roar. The burl, now mindless, roared again and attacked like a black lightning bolt. Fortunately, Rock was prepared this time and avoided the attack. The tentacles continued to lunge at her, each seemingly possessed of its own will. They could also spew a black corrosive liquid that could prove fatal if touched. The burl's speed and strength were greatly enhanced, each move striking with devastating force, forcing Rock into constant evasion. Finding an opportunity to counterattack proved extremely difficult. Damn it, I'm caught in a disadvantageous position. Rock took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Only in tranquility could she find a chance to counterattack. With Vivian's cooperation, she attempted various tactics. However, the tentacles always seemed to anticipate their movements. With so many eyes, we'll be discovered no matter how we maneuver. Let's just break through head-on then. Rock reasoned with Vivian. Delaying further risked failure, so they had no choice but to press forward directly. The burl snarled, grinning eerily at Rock's frontal charge, almost as if he had been waiting for this. Pushing off the ground, he launched himself straight at her. Chapter 198, Demon Exorcism Formation. The kin transformed entirely into a bolt of black lightning, charging toward Rock at an exaggerated speed. His hands, now transformed into pincers, lunged downwards towards Rock. The terrifying force made Rock feel utterly helpless, but he did not retreat. Instead, he raised the red sun sword in his hand. He wanted to see just how powerful the kin had become after fully transforming into a monster. Break for me! Rock roared, slashing towards the kin with the white dew sword. The immense energy gathered and erupted at one point, instantly creating a violent storm as it clashed with the kin's attack. The overwhelming power swept through the area, leveling everything around them. The menacing aura lingered in the air, and Rock took a few steps back, slightly out of breath. He had used all his strength, yet it still wasn't enough to threaten the kin. Damn, is he this strong? Rock cursed inwardly. The kin's power was far beyond what he had imagined. Kill, kill, kill. The kin mumbled incessantly, seemingly forgetting fatigue altogether. His crimson eyes fixed on Rock, ready to pounce at any moment. What should we do? This opponent seems incredibly tough. Yeah, it's crazy. Rock communicated with the white dew sword. He couldn't think of a good way to deal with the kin either, especially since this was his first time fighting such a monster. He didn't know what abilities or strengths the kin possessed, so he needed to find the kin's weaknesses through prolonged combat, a troublesome process. Moreover, the kin's current strength wasn't weaker than his own, making further probing extremely difficult. What should I do? Rock thought. He had a demon's heart in his possession. If he implanted it into himself, would he gain enough power to defeat the kin? This idea flashed through his mind, but he immediately rejected it. He didn't want to become an irrational monster like this. It simply wasn't worth it. Since he's a demon, perhaps using an exorcism might work. He thought. Though unsure if it would be effective, it was worth trying. If it worked, that would be great. If not, he would need to think of other methods. Without hesitation, Rock took action. The white dew sword restrained the kin while he set up the exorcism formation. Working together, they divided their tasks. Rock took various items from his pocket to construct the formation without reservation, thoroughly indulging in this extravagance. However, things didn't go as smoothly as expected. The kin wasn't fighting alone. The white dew sword alone couldn't hold him off. The tentacles behind the kin seemed to have their own consciousness, rushing at Rock and attacking him as soon as they saw him setting up the exorcism formation. His painstakingly constructed formation was completely destroyed before completion. No, this isn't working. I should try to control him first. Rock thought, irritated by the chaotic tentacles. Barrier arise. He placed his fingers together, erecting a barrier that confined both the kin and the white dew sword within. Please buy me some time. Don't worry, leave it to me. The white dew sword confidently replied. Facing the fully transformed kin, it showed no fear, possibly because it was a sword and knew nothing of fear. After imprisoning the kin in the barrier, Rock immediately began setting up the exorcism formation. Without the bothersome tentacles, the formation quickly took shape. Good. Activate the formation. Rock unlocked the barrier with his fingers and immediately activated the exorcism formation as it dissolved. In this world, all things are interdependent and counteract each other. Where there is darkness, there is light. Since demons exist, there must be a way to combat them. Thus, exorcism was formed. After centuries of exploration, many exorcism formations emerged, but only a few remain in use today because demons have almost disappeared, leading to fewer known exorcism formations. Fortunately, Rock knew some exorcism techniques, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to handle this situation. When the exorcism formation activated, the entire world was enveloped in a sacred white light. The holy glow shone upon the kin who had turned into a demon. At that moment, the kin let out a painful scream. Rock clearly saw the kin's skin beginning to decay, as if being corroded by intense heat. Black smoke started spreading from the kin's body. It's working. Rock was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the exorcism formation to be effective against the kin. If so, he had found a way to resolve the situation. Glory be to the mighty spirit, obey my command, exterminate evil. Rock held his fingers together, chanting words of power. Behind him, a massive golden figure holding a huge axe appeared, radiating infinite divine might. Unforgiving strike. Rock's eyes opened wide, locking onto the kin. With his movement, the giant figure swung its axe down towards the kin. Hashtag chapter 199, Dharmaraja deity. Is that the Dharmaraja deity? Cora stood at a distance and saw the commotion around Rock. When she noticed a massive Dharmaraja deity appear behind Rock, she was visibly startled, not expecting him to have such a formidable technique. The moment the Dharmaraja deity appeared, Rock could feel a distinct wave of fear emanating from the burl. So, you do know fear after all. I thought you were completely fearless. Rock spoke slowly, his eyes fixed on the burl before him, while his actions did not cease. With each movement, the giant axe wielded by the Dharmaraja deity struck directly upon the burl. A thunderous boom followed, as the Dharmaraja deity's axe seemed to cleave through heaven and earth. Terrifying energy surged upwards in an instant, tearing through the murky fog in the sky. At that moment, the burl, who had been hit head-on by the Dharmaraja deity, looked utterly devastated. His once robust body now lay in ruins, his hands completely shattered and missing, and his tentacles severed, leaving him riddled with injuries. The effect is rather exaggerated. Rock was surprised despite himself. Though he knew the demon exorcising array he had set up would be effective against the burl, he hadn't anticipated it being this potent. A single strike caused such severe damage. Now comes the time for a pleasant counterattack. With a faint smile, Rock activated the demon exorcising array again. Holy white light enveloped the burl once more. Aya! The burl let out a painful wail instantly as terrifying energy invaded his body, denying him any chance to heal. Rock had foreseen this possibility and observed earlier how the burl's body was healing at a visible speed. If he didn't intervene promptly, it wouldn't take long for the burl to recover fully, creating another huge problem. He wasn't going to foolishly give him that opportunity. An old saying went well, strike when the iron is hot, and Rock was just that kind of person. He wouldn't wait until the burl healed and stood up again before attacking. Timely follow-up strikes were crucial. As Rock activated the array, another Dharmaraja deity emerged. Unlike the previous one, this deity held a bow and arrow. Following Rock's command, the Dharmaraja deity drew the bow, and an arrow filled with ominous energy materialized on its string. It was then shot straight towards the unguarded burl. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion occurred, sending up a massive mushroom cloud. The terrifying energy left even Rock momentarily stunned as he retreated hastily. The attack nearly involved him too. Cough cough. When the dust finally settled, Rock glanced at where the burl once stood. At that moment, the burl's body had completely vanished, save for his severed head, which remained on one side. Yet, even so, the burl was not dead. His crimson eyes glared fiercely at Rock, as if trying to kill him with a gaze alone. Kill, kill, kill. Even at this point, the word kill escaped the burl's lips repeatedly. Clearly, his rationality had completely dissipated, and he now acted purely like a wild beast. Pity. In this state, it's impossible to extract any useful information from him. Rock sighed in frustration. There were many questions he wanted to ask the burl, but given his current state, any interrogation was futile. However, soul-searching might still be attempted. This was the perfect opportunity since the burl's body had vanished entirely, leaving him devoid of any resistance. For Rock, the burl posed no threat whatsoever. Approaching the burl, Rock placed his hand on the elder's forehead. Just then, he sensed an impending danger. A looming death threat made him immediately alert. Along with the sound of breaking soil, a tentacle sprouted from the ground, winding around Rock's extended arm and attacking. White Dew Sword quickly intervened, unleashing sword chi that slashed through the ambush in an instant. What a close call. Rock muttered with lingering fear, hardly believing that the burl could still launch an attack with only his head remaining. Without White Dew Sword's help, he would have surely been injured. Surely there are no more tricks left now. To prevent further surprises, Rock lifted the burl's head and thoroughly inspected it, confirming no further dangers. Only then did he relax. Placing his hand on the elder's forehead, he initiated the soul-searching secret technique. As his consciousness connected with the burl's, he gradually saw fragmented images, but nothing coherent beyond isolated scenes. What is going on? Rock was perplexed. The soul search failed? Logically, this spell should never fail. Why could he only see disjointed memories? Looking at the ugly visage of the Raksha sect burl, Rock suddenly realized something. Could it be because of his current state? Perhaps losing his sanity caused the memories within his consciousness to fade? At this moment, that was the only plausible explanation. Nothing else could account for it. It couldn't be that someone could defend against a soul search in this world, right? Rock didn't believe that possibility existed. After all, soul searches were usually conducted by stronger beings against weaker ones who had no means to resist. How could it fail? Damn it, this way I won't get any useful information. In frustration, Rock tossed the burl's head aside. ####Chapter 200, The Clan Annihilation Tragedy. Without obtaining any intelligence, this fact made Rock feel he had suffered a great loss. There's no other way. We can only continue to investigate. Now there was nothing else he could do but follow the current approach and pursue the investigation further. He summoned the Dharmakaya deity once again to deliver the final blow to the Kalin of the Rakshasa sect. Only after confirming that the Kalin of the Rakshasa sect had been completely annihilated did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with it thoroughly. Rock stretched his body, then his gaze turned to other directions. Although many remnants of the Rakshasa sect had been eliminated by Korra, some still remained. In the following time, it was Rock's show of slaughter. Those remaining members of the Rakshasa sect were no match for him and were quickly wiped out. Once all the remnants of the Rakshasa sect were dealt with, Korra instructed her disciples to clean up the battlefield while she and Rock returned to the Fanghu sect. This time, our Fanghu sect should be safe, Korra slowly said. Having cleared these remnants, the Rakshasa sect would likely not invade their sect for a while, and the matter was finally resolved. What are your plans next? Continue southward to other sects? Korra looked at Rock and asked. If nothing unexpected happens, yes? Rock replied. First, he needed to clear the remnants of the Rakshasa sect planted in other prestigious sects, and then unite all the prestigious sects to jointly punish the Rakshasa sect. This was Rock's current plan, a straightforward one aimed at forming an alliance among all the prestigious sects, which would greatly facilitate matters for him. I see. When do you plan to set out? If you're not in a hurry, why not rest here for a day? Korra suggested. No, I don't think so. For some reason, I feel something is off. The Rakshasa sect's actions now are entirely different from before. I'm worried about unforeseen changes, so it's better to resolve things as soon as possible. After brief contemplation, Rock spoke. Of course, he wanted to rest too, but since solving the problem with the Rakshasa sect's Kalin, he felt something wasn't right, though he couldn't pinpoint it. It was better to resolve matters quickly to avoid complications. Well, if that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Korra understood that if Rock had already made up his mind, it was pointless to say more. Since he decided to continue southward, she could only wish him smooth sailing. After a short rest, Rock and Rosa continued southward, heading towards other prestigious sects to help them clear out the Rakshasa sect's remnants. I hope you have a smooth journey, Korra whispered as she watched Rock and company depart. Rock continued southward and soon arrived at the territory of the Bailing-song sect. However, what puzzled him was that after entering the Bailing-song sect's territory, he didn't encounter a single Bailing-song cultivator. Strange, how could this be? Even if it's unlikely, we shouldn't meet no one at all. Rock thought, and upon reaching the entrance of the Bailing-song sect, he saw several dead disciples lying at the gate. Realizing something was amiss, he understood these were the guard disciples who had been killed. indicating serious internal problems within the Bailing sect. Things are bad. Let's go inside quickly. Okay. Rock told Rosa and the others, then rushed into the Bailing sect without hesitation. Upon arriving inside, the situation was even worse than he imagined. Corpses of Bailing disciples lay scattered everywhere, blood flowed like rivers, and the air was filled with the stench of death. How could this happen? Rock couldn't understand. It was as if the Bailing sect had been utterly wiped out. Who on earth could do such a cruel thing? Rosa also spoke, unable to bear the gruesome scene before her. Such a major event would have caused a stir across the eastern continent if it had happened earlier. Since we heard no news before arriving, it means this incident occurred recently. Could it be? Rock instantly linked this to the Rakshasa sect. Without delay, he inspected various parts of the Bailing sect and, upon returning, was immediately surrounded by Rosa and the others. What's the situation? Are there any surviving disciples? Did you find any clues? What happened? Several women asked in succession. No survivors were found. This was likely the work of the Rakshasa sect. All cultivation resources and secret techniques of the Bailing sect have been plundered. It makes sense why we encountered reinforcements from the Rakshasa sect while at the Fanghu sect. They must have planned to delay us while pillaging all other sects' resources. Rock explained his theory. If it's true as you say, does that mean the remaining sects have also? Tamsin started but hesitated, unable to fathom the cruelty. I think it might already be too late. Given the proximity of the Bailing sect to the Fanghu sect, they had suffered such fate. Other sects likely met the same end. Still, they needed to verify, hoping to find some survivors and gather information on the events. Let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. Agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a sharp sword came flying toward them, carrying boundless anger. The terrifying momentum startled even Rock, who hastily erected defenses and drew his annoying sword in preparation. Who's there? He asked, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the sword energy came. Hashtag chapter 201. I am not the murderer. Who's there? Rock's gaze shifted towards the direction from where the sword chi was coming, his expression heavy with concern. Could there be more ambushers here? When he turned his gaze, he saw a very beautiful young girl holding a long sword, flanked by two peers, a boy and a girl. Davina's face was flushed with rage. One could easily gauge her intense emotions just from her eyes. If looks could kill, Rock would have been hacked to pieces by now. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Rock asked aloud. This girl didn't feel like one of the hidden Rakshasa sect members within the Bailing sect. She appeared too emotionally charged. Rock speculated that this girl must be a disciple of the Bailing sect who mistook him for the enemy after witnessing the massacre of her fellow disciples. Of course, these were only Rock's speculations. He wasn't sure if they were accurate, and he still needed an answer from the girl herself. It doesn't matter who you are. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Davina, filled with anger, gripped her long sword tightly and without hesitation lunged at Rock. This guy won't listen. She doesn't even consider talking it through properly. Rock felt speechless. If only she had tried communicating, it wouldn't have escalated to immediate violence. Now, he had no choice but to subdue her first before trying to talk. Rock drew out his annoying sword and aimed it at the girl. He struck with the sword, but he held back so as not to injure her. At most, it would render her incapable of fighting. The sword chi intertwined in their exchange, with neither side gaining the upper hand for a moment. Leah, I believe you must have misunderstood. We can talk this through. Rock tried speaking to her amidst the battle. Misunderstood? Only ghosts would believe what you say about misunderstanding. You appeared here at Bailing sect and killed so many of my sect brothers and sisters. How can you call this a misunderstanding? Do you expect me to believe that? Davina angrily replied, her long sword enveloped in terrifying spiritual energy, aiming directly at Rock. I already told you, this is a misunderstanding. The destruction of the Bailing sect has nothing to do with us. Rock spoke again. It confirmed his suspicions. This girl was indeed a disciple of the Bailing sect. What did you just say? Upon hearing Rock's words, the girl immediately stopped her attack, looking at him in disbelief. You said, Bailing sect was wiped out? Yes. Seeing the girl halt her attack, Rock also paused. He nodded, having thoroughly checked the entire sect, finding no survivors. All resources had been completely plundered. He couldn't believe it wasn't the Rakshasa sect behind this. Wiped out. Father. Without further ado, the girl rushed into the inner grounds of Bailing sect. What's going on? Rock turned to the other male and Fey Farons, puzzled by the girl's actions. Our junior sister is the sect leader's daughter. The Faron glanced at Rock and replied nonchalantly. Oh, now I understand. Rock realized why the girl had been so emotional earlier. When you mentioned the sect being wiped out, what happened to the sect leader? The Fey Faron then asked. I checked the entire sect and found no survivors. All cultivation resources inside were plundered. I suspect this was the work of the Rakshasa sect. Rock didn't explain everything but gave them a brief summary of his deductions. The Rakshasa sect? Forget that now. Let's check on our junior sister. I'll go with you. All right. The Fey Faron looked at Rock and said, you seem to know a lot about this. You'll need to help us clear up some confusions later. I will tell you everything I know. Rock responded straightforwardly. They soon followed the girl to the secluded chamber where the sect leader had been meditating. As expected. What does that mean? The male and Fey Farons, hearing Rock's words, expressed confusion, looking at him for clarification. I'll explain it to you later. Rock replied. Entering the secluded chamber, they saw the girl kneeling before a corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. Father, 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 sect leader. Rock felt helpless, knowing the fate of the sect leaders was consistent across the attacked sects. They were all killed while in seclusion. I'll kill you. You will pay for my father's death. Hey, I'm not the murderer. Get a grip. What happened at Bailing sect has nothing to do with me. Rock felt exasperated. He had already explained multiple times, but the girl was losing her rationality and blamed him as the murderer. She raised her long sword, preparing to strike. Junior's sister, wait. Fortunately, her senior brother and sister intervened, or else Rock would have been forced to fight again. Why are you stopping me? Davina looked at her seniors, confused. The situation might not be as you think. Now, can you tell us what really happened? And who you are, and why you came to Bailengsong sect? This is a long story. Rock began recounting everything that had happened on his journey, including details about the Rakshasa sect, to everyone present. After listening to Rock's account, they all wore expressions of disbelief. Can we believe you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, Jin sect, Nudaog sect, Danning sect, and Fanghu sect. See if I'm lying. Rock declared earnestly. Chapter 202. The Tragedy of Qinglin sect. So, according to what you say, my father was already killed when he went into seclusion? Murdered by the Grand Elder who was a spy for the Luocha sect? Jillian looked at King and slowly asked. Even now, she still found it hard to believe that everything King had said was true. The spy from the Luocha sect killed her father, took over by Bartolomeong's sect in his place, and then worked together with the Luocha sect to wipe out the entire sect, plundering all cultivation resources. Yes, that's how it happened. But it doesn't stop there. I think that other sects southward have also been wiped out by the Luocha sect. King explained slowly. This was the worst-case scenario. If it's really as you say, I will definitely annihilate the Luocha sect to avenge my father and the Bai Bartolomeong sect. Jillian spoke firmly. She never thought that after merely going out for some training, such a tragic event would occur. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have left the Bai Bartolomeong sect even for a step. If it's as you say, isn't staying here a bad idea? Shouldn't we check on other sects as well? Imran looked at King and asked. That's right. Our plan was indeed to go to other sects to check the situation, but we ran into you before we could set off. King looked at the few people in front of him and explained. In that case, why don't we go together? All right. King did not refute Jillian and Imran's suggestion and agreed immediately. Senior brother, what do you think? As for me, I'll head to other sects to verify if the situation is as our fellow Taoist described. Right. That sounds good. We can split up. After all, we shouldn't just rely on one person's account. It's better to verify. Let's divide up the tasks then. Yes. Regarding the two of them doubting him openly, King wasn't angry because what he said was the truth. However, others had the right to verify and doubt. If he got upset over something so minor, he'd be too petty. In that case, Jillian and I will head south with King. You should go north to other sections. Agreed. The three quickly divided their tasks, and King had no objections. He gazed toward the south. Many sects lay in that direction. If they were all wiped out, it would truly be an unprecedented disaster. A matter of great shock throughout the entire lower realm. Luocha sect, I am your eternal enemy. Jillian put her father's body away and followed King and the others as they continued south. South of Bai Bartolomeong's sect lay Qinglin sect. Qinglin sect revered the divine azure dragon, and according to legend, a dragon vein rested beneath their territory, giving Qinglin sect disciples exceptional water spiritual veins to aid in rapid cultivation. After about a day, they arrived at Qinglin sect. Upon entering its territory, they didn't encounter any guards, and the air carried an unmistakable scent of blood. Do you smell blood? Yes, I do. There's a faint but definite bloody scent in the air. So, does this mean Qinglin sect has also been wiped out? Hurry! They immediately increased their speed upon detecting the blood. When they reached Qinglin sect, they saw numerous disciples lying dead in pools of blood. It seems we're too late, Rosa said quietly. What should we do now? Chelsea asked, uncertain how to proceed as she had never experienced anything like this. As she questioned, she felt incredibly grateful that her Shansu sect hadn't suffered a similar fate. If it had, she might not have the will to live anymore. She glanced at King, thanking him for saving their sect. Initially, Chelsea had resisted marrying King, but seeing the tragedies at Bai Bartolomeong's sect and Qinglin sect made her more willing to become his partner. We should look around to see if anyone survived. If there are survivors, we must save them. Understood. Following King's orders, everyone started searching. He inspected places like the Scripture Hall, the Medicinal Hall, and the Spirit Treasure Hall, only to find the same outcome as by Bartolomeong's sect. All cultivation resources were plundered. Next, King entered the main hall, where the carnage matched the exterior. Blood covered the ground as he cautiously walked inside. Suddenly, he stopped. A faint breathing sound reached his ears. There's a survivor. He scanned the area and locked onto a spot piled with bodies. The weak breathing came from under those corpses. He quickly approached the corner and moved the bodies aside, revealing a girl covered in blood. She's alive. King checked her pulse, confirming she was still breathing. Without hesitation, he used his most precious healing pill, Huixing pill. This elixir could bring someone back from near death, ensuring rebirth among healing pills. Feeding the pill to the girl, he also transferred his true energy. Gradually, she opened her eyes. Who are you? The girl murmured weakly. Chapter 203. No survivors. Cough cough. Laura struggled to open her eyes. She gazed at the unfamiliar man before her, her consciousness gradually returning. Her pupils widened in shock as she immediately stood up from the ground. She surveyed the desolate scene around her, tears involuntarily streaming down her face as she slowly knelt down. Why has this happened? Berkeley. Senior brother. Senior sister. Junior brother. Junior sister. Laura's mind began to collapse, and she broke into sobs. The cries drew Rosa and others to the hall, eager to understand what had transpired. What happened? From what I can tell, she is likely the only survivor of the Qinglin sect. I found her barely alive, so I saved her. However, witnessing the state of Qinglin sect must have driven her to the brink of madness, Rock explained slowly. Laura clenched her fists, her gaze struggling to meet the faces before her. With a tone filled with hatred, she spoke through gritted teeth. Raksha sect. All of this was done by the Raksha sect. I want revenge. I will destroy the Raksha sect with my own hands. Her voice faltered, her eyes turning bloodshot as her mind clouded with vengeance. If you seek revenge on the Raksha sect, would you consider joining forces with us? What? Laura looked at Jillian, who had spoken, unsure of his intentions. Who are you? Why? My name is Jillian, daughter of the Balan sect's patriarch. Our sect was also destroyed by the Raksha sect. If you're willing, we can join forces. Jillian paused, her words resonating deeply after seeing the same tragedy befall Qinglin's sect as it did Balan sect. It reinforced her belief in Rock's account that the destruction of Balan sect involved Raksha sect. Balan sect was also wiped out? Laura was stunned. She hadn't expected that not only Qinglin's sect but also Balan sect had suffered the same fate. Yes, and more. All southern sects have likely met the same end at the hands of the Raksha sect. What? Laura was shocked once again, realizing all southern sects could have been annihilated by Raksha sect. How can you be so sure? This isn't my conclusion, but rather his, Jillian said, pointing to Rock. Hello, I'm Rock. The circumstances are complex. If you wish, I can explain everything. I want to know why our Qinglin sect was destroyed by the Raksha sect. Please tell me. Very well, let me summarize. Rock recounted his experiences and Raksha sect's objectives. After listening, Laura finally understood the situation. So, you indirectly caused the destruction of Qinglin sect by opposing the Raksha sect, is that correct? Laura turned to Rock, speaking these words. Ah. Rock hadn't anticipated this interpretation. If you see it that way, then yes. He nodded. According to her logic, he did indirectly cause Qinglin sect's downfall, though without his actions, other sects would have faced an equally dire fate. Don't worry. I don't blame you. You did nothing wrong. Had I known about Raksha sect's actions, I would have acted similarly. Laura continued calmly. Even if Qinglin sect wasn't destroyed outright, it would have slowly been infiltrated by Raksha sect spies until it perished. She recognized the inevitability and rationalized Rock's actions. That's true. I would have acted the same way. Jillian agreed. In light of this, what do you plan to do next? Laura asked the group present. All southern sects might have fallen to Raksha sect. Still, we intend to continue south to see if any survivors remain. We might find others like you. Rock replied. If we find survivors, they'll strengthen our fight against Raksha sect. Understood. Then, I will join you. After brief reflection, Laura decided to take action for revenge. Recognizing the need for allies against Raksha sect's strength, she joined them. Of course, your help is most welcome. Jillian welcomed her addition to the group, understanding the importance of unity. The group, Rock, Rosa, Jillian, and Laura, continued their journey south. As predicted, every southern sect had been obliterated by Raksha sect, leaving no survivors or resources intact. In the end, only Rock, Jillian, Xuanhuan, and Laura remained as survivors. What should we do now? Jillian turned to Rock, unconsciously relying on his judgment throughout their travels. Just the four of us won't stand a chance against Raksha sect. You're right. Individually, we're weak, but united with other sects, we stand a better chance. You mean? At Rock's words, Jillian, Xuanhuan, and Laura instantly grasped his intention. To unite the remaining forces and confront Raksha sect together. Chapter 204 Successor Burl. I understand what you mean, but are the other sects really willing to help us? Suzette looked at Rock and asked slowly. I believe they would be willing. Although the other sects were not completely wiped out, they have also suffered from the Ravine sect's atrocities. If we can rally against the Ravine sect, I'm sure they will be more than willing, Rock explained slowly. As long as he took the initiative to organize this matter, it should be quite straightforward. The Heavenly Cold sect's Janie, the Embracing Flame sect's Maddie, Sword sect, Raging Tide sect, Alchemy Cauldron sect. All these now belonged under his leadership. Wouldn't it just be a matter of giving an order? As for the Divine Strategy sect and Fanghu sect, Rock believed that these two sects had long-standing grievances with the Ravine sect and definitely wanted revenge. Especially Magnolia, the leader of the Fanghu sect, was akin to a father figure to her. She would surely seek vengeance. Regarding the Divine Strategy sect, Rock couldn't say for certain, but with himself and Tamsin stepping in, even if Yuan was reluctant, he would definitely act. Since you've spoken so confidently, we'll follow your lead. Jillian, Imran, and Suzette addressed Rock. Now they had no other options. Their sects had been destroyed, and such enmity must be avenged. But relying solely on their personal strength was clearly insufficient. They needed the power of other sects. We'll head back to the Alchemy Cauldron sect first. Why go to the Alchemy Cauldron sect instead of the closer Fanghu sect? Well, I have my plans. Facing Suzette and others' questions, Rock coughed awkwardly. It wasn't easy to tell them that he was actually the leader of the Alchemy Cauldron sect. Even if he did, they probably wouldn't believe him. Besides, if they did believe him, who knew if they might think he was taking advantage of the situation? Forget it, too much speculation was pointless. Rock had another idea. Rather than visiting each sect individually, why not gather all the heads of the sects together to discuss the next steps? After all, since all the sects had suffered from the Ravine sect's actions, collectively retaliating made sense. Alright, if this is your arrangement, we have no objections. Jillian, Imran, and Suzette nodded. They had already witnessed Rock's leadership skills and had no doubts about him. Deciding this, Rock and the others immediately set off for the Alchemy Cauldron sect. Meanwhile, within the Ravine sect, in the Grand Hall of the Ravine sect, the sect leader sat in his position while Isaiah knelt respectfully before him. Ha ha ha. Excellent, very excellent. This plan went smoothly, Isaiah. You did well. The Ravine sect leader laughed heartily. How long had it been since he had laughed like this? Ever since the Heavenly Cold sect, his plans were thwarted by Rock step by step. Fortunately, he adjusted the plan in time. Otherwise, everything might have been destroyed by that young man. Now, having obtained half the resources of the righteous sects, it wasn't a bad outcome. During the attack on the Fanghu sect, the Burl unfortunately fell in battle. Our Burl position remains vacant. Isaiah, are you willing to take up this role? Isaiah was both surprised and nervous when the leader posed this question. Leader, isn't this inappropriate? I'm only recently promoted to kin. Appointing me as Burl right now may cause dissatisfaction among the other kins. Discontent? Humph, even if they're discontent, they'll have to swallow it. Don't forget, their power comes from me. Moreover, the Burl position in our Ravine sect is meant for capable individuals. If an incompetent person were to take the position, our sect might as well cease to exist. Isn't that right, Isaiah? Yes, leader speaks wisely. Isaiah bowed, acknowledging the leader's words. He couldn't help but smile, never expecting his plan to unfold so smoothly. If the leader sees fit, I won't disappoint. Isaiah knelt again. With the leader speaking this highly of him, rejecting would be disrespectful. Very well. From now on, you are our new Burl. Only I rank above you within the Ravine sect. Thank you for your high regard, leader. I have matters to attend to. You may leave now. Yes. After thanking the leader, Isaiah left the hall. Holding the token representing his new authority, he felt elated. Becoming the Burl so easily exceeded his expectations. What a breeze. Playing with the token in his hand, he returned to his quarters with great excitement. Soon, news of Isaiah becoming the Burl spread throughout the Ravine sect. All the kins received word to assist him in daily management. Teach, what makes him a Burl? Indeed, a mere newly appointed kin suddenly becomes Burl. What a joke. He must have bribed the leader. Hush, don't say such things lightly. My guess is that his plan indeed helped the Ravine sect, so the leader elevated him exceptionally. Gathered together, many kins murmured discontentedly. They viewed Isaiah as inexperienced, far less suitable for the Burl role compared to them. Look out, look out. While some kin still chatted, a younger kin rushed in, visibly agitated. Hashtag chapter 205, Alliance. What on earth happened? You're in such a panic, it's completely out of order. Facing the young elder, the several elders with considerable seniority and experience were clearly much more composed. But what? The young elder was very anxious, so much so that he couldn't speak fluently. He struggled to calm himself before addressing the other elders. The newly appointed Burl has dismissed all of us from our positions as elders. What? Upon hearing the young elder's words, all the present elders immediately stood up from their seats, staring at him in shock. Is everything you said true? It's true. The announcement has already been posted. The young elder spoke urgently. He had only recently taken up the position of elder, yet it was abruptly revoked. He hadn't even had time to savor the role. Hurry, take us to see the situation. How dare that damn Isaiah do this? We must report this matter to the Jagger immediately. Isaiah has abused his power like this and cannot be tolerated. The elders voiced their opinions and then went to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, King had returned to the Danding sect. Upon returning, he saw the sect members getting along harmoniously. Previously, the Danding sect disciples and Sword sect disciples now seemed as if they had always belonged to the same sect, without any trace of previous division. Leader, you're finally back. How did it go? When the elders heard that King had returned to the sect, they didn't hesitate and immediately came to the main hall. They were eager to know the information about the Rakshasa sect. The situation is dire. All the sects south of Fanghu sect have been completely wiped out by the Rakshasa sect. What? Upon hearing King's words, the elders were stunned into silence. The destruction of all the sects south of Fanghu sect meant the loss of half of the righteous sections. This was almost unbelievable. Not only were the sects destroyed, but all cultivation resources within those sects were also plundered. Can such a thing happen? The elders knew well that the Jagger would not lie to them, but accepting this reality was extremely difficult. Leader, since things are this bad, what should we do next? One elder asked. Have you informed all the other major sects to send their representatives here to gather at the Danding sect? We need to discuss how to deal with the Rakshasa sect. Yes. Receiving King's instructions, the elders wasted no time and immediately began to act. You are actually the leader of the Danding sect? Jillian looked at King in surprise, never expecting appearances could be so deceiving. Here was a youth not much older than herself, yet he led an entire sect? Compared to King, she felt insignificant. I apologize for not telling you earlier. Many events transpired. You don't need to explain. I can guess the reasons. Jillian responded slowly, admiring King for his strength and decisive judgment in facing various challenges. Recently, we've been constantly traveling. Everyone must be tired. Take this time to rest properly. Facing King's words, Jillian, Imran, and Suzette raised no objections. Before long, representatives from Tianhan sect, Huayin sect, Nutao sect, Fanghu sect, and Shansu sect arrived at the Danding sect. Janie from Tianhan sect, Maddie from Huayin sect, an elder from Nutao sect, Fanghutong Lapa from Fanghu sect, and Yuan from Shansu sect. King addressed the gathered representatives with regret. I have something regrettable to tell you all. All the sects south of Fanghu sect, Baling sect, Qingshan sect, etc., have fallen victim to the Rakshasa sect. Their sects have been destroyed, and all cultivation resources plundered. Upon hearing this from King, each representative wore an incredulous expression. They couldn't believe that half of the righteous sects south of Fanghu sect had been wiped out. It was too fantastical. Is this true? Yuan asked slowly, though he knew King wouldn't lie. The reality was hard to accept. It's true. I think it might be because Rakshasa sect spies within these major sects collaborated with Rakshasa sect forces to ambush and destroy these sects, King speculated. Indeed, the leaders of those sects were likely killed early on, leaving their disciples helpless against the Rakshasa sect's attacks. So, why have you called us here? Presumably to discuss the campaign against the Rakshasa sect, as they've devastated half of our major sections. That's right. I invite you here to discuss how to counter the Rakshasa sect. My idea is for us to form an alliance and collectively combat the Rakshasa sect. King spoke directly and concisely. I agree. Janie expressed her support first, appreciating the help King had provided her, especially given she was his fiancée. I also agree. Maddie quickly followed suit. We have no objections either. The elder from New Tao sect spoke, feeling no reason to oppose his Jagger's decision. In that case, I also agree. I have no issue with it. Yuan and Fang Hutong Lapa concurred, knowing that tackling the Rakshasa sect alone was insufficient. Thus, the alliance was formed, and plans to counter the Rakshasa sect commenced. Chapter 206, Undercover. So, how should we deal with the Rakshasa sect next? Have you thought about this? Yuan looked at Rock and asked. He held Rock in very high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed his daughter to marry him. So he wanted to know what good strategies Rock had for dealing with the Rakshasa sect. To be honest, I don't have any solid ideas yet. If we choose to confront the Rakshasa sect directly, I think we would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, I have a preliminary idea, and I hope everyone can give me some advice. What idea? Speak up. Cora immediately spoke. She acknowledged Rock's strength and leadership. If he had a suggestion, it was definitely worth listening to. Since the Rakshasa sect has been able to plant spies among us righteous sects, can't we also plant spies within their ranks? Rock smiled slightly as he presented his idea. What? Upon hearing Rock's idea, everyone present was surprised. None of them expected him to suggest something like this. However, they were actually quite appreciative of Rock's proposal. They knew little about the Rakshasa sect apart from the fact that it was an evil demonic sect. But regarding its strengths and secrets, they were completely clueless. Choosing to fight under such circumstances would indeed be unwise. If they could send a spy into the Rakshasa sect to gather information, dealing with them later on would likely be much simpler. It would also allow for inside-out cooperation. This is indeed a good method, but who should we assign for this undercover mission? At this point, Yuan asked again. The choice of the undercover agent was crucial. Otherwise, instead of aiding them, it might become a trap. I've decided to go undercover into the Rakshasa sect myself. No way. When Rock voiced his intention to go undercover, all present unexpectedly chorused these two words in unison. Why not? Rock was confused. Did someone here think they were more suitable than him? His disguise skills were top-notch. As long as he went undercover, there was no way the Rakshasa sect would detect him. Why? Of course it's too dangerous. Yuan said directly. There was no way he'd let his future son-in-law take such risks. You're right. Being an undercover agent is a very dangerous job, and our current alliance cannot do without you. Cora also slowly responded. In her heart, she felt that as long as Rock was still around, there was still hope. Thus, he must not be put at risk. As for Janie and Maddie, they had even simpler reasons for opposing Rock's decision. They loved him and didn't want him to take unnecessary risks. But, besides me, there seems to be no one else better suited. We'll go. Just then, Jillian, Imran, and Suzette stepped forward and addressed Rock. The Rakshasa sect destroyed our sects. We can't just let this slide. Let us go. No. Rock firmly stated. This is something only I can handle. I have the best disguise skills, so there's no need to worry about being discovered. Your abilities are too distinctively from prestigious sects, and you'd be recognized immediately. Not me. My strength will not make me easily discoverable, so you don't need to worry about me. While I'm undercover, you need to focus on cultivating and enhancing your own strength. If you can't improve yourselves, how will you avenge your sects? Rock explained directly. After hearing this, Jillian, Imran, and Suzette fell silent, realizing he had a point. That's settled. No one here is more suitable than me. Rock declared decisively. Well, the others exchanged glances, knowing that once Rock made up his mind, there was no persuading him otherwise, so they remained silent. In that case, I'll go with you. Rosa and Winifred stood up, addressing Rock. No, the mission is too dangerous. One person is enough. You two wait for me to return safely. Rock refused outright. Going undercover into the Rakshasa sect, even he wasn't sure what might happen. He certainly wouldn't let them come along. Well, that's enough, listen to me. You two must be obedient. Rock persuaded them gently. All right, please take care of yourself. Seeing Rock's firm stance, Rosa and Winifred had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Since it's settled, I'll depart immediately for the Rakshasa sect. Please handle everything else while I'm gone. Agreed. Yuan nodded. As the senior among those present, he would handle affairs among the righteous sects after Rock left. After bidding farewell to his fellow cultivators, Rock set off alone for the Rakshasa sect's territory. Meanwhile, within the Rakshasa sect, several elders had already quarreled their way into the great hall before the Jagger. What exactly is happening here? Why are you all so noisy? The Jagger of the Rakshasa sect asked sternly, and all present immediately quieted down. One of the leading elders stood up and addressed the leader. Jagger, please protect us. Since Isaiah became Burl, he has been abusing his power and now wants to dismiss all of us from our elder positions. Yes, Jagger, you must help us. The other elders quickly knelt and echoed in unison. Chapter 207. Dealing with the Rakshasa sect kins. Oh, is this true? When the Rakshasa sect's patriarch heard his elders discussing the matter, he smiled faintly. This was the first time he was hearing about it, and he found it somewhat surprising. Isaiah had only recently taken over his Burl from him and had already caused such a stir. Quite impressive indeed. Isaiah, is this really happening? The Rakshasa sect's patriarch turned to Isaiah and slowly asked, his voice now heavier with authority. If Isaiah couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, the patriarch wouldn't be lenient. If Isaiah thought that receiving the patriarch's favor meant he could act recklessly, he was gravely mistaken. Yes, Era. Isaiah didn't hesitate and admitted it directly. To admit so readily, from your tone, it seems you don't believe you've done anything wrong. Tell me, why did you do this? Yes. Isaiah nodded. As expected, the patriarch didn't immediately blame him but instead inquired about the reasons behind his actions. Since the patriarch was asking, it implied that he had already developed some trust. Although unsure how much trust there was, the fact that there was trust at all was reassuring. As long as what he said next wasn't too outrageous, the patriarch would likely believe him. Era, These people are nothing but parasites within our Raksha sect. They not only lack any abilities, but also gradually erode our sect. Upon hearing Isaiah's statement, all the elders panicked and vigorously defended themselves. Hey, don't go spreading rumors. I advise you not to slander us. How can you accuse someone of wrongdoing without proof? The elders were visibly shaken by Isaiah's accusation. Sitting in his seat, the Raksha sect's patriarch watched the commotion below. Based on the elders' reactions, he could tell that Isaiah's words held truth. Being a leader required wisdom, and he could easily gauge from their demeanor that they were guilty. Silence. The Raksha sect's patriarch immediately commanded. Everyone quieted down, respectfully looking at the patriarch. Isaiah, if you make such claims, you should have evidence. Without proof, I will punish you. Hearing the patriarch's words, the elders felt a glimmer of hope. They hoped Isaiah lacked evidence so that he could be punished, thus resolving the crisis for them. Era, since I dared speak out, I naturally have prepared evidence. Please see for yourself. Isaiah pulled out a booklet from his robe and handed it to the patriarch. This booklet contains detailed records of each elder's bribery. Most of these elders possess no real ability and obtain their positions by paying vast resources to the previous Burl. Era, can someone who lacks ability truly hold an elder's position in our Raksha sect? With such people present, how can we possibly advance? Isaiah spoke calmly and logically. The Raksha sect's patriarch examined the booklet, confirming its contents were accurate, then nodded. Yes, you are right. Era, please hear us out. Be silent. The elders tried to defend themselves, hoping to save their lives, but the patriarch ordered them to remain quiet. Facing the patriarch's command, they dared not defy. I have given you a chance. If you had peacefully resigned, your lives would have been spared. But alas, you chose to disgrace yourselves before me. Now, I must handle this matter. Isaiah looked at the patriarch and respectfully said, Era, please decide their fates. The patriarch pondered, while the elders were drenched in cold sweat, feeling unprecedented fear. They wished they could hide in a crack in the ground, throw them into the back mountain, leaving them to their own devices. Yes. No. Era, spare us. Era, please forgive us. We'll do anything. Hearing the patriarch's decision, the elders panicked, knowing the back mountain was a place of certain death. Unfortunately, their pleas were futile. Since the patriarch had decided, there would be no change. In the end, the elders were forced into the back mountain. Not long after, screams echoed through the air. Isaiah, you have done well, solving a major problem within our sect. Promoting you to Burl was indeed the right choice. The Raksha sect's patriarch spoke, increasingly satisfied with Isaiah. Thank you, Era. Yes, continue assisting me in making our Raksha sect stronger. Yes. Isaiah respectfully left the hall. Everything went according to plan. Leaving the hall with a smile, Isaiah walked toward the outer gate of Raksha sect. Recruitment season was ongoing, and he wanted to observe. Meanwhile, King successfully arrived at Sin City, home of the Raksha sect. ####Chapter 208, City of Sin. The City of Sin. Originally, it was a normal country. However, everything changed when the Rakshasa sect established itself within its borders. The entire country was completely transformed from one of peace and prosperity into a place ruled by the strong preying on the weak. There were no rules to restrain anyone, and those who lived here became lawless bandits, committing all manner of atrocities. As long as you had power, you could do whatever you wished. Nobody would interfere. Nobody would restrict you. Thus, over time, this place became a haven for sinners, earning the name City of Sin in the mouths of people. Upon entering the City of Sin, Rock immediately felt numerous gazes lock onto him. Those eyes seemed like those of ravenous beasts ready to devour him. Fascinating. This place is quite extraordinary. Rock muttered inwardly, observing the people around him. They all appeared eager to test their luck, as if itching to take action against him. Just as Rock was lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly blocked his path. Stop. Paleface. What did you just call me? Rock grew angry upon hearing the man's derogatory term for him. To call him Paleface, couldn't he just say that he looked handsome? Paleface, what about it? I'm talking to you. The burly man opposite Rock spoke disdainfully, not hesitating to press his large saber against Rock's neck. Hand over everything valuable you have on you, or don't blame my blade for having poor eyesight. Oh, robbing me, are you? Rock smiled slightly. It had been a long time since anyone tried to rob him, and he almost missed such encounters. What are you smiling at? Respect your elder when he's robbing you. Robbing me? I think you might be targeting the wrong person. If you know what's good for you, scram now, or I won't be responsible for what happens next. Rock's eyes turned icy cold, and a chilling aura of dread emanated from them. Facing Rock's gaze, the burly man felt an icy chill seep through his bones, as if his head might separate from his body in the next second. It must be a hallucination. A pale face like him, how can he exude such pressure? The burly man told himself silently, pressing the saber even harder against Rock's neck, trying to force him to his knees. But alas, no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't make Rock budge an inch. Paleface, get down on your knees. The burly man felt provoked and humiliated. At this moment, he must make Rock kneel before him to ease his anger. I already gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Rock shook his head. Then, with lightning speed, his hand lashed out. All the onlookers saw was a flash of red light, followed by the burly man's head soaring into the air, blood spurting wildly as it separated from his body. Everyone around witnessed this horrifying scene, shocked and surprised that the seemingly frail and weak Rock possessed such formidable strength. With just one strike, he decapitated the burly man, and nobody even saw how he did it. Meanwhile, those who had surrounded Rock immediately scattered, terrified of meeting the same fate as the burly man. A bunch of scum, wasting my time. Rock brushed his hands and continued walking forward. At this moment, a voice spoke beside him. Not bad, aren't you? Are you here to take part in the Rakshasa sect's entrance exam too? Rock turned toward the voice and saw someone roughly his age, standing half a head taller, with a refined appearance, innocent and gentlemanly. But Rock knew well enough that a person's true nature cannot be judged by their appearance. The one before him might look like a gentle nobleman, but could easily be a ruthless killer. People who appear gentler often warrant more caution. Yes, you are? Forgetting to introduce myself, I am Aryan, a first-rank wanderer. I heard the Rakshasa sect was accepting disciples, so I thought I'd try my luck. Aryan said slowly. I am Levi, pleasure to meet you. Rock casually fabricated a name. Brother Levi is truly formidable. I saw your attack earlier. It was incredible, swift as lightning. I believe you will surely enter the Rakshasa sect and become an inner sect disciple. Brother Wu Yin, you flatter me. I see that Brother Wu Yin has an extraordinary demeanor. Your accomplishments will surely surpass mine. Ha ha ha. Brother Levi speaks so charmingly. I definitely want to be friends with you. Why don't we go to the Rakshasa sect together? Sure, no problem. Rock nodded in agreement. Having a companion, especially someone who seemed less than virtuous, would make him appear less suspicious, serving as the best disguise for himself. So Rock did not refuse and teamed up with Aryan, heading towards the Rakshasa sect. Along the way, Rock saw many people gradually making their way to the Rakshasa sect. They were likely all seeking to join the sect. Can't believe so many people would want to join a notorious evil sect like the Rakshasa sect. Rock wondered. Such a sect would undoubtedly attract only great evildoers. He had thought the world had more good people, but it seems there were plenty of bad ones too. Traveling together, the two soon reached the registration point for Rakshasa sect disciples. Being a demonic sect, the Rakshasa sect did not require any conditions for entry. This so-called exam was more of a simple test to determine if you were wicked enough. If you weren't an evildoer, they wouldn't let you in, and they certainly wouldn't let you leave. Instead, they would kill you outright. Therefore, only the most irredeemable individuals came here. Exactly what the Rakshasa sect wanted. Hashtag chapter 209. The examination begins. Aryan and King quickly arrived at the examination point for new disciples of the Rakshasa sect. After signing up, King and Aryan waited for the examination to begin. Brother, do you know what the Rakshasa sect's examination entails? Just as they were waiting, King heard Aryan speak beside him. He shook his head. He really didn't know what the Rakshasa sect's entry examination was about. He looked at Aryan. Since he had asked, he probably knew something inside. Don't know? Brother Wu Yin, do you know a little bit? If you do, please tell me so I can mentally prepare. Sure. Seeing King inquire, Aryan laughed heartily. Actually, the Rakshasa sect's examination content is very simple. All those who wish to join the Rakshasa sect will be placed in one area, then we will fight each other inside. Only those who survive can enter the Rakshasa sect. Aryan said. Do you think it's cruel that the Rakshasa sect makes us who want to join kill each other? King looked at Aryan in front of him. He thought the exam content would be hard to accept, but after hearing Aryan's words, he felt it was acceptable. Mutual slaughter? Isn't it just letting him hunt down those who commit many wrongdoings? This wasn't difficult at all. It fit perfectly with his intentions. Not too bad, King said. If a famous righteous sect used such rules for exams, King absolutely wouldn't accept it. But for a demonic sect to use this kind of examination system, he found it completely normal. Okay, truly didn't expect Brother Bartolomean to have such thoughts. I find it somewhat cruel, but to join the Rakshasa sect, I'll do my best to survive. Right. Why do you want to join the Rakshasa sect? Aryan looked at King. They only knew each other's names after meeting. Neither had told each other why they wanted to join the Rakshasa sect. King looked at Aryan. He definitely couldn't tell the truth now. How could he tell Aryan that he was an undercover from a righteous sect? So, he needed a good excuse. After some thought, King finally spoke. To be honest, I've also considered joining other demonic sects, but recently, the Rakshasa sect has been developing rapidly. So, I decided to join the Rakshasa sect. After all, people strive to move upward. No one wants to join a worthless demonic sect. King's words completely won Aryan's approval. People aim high. Apart from those who lack ambition, who wouldn't want immense power and influence. I'm like Brother Bartolomean, but I have another reason. Oh, do tell. King turned to Aryan and slowly asked. Do you know anything about the Rakshasa sect's chief disciple, also known as the Jagger's daughter? I really don't know much. Could it be, Brother Wu Yin's extra reason to join is because of this chief disciple of the Rakshasa sect? You understand me, Brother Bartolomean? Upon hearing King's words, Aryan immediately replied. The chief disciple of the Rakshasa sect is our demonic sect's top beauty. If I could marry her, even if I live a short life, it'd be worth it. Really that exaggerated? King looked at Aryan. He had seen countless beautiful women. His partners included countless beauties. Could the Rakshasa sect's chief disciple outshine everyone else? You don't understand. If you've met her, I guarantee that no matter how many women you've seen, you'd fall for her too. Aryan said, placing his arm around King's shoulders. If she appears during the new disciple examination this time, once you see her, you'll understand. Well, I look forward to it. King nodded. If it was really as Aryan said, he genuinely wanted to witness how stunning this Rakshasa sect's chief disciple could be, making Aryan speak thusly. It didn't take long before the Rakshasa sect's examination began. A senior disciple responsible for registration addressed the cultivators wanting to join the Rakshasa sect. Each of you wishes to join our Rakshasa sect, but our Rakshasa sect doesn't accept anyone. To join us, you must pass an examination. The examination is very simple. There are now 1,200 cultivators seeking entry into our Rakshasa sect. Regardless of your methods, as long as you can survive until the end, you can join us. The final result is, when the 1,200 remain down to 500, meaning 700 will be eliminated. Remember, being eliminated means being killed by someone else. Only the final 500 survivors will succeed and gain the qualification to join our Rakshasa sect. Understood? What? When the disciple explained the examination contents, all cultivators aiming to join the Rakshasa sect were shocked. However, after the shock passed, they accepted the requirement. Everyone present was bloodthirsty demons, not caring how many more they might kill. Is there anyone who wants to quit? Before it officially began, the registration disciple asked again. The result was silence. Nobody wanted to quit. Good, then I hereby announce the official start of the examination. As the registering disciple announced, he pulled out a compass from his robe, threw it out, and instantly it grew large enough to cover everyone present. Everyone's consciousness was tugged by a force. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 210. You truly have an elegant taste. Where are we? The Cavern Heaven Magic Treasure. I never thought that the Raksha sect would actually possess such a treasure. Rock said slowly. The Cavern Heaven Magic Treasure can create a genuine and realistic Cavern Heaven. It is a very powerful spatial magic treasure, rare in the world, and yet the Raksha sect was able to use such a treasure as the testing ground for new disciples. This, in fact, is a very luxurious existence even for the entire lower realms. So, this Cavern Heaven Magic Treasure means we have to kill each other inside here? Generally speaking, after being pulled into such a treasure, one would be randomly teleported to a location. The two of us being together is quite lucky. Rock explained slowly. If so, then let's start hunting others. If we can survive until the end, we can join the Raksha sect? Yes, but I think others will likely have the same thoughts. Some might choose to hide somewhere, wait until the last, or form teams. Forming a team is normal. The two of us are already a team. Right. But if we encounter a larger team, it won't be easy. Bartholomew Doutrain smiled slightly. In truth, even if the other side had many more people, he could handle them alone. However, he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of Aryan. Revealing his strength too early would surely arouse suspicion, and his disguise would fail. Thus, it was better to appear somewhat weaker for now. At least, it wouldn't make him stand out too much. This was Rock's plan. So before the final moment, he had no intention of using all his power. You're right. In that case, we need to be cautious. If we find others to join our team, that would be even better. Sure. We'll take things as they come. My escape skills are top-notch. If we can't fight, we'll just run away. Sounds logical. Aryan fully agreed with Rock's words. For the sake of the eldest sister of the Raksha sect, he must endure until the end, by whatever means necessary, to join the sect. The two began moving forward together. Now, they were surrounded by dense jungles, and at any moment, someone could be lurking in ambush. Roar. At that moment, they heard a beast's roar nearby. What's that sound? Ah, it seems in this Cavern Heaven, not only do we face fellow cultivators undergoing the test, but also these demonic beasts. If we get killed by a demonic beast, it would be too unjust. Rock said slowly. Had it not been for the beast's roar, he wouldn't have known that there were demonic beasts in this Cavern Heaven. With their presence, survival would be challenging, as demons have territorial instincts. Once you invade their territory, you'd face their attacks. Things are getting interesting. Indeed. Shall we go check it out? Perhaps we can exploit the situation and ambush others when they face the demon. Ambush? That's pretty sneaky behavior. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Brother Bartholomew is indeed amusing. Let's go then. Let's move out. Decided, Rock and Aryan headed towards the direction of the beast's roar. Soon, they arrived at the scene where a massive black tiger stood, its body streaked with blood-red patterns, and its eyes glowing with a thirst for blood, staring intently at the group of people in front. Bloody tiger, this isn't an ordinary demon. It's ferocious and savage, requiring a 100-strong group to fight it. And on the other side, there are only 13 people. Sadly, that's not nearly enough to satisfy this giant. Aryan commented slowly, hiding in the shadows with Rock as they observed everything happening. Indeed, these people might lose their lives. Rock agreed slowly. Just as Aryan had said, this demon was incredibly fierce and powerful. Without 100 combined cultivators, it was impossible to subdue it. Unless someone extremely strong. But who would such a powerful person bother joining the Raksha sect's entrance exam? What should we do? If we help them, we might get into trouble too. Let's wait and see. Rock replied calmly. Brother Bartholomew. What? Rock heard Aryan's voice beside him, turned his head, and couldn't understand why he called him at this moment. Look at that Fey Farron. How does she look? Aryan pointed at a Fey Farron and asked. At this critical moment, you focus on her appearance? Rock was speechless. What was he doing, appreciating the beauty of a Fey Farron in such a crisis? But he still followed Aryan's finger and saw the Fey Farron hiding behind the crowd, looking at the demon with fear. Brother Bartholomew, life is short. We should seize the day, learn to appreciate beauty whenever possible. Aryan chuckled a few times, leaving the rest unsaid. Those laughs conveyed his meaning clearly, and Rock understood. This was probably what men call understanding, regardless of morality or judgment. You really have your moments. Hee. Faced with Rock's tease, Aryan simply chuckled and said nothing more. The situation was grim. The black demonic beast launched its attack, overwhelming the cultivators, who couldn't withstand it. Within mere seconds, most of them were dead or severely injured. The Fey Farron Aryan noticed wasn't gravely hurt but looked rather battered. Brother Bartholomew, wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Aryan told Rock, then leaped away from his side. Hashtag chapter 211. Brother Bartholomew, save me. Rock watched as Aryan dashed out and felt utterly speechless. He never imagined that there could be someone like this in the world. At this moment, he was unsure whether to criticize or praise him. The situation seemed to be spiraling out of his control. If Aryan's actions would hinder him, then Rock could only apologize. The situation had rapidly deteriorated. The cultivators being attacked by the beast were completely overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. Even trying to escape was a luxury they couldn't afford. Davina Aryan had targeted was now entirely defenseless, with the beast shifting its focus to her. F***ck. Am I really going to die here? Davina was panicking, yet powerless. Facing such a terrifying beast, she had no means of resistance. She wished someone would come to save her, but deep down, she knew it was just a wishful thought. Anyone who saw the beast would likely choose to avoid it, never coming to her rescue. Just as the beast opened its monstrous maw toward her, a long sword suddenly flew from the side, striking one of the beast's eyes precisely. Blinded in one eye, the beast let out an agonizing cry, roaring furiously as it turned its remaining eye toward the attacker. Lia, I'm here to save you. Aryun, in true dramatic fashion, struck a heroic pose, which made Rock shake his head in exasperation. This guy, is he really this frivolous? Rock grumbled internally. However, since the situation had already escalated, he needed to think of a plan. If things continued, Aryun would undoubtedly meet his end too. What made this beast truly terrifying was its ability to convert emotions into strength. Whether it was happiness or anger, heightened emotions directly boosted its power. The blood-red stripes on its body indicated its emotional state. The brighter the stripes, the more intense its emotions. Aryun's sneak attack had clearly pushed the beast to its limit, making the red stripes blindingly bright. This signaled extreme rage. Looks like things are getting a bit dangerous, Aryun muttered, initially planning to rescue the girl and quickly retreat. But now, retreating seemed impossible. The beast's eyes had locked onto him. Any slight movement would provoke an immediate attack. What should I do? Aryun thought frantically, but came up with no good solutions. With a furious roar, the beast began to scatter terrifying energy. Using all four limbs, it pounced directly at Aryun at an incredible speed that left him astonished. Without hesitation, as soon as the beast moved, Aryun turned around, scooped the girl into his arms, and started running. He knew fighting the beast head-on was suicidal. He wasn't ready to die so easily. Brother Bartolomean, save me. Aryun shouted loudly, unable to think of any other options. Hearing Aryun's cries for help, Rock sighed deeply. It was his bad luck to encounter such a predicament. However, having Aryun around provided cover for his identity, making it worth saving him to some extent. Don't look back, keep running, Rock replied. He drew a bow and arrow from his pocket, aiming at the beast pursuing Aryun. Without hesitation, he shot. But perhaps because of the earlier ambush, the beast was more alert. As Rock released the arrow, the beast instantly responded, moving sideways at an incredible speed to dodge the attack before continuing its chase. This beast, Rock frowned slightly. His attack confirmed that the beast possessed exceptional intelligence. With his position exposed and Aryun almost upon him, he immediately chose to flee. Brother Bartolomean, don't just run yourself. Save me. Shut up, why did you disobey and try to play hero? Now I'm also being chased. Rock was frustrated. If he were alone, he would have slain the beast. Unfortunately, with two outsiders present, he had to hide his strength to infiltrate the Rakshasa sect easier, forcing him to flee. How unlucky could he be? Nonetheless, for his goal, he must endure. Brother Bartolomean, think of something. Running won't work forever. What if we run out of stamina? Plan. Rock thought rapidly. Their current situation was dire. Without a way to escape, they would be caught and inevitably face a bloody battle. A diversion might work. In this realm, there were definitely other beasts. With their strong territorial instincts, leading this beast into another's territory could spark conflict between them. Maybe they could even turn it into a win-win scenario. Finding another beast's territory wasn't easy unless their luck exploded. Another option was encountering other cultivators undergoing the entrance exam and using them as bait while escaping. Both plans were simple in theory but required significant luck. Note. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as per the original text. Chapter 212, Escape from Danger. Have you thought of a plan yet, Brother Bartolomean? Aryun was utterly exhausted because he wasn't just running for his life. He had another person in his arms. I have, but it depends on our luck. What? On luck? What do you mean? Aryun looked at King and asked what this meant. Why did it depend on luck? It means that if we're lucky, we'll survive. If we're unlucky, we'll end up as food for the beast behind us. King said. He focused his attention, starting to explore the surrounding area. Be it other cultivators or other beasts, finding any would be worth even 10 or 20 years of Aryun's life. King silently prayed as his divine sense expanded outward. Perhaps heaven heard his prayer, and quite easily, he found other beasts. Moreover, these beasts were also dealing with intruders in their territory, having almost wiped them out, leaving only 2 or 3 who were desperately holding on, hoping for rescue. Our luck isn't bad. Run about a kilometer ahead, and we can be saved. Really? Of course, trust me, King said, and immediately sped up, rushing forward. Seeing this, Aryun had no choice but to follow. King was his last hope, and if he wanted to live, he had to listen. Despite carrying a girl in his arms, the strong will to survive made Aryun tap into his potential, nearly matching King's pace. They quickly covered a kilometer. Then Aryun saw a terrifying spectacled snake eyeing its prey hungrily. Its tongue flickered continuously, showing how pleased it was with its soon-to-be meal. Seeing this, Aryun was speechless. He turned to King, cautiously asking, Brother Bartolomean, are you sure this isn't a joke? Is this what you mean by getting rescued? Not walking into a dead end? Aryun felt extremely frustrated, escaping from a tiger's mouth only to fall into a snake's nest, and they hadn't even escaped the tiger's mouth yet. Trust me, all right? King shouted to the cultivators ahead. Hey, fellow Taoists in front, lure that magic spectacled snake over here. This way, you'll be saved. Upon hearing King, the few cultivators under the snake's threat turned back, seeing the black beast, a huge tiger, furiously charging towards them. Don't come over. One cultivator yelled. They already considered themselves extremely unlucky to encounter beasts with little hope of survival. Now these guys brought another beast? Was this not fate condemning them to death today? What nonsense! King was utterly baffled. He didn't have time to ponder why the cultivators were shouting. They had no time to stop. Seeing salvation so near, they couldn't afford to halt now. If they didn't come, then running a bit further would suffice. Thus, under King's lead, he successfully lured the tiger beast in front of the spectacled snake. The scene was bizarre. The magic tiger and the magic snake stood opposite each other, while King and the others were caught in the middle. In such a situation, anyone normal would panic like Aryan, whose legs trembled. Unable to handle one beast, they now faced two. How could they possibly survive? However, King remained calm. He turned to the tiger behind him and said to the others, Bartolomeosin carefully. When I attack, you run sideways immediately. Got it? Huh. The others clearly didn't understand, but they needed to obey now. Do you understand? Why yes, the rest answered. Though unsure why King wanted them to do this, his expression showed he aimed to save everyone, including himself. Since there was a chance to live, only fools wouldn't grab it. Excellent. Seeing everyone understood, King took out his Emilionoyang sword and struck the tiger beast. Powerful sword chi tore through the air. As King attacked, the cultivators ran sideways, escaping the pincer attack of the two beasts. After striking the tiger, King instantly turned and ran towards the spectacled snake. Seeing this, the tiger's rage peaked, and without hesitation, it pounced on King, ignoring the spectacled snake. This pounce ended up landing on the snake itself. Attacked by another beast and intruding on its territory, the spectacled snake retaliated, biting the tiger without delay. Under King's manipulation, the two beasts began fighting. Aryan and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected King to cleverly incite the beasts into attacking each other, ignoring them completely. Why are you still standing around? Don't you want to escape? King shouted, leading the others to flee. It was better not to profit from misfortune with so many people around. Hence, he guided everyone away from the battling beasts. This reaction was much more fitting for an ordinary junior cultivator. Chapter 213, Traveling as a Team. Escaping the territory of the two battling magic beasts, everyone finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Too dangerous. We're finally saved. Rock, you're truly remarkable. If it weren't for you, we might have been devoured by those magic beasts. Aryan looked at Rock. This friendship was more than worth it. Bah, if not for you, we wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. If I hadn't stepped in, we would all be monster fodder. Heh. Upon hearing Rock's words, Aryan merely chuckled without arguing back. He knew very well what he had done. From the beginning, it was his mistake, and without Rock's help, he might already be dead. Thankfully, Rock came to his aid, allowing him to remain unharmed. Brother, thank you so much. Without you, we might have already been killed. Yes, really thank you. After hearing Aryan's gratitude, the others also thanked Rock. It was indeed a close call just now. When Rock appeared, they thought it was all over. Facing an assault from two magic beasts, even a deity might not have been able to save them. But they never expected Rock to make the two beasts fight each other instead of them, thus creating a sliver of hope for their survival. He was indeed formidable. No need for thanks. I wasn't just helping you. I was saving myself too. So there's no need to be overly grateful. Rock spoke calmly, looking at the four people before him, 3 women and 1 man, including the girl Aryan had rescued. After a brief moment of contemplation, he addressed everyone. Why don't we travel together from now on? This way, our chances of survival will increase significantly. Upon hearing Rock suggest this, everyone except Aryan smiled. This was precisely what they had hoped for. In fact, if Rock hadn't proposed it, they were about to suggest it themselves. Rock's intelligence had already been demonstrated when he faced the 2 magic beasts and made the right move, helping everyone escape the danger. If they could form a team with someone like him, their chances of surviving until the end of the assessment would undoubtedly be greatly increased. Sure. No problem. I agree. Me too. The 4 readily agreed. Choosing between life and death was straightforward. Alright, then it's settled. The dangers within this realm cave are greater than I imagined. Therefore, we must be extremely cautious during our journey. I have a suggestion. A small-framed, cute-looking girl immediately chimed in after Rock finished speaking. What is it? Why don't we find a place to hide and wait for the assessment to end? Yeah, as long as the required number of survivors remains, the assessment ends. Why not hide somewhere? Everyone looked at Rock, puzzled. This plan sounded reasonable, but they seemed to have forgotten something crucial. Then let me ask you, what were your thoughts earlier? Earlier? They fell into thought, suddenly realizing something. Just now, we also discussed finding a hidden place to hide and wait for the assessment to end. And then we encountered a magic beast. Everyone instantly understood why Rock didn't consider hiding directly. Exactly. There are many magic beasts in this realm cave, all with strong territorial instincts. Once we enter their territory, they attack immediately. These territories are often perfect hiding spots. If we try to find a place to hide, we'll likely encounter another situation like before. Do you think we'd stand a chance if we ran into another magic beast? Rock asked slowly. After he spoke, everyone finally understood why they had encountered a magic beast just now. It was due to this very reason. So, it seems the Roxas sect has long known we would have this idea, hence they've bred so many magic beasts in this realm cave, correct? Aryan, being sharp, instantly grasped the reason after Rock explained. Anyone who tries to hide will run into magic beasts and be eliminated. These people are probably among the earliest to be disqualified. Exactly. So now, instead of seeking a place to hide, we should take the initiative. Rock had already figured out the Roxas sect's true intentions with this assessment. Those who first attempted to hide would encounter magic beasts, be killed, and eliminated. Such individuals were not what the Roxas sect needed. They sought cultivators who could survive through mutual killings, employing all kinds of cunning schemes to remain alive until the end. These were the disciples the Roxas sect aimed to recruit. Indeed, living up to its reputation as a demonic sect, Rock thought to himself. The Roxas sect chose this method for evaluation undoubtedly for some specific purpose, which might relate to the information he had gathered. However, Rock still couldn't discern the Roxas sect's ultimate goal, but everything would eventually come to light. If he infiltrated the Roxas sect, he would uncover their true intentions and be better prepared. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Rock and Aryun's analysis, the others also realized that hiding wasn't the solution. The best strategy was to stay mobile outside and avoid encounters with others. If they did meet others, forming alliances would be ideal. Otherwise, eliminating threats was necessary. This was the content of the Roxas sect's assessment, simple yet brutal. Chapter 214. The Demon Sect's Eldest Lia. Outside the grotto heaven, there was a colossal translucent image that allowed everyone present to observe what was happening inside. Are there any noteworthy new talents in this examination? A clear voice echoed into the ears of the disciple in charge of recruitment. Following the sound, they saw an exceptionally beautiful woman walking towards them gracefully. She wore delicate and ethereal silk robes, her long legs mesmerizing, and her strikingly handsome face radiated an indomitable charm. Lia Eldest. The disciple immediately addressed her upon seeing her approach. No need for formalities. Has anyone stood out in this entrance examination? Maya asked the disciple before her with a gentle tone. Her voice was enchanting, creating a tingling sensation as if one's bones would melt instantly. Eldest senior sister, this recruitment is much like the previous ones, but there is indeed one outstanding individual who has caught attention. Oh, tell me more. Maya became intrigued. Initially, she had asked casually since it had been a long time since the Demon Sect's entrance exam produced someone truly impressive. Hence, she didn't have high hopes. Surprisingly, her casual inquiry yielded an actual standout candidate. However, she still needed to listen carefully to the disciple's report to make a proper judgment. It's like this, Lia Eldest. The disciple began reporting King's performance within the grotto heaven, his handling of the beast attacks and his clever escape. Interesting. After hearing the disciple's report, Maya developed a strong interest in King. His ability to escape from beast attacks through sheer wit was indeed commendable. She realized that even she might not have remained so calm under such circumstances. Therefore, she was eager to see how King would perform further in the exam. Thus, she instructed the disciple to focus the image on King. The other candidates' performances held no particular interest, so it was better to watch something intriguing. The scene switched to King, who was discussing the next steps with his group at that moment. Upon hearing King's analysis, Maya grew even more convinced of his remarkable intelligence. He seemed to grasp every situation fully, which created an inexplicable fear in Maya. What an impressive person, even more than I initially imagined. From the disciple's narration about King escaping the beast attacks, Maya had formed an initial impression. He was exceptionally intelligent. Though this was already impressive, it wasn't until she heard his detailed analysis that she truly grasped the depth of his intellect. It seemed as though everything unfolded according to his plans. This realization sent a chill down her spine. Facing someone like this would likely end in utter defeat, perhaps without ever understanding the cause. Fortunately, King was participating in their sex examination. With his abilities, he would definitely make it to the end. Maya wanted to continue observing his actions. Past examinations by junior disciples never captured her attention, but this one was different. King's outstanding performance left her eagerly anticipating his next moves. Without hesitation, she chose a comfortable spot and sat down to watch quietly. The disciple in charge of recruitment dared not say a word. After all, she was the beloved treasure of the sect Berkeley. Anyone who dared provoke her even slightly faced dire consequences. Seeing Maya settle down, the disciple understood she wanted to observe the subsequent events. Thus, he obediently stood beside her, ready for instructions, and kept the image focused on King. Meanwhile, King was unaware that his actions were being closely monitored from outside. He led the group cautiously forward, spreading his spiritual awareness to explore the surroundings, always ready to change direction to avoid conflicts. We can't be sure if this plan will work, one person questioned. Despite the safety of traveling in numbers, he felt uneasy, fearing potential dangers lurking in the dense jungle. Even with King's assurances about the chosen route's safety, the unease persisted. Fear is hard to overcome, requiring immense courage and time, neither of which they had. King noticed the man's extreme fear and instability, realizing he could disrupt the group. To prevent this, King quickly retrieved a calming pill from his pocket and fed it to the man, who promptly fell asleep. What's going on? Why did he fall asleep? Aryun, puzzled, turned to King for an explanation. In this chapter, we meet Maya, the eldest miss of the demon sect, who becomes intrigued by King's exceptional performance during the entrance examination. Meanwhile, King manages the group's concerns, demonstrating his leadership and quick thinking by calming a panicked member. Chapter 215. Encounter with a hunting squad. His mental state was extremely unstable, so I gave him a tranquilizing pill. It will allow him to sleep temporarily and alleviate his mental exhaustion. I think he was probably worried all the way here that a magic beast might suddenly appear from somewhere in the jungle. Because of always thinking this way, the pressure on him became extremely heavy, leading to this result. In response to Aryun's inquiry, Rock patiently explained. He could tell that the others present also felt somewhat similar anxiety. They had to stay highly alert at all times, worrying that a magic beast might suddenly emerge from some corner of the jungle. They had just experienced an attack by magic beasts in a massacre, so they already had psychological scars from it. Such precautions were understandable to Rock. So that's how it is. The rest nodded in agreement after hearing Rock's explanation. They realized that their own inner thoughts were exactly the same as those of the cultivator who took the tranquilizing pill. However, they trusted Rock more, since he had indeed led them to escape the chase of the magic beasts, proving his strength, which was undoubtedly greater than theirs. At this moment, choosing to trust a powerful individual was not wrong. From what I can see, you guys aren't in good shape either. Let's take a break here. Rock spoke directly. Since earlier, although they hadn't traveled for long, everyone was already out of breath mentally. Continuing forward at this point would be unwise, so he decisively chose to rest. Fine. Everyone agreed with Rock's decision without objections. They were truly exhausted and needed time to recover. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Rock leaped onto a tree branch and addressed the group. Just rest assured, I'll keep watch for you. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. Okay. Seeing Rock speak thus, everyone nodded. They chose to trust Rock. By his wisdom, they knew he might have been more comfortable alone, but having them around only added to his burden, providing no benefit but only hindering him. Moreover, Rock was very powerful. If he really wanted to harm them, there would have been no need to save them initially and then deceive them now. They believed this was unreasonable, so they didn't think Rock would lie to them. Thus, they obediently sat cross-legged and began meditating to recover their mental state. Time passed slowly. Rock sat idly on the branch, feeling quite bored. Just then, he heard some commotion nearby. He spread out his divine sense and saw a group approaching. There were at least 40 people, making it a fairly large team. Furthermore, within this team, Rock sensed a faint whiff of blood, indicating that it was a hunting squad. If they encountered others, they would certainly strike without hesitation. Everyone, be alert. A squad of over 40 people is heading our way. Rock informed the group. Really? That's great. If we join forces with them, wouldn't that increase our chances of survival? A Faefaran exclaimed. Rock gave her a mild look. How naive she was. Did she think everyone else would be as kind as herself? He shook his head helplessly and said, Unfortunately, no. Why? Hearing Rock's words, everyone looked puzzled, including Aryan. He usually considered himself very intelligent, but meeting Rock made him feel otherwise. Theirs is a hunting squad. I can sense the bloodlust emanating from them. If we encounter them, they won't hesitate. They'll kill us immediately. Rock explained. Upon hearing Rock's explanation, everyone understood. Bartolomeoving peacefully with Rock made them almost forget about the possibility of encountering hunters during this trial. What should we do now? One cultivator asked. Turning back wasn't an option. While the path they came was confirmed safe, going back would waste all their efforts. Rock was also contemplating how to deal with the situation. Returning was out of the question, and engaging in battle wasn't ideal either. Then, an idea struck Rock. Let someone else do the killing. Though he had faced such a tactic before, it still worked well against so many people. Luring this team into a place where the magic beasts would fight them would be spectacular to imagine. Without hesitation, Rock voiced his plan. Though others thought it dangerous upon hearing Rock's idea, they found no other options. At this point, it seemed like the best solution. Why? The enemy squad numbered over 40. If they engaged in a direct confrontation, it would likely end in total annihilation for their group. Compared to that outcome, letting the magic beasts handle them seemed better. But what should we do? A Faefaran asked, finding this unprecedented experience thrilling. Chapter 216. Kill me? Come and try. You all find a place to hide in this vicinity. Leave the rest to me. King said directly. These people had no ability to resist when facing the attack of those over 40 individuals. If he brought them along, it was certain that he would be held back. To carry out the plan more smoothly, it was better for him to go out alone. Is that so? Upon hearing King's words, everyone fell into silence. They were fully aware of what King's words implied. He was essentially telling them they would hold him back. But knowing this, they didn't blame him. After all, King's actions were also protecting them from harm. So what was there to complain about? We understand. You should be careful when you act alone. Don't worry. I'll be cautious. King spoke, leaping forward and exposing his presence to the group of over 40 people. Outside, Maya also noticed this. Instantly, she gathered her full attention, curious about how spectacular the outcome would be. In her judgment, if King could survive the attack of these over 40 individuals, it would indeed be impressive. After all, sometimes facing the assault of many people could be more dangerous than fighting a single monster. King suddenly appeared in front of the small team. The moment he showed up, both sides stopped moving and stared silently at each other. Fellow Taoist? Alone? The leader of the team asked first. Yes. What of it? King replied directly, already sensing their intentions from the bloodthirsty look in the other's eyes. Since you're alone, don't blame us for being rude. Kill him. As soon as the leader finished speaking, two cultivators behind him rushed out, swords in hand, attacking King without hesitation. For King, this wasn't surprising. He had foreseen this moment the instant he sensed the team's presence. He casually pulled out his Emilionoing sword and with a wave, drove back the two attackers. To preserve his strength, he couldn't just kill them as he might have before. Actually able to withstand the joint attack of two people and even drive them back. The leader seemed somewhat shocked. King's strength exceeded his expectations. Such talent would be a pity not to utilize. Thus, the leader suggested again, Fellow Taoist, you're very powerful. Why not join my team? With our combined strengths, we can definitely pass this assessment. Huh. King laughed coldly upon hearing this. The same person who wanted to kill him was now proposing cooperation based on recognizing his strength. But why should he join a team that would make him feel belittled? King responded bluntly. This is your team? A mixed bunch, all second-rate fighters. Do you think I'd join such a team? Indeed, upon hearing King's words, the leader was furious. Looking at King, he asked coldly, what do you mean by this? I'm just saying what I truly think. I'm not good at lying. King smiled slightly. That smile, combined with his words, infuriated every member of the opposing team. You're courting disaster. Are you looking for death? The leader said angrily. If you really have a way to kill me, then try. King taunted them, pointing his finger mockingly. Fine. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone, attack him. King watched his plan succeed, smiling faintly. The leader was indeed emotional, enraged by his simple words. Following the leader's command, everyone charged at King instantly, drawing their weapons. Facing this scene, King merely smiled, his plan having succeeded. Then, as they surrounded and attacked, he chose to flee. He remembered roughly where he had previously lured two monsters to fight, which was sufficient. After briefly holding his ground, he fled outright. The pursuing cultivators didn't hesitate. Thinking he couldn't fight back, they believed he was trying to escape. Chase him. We mustn't let him get away. Right, kill him. Kill. All the cultivators shouted in unison. How foolish, roaring in the forest like this. They don't realize it will attract more monsters, King thought sarcastically. Yet, this suited his plans. Yes, chase him down. The leader yelled, trailing behind, watching the others rush towards King. Seeing their fervor, he felt satisfied. By staying behind, he could gain from their efforts. So smug? King turned to the leader, seeing his smug face and feeling an urge to provoke. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at him. Chapter 217. A preemptive retreat. Rock's arrow was extremely precise. Although the leader of the opposing group managed to dodge in time, his cheek was still grazed. Blood flowed down his face, creating a truly miserable sight. You actually dare to ruin my handsome face? The leader roared angrily, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. He would do anything to kill this man. Ha, handsome indeed. You're really good at flattering yourself. You should take a good piss and see what a sorry sight you are. Rock retorted. When it came to cutting someone down with words, he had real skill. Hearing Rock's words, the leader immediately roared, and without hesitation raised his longsword, charging towards Rock. He no longer hid behind others. Facing Rock, he felt an overwhelming desire to kill him himself. He would not let anyone else get the chance first. He wanted Rock to understand what regret meant, vowing to flay and torture him if he fell into his hands. Seeing the opponent rush towards him in such fury, Rock felt very satisfied. This was exactly the result he wanted. People in anger often overlook important details, leading to grave mistakes. He was certain that the other side had not properly surveyed their surroundings, focusing only on killing him. It was precisely because of this mindset that they were lured into the territory of two magical beasts. If they had remained calm, they might have noticed the peculiarities, but now it was too late. Roar. Accompanied by several furious roars, everyone stopped in their tracks. Upon hearing these roars, they realized they had entered the territory of magical beasts. Did this guy do it intentionally? Even if they understood that Rock had deliberately led them here, it was now futile. The two magical beasts had already detected them. Their arrival seemed to have interrupted a battle between the two magical beasts, so both creatures simultaneously focused their attention on Rock and company. Especially the black tiger, whose anger flared up upon seeing Rock again. It vividly remembered that it was this human who had caused its current predicament. Without hesitation, the black tiger attacked Rock, its powerful force transforming into a hurricane and rushing towards him. Rock promptly began running in the opposite direction. Those pursuing Rock panicked as they saw him suddenly turn around and head towards them. The real issue was the two terrifying magical beasts chasing after Rock. These beasts were far beyond their abilities to handle. Now is the time to run. You all want to run? Stay put where you are. Rock smiled, swapping the red sun sword for a large net and throwing it out. Instantly, the net enveloped the fleeing pursuers, immobilizing them all. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you farewell. After securing them, Rock sped away, disappearing from there in the beast's sights. Only those last words remained. Upon seeing Rock vanish, despair flooded the hearts of everyone present. Roar. A furious roar brought a terrifying pressure crashing down on everyone. The two magical beasts stood before the captured cultivators, eyes brimming with endless rage at being toyed with by mere humans. Without hesitation, the beasts ceased their earlier conflict and launched attacks on the bound cultivators. In the next moment, cries of agony echoed throughout the forest. Better you die than me. Sorry. Rock glanced back to confirm the beasts were not chasing him, then sighed in relief. Soon, he returned to Arjun and the others. Brother Bartolomean, how did it go? Arjun appeared instantly by Rock's side, asking quietly. Indeed, what Rock did was highly dangerous. In his place, Arjun would never have dared attempt it. One misstep could cost him his life. The mission went very smoothly. I've led them into the magical beast's territory. They're likely already food for the beasts now, Rock replied coolly. As he left, he heard those horrific screams. If nothing unusual happened, the cultivators were probably already finished off by the two beasts. Great. We're safe for now. The rest of the group sighed in relief and admiration for Rock. In their hearts, Rock had become almost invincible. Several Feyfarans looked at him adoringly, making Arjun slightly jealous, especially when the girl he saved also gazed at Rock admiringly. What do we do next? Just keep moving slowly. I think the trial will end soon. Rock explained that since entering the heavenly grotto, more than half a day had passed. By his estimation, enough people had likely been eliminated by now, so they just needed to wait a bit longer. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully trusting Rock's judgment. Chapter 218. What a pity. This guy. Outside the cave heaven, Maya was truly impressed by Rock's actions. If she were in that situation, she might not have done any better than Rock. If her strength were sufficient, she could kill all those people. But if her strength was about equal to theirs, she would only run away and wouldn't think of counterattacking or dealing with everyone. What is this person's name? Maya asked. Well, miss, we don't know his name either. During our Raksha sect trials, we never ask for names. Only those who pass the trial register their names. A disciple respectfully replied to the young miss before him. It couldn't be helped. This young miss's father was the sect Berkeley. One wrong word and his life might vanish from this world. That's true. All right, remember this person. When the trials are over, find out his name and hand him over to me. Upon hearing the young miss's words, the disciple's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Everyone in the sect knew the young miss had no interest in men whatsoever. But now, could it be that the young miss has taken an interest in this guy? Just thinking about this possibility made the disciple startled. His eyes turned back to the unremarkable Rock on the screen. He wasn't even as handsome as himself. What could possibly attract the young miss? The disciple was puzzled, unable to understand why the young miss made such a decision. However, there was no way around it. It was the young miss's decision, and he could only comply. So, he obediently nodded and replied, Yes, young miss, rest assured. I will handle what you have entrusted me with. Good. Maya nodded and left the disciple's trial area, walking back into the sect. Shortly after Maya left, Bryn, the newly appointed Burl, also arrived at the disciples' trial area. Burl. Seeing Bryn, the disciple addressed him respectfully. This Burl, despite looking similar in age to them, had terrifying abilities. Recently, it was widely known within the entire sect that since Bryn took office as Burl, he removed all other elders and sent them to the back mountain. Probably not even bones remained. With such a frightening person, even if one had complaints, they mustn't show it. Bryn lightly nodded and then looked at the trial footage, slowly asking, "Did any disciple during this trial impress you?" Well, hearing Bryn's question, the disciple was momentarily unsure how to answer. After all, the young miss had just asked the same question. "What? Is there something you can't say?" Bryn noticed the disciple's hesitation and curiously asked. His question didn't seem particularly difficult, so why did this disciple look so troubled? "Burl, like this. The young miss was here earlier and asked the same question. She also found a disciple she liked and asked me to deliver this disciple to her once the trial ends." "Oh, such an event? Tell me more details." "Yes." The disciple had no choice but to tell the truth. He dared not offend the young miss nor the Burl in front of him. He could only hope the consequences wouldn't involve him. Thus, he recounted everything that happened, including Rock's actions, to the Burl. Such a disciple exists? Guiding one monster into another's territory while being pursued, letting the two monsters fight each other to escape. Then when encountering group pursuit, guiding those pursuing cultivators to where the two monsters fought, making the monsters deal with them. What a brilliant strategy, borrowing the knife to kill. Truly remarkable. Bryn slowly spoke, full of admiration. Such a method, most disciples wouldn't dare imagine, especially given the terror of these beasts. If mishandled, one might lose their life. Putting himself in Rock's shoes, Bryn doubted he could do the same. No wonder it caught the young miss's attention indeed. Bryn nodded after hearing the disciple's recount. This person was undoubtedly a rare talent, alas, already claimed by the young miss. Despite being Burl, Bryn couldn't compete with Maya, the favorite daughter of the sect Berkeley. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Bryn helplessly shook his head. Other than Rock, the rest showed no exceptional performance, leaving him disappointed. Well, no rush. Plans should unfold step by step. Rock had no idea he had drawn so much attention. If he knew he had attracted both the young misses and the Burl's gaze, he'd certainly stay even lower profile. Time moves forward, and knowing this wouldn't change anything. As a few clear chimes rang through the cave heaven, a voice echoed. The trial has ended. All remaining living participants have passed and can enter our Raksha sect. As the voice sounded, cheers erupted among the surviving participants. Indeed, they had successfully passed the trial. Chapter 219. Am I exposed? Great. We've all passed the test smoothly. The few Faefarans beside King immediately jumped up from the ground in excitement. Sure enough, following King's lead resulted in no mistakes. They successfully passed the test. This wasn't easy. King also heaved a sigh of relief. Though this time, strictly speaking, it wasn't particularly long, at most half a day. These few hours made him feel incredibly drained. Aryun and the other Faefarans followed behind him like children who didn't understand anything, requiring his constant attention. He really felt like an unconventional nanny. As a wave of dizziness hit, King and everyone else who passed the test found themselves outside the cave heaven, back on the field. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam of our Raksha sect. From now on, you are officially disciples of our sect. Please line up for registration. A Raksha sect disciple overseeing the test spoke slowly. Fantastic. Yes, truly fantastic. Finally entering Raksha sect, everyone erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, King furrowed his brows as he noticed that the Raksha sect disciple in charge had been staring at him ever since they came out. What's going on? Could my identity have been exposed? No, that can't be right. My disguise is nearly perfect, and to avoid exposure, I deliberately concealed my strength. During the test, I didn't do anything too suspicious. I doubt they suspect me. King mumbled inwardly, hoping everything wasn't as he imagined. If he were truly discovered, although escaping wouldn't be a problem, it wouldn't help him achieve his goal. Just as King was deep in thought, it was his turn to register. He wrote down Levi. Levi. Yes. When the Raksha sect disciple in charge called out his name, King quickly responded. You don't need to stand with them anymore. Come over here. Someone important wants to meet you specifically. The Raksha sect disciple said. What? Upon hearing this, King became even more anxious. Not possible, not possible. His identity couldn't have been really exposed. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. He still had much to do, and could not lose composure now. I wonder which senior wishes to see me? King asked softly as he approached the Raksha sect disciple. Why so many questions? You'll know soon enough. Just wait quietly now. King was speechless. The Raksha sect disciple seemed to harbor some resentment towards him, but he couldn't tell why. Was his identity exposed? King became even more unsettled. What should he do if his identity was indeed revealed? In just a moment, he contemplated many plans, but dismissed all of them. It wasn't time to draw conclusions yet. Finally, after waiting for what felt like forever, the Raksha sect disciple finished registering all the new disciples and returned to King. Follow me. Yes. Without hesitation, King followed, curious about this important person. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a pavilion situated over a lake. Lotus flowers bloomed around the water, and many carp swam within. Inside the pavilion stood a graceful young woman feeding the fish. Her elegance left people breathless, making them want to embrace her immediately. This is simply heavenly beauty. King silently marveled. Even calling her a celestial beauty would fall short. Even though his Tao companions had surpassed worldly limits and were all beautiful, they still paled slightly in comparison to this young woman. Could this be the Berkeley sister of Raksha sect? Suddenly, King recalled Aryun's earlier words. She mentioned that the Raksha sect Berkeley sister, daughter of the sect leader, was extraordinarily beautiful, captivating anyone who saw her. At the time, he thought Aryun exaggerated, but it turned out to be true. Davina has been brought, Lia. Good, you may leave now. Yes. The disciple who brought King glanced at him enviously before leaving. Who knew this guy got special treatment from the Berkeley sister? Surely he'd rise rapidly within the sect. Why couldn't he get such treatment? Muttering under his breath, the disciple reluctantly left. There was nothing he could do since she was the sect leader's daughter. What's your name? Maya turned to look at King. Her beauty left him momentarily speechless. She was breathtakingly gorgeous. So, men are all the same. Maya sighed, having hoped this man would differ from others, but finding he reacted similarly to her appearance. Upon seeing her face, he was thoroughly captivated. Chapter 220, Becoming a Legend. Cough cough. Tyler heard the girl in front of him teasingly speak, hurriedly lightly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. He truly had lost his composure. He never imagined he would have such a moment. It was unimaginable. Please excuse my rudeness. Tyler hastily cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, apologizing for his impolite behavior just now. He knew that this young girl in front of him was the daughter of the demon sect leader. If he left a bad impression on her and she decided with one word to expel him from the sect, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Tyler didn't want to lose this hard-won opportunity over something like this. I am Levi, paying respects to senior sister. Oh, how do you know I'm the eldest sister? Maya suddenly asked, because she had never introduced herself to this boy before her. Yet he called her senior sister, indicating he must know something about her. When I was being evaluated, I heard others say that the eldest sister of the demon sect is incredibly beautiful, so much so that even other beauties pale in comparison. Initially, I didn't believe it. How could there be someone so beautiful in this world? But now, upon seeing senior sister, I realize no one can possibly be more beautiful than you. So, you must indeed be the eldest sister of the demon sect, without a doubt. Oh, is that enough for you to determine I'm the eldest sister? When Maya finished hearing Tyler's words, she was both delighted and surprised. To conclude who she was based solely on vague information required courage. Few people possessed such boldness. Secondly, Tyler's flattering remarks seemed to explain himself, but actually praised Maya extensively. For a girl, her appearance matters most, and what she loves to hear is praise about her beauty. This was true even for Maya. Yes. Tyler nodded, looking at the girl before him, and affirmed with certainty. All right, let's say you were right. Since you know my identity, do you know why I called you here alone? Maya sat down and slowly asked. Well, I don't know. Tyler shook his head, but he felt reassured that his identity wasn't exposed. If it were, he might already be in an ambush. So, let me come straight to the point. Levi, become mine. Huh. Tyler's mouth dropped open in shock. What did she mean by this? This development was too sudden. Although being paired with her would make him very happy, how should he respond? Knowing she was the demon sect leader's daughter? Why are you so shocked? Oh, Maya smiled, glancing at Tyler before playfully saying, don't tell me you think I want to pair with you as dowmates? What, isn't that it? Hearing Maya's rhetorical question, Tyler came to his senses. It was impossible. She was arguably the most beautiful person in the world. How could such a girl casually choose a partner? To think of that is lovely, but unfortunately, not quite. What I meant is for you to be my subordinate. Subordinate? Tyler finally understood. Those whimsical fantasies, well, they weren't entirely unfounded. With his abilities, winning her favor was only a matter of time. While pondering inwardly, Tyler replied to Maya. Yes, subordinate. I lack capable lieutenants, and you have strength, wisdom, and courage. I want you to serve me. Are you willing to work for me? I am absolutely willing. Tyler answered without hesitation. Being close to Maya, whether gathering intelligence or ultimately conquering her, was a win-win situation. Why would he let such an opportunity slip? Good, but I have a warning. What is it? Tyler listened intently, waiting for her response. Many want to be my subordinates. As a new disciple, your appointment will likely incite jealousy among peers. You will face targeting. Are you ready for that? Of course, rest assured, I have no issues. Tyler assured. They were merely minor threats. He could handle them easily with one hand. Excellent, excellent. I like your spirit. From now on, live with me on Holy Maiden Peak. Yes. Tyler agreed immediately. Holy Maiden Peak belonged exclusively to Maya. No one could enter without permission. Yet today, disciples watched Tyler boldly walk into Holy Maiden Peak without incident. In the past, any disciple who sneaked up Holy Maiden Peak was thrown into the back mountain and met with a terrible fate. But Tyler entered without issue. The news quickly spread through the demon sect, becoming a legend. Some said Tyler was Maya's fiancé, allowing free access. Others believed Maya liked him, granting special permission. Still, some speculated Tyler was secretly appointed to protect Maya. Rumors abounded, but no concrete evidence existed. Tyler became a legend in the demon sect within hours of joining, making all the other disciples envious. However, Tyler wasn't particularly pleased. He watched Maya arrange herbs while a cute white beast played nearby. Senior sister, is this the task you assigned me? Looking at the mission slip in his hand, Tyler felt somewhat speechless. Chapter 221. Assassinate the Burl. Rock looked at Maya in front of him, speechless. The content on the task list she had given him was, assassinate the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect, Isaiah. When he saw this assignment, Rock was utterly shocked. What was going on here? The young lady before him was the daughter of the Rakshasa sect's leader, and now, she wanted him to assassinate the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect? Why? Weren't they supposed to be comrades within the same sect? Or perhaps, the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect was also a mole? One that this young lady had discovered? Rock pondered these questions deeply. Since he had killed the original Grand Elder, the Rakshasa sect had appointed a new one, and Rock had heard about it from Aryan. He was quite concerned about this new elder. It was said that the all-or-nothing strategy that kept him detained at the Fanghu sect while the remaining Rakshasa sect disciples, together with the moles inside other sects, plundered the remaining resources, was proposed by this new elder. This method had been successful, bringing immense benefits to the Rakshasa sect. Thus, after the disappearance of the original Grand Elder, Isaiah ascended to the position of new Grand Elder. Upon assuming his role, the first thing he did was eliminate all other elders except himself. To this, the sect leader showed no opposition but rather support, indicating that Isaiah was very powerful and trusted deeply by the leader of the Rakshasa sect. Such a person should be the pillar of the Rakshasa sect and cherished accordingly. Why then did this young lady want him to assassinate the Grand Elder? Rock was very confused and asked directly, "Sister, is this really okay? I don't think my strength is enough to take down the Grand Elder. Moreover, the Grand Elder is a powerhouse within the Rakshasa sect. Why do you want me to kill the Grand Elder?" Rock spoke slowly, hoping to get an answer from the young lady. Unfortunately, Maya did not directly respond but simply said, "Levi, remember, you belong to me. As long as you are mine, you do as I say. Don't ask unnecessary questions. My arrangements always have their purpose." Her response clearly told Rock not to pry into matters that didn't concern him. Otherwise, it could cost him his life. Indeed, there were many things in this world better left unknown, for knowing them often invited disaster. "Yes, I understand, sister." Since Maya did not wish to elaborate, Rock did not press further. His priority now was to conceal his true identity. If he exposed himself, his cover would be blown completely, so he couldn't afford any mistakes. "Very well, I like your attitude." Seeing Rock stop asking, Maya nodded in satisfaction. She favored such obedient subordinates who could serve as her instruments without question. At this moment, Rock wanted to laugh inwardly. He thought to himself, "If you won't tell me willingly, fine. I can find out myself." Rock was confident in his abilities. Investigating something wouldn't be difficult for him. "Go ahead, but be careful. It's all right if the assassination fails. Just make sure not to expose yourself." Maya reminded Rock. "Yes, thank you for your concern, sister." Rock bowed respectfully. To think that this beautiful sister still cared about him was both unexpected and gratifying. Though Maya may not have intended it, it didn't matter how he interpreted it, right? Afterwards, Rock bid farewell to Maya and began executing his mission. As the Grand Elder, Isaiah was usually within the sect, making the assassination extremely challenging. At the very least, he needed to establish some form of interaction with him. Moreover, Rock had many unanswered questions. Perhaps he could gather useful information from Isaiah. Exiting the Holy Maiden Peak, Rock felt countless eyes fixated on him, both male and female, which made him highly uncomfortable. Ever since he lived in the Holy Maiden Peak, he encountered this every day. What did these people want? Were they just bored and stared at him for fun? He could understand the men, but why were the female disciples joining in? Rock sighed inwardly. Clearly, it was due to Maya's immense charisma. Not only the male disciples adored her, but even the female disciples were captivated. "Hey kid, are you Levi?" Just as Rock contemplated how to approach Isaiah, a voice interrupted his thoughts. But Rock remained unmoved, walking past the speaker without even glancing at him. "He's calling Levi, not me, Rock. How dare he ignore me?" Seth, known for his cruelty, was furious. In the entire Rakshasa sect, few dared to ignore him. This new disciple dared to be so arrogant. Did he think that just because he had the backing of senior sister, no one in the sect could touch him? If he truly believed that, he was gravely mistaken. The Rakshasa sect was a world where the weak were preyed upon. Even if he complained to the sect leader, the outcome would be the same. To avoid being bullied, one must become strong. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" Seth stepped in front of Rock and grabbed the collar of his clothes, intending to lift him off the ground. Chapter 223, I am not Levi, he is. Fight, fight, fight. The cheers and encouragements never ceased. It didn't take long for the news of the life and death arena challenge between Rock and Seth to spread like wildfire throughout the entire Rakshasa sect. "Kin, someone is going to enter a life and death arena challenge? You don't need to report such matters to me. Our Rakshasa sect almost daily has people engaging in these types of challenges." Isaiah looked at the disciple before him, who was one of his trusted aides he had personally promoted to help manage information. Normally, this disciple was very reliable. Why would they come to report on an ordinary life and death arena now? Isaiah wondered if he had misjudged this person. "It's a life and death arena between Seth and Levi. I already said you don't need to report such matters to me." Isaiah frowned. Why was this disciple suddenly so insistent today when they were usually very obedient? At that moment, Isaiah still hadn't realized how serious this life and death arena was. "Kin, if it were just Seth, I wouldn't have reported this to you. But it's because of Levi." Levi? At this point, Isaiah sensed something wasn't as simple as he initially thought. This didn't seem to be a routine life and death arena. "What about this Levi?" Isaiah asked. "Kin, as you might know, recently the Mary Beth found a subordinate and had him reside on Holy Maiden Peak, and this person is Levi." "What?" When Isaiah heard his subordinate's report, he immediately stood up from his seat. No wonder this disciple would report such a trivial matter today. It turned out it was this significant. Levi, a name familiar to Isaiah. When he first heard about Levi's achievements during evaluations, he intended to keep him close and personally mentor him. However, he didn't expect Levi had already been reserved by the Mary Beth. There was nothing more to be done now, given what happened. "Kin, it took great effort for the Mary Beth to find this subordinate. If Levi dies in the arena, there's no telling what chaos she will create." The disciple was genuinely worried. Maya, beloved goddess of all disciples within the Rakshasa sect, could captivate countless male disciples with her stunning beauty and cause many female disciples to swoon in admiration. However, she was also a bane to everyone in the sect. She acted on whims and often got into trouble. If not for being the daughter of the sect leader, she likely would have been expelled long ago. Given this character, if Levi really died, who knew what actions the young miss might take? Indeed, this matter is rather serious. However, us stepping in to stop a life and death arena isn't a wise choice. After all, it is a place where life and death are fated. Even the sect leader can't make exceptions. Isaiah spoke slowly, feeling quite troubled over the matter. How about this? Where is the disciple named Levi right now? Isaiah then asked calmly. He appears to be at the scripture hall. Fine, I'll go talk to him. Without hesitation, Isaiah made his way to the scripture hall. Look, it's the new Kin Isaiah. Really? It's really Kin Isaiah. That's strange. What is Kin coming here to do? Who knows, but it must be important. Disciples started whispering amongst themselves as soon as they spotted Isaiah, some Faefarans even blushing madly. It couldn't be helped. Isaiah was very young, exceptionally handsome, and despite his youth had already risen to become one of the sect's elders. His prospects seemed boundless. Such a golden catch, who wouldn't admire? But such talent, who could match? After briefly asking around in the scripture hall, Isaiah quickly found Bartolome and Daishian. Are you Levi? Bartolome and Daishian looked up at the youth before him, wondering if another troublemaker had come for him. Oh no, I'm not. Really? Then where is Levi? Well, Bartolome and Daishian scanned the area and spotted a familiar face, Aryan. Without hesitation, he pointed towards Aryan and told Isaiah. See him? The one surrounded by many Faefarans, that's Levi. So it's him. Truly ostentatious, utterly unbridled. Isaiah headed directly toward the indicated direction. Seeing this, Bartolome and Daishian left the scripture hall without a second thought. He still wanted to enjoy a few days of peace, not invite more trouble. Levi. What? Aryan froze. Levi? Which Levi? Levi isn't here with him. I called you. Stop pretending. Isaiah spoke calmly, while disciples nearby began to recognize Kin Isaiah and respectfully kept their distance. Aryan, sharp as ever, instantly understood after overhearing the whispers around him. He smiled amiably and responded. Kin, you've mistaken me. I'm not Levi. If you're looking for him, he was just there. Strange. Where did he go? He was just here. Aryan pointed in a direction where no one was. Isaiah glanced in that direction. It was indeed the path he came from. Though a bit confused, he began to suspect something. What's your name? Reporting to Kin, my name is Aryan. How embarrassing to be fooled by that boy. Isaiah muttered to himself, rubbing his forehead. He couldn't believe he was tricked this way but wasn't too angry, merely nodding before leaving. What exactly happened? Aryan was baffled yet admiring of Bartolome and Daishuan's cunning. Levi. Isaiah found Levi again. This time, he was determined not to let this boy slip away. Bartolome and Daishian turned around and saw Isaiah. Speechless, he marveled at the man's persistence. If you want a life and death arena, please queue. Isaiah paused, bewildered by Bartolome and Daishuan's nonsensical remark. Chapter 224. For the sake of senior sister. Isaiah looked at the person in front of him and smiled slightly. Did this kid mistake him for someone like Seth? I didn't come here to challenge you to a life or death duel. Isaiah immediately spoke up, fearing that King might slip away in the next second. He continued. I am the Colin of the Rakshasa sect, Isaiah. How about we find somewhere to sit down and talk? Colin? King stared at the young man in front of him. Though he had already heard that the newly appointed Colin of the Rakshasa sect was very young, he hadn't expected their age difference to be so small. He immediately thought of the task Maya had given him. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity? Sure. Since it's an invitation from the Colin, how can I possibly refuse? King spoke straightforwardly. To let such an opportunity slip by would result in slapping himself repeatedly. Those who succeeded were often the ones who seized such chances. If he missed this opportunity, the information and intelligence he wanted to gather could easily slip away with no way to retrieve it later. When the chance came, one must seize it without hesitation. Led by Isaiah, they quickly arrived at a pavilion where no one would disturb them. Why was that? Because the pavilion was located at the peak of the mountain where the Colin resided. Who dared to intrude on the Colin's mountain? Did they not value their lives? In the entire Rakshasa sect, only two people dared do so, the Jagger and Maya. These two individuals wielded the most authority in the sect, and no one dared provoke them. Even the Colin gave them face. Do I know why the Colin sought me out? King asked slowly. There was no reason for the Colin to approach him, unless there was something important. Surely it wasn't just a pastime. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Regarding your life or death duel with Seth, I hope you will withdraw. Why is that? King looked at the Colin in front of him, utterly surprised. Who would have thought he came to discuss this? Asking him to withdraw from the life or death duel with Seth. It was impossible. Even if he withdrew this time, what about the future? Besides, Seth might continue to target him. Worse yet, withdrawal would be seen as fear or fleeing, which would look bad in others' eyes. The reason is simple. I'm worried about your safety. If anything happens to you, Liayi wouldn't know what outrageous action she might take. So, considering her sake, I hope you will withdraw. King finally understood Isaiah's true intention. It wasn't his safety but Maya's reaction they feared. Does the Colin think I will lose? King countered, his voice steady. Isaiah was momentarily speechless. Saying he believed King would win didn't seem credible even to him. Seth had been famous in the Rakshasa sect for a long time, while King was just a new disciple after passing the examination. Although King had performed admirably during the exam, it didn't sway Isaiah's doubts. If I really did withdraw, I might live, but my reputation would surely suffer. Not only would it affect me, but also senior sister. What if others question why senior sister chose me as her subordinate? I absolutely cannot cause trouble for senior sister. King said firmly. After hearing King's words, Isaiah fell into deep thought and slowly nodded. King made a valid point. If he withdrew, it would tarnish Liaye's reputation too, and she might act irrationally. Worst of all, if Liaye found out he urged King to withdraw, she wouldn't let it go lightly. Fine, since you've made your decision, I won't try to persuade you further. Isaiah sighed, feeling helpless either way. Forget it. The wise will always be protected by heaven. Let everything be decided by fate. Besides, if Liayi does overreact, isn't there still the Jagger to handle things? As long as the Jagger intervenes, Liayi will be restrained. What was he worrying about? Leaving. Isaiah then escorted King away. After parting ways with Isaiah, King stood motionlessly. Had he forgotten something important? He realized he forgot to ask Isaiah for information. Unfortunately, while discussing the life or death duel, he completely overlooked gathering intel. Watching Isaiah's retreating figure, King knew he had missed this opportunity. Forget it, it's okay. There would be other opportunities. Now he should head back to Holy Maiden Peak first. Just arriving at Holy Maiden Peak, King saw Maya sitting in his room. He immediately bowed deeply. Senior sister. I heard you're going to duel Seth in a life or death match? Maya asked gently. Yes, senior sister is truly well informed. Before I could report, you already knew. Hehe. This matter has spread throughout the entire Rakshasa sect, with every disciple watching closely. What are your thoughts? Maya asked gently. Of course, I don't want to embarrass senior sister. While this may appear to be my own affair, it's intertwined with senior sister. If I fail, people will doubt her judgment in choosing me. So, for senior sister's honor, I will defeat this Seth, no matter what. Very good. Hearing King speak like this, Maya was pleased. This boy still remembered to think of her, despite the situation. Not bad at all. She hadn't raised him in vain. Hashtag chapter 225. Instant Bartolomeo and death decision. The duel between Rock and Seth was about to begin. This life or death arena had garnered the attention of most of the members of the Rakshasa sect. Rock appeared to be just a newly admitted disciple, with nothing particularly noteworthy about him. However, if you added the detail that he was senior sister Maya's subordinate, the level of interest soared dramatically. Within the entire Rakshasa sect, senior sister Maya was the goddess in every cultivator's heart, male or female, the epitome of perfection. If senior sister needed a subordinate, then that person had to be oneself. Others? Apart from oneself, no one else was qualified to be her subordinate. This was the unanimous belief of all Rakshasa sect disciples. Thus, when Rock became senior sister's subordinate, it sparked jealousy among countless people. When Seth challenged Rock to a life or death match, the incident quickly attracted widespread attention. Everyone eagerly awaited Seth to kill this man, Rock. They believed that Seth undoubtedly possessed such strength. Seth had long been renowned within the Rakshasa sect, so naturally, compared to the recently admitted Rock, more disciples supported Seth. Rock arrived as scheduled. Upon stepping onto the arena, Seth looked down at Rock with disdain. In a haughty tone, he slowly said, I'll give you a chance. As long as you admit that you're not my match and leave senior sister on your own accord, I will let you off. What do you say? Seth continued in his arrogant voice. In his view, the victor on this life or death arena would definitely be himself. Challenging him was simply a dead end for the other party. To demonstrate his magnanimity, he deliberately made this offer, hoping to leave a favorable impression on senior sister and the many disciples. I truly appreciate your concern, but before that, I think you should worry about yourself first. After all, if you don't step off this arena now, you might not see tomorrow's sun. Rock responded calmly. With the other party already bullying him, why should he continue to tolerate it? Since Seth looked down on him, he didn't deserve respect either. So Rock spoke provocatively without hesitation. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Seth instantly flew into a rage, his face turning red as though about to explode at any moment. Look at you now. You're ridiculously immature. Are you even worthy of existing in this world? Rock continued. As soon as these words were spoken, Seth couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to tear Rock apart right then and there. After their previous conversation, Rock knew the other party's taboos well. This time, he broke them without hesitation. If you have the ability, then come, you immature brat. Erf. Hearing Rock call him an immature brat, Seth instantly roared like a wild beast. Enough chatter. Let's start. Seth could no longer contain his urge to kill. All the spectators around heard the exchange between the two. When they saw Rock dare to provoke Seth in such a manner, everyone was stunned, unable to speak. They thought they were hallucinating. Could this guy be a fool? Hadn't he heard anything about Seth's prowess over the past couple of days? Why did he still dare to provoke and enrage Seth like this? Everyone present wore expressions of incomprehension. But Rock didn't need anyone's understanding. He only needed to understand what he was doing. Rock smiled slightly. He took out the Scarlet Sun's sword from his robe and beckoned to Seth with his finger. Come on, I'm standing right here. With Rock's words, the life or death arena instantly commenced. The moment the barrier was activated, Seth attacked without hesitation. His hands transformed into fierce claws, white combat chi emanating from his body, gradually forming the shape of a fierce tiger. With a swift wave of his arms, it seemed as if sharp tiger claws were slicing through the air, producing a piercing sound that posed a slight threat even to Rock. Only a slight threat, however. With his Scarlet Sun sword blocking, Rock successfully deflected Seth's attack. To maintain the appearance suitable for his current rank, Rock immediately pretended to lose balance and stepped back a few paces after being hit. To ensure no flaws in his performance, he acted very strained. This act gave Seth the illusion that he had successfully subdued Rock. See that? This is my strength. Die. Seth laughed wildly, roaring loudly, while Rock silently endured. He was waiting for the right moment, the perfect opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Actually, if he wanted, he could have easily dealt with this opponent anytime. But constrained by his need to disguise himself, he had to go through the motions. After enduring Seth's relentless attacks, he finally waited for an opening, a wide-ranging move. Perfect. Seeing the large, open move, Rock wasted no time. At the moment of the attack, he seized the gap and stabbed forward directly with his sword. The Scarlet Sun sword, being a divine weapon, made it seem as easy as slaughtering a chicken. The blade pierced straight through Seth's chest. How is this possible? In the instant Rock's sword penetrated his chest, Seth revealed an incredulous look. He never imagined he would die at the hands of someone he despised. In this world, anything is possible. Rest in peace and mind your manners in the next life, Rock whispered softly, ensuring only Seth could hear. He immediately pulled the sword out from Seth's chest. In a matter of moments, Seth's life force completely dissipated. Chapter 226. A date with me? What's going on? What exactly happened? Hey. Can someone explain to me if I missed something important just now? Heaven, this can't be true. Seth actually died? Killed by Levi? Just like that? Outside the arena, a group of disciples who had gathered to watch the spectacle were all in disbelief at the current outcome. Seth, a figure who had ruled the Azura sect with an iron fist for so long, someone who was almost untouchable within the sect, now had been stabbed through the chest by Rock and lost his life. Such an event was too fantastical to believe. They struggled to accept it. At this moment, a disciple responsible for overseeing the life or death match stepped forward to check Seth's condition. After confirming that Seth had no signs of life, he cast a deeply fearful glance at Rock. He saw Rock smiling calmly, then slowly spoke. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you supposed to announce the result? Seth has lost his vital signs. Therefore, in this life or death duel, Levi is the final victor. The disciple hesitantly announced, clearly unwilling. He had hoped Seth would kill Rock. Only then would their senior sister truly be the master. Why should this guy serve as her subordinate? Jealousy consumed him. However, the outcome was unsatisfying. He wished Seth was just unconscious, able to stand up and fight again. But alas, it was wishful thinking. Upon hearing the disciple's report, everyone present gasped simultaneously. How could this happen? Damn it, I can't accept this. I want to challenge Levi to a life or death duel. You need to stop. Didn't you see how Seth died? You can't even defeat Seth, so why go to your death? Damn it, how could this happen? In an instant, nobody could accept this reality. It meant that Rock could continue serving as senior sister's subordinate, living in the sacred Maiden Peak, residing in the sanctuary of the Berkeley sister. This was what none of the disciples could tolerate. But there was nothing they could do. Everyone acknowledged Rock's formidable strength. Even if they wanted him gone from senior sister's side, they lacked the power to make it happen. It might be the most tragic situation imaginable. Allowed by all of you. In the future, please keep an eye on my fellow seniors, juniors, sisters, and brothers. Rock bowed to everyone present and left the arena. After this battle, his reputation throughout the entire Azura sect was cemented. Anyone who dared to challenge Rock had better weigh their capabilities against Seth. If not stronger, it would be best to leave him alone. Back at Sacred Maiden Peak, Maya was already waiting for Rock. Senior sister. Rock greeted respectfully. I watched your life or death duel with Seth. Hearing her words, Rock chuckled, feigning a simpleton's grin. Luckily, I didn't embarrass you, and successfully defeated him. You did well. Logically, for such an outstanding performance, I should reward you, Maya said slowly, then asked, what do you desire? If it's within my power, I will help you achieve it. I want to become your Tao partner. Rock desperately wanted to say it directly, but knew he couldn't rush things. Gradual progression was key, not rushing. Being too eager could lead to rejection, undermining all his previous efforts. If possible, I would like to have a date with senior sister. After deliberating, Rock finally expressed his request. What? Maya was taken aback. What did he mean by a date? Did he mean the kind she thought? As a naturally exquisite beauty, Maya never lacked suitors. Those seeking her could circle the eastern coastline of the continent. But as an exceptionally excellent individual, she found none worthy. Thus, despite her age, she remained a pure maiden, untouched by men, much less dating anyone. Of course, her father was an exception. You want to have a date with me? Maya looked at Rock, seeking confirmation. Yes, senior sister, I want to have a date with you. Is that impossible? If so, I can ask for something else, Rock replied, lowering his head with a pitiful expression. As his superior, rewarding him is appropriate. It's just a date. So what? No harm done. Mustn't let a subordinate lose heart. Maya pondered inwardly, then addressed Rock. It's not impossible. Considering your efforts today, and your victory, I'll agree. Really? Senior sister, you'll really go on a date with me? Upon hearing Maya's agreement, Rock nearly leaped off the ground. He expected refusal, never imagining she'd agree to this seemingly unreasonable request. Yes, but I have no experience with dates, so don't complain later. Of course. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll try my best. My life belongs to you from now on. Rock expressed his absolute loyalty after receiving the reward he desired. Chapter 227. The date is underway. Am I blind? Haven't I woken up yet? Am I having a terrifying nightmare? This morning, all the disciples of the Raksha sect thought they had just woken up too abruptly. Why did the scene before their eyes feel so strange? Maya, their senior sister and their goddess in their hearts, was now seen walking down the path with King's arm linked through hers. Heavens, what's going on here? Heavens, did this boy save the world in his past life? Heaven, strike me dead with a bolt of lightning. Why must I see such a cruel sight? All the disciples were distraught. Senior sister was not only holding hands with King, but also appeared to be very affectionate. They couldn't take it anymore. King strolled down the path of the Raksha sect, utterly elated. His plan for today was simply to go on a date with Maya. His initial intention was quite simple. Stroll around together and, while doing so, improve his standing in Maya's heart. But things went beyond his wildest expectations. Upon seeing him, Maya's first action was to directly link her arm through his. At that moment, King was utterly bewildered. What is senior sister doing? He didn't hesitate to ask aloud. Senior sister, what are you doing? Going on a date. Isn't this how dates work? Right, yes. That's exactly it. Let's go. Hearing senior sister's response, King froze for a moment before quickly reacting. grinning widely as he immediately replied without any hesitation. Thus, this scene unfolded. Maya walked arm in arm with King down the path of the Raksha sect, causing numerous surrounding disciples to moan in anguish. Is dating really just this? Maya slowly asked. Having never been on a date, she didn't know what it entailed. But being watched by all the disciples made her feel uncomfortable. She wouldn't like this if she could help it. Not at all. There's still much more for us to do. Mostly eating, drinking, and having fun. So there's no need for senior sister to be nervous. So, that's how it is. Maya nodded. So dating meant spending time together, eating, drinking, and enjoying oneself. If that was the case, she understood how to act. Let's go, senior sister. Let's explore outside the sect. Yes, staying inside the sect all day is indeed no fun. Hearing King speak those words, Maya agreed without hesitation. As for the surrounding disciples who were staring at her, she turned and gave them an angry look. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen people dating before? Seeing this, Maya pulled King's hand and left the sect. After King and Maya departed, all the remaining disciples finally came to their senses and instantly began wailing, sobbing uncontrollably. Their goddess had gone on a date with someone else. Why? Why had this happened? They felt as if their entire world had collapsed. They had lost all motivation to live. Isaiah immediately received the report from his subordinates about the matter. Upon hearing the news, Isaiah displayed an incredulous expression. You just said, Liayi and that boy named Levi went out on a date? Isaiah found it hard to believe. Could the young mistress actually do such a thing? Had she been deceived by this Levi? Instantly, thoughts flooded Isaiah's mind. Is this true? Surely it can't be mere rumor. Earl, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes, and many other disciples witnessed it too. You can verify it with them? I understand. You may leave. Yes, sir. After dismissing his subordinate, Isaiah pondered the events. King arriving at the Raksha sect, catching Maya's attention, joining her team, and now, going on a date with her. This doesn't seem normal at all. I should report this to the Jagger. Isaiah knew the current situation was beyond his control. Only the Jagger could decide how to handle matters concerning the young mistress. Thus, without delay, Isaiah rushed to the main hall of the Raksha sect and met the Jagger. Jagger, I have something important to report. Oh, what is it? The Jagger asked. Since the last incident involving the elders, Isaiah's reports were always given due attention because they genuinely improved the state of the Raksha sect, making it stronger. It's about the young mistress. Emo, did she cause trouble again? Upon hearing that it involved his daughter, the Jagger instinctively assumed she had caused another significant issue beyond anyone's handling. The young mistress went on a date with a disciple named Levi. Oh, a date. What? A date? Even the mighty Jagger was momentarily unaware of the gravity until he realized its seriousness and echoed in shock. Yes, Jagger. What should we do? Great. Huh. When he heard these 3 words from the Jagger, Isaiah nearly thought he had misheard. His daughter was going on a date with another man, and the Jagger said, Great? What kind of father was this? Shouldn't he be furious and order her return? Isaiah was thoroughly confused. Chapter 228, Revealing the Heart. What? You look incredibly surprised. Yes. Facing the era's inquiry, Isaiah did not beat around the bush. He directly voiced his confusion and asked his question outright. Ha ha ha, I knew you would ask this. Upon hearing Isaiah's question, the era of the Rakshasa sect burst into hearty laughter. Just moments ago, Isaiah had asked whether he was worried or upset that his daughter was on a date with another man. The era's answer was simply, no. Do you know why? The era of the Rakshasa sect looked at Isaiah and slowly asked, wanting to gauge how much the burl truly understood. I do not know. Please enlighten me, era. Isaiah responded humbly. Not bad, very well. Seeing Isaiah's reaction, the era was delighted, nodding approvingly in his heart. In fact, Maya has been a prodigy from a young age, not only far surpassing her peers in strength, but her beauty is also out of this world. Even I, as her father, almost couldn't resist her charm. Because of this, many sought after her hand, but for some reason, she rejected them all. I thought Maya might end up being single forever. Now that she's dating someone, of course, I'm happy. I see a bright future for myself and for the Rakshasa sect. The era of the Rakshasa sect slowly explained. So that's how it is. Should we send people to investigate this Levi, just in case something happens to Mary Beth? Yes, we should check him out. Although Yemo is very smart, I still worry about her getting hurt. Understood. Isaiah bowed, then immediately left the grand hall of the Rakshasa sect to arrange for people to investigate Rock's background. Meanwhile, Rock himself was completely unaware that Isaiah had already started investigating him. He only felt the warmth of the hand held by Maya, enveloped as if in soft cotton, feeling extraordinarily good. Is this what life is like for ordinary people? This is my first time here. Maya watched the bustling city of mortals, people rushing about for their livelihoods. Let's go and see if there's anything fun or delicious. Okay. At this moment, Maya had taken control of the date. Wherever she wanted to go, Rock followed. Whatever she wanted to eat, Rock ate alongside her. As they strolled and played, their emotions deepened. Especially when they dined together, doing things couples usually do. They fed each other, blushing and slightly embarrassed, which made them both laugh several times. Looking at Maya before him, Rock wished, if possible, that the world could be peaceful without any strife. Time flies when you're having fun. Soon enough, the day was over. In the evening, Rock and Maya sat in a small boat, with a small table set between them laden with wine and fruits. The clear lake reflected countless stars in the sky, making it feel as though the small boat was floating amidst a sea of stars, a breathtaking sight. Come, let's toast to us. Rock raised his glass and said directly, to our health. Maya was extremely pleased today, so she no longer hesitated to speak openly with Rock. Perhaps because of the alcohol making her slightly tipsy, she talked more freely. Did you know? When I was very young, I lost my mother. I've never seen her face, but my father told me that I inherited her beauty. So, I imagine she must have been a stunning woman. But don't you find it strange? They say daughters inherit from their fathers, sons from their mothers. Logically, I should resemble my father more, right? My father, he's a great scoundrel. Since taking over the Rakshasa sect, he seems to have become a different person, spending less time with me and focusing entirely on the sect. Although I understand he wants the Rakshasa sect to grow stronger, sometimes I wish he'd think of me too. I need companionship too. In the end, Maya spoke those words. Immediately afterward, she collapsed into Rock's arms, falling asleep under the starry night sky. Looking at the beautiful girl in his arms, Rock had no inappropriate thoughts. Instead, he sensed the weight of responsibility she carried. Sadly, he couldn't protect her now. He still had much to deal with. As time passed, dawn arrived quickly. Maya slowly opened her eyes, finding herself resting in a hard embrace, covered by a long robe. When she fully opened her eyes and realized where she was, her eyes instantly widened. Heavens, did I sleep with Levi last night? Could that comfortable bed in my dreams have actually been Levi's body? Instantly, her face flushed red, unsure of what to do. Getting up wasn't an option, staying wasn't either. While she wavered, Rock slowly opened his eyes and saw Maya, her panic-stricken expression, her flushed cheeks. Everything seemed so beautiful. Good morning, senior sister. Good morning. Did I say anything incoherent last night? No. Rock shook his head. Though she had spoken a lot, as a considerate gentleman, he knew revealing certain things would embarrass her, so he decided to keep it a secret. Thank goodness. Relieved by Rock's response, Maya exhaled deeply. Hashtag chapter 229, departure now. Soon, Tyler and Maya returned to the Rakshasa sect. However, news of their outing spread incredibly fast, practically instantly reaching every corner of the sect. As a result, all the disciples knew that Tyler and Maya had gone on a date. Why? In what way am I inferior to this Levi? This was the question almost all Rakshasa sect disciples pondered over. But there was no answer because no one could find a satisfactory reason for it. After they returned, the relationship between Maya and Tyler reverted to its original state. The date did not bring them any closer together. Meanwhile, Isaiah sent people to investigate Levi's alias, Tyler. Of course, no information was found. His subordinate reported back to him, Burl, Levi is very peculiar. We couldn't find any information about him at all. His past is a blank, as if he just appeared out of nowhere during the Rakshasa sect's disciple assessment. Oh. Upon hearing the report, Isaiah stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, then this Levi must be using a false identity. Who is he, and why did he infiltrate our Rakshasa sect? Isaiah couldn't fathom Levi's true intentions. Unable to figure it out, he ordered further investigation. Continue investigating. Report any new information immediately. Yes. Following Isaiah's orders, the disciple promptly resumed investigating Tyler. Should I inform the Jagger about this? Isaiah paced back and forth in his room, contemplating the potential threat. If it harmed his interests, this person must be eliminated. Otherwise, he might even be a useful ally. After some consideration, Isaiah decided to observe things covertly for a while longer. This is quite a headache. What should I do next? At this moment, Tyler was pacing anxiously in his own room, worrying about his mission. He joined the Rakshasa sect not for enjoyment, but to gather intelligence on the sect's hidden agenda. Currently, however, nothing significant had progressed, and he couldn't carry out the assassination task assigned by Leah. Isaiah, the current Burl of Rakshasa sect, was undeniably powerful and intelligent, which Tyler clearly sensed after interacting with him. Isaiah exuded an intense air of mystery, and Tyler's intuition told him that Isaiah likely had his own agenda within the sect. Though uncertain what it was, this stymied progress troubled Tyler greatly. Although Leah hadn't set a deadline, she would certainly be displeased with prolonged stagnation. If he were expelled from the Rakshasa sect, all his efforts would be wasted. Damn it, what should I do? This was the first time Tyler had been so worried about something. He realized how challenging being a mole truly was. He started to admire those Rakshasa sect members who successfully infiltrated prestigious sections. They indeed deserved respect, regardless of strength. Levi. Suddenly, Maya's voice came from outside his door. Senior sister, what's up? Hearing her voice, Tyler opened the door without hesitation. Recently, a mysterious ruin has appeared in the northwest desert. All major sects have dispatched teams to investigate. We should check it out too. A mysterious ruin? Tyler responded slowly. Sometimes in this world, relics suddenly emerged, containing abundant treasures and cultivation resources. Major sects always dispatch disciples immediately upon such discoveries to seize potential benefits. Just us two. Who else? You're my subordinate. Not just the two of us. Or do you want me to go alone? Who will ensure my safety then? Tyler obviously meant to ask something else, but since senior sister put it this way, he didn't press further. If Maya wanted him to accompany her, he wouldn't refuse. I understand. When do we leave? Now, immediately. Maya spoke decisively, as she acted without delay once a decision was made. Okay. Tyler agreed without hesitation. Since there was nothing to prepare, he naturally complied with her immediate departure. Let's go. They left the sect immediately. Besides the sect-assigned disciples, most traveled under personal names, but were still considered part of the sect. However, anything obtained in the secret realm wasn't required to be submitted to the sect, so many preferred to go individually. Those officially assigned usually comprised elders and elite disciples cultivated by the sect, willing to dedicate themselves to the sect's cause. This time, Rakshasa sect dispatched Burl Isaiah. Since he was the only remaining elder after eliminating others, who else could go? Levi, what a surprise meeting you here. Are you also headed to the secret realm? Why don't we travel together? Isaiah looked at Levi and Maya, speaking slowly. We prefer to act alone. Let's not hold you back, Burl. Maya replied and left with Tyler ahead. Hashtag chapter 230. He's your real brother? Rock looked at Maya in front of him, feeling very curious. She seemed to harbor a certain animosity towards the girl Isaiah. Why was that? Senior sister, it seems like you have a strong hostility towards girl Isaiah. Why is that? Rock tried asking once more. Previously, he had attempted to ask her this question, but back then Maya hadn't answered him at all. This time around, would she still choose not to respond? Do you really want to know? Maya glanced at Rock, her gaze as cold as water, making Rock feel a hint of unfamiliarity. I do. If senior sister is willing to tell me. After a moment of silence, Maya sighed and spoke slowly. Now you're one of my people, and you've accepted the task I assigned to you. There's no harm in telling you. Do you know how many children my father has? Well, isn't it just senior sister, you being the only daughter? Rock responded cautiously. Maya's sudden question indicated that the matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Though he had been in the Rakshasa sect for some time, and had come to understand some of its internal affairs, he had only ever heard that the sect leader had one daughter, Maya, and no other children. Not just me. Maya spoke slowly, her eyes gazing into the sky as she continued. In fact, my father has 3 children. Besides me, there are 2 older brothers. What? For a moment, Rock didn't know how to respond. The Rakshasa sect's leader had 3 children? Why had he never heard about this before? How is this related to Burl Isaiah? Rock continued to ask. Since Maya had mentioned this, it must be related to Isaiah Burl in some way. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to bring it up. If I told you that Isaiah is one of my brothers, would you believe it? When Maya said this, Rock was completely stunned. He had considered many possibilities, but had never imagined such a dramatic twist. Are you saying that Burl Isaiah is the sect leader's illegitimate son? Rock asked cautiously, as if afraid of spreading the secret too widely. He's my real brother, not an illegitimate son. Maya shot a look at Rock before continuing. After my brothers were born, my father directly abandoned both of them. My mother told me this and instructed me never to let my father know that I knew about it. And before she passed away, she also taught me how to recognize my 2 brothers. My eldest brother has a cross-shaped birthmark on his hand, and my second brother has a scarlet mark shaped like fire, about the size of a fingernail on his neck. I remember seeing a dark red flame mark on Burl Isaiah's neck. Rock finally understood. During their last conversation, he had noticed the dark red flame mark on Isaiah's neck. If what Maya said was true, then this Isaiah Burl was indeed her real second brother. Doesn't the sect leader know about this? My father doesn't know. After my 2 brothers were born, he never even glanced at them, instructing his subordinates to get rid of them. I see. After hearing Maya's account, Rock understood the whole story. However, there was still one thing that puzzled him. If this was the case, then Isaiah was Maya's real second brother. Shouldn't she be happier to reunite with her long-lost brother? Why would she ask him to assassinate her own blood relative? Seeing Rock's expression, Maya knew what he was thinking. Are you wondering why I'm asking you to assassinate my real second brother? Yes. Rock nodded without hesitation. The reason is simple. What do you think my second brother's return to the Rakshasa sect was for? This? Rock thought for a moment before replying. Revenge? If Isaiah knew his true parentage, his ultimate goal for coming back to the Rakshasa sect could very well be revenge against the sect and its leader. In that case, couldn't they potentially collaborate? Rock suddenly had this thought. You're indeed very smart. Yes, Isaiah definitely knows his true identity, so he returned to the Rakshasa sect and went through great lengths to become an elder. He then used the death of the previous Burl to take over the position and eliminated all the elders under him. Now, he's already starting to cultivate his own power within the Rakshasa sect. Once the time is ripe, he will likely carry out his revenge plan. But I can't let him succeed, so he must die. Maya spoke calmly. When she said the last sentence, Rock could sense the cold killing intent and ruthless decision-making radiating from her. This made him even more curious about this beautiful senior sister. Senior sister, I'm curious what reason led you to make such a heartless decision. Rock asked. To ensure I can smoothly inherit the position of Rakshasa sect leader. After giving this answer, Maya laughed bitterly and looked at Rock. Have you lost your initial impression of me? Rock wasn't sure how to respond. He couldn't judge right or wrong because everyone's perspective varied. The Rakshasa sect, though classified as a demonic sect, has always upheld the peace of the world. It's called a demonic sect merely due to differing ideologies from those righteous factions. But since my father became the Rakshasa sect leader, the entire sect has transformed into a true demonic sect. To change this situation, only by becoming the new leader can I gradually change things. Maya concluded. Chapter 231. The Unknown Mist. After listening to Maya speak about her intentions, Rock fell silent. At this moment, he was completely at a loss as to how he should approach the girl in front of him. Undoubtedly, she had a kind heart, and her actions were justified. Rock looked at Maya and slowly asked, So, senior sister, do you have any knowledge about what the Rakshasa sect has been doing recently? Rock's question was directed towards the recent actions of the Rakshasa sect against the righteous sects. Nearly half of these sects had been annihilated, and their cultivation resources plundered. Such actions could not be forgiven. I know. Maya coldly replied. This is an unforgivable act. The Rakshasa sect must pay the price for it. My father must also take responsibility for his decisions. Unfortunately, my strength is limited. If I could, I would make him step down as the leader of the Rakshasa sect right now. Hearing Maya say this, Rock felt genuinely relieved. At least now he understood her stance, which eased his concerns for future actions. If Maya had a close relationship with her father, any actions taken against him would likely face her obstruction, and their relationship would never be the same after that. But since Maya also detested her father's actions, they were on the same side now. However, revealing his identity wasn't something to consider just yet. Do you think I'm foolish? Maya smiled, looking at Rock and asking. No, not at all. I believe senior sister's decision is very noble, and there's no stinginess compared to those legendary heroes. Is that so? Thanks for your praise then. Let's hurry up and move on. Yes. After this long conversation, Rock finally understood the entire situation. allowing him to plan their next steps more clearly. They rushed towards the deserts of the northwest. In this area, a white mist enveloped the region where the mysterious ruins lay hidden within. This mist is formidable. Once inside, you can't see anything and it's incredibly easy to lose your way. Previously, people went in to explore, but none have returned. It's unclear if they found the ruins or got lost inside. That's true. I briefly entered earlier. The visibility inside is extremely low, barely able to see 10 centimeters ahead, much like being in complete darkness. Now many sects are ready but haven't ventured in yet, probably out of caution. There's no way to tell what's inside the mist. There might be traps or magical beasts, so it's best to prepare thoroughly before entering. Bartolomé listening to the discussions among the cultivators, Rock and Maya gained a clear understanding of the current situation. Senior sister, how should we proceed? Should we go in directly, or wait outside and observe? Rock asked Maya, looking at her. As her personal subordinate, he naturally followed her orders. Let's observe from outside first. The mist is completely unknown and dangerous. We won't be the first to enter.
Yes.
Rock nodded, agreeing with her judgment. The more critical the moment, the calmer one needed to be. Those who rushed into the mist prematurely would end up as others' pawns, tirelessly exploring only to pave the way for someone else. There were many sects waiting outside, including several familiar ones Rock recognized, the major righteous sects such as Tianhan sect, Huayan sect, Danning sect, Nudoa sect, Fenghu sect, and Shen sect had sent representatives. Even the demon sects, particularly Fengma sect, dispatched numerous combatants. Seeing this, Rock knew that this exploration would likely turn into a bloodbath. Whenever a mysterious relic appeared, conflicts between sects often erupted over resource competition. This was normal. But this time, it might be different. With Rock's efforts, the righteous sects had united into a cohesive force, reducing the chances of internal strife. This would transform the conflict into a showdown between the righteous sects and the demon sects, especially the Raksha sect. The Raksha sect's past actions had thoroughly enraged the righteous sections. If Rock's predictions were accurate, during this secret realm exploration, the righteous sects would specifically target the Raksha sect members. What a mess. Rock sighed inwardly. He couldn't reveal his identity now, given his status as a Raksha sect disciple. If confronted by the righteous sects, he would have no choice but to fight. One by one, some sects began sending in advance teams to explore the mist. However, they yielded no results, and some advance teams didn't return, possibly having lost their way. Senior sister, this mist is difficult to deal with. If we enter, we'll likely lose our way and get trapped. It will be tough to break free from such a situation, Rock remarked beside Maya. Through careful observation, he noted that the mist couldn't be dispelled by spells or other means, leaving them with no choice but to enter head-on. But staying together and not losing direction would be a significant challenge. Do you have any good ideas? Maya asked Rock, looking at him. Rock was exceptionally smart and always found solutions in dire situations, which was why Maya valued him. His ability to remain calm and devise strategies made him a rare talent indeed, a person who was bold yet meticulous. At present, I don't have a good solution, Rock shook his head and replied. Chapter 232, Venturing Deeper into the Mist. Rock wasn't a god. Not every difficulty could be smoothly resolved. Sometimes, he would also be hindered by the obstacles before him. It was an inevitable reality. All right. Maya was not anxious. She trusted Rock and believed that he would definitely find a way to solve the problem. Time slowly passed. Currently, nobody acted rashly. Some itinerant cultivators who couldn't contain their impatience had already entered. Those who hadn't entered yet were more cautious, organized, and disciplined teams. Night fell, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. The mist became even more terrifying under the cover of darkness. Visibility was already impaired, and with the added layer of mist, it became even harder to move. Therefore, no one would choose to enter the mist and explore the ruins at this time. Right. Rock looked up at the dark sky and thought of a creature that could navigate complex environments at night. He considered using that creature's ability to explore the current mist. Senior sister, I have an idea on how to explore the ruins within the mist. Oh, what is it? Upon hearing Rock speak, Maya instantly perked up, interested to see what method he had come up with. We can use sound waves? Next, Rock explained his idea to Maya. The principle was quite simple. Instead of spreading out one's divine sense for vision to see distant objects, they would use sound waves. While they wouldn't be able to directly see the scenery far away, the sound waves could provide detailed feedback on all terrain and creatures within range, allowing them to understand the environment around them completely. So that's it. No wonder you can always think of such solutions. After listening to Rock, Maya was delighted. Her trust in him had not been misplaced. No matter the situation, Rock always brought a sense of miracles. Even in despair, he instilled hope. Using this method, they could explore the mist even in the pitch-black night. Let's not delay. Let's set off now.
Yes.
Maya stood up immediately, ready to walk into the mist. Look, more people are entering the mist. Are these two crazy? Entering the mist during daylight doesn't guarantee they can see ahead, so doing it now is suicide. It doesn't matter. If they want to die, let them. Fewer people will be left to divide the resources of the ruins. Not wrong at all. At this moment, any movement would attract attention. Choosing to enter the ruins now made Rock and Maya even more conspicuous. Almost instantly, everyone focused on the duo. Isaiah naturally noticed Rock and Maya too. Without hesitation, he approached them. Levi, what are you two planning to do? Why ask when it's obvious? Can't you see we're going to explore the ruins? Maya was unamused and spoke bluntly. No, it's too dangerous. Even in daylight, we can't gauge the surroundings within the mist. Going in at night is pure folly. You mustn't go. Isaiah tried to dissuade them. That only applies to you. We have a way to navigate the mist, so there's no need for Kin Isaiah to worry. Maya said this, then without heeding Isaiah's warnings, she dragged Rock into the mist. Isaiah stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself, a way to navigate the mist? How is that possible? Isaiah found it hard to believe. He considered himself intelligent, and even he hadn't figured out a solution. How could Maya? Could it be Levi? He immediately thought of the man beside Maya. Rock had always struck Isaiah as bold, meticulous, and very clever. Whenever faced with challenges, he always found solutions. If Rock had come up with a plan and told Maya, it wouldn't be surprising. But what was the plan? Isaiah was extremely curious and wanted to ask, but Rock and Maya had already vanished into the mist. Inside the mist, Maya and Rock began exploring using the method discussed. When the surroundings were mapped back to them, both were astonished. Unbelievable. This secret realm has actually changed the terrain of the Northwest Desert. Indeed. Rock nodded in agreement. The Northwest Desert was once vast and barren, devoid of life, not even a single blade of grass. But now, through sonar detection, they found a huge forest had inexplicably appeared within the mist, unimaginable. While secret realms could change nearby landscapes, such occurrences were rare. Looks like this secret realm isn't simple, Maya commented. A realm that could alter its environment was powerful, offering not only more resources but also greater danger. Senior sister, be cautious. There are people ahead. I noticed. Using sonar detection, Rock and Maya moved swiftly despite the lack of sight. They approached the figures they detected, but didn't reveal themselves immediately. They observed from the shadows, easily picking up the conversations due to the sonar effect. Chapter 233. I have no hostility. They seem to be discussing something unbelievable, senior sister. Rock whispered after overhearing their conversation. To him, the matters these people were discussing were indeed shocking. Yeah, it's really surprising. In the boundless black mist, Rock and his senior sister heard some astonishing words from not far ahead. Did you hear? This secret realm is reportedly the immortal abode of a great power from the higher realm, filled with countless treasures. Really? How did you get this information? Why haven't I heard of it? Indeed, as a solitary cultivator, how would you know such things? Curiosity piqued by these discussions, Rock and his senior sister wondered why they, from a famous major sect in the eastern continent, had never heard of this information while these people, like Lazybones, knew about it. You don't know, but I actually have an insider line. Insider line? What's that? This statement instantly captured everyone's interest, including Rock's. In fact, it's simple. In Seal Demon Sect, I have a good buddy who came here with an elder. He told me specifically about this. What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding people were extremely surprised and incredulous. Is that true or not? Clearly, some people still didn't believe it. Don't you believe me? If what I just said wasn't true, could it be so detailed? You all should know that these major sects are connected to the sects of the higher realm, so knowing this is normal. It's just us solitary cultivators who don't know these things. Actually, all the major sects have this information. So that's it. In an instant, everyone felt that this person made sense, but Rock didn't think so, because he hadn't received such information. If this was something all major sects knew, then why wouldn't he know it? After all, he had connections within the major sections. If something like this happened, they would definitely inform him. Take the Sword Sect and Alchemy Cauldron Sect for example. They would certainly tell him since he held the position of patriarch in both. If they hadn't told him, and he found out later, would they get off easily? It was common sense that what these people said was likely false. Senior sister, do you think what they're saying is true or false? Rock asked. Maya, as the daughter of the Blood Demon Sect's patriarch, should know some internal news about this. It's probably false, since I haven't received this message either. Besides, this notion has existed for a long time. There's been a rumor that any suddenly appearing secret realms or ruins in our region are celestial abodes of powers from the higher realm. Weren't there such rumors before? Oh. After Maya reminded him, Rock recalled that indeed, there were such rumors very early on. Now, what's the use of talking about those things? We need to find the secret realm here first. Only then can we discuss anything else. Now, we can't even see our hands in front of our faces, let alone figure out direction. Next, what should we do? Which direction should we go? At this moment, another person spoke up, bringing up a more realistic topic. Their current situation was dire, and they had no idea where the path led. Forget finding the secret realm smoothly. Even getting out was now a big issue. That's true. Now we can't distinguish directions. What exactly should we do next? If we can't find the secret realm, no matter how good it is, it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Everyone at the scene chimed in. Bartolomeo listening carefully. Rock and Maya felt it was time and stepped forward. Hello everyone. Rock called out. Just now, we heard your conversation, so we came over. I wonder if any of you have gained anything useful in this mist? Upon hearing Rock's voice, they first remained vigilant, guarding against any potential attacks from Rock. There's no need for vigilance. We have no ill intentions towards you. Rock spoke up, expressing his lack of hostility, which slightly eased the others' tension. Who are you? One of them asked. They couldn't see the speaker's face in the dark mist, but recognized the voice as one of the initial speakers. We are just like you, solitary cultivators trying to get into the secret realm before the major sects to gain more resources. Unfortunately, we lost our way upon entering, but luckily, we met you here. Rock said without hesitation, making it sound entirely plausible. Ah, I see. Hearing Rock's reasonable explanation, the group visibly relaxed their guard. This guy. Looking at Rock, Maya was truly amazed. The way this guy lied was so smooth and natural, clearly indicating he must have done plenty of similar things before. While Maya was thinking, Rock continued his inquiry. I wonder if any of you have discovered anything valuable in this mist? If so, perhaps we can exchange information. Doing so would help us locate the secret realm in this mist more effectively, right? Rock aimed to learn more about the mist from these people, as they had obviously entered earlier and might have gathered some basic knowledge during their explorations. Rock needed this information to plan his next move. Chapter 234. Exchange information. Exchange information. Indeed, this was an excellent choice. Everyone here had entered the mist one after another, gotten lost in it, and finally met and gathered together. At this moment, if everyone could give a detailed account of what happened to them after entering the mist, it would help everyone understand it better. This is a great idea. Why didn't we think of this earlier? Someone spoke up, clearly supporting King's suggestion. He's right. After entering the mist, we all experienced and felt different things. If we can share with each other, it will be very helpful for exploring this mist and finding the hidden realm. Clearly, everyone present agreed with King's idea, leaving no room for objection. For King, this was the best possible outcome. Originally, if these people hadn't agreed to exchange information, he would have been prepared to persuade them by explaining the benefits. However, now it seemed that everyone present was extremely intelligent and didn't need him to waste words. They had already agreed with his proposal. Thus, everyone formed a circle and began narrating their experiences since entering the mist one by one. Since this proposal was made by King, he took the initiative to lead by example and addressed everyone present. As I propose this, and to show my sincerity, I'll be the first to recount our experiences after entering the mist. Sure. Upon hearing King speak, everyone nodded in agreement, and their impression of him improved significantly. Subsequently, King gave a brief narration of his experience within the mist, but he certainly omitted certain parts. For instance, he did not mention using sound waves to detect the surroundings, or that he and Maya had not encountered any dangers upon entry, but intentionally exaggerated some dangerous situations. Also, while King and Maya had only just entered the mist, King claimed they had been exploring since early morning but simply got lost. After listening to King, everyone silently nodded in agreement. Even though they couldn't see each other, they felt a strange sense of recognition due to the similarities in their experiences. Next, the second person began recounting their experience within the mist. Soon, the third, fourth. It didn't take long for everyone to finish sharing. Now, all the information could be compiled, and King noted several points. From the exchanged information, we can draw a few conclusions. 1. There are extremely powerful and terrifying beasts lurking in the mist, ready to attack at any moment. 2. Spiritual senses cannot penetrate the mist, and even communication artifacts lose their effectiveness here. 3. The terrain within the mist changes continuously and isn't static. Do you all have any additional observations? King asked, addressing everyone. Though he couldn't see, he knew everyone's position through sound wave detection. No, there's nothing more. In summary, indeed, there are only these 3 points. It seems that the mist isn't safe either. Absolutely. This mist must have been set by some powerful being from the higher realms to protect a divine residence, which explains its formidable nature. Yes, I feel the same way. Perhaps what we've experienced is just a small part, and greater danger lies deeper within. Oh, stop it. Are you trying to create anxiety? We haven't made much progress yet, and becoming cautious now will hinder us from moving forward. Just as everyone was discussing, an untimely voice interrupted, disrupting the conversation. You're right. King immediately agreed. There is still much ahead, perhaps more dangerous, but we aren't ordinary mortals. There's no need to worry. King reassured everyone. To him, these people were useful. They could serve as stepping stones for exploring dangers ahead in the mist. Since no one could see each other in the mist, King wasn't worried about revealing his identity. So, what should we do next? Should we continue separately? No. As soon as someone suggested this, King immediately rejected it. What do you mean? Now that we know the mist is full of dangers, how would we handle encountering danger if we split up again? The best strategy now is to stay together, explore the entire mist gradually, and find the entrance to the treasure. Upon hearing King's plan, everyone fell silent, realizing it was indeed a good idea. Due to the brief introductions, everyone knew the mist was extremely dangerous. Acting alone risked encountering peril without anyone to rescue them. However, traveling in a group meant mutual support during dangerous encounters. This is why major sects always arrange large teams, led by elders, to explore such secret realms and ruins, to ensure better mutual support. I agree. I agree too. Quickly, everyone agreed with King's proposal, and a temporary team was thus formed. Chapter 235. Encountering a Magic Beast. The team was officially formed, witnessed by everyone. Soon after, the group embarked on their next mission. Through the exchanges up until now, one thing could be determined. Staying in one place would offer no opportunities. So, which direction should we head next? At this moment, one of them spoke up with a question. Though they had formed a team, the next course of action remained a challenge. Everyone knew they couldn't stay idle any longer. The first task, then, was to ascertain their current position and decide which direction to move next. However, being inside the mist made it impossible for anyone to confirm their location. Moreover, the environment within the mist constantly changed, making it even more difficult to find a direction. This dilemma indeed became a significant problem. Upon raising the question, everyone was at a loss. No one knew what to do next. In my opinion, let's continue moving forward. You mean straight ahead? Upon hearing Rock speak, all eyes turned to him, seeking an answer. Since entering the mist, we've been moving straight without changing direction. Continuing in this direction shouldn't cause any issues. And based on my guess, this hidden realm must be at the center of the mist. If we keep moving straight, we should reach the realm, Rock explained slowly. His words received nods of agreement from everyone. That makes sense. Just like I suspected, a hidden realm filled with countless treasures should be at the center of the mist. So, if we keep moving straight, we'll definitely reach the realm? Good, let's not delay. Let's set off now. Agreed. After discussion, everyone moved forward without hesitation in the direction Rock faced. To prevent anyone from getting lost, Rock took out a rope from his pocket and connected everyone. This way, they could locate each other and not get separated in the mist. Why didn't we think of this earlier? What a good idea. Several cultivators praised this solution as excellent. While this ensures we don't get separated, if we encounter an attack, we won't be able to fight at full strength. It has its pros and cons, Rock explained to everyone. To prevent such situations, we must be more cautious in our actions from now on. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. In this dire situation, whoever came up with better strategies would gain more trust. With his recent contributions, Rock began to establish himself as the leader of this small team. Everyone tended to follow his advice. Continuing steadily, Rock could achieve his goal. Once he gained everyone's trust, they could become his decoys. The mist harbored numerous dangers, and they couldn't use spiritual senses to detect threats. This meant that even if everything seemed fine now, danger could strike in the next second. This fear of the unknown was the root of everyone's anxiety. Despite knowing others were nearby, everyone proceeded cautiously with every step. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the mist. There's a magic beast. Someone shouted in alarm. Stay alert. Keep calm. Don't panic or make any sounds. Rock immediately instructed upon hearing the roar. Everyone followed Rock's orders. The mist obscures our vision. I believe it does the same for the magic beasts. However, living here year-round, they likely have skills to hunt within the mist. So, we must minimize noise. If my guess is right, these magic beasts rely on sound, scent, or heat to detect prey. Everyone, mask your presence, remain silent, and blend your body temperature with the surroundings. Following Rock's advice, everyone quickly acted. Do you think this will really work? Maya, who had stayed close to Rock, did as instructed but wondered about the effectiveness. You should trust me, senior sister. Rock was confident. Given the conditions, identifying prey via sound, scent, or heat were the only methods left. Taking precautions against these would be sufficient. A bloody smell filled the air, accompanied by thunderous footsteps, indicating that a terrifying magic beast was nearby. We still don't know how many magic beasts are in this mist. So, we must be cautious, Rock told Maya. If there were more than one beast, Rock could provoke them into fighting each other and escape during the chaos. He had tried this before but found no other beast nearby, so it was best to stay put and avoid unnecessary movement. Chapter 236, Gaining Trust? The sonar detection feedback informed King that the monster in front of him was enormous. With each step it took, a deafening sound echoed, like thunder from the sky, instilling fear deep within everyone's hearts. Adding to King's frustration, the monster was now slowly advancing towards them. We might end up as the monster's food if we keep this up. Hurry, we need to think of something. Everyone. Unable to contain his fear any longer, one of the group members whispered these words to the others around him. No one wanted to become prey for the monster. After he spoke, the others began discussing in hushed tones what their next move should be. Why don't we quietly leave? If we change direction now, we'll lose our sense of direction and it will be extremely difficult to find the path to the secret realm again. Don't talk anymore. Whether this direction is correct or not, it's more important to save ourselves at this moment. Exactly. If we lose our lives, everything else will be meaningless. So protecting our own lives is the priority right now. Brother Bartolomean, please say something. What should we do next? Finally, someone turned to King directly for advice. The moment this person asked, all surrounding voices fell silent, clearly waiting for King's response. After all, since they had met King, they had always witnessed his clever ideas helping them navigate through the mist, earning their respect for his intelligence. How about this? You stay here, and I'll lure the monster away? King proposed cautiously. That's not a good idea. Everyone immediately objected upon hearing this suggestion. If King lured the monster away, he would likely lose contact with the group. Reuniting afterward would undoubtedly be impossible. Seeing their disagreement, King understood why. These people depended on him, and losing contact would revert them to their previous state of confusion. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to change our direction. After all, preserving our lives is most important. You don't want to become the monster's meal, right? Right. Upon King's suggestion, everyone quickly agreed. Be careful while moving. Keep your noise to a minimum and follow my lead. Okay. Under King's guidance, the group began changing direction. During this process, Maya asked King, in a voice only he could hear. I really can't understand your actions right now. What? King looked at Maya, confused by her words. Why did you team up with those guys? If it was just for information exchange, I could understand. But teaming up seems unnecessary. Look at them. They're a burden to us. This was Maya's main point of confusion. Clearly, the scattered cultivators were hindering them. Without these people, wouldn't they be faster? Senior sister, you don't get it yet. King chuckled softly before continuing. They are indeed a burden now, but eventually, they'll develop a sense of reliance and trust in me. At that point, they'll be useful as bait. At that time, they'll be very valuable assets for us. Maya still didn't fully grasp King's reasoning but acknowledged his intelligence. She believed that such a smart person wouldn't make foolish decisions. Thus, she remained quiet, deciding to observe how things played out. Soon, the footsteps of the monster grew fainter, indicating they were successfully distancing themselves from the threat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great, we're alive. Finally, we're safe. Suddenly relaxed, everyone felt they had escaped danger. Everyone, don't let your guard down. We might still encounter other dangers. We must remain vigilant. Brother Bartolomean is right. We should stay alert. Someone already became an unquestioning supporter of King. This was a favorable sign, bringing him closer to his plan. But we've lost our original direction. How should we proceed? If you trust me, allow me to decide our course. Without hesitation, King answered. After a brief silence, the group immediately responded. Of course, we trust Brother Bartolomean. Follow your lead. Yes, if it's Brother Bartolomean, we can trust him completely. Everyone expressed their agreement. With the group's trust, King smiled. His sonar detection indicated a structure not far ahead to the left. It wasn't large but was part of the secret realm. He planned to head there discreetly first. Chapter 237. A long and difficult journey Bartolomeo's ahead. Next, under King's lead, they soon arrived at one of the structures. According to King's analysis, this building was part of the entire secret realm. It wasn't very large, no bigger than a typical tavern. Have we found the secret realm? When everyone saw this structure, they immediately became excited. If this was indeed the secret realm, they could claim all its contents as their own. Numerous cultivation resources, magical treasures. Knowing these items could enhance their strength. It's probably not, King said calmly, stepping forward. This structure isn't that big. The true secret realm should be more luxurious. This building is likely just a part of the secret realm. But since we've found this place, it indicates that we're not far from the actual secret realm. King spoke slowly. He first described the current reality to everyone present, then reassured them, stating that they were close to the real secret realm. This boosted everyone's morale, giving them hope that they might find the hidden secret realm in the mist in the next moment. Maya listened to King's speech beside him, inwardly marveling at his skillful rhetoric. Meanwhile, under King's leadership, they had found this place. Going forward, they would trust King even more, believing that following him would lead them to the hidden secret realm in the mist. Maya wasn't a fool. She understood the situation well, but the others, engrossed in the joy of finding a building amidst the unyielding mist, hadn't noticed this subtle shift in dynamics. What still perplexed Maya was why King was doing this. When she had asked him earlier, he didn't answer directly but instead told her that if she continued on, she would understand. Since we found a building, why don't we go inside and check? Who knows, there might be some treasures hidden within. Exactly. And I think there won't be any mist inside, which will allow us to rest and continue exploring. That makes sense, I agree. How does Brother Bartolomean view this? The question was thrown at King. He knew everyone wanted to go inside to see if there were treasures, or simply for respite. Remaining in the mist made everyone uneasy, and they needed a place to rest. The building before them was clearly the best choice. To gain their trust, he couldn't disagree with them, and so he replied, I think the same, but as this building is part of the secret realm, we don't know what traps might lie inside. Once we enter, we must stay alert and act cautiously. Brother Bartolomean is right. We got too excited and overlooked that. When everyone heard King say this, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, they hadn't considered this until now, but after his reminder, they thought about their current predicament. This being a secret realm, it wouldn't be strange for any kind of trap to exist inside. Carelessness could cost them their lives, so caution was necessary. Alright, since everyone understands, let's go in and take a look, King said, confident that his actions would increase their trust and dependence on him, achieving the result he desired. They entered the building. As expected, there was no mist inside, and lighting up the surroundings allowed them to see each other clearly. There were 7 people in total, excluding King and Maya. There were 5 others, 2 women and 3 men, all wandering cultivators. This is our first time meeting. Yes, the mist outside is quite annoying, blocking our sight and preventing us from seeing each other clearly. Haha, I didn't expect such a heavenly beauty among us. Truly an honor. With clear visibility, everyone's gaze naturally fell on Maya. Her exceptional beauty was mesmerizing, leaving anyone who saw her captivated and unable to look away. Thank you all for your compliments. Maya adopted a gentle demeanor, speaking softly as she subconsciously leaned into King's embrace. She wasn't afraid of the other cultivators, but controlled her emotions to avoid causing trouble for King. Although unclear about his intentions, she knew he wouldn't do these things without purpose. Brother Bartolomean, you are truly blessed. Everyone expressed envy upon seeing this scene. Who wouldn't want such a beautiful companion, except they lacked the power, while King had earned their respect. Thank you, thank you. King smiled, surprised yet pleased by Maya's actions, unsure how to react but genuinely happy. If Maya acted like this, it meant she wasn't entirely resistant, perhaps providing an opportunity to become partners? Thinking this, King couldn't help but smile. Contain your smile. Maya whispered fiercely in his ear. His thoughts were transparent to her, and this man was indeed detestable, harboring delusional fantasies. Feeling aggrieved but unable to vent her frustration openly, she gave King a stern glare. Facing her gaze, King coughed awkwardly, acknowledging the long and arduous journey ahead. This building doesn't seem to have any remarkable features or hidden treasures. It's just a common room. At this moment, several of them, having quickly examined the building, voiced their observations. Yes, there aren't any traps either. It should be safe here. What do you think, Brother Bartolomean? After hearing others' opinions, they looked at King for his insight. Now, King had become their leader, sought out for guidance on all matters. Chapter 238, Deciphering. My thoughts. Well, since entering this building, Rock hadn't thoroughly examined it yet, so he couldn't provide much insight. When everyone asked him, he immediately began to observe the room they were in. The room was square and seemed ordinary at first glance. However, Rock quickly noticed the patterns on the walls. He approached them, touching and carefully inspecting every detail. Through his observations, he realized that these wall patterns must be some kind of mechanism. The patterns weren't painted but carved, with each line forming an indentation. Furthermore, Rock noticed that all these indentations were interconnected without any breaks. Could it be? In that moment, Rock had a sudden realization and began searching diligently. Brother Bartolomean, did you find something? Seeing Rock's reaction, the others immediately sensed that perhaps this room wasn't as simple as they thought. Soon, after searching everywhere, Rock's gaze shifted to the center of the ceiling and then down to the floor. So that's it. Interesting. This is truly an ingenious and clever mechanism. Rock murmured to himself. Huh. The others heard Rock speak, but looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. However, they could be sure that there was indeed a mechanism in the room. They just hadn't discovered it before. Curious, the group gathered around Rock, imitating his actions by looking at the center of the ceiling and then at their feet, but saw nothing unusual. What? They exchanged glances again, unable to contain their curiosity, and finally asked, Brother Bartolomean, what did you discover? Can you tell us? Just wait and see, Rock simply replied without directly answering. Leaving the puzzled group behind, he walked to the door, crouched down, and pulled out a small gourd from his robe. This gourd, though only palm-sized, contained a space within that could swallow rivers and lakes. Rock opened the gourd and slowly poured out a pure white viscous liquid. It was far more viscous than water, but flowed almost as easily. Most importantly, this thick white liquid emitted a powerful spiritual aura that made everyone's mouths water. That can't be. It definitely is. No doubt about it. Heaven, he's actually pouring such precious spirit liquid on the ground. What a waste. Yeah, if he doesn't want it, he could have given it to me. As the group saw the liquid being poured from the gourd, they exclaimed in astonishment. Such high concentration spirit liquid was rare for most of them. To consume such a spirit liquid was an unattainable luxury, yet here, Rock was freely pouring it on the ground. A lavish act indeed. At this moment, a humiliating thought crossed everyone's mind. They almost wanted to kneel and lick up the spirit liquid from the ground, but their pride restrained them, preventing them from doing so. Maya was also surprised. Although Rock was her subordinate now, she hadn't fully understood him. She hadn't expected him to possess such valuable items, which suggested that he was no ordinary individual. If Rock knew Maya's thoughts at this moment, he would have regretted his actions. As the spirit liquid filled the grooves in the room, it formed a peculiar pattern. It spread along the walls and even covered the ceiling, unaffected by gravity. Even the dim-witted among the present company could see that something was amiss. I never would have guessed. Such a mechanism hidden in this room. Yes, but I wonder what secrets it holds. It could be treasures beyond our imagination. True, this is a mystical realm after all. Finding unexpected treasures wouldn't be surprising at all. The crowd resumed their discussion, while Maya approached Rock. To think you could uncover such a mechanism. Rock replied, after long expeditions outside, one encounters various situations, making such discoveries less astonishing. Indeed, I've developed an interest in you. I wonder what other secrets you might hold. Huh. Rock froze upon hearing this. This indicated that Maya was beginning to suspect him. He needed to devise a way to alleviate her doubts. If senior sister finds me intriguing, I should feel honored. If you ask, I will tell you everything truthfully, Rock responded. He wasn't lying. Whatever happened, his true identity would eventually be revealed. Additionally, during previous interactions with Maya, he had considered working with her, so if she asked now, he would answer honestly. Really? Maya was slightly taken aback by Rock's response. Certainly. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. But let's not rush things now. Maya smiled, sensing that Rock was not an ordinary person but also felt no hostility from him. For now, that was enough. Soon, the spirit liquid filled all the grooves in the room. At that moment, it emitted a faint white glow, illuminating the entire space. Accompanied by a loud rumbling, a wall slowly cracked open, revealing a dark passage. This translation maintains the paragraph structure and tone of the original text, ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative while preserving the storyline and character interactions. Chapter 239. Bartolomeoving Stone Statues. Everyone present looked at the cracked wall and the newly appeared passage. They exchanged glances and finally turned their eyes towards Rock. At this point, they had completely regarded Rock as their leader, and without his word, no one proposed to go inside to check. Rock smiled faintly, clearly after a series of events. These people had fully developed a sense of reliance on him, which was exactly what he wanted. Without waiting for the others to ask, he spoke up directly. Since there is a passage here, we should naturally go in to check the situation. However, we don't know whether this is good or bad. After entering, please be ready for battle at any time. Alright. Yes, we follow your lead. After hearing Rock's words, everyone nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. With that said, Rock was the first to enter the passage. Upon entering, he immediately activated a lighting spell, creating a small white light ball at his fingertip that illuminated the way ahead. There was nothing special about the entire passage except for the fact that on both sides of the corridor, every dozen steps or so, there was a recess. Each recess was about the height and width of a person, containing a human-shaped stone statue. The statues wore armor and held long axes, as if they were guardians of the passage. These statues are really a bit creepy. Suddenly someone said, Indeed, I also feel a bit creeped out. It's like we are advancing under the watchful eyes of these statues. Another person chimed in, So, you all have the same feeling too. I thought it was just me. I thought it was my illusion before. Since all of you feel the same, then it means it's not an illusion. Everyone whispered to each other. Even while following Rock, they felt unease brewing in their hearts. Rock noticed this as well, but since they had come in, they must explore the end of this passage regardless of what lay ahead. He would not choose to turn back. Brother Bartolomean, should we really continue moving forward? Someone asked. Of course, do you want to quit halfway now? Rock retorted, sensing the abnormality of the statues himself, as if they were alive. But I always feel that something is off with these statues. Should we? Since that's the case, let's confirm. Seeing the fear arising among the cultivators behind him, Rock knew that if this issue wasn't resolved, they might quit due to fear. He found it incomprehensible that they, as cultivators, dared not risk this much. No wonder their cultivation levels were so unsatisfactory. In the entire world, the more timid a person is, the less they tend to achieve because high risks often bring high rewards. If you're unwilling to take risks, expecting high returns is simply impossible. To confirm the nature of the statues, Rock stopped, walked up to one statue, touched its body, and began a thorough investigation. The entire statue was extremely hard, but upon careful examination, Rock frowned slightly. To verify whether his findings were exceptions, he examined several more statues and concluded, These statues are alive. Rock spoke slowly. Although he found the result hard to believe, his investigation couldn't be wrong. These statues all had heartbeats, thus confirming that they were indeed alive. What? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief after hearing Rock's conclusion, unable to believe that the statues were actually alive. They originally thought the statues were only lifelike, causing their illusions, but now Rock's conclusion told them the statues were alive, meaning their previous feelings were all true? Were the statues watching them? Instantly, an inexplicable fear arose from everyone's feet, piercing straight into their hearts, making them feel cold sweat down their backs. Bartolomean, Brother Bartolomean, what should we do next? Of course, we should keep moving forward. Rock answered without hesitation. Although these statues are alive, they haven't attacked us. Why should we stop advancing? But if they suddenly attack us, wouldn't we have nowhere to hide in this passage? One person said outright, clearly unwilling to bear such risk. How many what-ifs can there be? If these statues intended to attack us and prevent us from entering the passage, they should have done so at the beginning. Since we've advanced so far, and the statues haven't attacked us, it shows there's nothing to worry about. Rock stated firmly. His logic was simple. These statues may guard something deep within the passage, but since they were guards, they should prevent anyone from entering. However, the statues remained still despite their deep entry. This implied that the statues allowed outsiders to enter the deepest part. So, why worry? I think Brother Bartolomean makes sense. We've already come this far. Continuing shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, we trust Brother Bartolomean's judgment. Everyone agreed. Although they were still somewhat afraid, they were willing to proceed further since Rock said so. It would be such a waste to turn back when they were almost halfway through the journey. Alright, since that's the case, let's keep going. Those who initially planned to retreat also changed their minds, deciding to follow the group deeper into the passage to see what awaited them at the end. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Rock continued forward, ignoring the statues lining the walls. Chapter 240, The Trial. Very soon, under Rock's lead, the group arrived at a room in the deepest part of the place. Upon entering this room, everyone was instantly stunned by what they saw. An array of precious treasures that became increasingly valuable and enticing the deeper they went. Now, they wished their pockets could be larger to carry away all these treasures. Fantastic, we're rich. My goodness, the magic artifacts and elixirs here are countless. If we take them all, we won't lack cultivation resources for the rest of our lives. How great, we found the treasures within this hidden realm before any sects did. This is marvelous. We owe it all to Brother Bartolomean. Without his help, we wouldn't have found these treasures. I even thought about retreating earlier. Looking back, that idea was utterly foolish. Everyone had been so dazed by the treasures that they wanted to claim them immediately. But they also realized that with so many people present, the treasures would need to be distributed evenly. Otherwise, disagreements might lead to conflict, which would be disastrous for all. If a conflict arose, they might all end up dead, with none gaining anything from it, a complete loss. Everyone understood clearly by now. Internal strife was absolutely out of the question. Brother Bartolomean, how do you suggest we distribute these treasures? At this point, someone stepped forward, turning to Rock. After all, finding these treasures was largely due to his efforts, so it made sense to let him decide the distribution. Even if he took more than others, as long as it wasn't excessive, no one would object because without him, they wouldn't have found the treasures at all. Don't be too overjoyed just yet. Come and see this first. What? The group was very curious about what Rock wanted them to see, so they gathered around. Following his gaze, they noticed some words written near the entrance of the corridor. To all cultivators who have entered this room, you have proven yourselves remarkable by reaching this room. You may freely choose and take the heavenly materials, magic artifacts, and cultivation techniques within. However, you must pass a trial. Once you select a treasure, stone statues in the corridor will activate based on the value of your choice. To successfully leave the corridor, you must evade or defeat the activated statues. If you fail, the statues will kill you, and the treasures will return to this room. Cowards may leave now, taking nothing, and the statues will not attack you. The words left everyone in silence. So, to take these treasures, we must pass through this corridor. The more valuable the treasures we choose, the more statues will be activated, making it harder to get out, one person remarked. That's right, confirmed another. Yes, agreed Rock. He continued, I estimate there are 108 stone statues in the corridor. We don't know their combat strength, but the number of activated statues depends on the value of the treasures we choose. The easiest case is one statue, and the hardest is all 108. Or, we can choose to take nothing, and no statues will activate. It's up to you. With that, Rock walked into the room to inspect the treasures. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Oh right, how strong are these stone statues? Suddenly, someone asked. We don't know, replied another. Why don't we just give it a try, suggested another. Huh? How do we try? Well, as they picked treasures, they discussed among themselves. It's simple. We pick the lowest grade treasure and see how many statues activate, then we can test the statue's strength, Rock proposed. That's a good idea. Who wants to try? Also, once we choose a treasure, we can't re-enter this room, Rock added, noting that this room seemed to be set with a secret technique allowing entry only once. Everyone froze upon hearing this. No one wanted to be the guinea pig. I'll go, said Maya at this moment. I didn't find anything I like in this room, so I'll help you test it. Really? Thank you so much. You're truly kind and beautiful. Thank you so much. No one objected to Maya's offer since knowing the statue's strength would allow them to pick appropriate treasures and avoid losing their lives. It's fine, she replied calmly. While the treasures were impressive, none appealed to her deeply, as she had something far more precious elsewhere in her heart. After scanning the room, Maya casually picked a pill from a shelf. As soon as she entered the corridor, a stone statue, wielding a large axe, came to life, its eyes glowing red as it focused on her. Each step it took echoed with a grinding sound. Without hesitation, Maya charged forward, her long sword swinging down at the statue. Chapter 241. Honest answer. Fighting in a narrow passage is a very difficult task. You cannot fully utilize your movements. Longer weapons like halberds cannot be wielded freely, greatly limiting one's combat effectiveness. Maya looked at the stone statue before her, and without any hesitation, slashed with her long sword directly at it. At the moment the long sword contacted the stone statue, an extremely crisp sound was heard, followed by several sparks bursting forth. Immediately after, Maya's body was pushed back dozens of steps from the recoil before she managed to steady herself. This stone statue. Maya was stunned. She hadn't expected that her attack had no effect on these stone statues, but instead resulted in a backlash, slightly injuring her. Her right hand, which she used for attacking just now, was now numb, making it impossible to continue swinging her sword. It seems these aren't ordinary stone statues. They should be made of a special rebound stone. King also noticed this peculiarity at this point and explained to everyone present, including Maya who was still in battle. These stones are extremely special. They can absorb external forces and then return that force. Many people like to use this kind of stone to make defensive treasures. However, this type of stone is very rare. If all the stone statues here are made of this stone, it's hard to imagine how extravagant the former master of this secret realm must have been. King slowly explained. Even he didn't have such wealth, truly enviable. If these stone statues could all be under his control, King pondered in his heart, but this thought only flashed momentarily as he knew it was completely impossible. So, is there a way to deal with these stone statues? Maya asked at this point. She was currently at a loss against the stone statue before her. Attacking wasn't effective, not attacking wasn't an option, leaving her in a dilemma. There is actually a method to crack this type of stone statue. Only, not everyone knows it. King said at this time. To crack it is quite simple. Direct attacks won't work. You must employ the hit the bull by hitting the mountain technique, directing your attack inside the armor rather than on its exterior. This way, it will suffice. I see. Upon hearing King's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. But as King pointed out, not every cultivator knows this technique. While hit the bull by hitting the mountain sounds simple, mastering it completely is incredibly challenging, requiring absolute control over one's strength. Only then might it be possible to achieve this. Therefore, after King mentioned this method, though everyone understood it mentally, they knew they couldn't do it themselves. If they couldn't achieve this, it meant they couldn't fight so many stone statues simultaneously. It seemed they wouldn't be able to take away the most precious treasure in this room. In fact, we don't need to fight these stone statues. As long as we can successfully escape this corridor under their attacks, it's enough. King added at this point. Right. We don't need to face them head-on. Hearing King say this, everyone instantly realized they were thinking too rigidly and had forgotten this crucial information. They didn't need to fight the stone statues, only dodge their attacks and exit the passage smoothly to claim their treasures. This would be much simpler. From Maya's battle with the stone statue earlier, they discovered that while the stone statues were incredibly tough and could deflect attacks, their actions were very slow. Moreover, the weapons they held were all large axes, impractical for free swinging in the narrow corridor. After understanding this, everyone finally relaxed. If that was the case, they had nothing to worry about. I'll go out first, Maya said. Now that they understood the characteristics of the stone statues, there was no need to waste time here. With light footsteps, she left the corridor gracefully, like a dancing spirit. Well, let's pick the treasures we want. Brother Bartolomean, aren't you picking any treasure? With Brother Bartolomean's strength, taking the most valuable treasure here shouldn't be difficult. The crowd addressed King, now turning into his admirers. In their eyes, King's image had become incomparably lofty, seemingly solving any problem effortlessly, earning their utmost trust. Forget it. There's nothing here I want. I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up. All right. What a pity, Brother Bartolomean. Everyone felt somewhat regretful upon hearing King speak. In truth, they were secretly elated. With King stepping back, one less person would vie for the treasures in the room. After all, precious treasures were limited, and each wanted them for themselves. King could guess what they were thinking but expressed indifference. Though there were many treasures, none caught his fancy. If he could take the stone statues in the corridor, he might find some interest. King left the room and indeed, without picking any treasure, the stone statues did not attack him. He exited smoothly. How did you come out? Didn't you find a satisfactory treasure? Maya asked slowly upon seeing King. There's nothing worth it here, so I gave up. King answered honestly. Chapter 242, passing the trial. Oh. After hearing King speak, Maya displayed an extremely intrigued expression. She looked at King before slowly asking, so, you have quite high standards? If those treasures were outside, anyone would go mad over them. Yet, you don't even bat an eye at them? Could it be that you actually possess treasures far superior to those in that room? Maya gazed thoughtfully at King. She had already deemed him unusual, but now she felt like she might have underestimated him. He seemed even more extraordinary than she imagined. Your identity piques my curiosity. You're definitely not a mere wandering cultivator, and with your abilities, why would you join our Azura sect? Could you possibly be an undercover agent? Well, King was taken aback by Maya's perceptiveness. She deduced his true nature from just a few trivial events. Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing who you really are. As long as you don't interfere with me, I can't pretend not to know. Maya said nonchalantly. Of course, if you could obediently follow my lead and assist me, that would be the best outcome. Senior Sister Yi, rest assured, I will definitely be on your side. King reassured her. Ever since Maya shared her thoughts with him last time, King had decided that no matter what, he would ally with her. They shared similar goals. All right, I'll believe you for now, Maya nodded, choosing to trust him this once. With a creaking sound, the stone statues in the corridor began to activate. To King's surprise, all the stone statues throughout the passage started moving simultaneously. All the stone statues are activating at once. What precious treasures did they take? Is it because they brought out many things at once? King murmured to himself. As all the stone statues moved, the entire passage shook violently. Through observation, King noticed something more alarming. Maya had only taken one pill, activating a single statue which moved slowly without any real threat. But now, with all statues activated, their speed was incredibly fast. so fast that even King doubted he could keep up. At such speeds, leaving the passage safely seemed impossible. Does the number of active statues correlate with their speed? King concluded aloud. If so, taking the most valuable or numerous treasures would be very risky. If those people were too greedy, they might not come out at all. Within a minute, the passage returned to silence, with the stone statues back in place. A faint bloody smell wafted from within. It seems they didn't make it out alive, Maya remarked. If that were the case, wouldn't King's carefully laid plans be ruined? Just one person failed. Let's see how the others choose, King said calmly. After what happened, the others should understand the rules and not risk their lives again by being overly greedy. Surely there aren't truly fools like that in this world. King mused but couldn't be entirely sure. Soon, some stone statues moved again, fewer this time, confirming King's hypothesis. With fewer active statues, their speed slowed down. Shortly after, a cultivator emerged from the passage. Finally made it out, he panted. Though he had several injuries and appeared battered, he was still elated, having successfully taken out a treasure he desired. What happened earlier? Without letting him catch his breath, King asked immediately. That guy was too greedy, trying to bring out multiple valuable treasures at once. This activated all the statues in the passage, costing him his life. His actions served as a warning to us. Otherwise, we might have made the same mistake, trying to bring out more treasures. If we had done so, we would have met the same fate. The cultivator lamented. King nodded, understanding the situation inside. In short, someone was greedy. It couldn't be helped. Greed is a common human flaw. When faced with plenty, everyone feels the urge to own everything. Moderate greed isn't bad, but excessive greed ultimately harms oneself. After this cultivator came out, the remaining cultivators also emerged from the passage shortly after. We finally made it out. Yes, thank goodness. They were ecstatic, not only for obtaining the treasures they wanted, but for surviving the passage. This meant they passed the trial, and the treasures they brought out were now theirs. Pity about the one who didn't make it. He was too greedy, they all commented. As the last person exited, the passage gradually closed, turning back into a wall. Brother Bartolomean, we don't know how to thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have found this place and obtained these treasures. One of the cultivators expressed heartfelt gratitude towards King. Chapter 243. All follow your lead. Yes. Brother Bartolomean, this time, I really have to thank you. That's right. If not for you, we might still be trapped in the fog. After one of them expressed gratitude, the others also chimed in, expressing their thanks to Rock. In their eyes, Rock was truly a stroke of good fortune for all of them. It was because they had met Rock that they managed to acquire such valuable treasures so smoothly in the mist. You're all too kind. As itinerant cultivators, we should naturally help each other when we travel far from home. There's no need for such formal thanks, Rock said humbly to everyone present. After Rock spoke these words, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Who said that in this world of cultivation, only deceit and intrigue existed? There was still true emotion. Brother Bartolomean, don't say anything more. I will definitely count you as my brother from now on. No matter what you need in the future, just come to me directly. Whether climbing up a mountain of blades or diving into an ocean of fire, I'll do it without hesitation. Yes. Everyone immediately expressed their loyalty to Rock. This is too heavy a statement. Rock replied, but inwardly he was thrilled. Everything was developing exactly according to his plan. Though one person had been lost along the way, it wasn't a big issue. Alright, let's stop being so polite. What should we do next? That's what we should discuss. Maya interrupted the conversation at this moment, addressing everyone directly. Yes, Brother Bartolomean. What should we do next? We'll all follow your lead. You decide. That's right, Brother Bartolomean. Just tell us what to do. At this point, everyone fully trusted Rock because they believed that following him would yield even more treasures. Since that's the case, let's continue forward. Based on my earlier estimation, this building is part of the entire secret realm. We should be close to the core of the secret realm now. Logical. Everyone nodded in agreement, strongly endorsing Rock's assertion. Moreover, they had already made considerable gains here. If they truly found the heart of the secret realm, they could hardly imagine how many precious treasures awaited them inside. With this thought, they were now eager to follow Rock and discover the heart of the secret realm. But, which direction should we go next? This became a new challenge. In the mist, it was impossible to determine directions. They had already lost track of where they entered this building. If they chose the wrong direction and retraced their steps, it would be a terrible loss. If you trust me, let's go in this direction. Rock pointed towards a specific direction. Following Rock's finger, they couldn't see anything due to the white mist. However, since it was Rock's choice, they naturally wouldn't object. Alright, no problem. They nodded immediately, deciding the direction without even asking for a reason. Seeing this, Rock didn't say much more, merely giving a simple smile, its true meaning known only to himself. Preparations completed, Rock connected everyone with ropes again and set off in the chosen direction. While those people had been passing through the corridor, Rock had already begun searching for the correct path. The sound wave detection had revealed a very intriguing structure ahead. The structure resembled an inverted pyramid, arousing Rock's intense curiosity. Moving slowly forward, soon voices reached the ears of the group. Everyone, visibility in the mist is low. Don't get separated. Kin, many disciples lost contact while dodging monster attacks. There's nothing we can do but leave them behind for now. Let's continue exploring. Yes. The voices were clearly heard by Rock and the others, indicating that the speakers weren't far away. Kin? It seems some sects have also entered the mist to explore. The major sects have already begun their actions. If we don't hurry, all the treasures will be monopolized by them. Right, Brother Bartolomean. We need to pick up the pace. No rush. Rock remained calm, speaking slowly. What? When they heard Rock say there was no need to rush, everyone was stunned. Not in a hurry? Why not? Finding the secret realm in this mist is extremely difficult. Rushing won't help. Instead, we should stay calm. Brother Bartolomean is right. Hearing Rock's words, everyone calmed down, waiting quietly for his next instructions. Meanwhile, Rock was pondering his next move. He had a good relationship with various major sects, and using them as pawns at this moment seemed inappropriate. If it were the Raksha sect, he would act without hesitation. However, the voice didn't belong to the Raksha sect. He could tell from the voice that only Isaiah was the elder in the Raksha sect currently, but the elder who spoke earlier sounded very old, not like the younger Isaiah. The voices grew fainter, signaling that those people were moving away. Through soundwave detection, Rock noted that members of the sect successfully avoided the inverted pyramid. Forget it, let fate take its course. Rock thought to himself, and continued, leading his small group toward the inverted pyramid. After about half a day, they finally arrived in front of the inverted pyramid. Due to the obstructive mist, they could barely see the entrance of the inverted pyramid. Chapter 244, Mysterious Runes. Wow. We found another structure. This gateway is absolutely magnificent. This must be the true hidden realm, right? Everyone was stunned by the blurred entrance of the inverted pyramid before them. They never expected to see such architecture in this lower world. The entire gateway was impressive, adorned with intricate blue patterns they couldn't decipher. Just gazing at these runes made them feel as if their consciousness was about to drift away. Cough, cough, cough. At a critical moment, Rock cleared his throat, bringing everyone back to their senses. What just happened? Yeah, I felt like I was about to fall asleep, my mind entering an incredibly strange state. As they came back to their senses, they looked at Rock in alarm, not understanding what had transpired. Remember, don't stare at those runes on the door for too long. You were all entranced, almost causing your consciousness to separate from your bodies. You should know how serious the consequences would be. What? Upon hearing Rock explain what had happened, everyone was shocked, cold sweat pouring down their backs. A separation of consciousness is extremely dangerous for any cultivator. Once the spirit leaves the body, both the physical and mental states become extremely weak. Even the slightest mistake could result in annihilation. Thus, anyone entering a state of separation would need to be fully prepared. In this mist, if one truly entered such a state, their wandering consciousness might easily be lost, making it almost impossible to return to the body. In this fog, losing direction is commonplace, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to search for anything within it. Thank you so much, Brother Bartolomean. It's fortunate that Brother Bartolomean is with us. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what dire consequences would have followed. Exactly. Relieved yet still in shock, they thanked Rock. He was now seen even more highly in their minds. No need to be courteous. Just remember not to stare at the runes on this door. Your current strength isn't enough to withstand observing such runes. Yes, we will keep that in mind. They all responded accordingly. Rock stared at the mysterious runes on the door. Each rune resembled a black hole, pulling one's consciousness into its center once it caught your gaze. Even powerful cultivators found it hard to break free. Frowning, Rock mused that these runes, which could be considered treasures, were boldly carved onto the gateway. It was undoubtedly extravagant. What power indeed! The master of this hidden realm is truly luxurious, he thought. From the previous structures and this gateway, Rock concluded that the owner was exceedingly wealthy. Brother Bartolomean, how should we enter this building? Just as Rock pondered, a fellow cultivator beside him asked. Don't rush. I'm figuring out a way. If I'm not mistaken, the solution lies in the runes on the door. However, looking at them for too long is dangerous, so I'm unsure how to proceed, Rock said helplessly. He believed there was always something greater beyond what he knew. He wasn't invincible, and there were many things he couldn't solve, like this very gateway. His progress was hindered because gazing at the runes for too long left him mentally exhausted and disoriented. Damn, who designed such a gate? He inwardly cursed, blaming the designer for creating such a challenging puzzle. There were 9 runes on the door, each emitting a faint blue glow. Arranged in a circular pattern, they were profoundly enigmatic and difficult to interpret. Runes themselves were abstract symbols, with meanings that varied widely depending on interpretation. Mysterious, mysterious indeed. Suddenly, someone beside him spoke. Rock turned to see an old man leading a group of cultivators toward the door. Pleased to meet you. The old man greeted with a nod. I am Donnie, a first-stage wandering cultivator. May I know the young fellow's name? I am Levi, also a wandering cultivator. Do you know what these runes mean? Rock asked directly. No idea. The old man's quick response left Rock speechless. How could he say no idea so fast? If you didn't know, why exclaim mysterious? Disappointed, Rock realized the old man probably just thought the runes were interesting without knowing their meaning. This isn't good. With so many people around, the treasures will be divided up, Rock muttered after overhearing nearby discussions. Shaking his head, he thought these people only cared about treasure. Fortunately, he only planned to use them for later. Otherwise, teaming up with such people would be disastrous. Chapter 245, The World of Runes. Rock stared at the mysterious runes on the door for a long time but found nothing. Instead, it seemed as if his spirit was being continuously drained by something. However, after intense resistance, he eventually discovered that his spirit had become even more resilient. Could it be? An idea struck Rock's mind. The runes on the door might be designed to facilitate meditation, thereby enhancing one's spiritual power. Ladies and gentlemen, when you observe these runes, do you feel your spiritual power gradually strengthening? Rock slowly asked. Upon hearing this, Baylor immediately closed his eyes and carefully sensed his spiritual state. He then excitedly exclaimed, Indeed, my spiritual power has improved slightly compared to before. Although the improvement isn't significant, it is undeniable. The other cultivators, upon hearing Rock and Baylor, hesitated not a moment, closing their eyes and beginning to sense their own spiritual power's enhancement. After a brief period of sensing, they opened their eyes, revealing expressions of surprise. It's true. I didn't expect these runes to be so miraculous. This is too powerful. My spiritual power, which I could hardly improve, significantly enhanced just from looking at these runes a few times. These runes are truly wondrous. Calling them magical treasures would be perfectly justified. Since we can't enter this door right now, why don't we use these runes to enhance our spiritual power? It would make this journey worthwhile. That's right. At least we gain something. Someone proposed this idea, which received much approval. Thus, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on the mysterious runes, meditating to enhance their spiritual power. Rock hadn't expected his words to cause such a scene. These people were sitting here in meditation without fear for their lives. They were indeed carefree. Friend Bartolomean, after observing these runes, what thoughts do you have? Have you discovered a way to open the door? Baylor looked at Rock and asked. Although Rock was young, Baylor sensed a terrifying force within him, indicating remarkable insight and capability. I haven't figured it out yet. Rock answered honestly. The runes were too profound, and even he couldn't crack them in a short time. Too bad. Upon hearing Rock's reply, Baylor sighed regrettably. His lifespan was limited, and this secret realm represented an opportunity. If he gained anything here, he could break through his limitations and live longer. Otherwise, he faced imminent death. The world was cruel, and humans always helpless. Seeing Baylor's predicament, Rock spoke slowly. Though I still have no clear clue, I believe it won't take too long to decipher. Really? Yes. I've caught a faint sense, though it's still blurry. Therefore, I plan to focus my spirit. However, the surrounding dangers? Don't worry about that, friend Bartolomean. I'll protect you. Baylor interrupted, understanding Rock's intention. He wanted protection while focusing on cracking the runes. Then I appreciate your help, Rock said, then turned to Maya. Senior Sister Yi, please also guard me. Of course, no problem. Maya agreed immediately without hesitation. With everything arranged, Rock sat cross-legged in front of the door, staring intently at the runes. Gradually, his spirit was pulled out of his body. To completely decipher these runes, my spirit must merge with them. It said each rune contains a world. I wonder if that's true. Rock mused silently. He had known this for a long time, but had no means to verify it. The number of runes in the lower realms was scarce, and most people were unfamiliar with them, let alone understand their structure. Upon touching the runes with his spirit, he felt himself sinking into quicksand, unable to escape. Gradually, his spirit sank deeper until he lost consciousness. When Rock opened his eyes again, he looked around. Where am I? The environment was entirely unfamiliar, devoid of any buildings, vegetation, or living beings, only endless yellow sand and boundless desert. Is this the world within the runes? Rock pondered. Given his last conscious contact with the door's runes, this must be it. A rune, a world. I never thought this saying would be true. But what should I do next? Despite entering the world of runes, Rock remained bewildered, unsure how to proceed or how to decipher the rune. Regardless, let me try first. After a moment's silence, Rock regained his resolve. Chapter 246. The solution. No matter what, staying in one place would definitely not solve any problems. So King decided to explore a bit. Perhaps he might find some clues. The runic world was entirely different from the conventional world. It represented the Tao contained within the runes, making it easier to explain this way. The world before him now exhibited the Tao of the Rune King had encountered, or rather, the power it contained. What did the endless yellow sand represent? There was no life in the sand, symbolizing desolation. The sand represented desert and drought. There were countless interpretations, and trying to find the ultimate meaning was an impossible task. After all, the Thousand Paths concept meant that each person had their own Tao, as human cognition varied. Thus, everyone's perception of events and issues would differ, leading to various interpretations. This was the essence of the Thousand Paths. At this moment, King was pondering the mindset of the person who had engraved the mysterious rune. How could someone have created such a rune with a simple scribble? King sighed lightly, feeling his thoughts turning chaotic, almost losing control of his mental state. Oh no. Regaining awareness, King frowned. His spirit was starting to become disoriented. This runic world was eroding his spirit. This is truly a terrible situation. If I don't quickly find a way to leave here, my spirit will continue to be eroded by this runic world. When that happens, I'll be in real trouble. King thought that if his spirit collapsed here, his body would turn into a vegetative state. Definitely not something he wanted. Damn it, I've paid too much this time. If there's no significant gain, I'm completely at a loss. Taking a deep breath, King tried to calm himself down. He focused on the sandstorm ahead and gathered his mental strength. As he concentrated, the red sun sword slowly formed in King's hand. Of course, this wasn't the sword's physical form but a projection created using his mental energy. In such a semi-mental world, as long as King's mental strength was powerful enough, the projection could wield the same force as the actual red sun sword in the real world. Today, I'll see just how far your so-called runic world can push me. King let out a cold snort, gathering all his power. The phantom red sun sword instantly transformed into a solid entity, slicing through the endless yellow sand with terrifying force. The entire sand-filled world split in two, the void cracked, and the surrounding dust instantly engulfed King's vision. When the dust settled and King opened his eyes again, he realized he hadn't left the runic world. The yellow sand still covered the sky, and everything seemed unchanged except for his slightly weakened spirit. This is... King frowned. His attack had indeed affected the space, but it wasn't enough to change the current realm. It seems brute force won't help break this runic world. He concluded that using sheer strength wouldn't work and needed to think of another way to alter the world. To destroy a runic world, he needed to disrupt its Tao. Therefore, creating a rune world opposite to this one might solve the problem. A flash of inspiration struck King, and his eyes lit up. Yes, this might be the correct solution. Without hesitation, King began attempting to create a new runic world. However, it was incredibly difficult. using related symbols and injecting his power and Dao aura didn't bring about any changes, ending in failure. Darn, my consciousness is becoming increasingly blurry. This world's erosion on my spirit is intensifying. I need to come up with a solution quickly. Looking at the barren desert, King wished for an oasis. As this thought surfaced, a green light flickered, and an oasis slowly appeared before him. But it vanished just as quickly. This brief appearance made King's mind spark. So that's how it is. Instantly, King's spirit became revitalized, and he knew the solution. Why did I make things so complicated? The solution is so simple. King sat cross-legged without hesitation. His spirit expanded immediately, covering the entire desert. Under King's influence, the desert gradually transformed into an oasis. The process was arduous for King. The method sounded simple, using mental imagination to project reality, but was extremely challenging. A large-scale transformation like this was demanding on one's spirit. Forcing it could cause one's spirit to dissipate and eventually vanish. Fortunately, King's spirit was far stronger than ordinary people. Turning the entire desert into an oasis was strenuous but doable. Soon, under King's spiritual influence, the desert turned into an oasis. The moment the oasis formed, a black vortex opened in the sky, transporting King's spirit consciousness away. Chapter 247. Opening the door. As his spiritual body left the rune world, Rock instantly returned to his physical body. He slowly opened his eyes. Bartolome and Dao, how did it go? Seeing Rock open his eyes, Jamie immediately approached and softly asked, as if he were afraid of disturbing him. See for yourself. Rock pointed toward the door in front of them. Following his gesture, Jamie saw one of the runes on the door had changed. Not only had its shape altered, but its color had deepened as well. What does this mean? Jamie, after a moment's inspection, still could not fully understand and thus questioned. Does this mean the rune has been unlocked? The rune has indeed been unlocked. I believe if we follow the same method I used, unlocking the remaining runes should open the door, Rock explained calmly. These mystical runes are incredibly powerful. Rock surmised that they were placed on the door to function as some kind of code. To open the door, one must first unlock the runes on it. A rather absurd concept. Runes are a rare resource, yet here, in this secret realm, such an extravagant behavior felt entirely normal to Rock. He suspected the owner of this secret realm was extremely wealthy. Otherwise, no one would do something so ostentatious. I see. So, how long will it take to break the other runes? I don't think it will take long at all. Rock explained that in the first rune world, he didn't solve it immediately because he hadn't found the solution. Now that he had, unlocking the rest would be much simpler. That's great news. Upon hearing Rock's words, Jamie excitedly exclaimed. The others, having also heard Rock's words, instantly perked up. Once the door opened, wouldn't the treasures inside be theirs for the taking? There's no time to waste. Please handle the remaining runes, Bartolome and Dao. Rest assured, I'll ensure your safety. Looking at Jamie, Bartolome and Daoxuan couldn't help but feel speechless. Did this guy not intend to help unlock the runes together? Forget it. Such a trivial matter wasn't worth arguing over. After preparing, Rock once again entered the next rune world. As expected, using the method from the first rune world, it didn't take long before the second rune world was successfully unlocked. Next came the third, fourth. Before long, Rock breached the last rune world. The runes on the door underwent subtle changes, followed by rumbling sounds like thunder in everyone's ears. This door is opening. Jamie watched the gently trembling door with surprise. He couldn't believe things were going so smoothly. The entrance to this secret realm had been opened so easily. He glanced at Rock, admiring his talent. If this young man grew further, he'd undoubtedly become a significant figure. Envy rose within Jamie. Looking at Rock, if he himself possessed such strength and wisdom, he could reach the peak of this world too. Lost in thought, he subconsciously licked his lips, a restless feeling emerging. After experiencing multiple rune worlds, Rock's spirit had grown immensely, becoming far more sensitive to the surroundings. At this moment, he could clearly sense hostile and murderous intent directed at him. Someone wants to harm me? Rock smiled inwardly. According to his perception, he had a good idea who was sending out this intention. Ironically, he had just helped this person, yet they harbored treacherous thoughts, quite ungrateful. However, Rock remained silent, choosing to watch quietly, waiting to see what tricks this person would pull. As the rumbling continued, the door slowly ascended and opened wide, revealing a magnificent hall within. Hurry, the precious treasures are ours now. One of the cultivators shouted, then without hesitation, rushed in. With the first one leading the way, others soon followed, swarming into the room as if they feared lagging behind and missing out on the treasures. Silently watching, Rock simply chuckled, saying nothing. He lamented their foolishness. The door had just opened, and no one could guarantee the safety inside. Rushing in like this was courting death. Jamie didn't rush in either. Though he desired the treasures, prudence dictated waiting until confirming the safety inside. He glanced at Rock, admiring his calmness and composure amidst the chaos. It was truly remarkable. Soon, cries of anguish erupted from the cultivators who had rushed in. More shouts quickly followed, causing panic among the group. Monsters! They had barely entered and now scrambled back out, truly laughable. Rock's gaze fell on the center of the hall, where a massive, semi-transparent scorpion lay, its stinger piercing through 4 or 5 cultivators like kebabs. To think there's such a terrifying creature hidden in this secret realm. Jamie, gazing at the enormous scorpion, silently thanked his self-restraint for not rushing in. Chapter 248, Gathering of Sects. This magical beast is quite formidable, and just now when those cultivators entered, they didn't see that scorpion. Its sudden appearance indicates it has the ability to become invisible. King spoke slowly. The magical beast in front of him gave off a strong sense of oppression. The 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust. It seemed as if being cooped up in this hall for too long had made it irritable. Perhaps it was because it hadn't eaten in a long time or seen a living soul. Or maybe it was angered by strangers intruding. At this moment, it was clear the beast was feeling excited on a primal level. It didn't hold back against the fleeing cultivators. Its large pincers swung wildly while its tail stung and stabbed. In just a short while, all the cultivators who entered the hall were completely slaughtered. The magical beast was enjoying its spoils of war. The dead cultivators were all transformed into its delicacies. This is really bad. If we want to enter the hall, we can't avoid this beast. Does Brother Bartolomean have any good solutions? Philip asked at this moment. There's no good way around it. We must defeat this beast. King said directly, but did not move first. Instead, he looked at Philip and slowly spoke. I felt you were very eager to see what treasures this hall might contain. Since I'm a junior, it's only right I yield this opportunity to you. King placed Philip on the spot instantly. Philip, having survived in this world for so many years, naturally wasn't easily manipulated. From King's words, he understood that King was deliberately setting him up to let him fight the beast first so he could reap the benefits afterward. What an excellent plan. Unfortunately, your scheme is far too obvious. How could I possibly fall for it? So, Philip waved his hand and said, Brother Bartolomean, what are you talking about? As seniors, it's only polite to yield to juniors. You should go first. Oh. King and Philip exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. While the two were at an impasse, several voices came from behind them. I didn't expect you to find the entrance to this secret realm so quickly. Thank you for helping us find the entrance. Ha ha, isn't it wonderful? We found the entrance without much effort. Kins from several major sects appeared at the entrance of the inverted pyramid, leading their disciples. How did you find this place? In this dense fog, it was impossible to determine directions. He relied purely on luck to arrive here. Could these sects have relied on luck as well? If it were just one or two, he might believe in luck. But all sects converging here couldn't be just luck. No one would believe that. You're truly dim-witted. Obviously, the cries of the cultivators attacked by the beast attracted these sects. Fog can obstruct sight, but not sound. Using sound to locate something should be easy for a cultivator, King said as if looking at a fool. This man was so old and still didn't know such a simple thing. It was truly embarrassing for senior cultivators. Of course, I know that. Philip managed to reply, unwilling to appear inferior before others. At this moment, Philip was furious. Initially, there were only a few of them, and they could take many treasures inside. Now, with all sects gathered here, competition was fierce, and getting the desired treasures became uncertain. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Why are you all standing at the entrance? The door is open. Why don't you go in? Are you blind? Can't you see the magical beast in the center of the hall? Right, it's at least an 8th rank beast, not easily handled. Even we need to cooperate to defeat it. Several sect elders joined King and discussed. What should we do next? Surely no one wants to single-handedly face the beast. Ha ha ha. Facing it alone is just wishful thinking, impossible. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? What is it? Speak. One elder proposed an idea, and the others immediately inquired eagerly. It's very simple. Our sects should join forces to deal with the beast. Anyone unwilling to participate cannot explore the secret realm. Sound fair? Good idea. All sect elders nodded upon hearing this. Exploring relics should require contributing to the cause, defeating the beast, a reasonable exchange. What about independent cultivators? At this point, King stood forward and asked, Independent cultivators? The person sized up King and replied, Without support from a sect, it's also simple. Join us in battling the beast. If you contribute, you can enter. If not, you won't be allowed in. Several major sects combined. What chance do independents have? The elder answered straightforwardly. Chapter 249, Deadly Poison. All independent cultivators fell silent. To enter this secret realm, they had to join forces with these sects to combat the monsters before them. Regarding this, they actually had no room for debate. Whenever one wished to obtain something, a price had to be paid. There was no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Fine, we agree. At this moment, Jace stood up and addressed the elder from the sect in front of him. As a seasoned independent cultivator, he indeed had the right to speak on their behalf. Rock also nodded silently, recognizing the method proposed by the elder. To enter the secret realm, one had to contribute their strength. Nobody wanted their efforts to be taken advantage of by others. This situation, regardless of how magnanimous one might be, was simply unacceptable. This plan is excellent. If so, let's set the next strategy. Strategy? Upon hearing Rock's words, one of the elders spoke somewhat disdainfully. What kind of strategy do we need? With so many people here, dealing with one monster should be a breeze. Let's just charge in. We don't need any strategy at all. The elder's statement was met with agreement from others. Seeing this result, Rock was speechless but eventually sighed. Since these people didn't want to make plans and preferred charging ahead recklessly, he would let them be. Senior sister, let's go in too. Okay. Maya nodded, glancing around the scene but failing to notice the presence of the Rakshasa sect. The Northern Abyss Burl wasn't here either. Senior sister, what are you looking at? All other sects have arrived. Why isn't Northern Abyss here? Actually, Rock had noticed this point earlier. The Northern Abyss Elder may be exploring elsewhere with his disciples. Anyway, we should focus on the matter at hand. Yes, you're right. Maya agreed. This secret realm was extraordinary, with intricate mechanisms within its architecture and a monstrous creature inside the Grand Hall. Whoever orchestrated all this certainly wasn't ordinary. Kins from major sects led the way into the Grand Hall. Upon entering, the scorpion-like monster immediately focused on the newcomers, emitting a raspy cry and shaking its body before dashing towards them. You cursed beast, let's see how strong you truly are. One of the elders took the lead, brandishing his weapon and rushing towards the monster. The rest followed without hesitation. In this moment, trickery would be minimal. Everyone's strength was evident, and anyone who didn't give their all would face ridicule. The massive scorpion monster roared, aiming its stinger directly at them. A clump of purple flame formed at the tip of its stinger and shot out like bullets towards the group. Everyone be careful. That purple flame contains deadly poison. One of the elders warned. Everyone promptly avoided it, quickly forming an encirclement. Hiss! The scorpion monster growled angrily, turning on the spot, eyeing the cultivators before smashing the ground with its large pincers and burrowing underground. Damn it, that thing got away. One of the elders complained bitterly. The monster possessed valuable materials, and killing it would have been a profitable gain. Unfortunately, the scorpion had escaped. No, the monster hasn't fled. Rock suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. What nonsense was this person spouting? Boy, who are you? Why say such things? A sect elder asked slowly. Because of his disguise, no one recognized Rock, despite some knowing his true identity. An independent cultivator standing up uninvited and speaking out drew displeasure from the elders of major sections. The hierarchy among cultivators was stark. Those from major sects looked down on minor sects, righteous sects looked down on evil sects, and sect-affiliated cultivators looked down on independents. This was the prevailing order. Therefore, when Rock spoke up, the elders were dismissive. Have you not felt the slight vibrations coming from the ground? Vibrations? After Rock's hint, everyone sensed the subtle trembling underfoot, confirming something was rising from below. What is it? Could the monster be returning? If it returns, today is its day to die. Despite the elders' nonchalance, Rock clearly sensed the vibrations weren't from the previous monster. Soon, green liquid erupted from the ground, along with green gas filling the entire hall. Not good, it's poison gas. Everyone, hold your breath and leave this hall quickly, Rock exclaimed, surprised by this unexpected move. Those who failed to hold their breath instantly felt weak, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 250, Conditions? The toxic curtain in the grand hall completely blocked everyone's path to enter. Damn, there was even such a hidden trick. Looks like the owner of this secret realm won't let us enter easily. Yeah, what should we do next? Those who were poisoned have mostly died. Look, as they were discussing, the grand hall underwent another change. The scorpion demon beast that had burrowed underground emerged again. This time, if they wanted to enter, they would need to battle this demon beast within the poisonous fog and only defeat it under these conditions to gain entry into the hall. Damn, getting in has become so much harder now, one sect elder remarked. I told you before to make a plan before battling the demon beast inside, Rock said. If you'd followed my advice, we wouldn't be in this mess. What did you say, brat? The renowned elders became furious when they heard Rock speak. They couldn't tolerate criticism from a lone cultivator. Though his words were reasonable, they couldn't endure it. Are you teaching me how to act? No, I just state facts. Isn't what I said true? Rock naturally wasn't intimidated by anyone present. He wondered how these incompetent fellows had secured their positions as elders. Could it be like the Rakshasa sect, where bribes secured high positions? No matter. These weren't his concerns. He needed to focus on entering the grand hall. The poisonous fog made everyone hesitant. Knowing it was unresistible, choosing to proceed meant certain death. The elders exchanged glances, unable to come up with a solution. I have an idea. Are you interested? Seeing no progress, Rock stepped forward. Oh, what idea is it? You have a way? Quick, tell us. With Rock speaking, hope rekindled. Even obeying a lone cultivator was acceptable to enter the hall. Great men bend and stretch as necessary. These elders knew this well. I'll tell you, but I have a condition. Speak. Indeed, everyone thought it natural for Rock to propose a condition. Otherwise, freely offering help would make him a saint. If we successfully enter the secret realm, I get first choice of all treasures. Do you mean everything inside? Upon hearing this, all elders frowned at Rock. With first pick, he might take everything, leaving them with nothing. Are you joking? If you take everything, will we let it all go? This can't work. How about this? 3 choices, okay? Rock smiled, knowing his initial request was too much. Thus, after their objections, he compromised. Indeed, the elders found this feasible and acceptable. Fine, 3 choices agreed. After deliberation, the elders accepted Rock's terms. Time was crucial. They needed to explore more areas in the mist. Great. Satisfied, Rock nodded, then walked to the entrance and turned back to remind everyone. Don't let the demon beast escape this time. Do you think we'll make the same mistake? An elder retorted. Good, Rock responded. He clasped his hands, creating a wind ball, which he hurled into the hall, dispelling the poison and creating a vacuum around it. Now, you can battle the demon beast. I'll shield against the poison. Excellent. Seeing this, the elders admired Rock's cleverness and acted immediately, rushing into the hall to engage the scorpion demon beast. Without the fog's interference, everyone fought without hesitation. As the scorpion struggled, it tried to burrow underground. Wanna run? An elder pounded the ground, hardening it instantly, trapping the scorpion. Bravo! Taking advantage, other elders launched their weapons at the trapped demon beast. Hashtag chapter 251. Entering the secret realm. An innumerable number of blades, spears, and halberds pierced directly into the body of the demon beast, bringing it to its knees. Finally, it's over. That's great. We've finally dealt with this demon beast. This time we can explore in peace. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at that moment. After the demon beast was killed, King noticed that the poisonous mist that had filled the grand hall was now beginning to dissipate slowly. He deactivated his protective barrier, and indeed, the toxic fog did not fill the entire hall again but gradually dissipated, removing any remaining threat. Excellent. The group regathered, staring at the scene before them, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. What should we do next? One of them asked. 3 passages were laid out before everyone, each leading in different directions. In my opinion, why don't we split up? Whoever wants to take which path can go their way. What do you think? Instantly, this suggestion received approval from everyone present. They believed it made perfect sense. After all, exploring as a large group would be a waste of time. I agree with this method. As for what treasures or dangers lie beyond these passages, let us leave it to fate. Do you agree? I see no problem with it. I also see no problem with it. All the elders of the sect spoke up one by one, then turned their gaze towards King. Previously, King had stipulated that he should have the right to choose 3 treasures first whenever they encountered valuable items. However, if they were to split up, his condition would become almost useless. He couldn't enter 2 of the 3 paths, so how would he know what treasures others found? I agree too. King replied outright. He knew that voicing an objection would likely cause the elder sect members to turn against him, which wasn't what he wanted. Good. Since you have no objections, let's decide accordingly. But what about the condition you proposed earlier? How will it be implemented? It's simple. If I choose a passage, and anyone from the sects chooses the same one, these 3 opportunities will still apply. The elders did not expect King to suggest such a solution. From their perspective, whoever walked with King would miss out on 3 opportunities to actively compete for treasures, making it a very bad deal. King had his reasons for suggesting this. The simplest point was that he was certain the elders would recognize that following him would result in losses, thus ensuring that none of them would choose the same path as him. This way, he could enjoy the treasures of one passage all to himself. King's thoughts were laid bare, and despite knowing his intentions, the elders had no choice but to accept it. Very well, please choose a passage first. Thank you. King knew this would be the outcome and didn't hesitate, pointing to the passage straight ahead. I'll choose the passage straight ahead. Seeing King make his choice, the others began selecting their paths. The major sects chose the left and right passages, while no one joined King. Many independent cultivators, upon seeing this, opted for the center passage. For these independent cultivators, they lacked the strength to compete with major sects for resources, so they chose to follow King, even though he had priority in choosing treasures. Despite this, joining King would likely yield more resources than walking with major sects. These independent cultivators weren't foolish. In the end, the independents all went through the central passage, while the major sects divided the left and right paths among themselves. With choices made, everyone proceeded into the passages without hesitation. King glanced back and saw many independent cultivators quietly following him, including the free wanderer who had been hostile towards him. What a troublesome situation. King thought to himself. The free wanderer's presence would undoubtedly cause problems, adding much trouble to his journey. You seem worried about that old man, Maya whispered beside him. Yes, I don't know why, but he has shown some inexplicable hostility towards me ever since we deciphered the runes on the gate. So you suspect he might attack you here? It's a possibility, so it's better to be cautious. King replied calmly. If it came to direct confrontation, he wouldn't fear anything, but what bothered him most was the risk of being ambushed from behind. I'll keep an eye on him. Thank you, Berkeley sister. King smiled slightly. With her help, he could focus on the path ahead. Inside the passage, intricate carvings lined the walls, forming bizarre patterns. These piqued King's curiosity. Besides these mysterious patterns, there were also many sculptures, human bodies with heads of various fierce animals like dogs, lions, tigers, eagles, and wings sprouting from their backs. This unusual sight perplexed King. Such imagery was unheard of in this world. The other independents also felt curious and somewhat unsettled by what they saw, never having encountered anything like it before. Do you feel like we're being watched? Someone suddenly said. Yes, I feel cold at the back of my neck. Another responded immediately. Chapter 252, caught between front and rear. Hearing the whispers of the independent cultivators behind him, Rock frowned slightly. Ever since entering this passage, he had felt an unsettling presence growing more and more distinct as they ventured deeper. Senior sister, have you sensed this feeling? Yes. It's as if someone is watching us from the shadows. Maya responded slowly. Since entering the passage, she had also felt it. Initially, she thought it was just her imagination, but hearing the murmurs from the independent cultivators, she realized everyone was experiencing the same eerie sensation. Rock stopped in his tracks and surveyed their surroundings. The entire corridor was long and narrow, with walls adorned by enigmatic murals and various sculptures. Rock focused on the eyes of the statues. Ever since entering, he had felt something peculiar about them. Recalling past experiences, a realization dawned on him. Could these stone statues be alive? He reached out to touch one of the nearby statues, carefully probing it. From within the stone figures, he detected faint heartbeats, a sign of life. Indeed. What's happening? Maya, upon hearing Rock's words, knew he had uncovered something significant and asked. It's simple. These statues are alive. I can feel their heartbeats, Rock whispered into Maya's ear. So, from the start, we've been under the watchful eyes of these statues. Maya mused aloud. Yes, though we can't be certain yet whether these statues serve the same purpose as those we encountered before, guarding the treasures at the end of the passage. Maya wasn't sure either. If true, navigating this corridor would be part of a trial. But such consideration from its creator seemed oddly kind-hearted. As they pondered, a voice interrupted. I think I saw the statues move slightly just now. What? This sudden statement drew everyone's attention to the statues lining the corridor. There was no movement at all. Hey, nothing's moving here. Don't scare us for no reason. You're right. They're just stone statues. How could they move? The crowd murmured in unison. Hearing this, Rock's gaze scanned the statues warily. The distance to the end of the passage remained unknown. If these statues were to activate now, obstructing their path, the consequences were dire. Senior sister, we can't waste time here. We must push through quickly. Agreed, Maya nodded. She trusted Rock's judgment after all their time together. Without hesitation, they accelerated. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening but unwilling to lag behind. They too quickened their pace, sprinting toward the passage's end. As they sped forward, the sensation of being watched intensified. Finally, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the statues began to move. These statues really are moving. I told you earlier, but no one believed me. Bad news. If they attack in this confined space, we'll struggle to defend ourselves. No wonder those two started sprinting first. They clearly knew this would happen. Darn it. Knowing this would happen, they hid this information from us. Don't be foolish, they're using us as bait. The crowd muttered amidst their run, expressing their disdain for Rock and Maya's actions but having no other choice. With a rumble, the statues rose from their positions, blocking both forward and backward paths. We're surrounded. Rock sighed, gazing at the endless rows of advancing statues and the unknown distance left to exit the passage. Senior sister, what should we do? Even if you ask me now, I don't know what to do. Maya looked at Rock, realizing she had been relying on him since entering this mist. Suddenly asked for advice, she was momentarily at a loss. While they conferred, the statues launched their attack. Their strength, speed, and aerial abilities made the group feel utterly hopeless. Senior sister, get behind me. Rock unsheathed his red sun sword, shielding Maya. Facing countless advancing statues, he unleashed his full might, channeling intense sword intent that slashed at the approaching figures. Though powerful, his attacks only pushed the statues back without inflicting damage. How resilient. My red sun sword can't break through their defenses. Rock grimaced, vexed by the statues' sturdiness. Unlike the previous ones, these didn't retaliate, but their sheer durability was challenging enough. The independent cultivators behind him suffered greatly, lacking Rock's prowess. Chapter 253, definitely. The current situation gave Rock a headache. It seemed that it was no longer the time to continue hiding his strength. He took a deep breath and unleashed all of his power. In an instant, the entire passage was filled with an unparalleled pressure, suppressing everyone so they couldn't even catch their breath. 6 directions and 8 extremes, 10,000 swords descend, shatter. Rock's Emilianosan sword danced in his hand, and around him, a circle of sword shadows rapidly spun. The terrifying sword intent made people's hair stand on end. As the sword shadows swiftly slashed through, all the stone statues in the passage were cut into pieces, exposing living hearts falling out one by one. The scene before them was horrifying. No one had ever seen such a terrifying sight before. After witnessing this, Rock thought of a possibility. It was an extremely cruel method to create puppets using human hearts and souls, resulting in puppets as hard as steel. I never imagined that there would be such terrifying cultivators in the lower realms. Suddenly, a voice came from the other end of the deep passage, followed by an elderly man slowly floating out. Who are you? Rock asked, feeling a terrifying pressure emanating from the other person. People revere me as the Skylar, said the Skylar at this moment. From the moment he saw this person, Rock was convinced that this individual was the master of this secret realm, and the appearance of this secret realm was undoubtedly part of the other party's schemes. You do not belong to the lower realms. Why are you here? Since you have discovered my intentions, I will no longer hide them. My purpose for coming here is to capture the souls of lower realm cultivators to create even more powerful puppets. So you set up this secret realm? That's right. After hearing Rock's conversation with the Skylar, all the cultivators were incredibly shocked. The reality was indeed as such. Your strength is impressive. If I can refine you into a puppet, it would surpass hundreds, thousands of cultivators. If you have the ability, then come and try. Rock sneered coldly and tightened his grip on the Emilianosan sword. The Skylar stared intently at Rock, and in the next second, his figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing before Rock. A black hand lunged directly at Rock's heart, emitting a terrifying force that left Rock feeling threatened. He took a step back, concentrating sword intent within the Emilianosan sword and slashing instantly. The earth splitting might remained undiminished, and the terrifying energy released caused the entire passage to tremble and collapse. Seeing this, the cultivators didn't hesitate and started fleeing. With such formidable strength, truly enviable. Prepare to die, the Skylar said as countless black threads extended from his fingertips, barely visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Rock revealed his hidden moves, the Brad sword slicing out and coordinating with the Emilianosan sword to instantly seal the entire domain. The terrifying sword intent spread through the air, Rock standing amidst the domain, faintly smiling at the opposite Skylar. No one can leave alive under my sword domain. As the domain formed, countless sword intents instantly transformed into powerful slashes, attacking the Skylar. The relentless attacks troubled the Skylar, but it wasn't over yet. Rock held the Emilianosan sword in one hand, and the Brad sword in the other. The combined power of the two swords produced a massive energy wave that surged repeatedly against the Skylar's body. Gradually, his body began to develop countless cracks until it shattered, leaving only a still beating heart. So this guy is a puppet himself? Rock remarked calmly, casually swinging a sword to destroy the heart. Without the support of the Skylar, the entire secret realm started to collapse instantly, accompanied by a loud boom. The inverted pyramid vanished completely, and the dense fog dissipated. Are you alright? Maya came to Rock's side and gently inquired. Yeah, fine. It seems this secret realm is utterly destroyed. Yes, that's for the best. We can go back now. Alright. Rock nodded. He hadn't cared much about this secret realm anyway, so its complete destruction meant nothing to worry about anymore. On the way back, Maya asked again. So, who are you really? With such terrifying power, how could he possibly join the Rakshasa sect as just a disciple? She didn't believe it. Actually, Rock pondered for a while, and then revealed the truth, telling Maya everything. After hearing Rock's story, Maya fell silent, then she spoke up. Since that's the case, I'll support you. Rock was surprised but also delighted. This was better than anything else. Upon returning to the eastern continent, Rock helped Maya depose her father as sect leader, a task easily achieved given his formidable strength. Then, Rock found Janie, Maddie, Tamsin, including Maya, and held a grand wedding ceremony with them all, becoming Tao partners. Under these circumstances, all the sects in the eastern continent were now effectively under Rock's control. There would be no more conflicts. They no longer had to worry about the Rakshasa sect causing trouble again. Under Rock and Maya's efforts, the demon seeds hidden behind the Rakshasa sect's rear mountain were also eradicated. It was said that the demon had 7 hearts. Here, Rock found the remaining 5 hearts, along with the one he already had and the one previously destroyed from the colon of the Rakshasa sect, making it exactly 7. To prevent these hearts from wreaking havoc again, Rock used the Emilianosan sword, focusing fiery sword intent, and with a swift swing, destroyed all the demon hearts. Everything returned to normal after that. Rock no longer had any issues to handle and could finally enjoy his happy life. As time passed, Rock's Tao partners gave birth to many lovely children one after another. On a peaceful afternoon, Rock leaned against a lush tree, admiring the distant scenery, with Rosa beside him. Watching the children play, Rosa softly said, "How wonderful. If we could continue living like this forever, it would be even better." Rock smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, it definitely will."